The starry palace floated silently within it. The man floated on it, his eyes closed, clearly out of danger. He recalled the scene after the car accident, when his girlfriend Lu Rian and Zhao Su removed his life support. Welcome, Earth player, to the multiverse game. Body data scan initiated. Scan complete. Initial panel being generated. The man's fingers twitched, and he suddenly opened his eyes. It was real. Lu Rian Zhao Su. He had already died at their hands, and his vast fortune was about to be taken away. Now, the Myriad Realms game has given him a chance for revenge. Next, it's time to awaken my talent, right? Su Mubai took a deep breath. Character panel generated, initiating talent awakening. Every player who enters the multiverse game will awaken a talent in the Starry Sky Hall, ranging from F level to SSS level. The strength of a player's talent directly determines their ability to rise in the game. Talent awakening complete. Congratulations on awakening your S-rank exclusive talent and advancing to the next level. S-rank. Su Mubai exclaimed in shock. Talents below S-rank are considered ordinary talents, while those above S-rank are exclusive talents, unique to each individual. Promotion. An S-rank exclusive talent that consumes a certain amount of lifespan to permanently promote any skill by one rank. The first 3 uses have no cost. Any skill. Su Mubai was slightly taken aback. Before he could think about it further, the system's voice sounded again. After entering the game, your identity is Adventure. Please confirm your name in the game. All NPCs are real beings from the real world, while the humans of Earth are transformed into data by the system and brought into this world. Bai Yi. Su Mubai said casually. Naming successful. Welcome player Bai Yi to the Myriad Realms game. Please select your class. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of beams of light descended from the sky. Within each beam was a figure identical to Su Mubai, representing a different profession. These basic professions cover 4 main categories: physical, magical, defensive, and support, including warriors, archers, and thieves. However, Su Mubai quickly realized that he had been overthinking things. The figure in front of him was rapidly disappearing. It has been detected that the initial attributes of the player Bai Yi do not meet the requirements, and unselectable professions are being removed. The system notification made Su Mubai's expression change. In just a few seconds, only one image remained in front of him. Based on player White Knight's initial attributes, the only selectable class is Necromancer. Class selection successful. The remaining figures merged directly into Su Mubai's body. Their clothes transformed into tattered robes. Open the attribute panel. Su Mubai wants to know just how weak he really is. Attribute panel. Player Bai Yi. Level 0%. Class Necromancer. Strength 1. Constitution 1. Agility 1. Spirit 10. Free attribute points 0. Gain 5 free attribute points per level. Health points 1/1. Unknown reason. Permanently cannot be increased. Mana points 200/200. 1 point of spirit equals 20 points of mana. Attack power 1. Spell power 10. Physical defense 1. Magic defense 5. Exclusive talent. Promotion. Professional skills. Summon skeleton level 1. Burn level 1. Summoning space 0 to 1. Equipment. Practice bone staff, patchwork robe. Lifespan less than 1 year. Damn it, how could this happen? Su Mubai couldn't accept it. Except for his spirit attribute, all his other attributes were down to just 1 point. Su Mubai's 4 dimensions are extremely unbalanced. His spirit is at its maximum, but his maximum health cannot be increased, and he will permanently only have 1 drop of blood. He sighed. While the multiverse game had saved his life, it hadn't solved the fundamental problem. A permanent drop of blood? Less than a year to live? In that case, let's take a gamble. Give me 3 consecutive promotions. Hint. 3 consecutive promotions to the exclusive talent skill promotion will require a total of years of lifespan. Insufficient lifespan remaining. You have 3 free use opportunities. Do you confirm that you will use all of them to upgrade your exclusive talent skill to a higher rank? Upon seeing the system's notification, Su Mubai realized that, as expected, exclusive talent skills could be upgraded. He thought to himself, an S-level talent advances to SS level after 1 promotion. If I can advance 3 times in a row, will I be able to surpass SSS level? Confirm all opportunities consumed. However, the system seemed to crash for this operation. A few minutes later, 3 beams of light shot into the sky, illuminating the dark starry sky and weaving together into a beautiful array of colors. After the light faded, the system notification finally sounded. Congratulations to player White Knight for for acquiring the unique forbidden level exclusive talent skill Cataclysm. The only forbidden level. He couldn't wait to check the talent description. Cataclysm. The only forbidden level exclusive talent skill. Skill effect. 1. Promotion. Can permanently promote any item to a higher rank without any cost. 2. Sublimation. Consume a certain amount of resources to permanently upgrade any object by 2 grades. 3. Catastrophic. Consumes a certain amount of lifespan to permanently upgrade any object by 3 grades and add catastrophic characteristics to it. Grade exceeds the limit, cannot be explored, cannot be copied, cannot be plundered, and disappears after the player, by Yi, dies completely. Sumubai was stunned. Advancing to a higher rank without any cost was actually done. Wait, advancing to a higher rank without any cost. Sumubai suddenly realized this, his eyes widening instantly, his heart filled with ecstatic joy. He immediately made up his mind to use Cataclysm. Objective, Cataclysm. However, this time, the pillar of light did not appear again. Instead, a cold system notification sounded. Sorry, this skills tier has exceeded its limit and cannot be used for Cataclysm. The Cataclysm effect can be used once without cost. Aside from talent and physical body, this is the most worthwhile thing to advance. Confirm use of this opportunity. The system notification sounded again. Notification. Advancing a Necromancer by 3 ranks requires 100,000 years of lifespan. Insufficient lifespan remaining. You have one opportunity to use the Cataclysm effect without cost. Confirm to use this opportunity to promote your Necromancer class and grant it the Cataclysm effect. A lifespan of 100,000 years. That's too exaggerated. Sumubai's eyes widened, but since it's a non-consuming resource, of course the more expensive the better. In the game, Myriad Realms, there are 3 types of professions: normal professions, hidden professions, and unique hidden professions. Sumubai guessed that if he advanced 3 times in a row, he might even surpass the cataclysmic talent and become the only forbidden level profession. He took a deep breath and finally made his choice. Confirm the use of this opportunity. Immediately, he felt himself being baptized by some powerful force. System notifications kept ringing out. Hint: your profession, Necromancer, has been successfully promoted to a higher grade. Congratulations to player, White Knight, for changing their class to the exclusive hidden class, Death Overlord. Your attribute growth has changed. You have learned the new skill, Lifelink. You have learned the new skill, Summoning Amplification. You have obtained the exclusive item Book of the Dead. Your exclusive hidden class, Death Lord, now has a Cataclysm effect. Chapter 4. The multiverse game will officially begin in 10 seconds. Player, White Knight, please prepare. Sumubai didn't have time to check the new skills. He could check them after entering the game. A quick glance at the changed attribute panel revealed that mana had increased from 200 to 600, spell power by 30 points, and free attribute points for leveling up had increased from 5 to 15 points. The bonus from Death Lord is 3 times higher than that of a regular Necromancer, and 9 times higher when combined with equipment. Lu Ruyan, Zhao Su. A cold glint flashed in Su Mubai's eyes as he recalled these 2 traitors. People can die in the multiverse game. There's a protection mechanism in the starting village. Death only results in a level drop. After leaving the village, each death will reduce your lifespan by 10%, with a minimum of 10 years to reach SS rank. Sumubai couldn't wait to find the 2 of them and make them experience his despair. The countdown ended, the starry sky palace flashed, and Sumubai felt a blur before his eyes before he appeared in the beginner village. Welcome, Earth players, to the multiverse game. This is beginner village number 9527 of the Divine Dragon Empire. May you all have a safe journey. A system voice rang out above the starting village, a flash of white light appeared, and the players appeared one after another. Forget about going back to Earth. Think about how to survive. Ha ha ha. The fantasy from the novel has come true. We're all on the same starting line now, and I'm sure to rise to the top this time. Starting line? Dude, you're overthinking it. How about some advanced talent? The surrounding area was filled with the chatter of players. For those who had nothing, the multiverse was an opportunity to change their fate. In any case, Earth was gone forever. Players left the Descent Plaza, hoping to find NPCs in the starting village to talk to and accept quests based on their game experience. Sumubai wasted no time and headed straight out of the village. He needed to level up quickly and find a treasure that could increase his lifespan. By the time Sumubai reached the entrance of the beginner village, he was already more than 10 minutes behind. His agility was only 1 point, making his movement speed quite slow. In the game, Multiverse, agility has different effects on different classes. There is no dodging in Multiverse. Hitting enemies or avoiding attacks relies entirely on reaction speed. Therefore, Su-Mubai believes that agility is essential for any profession. Fortunately, the Death Overlord had enough free attribute points, and after leveling up to level 1, Su-Mubai was able to catch up with the speed of normal players. Along the way, Su-Mubai checked his skills. Summon Little Skeleton. F. Level 1. Summons a weak skeleton for battle. Cast time. 3 seconds. Cooldown. 30 seconds. Mana cost. 20. The skeleton stats are affected by the spirit attribute. Burning. F. Rank 1. Unleashes a soul fire, dealing 150% spell power damage over 5 seconds. Cast time. 2 seconds. Cooldown. 5 seconds. Mana cost. 10. These two skills are the basic skills of the Necromancer, used in the early stages to deal with challenges. As long as the little skeleton doesn't die, it can exist indefinitely. There is only one slot in the summoning area, and initially only one little skeleton can be summoned. But Su-Mubai is not an ordinary Necromancer, but the ruler of death. Lifelink. A. Level 1. Links to summoned undead creatures that share health. Instant cast, 10-second cooldown. This skill allows him to avoid death as long as the summoned undead creature survives. Summoning Amplification. S. Passive skill, no level required. Skill effects. 1. Summoning skill casting time halved. 2. Cooldown time halved. 3. Summon creature attributes increased by 50. 4. Summoning space limit increased to 500. Summoning Amplification is an S-rank skill, and its strength increases as the game progresses, especially in the later stages. In addition, Su-Mubai also obtained an exclusive item, the Book of Death, a class exclusive, White Knight, offhand item, level 0, following the character. This is a book of laws, which only you can read. Once the conditions are met, you can learn the exclusive skills of the Death Lord. My current level is not high enough to open this book, but judging from the description, this equipment is quite extraordinary. When his gaze fell on the cataclysmic trait after his career advancement, Su-Mubai's eyes lit up, and a strong sense of anticipation welled up in his heart. Chapter 5, Class, Death Overlord, Exclusive Hidden Class, Cataclysmic Trait. All personal skill effects are doubled. Level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Level insufficient, not yet unlocked. The cataclysmic trait granted Su-Mubai's class 3 additional attributes. The doubled skill effect made him eager to try it out. Although it's possible to upgrade skills without consuming resources, Su-Mubai exposed too many things that were out of place. He swung his bone staff, unleashing a skill, Summon Small Skeletons. Instantly, 2 skeletons, each about 1.5 meters tall, appeared from the gray vortex, holding rusty iron swords, and stood on either side of Su-Mubai. Although these skeletons look dilapidated, the effect is surprisingly good when the multiplier is applied. The number of summons has doubled, and the original 50% cooldown reduction has been increased to 100%. The skill has no cooldown time at all. The attributes have doubled too, right? Su-Mubai was intrigued and checked the skeleton's attributes. Little skeleton, strength, 20, constitution, 20, agility, 20, spirit, 20, HP, 200/200, attack, 20, physical defense, 10. The little skeleton originally had only 5 attribute points, but after the double bonus, its attribute points quadrupled. Even more astonishing is that Su-Mubai can keep summoning up to 10 small skeletons, making the formation of the Scourge Legion imminent. Dude, your talent is at least A level, right? A warrior player walked over and looked at the skeleton with great interest. Yes, an A-grade enhanced summon. Su-Mubai smiled slightly and replied. At this stage of the game, almost no one can hide their ID. Su-Mubai has an extra little skeleton, and it's stronger than most necromancers. Want to team up and level up together? I also have A-level talent. The other party suggested, but Su-Mubai politely declined. The monsters in the beginner village are not simple. Even the lowest level free-range chickens have the ability to kill a single player. If there's no bug, the ground chicken can kill me 10 times in one attack. Su-Mubai said confidently, then controlled the skeleton away from the village entrance. He chose to head to a higher level area, where the map would help him quickly find his target, avoid the territory of the free-range chickens, and move towards the level 2 monster area. Red-Eyed Rabbit, level 2, HP, 150/150, attack, 15, physical defense, 7. There are far fewer players here, those with A level or higher talent, and a few small teams dare to come. The Red-Eyed Rabbit is known for its jumping attacks, often leaving players in a sorry state. Seeing the 2 tank players knocked down, Su-Mubai couldn't help but gasp. Such an attack would send chills down any man's spine. Fortunately, he didn't need to get involved himself. He controlled the skeleton to continue clearing monsters. Dealing with these low-level monsters didn't require much skill. The red-eyed rabbit leaped up and headbutted the skeleton, but the little skeleton fearlessly swung its sword in retaliation. -13 to 15. The red-eyed rabbit roared in pain and retaliated against the little skeleton, dealing -11 damage. Sumubai didn't make any unnecessary moves. His strategy was to overwhelm the enemy with both quantity and quality. In Chapter 6, Sumubai leaves the beginner village and swings his bone staff. Summon little skeletons. From the pale gray vortex, 2 little skeletons emerged and joined the attack on the red-eyed rabbit. How could a mere level 2 red-eyed rabbit possibly stand a chance against 4 high-stat skeletons? In just a few seconds, the red-eyed rabbit fell, leaving behind its corpse and copper coins. A wisp of white light merged into Sumubai's body, and a system notification sounded. Slayed a level 2 red-eyed rabbit, gaining an additional 50% bonus for levels above your own and 3 experience points. Looks like leveling up isn't too difficult. Sumubai checked his attributes. The experience bar showed 3%. He needed to kill 33 more red-eyed rabbits to level up. The little skeleton continued forward. Sumubai didn't use the burn spell, saving his mana for the skeleton. The burn damage was too low, only 90 points of magic damage over 5 seconds, and that was after deducting magic defense. The 4 little skeletons killed several red-eyed rabbits, gaining 21% experience. The red-eyed rabbits dropped a few copper coins, but no other items. The currency in the game is similar to that in the Blue Star Online game, consisting of gold coins, silver coins, and bronze coins. The exchange rate is 1:100. There may be higher-level currencies in the game, but they will not be available in the early stages. Seeing the players not far away, Sumubai resisted the urge to use the Cataclysm advancement coins and continued forward with the little skeleton. He didn't summon more skeletons to avoid attracting attention, for skeletons were enough to intimidate onlookers. The players started discussing. Look at him, leveling up just by taking a walk. Necromancers have it so easy. Awesome. Look at my summoned skeletons. How can they compare to Bai Yi's? Who told you to choose Necromancer when you don't have summoning talents? Bai Yi has at least A-level talents, right? He's incredibly strong. He's definitely the strongest in the newbie village. He's leveling up so fast, he'll definitely be on the leaderboard. Let's wait and see. Congratulations to player White Knight for reaching level 1, with +1 to all 4 stats, +1 skill point, and +15 free attribute points. Upon entering the level 3 monster area, Sumubai leveled up. However, the bonuses from the Death Overlord class meant that Sumubai gained 3 times the free attribute points of an ordinary player. When allocating his stat points, Sumubai added 4 points to agility and the rest to spirit. Strength was useless to him, and he didn't add any to constitution either, since he only had 1 HP left anyway. Finally, no one's around. Sumubai looked around, smiled, and quickened his pace. Sumubai has summoned 10 small skeletons, filling the summoning space. After adding points, his spirit attribute has increased to 22 points, and the attributes of all the small skeletons have increased to 44 points, a balanced and practical approach. Checking his backpack, Sumubai was somewhat disappointed. The drop rate of low-level monsters in the Myriad Realms was simply too low. He had traveled all this way without dropping a single piece of equipment, and even copper coins were scarce. Let's see if the copper coins can be upgraded to silver coins. Sumubai took out 12 copper coins and had an idea. Catastrophe. Objective, 12 copper coins. Hint, please select the promotion rank. Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Tier 2. Sumubai wanted to see how many resources were needed to upgrade the copper coin to the 2nd tier. Hint, upgrading 12 copper coins requires 1 silver and 20 copper. Insufficient resources, upgrading failed. Such low cost. Sumubai raised an eyebrow. If the value of copper coins was as he thought, the price was indeed too low. He shook his head and continued to activate Cataclysm, choosing to advance to the next tier. Prompt. Confirm to advance 12 copper coins to the next tier without consuming any. Confirm. The copper coins gleamed faintly. Sumubai had obtained 12 ancient bronze coins. Ancient bronze coins. He was stunned. He had thought they were silver coins. Ancient bronze coins. These are bronze coins that have been discontinued. Their value is unknown, and only collectors of ancient coins would need them. Sumubai sighed helplessly. The bronze coins took up 1 slot, and his backpack was still not full. But he wasn't disappointed. With the Cataclysm talent, making money was easy. The bronze coins might come in handy someday. That's right, backpacks can also be upgraded. Sumubai suddenly thought of this, and the remaining 19 slots in his backpack gave him an idea. Catastrophe is activated again. Hint: please select the promotion rank. Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Tier 1. Prompt: confirm whether to upgrade the beginner's backpack to the next tier without any cost. Confirm. Sumubai obtained the large backpack. The backpack's space increased to 50 slots. Continue. He focused his gaze on the bone staff in his hand, preparing to upgrade all the items that could be upgraded before officially starting to level up. Not just equipment, but all skills too. In Chapter 7, while Sumubai used Cataclysm to upgrade his equipment and skills, 10 small skeletons continued hunting down the lynxes blocking their path. 5 skeletons formed a squad, relentlessly clearing out the monsters. He didn't stop. The skill effects were masked to avoid revealing the beam of light during skill advancement. After his agility increased, Sumubai's movement speed returned to normal. You have obtained the common equipment, bone staffed. You have obtained the common equipment, linen robe. Equipment is divided into multiple tiers. Initially, inferior equipment was merely decorative, but now even ordinary equipment increases spell power and physical defense. What truly enhances strength is skill advancement. Your F-rank skill, Summon Small Skeletons, has successfully been upgraded to the E-rank skill, Summon Skeletons. Summon Skeleton, E, Level 1, Active Skill. Summons a skeleton to fight for you. Despite the skill upgrade, the little skeletons in battle did not immediately improve. Sumubai realized that he would need to summon the skeletons again after the skill upgrade. Your F-rank skill, Burning, has successfully been upgraded to an E-rank skill, Burning. The skill damage was increased to 200%, and the cost became 20 mana. Next, Sumubai chose to upgrade another skill. Your rank A skill, Life Link, has been successfully upgraded to rank S skill, Life Sharing. Life Sharing, S, passive skill, shares health with all summoned creatures in one direction. Sumubai was shocked by the effect of this skill. The original A-level skill had become S-level, which was a qualitative change, and it was even equivalent to having an S-level talent. This skill allows him to share health with all his summoned creatures, increasing his survivability. At this moment, his health bar showed that the secondary health bar had reached 8,000 plus, making him very confident. Next, Sumubai focused on the last skill, Cataclysm. Target: Summon Amplification. Your S-rank skill, Summoning Amplification, has been successfully upgraded to an SS rank skill, Death Summoning. Death Summoning, SS, passive skill, reduces the casting time and cooldown of summoning skills by 75%. Summoned creature attributes increased by 100%, and the summoning space limit increased tenfold. This upgrade to Death Summoning brings Sumubai one step closer to summoning the Cataclysmic Legion. Summoning Space. October 20th, he took out the Book of the Dead from his backpack. Finally, it's time to upgrade this thing. As you level up to 1, the Book of the Dead's attributes are unlocked. Although it only increases spell power by +10, its potential as a dedicated item remains. With the Book of Death equipped, along with his robes and bone staff, Sumubai finally resembled a necromancer. Catastrophe. Target: Book of the Dead. The activation time of this catastrophe was significantly prolonged, but finally, the system notification sounded. Your exclusive item, Book of the Dead, has been successfully upgraded to Grimoire of the Dead. Deathly Codex, class exclusive, White Knight, special item, cannot be dropped, cannot be damaged, cannot be traded, can be summoned or stored at will. Level 1, following character, base attribute, spell power +15, special effect, unlocked at level 10. It only increased spell power by 5 points. After careful inspection, Sumubai discovered that the Book of Laws had become the Book of Rules. With a thought, the Deathly Codex flickered and transformed into runes, imprinting itself on his left hand. The offhand slot in his equipment inventory became empty, but the spell power bonus remained. After using the catastrophe to gain free power, Sumubai's strength is now vastly different from before. Next, I need to find a treasure that can extend my lifespan. He gripped his staff tightly, his gaze resolute. Leveling up, let's officially begin. In Chapter 8, Sumubai allocated his only skill point to Summon Skeleton and swung his bone staff. The gray vortex expanded, and 2 stronger skeleton soldiers emerged from it. Their skeletons were no longer deathly pale, but gleamed, the cracks had diminished, and their weapons were intact. After skill advancement, the skeleton becomes significantly stronger, with a more robust body and sharper weapons. 10 consecutive summons consumed 400 mana points. Sumubai's mana was a whopping 1320 points, so he felt no burden at all. Soon, 20 skeletons stood in neat rows, each wielding a variety of weapons, swords, knives, guns, and clubs. They had no ranged weapons, but a wide variety of styles. Skeleton, Strength, 87, Constitution, 87, Agility, 87, Spirit, 87, Health Points, 870/870. Attack Power, 87, Physical Defense, 44, Skill, Heavy Strike, E. Level 2, 30-second cooldown, deals 155% physical damage. At this stage, 20 such skeletons are considered luxurious. If any other necromancer could summon even one, it would be wildly sought after. However, Su-Mubai possesses 20. The summoning space is limited to 20 creatures. Small skeletons automatically disintegrate. The summoning space not only determines the number of creatures, but also allows you to recall summoned creatures at any time. Health Points, 1/1, Shared Health, 34800/34800, 870 times 20 times Occupational Cataclysm Trait. Su-Mubai looked at his health bar, and a slight smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. If he successfully tried the next idea, his combat power would increase once again. He looked excitedly at the newly summoned skeletons, a thought flashing through his mind. Cataclysm. Target, 20 skeletons, Tier 1. Prompt. Confirm whether to overwrite the previous effect and re-upgrade the skill Summon Skeletons. Cancel. Su-Mubai shook his head. It seemed that these skeletons and skills were bound together, and the bug could not be exploited again. Looking at the map and confirming the direction, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go." The skeletons automatically split into small teams and began their slaughter. Their 87 agility points make them far faster than a level 3 lynx. The lynx didn't even have time to react before being killed by the skeleton. After his comprehensive promotion, Su-Mubai's progress accelerated significantly, with experience notifications constantly ringing out. Killing a level 3 lynx grants an additional 50 bonus for levels above that level and 4.5 experience points. Killing a level 3 lynx grants an additional 50 bonus for levels above that level and 4.5 experience points. Most players are still fighting monsters to the death. Su-Mubai levels up as easily as taking a walk. The only thing limiting him was his 1 point of agility. 20 skeletons made him virtually unstoppable in this area. Looking at the rapidly increasing experience bar, Su-Mubai estimated the experience needed to level up. It takes 100 points to go from level 0 to level 1, and 300 points to go from level 1 to level 2. However, Su-Mubai wasn't worried at all. His cheat code was ridiculously overpowered. Even without specifically seeking out monsters, he saw a flash of light when he left the lynx territory. Congratulations to player White Knight for reaching level 2. All 4 stats increased by 1, skill point increased by 1, and free attribute points increased by 15. The upgrade was so easy. From beginning to end, apart from summoning skeletons, Su-Mubai hardly lifted a finger. Even the dropped copper coins were picked up by the skeletons and given to him. Add another 4 points to agility and the rest to spirit. Use the newly acquired skill points to upgrade the summon skeleton skill. With each level increase, the skeleton's attributes increase by 10%, and with the bonus to the spirit attribute, the summon skeleton's 4 attributes have now reached 147 points. Su-Mubai checked the map again to confirm the direction and directed the skeletons to move. This area was not yet his destination. Ahead lies a level 5 monster area and the only dungeon entrance to the starting village. That's the best place for him to level up. After passing through the areas with level 4 and level 5 monsters, Su-Mubai and the skeletons quickly arrived at the dungeon entrance. This is a 2-meter-wide vortex portal located in a valley, next to a huge stone tablet with 4 characters written on it. Misty Forest. This is the first dungeon for all players, and it is shared by all starting villages. Su-Mubai's goal is to achieve the first clear of the dungeon, not just the 9,527th newbie village, but the first clear of all newbie villages. He glanced at his 93% experience bar, but didn't rush in, waiting 2 minutes. Soon after, another golden light flashed. Congratulations to player White Knight for reaching level 3. All 4 stats increased by 1, skill point increased by 1, and free attribute points increased by 15. Just after I finished leveling up, a skeleton walked up, carrying more than 10 copper coins and a pair of shoes. It wasn't easy, at least I got some equipment. Su-Mubai raised an eyebrow, put away the copper coins, looked at the attributes of the ordinary equipment, and then directly used Cataclysm. You have obtained the black iron grade equipment, double layer cloth shoes. Double layer cloth shoes. Cloth shoes, level 5 black iron grade. Durability 30/30ths. armor plus 6, movement speed plus 2%. Sumubai can't wear level 5 equipment for now, but he will be able to wear it once he reaches level 5. Yes, the multiverse game is that stingy. Starting equipment consists of only a tattered robe and a bone staff, not even underwear. Be free and unrestrained. With a wave of his hand, Sumubai recalled the skeleton and reached out to touch the teleportation portal. The Misty Forest was designed to help players adapt to the game world. The entry requirements were not high, only requiring level 3. Dying in a dungeon will result in a 10% loss of experience points, but Sumubai wasn't worried at all. Players with advanced talents, while not as good as him, will still be faster than ordinary players. Hint: the Misty Forest holds treasures, but it is also fraught with danger. Are you sure you want to challenge it alone? Yes. This dungeon is for 5-person teams and usually requires coordination. However, Sumubai doesn't need a team. 20 skeletons are powerful enough. Hint: please select the dungeon difficulty. There are 4 difficulty levels for dungeons: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. Hell level. Sumubai decided to challenge the highest difficulty. Even if he died, he would only lose 10% of his experience. Entering the dungeon grants items that increase lifespan, and he felt the hell difficulty level offered the greatest rewards. Seeing his shared life points, Sumubai realized the hell difficulty wasn't so bad after all. The vortex portal flickered, its color changing from white to pitch black, like a ferocious beast devouring everything. He stepped inside without hesitation. Hint: you have entered the hell level Misty Forest. In the Misty Forest, visibility is greatly limited, and a sense of danger pervades the surroundings. Sumubai sensed the terrifying aura around him. He wouldn't find his way himself. With a thought, he summoned 40 skeletons. Chapter 9: Find the Way, Kill Monsters. The 4 teams of skeletons quickly began exploring in 4 directions. The sound of bones colliding was particularly noticeable in the silent Misty Forest. Sumubai observed that after the skeletons' 4-dimensional attributes were enhanced, their agility reached 215 points, and their movement speed was astonishing. Watching the skeletons' bones sway back and forth, Sumubai was worried they would fall apart, but fortunately, that didn't happen. The 4 groups of skeletons quickly disappeared from sight, and the mist swirled around them. He narrowed his eyes, sensing the skeletons' locations in his mind. Soon, a message arrived. I can control it at will within 100 meters. Sumubai thought. Although the current control range was limited, he was sure that ordinary necromancers would not have such a long range. The Misty Forest is a level 5 dungeon. The monsters on hell difficulty are 3 levels higher and are all elite monsters with more health than Sumubai's skeletons. However, the skeletons' 4-dimensional attributes are still stronger, and with good teamwork, taking down these monsters is not difficult. Found it. The skeleton's feedback echoed in his mind, and Sumubai's eyes lit up. He immediately mobilized all the skeletons to head north. As they approached, a system notification sounded. Defeating the level 8 elite monster, Miss Trant, grants an additional 50% bonus for monsters of a higher level and 60 experience points. Elite monsters give 5 times the experience of regular monsters. Seeing the experience bar increase from 0% to 2%, Sumubai was delighted, thinking that this leveling up should be quick. When he arrived at the battle site, he found only 2 pieces of the tree spirit's corpse, and the skeletons continued exploring. After picking up 3 copper coins, Sumubai continued deeper into the Misty Forest. He found the right direction, and the number of monsters he encountered gradually increased. Defeating the level 8 elite monster, Miss Trant, grants an additional 50% bonus for monsters of a higher level and 60 experience points. Defeating the level 8 elite monster, Miss Tree Python, grants an additional 50% bonus for monsters of a higher level and 60 experience points. The experience bar updates every few seconds. Although the Misty Forest is vast and the monsters are not densely distributed, Sumubai finally caught up with the main group. Miss Tree Spirit. Level 8 Elite. HP 3600/3600. Attack Power 74. Physical Defense 60. Magic Defense 40. Skill Entanglement. Miss Tree Python. Level 8 Elite. HP 3000/3000. Attack Power 108. Physical Defense 52. Magic Defense 30. Skill Strangulation. Of the Misty Forest dungeon increases the monster levels, and the elite monsters have more health than the skeletons summoned by Sumubai, but the attribute difference is huge. Sumubai locked onto a Miss Tree Python and swung his bone staff to cast a spell. A few seconds later, a wisp of ghostly blue flame shot out and merged into the tree python's body. Burning. -98, -101. He consistently deals around 100 damage per second. After reaching level 3, Sumubai's spell power reached 156 points, most of which came from his mental strength and the Death Dominator class bonus. While the average player might find this damage high, it's still significantly less than the output of 20 skeletons. Sumubai didn't care and continued to unleash his burning attacks to increase his damage output. He doesn't have potions to restore mana, but he can restore 46 mana every 5 seconds, far exceeding the recovery speed of an ordinary Necromancer. Defeating the level 8 elite monster, Mist Tree Python, grants an additional 50% bonus for monsters of a higher level and 60 experience points. The system notification sounded again, and Sumubai smiled. The drop rate was indeed very high. He had only killed a dozen monsters before getting a piece of equipment. Tree Python Belt. Belt Leather Armor. Level 5 Iron Grade. Durability, 30/30ths. Armor +9, Constitution +2. Leather Armor? Sumubai's lips twitched as he looked at the equipment description and couldn't help but laugh. Equipment descriptions in games often bring a knowing smile to one's face. He knew that although the equipment wasn't suitable for him, he could sell it to other players. So he decided to use Cataclysm to upgrade it. You have obtained the Bronze Tier Equipment Tree Serpent Belt. The Tree Python Belt, its attributes increased by about 50%, making it significantly stronger than Iron equipment after becoming Bronze equipment. Sumubai tossed it into his backpack and continued leading the skeletons to clear monsters. What he's most looking forward to is still the skill books. The Misty Forest is the first dungeon in the starting area, with a relatively high drop rate, making it suitable for players to acquire equipment and skill books. Soon, a golden light flashed, and Sumubai obtained 3 pieces of equipment and 2 skill books. Congratulations to player White Knight for reaching level 4. All 4 stats increased by 1, skill point increased by 1, and free attribute points increased by 15. You have obtained the Black Iron Grade Equipment Wooden Wand. You have obtained the Black Iron Grade Equipment Serpent Fang Dagger. You have obtained the Black Iron Grade Equipment Tree Python Leather Armor. You have obtained the E-Grade Skill Book Entangle. You have obtained the E-Grade Skill Book Strangle. Of these, only the Wooden Wand was equipment he could use after reaching level 5. Sumubai used Cataclysm to upgrade these equipment and skill books. After leveling up, he acquired double-layer cloth shoes and Wooden Wand, now having 5 pieces of equipment available, and also obtained a Necromancer skill book. The low-level skill book has significantly enhanced his strength. He continued to advance through the dungeons, and his strength increased as his level rose. Chapter 10 The Misty Tree Python King. After putting on the equipment, Sumubai had a thought and summoned his new attribute panel. Attribute panel. Player, by Yi. Level, 5, 1.28%. Class, Death Overlord. Agility, 51. Spirit, 108. Health points, 1/1. Mana points, 6480/6480. Spell power, 409. Exclusive talent, Cataclysm, unique forbidden level. Class skills, Summon Skeletons, E. Burn, E. Summoning Space Expansion, D. Life Sharing, S. Death Summoning, SS. Summoning Space, 20 out of 100. Equipment, Wooden Wand, Emerald Green Robe, Emerald Green Belt, Emerald Green Trousers, Double-layered cloth shoes. Class specific, Death Codex. Lifespan, less than 1 year. The equipment increased his spirit attribute by 13 points, which didn't help Sumubai much. The most surprising thing was that the biggest boost came from a low-level Necromancer skill book, Summoning Space Expansion. Summoning Space Expansion. D. Passive skill, no level required, Summoning Space +2. For an ordinary Necromancer, this skill only summons 2 more skeletons. But for Sumubai, the effect is doubled, directly increasing the summoning space by 4 slots. Combined with the boost from Death Summoning, the summoning space limit reaches a terrifying 100. This is getting more and more outrageous. Sumubai looked at the attribute panel, his heart pounding with shock. Who would have thought that a low-level skill could bring such a huge boost? Maybe it can get even more outrageous? He looked at Summoning Space Expansion, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Sumubai wanted to further improve his skills, and a thought popped into his head. Catastrophe. Objective, Summon Space Expansion. Hint, please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Advance to the first level. The system notification sounded, followed by a disappointing voice. Hint, do you want to confirm that the previous promotion effect will not be overwritten without any cost? Cancel. Sumubai frowned. It seemed that the Myriad Realms game had blocked the way to exploit the bug, making it impossible to upgrade skills again. Somewhat disappointed, he began to examine the changes in the Grimoire of Death. Death Scripture. Professional exclusive, White Knight. Special items. It cannot be dropped, cannot be damaged, cannot be traded, and can be summoned or put away at will. Level 5. Following character. Basic attributes. Spell power plus 75. All attributes plus 25. Damage dealt to undead creatures increased by 100%. Special effect. Unlocked at level 10. The plus 25 to all attributes provided by the Death Codex is enough to make all players drool at level 5. However, the damage increase against undead creatures is temporarily useless because there are no undead creature dungeons in the starting village number 9527. Only level 10 can access it. He frowned and put away the Death Codex. Sumubai waved his magic wand and summoned the skeleton again. 2 new skeletons emerged from the gray vortex and joined the squad. Skull. Strength, 583. Physical fitness, 583. Agility, 583. Spirit, 583. Health points, 5830/5830. Attack power, 583. Physical defense, 292. Skill, Heavy Strike. Heavy Strike, E, level 5, deals 175% physical damage, 30-second cooldown. An exceptionally strong individual whose strength far exceeds the limits of an ordinary skeleton. Looking at the skeletons around him, Sumubai turned forward and noticed 3 enormous tree pythons. The one in the middle was as large as a hill. Mist Tree Python King. Level 8. Silver level boss. Health points, 88,000/88,000. Attack power, 327. Physical defense, 136. Magic defense, 98. Skills, Strangulation, Devour, Venomous Spray, Earthquake. Mist Tree Python Guardian. Level 8. Enhance Elite. Health points, 8350/8350. Attack power, 198. Physical defense, 72. Magic defense, 60. Skill, Strangulation. Monsters in the game have different levels. Enhanced elites are stronger than lower-level bosses, but boss-level creatures can regenerate health. They regenerate 1% of their health every 5 seconds. To defeat the Misty Tree Python King, you need to deal more than 176 damage per second, which is extremely difficult for a 5-person team. However, for Sumubai, the summoned army of skeletons was enough to crush this boss. Forget it, let's just go for it. With a thought, he controlled the skeletons to attack. With a wave of the wand, 2 more skeletons were summoned. Hiss! The Mist Tree Serpent Guardian unleashed its long, forked tongue, launching a fierce attack on the skeleton army. The skeletons relentlessly ganged up on them, dealing -892, -901, and -1,788 damage with their heavy blows. The guard's health couldn't withstand the attack, and he quickly collapsed. The Misty Tree Python King had just raised its head when the guard was already dead. Chapter 11. Defeat the level 8 enhanced elite monster, Mist Tree Serpent Guardian, to receive an additional 50% bonus for monsters above their level and 180 experience points. Defeat the level 8 enhanced elite monster, Mist Tree Serpent Guardian, to receive an additional 50% bonus for monsters above their level and 180 experience points. 2 system notifications sounded, but Sumubai paid no attention. He waved his magic wand, and the ghostly blue flames struck the head of the Misty Tree Python King, thus beginning the siege. -288. Facing 24 skeletons, the Misty Tree Python King's eyes gleamed with an eerie light, and it hissed a warning, but to no avail. The skeletons obeyed its command and launched a fierce attack on the boss. Hiss! The Misty Tree Python King opened its mouth in pain, swallowing a skeleton into its belly while simultaneously wrapping itself around another. However, the skeleton with a health bar of 5,830 is not easy to defeat. The other skeletons continue to attack, dealing nearly 10,000 damage per round. The Misty Tree Python King was in despair, its massive body continuing to unleash attacks, but Sumubai, in the distance, summoned 2 more skeletons. As the gatekeeper boss of the Hell-level dungeon, the Misty Tree Python King never expected to be surrounded by more than 20 skeletons. If it were larger, it would probably be facing 100 skeletons. Rumble. With its health rapidly decreasing, the Misty Tree Python King unleashed its ultimate attack, raising its tail high and slamming it into the ground, sending shockwaves sweeping in all directions. Sumubai felt the earth tremble, and all his skills were temporarily unavailable. The Misty Tree Python King spewed green venom, aiming directly at Sumubai. As a silver-level boss, it clearly possessed intelligence, knowing that as long as Sumubai was eliminated, the skeletons would no longer pose a threat. The venom struck Sumubai, and the damage numbers fluctuated. -938, -196, -196. The accompanying poison effect lasted for 30 seconds. However, for Sumubai, this damage was negligible. He summoned 26 skeletons, and their life-sharing ability allowed his maximum health bar to exceed 300,000, so he wasn't worried about the boss's attacks at all. The earth-shaking tremors hadn't stopped, and the Misty Tree Python King had already been killed by more than 20 skeletons. Before the Devour skill could be completed, the skeletons initially swallowed and merged from the snake's mouth again, leaving the Misty Tree Python King with less than a fifth of its health bar remaining. Defeat the level 8 silver tier boss, Mist Tree Python King, to receive an additional 50% experience bonus, totaling 14,400 experience points. The boss's experience points were extremely generous, causing Sumubai's experience bar to surge from 0% when he first leveled up to 73%. The upgrade requirements after level 5 are much higher, requiring a full 20,000 experience points, but Sumubai is not worried about this. The number of summoned skeletons has increased 5-fold, and the experience points are gained very easily. System notification sound kept ringing. Congratulations on becoming the first player in Beginner Village 9527 to solo the boss. Reward: 1 Beginner Soul Stone, 1 Gold Coin. Congratulations on becoming the first player in Beginner Village 9527 to solo a silver-level boss. Rewards: 5 Beginner Soul Stones, 5 Gold Coins. Note: a new player village announcement will be made soon. Would you like to hide your name? No. Sumubai immediately selected Do Not Hide Name, and a system announcement immediately sounded. New player village announcement 9527. Congratulations to White Knight for becoming the first player to solo the boss. We hereby announce this and hope all players will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. ×3. New player village announcement 9527. Congratulations to White Knight for becoming the first player to solo a silver-level boss. We hereby announce this and hope all players will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. ×3. The announcement, repeated 6 times, ignited the entire newbie village, and the chat channel instantly erupted in excitement. Solo kill of a boss. And a silver level 1 at that. Are you kidding me? Countless players were shocked and couldn't believe that someone could do such a thing. Is the difference between people really that big? As they watched the still busy free-range chickens and red-eyed rabbits, before collapsing to the ground and becoming corpses. Does anyone know this Bai Yi? What kind of abnormal talent has he awakened? At least S rank, or even SS rank. Otherwise, how could he have killed a silver rank boss so quickly? The game is so unbalanced. I can barely kill a small monster, but others can solo a boss. Why is that? Fairness? There is no absolute fairness. Just accept your fate. Before transmigrating, I was a beast of burden. After transmigrating, I'm just cannon fodder. The news went viral, and shocked players discussed it extensively. Powerful teams began searching for Sumubai, wanting to recruit him. Meanwhile, others also took the opportunity to recruit players in the chat channels. A small team is farming monsters in a level 4 monster zone. Their strength far surpasses that of ordinary players. So you have to solo kill the boss to trigger the announcement? I should have let Maple Leaf take on that iron level boss solo before. Who knows? There's always another chance. With a single thrust of his spear, Maple Leaf rustled through the air, instantly slaying the monster in front of him. The 400 points of damage demonstrated his extraordinary talent. This Bai Yi is stronger than me. I'm no match for the silver boss right now, Maple Leaf Xiao said. Is his talent SS level? The wealthy man wondered. Maple Leaf nodded. Very likely, a combat-type SS level talent. Will he join us? One of the team members asked. The richest man in the world nodded slightly. I'll try inviting him. Chapter 12, Beep Beep Beep. After the announcement ended, Sumubai noticed his communicator was ringing rapidly, with friend requests instantly surging to 999+. Reject all. With a thought, he rejected all friend requests and set his account to not be searchable or added as a friend. Compared to these people, Sumubai was more concerned about the rewards that the system had just distributed. He waved his hand to summon 2 new skeletons, and while controlling the skeletons to continue exploring, he opened his backpack. Upon seeing the items in his backpack, he was overjoyed. Just as he expected, the Soul Stone had an amazing effect. Basic Soul Stone. Special items. It increases lifespan by 30 days after absorption. Note, whether placed in your backpack or warehouse, it will be lost by 1/10 when you die, with a minimum loss of 3 days. This is the item that can extend lifespan. Primary Life Soul Stone emitted a shimmering white light and was about the size of a baby's fist. Lifespan was Su Mubai's biggest concern. He had thought it would be difficult to find such a treasure, but he hadn't expected to obtain it so easily. He obtained 6 low-level Life Soul Stones by killing the Misty Tree Python King, which is a full 6 months lifespan. If the rich and powerful on Earth knew this, they would go crazy. However, nowadays everyone has time traveled, and the wealthy are just ordinary players now. Who can obtain soul stones in the early stages are definitely the strongest newbie players. And for me, this is more than just 6 months of life. The soul stone in his hand, Su Mubai's lips curled up slightly. Catastrophe. Target, basic soul stone. Hint, please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Second order. Su Mubai knew he didn't have enough money, but having just received 6 gold coins, he still wanted to give it a try. What if? Note, upgrading a basic soul stone requires a total of 10,000 soul coins. Insufficient resources led to failure in the refinement process. Soul coins. Su Mubai whispered. A more advanced currency? Unless you trigger a system reward, you won't normally encounter this kind of thing in the starting village. He shook his head, and with a thought, activated Catastrophe again. This time, he decided to advance to the next rank. Having learned from his failed attempt to upgrade copper coins to ancient bronze coins, he dared not easily use up all his life stones. Prompt. Confirm whether to upgrade a basic soul stone to the next tier without consuming any resources. Confirm. You have obtained a mid-grade soul stone. Intermediate soul stone. Special items. It increases lifespan by 120 days after absorption. Note, death will result in the loss of 1/10 of your life, with a minimum loss of 12 days. Seeing the improvement from the intermediate level Life Soul Stone, Su Mubai couldn't help but exclaim, the joy of getting something for free is simply addictive. He decided to upgrade all the remaining primary Life Soul Stones to intermediate level. He absorbed one first to ensure he wouldn't suddenly die. He planned to store the rest for later. Once I have enough soul coins, I'll upgrade it to the next tier. Although the soul stone is important, he is not in a hurry to absorb it all in a short period of time. If you can obtain more soul coins, you can further improve your character by playing for free. Absorbing the Life Soul Stone, Su Mubai's lifespan was extended. Although the panel still showed less than a year, he didn't have to worry about dying for at least 120 days. Several skeletons approached, carrying items dropped by the Misty Tree Python King. First kill on hell difficulty. The Misty Tree Python King dropped a large number of items, including 30 silver coins. In addition, there are 5 pieces of equipment and 2 skill books. Finally, I saw silver coins falling. After glancing at the items, Su Mubai waved his hand and began to advance for free. Reinforced snakeskin bag, 100 slots. Highly poisonous ring. Rings and jewelry. Level 5 gold. Durability 100/100. Spell power plus 30. Agility plus 10. Spirit plus 10. The spell skill deals 150 points of poison damage and triggers once every 10 seconds. After equipping the reinforced snakeskin bag, Su Mubai's storage space expanded to 150 slots. Each slot can hold 100 life stones and other items, which is more than enough for a short time. Put the remaining equipment into your inventory and sell it after the dungeon ends. Although both skill books are D grade, the fact that they are dropped by silver grade bosses shows that high-level skills are very difficult to obtain. Su Mubai pursed his lips and tossed the skill book into his backpack. He was about to summon a skeleton when he suddenly stopped. Looking at this summon skeleton skill, Su Mubai had an idea. Catastrophe. Objective, summon skeletons. Hint, please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Second order. Hint, confirm whether to spend 5 gold coins to overwrite the previous promotion effect and upgrade the skill summon skeletons to a higher tier. That's really expensive. Seeing the price of 5 gold coins, Su Mubai hesitated. It's okay, we can always make more money. After gritting his teeth and confirming his decision, Su Mubai decided to upgrade Summon Skeleton. After all, this skill represents all of his combat power. The next moment, the Summon Skeleton icon in the skill bar changed. In Chapter 13, the icon originally only showed one skull, but now a second one has quietly appeared. The skull on the left is holding a bow and arrow, indicating a change. The system notification sounded again. Your F-rank skill, Summon Small Skeletons, has successfully been upgraded to the D-rank skill, Summon Skeleton Soldiers. Summon Skeleton Soldiers. Rank D summons skeleton warriors or archers to fight. The skill has a 3-second cast time, a 30-second cooldown, and costs 200 mana. Upon seeing this notification, Su Mubai's face lit up with an excited smile. The 5 gold coins were well spent. Although his skeleton army had quickly achieved victory in the siege of the Misty Tree Python King, that was because the boss was large and its attacks were relatively slow. Against a smaller boss, the skeleton warrior's attack power alone would likely be insufficient. With the addition of skeleton archers, battle formations have finally become more diverse. Su Mubai immediately waved his magic wand and unleashed the newly learned skill. Summon skeleton soldiers. With a wave of the wand, a skeleton warrior and a skeleton archer emerged from the gray vortex. Their skeletons seemed harder than ever before. The skeleton warrior's bone sword gleamed coldly, while the archer carried a quiver of quivers, gripped a massive bone bow, and had eerie blue flames burning in his eyes. Looking at the newly summoned skeletons, Su Mubai nodded in satisfaction. His new legion had finally become stronger. At this point, he used the poison ring again to enhance his mental strength and improve his summoning ability. The 2 newly summoned skeletons, while not fundamentally different in attributes from their predecessors, have seen a significant increase in attack power and health due to their class upgrade. The skeleton archer, in particular, has experienced a substantial improvement in agility, resulting in a noticeably faster attack speed. Fight independently, he ordered. The 2 skeletons acted immediately. The skeleton archer in front charged forward faster than the warrior, but soon slowed down appropriately, allowing the warrior to lead the way. Their objective was to fight the monster. Ahead, more than 20 skeletons had already made contact with the monsters in the dungeon, and the battle was gradually beginning. Defeating the level 8 elite monster Goblin grants an additional 50% bonus for monsters of a higher level and 60 experience points. As the number of monsters killed gradually increased, Su Mubai's experience bar continued to rise. He strolled leisurely onto the battlefield, using his wand to continuously summon new skeleton soldiers, 2 new skeletons with each spellcasting. Even after exhausting most of his mana, he didn't stop summoning until his mana automatically regenerated. Despite the lack of potions, Su Mubai's mental attributes were high enough that his mana recovered quickly. Finally, the summoning space was completely filled. Summoning space, 100 out of 100. 40 skeleton warriors and 60 skeleton archers formed a powerful legion and marched toward the goblin territory. The goblins have less health than the previous monsters, but their attack power is stronger. Nevertheless, they are powerless against the overwhelming army of skeletons. Skeleton warriors can fell a goblin with a single blow, while archers, with their rapid attacks, can take down an enemy with every 4 arrows. After using their skills, the goblins have absolutely no chance. The goblin territory was shrouded in thick fog, but the fog did nothing to hinder such a powerful skeleton army. As the battle continued, the skeletons were responsible for collecting the dropped items, leaving Su Mubai completely uninvolved, watching the skeletons fight on. He simply opened the chat channel to check if there was any information that needed attention, and at the same time, he kept up with the crowd. Meanwhile, familiar discussions were taking place in the chat channel. The channel for Newbie Village 9527 was still filled with talk about Bai Yi. Some were shocked by the announcement of Su Mubai's solo kill of the silver-level boss, speculating about what reward he had received. After quickly browsing through some irrelevant information, Su Mubai discovered some interesting news. 1 sword to the throat. Team recruiting, a level or above talent required. We'll explore the Misty Forest together after reaching level 5. Grand Ambitions. I am preparing to establish the Grand Ambitions Guild. Those interested, please contact me. Turtle's Blackhead. Who are you? Looking for someone to work for you? Grand Ambitions. Is an S-level talent enough? Grand Ambition posted its talent description. Born Leader. An S-rank exclusive talent skill that allows you to create a guild for free. Guild members will receive a 20% experience bonus, a 20% monster drop bonus, and a 20% attack/spell power bonus. The stronger the guild's overall strength, the greater the boost to you. Faced with doubts, Hong Tubei directly demonstrated its formidable talent. Su Mubai was surprised when he saw the message. The talent in the game of Myriad Realms was so powerful that it attracted countless players to join. Just then, a pinned message popped up in the chat channel, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 14, Pinned Message, Wealthy Beyond Compare. Brother Bai Yi, could you please accept my friend request? I have something important to discuss. Lu Renjia, whose subordinate is this? He actually has the money to post a pinned message. Lu Renji, I just checked, and pinning a message to the top for 1 minute costs 1 gold coin. Is Fu Jia Tianxiao really that rich? Netizen, I worked so hard grinding monsters and didn't even save up 100 copper coins, and this spendthrift actually used 1 gold coin to pin a message. Grand ambitions. Become the richest man in the world, join my hegemony guild, and the position of vice president is yours for the taking. Pin message about being the richest person in the world immediately caused a huge uproar in the 9527 Newbie Village channel. The news quickly overshadowed the previous announcement about White Knight. Everyone was amazed by his immense wealth and magnanimity. Even the ambitious conglomerate was eager to recruit him, entirely because they were drawn to his extravagant spending spree. 1 gold coin might not seem like much in the later stages of the game, but with the starting village just opened, such wealth is almost unmatched in the early stages. People can't help but speculate that the talent for being incredibly wealthy must be closely related to money. The ambitious conquest team, of course, acted swiftly, immediately issuing a recruitment message to try and win over this wealthy and promising player. However, after sending the message, the wealthy player, Fu Jiatianxia, did not respond further. Who was grinding monsters, frowned and felt a surge of displeasure. You're not giving me face? You'll regret this once you leave the starting village. And this Bai Yi, I'd like to see just how strong you are. Hong Tu Bei sneered, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. His confidence stemmed from his awakened S-rank, born leader, talent, which made him feel destined to be the protagonist of the multiverse game. Although he didn't reveal his talent in the chat channel, he firmly believed that he could lead the Hegemony Guild to dominate the entire multiverse. He knew that his born leader talent could be improved. As the guild grew stronger, he could eventually achieve SSS-level leadership. Until then, his strategy was to attract as many people as possible to the guild, gradually increasing its overall strength. Just then, Hong Tu Bei opened his friend request list and approved all the requests in batches. He wasn't picky. The more guild members there were, the stronger his talent would become. The dominant position in the beginner village is beginning to shift quietly, while the power of the grand ambition is rapidly rising. In the Misty Forest dungeon, Su Mubai saw the pinned message from richest man in the world and couldn't help but be secretly surprised. A player actually spent a gold coin to pin a message. That was ridiculously extravagant. Even after upgrading his skills, he could only pin a message once at most, but he never expected that the richest person in the world would be so generous. It seems this guy's talent is related to money? Su Mubai wondered. So he opened his friend request list and found the friend request from richest man in the world. Although he had previously chosen to reject all offers, he could still see the information that Fu Jiatianxia had attached to his application. Brother Bai Yi, join my team. I'll cover all the equipment and skills. Signing fee, 100 gold coins. Upon seeing this message, Su Mubai was astonished. 100 gold coins. In the newbie village, this was an astronomical figure. He became intensely interested in the wealthy beyond compare talent. Isn't this a perfect target for cooperation? Su Mubai's lips curled up slightly as he decided to send a friend request. Although he didn't intend to join the incredibly wealthy team, the trading opportunity before him was simply too tempting. Since there were such wealthy players in the newbie village, Su Mubai was no longer worried about not getting a good price for his valuable items. It seemed that Fu Jiatianxia had noticed Su Mubai's friend request long ago and accepted it almost simultaneously. Immediately afterward, Fu Jiatianxia sent a message. Brother Bai Yi, how's it going? Our team already has a member with S-level combat talent, so he definitely won't hold you back. Then, the wealthy man eagerly added another message. If the signing fee isn't enough, how about 200 gold coins? But I need to confirm that you have an SS-level talent first. 200 gold coins? Just how rich is this guy? Su Mubai shook his head inwardly, his curiosity growing. He wondered just how wealthy he was. To him, 200 gold coins were as easy as 200 copper coins. After thinking for a moment, Su Mubai replied with a message. Is your talent related to money? The wealthy man answered without reservation. To be honest, money is just a number to me. As long as you sign a contract and join my team, you can ask for anything you want in the future. Subsequently, the wealthy and powerful website directly posted his talent information, the shocking content of which made Su Mubai's eyes widen. God of Wealth Talent, an exclusive SSS-level talent skill. Skill effect. 1. Money Tree. You can shake the money tree once a day to randomly obtain 1 to 999 gold coins, and there is also a certain chance to obtain special treasures. 2. Abundant Wealth. The amount of currency you carry increases by 1% per day. 3. No Exit. You will not drop any coins or items when you die. Seeing this, Su Mubai was utterly shocked. The talent of being the richest in the world was truly heaven-defying. especially the abundant wealth effect, which could allow him to quickly accumulate a huge fortune in the game. It seems that number 9527, the beginner village, is truly full of hidden talents. Su Mubai thought to himself, not only are there powerful figures like Hong Tubei, but also wealthy tycoons like Fu Jiatianxia. He never expected to encounter a player with an awakened SSS-level talent in this small village. The probability of awakening such a talent is almost 1 in 10,000, and to encounter one in a beginner's village is simply a pipe dream. What shocked Su Mubai even more was that Fu Jiaxiangxia's talent was simply too powerful. After thinking about it, he decided not to be his enemy, since Fu Jiaxiangxia's wealth and talent were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Although his extravagant spending revealed his talent, Su Mubai didn't care. His goal was to secure good deals, not to confront such wealthy individuals. In Chapter 15, the Wealthy Under Heaven team has already entered the Level 5 Monster Zone, a stage that presents considerable challenges. Unlike the Grand Ambitions Guild, Wealthy Under Heaven doesn't aspire to build a massive guild. Instead, they aim to create a small, elite team. Currently, although the team only has 4 members, each one is a top-tier expert. Besides Maple Leaf Xiao Xiao, who possesses S-rank talent, the other 2 members are also top-tier A-rank talents. The Wealthy Under Heaven plan is to recruit even stronger members after they leave the beginner village, aiming to develop the team into the most powerful force in all realms. Everyone who joins the team must sign a system-generated contract, a binding agreement for the player. Even though the player's talent is SSS level, it doesn't currently have a direct effect on increasing combat power, so he needs to rely on the team's strength to establish himself in the myriad realms. The person he most wanted to recruit was Bai Yi, especially since Bai Ye's performance in the newbie village number 9527 had greatly interested him. Rich and powerful confidently showcased his talent, hoping to attract Bai Yi to join his team. However, Bai Yi gave him an unexpected answer. Bai Yi, sorry, I prefer to act on my own. The man's smile froze instantly. The only female team member beside him, seeing this, asked curiously, Uncle, why aren't you smiling anymore? Fu Jiatianxiao was somewhat helpless and could only change the subject. Cotton candy, add blood. Then, Maple Leaf Xiao Xiao walked over, frowning, and asked. He refused. Fu Jiaxian nodded and explained with a wry smile. Yes, I really don't understand why he would reject my talent. Just as he was about to ask further questions, Bai Yi sent another message. White Knight, interested in making a deal. The man, whose eyes lit up, immediately asked, what kind of deal? Upon seeing this message, Rich Man's interest was piqued. He now had over 500 gold coins, which, while not enough to buy top-tier equipment, would allow him to quickly improve his team's strength. White Knight, I have a batch of unused equipment and skill books that are suitable for your team. Equipment and skill books? The richest man's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly replied. Wealthiest in the world, how much is there? I want it all. White Knight, more than you think. I'll let you know about the transaction once I'm done with my work. The richest man in the world immediately replied. Okay, I'll wait for your notification. He closed the chat window, his smile returning. After all, increasing his strength through transactions was more important than anything else. The wealthy man confidently believed that once contact was established, there would be an opportunity to gradually win over Bai Yi. Maple Leaf, you'll soon have top-tier equipment. Rich Man patted Maple Leaf Xiao Xiao on the shoulder. The latter was slightly taken aback and was about to speak when Cotton Candy suddenly called out. Brother Maple Leaf, quick! A boss has spawned here. It's bronze level. Away shouted excitedly. Not far away, a huge wild boar appeared in front of them, clearly much larger than the monsters around them. Wild boar leader. Level 5. Bronze level boss. Health points. 23800/23800. Attack power, 205. Physical defense, 81. Magic defense, 62. Skills, Tear, Savage Charge, Wild Stomp. This guy is no pushover. Fu Jiaxiangxi's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked at Feng Yexiao. Are you confident? It should be fine. A hint of excitement flashed in Maple Leaf's eyes as he stared intently at the wild boar leader, eager to try. He too wanted to achieve the same level of fame and recognition as Bai Yi. Give all the life-restoring potions to Maple Leaf. To ensure everything went smoothly, Fu Jiatianxia ordered the two to hand the potions to Maple Leaf, then told him, you can leave the group now. He turned to look at Away, his expression grave. Away, keep watch. We can't let anyone disturb Maple Leaf. We have to take down this system announcement. Away nodded, holding up his shield and looking around. Cotton Candy gripped her staff tightly. ready to deal with any unexpected situation. With a deafening roar, Maple Leaf rustled through the air, transforming into a streak of light as she swiftly engaged the boar leader in battle. A massive critical hit damage spiked, the numbers skyrocketing. -986. The boar leader roared in pain and lunged at Maple Leaf Xiao Xiao with its gleaming tusks. Facing this attack, Maple Leaf Xiao Xiao remained calm, skillfully dodging the blows and thrusting her spear forward in a counterattack. He not only possessed powerful S-rank talent, but also rich combat experience, which made it understandable why the wealthy and powerful would choose him. The battle between the two quickly unfolded, while the other three stood guard to ensure everything went smoothly. At the same time, a boss spawned in the level 4 monster zone, and the news quickly reached the Hongtu Bay Guild. Guild leader, there's a boss here. The guild members' shout immediately drew everyone's attention. Don't make a move. Wait for me to get there. A glint of light flashed in Hongtu Bay's eyes, and he immediately rushed towards the target location. Link's leader. Level 4. Iron level boss. Health points. 10500/10500. Attack power. 132. Physical defense. 63. Magic defense. 48. Skills. Pounce claws. Watch out for its sharp claws. The guild leader is here. When the guild members saw Hongtu Bay arrive, they all stopped what they were doing and looked at him. Hongtu Bay smiled, enjoying the feeling of being surrounded by people. He patted his sword, appearing exceptionally confident. Brothers, guard the outer perimeter. I'll take on this guy one-on-one. He drew his sword, his gaze resolute, and charged toward the Link's leader. In this battle, Hongtu Bay is destined to show its prowess and prove its strength to everyone. Chapter 16. Defeat the level 8 silver tier boss, Goblin Leader, to receive an additional 50% experience bonus, gaining 14,400 experience points. Congratulations to player White Knight for reaching level 6. All 4 stats increased by 1, skill point increased by 1, and free attribute points increased by 15. A system notification suddenly sounded, and a flash of golden light appeared. Sumubai was stunned. Wait a minute. I didn't even see what the boss looked like. How did I die? He was a little confused. But he knew very well that the skeletons he summoned were not weak. Each skeleton's attributes far surpassed those of a silver-level boss, and even if their health and skills were slightly lacking, they could easily defeat ordinary enemies. In Sumubai's mind, he could clearly recall that the skeletons who participated in killing the goblin leader were only a small part of it. Sigh, being invincible is so lonely. He sighed softly, a sense of loneliness welling up in his heart, as if he had no opponent. His skeleton army is so powerful that even players with S-level talent might not be able to match it. This is all due to the powerful effect of his exclusive hidden class and the combination of his skills. Defeat the level 8 enhanced elite monster, Goblin Warrior, to receive an additional 50% bonus for monsters of a higher level and 180 experience points. Defeat the level 8 enhanced elite monster, Goblin Warrior, to receive an additional 50% bonus for monsters of a higher level and 180 experience points. The experience tips kept popping up, but Sumubai's skeleton army didn't stop and continued its fierce advance. Each skeleton warrior's bone sword swiftly annihilated goblin warriors like cutting vegetables, while the skeleton archers behind them were even more accurate, sending enemies to their deaths with a single volley. Sumubai leisurely followed behind the legion, accepting the various items delivered by the sweeping skeletons with a relaxed mood. For him, the most tiring thing in the dungeon, apart from summoning skeletons, was freeloading all the dropped items. He's no longer interested in the loot dropped by monsters. At most, it's bronze-level equipment, which he even finds worthless. Let's keep this trash and sell it to the richest man in the world, Sumubai thought to himself. After upgrading all the items, Sumubai began to check the loot dropped by the goblin leader. This boss dropped 6 pieces of equipment, all of which were silver grade, along with 3 skill books, some materials, and silver coins. Skill books is very high in the Misty Forest dungeon, which is obviously intended to allow players to accumulate more skills through this dungeon. However, all 3 skill books were D grade, and the only one, a Necromancer skill book, was of no use to Sumubai. Reinforced Bone Shield, C. Level 1, active skill, summons a bone shield to block damage for you. Shield value, 300 plus 100% spell power. Instant cast, lasts 60 seconds, 60-second cooldown, costs 100 mana. Upon seeing this skill, Sumubai immediately gave up on learning it. After all, each player can only learn a maximum of 20 skills, so why would he care about a C-rank skill? He already has the S-rank skill, life sharing. so he doesn't need these low-level skills at all. However, there were two pieces of equipment that were quite good, and Sumubai equipped them without hesitation. Mist Cloak. Cape Accessories. Level 5. Gold. Durability 100/100. Physical Defense, plus 28. Magic Defense, plus 20. Constitution, plus 10. Spirit, plus 10. Equipping this item reduces its presence, and thus decreases its aggro effect. It was a green cloak with black stripes. Although it added 10 points to his spirit attribute, it didn't particularly attract his attention when he wore it. The equipment dropped in dungeons is mostly green-colored. Fortunately, the game allows you to hide the appearance of the equipment, otherwise these hats and capes would only fetch a good price. Leader's Crest. Heraldic Ornaments. Level 5. Gold. Durability 100/100. Health plus 200. Mana plus 400. Spell Critical Strike Chance, plus 5%. Your spell crits, you will gain a buff, plus 20 spirit for 10 seconds. This buff does not stack. Upon seeing this equipment, Sumubai couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder it's hellish difficulty." 2 bosses dropped 2 accessories. He donned the leader's emblem, and now possessed 3 pieces of gold-grade equipment, making him the center of attention in the eyes of other players. The attribute points are still allocated to 4 points in agility and 11 points in spirit, and the skill points are also added to Summon Skeleton Soldiers, which improves the attributes of the skeleton warriors and archers. With the class bonus, the attack power of these skeletons increased again, and the attack power of the skeleton warriors broke through the 1,000-point mark. The experience required to level up is increasing. Looking at the 50,000 experience points on the experience bar, Sumubai couldn't help but frown. Although his skeleton army is powerful, the number of monsters in the dungeon is limited, especially in small dungeons where the monster density is not high. However, the monsters that followed were all enhanced elite level, and Sumubai's leveling speed not only did not decrease, but actually increased. Soloing a dungeon gives more experience, but it'll be less when you're in a party, he thought to himself. Due to the experience loss mechanic upon death in dungeons, ordinary players usually cannot level up and instead lose experience. However, for him, the challenge of dungeons is unavoidable. Half an hour later, Sumubai noticed that the experience bar had stopped increasing, and all the skeletons had begun to gather at a single coordinate point. At the same time, a roar came from the depths of the misty forest. "Bones, how did you end up in my territory? Have those necromancers returned again?" Anger and fear mingled in his voice. Immediately afterwards, a loud bang rang out, and Sumubai's pupil shrank as he suddenly realized that all the skeleton warriors' health had been reduced by half in an instant. Sumubai quickly realized that this must be the boss's skill mechanics. Such exaggerated percentage damage is only found in dungeon bosses, so this is not unfamiliar to him. He hurried toward the coordinates, wanting to witness the final boss's last moments, but a system notification brought him to an abrupt halt. Chapter 17. The air in the misty forest suddenly became tense, and system notifications sounded one after another. Hint: the large number of skeleton soldiers has stirred up long-forgotten memories for the Goblin King. Hint: this painful memory has driven the Goblin King into a state of madness, increasing all his attributes by 50%. Note: the exit from the misty forest is closed. You can only leave the instance by defeating the Goblin King. Hint: defeating the Goblin King within 2 minutes will trigger a hidden storyline in the Misty Forest dungeon. As the last notification faded, the mist in the Misty Forest rippled, and magical runes flickering in the air appeared. The dungeon exit had been sealed. Sumubai was stunned. He hadn't expected the skeleton army to trigger a hidden event. From the Goblin King's earlier roar, he deduced that it was related to some necromancers. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but get excited. Since it was related to necromancers, there would definitely be some useful items. Soon, Sumubai arrived at the location of the Goblin King. The Goblin King before him was no ordinary being. He was enormous, standing at least 3 meters tall, and far stronger than ordinary goblins. He also had noticeable flab on his belly and was wielding a huge battle axe, engaged in fierce combat with the skeleton army. Bang, 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 whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The skeleton warriors and skeleton archers worked in perfect coordination, with the frontline warriors taking turns attacking while the rearline archers unleashed a rain of arrows. Despite the Goblin King's berserk state, which boosted his attributes by 50%, he was still overwhelmed by the skeleton army and forced to retreat continuously. Sumubai's gaze sharpened as he looked at the name of the Goblin King. Reggie, the Goblin King. In a frenzied state, all attributes are increased by 50%. Level 8. Gold level boss. Health points, 266218/327000. Attack power, 843. Physical defense, 312. Magic defense, 270. Skills, Thunderstrike, Trample, Heroic Leap, Summon Goblin Warrior, Berserk. Reggie's painful memories drive him to madness. Only by completely eliminating the outsiders in the Misty Forest can his anger be appeased. Even after being resurrected, he will continue his pursuit. Reggie's high health and powerful defense make this battle exceptionally difficult. Even the strongest players currently cannot defeat him in a short time. Even more terrifying is Reggie's skill, Thunderstrike, which can inflict fatal damage over a wide area, potentially destroying any enemy almost instantly. Reggie's roar shook the heavens and the earth. "You filthy vermin. The smell of you makes me want to vomit. Die, all of you." With that, he swung his battle axe violently, which slammed into the ground, instantly generating a massive burst of lightning that swept across an area of 30 meters in radius. The skeleton warrior's health bars plummeted, and numerous red numbers appeared on the battlefield. -1,580, -1,580, -1,580. Such wide area damage would be enough to instantly kill any player currently in the game. However, the skeleton warriors had high enough health to be completely unaffected by such attacks. Su-Mubai remained calm and summoned 2 more skeleton warriors, continuing to command them in battle. "Burning," he whispered. With a flick of the wand, a streak of eerie blue flame shot out. Immediately, the skeleton warriors launched their attack, the frontline skeletons wielding bone swords and slashing fiercely at Reggie. Heavy strike. The bone sword clashed with the armor, producing a metallic clang. Reggie was knocked back, and his health began to drop rapidly. -1,422, -1,398, -2,880. Reggie's health bar dropped by over 10,000 points in an instant, and this was just the beginning. The frontline skeleton warriors quickly retreated, readjusted their formation, and then more skeleton warriors took turns entering the fray, each strike carrying a devastating effect. At the same time, the skeleton archers behind him also sprang into action. They drew their bows, and dozens of arrows were fired at Reggie simultaneously. Double shot, x60. Bang. Arrows shot through the air, a dense rain of arrows tracing graceful arcs as they hurtled straight towards Reggie. With each hit, Reggie's health rapidly decreased once more. -444, -451, -502, -968. More than 100 damage numbers flooded the screen, and Reggie's health points instantly decreased by more than 50,000. However, the battle was far from over. The skeleton warriors' heavy blows continued, and the archers' attacks never ceased. Although the double shot skill was on cooldown, each arrow still dealt significant damage. Reggie was being relentlessly attacked and forced to retreat, appearing somewhat dazed. Su-Mubai sensed the rhythm of the battle and couldn't help but feel excited. This was the first time he had controlled such a massive skeleton army in combat. In less than 10 seconds, Reggie's health had dropped to half. Enraged, Reggie swung his battle axe, forcing back several skeleton warriors. Then, he leaped up, covering dozens of meters, and raised his battle axe high, slashing down at Su-Mubai. A heroic leap. "Now that you're here, you're not leaving," Reggie roared, then ordered, "Warriors, crush them." Chapter 18. For some reason, Reggie harbored such a strong hatred for the Necromancer that the skeleton warriors were completely unable to arouse his hatred. Perhaps the boss in the game of Myriad Realms is highly intelligent, understanding the principle of capture the king first. Reggie locked onto Su-Mubai at a glance, launched a heroic leap, traversing a distance of tens of meters, and brought his battle axe down fiercely. However, the result was unexpected. Bang! The battle axe did indeed strike its target, knocking Su-Mubai back, but his health bar didn't decrease at all. The damage displayed on the battle axe was -2,164, and a critical hit was also triggered, dealing over 2,000 damage. Strangely, Su-Mubai's health bar remained at full, without any change whatsoever. At this moment, the skeleton archer at the front stepped forward to block him, and then 10 skeleton warriors surrounded him, trapping Reggie and preventing him from continuing to attack Su-Mubai. Ouch, that really hurts. Su-Mubai rubbed his right shoulder, wincing in pain. Although those 2,000 plus points of damage are nothing compared to the life-sharing health bar, the pain is real. The pain in the game is 100% replicated. Quickly finish this, he gritted his teeth, his gaze turning cold. Although there were no visible wounds on his game stats, he still felt a slight pain. After rubbing his shoulder, Su-Mubai felt even more urgent about the pace of the battle. Clang, clang. Reggie found himself in a tough fight. Despite his strength, he couldn't withstand the relentless onslaught of the skeleton warriors. Supported by archers, the remaining skeleton warriors quickly eliminated 10 goblin warriors and turned to continue their attack on Reggie. These skeleton armies are practically an overpowered feature in 5-player dungeons. Even in hell-level dungeons, gold-level bosses are nothing more than easy prey for them. In just 30 seconds, Reggie's health had dropped to 20%. "No, I will not be defeated," Reggie shouted angrily, his face growing paler and paler, when suddenly a red light burst forth from his body. With a tremor, his body swelled several times in size, and his eyes turned blood red. Hint: Goblin King Reggie has entered a berserk state, increasing his attack power by 50% and attack speed by 50%, while decreasing his defense and special defense by 50%. "Necromancers, I will never be your slave again," Reggie roared, his height increasing to 5 meters and his attack power exceeding 1265 points. When Reggie is in a berserk state, his damage output increases dramatically, his attack speed doubles, and he becomes extremely dangerous. But Sumubai only glanced at it briefly, his face showing no panic, because he knew the battle was over. The skeleton army's skills have cooled down, the outcome is already decided. Just as he was about to end Reggie's life, he suddenly heard the sound of a system announcement. New player village announcement number 9527. Congratulations to Hong Tu Bei for becoming the first player to solo a Black Iron level boss. We hereby announce this and hope all players will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. ×3. No sooner had the announcement been made than new news followed. New player village announcement 9527. Congratulations to Maple Leaf for becoming the first player to solo a bronze level boss. We hereby announce this and hope all players will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. ×3. As expected, it was snatched away by someone else. Sumubai shook his head slightly, not surprised at all. The moment the system announcement was triggered, he knew that he would no longer be eligible for the solo kill rewards from the Iron and Bronze level bosses. For players with S-level talents, soloing these low-level bosses is not difficult, especially in the Hell-level Misty Forest dungeon where he is located, where the weakest enemy is a Silver-level boss, so it is naturally impossible for him to win. However, he wasn't bothered by it. After all, it seemed a bit pointless to quit the dungeon early to compete for low-level boss rewards. Players can only challenge the hell difficulty level of each dungeon once per week. Compared to the first kill rewards for lower-level bosses, the first clear rewards for hell difficulty dungeons are more valuable. Moreover, before entering the dungeon, he hadn't anticipated such a significant increase in his strength. Originally, he only wanted to clear the hell-level dungeon as soon as possible to see if he could obtain treasures that increased his lifespan. Thinking of this, Sumubai looked at Reggie, who was still struggling desperately, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. A thought occurred to him. The skeleton warriors at the front immediately raised their bone swords and slashed down fiercely. Heavy strike. -1611, -1609, -3258. At the same time, the skeleton archers unleashed a barrage of deadly arrows. Double shot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Barrage of arrows descended, and Reggie was almost powerless to fight back, quickly losing all his health points. His eyes were fixed on Sumubai, gradually losing their light, until he finally collapsed to the ground. Defeat the level 8 gold tier boss, Goblin King Reggie, to receive an additional 50% experience bonus, totaling 43,200 experience points. Congratulations to player White Knight for reaching level 7. All 4 stats increased by 1, skill point increased by 1, and free attribute points increased by 15. Congratulations on becoming the first player in Beginner Village 9527 to solo a gold level boss. Rewards: 12 basic soul stones and 12 gold coins. Note: a new player village announcement will be made soon. Would you like to hide your name? No hiding it. You won't need to ask anymore. Sumubai raised an eyebrow, noticing that the number of primary life soul stones he received as a reward was 2 more than he had expected. After allocating attribute points and skill points, Sumubai's gaze fell on Reggie's corpse, and he was slightly taken aback. Why didn't anything fall? He muttered to himself in confusion. Could it be related to a hidden plot? He wondered to himself. The system notification that followed cleared up his confusion. During the solo fight against the Lynx boss in the Grand Ambition, more and more players were arriving at the level 4 monster zone, but they were all kept outside by members of the Grand Ambition to prevent damage to the boss. These players were initially somewhat dissatisfied, but after learning that joining the Hegemony faction would grant them various buffs, the vast majority chose to join. When the announcement of Hong Tu-Bei's solo kill of the Iron-level boss rang out, guild members praised him enthusiastically. The guild leader is awesome. He must be the #1 player in Newbie Village 9527. Bai Yi was just lucky to find a silver-level boss first. That's right. If the president had found it first, how would Bai Yi have had a chance? Despite the flattery, Hong Tu-Bei remained calm. He looked excitedly at the basic soul stone in his backpack and almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is a treasure that can extend lifespan. Without the multiverse game, how could I possibly have had the chance to obtain it? Just as he was in a good mood, the system announcement sounded again. Newbie Village announcement 9527. Congratulations to Maple Leaf for becoming the first player to solo a bronze-level boss, ×3. Maple Leaf is just lucky, guild leader. We'll have someone find a gold-level boss right away. A member quickly comforted Hong Tu-Bei, seeing his expression. His words of comfort seemed somewhat forced, because Hong Tu-Bei knew his own strength. He could still fight bronze-level bosses, but silver-level bosses were completely hopeless, let alone gold-level bosses. But before he could speak, a new system announcement sounded. New Player Village announcement 9527. Congratulations to White Knight for becoming the first player to solo a gold-level boss. We hereby announce this and hope all players will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. ×3. This time, everyone was speechless, and the whole scene fell silent. No, bro, we were just kidding. You really got a solo kill. Chapter 19. The boss who shouldn't have appeared. White Knight. The recurring system announcements made Hong Tu-Bei narrow his eyes slightly. He was shocked to realize that he had underestimated this person's fighting ability. How could someone so quickly defeat a gold-level boss? What kind of talent did they awaken? SS class? Or perhaps SSS level? Thinking of this, Hong Tu-Bei's pupils suddenly contracted. My inflated ego gradually returned to normal. Although he was very reluctant to admit it, he knew very well that he was no match for Bai Yi now. But I'm not alone. Looking at his own talent, and then at the guild members around him, his ambition for dominance was reignited. Brothers, level up quickly. Our next goal for dominating the world is to be the first to clear the first dungeon. As he spoke, he opened the guild member list and began carefully selecting team members. He wants to assemble a strong team and achieve the first clear of the dungeon. In this way, the Hegemony Guild can use the system announcement to make a name for itself in Newbie Village number 9527 and attract more players. As the guild's overall strength increases, his strength will also improve. So what if Bai Yi is strong? Could he possibly stand up to an entire guild by himself? The group of people from the wealthy world also heard the system announcement triggered by Sumu Bai. Cotton Candy and Ah Wei were both shocked and didn't know what to say for a moment. Maple Leaf looked up at the sky, tightened his grip on the spear, and slowly spoke. His strength is truly terrifying. He had just fought the wild boar leader one-on-one, and he had used up all his strength and more than 10 bottles of recovery potions. I never expected that the opponent could already solo a gold-level boss. It's alright, the multiverse game has only just begun. There will be plenty of time to catch up with Bai Yi later. Fu Jiaxian patted Feng Yexiao on the shoulder and laughed. Besides, with me around, your improvement speed will definitely be faster than his. That's true. Thinking of the incredible talent of the wealthy and powerful, Maple Leaf Xiao Xiao immediately smiled. Having regained his confidence, he slung the spear over his shoulder and looked at the group. Let's go. It's time to check out the first instance. I just found a new teammate. We'll set off as soon as he arrives. What's your profession? Fire Elementalist. Hint. You defeated Goblin King Reggie within 2 minutes, successfully triggering the hidden event, Reggie's Nightmare. Hint. The difficulty of the Misty Forest dungeon has been increased to Cataclysmic. Is the level above Hell level the Cataclysmic level? Su Mubai muttered to himself, waving his hand to summon 2 fully healthy skeletons to replace the skeleton warriors that had lost a lot of health. Reggie's body also changed at this moment. Wisps of gray energy emerged from his 7 orifices, quickly forming a small vortex. Buzz. In the entire Misty Forest rapidly gathered towards the vortex and surged into it. At the same time, scenes flashed through the fog. The scene depicts Reggie and the past of the goblin race. They were once slaves of a group of necromancers. All the goblins, including Reggie, were imprisoned in cages. Every day, many goblins are used in various experiments. The experiments conducted by necromancers are naturally related to death. Reggie watched helplessly as his people died one after another. Until one day, these necromancers successfully summoned a skeleton from the goblin's thin corpse. A very small skeleton. Aren't these the little skeletons that the necromancers summoned at the beginning? Sumubai was slightly taken aback. So the little skeleton was a goblin in his previous life? Scenes flashed by quickly, and it seemed that a lot of content was missing in between. For some reason, the necromancers suddenly disappeared and haven't reappeared for a long time. Reggie seized the opportunity to lead his people out of the cage and hide in the misty forest. The scene abruptly ends there, as all the fog is sucked into the vortex. Bang! Reggie's body suddenly exploded, leaving only a skeleton. The next moment, he stood up again, and a ghostly blue flame of his soul ignited in his empty pupils. This goblin king hid for so long, but in the end, he still couldn't escape the fate of becoming an undead. Skeleton King Reggie. In a frenzied state, all attributes are increased by 50%. Level 10. Dark Gold Level Boss. HP. 1.8 million/1.8 million. Attack Power. 4215. Physical Defense. 780. Magic Defense. 675. Skills. Summon Skeleton Warriors. Summon Skeleton Archers. Summon Skeleton Mages. Aura of the Dead. Thunderstrike. Stomp of the Dead. Leap of the Dead. Berserk. Death Aura. One of the most successful works of necromancers from ancient times. He shouldn't be here. Roar. Reggie's soul flames flickered violently in his pupils as his gaze swept past the skeleton army and fixed intently on Sumubai. Boom. He clenched his fists tightly, and the 10 goblin warrior corpses lying on the ground instantly shattered. The 10 skeletons that remained flew to him and quickly reformed into a giant bone sword. The bone sword gleamed with a cold light, and wisps of pale gray death energy swirled around its blade, giving it a mysterious and powerful feel. Hiss. Looking at Reggie's brand new stats, Sumubai couldn't help but gasp. Are you kidding me? Is this thing really the kind of boss that should appear in a beginner's village? With a health value of 1.8 million, that means an average of 3,600 health points are restored per second. Add to that its terrifying attack and defense. What can players in the beginner village use to fight it? Even if level 10 is indeed a watershed moment, this improvement is just too exaggerated, isn't it? Wanjia Games really not consider whether anyone can beat this guy? Immediately afterward, the Skeleton King's actions caused Sumubai's pupils to shrink sharply. Roar! He raised his bone sword and roared to the sky. The next moment, 3 pale gray vortexes appeared simultaneously. Immediately afterwards, 3 squads of skeletons marched out in formation. Although there were only 15 of them in total, their power was stronger than the 100 skeletons Sumubai summoned. Skeleton Warrior. Level 10. Summoning Creatures. Health points, 60,000/60,000. Attack Power, 780. Physical Defense, 264. Magic Defense, 216. Skill, Heavy Strike LV10. A valiant warrior, blessed by the aura of the dead, receives a 20% increase in all attributes. Skeleton Archer. Level 10. Summoning Creatures. Health points, 36,000/36,000. Attack Power, 624. Physical Defense, 160. Magic Defense, 120. Skill, Double Shot LV10. A precise archer, blessed by the aura of the dead, receives a 20% increase in all attributes. Skeleton Mage. Level 10. Summoning Creatures. Health points, 24,000/24,000. Spell Power, 840. Physical Defense, 100. Magic Defense, 240. Skill, Fireball LV10. A powerful mage, blessed by the aura of the dead, receives a 20% increase in all attributes. Reggie's bone sword pointed directly at Sumubai, emitting a hoarse sound. Let all our enemies become undead just like us. Chapter 20 The Terrifying Reggie, the Only Hope. The 3 types of skeletons formed an army and clashed with the skeleton army summoned by Sumubai. However, their only advantage is their health. Even with the aura of the dead, their stats are still inferior to Sumubai's skeleton army. What troubled Sumubai the most was Reggie himself. This boss's stats are terrifying. For the first time, Sumubai felt uncertain about his chances. The moment the 2 sides made contact, Reggie cleaved a skeleton warrior with less than half its health in 2 with a single sword strike. Sumubai's expression was solemn. With a wave of his magic wand, he summoned 2 more skeleton warriors to take the lead. The next test will be whether he can summon faster or Reggie can kill faster. This guy's attack power is too high. Looking at his mana, Sumubai frowned. Although he had just leveled up and regained full mana, at this rate, even if he ran out of mana, he had no hope of killing Reggie. Just as Sumubai was deep in thought, a system announcement suddenly sounded, causing his expression to change drastically. Hint, The hidden storyline Reggie's Nightmare has officially begun. The beginner village protection has been disabled. You will lose 10% of your lifespan upon death, with a minimum loss of 10 years. Hidden storylines can even disable the newbie village's protection. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai's heart sank, and his expression turned extremely ugly. Even if I absorbed all the life stones, my lifespan wouldn't be enough to cover one deduction. Furthermore, the exit point for the copy has been closed. In other words, unless Reggie is eliminated, Su Mubai's journey through the myriad worlds will come to an end. Crush them, Reggie roared, raising his sword high and stomping down with a heavy stomp. Trampled on the dead. Boom. The earth trembled, and the skeleton warriors within 30 meters of him instantly lost 50% of their health. It's that skill that deducts a percentage of health. Su Mubai breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the skill hadn't been enhanced. The next moment, Reggie's bone sword flashed with lightning and slashed down. Thunderous strike. Boom. Minus 9,527, minus 10,086, minus 10,001. This attack instantly killed 6 skeleton warriors. Damn it. Su Mubai frowned and controlled the skeleton army to launch a counterattack. The skeleton warriors simultaneously unleashed a powerful attack, colliding with Reggie. The skeleton archers behind him released their bows, but their target wasn't Reggie. Instead, it was the 15 skeletons he had summoned. You have to deal with these troublesome guys first before you can focus on fighting the boss. At the same time, Su Mubai kept retreating, moving away from Reggie's leap of death attack range. He then waved his wand to replenish the skeleton warriors. Next, he needs to focus on controlling the skeletons at the front lines to buy himself more time. After reaching level 7, his mental attribute increased to 152 points. With the addition of the leader's crest attributes, the maximum mana has reached 9,560 points. Using Summon Skeleton Soldiers once costs 200 mana. Even with the addition of the 152 mana points he recovers every 5 seconds during battle, he can only summon at most 50 or 60 times. 60 times, which is 120 skeleton warriors. As he rapidly calculated the answer in his mind, Su Mubai couldn't help but frown. Not enough, far from enough. After becoming the Skeleton King, Reggie's defense is too high. Neither the skeleton warriors nor the skeleton archers could inflict much damage on him. While controlling the skeleton warriors in the front row to dodge and parry Reggie's attacks, Su Mubai was thinking rapidly. But no matter how he calculated it, the odds of winning this battle were almost zero. Unless the skill Summon Skeleton Soldiers has been upgraded to another tier. My only hope now is that the catastrophic effect of this skill is strong enough. The effects of the occupational catastrophic traits were still fresh in Su Mubai's mind. Thinking of this, he immediately opened his backpack. Intermediate Soul Stone, times 17. One pill increases lifespan by 120 days, and combined with the one absorbed previously, that's roughly 6 years of lifespan. However, before upgrading the Summon Skeleton Soldiers skill, Su Mubai tried something else first. Catastrophe. Target, Intermediate Life, Soul Stone. 3rd tier. Prompt. Confirm consuming 100 years of lifespan to overwrite previous promotion effects and upgrade the primary life Soul Stone to a higher tier. Cancel. Su Mubai has a lifespan of a full 100 years. Even a 10-year lifespan is now a luxury for him. This terrifying consumption shows that once the Soul Stone reaches a higher level, the improvement will inevitably be significant. Let's first see how long the Cataclysm skill needs to last. Hopefully, it won't exceed 6 years. With a sigh, Su Mubai activated Catastrophe once again. Objective, Summon Skeleton Soldiers. Hint, please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. 3rd tier. Prompt. Confirm consuming 5 years of your lifespan to overwrite previous enhancement effects and upgrade the Summon Skeleton's skill to a higher tier. Cancel. Phew, that's enough. Su Mubai breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't absorbed the Soul Stone yet, so he naturally had to cancel it first. He feared that his lifespan would not be long enough because 3 promotions would add catastrophic characteristics. It now seems that even with the added cataclysmic trait, low-level skills don't require a very long lifespan. Without hesitation, he directly absorbed 15 intermediate life Soul Stones. The Soul Stone shimmered and transformed into a vibrant green light that merged into Su Mubai's body. On the attribute panel, the lifespan section immediately changed. Lifespan, less than 6 years. Then select Summon Skeleton Soldiers, again to activate the Cataclysm talent. Note, after this skill is upgraded to rank C, 3 branches will appear: Summon Skeleton Warriors, summon skeleton archers, and summon skeleton mages. Please choose the direction you wish to upgrade. There are branches? Sumubai was slightly taken aback. At rank D, you can choose to summon 2 types of skeletons, but after advancing to rank C, you can only summon 1 type. However, he made his choice quickly. Nowadays, facing Reggie's terrifying attack power, choosing marksmen and mages with low health and defense is likely to lead to defeat. The only safest choice is to choose warriors. Summon skeleton warriors. The next moment, Sumubai felt as if something was being drained from his body. Warning, you have lost 5 years of your life. Lifespan, less than 1 year. The skill icons have also changed. The 2 skulls have gradually merged, forming a skull that is noticeably larger. The bone sword in the skeleton's hand also changed from a one-handed sword to a 2-handed greatsword. Your F-rank skill, Summon Small Skeletons, has successfully been upgraded to the C-rank skill, Summon Skeleton Warriors. Summon Skeleton Warrior, C, Level 8, active skill, summons a skeleton warrior to fight for you. Cast time, 3 seconds, cooldown, 30 seconds, mana cost, 300. The skeleton warrior's stats are affected by the player's spirit attribute. The skill retains its previous level, but its mana cost has increased by 50%. However, what Sumubai cares about most is the catastrophic characteristic attached to this skill. Chapter 21 Abnormal Cataclysmic Characteristics. Cataclysmic trait. Skeleton Warrior's maximum health is increased to 500%, and attack power is increased by 100%. The short description left Sumubai utterly shocked. Such a terrifying boost actually appeared on a mere C-level skill. Is this reasonable? Is consuming 5 years of lifespan a lot in a catastrophe? No, it's incredibly cheap. This C-level skill is probably stronger than most S-level talents now. Sumubai couldn't help but sigh, his gaze returning to Reggie, who was wreaking havoc on the battlefield, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. In just a few seconds, Reggie killed 7 more skeleton warriors. His health dropped by only a barely perceptible amount. The next second, Reggie's health was restored, and his health was instantly restored to full. Even of the 15 skeletons it summoned, only 2 skeleton warriors died. This is even after Sumubai's summoned creatures have the blessing of the Grimoire of Death, which increases their damage against undead creatures by 100%. The terror of a dark gold-level boss in a frenzied state is unimaginable. But now, Sumubai's face no longer showed any sign of tension. With a calm wave of his wand, a pale gray vortex, larger than before, quickly took shape. The next moment, 2 burly skeleton warriors emerged, each wielding a greatsword. Click, click, click. The greatsword gleamed with a cold light. The skeleton warrior, clad in standard armor and nearly 2 meters tall, had a ghostly blue soul fire flickering in his pupils, making him far more imposing than the previous skeleton warriors. Skeleton warrior. Strength, 930. Physical fitness, 930. Agility, 930. Health points, 69750/69750. Attack power, 3720. Physical defense, 930. Skill, Heavy Strike LV8. Heavy Strike, E, Level 8. Swing your weapon to strike the target, dealing 185% physical damage. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Cataclysmic trait. Maximum health increased to 500%. Attack power increased by 100%. A valiant warrior, with significantly increased attribute bonuses. The skeleton warrior's luxurious interface still stunned Sumubai for a moment, even though he was mentally prepared. Previous silver tier boss, the Misty Tree Python King, only had 88,000 HP, but the skeleton warrior I summoned has nearly 70,000 HP. What's even more insane is its attack power. Even Reggie, a legendary boss, wouldn't have such high attack power without the Berserk state buff. The combination of various powerful skills and the catastrophic characteristics creates such a terrifying skeleton warrior. And he can summon a full 100 of these skeletons now. Sumubai was shocked to discover that what he had initially perceived as a pervert was only the beginning. From the moment he exploited a bug to unlock the unique and forbidden talent, Cataclysm, he embarked on an invincible path. Kill that guy. With a thought, the 2 skeleton warriors immediately dragged their giant swords and charged towards Reggie. 2 giant swords carved 2 deep trenches in the land of the Misty Forest. With an agility attribute of up to 930 points, even without any class bonuses for skeleton warriors, they still possess a very fast movement speed. Warriors at the front immediately stepped aside, and 2 skeleton warriors raised their heavy swords and slashed fiercely at Reggie. The latter clearly sensed the threat, its pupils flickering with soul fire as it wielded a massive bone sword to block the attack. Heavy strike, X2. Clang, clang. Two heavy clangs of metal clashing echoed through the misty forest, the terrifying force sending Reggie staggering back several steps. A hint of shock emanated from the soul flame, its pupils fixed on the two powerful skeletons that had suddenly appeared. He was completely unable to block the opponent's attack. Minus 12,504, minus 11,988. Two damage numbers exceeding 10,000 popped up, and they weren't critical hits. The skeleton warrior's terrifying attack power, combined with the amplification from the Death Codex, resulted in such exaggerated damage. I am the Skeleton King. Reggie steadied himself, roared, and launched a counterattack. Wisps of pale gray death energy appeared on his body and flowed around him. Hint: Skeleton King Reggie has used Dying Aura, increasing his strength by 20% and reducing damage taken by 20% for 10 minutes. The system notification sounded, and Su Mubai pursed his lips. The boss is something else. Any buff it provides can last for 10 minutes. If it were a player, this effect would last at most a minute. But it's no use. With a cold laugh, Su Mubai let the two skeleton warriors go forward, leaving a few skeleton warriors behind to help. The remaining skeleton army unleashed its full firepower, immediately blasting away the skeletons Reggie had summoned. Then Su Mubai waved his magic wand again, and two more skeleton warriors joined the battle. Reggie, who had just suppressed his opponent, was hit by two more heavy blows. Minus 9,764, minus 9,526. Soon, Su Mubai summoned 10 skeleton warriors. With their combined efforts, Reggie was completely overwhelmed. No matter how much they resisted, they could not break through the encirclement of the skeleton warriors. All the skeletons he summoned perished, and the 60 skeleton archers switched targets, unleashing a deluge of arrows. Minus 672, minus 663, minus 681, minus 657. A dense barrage of damage numbers appeared, instantly reducing Reggie's health by over 40,000 points. Su Mubai kept summoning new skeleton warriors to replace those with insufficient health. For every two summoned, Reggie will receive 2 heavy blows. From the moment Su Mubai used Catastrophe to upgrade his skills, Reggie's fate was already sealed. Even if he uses all his skills to their fullest potential, it will be meaningless. With only 300 mana points, he can summon 2 skeleton warriors with nearly 70,000 HP each. How can he possibly fight them? Even if Reggie summons 15 more skeletons, they'll just be toys for the skeleton warrior. Soon, Reggie's health was reduced to only 360,000. Note: Skeleton King Reggie has entered a berserk state, increasing his attack power by 50% and attack speed by 50%, while reducing his defense and special defense by 50%. After entering his berserk state, Reggie went completely mad, no longer paying attention to defense, and rapidly wielding his giant bone sword, constantly attacking the skeleton warriors who surrounded him. However, doing so only hastens death and serves no other purpose. The skeleton warriors summoned by Su Mubai were not able to fully participate in the battle. Fully healed one will take its place. Reggie's final frenzy was utterly pointless. His health bar was dropping at an even faster rate. Heavy strike. Double shot. Minus 10,387, minus 10,011. Minus 1,241, minus 1,197, minus 2,548. With the final wave of skills unleashed, a barrage of arrows completely ended Reggie's second life. Boom. He reluctantly planted the giant bone sword into the ground, and the soul fire in his pupils gradually dissipated. I am not reconciled. Bang. The next moment, Reggie's massive body crashed to the ground, scattering items everywhere. A golden light rose, and Reggie's abundant experience points directly leveled up Su Mubai again. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Chapter 22: What Kind of Monster is Bai Yi? Defeat the level 10 legendary boss, Skeleton King Reggie, to receive an additional 50% experience bonus, totaling 270,000 experience points. Congratulations to player White Knight for reaching level 8. All 4 stats increased by 1, skill point increased by 1, and free attribute points increased by 15. With a whopping 270,000 experience points, Su Mubai's experience bar soared straight to level 8 at 92%. As you get closer to level 10, the experience points required to level up in the multiverse game also increase. It takes a full 200,000 experience points to go from level 8 to level 9. However, Su Mubai didn't care. Upgrading was something he didn't need to do himself at all. What he cares about more is the reward that follows. Congratulations on becoming the first player in Beginner Village 9527 to solo a Dark Gold level boss. Rewards: 40 basic soul stones, 60 gold coins. Announcement: a notice about the newbie village will be posted soon. This time, the system did not ask him whether he wanted to hide his name. 40. Sumubai's eyes. After using Catastrophe for free, this was more than 13 years of lifespan. The higher the rank of the boss, the greater the reward for the first solo kill. Compared to 40 basic soul stones, the reward of 60 gold coins is practically negligible. What kind of rewards will an epic level boss bring? Sumubai felt a growing sense of anticipation. He just felt that there shouldn't be any low-level epic bosses. To get the first solo kill notification later, besides skill, you also need a lot of luck. The system notification sound hasn't ended yet. Congratulations on achieving the first clear of the Misty Forest dungeon in the Beginner Village, number 9527. Rewards include 5 random level 1 attribute gems and 5 gold coins. Congratulations on achieving the first clear of the hell difficulty Misty Forest dungeon in the Beginner Village, number 9527. Rewards: 20 beginner soul stones and 20 gold. Announcement: a notice about the newbie village will be posted soon. In the game Multiverse, all 10 main equipment slots can be inlaid with gems. However, the minimum requirement for socketing is gold-grade equipment. The higher the grade of the equipment, the more gems can be socketed into it. A level 1 attribute gem can increase the corresponding attribute by 10 points. For ordinary players, having a full set of gems can significantly boost their stats. But Sumubai frowned slightly. Why is it hell level? I cleared the disaster difficulty level, didn't I? The system notification stopped abruptly there, as if it had gotten stuck. Misty Forest. Players who level up quickly have already gathered here. The number of players in Beginner Village number 9527 is as high as tens of thousands. Those who can reach this place at this time are the best of the best. Looking for a healer, for people needed, ready to go. Looking for a B-tier talent shield warrior to team up with. He's so tough you'll scream. Buy a few mana potions, DM me with the price. A level E magic skill book, exchange for a rogue skill of the same level. Preparing for the upcoming dungeon adventure. The arrival of a team instantly attracted everyone's attention. Are they from the Hegemony Guild? The Grand Ambition has also arrived. It seems they are determined to be the first to conquer the Misty Forest. How about we join the Hegemony Guild? Its talent enhancement effect is amazing. Let's go, let's go. With grand ambitions and bold strides, they are at the forefront, enjoying the envious glances of others. As someone approached to inquire about joining the guild, he smiled slightly and gestured to the newly promoted elder to take charge of recruiting members. He, meanwhile, led 4 carefully selected experts to explore the true nature of the Misty Forest. As they approached the dungeon portal, Hongtu Bei and his companions paused in their tracks. One last gasp of surprise rang out from the surrounding crowd. Look, these guys are wearing full gear. Even if you buy it from the system store, a set of level 5 equipment must cost a lot of money, right? Don't you even look at who's in the middle of the line? The richest man in the world. It's no surprise that it's him. I really want to know just how rich this guy is. Richest man in the world? Upon hearing this name, Hongtu Bei stopped and turned to look. Their gazes met in midair, but the tense atmosphere that everyone had imagined did not materialize. Hongtu Bei smiled slightly, seemingly having forgotten the embarrassment of being ignored in the chat channel earlier. I've long admired your name. How about we make a bet? Oh, I wonder what Chairman Hongtu wants to bet with me on. The wealthy man strolled slowly to the dungeon portal, looking at the grand ambitions with great interest. He was very interested in this person's talent. Although it's only S rank, it can boost the overall combat power of a guild. Such talent must be extremely rare. A glint of shrewdness flashed in Hongtu Bei's eyes. How about we gamble on who can be the first to clear the Misty Forest? What's the stake? The richest man in the world narrowed his eyes slightly. My talent and your financial resources are a perfect match. It would be a great pity if we didn't cooperate. If I achieve the first clear, you will join my Hegemony Guild. What if we clear the level first? From now on, the Hegemony Guild can do one thing for you with all its might. 3 items. Make a deal. Hongtu Bei looked confident of victory. In his view, everyone on his side had an extra 20% increase in attack power, so there was no reason for them to lose. Even the wealthiest person in the world doesn't think they'll lose. Their SSS level talent is more than just being rich. The two placed their hands on the portal almost simultaneously, but before they could select the dungeon difficulty, a sudden system announcement made them pause. New player announcement 9527. Congratulations to White Knight for achieving the first clear of the Misty Forest dungeon. We hereby announce this and hope all players will learn from her to obtain generous rewards. ×3. Hong Tu-Bei's face immediately turned extremely ugly. He had just arrived at the dungeon entrance when his first clear was already gone. The bet I just made has become a joke. Thinking of this, he turned to look at the world's richest man and said in a deep voice, "Since the first clear on normal difficulty is gone, then we'll try on hard difficulty." Before the words were even finished, another announcement from the Six Paths system resounded throughout the entire newbie village. New player announcement 9527. Congratulations to White Knight for achieving the first clear of the held difficulty Misty Forest dungeon. We hereby announce this and hope all players will learn from her to obtain generous rewards. ×3. New player village announcement 9527. Congratulations to White Knight for becoming the first player to solo a dark gold level boss. We hereby announce this and hope all players will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. ×3. At this moment, the valley was completely silent. A flash of light, and Hong Tu-Bei and his men disappeared into the vortex. They left without saying a word, as if they had fled in disarray. He was quite confident with the hard difficulty dungeons, and had a slight chance with nightmare difficulty, but hell difficulty. Are you kidding me? Is this the difficulty level to beat on the first day of the game? I can't even beat a gold level boss, let alone a dark gold level boss. What exactly is this White Knight monster? Uncle, aren't we going in? Listening to the heated discussion around her, Cotton Candy tilted her head and looked at the world-famous rich man. No rush, since the first pass is already sold out. Let's wait a bit longer. Fu Jiahian slowly shook his head, preparing to wait for Su Mubai to come out of the dungeon before going in again after the transaction. The opponent cleared the hell difficulty level, so they must have a lot of good stuff. As long as we are properly armed, we are not without a chance of clearing the nightmare difficulty level. As for hell level, let's forget about it. Dark gold level bosses are not to be trifled with. Chapter 23 New Skill, Death Drain Feedback. A full half-minute passed before the system notification that Su Mubai had been waiting for finally sounded again. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to solo a cataclysmic difficulty dungeon. Reward: 1 S-rank skill book for your class, 1 epic rank piece of equipment for your class. Announcement: a notice for the Blue Star region will be released soon. Su Mubai was shocked. The reward was more generous than he had imagined. But on second thought, such a reward is only right. If he hadn't gotten several first kills and accumulated enough lifespan for the Cataclysm skill, even he wouldn't have been able to defeat Reggie, who had transformed into the Skeleton King. As the first player in the entire Blue Star region to solo clear such a catastrophic dungeon, he absolutely deserves this reward. With excitement, Su Mubai opened his backpack to check the rewards he had received. Death Absorption Feedback. S. Level 1, 0/5. Active Skill. Skill Effect. 1. Absorb. Absorb and store death energy from corpses. The maximum number of targets that can be absorbed at one time is 5. Cooldown time is 30 seconds. No cost. Maximum casting range is 50 meters. Death energy value, 0/80, level times 10. 2. Feedback. Instantly restores your own health or mana, and can also be used to enhance a summoned creature. Cooldown time is 30 seconds, and it consumes 1 to 80 points of death chi. 1 point of death chi restores 100 points of health or 100 points of mana. 1 point of death aura increases the target's main attribute by 0.5% for 60 seconds. Learning requirements. Death Overlord. Su Mubai looked at the potion data posted in the chat channel. Currently, the most you can buy in the starting village is a bottle that can restore a maximum of 500 mana points, and it also has a 60-second cooldown. This was far from enough for him. Now that he has this skill, Su Mubai no longer needs to worry about mana consumption. What's more, this thing can also be used to enhance the main attributes of summoned creatures. That's an absolutely amazing skill. Without saying a word, Su Mubai directly selected the skill book and released the Cataclysm talent. Advance to the next rank. Given Su Mubai's current wealth and lifespan, he can only choose to obtain S-level skills for free. Prompt: confirm whether to upgrade the skill book, Death Absorption Feedback, to the next tier without consuming any resources. Confirm. You have obtained the SS rank skill book, Death Absorption Feedback. After the promotion, the skill name remained unchanged, but its strength doubled. No, it should be said to be 4 times. Because the maximum value of death energy has been increased to level times 20, the 2 feedback effects have also been doubled. With a thought, the skill book in Su Mubai's hand transformed into a golden light and flew into his brow. You have learned a new skill, death extraction feedback. After learning the skill, Sumubai immediately looked at Reggie's corpse and a thought crossed his mind. Hint. You have successfully extracted 320 points of death energy from the corpse of the legendary boss, Skeleton King Reggie. Note. Your stored death energy has reached its limit. You can continue to absorb it after consuming it. After being drained of his life force, Reggie's corpse clearly lost its luster and turned deathly pale. There were even some cracks in the bones, as if they would break at the slightest touch. So much. Sumubai was somewhat surprised. He originally thought that a level 10 dark gold grade boss could provide 100 points of death chi, which would be considered pretty good. I didn't expect it to fill up so quickly. Perhaps it's because this thing is an undead creature, so its death aura is more concentrated? Sumubai stroked his chin, secretly speculating in his mind. After mastering the skill, his class's cataclysmic trait took effect instantly, doubling his maximum death chi to 320 points. Although the feedback description remains unchanged, the effect will still be doubled after use. In other words, he can now recover 400 mana points by consuming a little death energy. It can also be used to enhance a summon creature's main attribute by 2%. If you consume 320 points of death energy at once, the skeleton warrior will gain 640% more strength for 60 seconds. The combination of SS-level skills and class-specific cataclysmic traits is simply terrifying. Sumubai has gradually gotten used to his increasingly abnormal behavior. He simply smiled slightly, and then turned his gaze to another reward. This should be the first epic-level equipment in the Blue Star region, right? Sumubai's eyes lit up as he looked at the robe lying quietly in his backpack. The robes are predominantly black, as deep as an endless night. It is decorated with some light gray inscriptions. These inscriptions emitted a faint glow, interconnected as if forming some kind of mysterious magic circle. It gives people a mysterious yet powerful feeling. The Lolich Robe of the Dead. Upper garment cloth armor. Level 10 to 60 follows the player's level, increasing every 5 levels, up to a maximum of level 60. Epic items. Unidentified. Unfortunately, it still needs further analysis. Sumubai sighed and looked away. Epic-level equipment will definitely have a high appraisal fee. However, the thought that the incredibly wealthy tycoon was waiting to buy his things immediately eased his heartache. Wait until after the appraisal is complete before using Catastrophe to get it for free, otherwise it will drive up the appraisal fee and will lose a lot of money. The 5 level 1 gems and 60 primary life soul stones he received as a reward. Sumubai closed his backpack and walked towards Reggie's corpse. He didn't let the skeleton do it for him. He wanted to see it for himself. The first dark gold level boss in the Blue Star region, plus the first clear of the disaster level dungeon. What kind of good stuff can it drop? Just as Sumubai was reaping a great harvest, players in the Blue Star region also received their first region-wide announcement. Blue Star region announcement. Congratulations to player White Knight from the Divine Dragon Empire for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to solo a cataclysmic difficulty dungeon. We hereby announce this and encourage all players to learn from him and obtain generous rewards. Times 10. The announcement was played 10 times, and after a brief moment of silence, the entire Blue Star district erupted in chaos. Fuck. We newbies haven't even cleared a normal dungeon yet. How could he have already cleared a disaster level 1? Disaster level? Isn't the highest difficulty level hell level? Did he find a low-level hidden dungeon? That's absolutely right. Otherwise, how could the Chinese have surpassed us, the bald eagles? Cheating. This by Yi is definitely cheating. The above is a discussion among bald eagle players. After entering the myriad realms, their empire is called the Holy Temple Empire. This world is known as the Forbidden Land of the Gods, meaning a place forbidden by the gods. The multiverse game isn't just for Earth players, according to information that appears in the minds of all players. All races in the universe have been drawn into this game. Humans, compared to some powerful races, are clearly at a disadvantage, which is why they were placed in the Forbidden Land of the Gods. Only when one's strength reaches a certain level can one leave the Forbidden Land of Gods and participate in the true multiverse game. The Forbidden Land is surrounded by the sea on all sides, with a huge continent in the center, where players from various countries reside, only belonging to different nations. On this continent, the two most powerful forces are the Divine Dragon Empire and the Holy Temple Empire. Chapter 24: The Shock of Top Experts from Various Countries. Holy Empire, Beginner Village 1. The Misty Forest is at hell difficulty. Felix swung his staff, and a blazing fireball the size of a basketball struck the goblin leader in front of him in an instant. Boom. -1968. Nearly 2,000 points of critical damage were dealt, and the goblin leader let out a shrill scream before crashing to the ground. A golden light flashed, and Felix's level increased to level 6. A silver-level boss, nothing special. Felix smiled confidently. Next up is the final boss. I don't think anyone can beat me in progress, right? Just as Felix was about to collect the items dropped by the boss, his pupils suddenly widened. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to Shenlong Empire player, White Knight. Times 10. Disaster level? What kind of difficulty is that? No, that's absolutely impossible. How could a Chinese person be stronger than me? Felix shook his head frantically, unable to believe the district-wide announcements still playing on repeat in his ears. He possesses the strongest SSS-level talent. How could anyone possibly be so far ahead? But this is an announcement released by Wanjie Games, so it's definitely true. Felix had to believe that there was indeed someone who far surpassed him. White Knight, you won't stay ahead forever. A cold glint flashed in Felix's eyes as he put away the Goblin King's loot and continued deeper into the misty forest. Felix believed that he would definitely be able to surpass Bai Yi in the future. Because of his SSS talent, he becomes stronger as the game progresses. What? Are the Chinese this strong? They actually cleared a cataclysmic dungeon that's even harder than hell difficulty. This is terrifying. We've never even heard of a difficulty level like this. Do you think the Chinese will attack the Kingdom of Cherry Blossoms in the future? What should we do? What's there to be afraid of? When the time comes, we'll join forces with players from countries like the US and destroy the Dragon Empire first. Upon hearing the announcement, players of Sakura immediately felt worried. Although they never admit it, they know in their hearts that the hatred between the two countries is irreconcilable. Even on Earth, once China grows stronger, it will surely seek revenge. What's more, this is a game with multiple worlds. If Chinese players become powerful, their first target will inevitably be the Sakura Kingdom. There are no laws or international regulations here. In the world of games, strength reigns supreme. China's large population is an advantage, but it also makes it easy for other players to unite. Their only way out is to join forces with players from other countries after the borders open and target the Divine Dragon Empire before it grows stronger. Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Beginner Village number 1414. It's still the Misty Forest, which is at a hellish difficulty level. A bright moon hung above the corpse of the Misty Tree Python King. This is clearly not a product of the Misty Lands, but rather a gift from Tsukuyami. The reason he dared to use this name as his ID was because he had awakened a related SSS-level talent. Upon hearing the mention of the Divine Dragon Empire in the announcement, Tsukuyami's pupils visibly contracted. Bai Yi Jun, you'll never grow up. There's an old Chinese saying, the tallest tree in the forest will be felled by the wind. It seems you don't understand this principle at all. If you dare to be so high profile, you'll be targeted by all the players. With a cold smile playing on her lips, Tsukuyami seemed completely unconcerned that Byakuya would pose a threat to the Sakura Kingdom. In his view, there was no need to even take action. Within the Divine Dragon Empire, there will inevitably be those who challenge Bai Yi. Sometimes you have to admit that although the Japanese are beasts, their understanding of China far surpasses that of other neighboring countries. For example, Koreans. No, in the Forbidden Land, the kingdom where Korean players descended is called the Kingdom of Korea. Damn it. Why is Bai Yi the first to trigger the server-wide announcement? When it comes to games, South Korea is number 1. This Bai Yi is definitely a Korean. It just so happens that he was in China when the multiverse game arrived. Yes, the one who can trigger the district-wide announcement first is definitely from our South Korea. Even if everyone time travels, South Korea still can't shake its habit of stealing. This time, they even tried to steal Bai Yi's nationality. Kingdom of Korea, Beginner Village number 444. The descendant of the sun drew his bow and instantly released 3 arrows. -672, -701, -1288. The 3 damage numbers appeared almost simultaneously, and the Misty Tree Python King's last remaining health was depleted, causing it to collapse to the ground. However, the descendants of the sun did not rush to collect the fallen items, but slowly raised their heads and looked at the mist in midair. The district-wide announcements echoed in his ears, but his face remained expressionless as he murmured, Bai Yi, being able to clear a disaster-level dungeon, you are already qualified to be my opponent. Compared to other countries, the chat channels in the various newbie villages of the Divine Dragon Empire are much more lively. Although the Empire channel is not yet open, it does not stop players from having heated discussions in their respective newbie village channels. Bai Yi is awesome. He cleared the disaster-level dungeon so quickly. I didn't even know how to get in. I bet 5 cents that Bai Ye's talent is definitely SSS level. Sigh, Bai Ye is too high profile. He didn't even know how to hide his name. Our Divine Dragon Empire is going to be in trouble now. Just wait, we will definitely be targeted by other countries in the future. Where the hell are you pretending to be a rational neutral party? So what if you've hidden your name? Does the system not mention the Divine Dragon Empire? You don't understand? There will definitely be people targeting him in our country as well. TCH, with Boss Bai Ye's strength, what's there to fear about being targeted? Exactly, if you're so capable, go and clear the disaster level dungeon yourself. What are you complaining about here? Bai Ye is the one who secured the first region-wide announcement for the Divine Dragon Empire. I'm putting my words here today. If anyone dares to target Boss Bai Ye, I'll be the first to object. If you're not my buddy, who are you? What's the point of you not agreeing? Discussions were heated in all the newbie villages, with some supporting Su Mubai and others thinking that he was being pretentious by not hiding his name. That's just how people are. No matter what you do, you can't please everyone. Of course, these people's opinions are not important. Shenlong Empire, beginner village number 8888. Boom. Gold level boss, Goblin King Reggie, wielded his battle axe, bringing it down with ferocious lightning power. However, his attack did not cause any damage. Holding the 3-foot-long sword with one hand, he perfectly parried the boss's skills. If other players were present, they would surely exclaim that it was impossible. However, this was already commonplace for the 3-foot-long sword. Reggie's attack was full of flaws in his eyes. If the boss's health bar weren't so thick, it wouldn't have taken this long at all. Minus 1,283. With a backhand thrust, he took away more than 1,000 points of Reggie's health. The 3-foot-long sword squinted slightly. Bai Ye, what talent have you awakened? How can you be so strong? He had been fighting Reggie for several minutes, and was well aware of his current strength limits. Dark gold level boss now, he would have absolutely no chance of defeating it. Combat skills are useful in the game. It is ultimately a data-driven world where attributes are the key. With the current damage output of the 3-foot green blade, even if a dark gold level boss stood there without fighting back, he couldn't kill it. Even with SSS level talent, it's not enough. How can I play if my damage output isn't even as fast as the enemy's healing? That is why the 3-foot-long sword was extremely shocked at this moment. What kind of talent could enable Bai Ye to reach such terrifying combat power in such a short period of time? Chapter 25, A Perfect Match Made in Heaven, A Lover and a Beggar. Shenlong Empire, beginner village number 9526. When the multiverse game arrived, Lu Rian and Zhao Su were very close, so they were lucky enough to be assigned to the same starting village. Even more fortunately, both of them awakened powerful S-class talents. Spoiler alert, these two die as soon as they leave the starting village, without any hesitation. The two had just killed the goblin leader on normal difficulty, a black iron level boss. Just as I was preparing to take down the first clear of the 9526 newbie village in one fell swoop, I was stunned by the sudden announcement from the entire server. This white knight is too exaggerated. Zhao Su was shocked by the speed at which the level was cleared, and his words were full of envy. Bai Ye? Why does that name sound so familiar? Lu Rian, standing to the side, frowned slightly, seemingly lost in thought. Familiar? Zhao Su's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Rian, think carefully. Is this someone who used to pursue you? If that's the case. What? You want to send me away again? Lu Rian rolled her eyes at Zhao Su, clearly understanding what the man in front of her was thinking. The two of them liked to play some perverted games. One liked to cheat, and the other had a cuckold fetish. They're a match made in heaven, a pair of scoundrels. Back then, Su Mubai was just a peg in their game. What's the big deal? Zhao Su didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he laughed shamelessly and said, You're not wrong, are you? Back then, when you followed Su Mubai, didn't you also enjoy a few years of wealth and luxury? At this point, a flash of anger suddenly crossed his face. It's all this damn multiverse game's fault. I was about to reach the pinnacle of life, and now I have to start all over again. Su Mubai. Lu Rian murmured the name, as if remembering something, then suddenly covered her mouth with her hand, her voice trembling as she exclaimed in surprise. He used to use this name when playing games. What? Zhao Su's expression changed for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure, shook his head, and said, Impossible, Su Mubai should already be dead. I pulled out the tube myself. Su Mubai isn't the only one who would choose the name Bai Ye. It must be a coincidence. Lu Rian nodded upon hearing this, but still asked with some worry, What if it really is him? What if it really is that Su Mubai guy? Zhao Su frowned, his eyes darted around, and then he suddenly laughed. Isn't this a good thing? Good thing? We teamed up to harm him. If he finds out, We're finished. Lu Ruyan was somewhat confused. Are you stupid? He was already in a vegetative state at that time. How would he know? Only we know the truth about this. As long as you don't say anything and I don't say anything, that kid will be kept in the dark for the rest of his life. At this point, Zhao Su's smile widened, and he reached out and pulled Lu Ruyan into his arms. If this Bai isn't Su Mubai, you'll have to find a way to seduce him. If it really is Su Mubai, then things will be much easier. Given how much that kid likes you, wouldn't he just give you the best stuff if you just beckon with your finger? You pervert. Lu Ruyan gave a coquettish remark, but a glint of shrewdness flashed in her eyes, clearly indicating that she had already accepted Zhao Su's plan. Haha, with our Ruyan charm, no matter who he is, he'll be easy to win over. The two exchanged a smile and made their decision. Once you leave the starting village, the first thing you should do is look for Bai Yi. Unbeknownst to the two, Su Mubai already knew everything. They wanted to find Bai Yi, and Su Mubai wanted to find them too. Their ideas coincided perfectly, making it a truly exhilarating two-way journey. Shenlong Empire, Beginner Village number 9527. Reggie absorbed all the mist that permeated the forest, and the misty forest was greeted with long-awaited light. Dappled sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting its glow on the ground and bringing a touch of life to this once-dead forest. Su Mubai ignored the system announcement and began to collect the items Reggie had dropped. With his increasingly monstrous strength, triggering announcements will inevitably become the norm in the future. It's just a district-wide announcement. There's no need to make a fuss about it. I've killed you twice in a row, so it wouldn't be right if I didn't drop some good loot. Rubbing his hands together, Su Mubai slowly reached out towards Reggie's corpse. Click, click, click. Having absorbed a large amount of death energy, this guy's skeleton indeed became fragile. Upon the first touch, it shattered into pieces, revealing a large number of fallen items. A huge explosion. Seeing the items scattered on the ground, Su Mubai's eyes lit up, and he began to collect them. You have received 10 gold coins and 38 silver coins. You have obtained 10 level 1 attribute gems. You have obtained 3 level 1 critical hit gems. You have obtained 5 pieces of gold tier equipment. Why are they all level 5 equipment? Looking at the levels of the 5 pieces of equipment, Su Mubai frowned slightly. Logically, a level 10 boss should drop level 10 equipment. After glancing at the attributes of the 5 pieces of equipment, Su Mubai tossed them directly into his backpack. The next item immediately eased his frown. You have obtained the legendary item Necklace of the Dead. You have obtained the legendary item Shadow Boots. You have obtained the legendary item Bone Greatsword. You have obtained the legendary grade equipment Bone Heavy Armor. There were 4 pieces of dark gold equipment, and all of them were level 10. It seems that the previous level 5 equipment was originally dropped by Reggie before he became undead. However, these pieces of equipment need to be identified before their attributes can be seen. Therefore, Su Mubai didn't rush to use Catastrophe to get free loot, but instead put it all into his backpack. He is very dissatisfied with his current achievements. Although the 4 pieces of equipment were not identified, their equipment types could be seen. Apart from the Necklace of the Dead accessory, the other 3 pieces are plate armor, which he has no use for. It's time for something good. Looking at the 5 ancient books and a round crystal ball remaining on the ground, Su Mubai took a deep breath and began to examine his final spoils. You have obtained the C-rank skill book, Summon Skeleton Warrior. You have obtained the C-rank skill book, Summon Skeleton Archer. You have obtained the C-rank skill book, Summon Skeleton Mage. You have obtained the B-grade skill book, Aura of the Dead. You have obtained the B-grade skill book, Thunderstrike. Goodness, this almost wiped out Reggie's skills. Of the 5 skill books, Su Mubai can learn 4 of them. However, he was a little conflicted. 3 summon skeleton spells would take up 3 skill slots, which he felt was a bit of a waste. However, these 3 skills are essential for necromancers. Just as Su Mubai was struggling with his decision, a system notification sounded. Int. You possess the skill books, Summon Skeleton Warrior, Summon Skeleton Archer, and Summon Skeleton Mage. Do you wish to fuse them into Summon Advanced Skeleton? Merge. Su Mubai's eyes lit up, and he decisively chose to merge. The 3 skill books transformed into light and merged into one. Soon, a brand new skill book appeared in Su Mubai's hands. Chapter 26 Heron's Crystal Ball. You have obtained the C-rank skill book, Summon High-Level Skeleton. Even after fusing the 3 skill books, it's still only a C-level skill. The only difference is that you can choose the type of skeleton summoned each time. The casting time, mana cost, and cooldown time are all the same as Su Mubai's Summon Skeleton Warrior, with no changes whatsoever. Comparatively speaking, The skill fusion did not enhance the skill. In fact, it weakened it slightly. Because originally, you could summon 3 high-level skeletons within 30 seconds using 3 skills, but now you can only summon 1. Its only advantage is that it only occupies 1 skill slot. Sumubai didn't care about this. With the SS level, Death Summoning, his summoning skill had no cooldown time at all. With a single thought, I chose to study. Hint: you have learned the new skill, Summon High-Level Skeletons. The original Summon Skeleton Warriors skill in your skill bar will be replaced. Oh no. Upon hearing the system notification in his ear, Sumubai's expression changed. Is the Summon Skeleton Warrior option overwritten? Does that cataclysmic feature still exist? Before he could even open the skill menu, a system notification sounded. An unknown term exceeding the limit was detected for this skill. Complete overwrite failed. The unknown term is retained. Summon High-Level Skeleton. C. Level 1. Active skill. Summons a Skeleton Warrior / Skeleton Archer / Skeleton Mage to fight for you. Cast time: 3 seconds. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Mana cost: 300. Catastrophe characteristics. 1. Skeleton Warrior's maximum health is increased to 500%, and attack power is increased by 100%. 2. Not enabled. 3. Not enabled. The advanced skull panel is affected by the player's spirit attribute. Few thankfully it survived. Looking at the skill description, Sumubai breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of a talent that transcends limitations, even the system cannot fully cover it. The other 2 unactivated Cataclysm traits should correspond to Skeleton Archer and Skeleton Mage, respectively. To activate it, you must use the Cataclysm skill on the Summon High-Level Skeleton skill. After overriding the original skill, it means that Sumubai can get it for free again. Selecting the new skill, Sumubai had a sudden thought. Catastrophe. Objective: Summon High-Level Skeletons. Hint: please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click to view details. The game seems to be constantly being improved. Now, the prompt after using Catastrophe includes a View Details option. Option 1. Upgrade to Rank B skill, Summon High-Level Skeleton, no cost. Option 2. Upgrade to Rank A skill, Summon Elite Skeletons, costing 10,000 gold coins. Option 3. Upgrade to S-Rank skill, Summon Skeleton Army, consuming 1,000 years of lifespan. First tier. There was simply no choice. Sumubai had neither 10,000 gold coins nor 1,000 years of lifespan. What can relieve worries? Only freebies. Your C-Rank skill, Summon High-Level Skeleton, has been successfully upgraded to B-Rank. The name hasn't changed, and the summoned skeletons are still the same 3 types, except that summoning 1 at a time has been increased to summoning 3 at a time. The cost has also increased to 1,000 mana. Even if a low-level Necromancer learns this skill, they won't be able to use it more than a few times. After all, not everyone has such a high level of magical power as Sumubai. After the original skill was overwritten, all skill points were returned, and Sumubai immediately added all 8 skill points to Summon High-Level Skeleton. This skill was immediately upgraded to level 9, and a max icon appeared in the skill icon, indicating that the skill can only be upgraded to level 9 at most. The game Multiverse, players gain 1 skill point each time they level up. However, the skill points required to upgrade skills of different grades are different, and the maximum level is also different. According to Sumubai's observation, skills below grade A only require 1 skill point to upgrade each time. Grade A requires 2 points, and grade S requires 5 points. After the skill Death Absorption feedback is promoted to SS level, the skill points required for upgrading it also increases from 5 to 10. As for the higher SSS level skills, Sumubai was still unaware. It is estimated that at least 20 skill points are needed to level up. Upgrading skills consumes so much resources, there must be other ways to obtain skill points besides leveling up. Sumubai's Cataclysm talent can retain the original level of skills, which can save him a lot of skill points. However, in the early stages, it would be a loss not to upgrade skills in order to save skill points. The effects of SS level skills are far superior to those of S level skills. Reggie dropped 2 more skill books. Thunderstrike is a skill for warrior classes, which Sumubai cannot learn. However, another book, The Halo of the Dead, greatly enhanced his abilities. You have learned a new skill, Aura of the Dead. The skill book transformed into a stream of light and flew into Sumubai's brow, and a pale gray halo immediately appeared beneath his feet. With a thought, the halo disappeared instantly, but the effect remained. This is an aura-type passive skill, with the same effect as Reggie's, which increases all attributes of friendly undead creatures by 20%. After glancing at the skill description, Su Mubai had an idea. Catastrophe. Target. Aura of the Dead. Hint. Please select the promotion rank. Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click to view details. First tier. Without even checking, Su Mubai knew very well that he couldn't be promoted, so he decisively chose to advance. Your rank B skill, Aura of the Dead, has been successfully upgraded to rank a skill, Advanced Aura of the Dead. Advanced Aura of the Dead. A. Passive skill. All friendly undead creatures gain a 30% increase in all attributes. Impact range, 500 meters. The attribute increase was only 10%, but the range of influence increased from 100 meters to 500 meters. This has already exceeded the maximum distance that Su Mubai can currently control his summoned creatures. Furthermore, with the added benefit of the profession's catastrophic characteristics, this range has been expanded to an astonishing 1,000 meters. Buzz. Su Mubai waved his wand, and a 3-meter-high light gray vortex appeared beside him. The mana value instantly dropped by 1,000, and 6 skeletons emerged one after another. The 6 of them look exactly the same as the ones Reggie summons, and they are even more imposing. However, Su Mubai did not rush to check the skeletons' attributes. After changing their outfits, the stats of all 3 skeletons will be significantly improved. There's no point in looking at it now. What he needs to do now is to fill the summoning space first. Because the cataclysmic feature is not fully realized, the skeleton warrior is significantly more powerful. But Su Mubai couldn't just summon skeleton warriors. After all, with the existence of unit volume collision, the skeleton warriors simply cannot unleash their full combat power when facing too many bosses. Ultimately, Su Mubai decided to use a 4:3:3 ratio for the ingredients. Next, all that remained of the items Reggie dropped were some materials and the crystal ball that Su Mubai cared about most. You have obtained 10 dark gold grade material, Deathly Bone. You have obtained 10 soul remnants, a dark gold grade material. Su Mubai didn't rush to advance his career with the 2 materials. Instead, he simply tossed them into his backpack. His attention was entirely focused on the final crystal ball. In the dim light, Su Mubai seemed to see a faint shadow inside the crystal ball. You have obtained the quest item, Heron's Crystal Ball. The moment the crystal ball was in his hands, a system notification sounded in Su Mubai's ears. Hint. Chapter 27. Can quest items also be upgraded? Note. Do you accept the quest, Heron's Legacy? Please be aware that this is an epic quest with extremely high difficulty. Please consider carefully. Accept. Heron's Crystal Ball will partially break the seal and temporarily become your equipment. Refusal. Heron's Crystal Ball will break through the sky and search for the next destined one. Is this the reward for the hidden plot? Su Mubai looked at the crystal ball in his hand. The phantom I just saw seemed like an illusion. There was nothing strange about it at all. But this involves an epic quest, so it certainly won't be a simple piece of equipment. Su Mubai naturally wasn't going to let go of the chance to get a piece of equipment for free. An epic level quest, then who can? But just as Su Mubai was about to accept the mission, an idea suddenly popped into his mind. Can the cataclysm affect work on quest items? If so, how will the quest change? The idea took root in his mind as soon as it came out, growing wildly and uncontrollably. Let's give it a try. An epic quest, but he was reluctant to give up without trying. Taking a deep breath, Su Mubai's mind stirred. Catastrophe. Target, Heron's Crystal Ball. Hint. Please select the promotion rank. Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click to view details. That's really good. Su Mubai's eyes lit up. The talent Cataclysm is simply terrifying. It's amazing that even quest items can be forcibly upgraded. He couldn't wait to check the details. Option 1. Upgrade to the quest item, Dylan's Crystal Ball, no cost. Option 2. Upgrade to the quest item, Crone's Crystal Ball, costing 100 million soul coins. Option 3. Obtain the quest item, Eli's Crystal Ball, from the Cataclysm, consuming 100,000 years of lifespan. They even changed the mission? Su Mubai stared in disbelief at the 3 completely different mission items. He had considered that Cataclysm could forcibly upgrade the grade of Heron's Crystal Ball, but he never expected it to turn out like this. And was the last option for Real. An epic level advancement, it becomes a legendary level, and after a sublimation, it becomes a mythical level. If the cataclysmic upgrade reaches the 3rd tier, wouldn't that surpass the mythical level? What level would that be? A full 100,000 years of lifespan, exactly the same as the lifespan consumed during the cataclysmic class. So, the profession of Death Overlord is also a being that surpasses the mythical level? A hint of excitement flashed in Su Mubai's eyes. I'm increasingly looking forward to the special effects of the Death Codex after reaching level 10 and the new skills I can learn from it. However, before that, let's accept the task first. First tier. As Su-Mubai made his choice, the crystal ball in his hand suddenly began to distort. The next moment, the entire crystal ball blurred for a split second. When it became clear again, it had changed slightly. This time, he could clearly see a phantom image inside the crystal ball. It was a ferocious frost dragon. You have obtained the quest item Dylan's Crystal Ball. The system notification sounded again as the quest item changed. Note: do you accept the quest Dylan's Tragedy? Please be aware that this is a legendary quest with unimaginable difficulty. Please consider carefully. Accept. Dylan's Crystal Ball will partially break the seal and temporarily become your equipment. Refusal. Dylan's Crystal Ball will break through the sky and search for the next destined one. Accept. Su-Mubai was after a legendary mission, so he decisively chose to accept it. Hint: you have accepted the legendary quest, The Tragedy of Dylan. Your level is too low. Please level up to level 30 within 1 month to unlock the first stage of the quest. Please note that if you fail to start the quest in time, you will lose Dylan's Crystal Ball. Buzz. The system notification ended. The crystal ball in Su-Mubai's hand suddenly emitted a dense light. Several minutes passed before the light gradually faded, and wisps of pale gray death energy lingered around the crystal ball. Dylan's Crystal Ball. The true name of this item will be revealed after the seal is broken. Jules Deputy. Level 0-200. Legendary item. Durability 1000/1000. Equipment requirement. Dylan's Lament must be present in the quest log. Basic attributes. Level 5. Spell power plus 50. All attributes plus 20. Health plus 1000. Mana plus 2000. Entry. 1. Spell critical strike chance plus 30%. Critical strike damage plus 50%. 2. Sealed state. Effects unknown. 3. Sealed state. Effects unknown. Skill. Sealed state. Special. Unlocked after entering the first stage of the mission. This is a quest item. It will disappear automatically if the quest fails. Except for the basic attributes and the first affix, everything else is sealed. But even with these attributes, it far surpasses other dark gold-grade equipment of the same level. And since it was all free, Su-Mubai said he didn't mind. The Death Codex becomes a special piece of equipment after being upgraded and does not occupy an equipment slot. Su-Mubai decisively equipped the crystal ball into the secondary hand slot. The next moment, Dylan's crystal ball shrank a circle and slowly rotated around Su-Mubai's left hand. Looking at the large pile of unidentified equipment in his backpack, Su-Mubai nodded in satisfaction. This dungeon run was more rewarding than I ever imagined. After summoning 100 high-level skeletons, Su-Mubai waved his hand and put them all into his summoning space. Then he turned around and walked into the portal to leave the instance. It's Bai Yi. Finally met him in person, but he's not that great. I thought he had 3 heads and 6 arms. With so much experience needed after level 5, how did he even level up? He's already level 8 so quickly. If you could clear a disaster-level dungeon by yourself, you could level up just as fast. He's even more handsome than I imagined. I really want to be his girlfriend. You're dreaming. Bai Yi is mine. I wonder if Boss Bei will establish a guild. With his strength, he would definitely have many people join if he just raised his voice. Probably not. He doesn't have the talent for grand ambitions. What good would starting a guild do besides be a hindrance? A flash of white light, and Su-Mubai's figure appeared in front of the dungeon portal. Exclamations erupted from the surrounding players, some in shock, some in envy, and some in sour grapes. But no one got too close. The series of system announcements fully demonstrated Su-Mubai's terrifying strength. Dying in the starting village won't reduce your lifespan. The level drop and the pain are real. No one knows Su-Mubai's personality. If they offend him and get killed for no reason, it would be a huge loss. Brother Bei, you've finally come out. The voice of wealthier than anyone else in the world rang out, and Su-Mubai turned his head to look, a slight smile playing on his lips. Here comes someone who's offering money willingly. Chapter 28, it seems you really don't have enough money. No wonder the richest man's team hasn't entered the dungeon yet. They're waiting for Boss Bai Yi. With these 2 big shots joining forces, it seems that the Hegemony Guild's first clear on the hard difficulty is also going to be a thing of the past. That's not necessarily true. Hongtu Bei and the others have been inside for so long. Can the Fujia Tianxia team catch up with their progress? Is it possible that the goal of becoming the richest person in the world is a nightmare? The 2 most powerful and wealthiest people in the beginner village, number 9527, interacting, the surrounding players immediately started discussing it. You've been waiting for me? Sumubai raised an eyebrow. The richest man in the world waved his hand and laughed. It won't be long. As he spoke, he glanced at the growing number of players around the instance and frowned slightly. How about we find another place to trade? Need not. Sumubai waved his hand and summoned 10 skeleton warriors, creating an open space next to the dungeon portal. Let's just stay here. I'm in a hurry. Plop. The moment the skeleton warrior appeared, a series of swallowing sounds rang out from all around. Everyone present was shocked. Many people rubbed their eyes in disbelief, staring again and again at the 10 suddenly appearing, tall skeletons. Immediately afterwards, everyone, including Feng Yi Xiao, looked at Sumubai as if he were a monster. Although they can't see the skeleton warrior's specific attributes, they can see its health bar. With 6-figure health points, did they summon 10 bosses? The impact of the 10 skeleton warriors was no less than that of the previous region-wide announcement. This also made the players present realize once again that the multiverse game is a real world. The gap between players here is just like in real life. Players can enter the game at the same time, but their strength can be vastly different. Some people have lost their fighting spirit, but many more yearn to become stronger. The latter did not linger and quickly formed a team to enter the instance. Having little talent doesn't mean you can't become a top expert. There are also various opportunities in the game. Even without advanced talents, there is still a chance to defy fate. Brother Bei, your strength is truly terrifying. Looking at the imposing skeleton warriors around him, Fu Jiaxiangxia gave Sumubai a meaningful look. He was certain that the other party's talent was definitely SSS level, otherwise it wouldn't be possible for them to be so strong. At the same time, a hint of doubt arose in the heart of the wealthy man. In such a small newbie village, number 9527, 2 players with SSS level talents have appeared. Is there something special about this place? It's no wonder he overthinks things. Who would have thought that Sumubai's talent was obtained by exploiting a bug? He was originally only S rank, but he was a true SSS rank talent player in the novice village number 9527. In reality, there was only one person who was the richest in the world. What's special about the 9527 beginner village is that there are quite a few S-level talent players. If you include Sumubai, there are a total of 4. Hehe, your talent is truly enviable. Sumubai smiled. He had a vivid memory of the SSS level talent, the god of wealth. If this thing is combined with its own sublimation, it's practically invincible. However, Sumubai had no intention of forming a team. In his view, as long as the mechanism of free promotion exists, no matter how much money the richest person in the world has, it will eventually end up in their own pocket. The two, each with their own thoughts, exchanged a smile. Sumubai cut to the chase, saying, I have quite a lot of food. Are you sure you can eat it all? Don't worry, there's absolutely no problem. When it came to money, Fu Jiaxiangxia patted his chest confidently. He was so poor that all he had left was money. Then let's get started. Sumubai remained non-committal and directly took out a bunch of equipment and skills from his backpack. These are just the things he got from the monsters. Even after using Cataclysm to get free items, all you get are black iron and bronze level equipment and D-level skill books. Even so, for someone as wealthy as Fu Jiantian, it is still an invaluable treasure at this stage. After reviewing the detailed information about the equipment and skill books, Fu Jiaxiangxia realized that the other party definitely had more good stuff that they hadn't brought out yet. However, he didn't say much, only calmly saying, Brother Bai Yi, name your price, I'll take them all. The current 5-person team is just the beginning. What he wants to build is an elite team of around 100 people. These equipment and skill books were exactly what he needed. Iron-grade equipment costs 5 silver coins, bronze-grade equipment costs 20 silver coins, and D-grade skill books cost 20 gold coins. Sumubai scrolled through some messages in the chat channel and offered a price that he considered reasonable. Iron and bronze level equipment will definitely increase in the future, but players don't have much money at the moment, so they can't sell them for a good price. Besides, these are all low-level equipment and don't hold their value, so he couldn't be bothered to worry about them. But skill books are different. A D-grade skill book is not something players can obtain at this stage. If you don't clear it for the first time, Reggie and Hell difficulty dungeons will only drop skill books of this level. Moreover, skills are different from equipment. This thing can be used no matter how high your level is. Therefore, although the price he offered was far beyond what players could afford at this stage, it was not considered high. Good. The richest man in the world nodded without hesitation and immediately initiated a transaction with Sumubai. 10 pieces of iron-grade equipment, 6 pieces of bronze-grade equipment, plus 4 D-grade skill books, totaling 81 gold and 70 silver. Bargaining. It doesn't exist. In his view, the most important thing is to connect with Bayela through this transaction. Compared to this, a few more or less gold coins are insignificant. Su Mubai was surprised that the richest man in the world would agree so readily, and looked at him with astonishment. After completing the transaction, the latter smiled and said, "Brother Bai Yi, now it's time to bring out the real good stuff, isn't it?" Bai Yi is the first person to clear a disaster-level dungeon. How could he only have this little bit of loot? There are good things out there, but you might not be able to afford them right now. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai smiled knowingly and took out another batch of equipment from his backpack. "In terms of ability, I certainly can't compare to you, but when it comes to money, He paused halfway through his story about being the richest man in the world. Away, standing to the side, widened his eyes in surprise and couldn't help but gasp. A C-grade skill book, and so much gold-grade equipment. Marshmallow and the newly added fire elemental mage, who had trouble getting up, were so shocked they were speechless. Silver-level equipment yet, let alone gold-level equipment. As for C-grade skill books, they are currently the rarest items. Bai actually brought out a whole bunch of these good things. This includes a total of 7 gold-grade equipment items and 5 C-grade skill books. With these items, their chances of clearing nightmare-level dungeons will increase significantly. Even Maple Leaf Xiao Xiao was shocked, as there were 2 pieces of equipment and a skill book among them that he could use. After the initial shock, his expression suddenly turned strange. He gently tugged at Fu Jiaqian and whispered, "Looks like you really don't have enough money." The richest man in the world twitched at the corner of his mouth, though he was unwilling to admit it. But it's definitely not enough. For a moment, a troubled look flashed across his face. He looked at Su Mubai, opened his mouth, but didn't know how to start. Seeing this, Su Mubai smiled slightly and waved his hand, saying, "It's all right, you can have these things first, and you can pay the difference tomorrow." Players can sign contracts with each other through the system, so Su Mubai is not afraid that the other party will renege on their promise. Their goodwill towards Su Mubai soared. However, Su Mubai's purpose was not limited to this. "This is nothing. Chapter 29. Are you sure you can beat this game faster than me? The equipment and skill books I just took out were just drops from 2 silver-level bosses." The truly valuable items were still quietly lying in his backpack. Su Mubai definitely won't sell the level 10 legendary equipment and skill book that Reggie dropped. These items can only be sold for a good price after leaving the starting village. However, those few level 5 gold equipment items can still be sold to the wealthiest people in the world after they are upgraded. But Su Mubai's goal is not just gold coins. Since Brother Bai Yi is so straightforward, I won't be coy either. Name your price. Upon learning that the missing money could be paid the next day, Fu Jiaxiangxia instantly regained his confidence. Weapons cost 30 gold coins. Plate armor costs 40 gold coins. Other equipment costs 20 gold coins per piece. These 4 skill books cost 100 gold coins each, and as for this one. Su Mubai took out a skill book separately and said, "I'll give you a discount, 500 gold coins." So expensive? Even someone as wealthy as him was stunned by Su Mubai's offer. Level 5 gold-grade equipment and C-grade skill books should only fetch a good price from him. Other players simply couldn't afford that much money. However, this thing is all about supply and demand. They happen to need this batch of equipment and skills right now, so it's not a question of who's benefiting. Anyone who has played games knows that the earlier you get top-tier equipment and skills, the greater your advantage. After a while, even level 5 gold equipment will be unwanted. No one will want it even if you give it away. Everyone enters the game at the same time. There are no new players afterward. He could accept any of the other prices, but the last one was really too expensive. 500 gold coins? Or is it a discounted price? Is this guy really treating himself like a sucker? The idea of becoming the richest person in the world changed instantly after seeing the skill description. Resurrection spell. C. No level required. Active skill. Can revive a target player outside of combat and reduce their death penalty by 50%, excluding lifespan. Casting range, 50 meters. Casting time, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Mana cost, 300 points. Learning requirements, priest-related profession. This is a resurrection spell. Even if you can't revive in battle, it's still a revival. Is 500 gold coins expensive? Is such a great deal. After level 5, leveling up becomes increasingly difficult, and you lose a level for every death. With the resurrection spell, the losses will be much smaller. Marshmallow's eyes lit up when she saw this skill. She is a priest, and after learning this skill, her status in the team will naturally rise sharply. The incredibly wealthy man waved his hand and said, "A total of 1080 gold coins, right? I'll take them all." He then initiated a trade with Su Mubai, placing 580 gold coins on the exchange. Brother Bay, I'll pay 580 gold coins first, and the remaining 500 tomorrow. Is that all right? Buzz. A contract appeared between the two, and Su Mubai glanced at it and nodded slightly. Note, you have successfully entered into a contract with player richest man in the world. The other party promises to complete the subsequent transaction within 24 hours. If the other party breaches the contract, they will be subject to a penalty interest of 10 of the contract amount per day until the contract is completed. The penalty interest will be deducted directly from the player's inventory, and the system will take half of the penalty interest as a handling fee. After the transaction was completed, the wealthy man immediately began distributing the equipment and skill books. He did this specifically to show Su Mubai that joining his team would definitely not be a bad deal. Su Mubai glanced at the wealthy and powerful man with great interest. If I remember correctly, the first effect of the God of Wealth, talent, is that you can shake the money tree once a day and randomly obtain 1 to 999 gold coins. Is this guy so sure he can get more than 500 gold coins tomorrow? It must be the remaining two effects of the God of Wealth, talent, that gave him his confidence. Soon, the group obtained the equipment and skills that suited them, and their excitement was hard to hide. With his signature smile on his face, Fu Jiayan turned to look at Su Mubai. Thank you, Brother Bei. With these things, our chances of taking down the nightmare-level Misty Forest are much greater. Oh, really? Su Mubai revealed a meaningful smile. Are you sure you can clear the game faster than me? These words immediately froze the smiles on the faces of the wealthy and powerful. 1 second ago, hee. The next second, no, not at all. How could I forget about that? Although Bai Yi has achieved first clears of Hell and Cataclysm difficulty, he could also try to achieve a first clear of Nightmare difficulty. What do we have to compete with others for the first bus route? Thinking of this, Fu Jiaxiangxia and the others looked rather grim, as if they had been tricked. The hot-tempered, difficult-to-get-out-of-the-morning individual glared at Su Mubai, about to speak, when Feng Yi Xiaoxiao pulled him back and shook her head. The richest man in the world also realized what was happening, staring intently at Su Mubai, and said with an awkward smile, Brother Bei, this joke is not funny at all. Tell me your conditions. Hooked. Su Mubai had no intention of entering the Misty Forest again. He has reached level 8, while the monsters and bosses on Nightmare difficulty are only level 7. Instead of providing a bonus for players of higher levels, it will actually reduce experience points by 50%. Instead of wasting time in this dungeon, you should level up. However, he didn't want to give up the basic soulstone reward for the first clear. The condition is simple. All the basic soulstones from the first clear reward are mine. Maple Leaf Xiaoxiao was a player who had triggered the system announcement, and Su Mubai was certain that they knew what the soulstone was. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood. It turns out that the soulstone was Bai Ye's real target. For a moment, the wealthy and powerful were in a dilemma. For anyone other than Su Mubai, a basic life soulstone can only increase lifespan by 30 days. The wealthiest among them, however, appears to be only around 40 years old. In the short term, their need for the soulstone is not as urgent as Su Mubai's. But this is, after all, an item that can increase lifespan. Although they would lose the first clear reward if they didn't agree, if all the life soulstones in the reward went to Su Mubai, how much meaning would there be left for them to get the first clear? Su Mubai had naturally anticipated this situation. His gaze fell on Feng Yexiao, and he suddenly spoke. I wonder how many soulstones were awarded for the first kill of a bronze-level boss. Maple Leaf Xiaoxiao was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Su Mubai to suddenly ask this, but still answered, 2. Has it been absorbed? Not yet. I see. Su Mubai's eyes lit up, he pinched his chin, and continued. Let's make another deal. I guarantee you'll be able to clear Nightmare difficulty Misty Forest for the first time, and you'll also be able to handle Hell difficulty. The condition is to add those 2 soul stones. How about that? Faced with Su Mubai's increasingly outrageous behavior, Fu Jia Tianxiao and Feng Yi Xiaoxiao were not angry at all. Instead, they couldn't wait to speak up. Make a deal. This was because Su Mubai once again took out 5 pieces of equipment. 5 level 5 dark gold grade equipment pieces. Chapter 30. Using Cataclysm again. Beginner Village number 9527, Green Grassland. Su Mubai lay leisurely on the grass with his hands behind his head, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, and his eyes closed, resting. A gentle breeze stirred the white clouds in the sky, and the warm sunlight shone on him, making him appear exceptionally serene. It may seem like Su Mubai isn't doing anything, but he is actually leveling up, and its efficiency far surpasses that of all other players. Dozens of meters away, the The 100-man skeleton army rampaged across the grassland like bulldozers, constantly sweeping away various wild monsters. Although their actions slightly disrupted the beautiful scene, they kept Su Mubai's experience bar constantly jumping. Killing a level 10 bison grants an additional 50% bonus for levels above that level, and 30 experience points. Slaying a level 10 elite monster, the prairie wolf, grants an additional 50% bonus for monsters of higher levels and 150 experience points. Defeat the level 10 enhanced elite monster, the prairie wolf, to receive an additional 50% bonus for monsters above their level and 450 experience points. This is an area with level 10 monsters, and it's also one of the few high-level outdoor maps in the starting village. Every moment, monsters are killed by the skeleton army, turning into Su Mubai's experience points. Although most of them are ordinary monsters, there are just too many of them. At this stage, skilled players are all tackling the Misty Forest dungeon. Su Mubai essentially booked the entire high-level map. If other players saw this, they would be so angry they'd vomit blood. Why is it that everyone else has to work so hard to level up and worry about being killed by monsters, while you can just lie down and farm so fast? Is that correct? Su Mubai didn't know if it was right or wrong. He only knew that he was about to reach level 9. 40 skeleton warriors continuously pulled monsters, while the remaining skeleton archers and skeleton mages unleashed their full damage potential, making monster killing as easy as slicing melons and vegetables. Before long, a golden light rose from Su Mubai's body. Congratulations to player White Knight for reaching level 9. All 4 stats increased by 1, skill point increased by 1, and free attribute points increased by 15. Just one more level, and I can leave the starting village. Su Mubai opened his eyes, slowly sat up, and allocated his free attribute points as usual. As for skill points, they should be reserved for now. The main reason is that he currently has no skills to improve. Several passive skills do not have levels and do not require skill points. Death absorption feedback. It takes 10 skill points to level up, so there's no point in adding more. The burning skill, which can be upgraded with just a little more skill points, has very low damage, so this low-level skill may be replaced in the future. Therefore, Su Mubai simply saved his skill points. I wonder where the appraiser went. Looking at the 758 gold coins in his backpack, Su Mubai couldn't help but frown. After completing the transaction with the richest man in the world, he did not come directly to the green grassland, but instead went back to the newbie village first. The main purpose of returning to the city is, of course, to appraise the equipment. But to his utter surprise, the appraisal shop in the newbie village number 9527 was not open. After inquiring with nearby shops, I learned that the appraiser believed no one in the beginner village could obtain the items that needed appraisal, so he went out to gather information. Besides being an appraiser, this guy is also a painter. His destination for his field research was the green grassland. Therefore, on his first trip back to the city, Su Mubai only bought a few sets of underwear that fit well and a return scroll. As for the other props sold in the village, they were of no use to him at all. The green grassland is so big, who knows where that guy went to gather inspiration? Su Mubai pursed his lips, but still patted his butt and stood up. The main reason is that the nearby monsters have all been cleared out by the skeleton army and haven't respawned yet. He wouldn't move his, but just to find an appraiser. It's not too late to appraise it after leaving the starting village. Anyway, they're all level 10 equipment, so I can't wear them now. 500,000 experience points. It'll take a while to grind for them. From level 9 to 10, there are no dungeons for players to farm. The only way to level up is to grind a lot of monsters in the wild. Su Mubai roughly calculated that, excluding a small number of elite monsters and enhanced elite monsters, he would need to farm the wild buffaloes in the green grassland several times if he wanted to level up. After moving to a spot with more monsters, Su Mubai found a flat boulder, lay down on it, crossed his legs, and leisurely continued his leveling journey. The skeleton army instantly joined the battle, with 40 skeleton warriors constantly pulling monsters, and no monster could break through their defenses. This upgrade speed still feels a bit slow. After observing the frequency of the experience bar's fluctuations, Su Mubai pondered for a moment before focusing his gaze on the skill, Summon Space Expansion. Now that I have money and a lot of soul stones, I don't know if it will be enough for advancement or a cataclysmic event. Thinking of this, Su Mubai had a sudden thought. Catastrophe. Objective, Summon Space Expansion. Hint, please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Overwrite the existing promotion effect and repromote to the D rank skill, Summoning Space Expansion, with no cost. Option 2. Overwrite the original promotion effect and upgrade to the C-level skill, Summoning Space Expansion, consuming 100 gold coins. Option 3. Overwrite the original promotion effect, upgrade to rank B skill, Summoning Space Expansion, consuming 20 years of lifespan. 20 years. Looking at the resources required for the Cataclysm, Su Mubai's lips twitched. A B-level skill certainly isn't worth that many years of lifespan, but the Cataclysmic trait is. If he had enough lifespan, he would definitely choose Catastrophe. After silently calculating his life soul stone, Su Mubai's eyes lit up. It seems like that's really enough. Including the 2 he obtained from Maple Leaf Xiao, he now has a total of 64 soul stones. After advancing to the next level for free, each intermediate level life soul stone increases lifespan by 120 days. 64 stones would add 7,680 days, which is just over 21 years. Although the skill Summon Space Expansion has a low level, it greatly enhances Su Mubai's abilities. Without hesitation, he absorbed all the life stones, extending his lifespan to less than 22 years. 64 intermediate-grade life soul stones entering his body. Su Mubai clearly felt refreshed and couldn't help but let out a comfortable hum. This feeling is 1,000 times more pleasant than any particular moment. The feeling of extended lifespan is truly intoxicating. With a sigh, Su Mubai made a decisive choice. Cataclysmic Stage 3. Prompt. Confirm consuming 20 years of lifespan to overwrite previous promotion effects and upgrade the Summon Space Expansion skill to a higher tier. Confirm. The newly enhanced vitality vanished quickly before it could be properly felt. Warning, you have lost 20 years of your life. Lifespan, less than 2 years. Your rank E skill, Summoning Space Expansion, has successfully been upgraded to rank B skill, Summoning Space Expansion. Chapter 31. The Beginner Skill Book. An unexpected incident occurs. Summoning Space Expansion. B. Passive skill, no level required, Summoning Space +8. Even after being upgraded to a B rank skill, the description of Summoning Space Expansion remains concise and clear. Advancing 2 ranks only adds 8 summoning spaces. But for Su Mubai, this improvement is far too exaggerated. First, there's the class's Cataclysm trait, which doubles the skill effect, increasing it from +8 to +16. Then, with the added boost of Death Summoning, Su Mubai's summoning space limit suddenly reached an astonishing number. Summoning space, 100/340. That wasn't all. What Su Mubai cared about even more was the added Catastrophe characteristic. Catastrophe characteristics. 1. The controllable range of summoned creatures has been increased to 500%. 2. After your summoned creature dies, it can be resurrected at full health in the summoning space. This can only be triggered once per hour for a single summoned creature. This was the 3rd time Su Mubai had witnessed the cataclysmic characteristic, and the 3rd time he had been shocked. Both of these characteristics are simply phenomenal. The first rule is to increase his control range over the skeletons to a radius of 500 meters. In terms of coverage area, this is not 5 times, but 25 times. The second characteristic is essentially an increase in the number of Su Mubai's skeleton army. With this cataclysmic characteristic, he no longer needs to fear certain bosses' area of effect instant kill skills. Even if he kills them all in one go, he can immediately open the summoning space and replenish his troops instantly. Unless a large number of skeletons die twice in a row within an hour, his combat effectiveness will not be affected in any way. The upgrade speed will be much faster now. Su Mubai's eyes as he waved his wand and began summoning skeletons. Buzz. A pale gray vortex opened, and 6 skeleton warriors stepped out, their movements perfectly synchronized. Lure and kill monsters yourself, then notify me when you find humans. Upon receiving Su Mubai's order, the soul fire in the skeleton warrior's eye sockets flickered, and he joined the monster-slaying army on the outer perimeter, carrying his greatsword. With the increased control range, the skeleton army's movement range was greatly enhanced, and Su Mubai no longer needed to change positions for a short period of time. Su Mubai waved his magic wand repeatedly, summoning 6 high-level skeletons each time. After using death absorption feedback 3 times in a row, consuming 75 points of death chi to restore mana, the summoning space was finally filled. This time, he didn't summon the same 4:3 ratio, because too many skeleton warriors would be too much for the boss to handle. In the end, Su Mubai summoned 100 skeleton warriors, and the remaining 240 space was evenly distributed among the skeleton archers and skeleton mages. After the skill death absorption feedback is promoted to SS level, its maximum casting range is also increased to 100 meters. However, Sumubai used it for 200 meters. Even lying still, he could absorb the death energy from the corpses of monsters in the distance. A single target can reach up to 20. However, these ordinary monsters don't provide much death energy. Hint: you have successfully extracted 2 points of death energy from the corpses of 20 common wild monsters. Bison. Hint: you have successfully extracted 2 points of death energy from the corpses of 18 ordinary monsters, bison, and 2 elite monsters, prairie wolves. Apart from bosses, both elite monsters and enhanced elite monsters provide the same amount of death points as regular monsters. However, what's not lacking here is corpses. Sumubai absorbs them every 30 seconds, and soon his death energy is fully replenished. Next comes the simple and tedious process of leveling up while lying down. Every 10 minutes or so, 2 skeletons would come and hand in items dropped by wild monsters. Sumubai didn't even bother to look at these trash items. He simply upgraded them all and then tossed them into his backpack to gather dust. Based on the information in my mind, there is an auction house in the Imperial City where the starting village is located. If they are all put up for auction, it will be a considerable sum of money. A legion of 340 skeletons, with their incredible attributes, delivered a devastating blow to the monsters on the green grassland. Even the boss couldn't make a ripple in the face of Sumubai's skeleton army. Defeating the level 10 Black Iron Tier boss, Bison Chieftain, grants an additional 50% experience bonus, totaling 1950 experience points. Defeat the level 10 Bronze Tier boss, Prairie Wolf Leader, to receive an additional 50% experience bonus, plus 6,000 experience points. The equipment and skill books dropped by these 2 bosses were quite ordinary, and they didn't drop anything that a Necromancer needed. However, one book caught Sumubai's eye. Beginner Skill Book. Increases skill points by 1 when used. Does this thing only drop from world bosses? After taking the beginner skill book from the skeleton archer, Sumubai thought for a moment and understood. If it drops from dungeon bosses, then it's worthless. Run a normal difficulty dungeon many times every day. In that case, it won't be long before this thing becomes commonplace. Wilderness bosses are something you can only encounter once in a lifetime. This beginner skill book was dropped by the bronze level Prairie Wolf Leader. This grade should be the minimum requirement. Sumubai picked up the skill book, a thought forming in his mind. Catastrophe. Target, beginner skill book. Hint: please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Advance to the intermediate skill book, no cost. Option 2. Upgrade to advanced skill book, costing 2,000 gold coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to perfect skill book, consuming 1,000 years of lifespan. Wait, does this thing consume that much energy? The increased cost of the basic skill book truly surprised Sumubai. In particular, the perfect skill book requires 1,000 years of lifespan to obtain. How many skill points would I need to add to offset this cost? Although he really wanted to know, Sumubai couldn't get promoted. He shook his head and decisively chose to be promoted. After confirming it, the book in my hand suddenly looked a little more refined. You have obtained 1 intermediate skill book. Intermediate skill book increases skill points by 5 after use. After getting it for free, the effect was instantly 5 times greater. The next moment, the skill book transformed into a golden light and merged into Sumubai's brow. You have used intermediate skill book X1, skill points plus 5, current available skill points, 6. Still not enough to level up, death absorption feedback. Sumubai closed the panel and continued to enjoy the thrill of rapidly increasing experience points. But the feedback coming from his mind forced him to stand up. A skeleton warrior sent a notification that he had seen the humans Sumubai had mentioned. At this stage, there shouldn't be any players coming here. This human is very likely the appraiser from the novice village number 9527. They've really gone far. What's so great about this godforsaken place for research? Sensing the location of the skeleton warrior, Sumubai pursed his lips and turned to walk in that direction. The very edge of his control. After taking only a couple of steps, Sumubai suddenly stopped, a serious expression appearing on his face. Notification: your skeleton warrior has been defeated. Note: Cataclysm has been triggered. Your skeleton warrior has been resurrected at full health in the summoning space. This skeleton warrior cannot trigger the resurrection effect again for 60 minutes. Chapter 32: The Eccentric Appraiser. They were instantly killed. Sumubai's pupils suddenly contracted. 1 second ago, the skeleton warrior's health bar was almost full, and the next second it was completely depleted. How could something with such exaggerated damage exist in a place like the beginner village? After equipping Dylan's crystal ball, His current mental attribute is as high as 196 points. With the added boost from the aura of the dead, the skeleton warrior's health reached a terrifying 150,000 or more. With such low health, he was killed in an instant with such ease? Although he didn't see the skeleton warrior die, Su Mubai knew from the feedback in his mind that the skeleton warrior was completely powerless to fight back when it died. Can an appraiser really be this good? A hint of shock flashed deep in Su Mubai's eyes, and he began to doubt whether the other party was really the appraiser he was looking for. He stopped walking and did not continue. Who knows whether the person ahead is friend or foe? Previously, there was a situation where the protection for the newbie village failed in the dungeon. What if it fails again? The opponent has the ability to instantly kill skeleton warriors, so no matter how many troops you have, it's useless. At this moment, Su Mubai suddenly regretted using the Cataclysm Summon Space Expansion skill. If I had more than 10 years left to live, I wouldn't need to be so timid now. The sudden death of the skeleton warrior served as a wake-up call for Su Mubai. This unexpected situation felt like a heavy hammer had suddenly struck my heart. This brought down his increasingly inflated ego. Su Mubai suddenly realized that he was only invincible at the player level, not at the level of the multiverse game. In the Forbidden Land alone, there are plenty of NPCs who can kill you at will. Thinking of this, Su Mubai decisively turned around and went in the opposite direction. At the same time, the skeleton army, under his control, began to move rapidly away from that coordinate location. I must live for at least 10 years in the future, no matter what. Still shaken, Su Mubai made a decision in secret. The talent Cataclysm is indeed ridiculously powerful, but his first priority was to ensure his own survival. The life stones obtained next must be used to replenish lifespan. As for upgrading equipment and skills, we can wait a while. After all, life is the most important thing. However, Murphy's Law taught Su Mubai a lesson. The more he didn't want to see the other person, the more he couldn't escape them. Before he had gone far after turning around, a lazy voice came from behind him. Kid, not bad. You can actually summon so many broken bones. Su Mubai paused upon hearing this. It wasn't that he wanted to stop on his own. Rather, the other party had already blocked his way. This is a middle-aged man with a full head of silver hair, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. He is wearing a tattered silver robe with an eye pattern made of inscriptions on his chest. Is he really an appraiser? Su Mubai had seen this pattern in the appraisal shop, so he recognized it at a glance. He just didn't expect the other party's entrance to be so spectacular. Whose appraiser in the newbie village can fly? This guy just stepped through the air, and, before he could finish speaking, he was already blocking Su Mubai's way. I was in a rare good mood and came out to enjoy the scenery, but you've ruined it all. The middle-aged man glared at Su Mubai, then continued. Tell me, how do you plan to compensate us? No. Have I been robbed? Su Mubai was taken aback for a moment, then tentatively asked, how about paying me back? As he spoke, he took out 100 gold coins directly from his backpack. Do I look like someone who needs your little bit of money? The middle-aged man curled his lip, and without him making any move, the 100 gold coins vanished without a trace. Su Mubai felt a lightness in his hand and looked at the tattered robe on the other person's body, his lips twitching involuntarily. Doesn't this look like it? You practically have your poverty written all over your forehead. However, after the other party accepted the money, Su Mubai breathed a sigh of relief. Losing money is better than losing your life, right? The desire to extend one's lifespan has grown increasingly strong. What kind of look is that, kid? The middle-aged man followed Su Mubai's gaze to look at his long robe, his face immediately turning red as he tried to justify himself. This was ruined while I was out collecting folk songs. I'm not short of money. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and his robe was instantly transformed, clearly a new one. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to have any hostility, Su Mubai began to examine them more closely. In my arms. Appraiser and painter in the beginner village, number 9527. Grade. Health points. A swordsman who doesn't aspire to be an appraiser of painters is no good swordsman. The information obtained was scarce, except for the final description, which led Su Mubai to guess that there was a swordsman in his arms. I'm not an unreasonable person. I'll give you this painting for 100 gold coins. As he spoke, a drawing board appeared in his arms and hands. He casually pulled out the top painting and handed it to Su Mubai. My work isn't something just anyone can get their hands on. You can be secretly pleased with yourself. What else did you gain? Upon hearing this, Su Mubai quickly reached out and took the scroll. You have obtained painting in my arms, X1. But after just one glance, he dared not look again and promptly put it into his backpack. Su Mubai was afraid that if he watched any longer, he would burst out laughing. Goodness, even a 3-year-old could draw better than you, right? A wolf pouncing on a cow. A soulful artist, Huijin. Why don't you take a good look at it? Seeing this, Huijin frowned. You don't dislike my wolf pouncing on a cow like this, do you? You misunderstand, senior. I plan to appreciate it slowly in the future. Only by calming down can I truly understand your state of mind when you created it. Su Mubai suppressed a laugh, and the words came out against his will. Appreciate? He never wants to see that thing again in his life. Absolutely an eyesore. Ha ha ha, you're a good kid. You have good taste. Hearing this, he felt immediately pleased and smiled, reaching out his hand. I'm in a good mood today. Anything you need appraised? Bring it out. I'll appraise it for you for free. In reality, he just said that offhand. Only equipment of dark gold grade or higher requires identification. Even if this kid in front of me has the ability, he wouldn't be able to obtain such a high-level item in the beginner village. Real. Su Mubai's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected such a good thing. Without saying a word, he took out the 4 level 10 dark gold equipment that Reggie had dropped. He had already withdrawn his hand from his chest and continued. If not, then so be it. At this point, he suddenly widened his eyes and snatched the equipment from Su Mubai's hand. No way, you actually have one. Let me see. So it was that little green-skinned skeleton from the Misty Forest? Looking at the 4 pieces of equipment, Huijin suddenly realized what was going on and then carefully examined Su Mubai. They're quite skilled and also very lucky. He withdrew his gaze, a silver light shimmering in his hands, and slowly brushed over the 4 pieces of equipment while muttering incantations. Su Mubai initially thought it was some kind of identification spell, but upon closer listening, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. I spent 100 gold coins to appraise 4 pieces of equipment. I've really lost a lot of money this time. Chapter 33 Skeleton Set, Necklace of the Dead. As the incense burned in his arms, the shadow boots were the first to burst forth with a dark golden light. Gradually, the entire pair of boots seemed to be shrouded in a shadow, appearing somewhat hazy. Normally, this piece of equipment alone would cost you 100 gold coins. With a wave of his hand, the shadow boots floated into Su Mubai's hand. Boots of Shadow. Shoes plate armor. Level 10. Dark gold items. Durability, 200/200. Equipment requirements, Strength 80, Constitution 50. Physical defense, plus 75. Magic defense plus 50. Health plus 800. Strength plus 20. Constitution plus 20. Agility plus 10. Movement speed plus 10%. Additional skills. Shadow Step. Enter the shadows. Increase movement speed by 60%. Reduce damage taken by 10% for 30 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. Wear it, and you'll automatically learn the Ghost Dance. As expected of a level 10 legendary item, its stats are truly impressive. Unfortunately, it was plate armor, so Su Mubai couldn't wear it. These 2 pieces of equipment have good stats, and they're even part of a small set. From his chest, just as Su Mubai was checking the attributes of the shadow boots, he identified 2 more pieces of equipment. Skeleton Heavy Armor. Upper Plate Armor. Level 10. Upgradable, 3/3. Dark Gold Items. Durability 200/200. Equipment requirements, Strength 100, Constitution 80. Physical defense, plus 180. Magic defense, plus 120. Health plus 1,200. Strength plus 25. Constitution plus 25. Physical damage reduction of 100 points. Melee damage is reflected by 100 points. Additional skills. Skeleton Armor. Summon skeletons to arm itself. The damage reduction and reflection effects of the Skeleton Heavy Armor are increased by 300% for 30 seconds. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Skeleton Set, 1/2. Set bonus, attack power plus 10%, physical defense plus 10%, not activated. The exposed bone spurs make it difficult for the enemy to attack. The Bone Heavy Armor now has an upgradable attribute. Players can upgrade it by finding a blacksmith after collecting enough materials. Each upgrade increases the equipment level by 5. In other words, this top-tier dark gold equipment can be upgraded to level 25. Equipping both the Bone Heavy Armor and Bone Greatsword will activate a set bonus. Bone Greatsword. Two-handed sword. Level 10. Upgradable, 3/3. Dark gold items. Durability 200/200. Equipment requirements, Strength 120. Attack power plus 288. Strength plus 50. The attack deals an additional 30% splash damage. Additional skills. Powerful Strike. There is a certain chance to trigger triple damage when attacking. Skeleton Set, 1/2. Violence is the ultimate aesthetic. This greatsword has a single, yet powerful, attribute. With an attack power of up to 288, plus 50 points of strength, the boost is definitely significant for a level 10 player. Moreover, it also has a 30% splash damage effect and a powerful strike passive, making it an absolutely rare and top-tier piece of equipment. Sumubai could already imagine the sensation these 3 pieces of equipment would cause at the auction house after they left the starting village. These are still the attributes before promotion. Once he uses Cataclysm to get them for free, these will be 3 epic-level equipment. However, Sumubai was not in a hurry to advance. He planned to wait until he left the beginner village to see how things went. Whether or not you get promoted depends on the financial resources of other players. Regarding this, Sumubai placed his hopes on becoming incredibly wealthy and achieving great power and dominance. The former goes without saying, while the latter's talent allows him to quickly build a large guild and should be able to raise a considerable amount of money. Here you go, this piece of equipment is quite suitable for you, kid. He stretched and tossed the last piece of equipment to Sumubai. This is a necklace made of tiny white bones, with a pendant shaped like a miniature skull. Necklace for the deceased. Necklace jewelry. Level 10. Dark gold items. Durability 200/200. Equipment requirements. Spirit 100. Spell power plus 80. Health plus 500. Mana plus 1000. Spirit plus 30. Constitution plus 10. Agility plus 10. The attack inflicts a curse effect, reducing the target's physical and magical defense by 100 points. Summon creatures can also trigger this effect. Additional skills. Dead. The effect of fear-related negative statuses on you is reduced by 50%. The dead have no fear. Finally, I have a usable piece of top-tier equipment. Although it's not an upgradable item, the Necklace of the Dead has pretty good stats. Sumubai's eyes lit up, and he quietly put the Necklace of the Dead into his backpack. I'll definitely get it for free, but I'll have to wait until Huijin leaves. The game are all real people, and Sumubai didn't want to reveal to them that he could upgrade his equipment. Alright, you're lucky to have gotten 4 pieces of dark gold equipment here. As he spoke, he prepared to turn and leave. Tell your bunch of broken bones to watch out and stop bothering me while I'm out collecting folk songs. Upon seeing this, Sumubai quickly said, Senior, please wait a moment. What? Do you have some dark gold grade equipment that needs to be appraised? He glanced at Sumubai, a look of pain flashing across his face. Damn it, I shouldn't have agreed to give this kid a free appraisal. I've lost out big time. Give them to me. I mean what I say. I'll get them all appraised for free today. There are no more dark gold level equipment. I knew it. Where would so many dark gold grade equipment come from in this godforsaken place? Upon hearing this, Huijin immediately laughed. If you don't have any equipment, then what are you trying to do? Hurry up and say it. Don't delay my field trip. Well, although there is no more dark gold grade equipment, there is still one piece of equipment that needs to be identified. Sumubai honestly scratched the back of his head and took out a robe from his backpack. Not dark gold grade. Then what's the point of appraising it? Even though I'm just a part-time appraiser, I still know about grades below dark gold. At this point, the person in his arms suddenly fell silent. He snatched the robe, examined it closely, and then looked up at Sumubai as if he were a monster, his tone full of surprise. This godforsaken place actually has epic-level equipment. What Sumubai just took out was the reward for soloing the first time clearing a disaster-level dungeon, the Robe of the Dead. If it weren't for the Blue Star Zone announcement, such equipment would absolutely never have appeared in the newbie village. Good luck, good luck. Sumubai smiled, looking expectantly at the object in his arms. Senior, is this also a free appraisal? From the muttering in his arms earlier, it's clear that the cost of appraising equipment is not low. Dark gold equipment costs 100 gold coins, so wouldn't epic equipment cost thousands? Since it could save a lot of money, Sumubai naturally had to seize the opportunity. I said it's free, so I absolutely won't charge you any money. Upon hearing this, Sumubai's face lit up with joy. But the next moment, his smile froze. He tossed the robe back into his arms and laughed. It's a pity my appraisal skill is too low level to appraise this thing. Sumubai was completely dumbfounded. So you can only identify dark gold level equipment? I'm just doing a part-time job in the newbie village. Isn't it reasonable that I can't identify epic level equipment? Looking at Sumubai's gaze, he shrugged. Sumubai suddenly had a feeling that what you said makes so much sense. I have no words to say in response. Seeing Sumubai's somewhat disappointed expression, he thought for a moment and said, Kid, want to learn appraisal skills? Chapter 34 Senior, please wait. Is there really such a good thing? Sumubai's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he immediately nodded, saying, I want to. Once you learn the appraisal skill, you'll definitely be able to appraise epic level equipment for free. I'll never have to ask for favors again. You can learn if you want, but you'll have to pay tuition. He raised an eyebrow, looking at Su Mubai with a half-smile. How many? Su Mubai looked at the 658 gold coins in his backpack and felt somewhat unsure of himself. It costs 100 gold coins to identify a piece of dark gold equipment. How much does it cost to learn the identification skill? Slowly raised his palm and opened it from his bosom. 500. Su Mubai asked tentatively, but he didn't have much hope in his heart. Their main profession, players can also have a secondary profession, such as blacksmith, alchemist, or tailor. Appraiser is also a side job, but it is a hidden side job. Although he didn't think it would be that cheap, that was all the money he had in his backpack. He couldn't afford any more. To everyone's surprise, Huaijian nodded directly. Yes, 500. He then flipped his hand, revealing a gold coin engraved with ancient inscriptions in his palm, and continued, but it's not an ordinary gold coin, it's this kind of ancient gold coin. Ancient gold coins. The first batch of gold coins minted have ceased circulation and have no value. However, in the eyes of some collectors of ancient coins, their value far exceeds that of ordinary gold coins. Contact me again when you have collected 500 ancient gold coins, and I will teach you the art of appraisal then. As he spoke, he prepared to turn and leave. You'd better not disturb me while I'm out collecting folk songs until I find it. Note, Huaijian has added you as a friend. You have accepted the hidden quest, collect ancient gold coins. Mission objective, collect 500 ancient gold coins for Huaijian. Quest reward, obtain the secondary profession skill, basic appraisal. A series of system notification sounds brought Su Mubai back to his senses. Ancient gold coins? Why does this thing sound so familiar? He suddenly remembered something, immediately opened his backpack, and immediately saw the ancient copper coins in the first compartment. Ancient bronze coin, a copper coin that has been discontinued and whose value is unknown. In the eyes of some collectors of ancient coins, it should be worth 10 copper coins. What is this called? After searching for it everywhere, I finally found it without any effort. After copper coins are upgraded, they become ancient bronze coins. Similarly, after gold coins are upgraded, they naturally become ancient gold coins. Watching the departing figure in his arms, a hint of joy flashed in Su Mubai's eyes, and he quickly called out, "Senior, please wait." At the same time, a thought popped into his head. Catastrophe. Objective, 500 gold coins in your backpack. Advance to the next rank. You have received 500 ancient gold coins. The next moment, an ancient gold coin exactly the same as the one that had just been taken out of his pocket appeared in Su Mubai's backpack, with a mark of times 500 in the lower right corner. What are you up to now, kid? Seriously. Around impatiently, but his words abruptly stopped. The next moment, he instantly appeared in front of Su Mubai, picked up the gold coin Su Mubai was holding, and began to examine it carefully. No, you ought. After confirming that they were all ancient gold coins, Huaijian became somewhat incoherent. Painting and collecting ancient coins are his two great hobbies. Although these items are not valuable, there are not many of them. This kid actually pulled out 500 coins at once. Still in this wretched newbie village? Su Mubai handed all 500 ancient gold coins to Huaijian and smiled slightly. Senior, can you teach me the appraisal technique now? He tucked the ancient gold coin into his pocket and began to examine the young man before him closely for the first time. If someone could produce epic-level equipment, but ancient gold coins were definitely not something that could be found in the starting village. However, he didn't ask Su Mubai where he got it from, but just gave him a meaningful look. You've really given me a pleasant surprise. Take it. You have completed the hidden quest, collect ancient gold coins, and obtained the skill book, basic appraisal. This time, he didn't linger in his arms. He took a step forward, soared into the air, and left behind only one sentence. Contact me when you have 10,000 ancient gold coins, and I'll give you a surprise then. You have accepted the hidden quest, collect ancient gold coins too. Mission objective, collect 10,000 ancient gold coins for Huaijian. Mission reward, unknown. In the blink of an eye, the figure in his arms disappeared from Su Mubai's sight. I wonder if he remembered something urgent, because he didn't even bother to pick up the wind. Profile picture in his friend list, Su Mubai smiled slightly. So, I guess I've managed to establish a connection with the locals now? He had a vague feeling that the person in his arms was definitely not simple. Whether it's flying through the air or instantly killing the skeleton warrior, it all proves that Huaijian is very strong. How could someone like that be just a part-time appraiser in Novice Village number 9527? I wonder when I will have that kind of strength. Smiling and shaking his head, Su Mubai picked up the basic appraisal technique, and with a thought Catastrophe. Objective, basic identification skills. Hint, please select the promotion rank. Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Advanced to Intermediate Appraisal Skill, no cost. Option 2. Upgrade to Advanced Appraisal, costing 50,000 gold coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to Master Level Appraisal, consuming 500 years of lifespan. Advance to the next rank. You have acquired Intermediate Appraisal Skill. Intermediate Appraisal Skill. After learning this skill, you will obtain the secondary profession Intermediate Appraiser. After the promotion, the silver eyes on the book became noticeably more complex. Sumubai did not hesitate and immediately began to learn. The next moment, the book in his hand turned into a silver light and merged into his brow. Congratulations on your job advancement to the hidden secondary profession Intermediate Appraiser. You have learned a new skill, Intermediate Appraisal. With the addition of a secondary profession, Sumubai's second panel was unlocked. Secondary Profession Panel. Player, Bai Yi. Secondary Occupation, Intermediate Appraiser. Skill, Intermediate Appraisal. Intermediate Appraisal Skills. 0/10,000. As skill proficiency increases, the success rate of identification will slightly improve. Success rate for identifying legendary, unique items, 60%. Epic item identification success rate, 10%. Cast time, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Mana cost, 1,000. Secondary profession skills do not take up a player's skill slots. Sumubai took out the low-level robe of the dead and began the appraisal process immediately. Buzz. A silver light shone from his palm, slowly covering the low-level robe of the dead. 5 seconds later, a system notification sounded. Note: authentication failed. Failure was expected, and Sumubai wasn't in a hurry, since he didn't need to do anything himself to level up. Without the lush green meadow in her arms, it had completely become Sumubai's backyard. The skeleton army worked within a 500-meter radius, and Sumubai sat back on the boulder he had been sitting on before. After waiting for a minute, he used the appraisal spell on the low-level robe of the dead again. Chapter 35: The Necklace of the Undead's Will and the Robes of the Death Speaker. Killing a level 10 bison grants an additional 50% bonus for levels above that level, and 30 experience points. Slaying a level 10 elite monster, the Prairie Wolf, grants an additional 50% bonus for monsters of higher levels and 150 experience points. Defeat the level 10 enhanced elite monster, the Prairie Wolf, to receive an additional 50% bonus for monsters above their level and 450 experience points. The skeleton army worked tirelessly, and Sumubai's experience bar steadily increased, getting closer and closer to level 10. After 4 consecutive attempts and consuming a total of 4,000 mana points, the identification still failed. This lousy appraisal technique. Sumubai made a comment. However, he also knew in his heart that with only a 10% success rate, it would definitely not be easy to identify the problem. This thing doesn't have a guaranteed minimum return. While waiting for the skill to cool down, Sumubai took out the Necklace of the Dead and made a thought. Catastrophe. Target: Necklace of the Dead. Hint: please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click to view details. Advance to the next rank. I'm too lazy to even check the details. I can't afford to play anything other than freebies anyway. You have obtained the epic item, Undead Will Necklace. Undead Will Necklace. Necklace Jewelry. Level: 10 to 60, follows the player's level, increasing every 5 levels, up to a maximum of level 60. Epic items. Durability 500 to 500. Equipment requirements: Spirit 150. Basic attributes: Level 10. Spell power plus 120. Health plus 800. Mana plus 1,500. Spirit plus 50. Constitution plus 15. Agility plus 15. Entry: 1. Spell power increased by 10%. 2. The attack inflicts multiple curse effects, reducing the target's physical and magical defense by 10%, attack speed by 10%, casting speed by 10%, and movement speed by 10%. Summon creatures can also trigger this effect. Skill: Will of the Dead. Passive effect: the effects of charm, fear, and hypnosis on you are reduced by 80%. Active effect: removes one negative status effect from yourself, such as charm, fear, or hypnosis, and grants immunity to these 3 types of negative status effects for the next 5 seconds. Instant release, 120-second cooldown. The will of the undead is unbreakable. If epic level is this strong, what about legendary and mythical level? Even Sumubai was amazed when he saw the full attributes of an epic item for the first time. From dark gold to epic, although it's only a 1-tier advancement, the overall strength has more than doubled. Although the basic attributes were only increased by half, the improvements in affixes and skills were enormous. Still 50% experience needed. After checking his experience bar, Su-Mubai put the undead wool necklace back into his backpack. The lowest level for this equipment is 10, so you can't wear it yet. However, given the skeleton army's monster killing speed, it won't take too long. With the appraisal skills cooldown complete, Su-Mubai continued his attempt to appraise the low-level robe of the dead. After seeing the attributes of the will of the undead necklace, he became even more excited about his first complete legendary equipment. Dylan's crystal ball. Although it is also a legendary item, it is in a sealed state. Authentication failed. Again, authentication failed. With only a 10% success rate, Su-Mubai used up all his mana but still failed. Did I use a bug and lose all my luck? Frowning, Su-Mubai used his death energy to fully restore his mana, and a minute later used the appraisal spell on the robe again. This time, he clearly sensed something was different. A silver glowing hand gently swept across, and the robes gradually began to shine. Buzz. The next moment, the robe burst forth with a tricolored light, and the surrounding magical elements trembled slightly. Successfully identified an epic item. Appraisal skill proficiency plus 10. Only 10 points. It's really hard to upgrade this appraisal skill. 10,000 proficiency points mean you need to successfully identify 1,000 epic items to upgrade to advanced identification skill. Su-Mubai estimated that identifying dark gold grade equipment would only increase proficiency by 1 point. However, he did not intend to upgrade this skill through proficiency. Isn't it better to get something for free? In the future, as long as you obtain an intermediate appraisal skill book, you can directly obtain an advanced one for free. As for spending 50,000 gold coins to upgrade, is it because they have too much money to burn? Pulling himself back to reality, Su-Mubai didn't directly check the robe's attributes, but instead made a mental thought. Catastrophe. Target, the low god's robe. Hint, please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click to view details. Advance to the next rank. You have obtained the legendary item, the Death Speaker's robe. A flash of multicolored light disappeared in an instant, and the first complete legendary equipment was obtained. The Death Speaker's robe. Upper garment cloth armor. Level 10 to 120. Legendary item. Durability 1000/1000. Equipment requirements. Necromancer class, 300 spirit. Basic attributes, level 10. Physical defense, plus 150. Magic defense plus 300. Health plus 1,500. Mana plus 3,000. All attributes plus 50. Entry. 1. Spirit plus 10%. 2. All elemental resistances plus 10%. 3. Mana regeneration speed increased by 100%. Skill. 1. Undead Guardian, passive skill. Gain a shield equal to 300% of your health. The shield resets every 30 minutes. 2. Whispers of the Dead, active skill. When activated, it increases casting speed by 30% and allows you to double cast for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. You're not hallucinating. This is indeed the Whisper of the Dead. Double casting? Su-Mubai looked at the Whispers of the Dead skill, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Does this mean that 2 skills can be used at once? As for Undead Guardian, he completely ignored it. It would be a great passive skill for other necromancers, but for him, it just means resetting a 3-point shield every 30 minutes. What's the point? It can't compare to the shared life we all share. However, the Death Speaker's robe is still very strong overall, and the complete attributes of the legendary equipment did not disappoint Su-Mubai. However, the equipment requirements are a bit high. Although you can wear it at the lowest level of 10, it requires the player's spirit attribute to reach 300 points. This is a number that most players may not be able to reach even at level 20. Even Su-Mubai's mental attribute was only 196 points at this time. However, he wasn't too worried about it, as he could easily meet the requirement once he put on a set of level 10 equipment. The only problem now is that I have too few level 10 top-tier equipment pieces that I can use. There should be shops selling equipment in the city, right? Su-Mubai sighed, having no choice but to turn his attention to the NPC shop. His game progress is too fast, making it extremely difficult for him to buy equipment from other players. If all else fails, he can still have gemstones set in. With the first clear of the dungeon and Reggie's contribution, Su-Mubai now has 15 level 1 attribute gems and 3 level 1 critical strike gems. Although there are only 3 spirit gems, he can get them for free. Hint, please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Upgrade to Level 2 Spirit Gem, no cost. Option 2. Upgrade to Level 3 Spirit Gem. Each gem costs 100 gold. Option 3. Cataclysm to Level 4 Spirit Gem. Each gem consumes 120 days of lifespan. Chapter 36. The possibility of getting 2 freebies. This was the first time Su Mubai had ever seen lifespan consumed in days. Nevertheless, he still thought 120 days of life was too expensive. Gems can be synthesized. By finding a jeweler, you can combine 3 gems to create a gem of a higher grade. It's just a matter of paying some handling fees. Of course, the higher the grade of the gemstone, the lower the success rate of synthesis, which is also related to the skill level of the jewelry maker. The reason why the cost of upgrading Cataclysm to level 4 is so high can only be due to the characteristics of Cataclysm. After thinking about it, Su Mubai finally decided to take advantage of the situation for free. Having learned from the experience of instantly killing the skeleton warrior, he decided to extend his lifespan to more than 10 years first. As for the gold coins, he was given 600, leaving him with only 158. He had to keep them for a rainy day. You have obtained 3 Level 2 Spirit Gems. Level 2 Spirit Gem, Spirit plus 20, can only be socketed into armor. Incidentally, Su Mubai also upgraded all the remaining gems for free. It's useless, but it can be sold for money. Strike gems are significantly rarer than attribute gems, and the cost of Ascendancy and Cataclysm gems is 5 times higher. Level 2 Critical Strike Gem. Critical Strike / Spell Critical Strike plus 2% can only be socketed into the main weapon, and only 1 gem can be socketed into the same piece of equipment. 3 Level 2 Spirit Gems give you 60 spirit points, plus the upgrade, and the Undead Will Necklace. That's enough. Having met the equipment requirements for the Robe of the Death Speaker, Su Mubai was immediately in a great mood. His gaze fell upon the monster's corpse dozens of meters away, and a thought struck him. Int. You have successfully extracted 2 points of death energy from the corpses of 20 common wild monsters, bison. As Su Mubai leisurely replenished his death energy, preparing to continue leveling up while lying down, a message suddenly appeared in his mind. About 500 meters to his right, a skeleton discovered a treasure chest in the wild. That's more like it. Su Mubai smiled and got up, heading towards the coordinates. How could there be no treasure chests in such an unexplored wilderness map? Now we've finally found one. Wild treasure chests cannot be moved or taken away. They can only be opened on the spot. These treasure chests are either hidden in secluded places or guarded by powerful monsters. The higher the level of the treasure chest, the stronger the monster guarding it. It's definitely not something players can easily obtain. The treasure chest found by the skeleton warrior belonged to the latter category, and there were more than a dozen prairie wolves and a wolf king that was a size larger than a bison around the chest. This is a silver level boss. If other players encounter it, they will inevitably have to go through a tough battle. But against Su Mubai's army of skeletons, a mere silver-level boss with more than 10 enhanced elite monsters was simply no match. As soon as Su Mubai approached, before he could even check the Wolf King's stats, 7 or 8 skeleton warriors swarmed towards him. Heavy Strike. Minus 15,195, minus 15,236, minus 30,410. A series of terrifying damage numbers popped up, and the Wolf King's health bar vanished instantly, causing him to collapse and die. At the same time, dozens of fireballs and hundreds of arrows arrived in an instant, unleashing a barrage of fire on the remaining prairie wolves. Minus 2,937, minus 2,908, minus 6,002, minus 6,096, 5,981, minus 12,108. In an instant, the wolves guarding the treasure chest fell to the terrifying output of the skeleton army. The reason it can deal such high damage is closely related to the advanced Dead Man's aura, contributed by Reggie. With the added bonus from the class's special abilities, this skill increases all attributes of the skeleton army by 60%. Defeat the level 10 enhanced elite monster, the Prairie Wolf, to receive an additional 50% bonus for monsters above their level and 450 experience points. Defeat the level 10 silver tier boss, Prairie Wolf King, to receive an additional 50% bonus for defeating bosses of higher levels and 36,000 experience points. Looking at the system notifications flooding the screen, and the experience bar suddenly jumping by nearly 10%. Su Mubai was somewhat shocked by his own abnormality. A silver-level boss was just killed in an instant? If I find a few more treasure chests like this, wouldn't I be able to level up to level 10 immediately? Unfortunately, silver-level bosses are obviously rare in the beginner village. Su Mubai dismissed this unrealistic idea and slowly stepped forward. You have received 1 gold coin and 38 silver coins. You have obtained 1 level 1 agility gem. You have obtained 1 beginner skill book. You have obtained 5 Wolf King's Fong, silver grade materials. You have obtained the silver tier equipment, Wolf King leather pants. You have obtained the silver tier equipment, Wolf King leather armor. You have obtained the silver tier equipment, Wolf Fong dagger. You have obtained the silver tier equipment, cruel shoulder pads. Aside from materials and negligible amounts of money, the Grassland Wolf King doesn't drop much. All Su Mubai could use was 1 piece of equipment and that beginner skill book. Advance to the next rank. With a thought, Su Mubai upgraded all the equipment to the gold level and also got the skill books to the intermediate level for free. Cruel shoulder pad. Shoulder armor. Level 10. Gold. Durability 100/100. Physical defense plus 28. Magic defense plus 35. Spirit plus 15. Constitution plus 15. Spell power plus 20. Having seen legendary equipment, Su Mubai was no longer interested in gold level equipment. Put them all in your backpack and equip them or sell them when you reach level 10. With a thought, the intermediate skill book instantly transformed into a golden light and merged into his brow. You have used intermediate skill book X1, skill points plus 5, current available skill points, 11. After hesitating for a moment, Su Mubai did not choose to immediately upgrade the level of the death absorption feedback skill. The main reason is that he's about to reach level 10 and wants to see if he can learn any new skills from the Grimoire of Death. It's not too late to level up after you reach level 10. Having made his decision, Su Mubai's gaze fell on the treasure chest in front of him. The treasure chest was not large and was entirely silver white with some inscriptions carved on it. An unlocked silver-level treasure chest has been discovered. Should you open it? The system prompted him, but Su Mubai decisively chose no. He wanted to test his own theory. Can the cataclysm talent be used on things that don't belong to you? Thinking of this, Su Mubai took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the silver-grade treasure chest in front of him, and a thought flashed through his mind. Catastrophe. Target, silver tier treasure chest. Hint, please select the promotion rank, tier 1/tier 2/tier 3. Click to view details. It really works. Su Mubai's face lit up with ecstasy. If a treasure chest can be upgraded, it means that he can get the upgrade items inside twice for free. After all, the treasure chest and the items inside it are not the same thing. Suppressing his excitement, Su Mubai clicked to view the details. Option 1. Upgrade to gold level treasure chest, no cost. Option 2. Upgrade to dark gold chest, costing 2,000 gold coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to epic chest, consuming 200 years of lifespan. Although he was eager to know what kind of cataclysm traits the treasure chest would gain from cataclysm, Su Mubai couldn't upgrade it, so he had no choice but to get it for free. Advance to the next rank. The next moment, the treasure chest in front of them lit up with a dazzling golden light. Its surface was like flowing water, and the silver color gradually faded, revealing a golden hue. A few seconds later, the silver-grade treasure chest underwent a complete transformation. An unlocked, gold-level treasure chest has been discovered. Should you open it? Activate. This time, Su Mubai firmly placed his hand on the treasure chest. The treasure chest slowly opened in the golden light, revealing 2 items lying quietly inside. Beneath a staff made of an unknown material lay a yellowed parchment scroll. What's this? Su Mubai picked up the 2 items with some curiosity. Chapter 37, The Ultimate Matryoshka Doll. You have obtained the gold tier equipment, Withered Wood Staff. You have obtained 1 gold-level treasure map. A treasure map. Su Mubai's eyes lit up, and he checked immediately. Gold-level treasure map. Following the map's guidance, you will find a gold-level treasure chest. Hint. Do you want to use a treasure map? Using it will mark the treasure hunt route on the system map. Please note that the final coordinates of this treasure map are located outside the starting village. Good heavens, are they setting up nested dolls here? Su Mubai rolled his eyes. Who would have thought that a gold-tier treasure chest could reveal the coordinates of another gold-tier treasure chest? If a player goes through all the trouble of killing the guardian boss, only to get this thing as their loot, wouldn't they be furious? However, this treasure map has a different value for Su Mubai. If his idea comes true, the ultimate reward from this treasure map will be legendary. Thinking of this, Su Mubai's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and he unconsciously tightened his grip on the treasure map. Catastrophe. Target, gold-level treasure map. Advance to the first level. You have obtained 1 dark gold treasure map. It's done. Su Mubai couldn't help but clench his fists. Gold tier treasure map for free and upgrade it to dark gold tier. Then I'll upgrade the dark gold tier treasure chests I find to epic tier for free. After opening the treasure chest, you can also get legendary items for free. Win 3 times. This is the ultimate nesting doll. Before opening the treasure chest, Su Mubai never expected that a mere silver-level treasure chest would ultimately bring legendary rewards. Compared to this treasure map, the gold-grade withered wood staff is simply insignificant. However, Su Mubai first upgraded his staff to the dark gold level. The main reason is that he's currently holding a level 5 bronze item, the wooden wand, which is much more appealing compared to the legendary item, the withered wood staff. Deadwood staff. Staff. Level 10. Dark gold items. Durability, 200/200. Equipment requirements, Spirit 100. Spell power plus 280. Spirit plus 30. Agility plus 10. Constitution plus 10. Triggering a spell critical strike, the casting time of the next skill is reduced by 1 second. Additional skills. Rejuvenation, restores health to the target equal to 100% of your spell power. Instant cast, 120-second cooldown. Even a dead tree can have its spring. Although this equipment is not very suitable for Su Mubai, it is better than nothing. It boosted my spirit by 30 points. What more could I ask for? Su Mubai casually tossed the withered wood staff into his backpack, picked up the dark gold treasure map, and chose to use it. The next moment, the yellowed parchment scroll slowly dissipated and merged into the system map. Immediately afterward, the smile on Su Mubai's face vanished. Hint: the route has been marked. The destination is located in the wilderness of Shizuri Castle in the Sakura Kingdom. Please head to Shizuri Castle in the Sakura Kingdom to begin your treasure hunt. What the hell? Su Mubai instantly went from giggling to not giggling anymore. After this broken treasure map was upgraded, it actually went abroad. Information provided by Wanje Games. The national borders will not be opened for the time being. The specific start time will depend on the progress of Blue Star players in the game. In other words, the legendary reward is out of reach for the time being. The envisioned ultimate nesting doll project couldn't continue after only the first step. What a disappointment. Watching the empty treasure chest slowly disappear, Su Mubai pursed his lips, sat down on the spot, and continued leveling up. More than an hour later, a golden light rose up. Congratulations to player White Knight for reaching level 10. All 4 stats increased by 1, skill point increased by 1, and free attribute points increased by 15. Note: your level has reached the beginner village's cap. Please find the village chief and be teleported to the city where beginner village number 9527 is located. Otherwise, you will no longer be able to gain experience points. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region of the multiverse game to reach level 10, earning you the title Far Ahead. Announcement: a notice for the Blue Star region will be released soon. Since you have reached level 10, the level leaderboard for beginner village 9527 is now open ahead of schedule. Announcement: a notice about the newbie village will be posted soon. A series of notification sounds rang out, and Su Mubai was slightly taken aback. Will being the first to reach level 10 trigger a server-wide announcement? What a pleasant surprise. Far Ahead: when wearing this title, experience points gained from all sources are increased by 20%. Each player can obtain multiple titles, but only one title can be active at a time. Each title change takes 30 minutes to take effect. Su Mubai's first reaction was to use Catastrophe to get something for free. To his disappointment, this thing, like the summoning space, was just an attribute, not a concrete thing, and could not be upgraded. Well, a 20% experience boost isn't bad either. Wearing the title Far Ahead, Su Mubai waved his hand to recall the skeleton army to his summoning space and took out a return scroll from the beginner village. He bought these when he returned to the village. They only cost 10 silver coins each, which was very cheap for him. A flash of white light, and Su Mubai's figure disappeared into the green grassland, leaving behind only a pile of unrespawned monster corpses. At the same time, a system announcement also sounded. However, the content was not triggered by Su Mubai. New player village announcement number 9527. Congratulations to the Overlord Guild for achieving the first clear of the Misty Lands dungeon on hard difficulty. We hereby announce this and hope all players will learn from their success to obtain generous rewards. ×3. At the entrance to the Misty Forest, Hung Tu Bei led his team members out of the instance. Announcement that rang in his ears put him in a good mood. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. While he was running dungeons, the Hegemony Guild didn't stop recruiting. The promoted elders worked tirelessly and successfully brought the number of guild members to the level 1 guild limit during this period. 3,000 people. This number accounts for almost 1/10 of the entire 9527 newbie village. It's easy to imagine how powerful the Hegemony Guild is now. Although these players are not very strong, they have greatly boosted the grand ambition. After successfully clearing the Misty Forest on the hard difficulty. Get ready, we're about to tackle Nightmare difficulty. Seeing the admiring gazes of the surrounding players, Hong Tu-Bei deliberately shouted out. Just then, 5 white lights flashed, and Fu Jiatian Xia, Feng Yi Xiao Xiao, and the others walked out of the dungeon portal. The system announcement that followed made Hong Tu-Bei's expression turn ugly. New player village announcement number 9527. Congratulations to player richest in the world for leading their team to the first clear of the Nightmare difficulty Misty Land dungeon. We hereby announce this and hope all players will learn from their example to obtain generous rewards. ×3. In that instant, Hong Tu-Bei felt like he had just made a fool of himself. He looked at the wealthy and powerful men with disbelief and asked in a deep voice, "How could you possibly have cleared Nightmare difficulty so quickly?" "I was lucky." The man, who was the richest in the world, smiled slightly. Seeing this, Hong Tu-Bei snorted coldly, his gaze turning somewhat cold. He had already learned from the guild chat channel why the other party was able to clear Nightmare-level Misty Forest so quickly. It's all because of White Knight. The thought that he had lost the chance to achieve a first clear of Nightmare difficulty made Hong Tu-Bei furious. "You, Bai Yi, why do you only sell your equipment and skills to the richest people in the world? How could I, the dignified president of Bai Yi, be short of money?" Hong Tu-Bei recalled the friend request that Bai Yi had rejected, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He added another mark against Bai Yi in his heart. Seeing the look in Hong Tu-Bei's eyes, Fu Jiatianxia and the others frowned and turned around to continue farming the dungeon. The first clear is over, and now they're going to challenge the hellish difficulty. The game, Grand Ambition, is also preparing to reopen its instance, again with a challenge at the held difficulty level. But the announcement that followed made both of them stop what they were doing. Chapter 38 Ranking List, far ahead. Blue Star Region Announcement. Congratulations to player White Knight from the Divine Dragon Empire for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to reach level 10. This is to inform all players that we encourage you to learn from him and obtain generous rewards. ×10. The system announcement was broadcast 10 times in a row, resounding throughout all the newbie villages in the Forbidden Land. This time, the sensation it caused was no less than the last. Players from various countries engaged in heated discussions. How did he level up so quickly? How long has the game been open? He's already level 10, and I'm only level 4. Is this right? With so much experience needed to level up after level 5, is Bai Yi cheating? Dude, do you want to hear what you're saying? Where did this cheat come from in the multiverse game? Can we report Bai Yi? I think he's seriously disrupting the game balance. Balance? Where's the balance in this game? The same monster takes me forever to kill, but a lucky guy with an S-level talent can kill it in one hit. Even if Bai Yi has an SSS level talent. What about the other players who have awakened SSS level talents? Why is it always Bai Yi who triggers the announcements? The person players from different countries were discussing in the chat channels is now completely baffled. Bald Eagle Empire, Tsukuyami of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, the descendant of the son of the Kingdom of Korea. Including the 3-foot green blade of the Divine Dragon Empire, all players in the various beginner villages of the Forbidden Land who had awakened SSS level talents were shocked by this announcement. These top experts checked their own levels. At the same time, an idea popped into my mind. How exactly did Bai Yi level up? Why is he so much faster than me? Their levels were all 7. Based on the experience gain after level 5, it will take at least half a day to reach level 10. Previously, when Bei cleared the Cataclysmic Difficulty dungeon for the first time, they could console themselves that it was just bad luck that they didn't trigger the Cataclysmic Difficulty dungeon. They were truly astonished by how quickly Bai Yi had leveled up. Why is Bai Yi so far ahead when both have SSS level talents? Is this reasonable? Shenlong Empire, Beginner Village number 9526. Zhao Su and Lu Rian successfully cleared the normal difficulty level for the first time and are now tackling the Misty Forest on the hard difficulty level. In the starting village they were in, there were clearly no beings who had awakened more powerful talents. Otherwise, the first clear would never have been theirs. It's him again. Hearing the system announcement ring in his ears, Zhao Su narrowed his eyes slightly. Rian, what do you think is the probability that he is Su Mu Bai? How should I know? Lu Rian rolled her eyes, then reached out and tucked her hair behind her ear. It was just a simple movement, yet it was incredibly captivating, causing Zhao Su to bend slightly over. I don't care if he's Su Mu Bai or not. If I want to, I can definitely get him. Lu Rian smiled charmingly, her voice full of confidence. Haha, I definitely believe in your charm, baby. Zhao Su smiled and nodded in agreement. But I still hope he is Su Mubai. That would save a lot of trouble. If it were that guy, he would definitely listen to you without question. Why think so much? Let's just level up quickly and talk about this after we leave the starting village. With high hopes for the future, the two continued their journey of leveling up by clearing dungeons. Compared to other beginner villages, beginner village number 9527 had one more announcement. New player village announcement 9527. Due to player White Knight reaching level 10, the new player village level leaderboard is now open ahead of schedule. Newbie village level ranking 9527. First place, Bai Yi, level 10, no faction. Second place, Maple Leaf Fluttering, level 5, no faction. Third place, Away, level 5, no faction. Fourth place, Difficulty Waking Up, level 5, no power. Fifth place, Richest in the World, level 5, no power. Sixth place, Marshmallow, level 5, no faction. Seventh place, Grand Ambition, level 5, Hegemony Guild. Eighth place, One Sword to the Throat, level 5, Hegemony Guild. Ninth place, Turkey-Flavored Rice Crackers, level 5, Hegemony Guild. 10th place, Milky White Snow Child, level 5, Hegemony Guild. The beginner village level leaderboard only shows the top 10, and apart from Bai Yi, everyone else is only level 5. Earning 20,000 experience points is not an easy task for them. Firstly, because the experience points in low difficulty dungeons are not that high, and secondly, because the experience is shared when you team up. Of course, they can't clear the dungeon without teaming up. The appearance of the ranking list immediately sparked heated discussions among players. The chat channel for newbies in Village 9527 is flooded with messages again. Bai Yi is simply inhuman. His level is twice that of everyone else on the leaderboard. This isn't just a simple doubling. The experience points for leveling up from level 5 to level 6 alone are more than the total experience points for leveling up from level 0 to level 5. That's outrageous. By the time I leave the newbie village, Bai Yi will probably be level 20 already. It's too small, the scope is too narrow, level 30 is not impossible. The team that is richest in the world is also very strong. Their leveling speed surpasses that of the Hegemony Guild. The Hegemony Guild members have a 20% experience buff. Nonsense, they just cleared the nightmare level Misty Land, so it's normal for them to be in the lead, but they'll probably be overtaken by Hegemony soon. I heard that One Sword to the Throat talent is also S rank. I didn't expect even he to join the Hegemony Guild. What's the use? It's still only half the level of Bai Yi. Outside the portal to the Misty Lands instance, Hong Tu Bei, a figure in the game, closed the level leaderboard with a gloomy expression. It's one thing for Bai Yi to level up to level 10 so quickly, but even though they had a 20% experience boost buff, they were still outpaced by the richest in the world team. This is absolutely outrageous. His gaze swept over the wealthy and powerful, and Hong Tu Bei silently started the dungeon. Brother Bei's leveling up is too fast. The Marshmallow exclaimed in surprise. Yes, it's like riding a rocket. Away nodded in agreement. During the previous transaction, the other party was level 8, and they were level 5. They've only been playing one dungeon, and they're still level 5, while Bai Yi has already reached level 10. Is upgrading really that simple for him? You guys are free to do whatever you want. I'm going back for a bit. Life Soul Stones in his backpack, and took out a return scroll. He originally planned to wait before giving these Soul Stones to Bai Yi, but the series of system announcements made him change his mind. For a master like Bai Yi, it's essential to find a way to build a good relationship. Even if the other person doesn't join your team, you can still buy some good things from them if you have a good relationship with them. Unbeknownst to him, his idea of being the richest man in the world had quietly changed, without even him realizing it. A flash of white light, and Su Mubai appeared at the teleportation plaza of Novice Village number 9527. Upon hearing the announcement of the first clear of the dungeon by the wealthy and hegemony guilds, he immediately smiled slightly. Another soul stone. The next moment, a white light shone beside Su Mubai, and the portly Fu Jiaxiangxia appeared before him. Brother Bei, this is the reward of 10 low-level life soul stones for the first clear. Don't forget your brother if you get anything good in the future. The man, who was incredibly wealthy, traded the soul stone to Su Mubai, saying with a smile, "Don't worry, you'll definitely be satisfied with the price." Notification, your contract number 2 with the world's richest man has been completed. Su Mubai nodded slightly. As long as you have money, you'll naturally have plenty of good things. Contact me again after you leave the starting area. With that, he waved his hand and turned to walk towards the village chief's house. Neither the skeleton set nor the B-grade skill book, Thunderstrike, are items that even the wealthiest person in the world can afford right now. The best time to sell these things will be in a few days. Now, the priority is to be the first player to leave the starting area. Chapter 39 Donghai City, Unveiling the Holy Scripture of Death. The layout of the beginner village number 9527 is very simple. Sumubai easily found the village chief's house by following the map. This house is not much different from other buildings, and the village chief is an ordinary-looking old man. Even the name is so ordinary that it's easy to forget it. Li Shan, village chief of beginner village number 9527. Level 10. Health points 2000/2000. Ahem. I didn't expect that a descendant would reach level 10 so quickly. Upon seeing Sumubai, a look of shock clearly flashed across Li Shan's face. Village chief, I want to leave the starting village. Sumubai got straight to the point, stating his purpose directly. Go. This forbidden land will eventually become the domain of you who descended here. Li Shan's expression was somewhat complicated. Then he turned and walked into the courtyard. Come with me. Soon, he led Sumubai to a teleportation array. Our village belongs to Donghai City, which is one of the 10 first-level main cities of the Shenlong Empire, and also the most prosperous coastal city in the empire. Li Shan pointed to the teleportation array and explained Sumubai's next destination. Go in. The real journey begins when we reach Donghai City. Thank you for your help, village chief. Sumubai nodded and stepped into the teleportation array. There was no opening mission as expected, nor was there any teleportation fee required. Li Shan simply activated the teleportation array directly. A white light flashed, and Sumubai's figure disappeared into the teleportation array. The chaos of the Forbidden Land is about to begin, and who knows how many more people will die this time. Li Shan sighed, turned around and returned to his original spot, continuing to wait for the next arrival of a visitor. As the village chief, he doesn't issue quests. His only task is to send the invaders out of the starting village. At the same time, the level rankings in beginner village number 9527 have also changed. The name Bai Yi disappeared, and Feng Yi Xiao Xiao directly rose to first place. This change immediately sparked discussion among players. Those who have accessed the level leaderboard have clearly already left the beginner's area. The first player to truly step into the forbidden land of gods has appeared. You have entered the level 1 main city, Donghai City. Your resurrection point has been switched to Donghai City Resurrection Hall. This is a magnificent city, with many tall buildings standing around the teleportation plaza, stretching as far as the eye can see. On the distant streets, pedestrians and carriages came and went in an endless stream, and even many powerful figures rode by on horseback. Although no other players besides Sumubai have entered the city, it still appears very lively and bustling. This scene serves as a reminder to Sumubai that the Forbidden Land of Gods is a real world. The number of locals here is no less than the number of humans from Earth who have traveled here. If we say that the humans of Earth, as arrivals, have transmigrated into a real game world. For the locals of the Forbidden Land, their world has simply been digitized. From the name Multiverse Game, the two sides are not adversaries, but will become allies. Stepping into the Forbidden Land is just the beginning, not the end. The myriad races of the universe are the true enemy. In the vast teleportation plaza, only Sumubai stood in the center. After waiting for a while, the expected system notification tone did not continue to sound. Sumubai couldn't help but complain, that's it? He had originally thought that being the first to leave the starting village would be rewarded, but it seems there wasn't. Shaking his head in disappointment, Sumubai put on all the equipment he could. He was surprised to find that even without gems, his spirit attribute had already exceeded the equipment requirements for the Death Speaker's robe. After leveling up to level 10, the attributes of 2 of his pieces of equipment changed. First up is Dylan's Crystal Ball. After the equipment level is upgraded to level 10, the stats do not change, but the base attributes are greatly improved. Basic attributes, level 10. Spell power plus 150. All attributes plus 50. Health plus 2000. Mana plus 4000. In terms of health and mana, it even surpasses the Death Speaker's robe. The other item is naturally the Death Codex. With a thought, the inscription on the back of Sumubai's left hand flickered with light, and the Death Codex materialized. The Dylan's crystal ball, spinning on his wrist, suddenly dimmed, as if its light had been suppressed. Death Scripture. Class-specific, White Knight, special items. It cannot be dropped, cannot be damaged, cannot be traded, and can be summoned or put away at will. Level 10, following character. Basic attributes. Spell power plus 300. All attributes plus 100. Increases damage dealt to undead creatures by 100%. Your summoned creatures also benefit from this buff. Special effects. 1. Soul absorption. You, your summoned creatures, and contracted creatures will absorb a portion of the soul power of any target they kill. A monster, its respawn time will be doubled. After you kill a player, you will suffer double the penalty, including reduced lifespan. Current soul points. 0. Consume 1,000 soul points to gain a second chance to open the Deathly Tome. The second special effect will be unlocked after level 30. This is a book of rules, which only you may peruse. Once the requirements are met, you can learn the exclusive skills of the Death Lord from it. The level 10 Death Codex is worlds apart from the level 5 one. The magnitude of the increase in basic attributes far exceeded Su Mubai's expectations. What shocked him even more was the newly unlocked special effect. The penalty for death is doubled. Players who are killed by themselves in the future will suffer greatly. Dropping 2 levels is a minor issue. The key problem is that it will directly reduce your lifespan by 20%, at least 20 years. That cheating couple got off easy. Su Mubai's eyes. This special effect cannot be turned off, which immediately reduces the number of times he can kill Lu Rian and Zhao Su by half. At this stage, no one can extend their lifespan much. If nothing unexpected happens, Su Mubai can only kill them 4 times before he has no more chances to kill them. With a lifespan of 80 years, the two might even owe each other some money. Based on the description following the soul points, Su Mubai understood that he now had one chance to open the death scripture. He was the only player to enter the city at the moment. The empty teleportation plaza was deserted. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Mubai reached out and opened the Death Codex. The open pages were also grayish-white, covered with ancient and mysterious inscriptions. Su Mubai couldn't understand a single word. But the next moment, these inscriptions slowly began to move. The inscription floated up from the book, transforming into a stream of information that flowed into Su Mubai's pupils. In that instant, Su Mubai felt a chilling power. Although he didn't understand why, he had a vague feeling that the force was called death. After a long while, the death scripture closed automatically and transformed back into a stream of light, attaching itself to the back of Su Mubai's left hand. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Su Mubai's ear. You have learned a new skill, Death Stare. Chapter 40. If this continues, will my account get banned? Death Gaze. SSS. Level 1, 0/50. Active skill. Stare at the target, burn your soul. Skill effect. 1. Deals true damage equal to 500% of spell power per second for 10 seconds. 2. The creature being stared at will be continuously affected by the fear effect. 3. All creatures with a lower life level than you will have all their attributes reduced by 20% for the instant they are stared at. This effect is determined solely by life level and cannot be reduced by any resistance. 4. Creatures killed by Death Gaze will suffer extreme pain and will be in a weakened state upon resurrection, with all attributes reduced by 40% for 12 hours. Instant cast, 60-second cooldown, consumes 5% of maximum mana. No continuous channeling is required after release. Maximum attack range is 100 meters. Death follows you wherever your gaze falls. The skill description of Death Gaze left Su Mubai speechless. Is this an SSS level skill? Deals 500% true damage per second, inflicts continuous fear, forcibly reduces all attributes by 20%, and leaves the user weakened for 12 hours upon resurrection. Any one of the above skills is a powerful ability. Moreover, this skill is released instantly and does not require continuous channeling. This is absolutely incredible. It works just by looking at the other person? Su Mubai couldn't help but mutter to himself. Isn't this the divine skill that kills anyone who glares at it? He found it hard to imagine any player being able to withstand true damage equal to 500% of his spell power. Even more terrifying is that there's a small mark in the bottom right corner of the Death Gaze skill image. This mark is a humanoid phantom, representing the influence of Su Mubai's professional catastrophic characteristics. Double the effect. Deals 10 times the true damage per second, with an attack range of 200 meters. At this moment, Su Mubai only wanted to ask one question. Who else is there? With the Death Gaze ability, he's no longer limited to relying solely on his skeleton army for damage. The only question is about the description of the third skill effect. I wonder how life level is determined. Su Mubai stroked his chin, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. But he quickly shook his head. You can't tell just by looking at it. You'll naturally understand after using it a few more times. Moreover, this is not the final form of the Death Gaze. Su Mubai took a deep breath, feeling slightly nervous. The excitement of getting an SSS level skill for free for the first time is second only to getting a bug when creating a character and getting a cataclysmic class. Catastrophe. Target, death stare. However, this time, the system notification sound that Su Mubai heard was completely different from before. Sorry, this skill has reached the limit of the Forbidden Land and cannot be catastrophized. It failed. This is the second time Su Mubai has encountered this situation since he discovered the bug-level talent, Catastrophe. The first attempt was to advance to Cataclysm again, but the game directly fixed the bug. He still remembers the system prompt at the time. Sorry, this skill's rank has exceeded the limit and cannot be transformed. Although both attempts failed, the descriptions were completely different. The limits of the Forbidden Land. He carefully examined every word in the system prompt and began to have some guesses. It seems that to upgrade skills to SSS level or higher, one must leave the Forbidden Land of Gods. At the same time, he also thought of a problem. When I used Cataclysm on Heron's Crystal Ball in the Misty Lands, 3 options definitely appeared. He opted for a free upgrade, elevating the quest item from Epic to Legendary. The second option is the so-called highest level, Mythic level. So what are the 3 options? Surpass Mythical status? What level is that? Why can equipment surpass Mythic level, but skills cannot surpass SSS level? Is the rank of an SSS skill actually 1 tier higher than that of a mythical skill? Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but Su Mubai could only make some rough guesses at the moment. However, none of this helped. The final result was that SSS level skills were the limit for the time being. Unable to get something for free, Su Mubai had no choice but to give up. However, due to the existence of the class's cataclysmic characteristics, even if it is the same SSS skill, the effect of his use is twice that of other players. Although it was only a 1-level increase from level 9 to level 10, Su Mubai's strength underwent a dramatic transformation. With his mental attributes meeting the requirements, Su Mubai immediately put on the Death Whisperer robe. A deep black robe instantly covered his body, and the light gray inscriptions on the robe added a touch of mystery to Su Mubai. A faint aura of death lingered, giving one a sense that strangers should stay away. Su Mubai brought up his attribute panel to check his current abnormal attributes. Attribute panel. Player, Bai Yi. Level, 10-0%. Class, Death Overlord. Exclusive hidden class. Secondary occupation, intermediate appraiser. Spirit, 490. Agility, 286. Body constitution, 261. Strength, 211. Health points, 1/1. For unknown reasons, the maximum health cannot be increased permanently. Life sharing, 100 million/100 million. Specific value, 100,584,000. The total life of all skeletons is doubled after addition. Mana points, 38900/38900. 1 point of spirit equals 60 points of mana. Spell power, 2,497. 1 point of spirit equals 3 points of spell power. Spell critical strike chance, 35%. Critical hit damage, 250%. Physical defense, 467. Magic defense, 1825. Elemental resistance, 10% across all elements. Exclusive talent, Cataclysm, unique forbidden level. Class skills, Burn, E. Summon high-level skeleton, B. Summoning space expansion, B. High-level undead aura, A. Life sharing, S. Death summoning, SS. Death drain feedback, SS. Death gaze, SSS. Summoning space, 340/340. Equipment, omitted. Class specific, Death's Codex, LV10. Lifespan, less than 3 years. Su Mubai closed the attribute panel with a slight tremor. He was so shocked by his own exaggerated attributes that he didn't know what to say. What kind of world is the Myriad Realms? Is this really the stats a level 10 player should have? He wasn't even fully equipped yet. The Death Codex and 2 legendary equipment alone gave him a plus 200 boost to all attributes. With an initial 1 point, and having never improved any of the 4 stats except for upgrades, his strength has now reached 211 points. The spell power is nearly 2,500 points, and the mana value has ridiculously exceeded 30,000. But these are nothing compared to the terrifying numbers on the shared health bar. The figure of over 100 million lingered in Su Mubai's mind. The qualitative and quantitative changes overlapped, ultimately creating a bug-level existence. All of this is thanks to the 2 cataclysmic features. Compared to the skills in the game Multiverse, the Cataclysm feature is a complete bug. He even doubted whether a level 10 mythical boss could have a health bar as long as his own. If things continue like this, Will I get banned from the multiverse game? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Su Mubai's pupils constricted sharply. A flash of white light appeared before my eyes, and a figure emerged from it. I never expected that there would be someone among the descendants who had awakened such power. Little one, you are both lucky and unlucky. Chapter 41 Situji. The elderly man who suddenly appeared was dressed in a Buddhist robe, with white hair and a youthful face. He held an unremarkable staff in his hand, which looked like a tree branch without any decoration. The other party was simply standing there, yet he exerted tremendous pressure on Su Mubai. This feeling is like an ordinary person facing a vast ocean. Vast and boundless, unfathomably deep. Situji, Lord of Donghai City. Elder of the Divine Dragon Palace. Grade. Health points. The highest-ranking person in Donghai City. Greetings, City Lord. Seeing Situji's message, Su Mubai quickly cupped his hands in greeting. This is the second NPC he has encountered whose identity information he can only see. The previous one was in my bosom. But why would the Lord of a city suddenly appear in front of me? The Divine Dragon Empire has 1 imperial capital, 10 first-level main cities, 81 second-level main cities, and 1,083rd level cities. Apart from the capital city, all Chinese players are distributed in these cities. Donghai City is one of the 10 first-level main cities. As the City Lord of Donghai City, Situji's high status is self-evident. Su Mubai knew absolutely nothing about his second identity. The existence of the Divine Dragon Palace is not recorded in the information provided by the multiverse game. But he was certain that Situji Qiang was terrifying. From the tone of their voices, it was clear that the other person had come specifically to find him. Was it drawn here by the chilling power I felt when I opened the grimoire of death? A series of thoughts flashed through Su Mubai's mind as he secretly guessed why the other party had come. Situji didn't say anything more, but looked Su Mubai up and down without any expression on his face, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. After a long while, his gaze fell on the back of Su Mubai's left hand, looking at the inscriptions formed by the death scripture, and he nodded slightly, saying, "Indeed, it is the power of death." At the same time, Su Mubai felt all the pressure on his body disappear, and he immediately felt relaxed. The Situji before him now seemed like an ordinary old man, no longer possessing that unfathomable aura. Lord of the city, what is the power of death? Su Mubai immediately followed up with the question. It's a kind of law power. You're too weak for it right now. Even if I explained it to you, you wouldn't be able to understand it. Situji smiled and shook his head, the staff in his hand turning into specks of golden light and dissipating. Su Mubai was startled upon hearing this. Law? He remembered very clearly that this was how the Book of Death was described before the Scripture of Death was promoted. But the current Grimoire of Death is clearly a book of rules. It seems that Situji did not fully understand all of his information. Thinking of this, Su Mubai immediately felt less nervous. The things brought about by the catastrophe are clearly beyond the comprehension of the Forbidden Land. Little guy, your appearance has really taken us old folks by surprise. I don't know whether to say you're lucky or unlucky. Situji gave Su Mubai a meaningful look and sighed softly. Why do you say that? Su Mubai frowned slightly. Said this when they first appeared, and now they're saying it again. Fortunately, you have changed to a dominator-level profession. Such a profession should not appear in the Forbidden Land of Gods. At this point, Situji paused, shook his head, and continued. Unfortunately, it's the Death Ruler. When you take that step, it will be far more difficult than other ruler professions. That step, it's still a long way off for you. Situji waved his hand, his voice gradually lowering as if he were talking to himself. Perhaps things will turn around then? He then looked up at the sky, his gaze deep, his eyes seemingly reflecting the stars of the universe. Su Mubai looked up, puzzled, but only saw the sun gradually setting. Little one, grow up quickly. Time is running out for you descendants. As soon as he finished speaking, a white light flashed, and Situji's figure disappeared from the spot. His trip seemed to be a special visit to Su Mubai. Aside from saying a few inexplicable things, he did nothing else. No, after Situji left, a rusty metal slowly floated to the spot where he had been standing. This is... Su Mubai looked puzzled as he reached out and grasped the metal. The next moment, Situji's voice rang directly in his ear. Little guy, consider this my test. If you pass, I will give you some information about the Lord of Death. You have obtained the quest item Medal of the Forsaken. You have accepted the epic quest Situji's Trial. Mission objective, conquer the Forgotten Lands and achieve 100% exploration completion. Mission reward, unknown. Failure penalty, none. I got an epic quest for free. Looking at the rusty medal in his hand, Sumubai was somewhat surprised. He still doesn't understand what Situji is trying to do. It shouldn't appear in the forbidden land of gods, which means there are other dominant professions in the myriad realms. It will be more difficult for the Lord of Death to take that step than for other lords. Do other overlords have cataclysm? Sumubai raised an eyebrow, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Although he is the ruler of death, he also possesses the catastrophic characteristic. Furthermore, the Death Codex is one tier higher than the Death Lord's original exclusive equipment, the Book of Death. Sumubai has plenty of confidence in the future. I'm only level 10, and my stats are already this insane. They'll only get stronger in the future. Unbeknownst to him, Sumubai had already left other Blue Star players far behind and had begun to make contact with the top experts of the Forbidden Land of Gods. The appearance of this bug is destined to cause a huge upheaval in the Forbidden Land. But Sumubai was unaware of all this. His current goal is to improve his strength first, and then find that despicable couple as soon as possible to avenge himself. The thought that Lu Rian and Zhao Su were still alive made Sumubai's mind uneasy. He leveled up too quickly, and no one has been able to leave the starting village for a while. If the two of them didn't have advanced talents, who knows how long it would take. After thinking for a moment, Sumubai looked at the medal in his hand. This time is just right to complete this task. Medal of the Forgotten. Quest items. Using this will teleport you to the Forgotten Lands. Can only be used once, will automatically destroy itself after 4 minutes and 52 seconds. The description is simple, and the countdown keeps ticking. Not even a moment to prepare. Sumubai was slightly taken aback. He had originally planned to have the gemstones inlaid. It seems there's no time now. Donghai City is too big, even by carriage, for minutes isn't enough. Having learned from the experience of using treasure maps, Sumubai did not choose to advance to the Forgotten One's medal for free. Situji's test was to pass through the Land of Oblivion. Who knows where this thing will be teleported to after it's upgraded? If the task fails because of the promotion, then it would be a loss. Sumubai was quite interested in the information about the Death Ruler that Situji had mentioned. After glancing at his attribute panel again, Sumubai had a sudden thought and activated the medal in his hand. A white light flashed, carrying his figure away from the East Sea City teleportation plaza. The first player to arrive in Donghai City left in a hurry before even properly exploring this bustling level 1 main city. Chapter 42: The Sea of Skeletons in the Forgotten Lands. Hint: you have entered the Forgotten Lands. Note: the epic quest Situji's Trial has officially begun. Please complete the Forgotten Lands within 1 week and achieve 100% exploration progress. A week. Upon hearing the system notification, Sumubai frowned. Situji must know how powerful a Dominator-level class is, so why did he still give him a week? So, even with the catastrophic nature of this, it would still take 2 or 3 days to get through here. Although this time frame is somewhat ahead of schedule, it's not entirely unacceptable. Instead of immediately summoning an army of skeletons, he carefully examined his surroundings. This place once seemed to be a small town, but now it is a scene of ruin, and the whole town is filled with the smell of decay. The surrounding scenery was extremely desolate, as if the world had abandoned it. The numerous graves and mounds created an eerie atmosphere. Scattered on the ground were many skeletons, which sent chills down one's spine. There was no living creature in sight, and the entire environment appeared exceptionally desolate and barren. In the past, if Sumubai were alone in such an environment, he would inevitably feel a little scared. But after changing his job to become the Death Overlord, he surprisingly felt no aversion to this place. Furthermore, having been surrounded by skeletons since entering the game, Sumubai said that he felt no pressure at all in this environment. The only problem is that there is no sunlight here, and it is dark all around, which reduces Sumubai's field of vision by about 50%. Current exploration progress, 0%. Glancing at the exploration progress, Sumubai gently pointed with his withered wooden staff. The summoning space opened a light gray portal, 6 meters long and wide. The strong and mighty skeleton warrior took the lead, wielding a standard greatsword, and led a group of skeleton archers and skeleton mages in a neat formation. Click, click, click. A series of synchronized clanging sounds rang out as 340 skeletons arrived in the Forgotten Land. Their appearance did not bring life to the place. Instead, it intensified the already strong aura of death. The next moment, Sumubai witnessed a scene that shocked him. The appearance of the skeleton army seemed to disturb the spirits of the dead, causing a large number of graves in front to tremble. Pairs of pale, skeletal hands burst from the ground, followed by heads, torsos, and lower limbs. In just a few dozen seconds, Su Mubai and his army were surrounded on the spot. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of skulls, densely packed with flickering soul flames. Even if the whole town turned into skeletons, there wouldn't be this many people, right? Su Mubai couldn't help but gasp. It wasn't that he was making a fuss, but rather that the number was truly too large. It stretches as far as the eye can see. Skull. Level 20. Ordinary. Health points, 5,000/5,000. Attack power, 210. Physical defense, 120. Magic defense, 80. Weak beings can be found everywhere in the Forgotten Lands. Although these skeletons are all ordinary monsters with terrible stats, but the sight of thousands upon thousands surging forward, their shrunken bodies and the eerie blue flames of their souls in their pupils, was still chilling. Su Mubai had always been the one ganging up on others, but now he was experiencing being ganged up on for the first time. However, it was only visually striking. As soon as the two sides made contact, the sea of skeletons in the Forgotten Land began to crumble. The tall, strong skeleton warrior was a full head taller than them, and with each swing of his great sword, a skeleton would be reduced to fragments. -40,580, -40,326, -81,220. Instant kill, nothing but instant kill. No skeleton can withstand a single sword strike. Despite having the Grimoire of Death, Su Mubai and his summoned creatures can deal double damage to undead creatures. But the damage numbers from the skeleton warrior still made his eyes widen. Stealing the young master. A normal attack deals 40,000 damage. The skeleton that died from a single sword strike still owed 7 lives. Although Su Mubai knew he was a pervert, he never expected him to be this perverted. I've leveled up, it feels like I've ascended to heaven. Muttering to himself, Su Mubai checked the skeleton warrior's panel for the first time after leveling up. Skeleton warrior. The advanced dead aura provides double the boost, increasing all attributes by 60%. The following are the boosted stats. Strength, 5,080. Body condition, 5,080. Agility, 5,080. Health points, 381,000. Attack power, 20320. Physical defense, 5080. Skill, Heavy Strike LV9. Heavy Strike, E, Level 9. Swing your weapon to strike the target, dealing 190% physical damage. Cooldown, 30 seconds. No wonder my shared health bar can exceed 100 million. Su Mubai suddenly realized. These 100 skeleton warriors alone provide 38 million, and with the doubled bonus from the class's Cataclysm trait, that's a shared health bar of 76 million. Even a freak like him thought these numbers were utterly freakish. 100 skeleton warriors, like an impregnable wall, quickly formed a large circle, keeping the sea of skeletons out. No one could slip through their net and break in. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately afterwards, the skeleton archers and skeleton mages in the center of the encirclement also launched an attack. -15,008, -15,214, -15,196, -30,888. -20,102, -20,096, -40,324. He still didn't use any skills, just basic attacks. Neither of them has the Cataclysm feature, and their output is nearly half that of the skeleton warrior. However, it's incredibly powerful. The skeleton archer has slightly lower damage, but its attack speed is much faster. When the skeleton mage is not using fireball, he releases death energy orbs by waving his bone staff. The attack frequency is about 1.2 seconds, which is slower than the skeleton archer, but faster than the skeleton warrior. Skeleton archer. Strength, 5,080. Body condition, 5,080. Agility, 5,080. Health points, 60,960. Attack power, 7620. Physical defense, 2540. Skill, double shot. Double shot. E, level 9, instantly fires 2 arrows, dealing double damage to the target. Each arrow deals 99% physical damage. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skeleton mage. Spirit, 5,080. Agility, 5,080. Body condition, 5,080. Health points, 40640. Spell power, 10,160. Physical defense, 1693. Skill, Fireball. Fireball. E, rank 9. Unleash a fireball that attacks the target, dealing 220% spell power as fire magic damage. Cast time, 1.5 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Su Mubai's legion was completely overwhelmed by the sea of skeletons in the Forgotten Land. These level 20 ordinary monsters couldn't even break through the skeleton warrior's defenses. When their bone swords landed on the skeleton warrior, there wasn't even a damage number. They were completely resisted. There's no need to move at all. For every skeleton that dies, even more skeletons will rush forward in a rush. Like moths drawn to a flame, soon, rings of bone fragments piled up on the ground outside the encirclement. Su Mubai's system notification bar also started to refresh rapidly, but he frowned. Killing a level 20 skeleton grants an additional 50% bonus for levels above that level, plus 30 experience points. The far ahead effect applies, granting an additional 6 experience points. Killing a level 20 skeleton grants an additional 50% bonus for levels above that level, plus 30 experience points. The far ahead effect applies, granting an additional 6 experience points. Despite being a level 20 monster, it only gives the experience points equivalent to a level 10 bison. This may be because these skeletons are too weak. Individually, they don't seem like level 20 monsters at all. Their only advantage is their sheer numbers. They keep coming one after another, making it quick to gain experience. From level 10 to level 11, the increase in experience points required to level up is actually lower than before, requiring only 1 million experience points. Su Mubai estimated that the sea of skeletons here would be more than enough for him to level up. It's easy to imagine how many skeletons there were. In the darkness of the distance, flickering flames of souls drifted, waiting to fill the gaps as soon as a skeleton in front died. Su Mubai's skeleton army, like workers on an automated assembly line, constantly kills enemies, bringing him a continuous stream of experience points. The main reason he frowned was that the newly activated soul drain effect of the Death Codex had not taken effect. He has killed at least hundreds of skeletons, but he hasn't been able to extract a single soul point. Could it be because these skeletons have no souls? Su Mubai's eyes, then his gaze sharpened as he looked at a skeleton outside the encirclement. The Death Stare. Chapter 43, The Forsaken Roads. The Death Stare. As Su Mubai's gaze focused, the skill was activated instantly. His demeanor changed drastically in an instant, and a terrifying and majestic aura rose up. Although it appears unchanged, it gives one the feeling that some unknown entity has descended. Minus 49,940. The soul fire in the skull's pupils instantly twisted, and then a terrifying gray-white number appeared above its head. Killing a level 20 skeleton grants an additional 50% bonus for levels above that level, plus 30 experience points. The far ahead effect applies, granting an additional 6 experience points. The skeleton couldn't withstand the first hit of damage and fell to the ground, dying completely. His body was perfectly intact, without any wounds, but it had become an empty shell. The pale skeleton was quickly reduced to fragments under the trampling of the other skeletons. That's not all. Death Gaze deals damage once per second and lasts for a total of 10 seconds. Although the first target died, the skill did not end there. As Su Mubai's gaze shifted, the soul fire in the pupils of the skulls instantly twisted, and then they collapsed to the ground with a thud. Minus 124,850, minus 49,940, minus 124,850. The effect of Death Gaze did not end until the 10th skeleton fell. This skill is absolutely amazing. Having personally experienced the feeling of unleashing the Death Gaze, Su Mubai felt an exhilarating sensation that struck his very soul. The moment he activated the skill, he had a vague feeling that he could control everything. The life and death of these skeletons before him were entirely in his hands. Before using it, although he had some expectation of the damage, he was still stunned when he saw the terrifying number. It even deals more damage than the Skeleton Warrior, which has the Cataclysm ability. My own data flashed through my mind. With 2497 spell power, Death Gaze deals 10 times the damage per second thanks to class traits. In addition, the Death Codex increases damage dealt to undead creatures by 100%. It happens to be the number 49940. True damage. It doesn't need to calculate any resistances or defenses. It's that simple. His current spell critical strike rate is as high as 35%, and his critical strike damage has also been increased to 250% with the blessing of Dylan's Crystal Ball. Of the 10 targets, for received critical hit damage exceeding 120,000. This is just the most basic damage effect of Death Gaze. The strongest part of this skill is the remaining effects. The SSS skill, enhanced by the class's catastrophic characteristics, has terrifying effects. Unfortunately, these skeletons were too weak and died the moment Su Mubai stared at them, so there was no way to test the effects of the remaining skills. His mana was instantly depleted by 5%, but Su-Mubai quickly used 4 points of death energy to restore it to full. His gaze then fell upon the scattered fragments of bones on the ground. Absorb death energy. Hint. You have successfully extracted 4 points of death energy from the corpses of 20 ordinary monsters called skeletons. Note, your stored death energy has reached its limit. You can continue to absorb it after consuming it. Undead creatures do indeed have more death aura. Su-Mubai's eyes lit up. He had only consumed 4 points of death energy, so this might not be the maximum he could absorb. Even so, it was still twice as much as when they had scavenged bison carcasses before. At this moment, Su-Mubai suddenly remembered that he still had 11 skill points left to use. I was thinking of saving it until level 10 to see what new skills I would learn. However, leveling up, Death Gaze, requires a full 50 skill points, so it's out of the question in the short term. Should we upgrade Death Feedback first? Su-Mubai thought about it and decided to wait and see. The Forgotten Lands are full of undead, so they're guaranteed to drop Necromancer skill books. Who knows, maybe a low-level but top-tier skill like Summoning Space Expansion could be found here. With this in mind, Su-Mubai decided to save his skill points for now. Anyway, skill upgrades don't increase rank. Each level usually only results in a 10% improvement. There's absolutely no need to rush. The skeleton army continued its tireless slaughter, and in just a few minutes, Su-Mubai's experience points increased from 0% to 27%. The upgrade speed was like riding a rocket, several times faster than before in the green grassland. The reason is that there's no need to find or pull monsters here. The skeleton army can simply stand still and perform a streamlined operation. Upon entering the Forgotten Land, Su-Mubai suddenly felt like he was playing a mowing down the hill game. Despite killing so many, the number of skeletons in the sea of corpses showed no signs of decreasing. They remained a dense, overwhelming mass. However, Su-Mubai's doubts remained unresolved. Death Gaze burns the soul. If you can be damaged by this skill, it means that these skeletons have souls. Moreover, those ghostly blue soul flames were not fake. But why can't the death scripture draw soul points? What went wrong? This is the land of oblivion. We were all cursed in life, and our souls have long been locked here. Just as Su-Mubai was wondering, a clear, ethereal voice suddenly rang in his ears. Who? Su-Mubai felt his hair stand on end. He hadn't even noticed how the other person had appeared. Me? Just a forgotten one. Let me think about it. By the way, Rod, that used to be my name. You can call me that. A melodious voice drifted out, sounding ethereal and distant, as if it were right next to your ear. Su-Mubai turned his head sharply and was shocked to find that the voice came from a soul entity. It still looks like a human, but it is semi-transparent, has no texture, and floats in midair. The Forsaken Roads. Special Elite. Soul. Level 20. Health points 100,000/100,000. Soul form is immune to physical damage. Current exploration progress 10%. The moment Road's soul appeared, Su-Mubai was surprised to find that his exploration level had directly increased to 10%. The other party was just a special elite, which is simply unbelievable. After killing so many skeletons before, the exploration progress didn't budge, but now it's suddenly increased so much. It seems that Rhodes must be a key figure in the Forgotten Lands. Thinking of this, Su-Mubai asked, "What is this curse you mentioned, and how can we break the lock on the soul?" A curse? Yes, a curse. It's a terrible curse. A terrible curse. This problem is like flipping a switch. Rhodes's expression suddenly contorted, and he clutched his head in his hands as if enduring immense pain, repeatedly uttering the same phrase. Su-Mubai was dumbfounded for a moment. Dude, if you had just told me, it would have been fine. How did it turn into this just because I asked? For a moment, he felt at a loss and could only stand there and watch Rod's performance art quietly. After a moment, Rhodes returned to normal, his eyes filled with despair. He shook his head at Su-Mubai and said, "I forgot. Let me think about it. Think about it carefully." Then this guy started repeating himself again. Su-Mubai patted his forehead helplessly and waited for the next part to continue. Fortunately, he doesn't have to do anything to kill monsters. If it were any other player, they would have to protect this guy while fighting off a horde of skeletons, which would be a huge headache. Based on his years of gaming experience, he knew that even an NPC, like Rhodes, would be vulnerable to attacks from a horde of skeletons. Although this guy is immune to physical attacks, who knows if a skeleton mage might appear. This time, Rhodes took significantly longer to think, until Su-Mubai's experience bar reached 43, before he suddenly pointed north. "I remember something there." "What's there?" Su-Mubai looked in the direction he was pointing. "I forgot." "Stop. I won't ask anymore." Sumubai rolled her eyes and raised her hand to interrupt Rod, afraid that he would become a broken record again. Since this is the only lead we have right now, let's go check it out first. The whole thing is moving northward. With a thought, he gave orders to the skeleton army. In an instant, the meat grinder formed by the skeleton army began to move. The outermost 100 skeleton warriors maintained their formation and began to move north. The number of skeletons was terrifying, their strength was no match for a single skeleton warrior, and they were no match for the legion's movements. The skeleton archers and skeleton mages within the encirclement also began to move, with Sumubai in the very center, walking at a leisurely pace. After being interrupted, Rhodes floated quietly beside Sumubai, clearly intending to travel to their destination with him. Chapter 44 Soul-Suppressing Coffin, Half, Lich. Click, click, click. As the legion advanced, the skeletal remains of the dead gradually covered the ground. Killing a level 20 skeleton grants an additional 50% bonus for levels above that level, plus 30 experience points. The far ahead effect applies, granting an additional 6 experience points. Killing a level 20 skeleton grants an additional 50% bonus for levels above that level, plus 30 experience points. The far ahead effect applies, granting an additional 6 experience points. The speed at which experience points were gained remained undiminished, and with the outer circle of skeleton warriors forming a protective ring, the two main damage dealers inside were completely unaffected. Every 2 steps they advance, they stop in unison to launch an attack, and then continue their advance. The only thing that annoyed Sumubai was that these skeletons didn't drop anything. This was simply the stingiest person he had ever met. Not only is he inexperienced, but he doesn't even have a single copper coin. Soon, Sumubai realized that his previous prediction was wrong. Looking at the experience bar, which was approaching 80%, and then at the endless sea of skeletons, he couldn't help but sigh. It would be so great to have an AoE skill at this moment. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs, and he also lacks area of effect, AoE, skills. Since entering the game, all my experience points have been earned by hacking away at the skeleton army. Aren't we there yet? Unable to resist any longer, Sumubai turned and asked a question. Rhodes' eyes were lifeless, but he still managed to reply, Soon. Never mind, I didn't ask. Sumubai's eyebrows twitched slightly as he continued to control the skeleton army to advance. Congratulations to player, White Knight, for reaching level 11. All 4 stats increased by 1, skill point increased by 1, and free attribute points increased by 15. Even after the golden light flashed and Sumubai leveled up, they still hadn't reached the destination Rhodes had mentioned. Sumubai frowned and looked Rhodes up and down. This guy didn't just point randomly, did he? But he can also provide 10% of the exploration progress, so he must be an important figure. Just then, Rod's eyes suddenly lit up slightly, and he abruptly raised his finger and pointed forward. It's right there. Sumubai immediately looked over and saw a huge coffin standing there. The coffin appeared to have been there for a long time. Its exterior was quite rotten, and half of the coffin lid was broken. One could vaguely see a corpse inside. The most unusual thing is that there were no skeletons near the coffin. Endless sea of skeletons seemed to deliberately avoid that place. Sumubai's eyes lit up, and he decisively commanded the Legion to charge forward. Something's definitely up if things aren't going well. There's definitely something wrong here. Whether it's clues or the boss, he'll take it all. Click, click, click. As the skeleton army entered the area near the coffin, the surrounding sea of skeletons instantly receded like a tide, quickly disappearing into the dim night, and even the glow of the soul fire vanished. Are you so afraid of this place? Sumubai raised an eyebrow and deliberately controlled one of the skeleton warriors to take a step back, away from the vicinity of the coffin. Click, click, click. The next moment, the skeleton reappeared from a distance and rushed towards this direction. I'll come find you guys to play later. Having found the pattern, Sumubai grinned and controlled the skeleton warrior to return. As expected, the sea of skeletons retreated once again. Let me see what you are. Sumubai turned to look at the huge coffin in front of him and controlled the skeleton warrior to walk forward. Before they even got close, more than a dozen chains suddenly appeared behind the coffin. Skeleton warrior immediately raised his greatsword, ready to deal with any unexpected situation. But the next moment, the chains were tightly bound to the coffin. Hint: you have discovered a soul-locking coffin. Exploration progress, plus 2%. Destroying the soul-locking coffin will increase it by another 3%. Note: destroying the soul-locking coffin will release a terrifying entity. Please act according to your capabilities. This is it. Destroy it. Destroy it. When the system notification sounded, Rhodes became excited. Pointing at the soul-locking coffin, and urging Su Mu-bai to destroy it. If you call me again, I'll turn around and leave, believe me? Su Mu-bai glared at Rhodes, and the latter actually quieted down. Only then did he take a closer look at the upright coffin in front of him. Even without Rod's urging, he would definitely have destroyed this thing. After all, his goal is 100% exploration. Soul-locking coffin. Shield value, 1,000,000/1 million. Physical defense, 1,000. Magic defense, 1,000. This number might take other players half a day to achieve, but it's nothing compared to Su Mu-bai's. However, due to the size of the collision, even though the coffin was very large for Su Mu-bai, only 8 skeleton warriors could attack it. At this point, the importance of long-range firepower becomes apparent. Heavy strike. Double shot. Fireball. -36,708. -35,999. -36,123. -6,558. -13,240. -6,613. -21,352. -20,987. -42,638. The moment the 8 giant swords struck the chains, a rain of arrows and fireballs rained down on the enormous coffin. The number of arrows was clearly more than twice that of fireballs. In an instant, the soul-suppressing coffin's 1 million HP bar was depleted. Boom. The coffin exploded with a loud bang, revealing the corpse inside. Crash. To Su Mu-bai's surprise, the chains remained unharmed and wrapped directly around the corpse. The corpse had been there for an unknown amount of time. It was now nothing but skin and bones. Entire face was completely sunken, and the shape of his skull was clearly visible. He's coming. He's about to emerge. Rod suddenly shouted like a madman, then drifted away into the distance without looking back. Run! Run! Even after he disappeared, his voice still echoed. Su Mu-bai released his hands from his ears, showing no intention of leaving. Are you kidding me? Wasn't the boss here to offer some comfort? Crash. As the chains tightened, the corpse finally reacted. He suddenly opened his eyes, but his pupils were empty. Immediately afterwards, 2 wisps of soul fire ignited, and the corpse began to move. The chains that had bound him now seemed to have become his weapons, floating silently around his body. A chill swept over, and a layer of frost gradually covered the ground. Outsider, you've ruined my transformation. The corpse opened its mouth, uttering a hoarse sound, its dark blue pupils fixed on Su Mu-bai. The next moment, the anger on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by a smile. Oh, what a dense aura of death. I will surely succeed in transforming the energy within you. Who gave you your confidence? Su Mu-bai rolled his eyes and waved his hand lightly. The next moment, several skeleton warriors rushed forward, while the attackers behind them unleashed their full firepower. The Forsaken Neil. Half-Frost Lich. Level 20. Dark Gold level boss. HP. 3 million/3 million. Spell power. 12,800. Physical defense. 1,500. Magic defense. 2,100. Elemental resistance. Ice 20%. Skills. Frost spells, undead summoning spells, shadow curse spells. He seemed to be trying to transform himself into a lich, but clearly failed halfway. Both being legendary bosses, Neil, the half-lich, was significantly more imposing than Reggie. Even the skills they possess fall into 3 major categories. However, it was of no use. Faced with Su Mu-bai now, his performance was even worse than Reggie's back then. Even though he was smaller than the coffin, the entire skeleton army couldn't attack him at the same time. But the first wave of attacks still took away nearly 1 million of his health points. The moment it appeared, before it could even finish showing off, its health bar had already dropped by 1/3. At that moment, Neil was stunned. He was horrified to discover that he was surrounded. The other side's people are all around. For a moment, he couldn't tell who was closer to the lich. Chapter 45: The Terrifying Effect of the Death Stare. Who are you? How can you summon so many powerful undead creatures? Neil's voice was filled with shock and fear, and the chains around him vibrated. He knew the power of these chains all too well, but they were completely ineffective against the skeleton warrior before him. This means that these skeleton warriors have a higher strength attribute than his spirit attribute. How is this possible? I am a half-lich, and even though I have only transformed halfway, I am still far superior to ordinary undead. What's more, these are just the lowest level skeletons. With the next wave of attacks imminent, Nilton panicked. He raised his hand and released an ice shield that enveloped his entire body. Then, the soul fire in his pupils pulsed violently as he chanted obscure incantations. Come out, my servants. The next moment, a pale gray vortex appeared, from which a large number of undead creatures poured out. Of course, this large amount is relative to Neil. In reality, there were only 20 ghouls and 5 bloated abominations in total. Ghoul. Level 20. Summoning creatures. HP. 150,000/150,000. Attack power. 1580. Physical defense. 500. Magic defense. 420. Skill. Gnawing. These undead creatures always have a putrid smell coming from their mouths. Hatred. Level 20. Summoning creatures. HP. 800,000/800,000. Attack power. 1960/1960. Physical defense. 800. Magic defense. 700. Skills. Iron Hook Strike. Disease Mist. This hideous thing was made by stitching together various corpses. The appearance of 25 summoned creatures immediately gave the remaining skeletons that couldn't hit Neil a target to attack. The next moment, a rain of arrows and fireballs poured out, and the minions summoned by Neil were riddled with bullets as soon as they appeared. With Su Mubai's current strength, a mere level 20 Dark Gold level boss is nothing to worry about. You're just a human being, what right do you have? Before Neil could finish speaking, Su Mubai's gaze sharpened, instantly interrupting him. The death stare. In an instant, the soul fire in Neil's pupils twisted violently. Note, you used death gaze on the Forsaken Neil, and your life level is determined to be higher than his. A system notification sounded, and Nier's attributes instantly decreased by 40%. It should have been 20%, but Su Mubai is overpowered, with his professional cataclysmic ability boosting it to double. Neil's original maximum health of 3 million was instantly reduced to only 1.8 million. Not only that, but extreme fear appeared on his face, and the azure light in his hand vanished instantly. His spellcasting was interrupted. Neil seemed to have seen something terrifying and kept letting out terrified roars, running around like a headless fly among the skeleton army. Minus 50,740, minus 126,850, minus 50,740. One gray-white number after another popped up. After reaching level 11, Su Mubai's spell power increased by 40 points, and the damage of Death Gaze immediately exceeded 50,000. Pause the attack. Seeing Neil acting like a madman, Su Mubai raised his hand to stop the skeleton army's attack. He wanted to see if the fear effect of Death Gaze would be reduced when facing a boss. The system notification he had just heard made him realize that his life level was higher than that of a half-lich. However, the information provided by the multiverse game clearly states that humans are a very weak race in the multiverse. Otherwise, people like Neil wouldn't want to become liches. In that case, Su Mubai could only think of one possibility. That is, the Death Master class increased his life level. As expected of Su Mubai, Neil was gripped by fear for a full 10 seconds, and even after the death stare ended, he still couldn't recover. Death? How possible? No, so terrifying. From Neil's incoherent speech, his body was still trembling. The effects of burning the soul are clearly more complex than the skill description suggests. At least a Dark Gold level boss wouldn't be able to withstand it for a short time. It took another 3 seconds before Neil regained his composure and glanced at Su Mubai with fear. As the boss, he was so intimidated by a player that he dared not fight back. Kill him. Su Mubai had no intention of letting him off the hook. He casually waved his hand, and the skeleton army immediately unleashed its full firepower. Neil, who already had less than 1 million health points left, was instantly killed. Defeating the level 20 legendary boss, the Forsaken Neil grants an additional 50% experience bonus, totaling 750,000 experience points. The Far Ahead effect is also active, granting an additional 150,000 experience points. As Neil fell, Su Mubai's experience bar, which had just been upgraded, instantly soared to 47%. The experience points required to level up from level 11 to 12 have increased to 2 million. Of the soul in Neil's eyes was completely extinguished, and the chains around him gradually shattered and scattered in the wind. Su Mubai looked at the things he had dropped and couldn't help but mutter a complaint. It's one thing for the mobs not to drop anything, but are the bosses this stingy too? Despite his slight disdain, Su Mubai still picked up the only item Neil had dropped. This is an irregularly shaped metal sheet engraved with intricate inscriptions, giving off an inexplicable sense of unease. You have obtained one unique item, Cursed Crown Fragment. Fragments. Su Mubai was slightly taken aback, then checked the attributes of the fragment. Fragment of the Cursed Crown. January 7th. Dark Gold items. Once all the fragments are collected, the cursed crown will be automatically repaired. Those who carry it will be cursed and constantly subjected to the corrosive influence of death energy. The moment Su Mubai picked up the fragment, he felt a barely perceptible surge of energy into his body. However, this bit of deathly aura was practically non-existent in his presence. It's not even as good as the little bit of death energy absorbed by death absorption feedback. The latter is, after all, an SS-level skill. If Su Mubai's guess is correct, it should correspond to a mythical-level equipment. How could it be compared to a mere dark gold fragment? What's more, his profession is the master of death. Lifeless, just a plaything. However, Su Mubai was quite interested in this cursed crown. Even if it's broken into 7 pieces, they're all dark gold level items. After being repaired, they should at least be epic level equipment, right? Then we can get another free legendary item. Thinking of this, Su Mubai was immediately in a good mood and stopped complaining that nothing dropped in the Forgotten Land. I wonder where that guy Rhodes went. As the skeleton army moved out of the area, the sea of skeletons surrounded them again. Just as Su Mubai was about to look for Rhodes, the guy reappeared on his own. That's great, you freed Neil. Let's hurry and kill. Oh no, let's hurry and save the next person. Chapter 46. I have that skill you mentioned. Seeing that Rhodes was inexplicably excited, Su Mubai didn't say much, but just gave him a meaningful look. Where's the next soul-locking coffin? The next moment, Rhodes turned into a broken record again. Let me think. Let me think. Snap. Su Mubai patted his forehead helplessly, ignored Rhodes, and directly controlled the skeleton army to leave the area. This guy always takes forever to think things through. Instead of waiting for him here, I might as well grind monsters and level up first. A sea of skeletons, anyway. Although these ordinary monsters don't drop anything, their large numbers make the overall experience points quite substantial. Su Mubai was also very curious about just how many skeletons were here. Click, click, click. Sure enough, as soon as the skeleton warriors stepped out of the area, a series of sounds of bones colliding came from not far away. Immediately afterwards, swathes of ghostly blue soul fire appeared, and the vanished sea of skeletons swept in once more. Same plan was used again. Su Mubai's skeleton army formed a circle once more, and the tireless killing machine reappeared. Killing a level 20 skeleton grants an additional 50% bonus for levels above that level, plus 30 experience points. The far ahead effect applies, granting an additional 6 experience points. Killing a level 20 skeleton grants an additional 50% bonus for levels above that level, plus 30 experience points. The far ahead effect applies, granting an additional 6 experience points. A moment later, Rhodes silently floated to Su Mubai's side, pointed in a direction, and suddenly spoke. I remember now, it's over there. Su Mubai nodded, and with a thought, the skeleton army immediately began to advance. Looking at the sea of skeletons that showed no signs of diminishing, Su Mubai sighed as he walked. Sigh, if only I had an AoE skill. What AoE skill? Rod suddenly peeked out from beside him, his eyes filled with curiosity. Su Mubai was slightly taken aback. This guy would actually ask questions on his own initiative? He always thought Rod was an idiot. Oh, or rather, it has a missing soul. With nothing else to do, Su Mubai decided to give Rhodes a lesson. AoE skills are skills that can affect multiple targets at the same time. After saying that, he couldn't help but shake his head. Why was he telling him this? However, what Rhodes said next gave him a surprise. I think I know where I can find such a skill book. Where? Su Mubai suddenly stopped and turned to look at Luo Da, his face beaming with joy. What he lacks most right now is AoE skills. Well, Rhodes' eyes went vacant again, and he muttered, Where is it? This time, Su Mubai was very patient, quietly waiting for the other party to think. Even a few minutes later, Rod's words almost broke his composure. All right, I know that skill you mentioned. No, buddy. Do you need to think for so long about things you already know? Su Mubai's eyebrows twitched slightly. He suspected that this guy was deliberately toying with him, but he couldn't find any evidence. Suppressing the urge to glare at Rhodes to death, Su Mubai forced a smile. Can you teach me? Of course. Rod immediately agreed. Su Mubai was immediately delighted. It seemed that he had misunderstood this guy. He might just be a little silly. Then teach me quickly, so I can kill. No, I mean save others faster. Facing Su Mubai's expectant face, Rhodes nodded solemnly, then slowly raised his hand. I'm finally going to have an AoE skill. Su Mubai's eyes lit up, and he was secretly delighted. But after a short while, he did not receive the system notification he had expected. Rhodes' hand froze in midair. He tilted his head, looking at Su Mubai with a puzzled expression, and asked seriously, How should I teach it? The death stare. Su Mubai was furious. He He turned to look at the sea of skeletons outside the encirclement and vented his anger on the monsters. Minus 50,740, minus 126,850, minus 50,740. We can't kill this guy. We still need him for the rest of the exploration. With this phrase constantly repeating in his mind, Su Mubai finally managed to resist the urge to attack Rhodes. Think for yourself. However, he no longer held out hope for AoE skills, and after leaving a message, he controlled the skeleton army to continue moving towards the next coordinate. However, many things come naturally when you stop deliberately pursuing them. More than 10 minutes later, Rod suddenly floated in front of Su Mubai, blocking his way, and excitedly said, "I know how to teach you now." The next moment, his right hand glowed with a grayish-white light, and he extended a finger to touch Su Mubai's brow. Su Mubai was not afraid of any ill intentions from the other party, and simply let Rhodes continue without dodging or avoiding him. Over 100 million lives? This is no joke. Ultimately, it turned out that Rhodes did nothing else. His fingers couldn't even break through the barely perceptible shield on Su Mubai's body. This is the passive skill Undead Guardian that comes with the Death Speaker's robe. When placed on Su Mubai, the shield value is only a pitiful 3 points. The next moment, the long-awaited system notification sound finally rang in Su Mubai's ears. You have learned a new skill, Corpse Explosion. Corpse Explosion, C, Level 1, active skill. Detonates the target's corpse or remains, dealing magic damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius. Cannot be used on boss corpses. Damage, 10% of the target's original health plus 100% of their spell power. Casting range 30 meters, instant cast, 30-second cooldown, consumes 300 mana. This skill doesn't deal much damage. Its only advantage is that it's instant cast. However, for Su Mubai, this is the only AoE skill he can learn right now. Besides, can I get it for free? Su Mubai's lips curled up slightly, and a thought crossed his mind. Catastrophe. Target, Corpse Explosion. Hint, please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Upgrade to Rank B skill, Advanced Corpse Explosion, no cost. Option 2. Upgrade to Rank A skill, Chain Corpse Explosion, costing 10,000 gold coins. Option 3. Upgrade the Cataclysm to S-Rank skill, Destroy the Corpse and Eradicate the Trace, consuming 1,000 years of lifespan. Advance to the next rank. Spending money is out of the question. Su Mubai doesn't have that much money, so he can only get things for free. Your C-Rank skill, Corpse Explosion, has successfully been upgraded to a B-Rank skill, Advanced Corpse Explosion. Advanced Corpse Explosion, B, Level 1, active skill. Detonates the target's corpse or remains, dealing magic damage to all enemies within a 10-meter radius. Cannot be used on boss corpses. Damage, 15% of the target's original health plus 150% of their spell power. Casting range 50 meters, instant cast, 30-second cooldown, consumes 600 mana. While the damage increase of Advanced Corpse Explosion is not significant, the explosion range is greatly increased. The radius was increased from 5 meters to 10 meters, which increased the blast radius by a full 4 times. Su Mubai directly allocated the skill points he had deliberately saved to Advanced Corpse Explosion technique, maxing it out. Immediately afterwards, the withered wooden staff in his hand flashed with light. At the same time, a muffled explosion suddenly rang out from the sea of skeletons. Boom. Chapter 47 Level Soars, Cursed Crown Reunited. Skeleton warriors stood at the outermost edge, relentlessly slaying the endless horde of skeletons. The next moment, a skeleton that had just fallen not far ahead suddenly emitted a pale gray light, and then exploded with a bang. Boom. Thump thump thump. The shattered bone spikes, like bullets, swept across a vast area of 30 meters in an instant. Minus 18,062, minus 17,998, minus 36,984. The screen was filled with densely packed damage numbers, and a large area at the front of the sea of skeletons was instantly cleared, with broken bones scattered everywhere. Killing a level 20 skeleton grants an additional 50% bonus for levels above that level, plus 30 experience points. The Far Ahead effect applies, granting an additional 6 experience points. Killing a level 20 skeleton grants an additional 50% bonus for levels above that level, plus 30 experience points. The Far Ahead effect applies, granting an additional 6 experience points. With just one skill, Su Mubai was shocked to find that his experience bar had surged by nearly 4%. In other words, that advanced corpse explosion attack just now instantly killed more than 2,000 skeletons. Even though Su Mubai knew he was abnormal, he was still taken aback by the effect. He just used 10 skill points to upgrade advanced corpse explosion to the maximum level. After upgrading this skill, the damage bonus and cooldown time remain unchanged. The only improvement is in the skill's range. Each level increases the explosion radius by 0.5 meters and the casting distance by 2.5 meters. The max level, Advanced Corpse Explosion, has an explosion radius of 15 meters and a casting range of 75 meters. In addition, the added bonus of the occupational catastrophic characteristics resulted in a massive 30-meter impact range. Even without considering the damage boost from the Death Codex, it's enough to instantly kill these skeletons. Bai Yi, you're so strong. Rhodes' praise brought Su Mubai back to his senses. He smiled, said nothing, and continued to control the skeleton army to advance. Every half-minute, a muffled sound would come from ahead, and Su Mubai's experience points were increasing several times faster than before. He even considered staying there to grind monsters, since it would be difficult to find a place with such a high concentration of monsters once he left. However, after thinking about it, Su Mubai decided to explore the Forgotten Land first. Upgrading has never been a problem for him. With the Advanced Corpse Explosion spell, the skeleton army's advance speed increased significantly. Before Su Mubai had even leveled up, he had already arrived at the location of the second soul-locking coffin. This soul-locking coffin is practically a carbon copy of Neil. It's also a half-lich. Su Mubai didn't bother to waste time and glared at the other party before he could utter any grand words. Note, you used Death Gaze on the Forsaken, Carlos, and your life level is determined to be higher than his. Minus 1,200,000. What is this? A terrifying gray-white number popped up, and Carlos instantly covered his head and ran away, trembling all over, letting out a painful roar. His attributes were forcibly reduced by 40%, and his maximum health was suddenly reduced to only 1.8 million. The skeleton army unleashed its full firepower, and before the Death Gaze had even ended, the half-lich was completely reduced to a corpse. Defeating the level 20 legendary boss, the Forsaken, Carlos, grants an additional 50% experience bonus, totaling 750,000 experience points. The Far Ahead effect is also active, granting an additional 150,000 experience points. Congratulations to player White Knight for reaching level 12. All 4 stats increased by 1, skill point increased by 1, and free attribute points increased by 15. A flash of golden light, and Su Mubai leveled up once again. Su Mubai reached out and took the Cursed Crown fragment from the skeleton warrior, then glanced at his experience bar. Level 12, 21.67%. To his surprise, the experience required to reach level 13 did not double. Instead, it remained the same as before, increasing by only 1 million. Up to level 19, it should be an extra million. Su Mubai made this guess because levels in the tens are generally a hurdle. Controlling the skeleton army to lure out the sea of skeletons once again, Su Mubai turned to look at Rhodes, who had returned. Yes, this guy ran away yelling again when the soul-locking coffin exploded. Where's the next one? Let me think about it. The Forgotten Lands are always shrouded in darkness, but thankfully there is a system time available for reference. The sea of skeletons here was not as endless as one might imagine. Not long after killing the 4th boss, the sea of skeletons was completely wiped out by Su Mubai. The Forgotten Land was now covered with shattered bones, and every step Su Mubai took made a cracking sound. However, Su Mubai did not notice that these bone fragments were slowly sinking into the earth at an extremely slow speed. The Land of Oblivion is perpetually shrouded in darkness, where the sun is nowhere to be seen, making it easy for people to lose track of the passage of time. Defeating the level 20 legendary boss, the Forsaken Walter, grants an additional 50% experience bonus, totaling 750,000 experience points. The Far Ahead effect is also active, granting an additional 150,000 experience points. When Su Mubai received the 7th Cursed Crown fragment from the skeleton warrior, I glanced at the system time and was shocked to realize that I had been here for more than 10 hours. And his level has increased from level 10 when he first entered to level 15 now. He hasn't had a moment's rest since he started playing the game. But Su Mubai didn't feel tired at all. The main reason is that he didn't exert much effort at all, especially after the skeleton army was wiped out. He didn't even need to use the Advanced Corpse Explosion skill. All you have to do is walk behind the skeleton army. View the Forgotten Lands map is really big. Picking up the last fragment, Su Mubai couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Situji gave himself a week to explore this place. Without the cataclysmic ability of his profession, he wouldn't even be able to completely deal with the sea of skeletons. With such a hard map to clear, this thing's stats shouldn't be too bad, right? Looking at the fragment in his hand, a glint of light flashed in Su Mubai's eyes, and he took out 6 more pieces from his backpack. At that moment, Rhodes floated back over from not far away. Upon seeing Su Mubai's actions, his pupils constricted sharply, as if he had recalled something terrifying. Suddenly, he clutched his head with both hands, and his entire soul began to twist. A moment later, Rod returned to normal and shouted at Su Mubai with a terrified expression. No, you'll be corrupted by him. However, he was a step too late. The 7 fragments had already been reassembled in Su Mubai's hands. Buzz! A flash of tricolor light appeared, and the cursed crown, exuding an aura of death, appeared in Su Mubai's hand. It's over. The look of terror on Rhodes' face grew even stronger. The system notification tone also sounded at that moment. Chapter 48, The Forgotten One. Franklin, you have obtained the legendary item, Cursed Crown. Yes, it's legendary, not epic. Because Su Mubai used all the fragments to advance once for free. Although the chances of it working out are slim, we should still give it a try, right? Only did so after confirming that his name hadn't changed after the promotion. Hint, the Cursed Crown has been successfully repaired. Current exploration progress, 50%. Su Mubai did not immediately check the attributes of the Cursed Crown, but instead looked at Rhodes thoughtfully. Of this 50% exploration, 35% comes from the 7 soul lock coffins and 5% from the Cursed Crown. Neither the overwhelming sea of skeletons nor the 7 bosses provided any sense of exploration. However, when Rhodes appeared, it increased by a full 10%. Based on his previous performance, this guy is at best a guide and could never provide so much exploration progress. Unless his importance goes beyond that. Thinking of this, Su Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze fixed on Rhodes. The latter's expression was twisted, his eyes fixed on the Cursed Crown. In Su Mubai's hand, his eyes filled with terror. No, this is impossible. How could its power have increased so much? I can feel that dense aura of death. Bai Yi, get rid of him quickly. Otherwise you will be corrupted by the death aura and eventually become a walking corpse, just like them. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai showed no intention of abandoning the Cursed Crown, nor did he reply. He simply watched the other party perform quietly. He wanted to see what was so special about Rhodes. If I'm not mistaken, this guy is very likely the final boss. Isn't that how plots usually develop? As for the erosion of death energy, Su Mubai never paid any attention to it. The moment the Cursed Crown was repaired, 2 system notification sounds rang in his ears. Notification: you have been corrupted by the deathly aura emanating from the Cursed Crown. Note: your stored death energy has reached its limit. You can continue absorbing it after consuming it. Excess death energy will not have any effect on you. Corrosion by death energy? It's just a supplement to one's own skills. With this thing, maybe we won't need to draw death energy from monster corpses anymore. Bai Yi, what are you standing there for? Get rid of it right now. Su Mubai raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Why aren't you pretending to be stupid now? Playing dumb. Rod was clearly taken aback and quickly said, I've never pretended to be stupid. Some things really are. Rumble. Before Rhodes could finish speaking, the entire Lost Land suddenly began to shake violently. Su Mubai's expression hardened, and the skeleton army instantly assembled. Rhodes seemed to be stimulated by this scene, and his pupils became somewhat cloudy. The next moment, a large section of the ground not far ahead suddenly collapsed, and a thick aura of death emanated from the cave entrance. Hint: the aura of the Cursed Crown has awakened the Lich, Franklin, who slumbered beneath the Forgotten Lands. As the system notification sounded, an exquisite coffin flew out of the cave and stood steadily in midair. The coffin was made of some unknown metal and was covered with obscure and difficult-to-understand magical runes, giving it a chilling feel. It's him. It's definitely him. Rhodes, who was already somewhat delirious, suddenly widened his eyes in shock when he saw the coffin. He pointed at the coffin with trembling hands, his body shaking uncontrollably. Unconsciously, he had already retreated to Su Mubai's side. He is the one who cursed us. He is the one who turned this place into a forgotten land. I remember now. I remember everything. Rhodes gradually overcame his fear, his facial expression contorted into a ferocious grimace, and he roared hoarsely. My family, my friends, my people, all died at his hands. As he spoke, Rhodes's soul gradually began to glow, and his character panel changed accordingly. The remnant soul of Rhodes, mayor of Sunset Town. Special elite. Soul. Level 20. Health points 100,000/100,000. Skill, soul possession, increases the target's main attribute by 20%. Soul form is immune to physical damage. Rhodes remembered everything. He had been the mayor of Sunset Town, but now he was the only surviving remnant soul. White Knight, I beg you to help me kill that beast Franklin. I'm willing to give anything for it. Rod's hysterical voice and the sudden mission notification startled Su Mubai slightly. This plot is completely unpredictable. Is this guy really an ally? Accept the unique hidden quest, Rhodes' request. Mission objective, defeat the Lich, Franklin. Mission reward, unknown. Failure penalty, none. Whether or not they accept the mission, they are not going to let the boss Su Mubai get away. He gave Rhodes a deep look, then nodded slightly, and said, "Okay. Thank you." Rhodes' eyes were filled with gratitude, and then his body became increasingly transparent. "Franklin is incredibly strong. I will do my best to help you." As he spoke, Rhodes' soul transformed into a beam of light and merged into Su Mubai's body. "You have accepted the only hidden quest, Rhodes' request. You have been blessed by a spirit possession, increasing your mental attribute by 20%. At that moment, the coffin in midair opened, and 2 flames of soul light suddenly ignited in Franklin's pupils. The intensity of that soul fire was something Su Mubai had never seen before. Franklin the Forgotten. Frostlich. Level 20. Severely injured, level reduced. Epic boss. HP. 35 million/35 million. Spell power. 48,000. Physical defense. 5,000. Magic defense. 8,000. Elemental resistance. Ice 35%, Shadow 30%, Death 25%. Skills. Frost spells, Shadow spells, Death spells. Standing before you is a true Lich. Though his soul is severely damaged, he should not be underestimated. Franklin appeared to be several times more powerful than the previous 7.5 Liches. Beneath the form-fitting robes, there was no flesh or blood left. He was completely a skeleton. His body was still bound by chains, and he held a black staff in his hand. His body was surrounded by the power of death, frost, and shadow. Did that guy actually survive? The fire of his soul flickered in Franklin's eyes, and a hoarse voice rang out. He was clearly referring to Rod. I sensed the power of the cursed crown after its restoration, but this power... At this point, Franklin paused, then suddenly looked at Su Mubai, his pupils blazing with intense fire. Legendary level? Ha ha ha. Finally, there's hope for recovering from my injuries. Franklin completely disregarded Su Mubai and simply reached out and beckoned. Come back, my cursed crown. Return to your master. Immediately afterwards, his expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed in shock. Impossible. How did you do that? Epic level boss in Chapter 49 is indeed very strong, but it's useless. Franklin reached out to summon it, but the cursed crown in Su Mubai's hand did not react. Just as he was filled with doubt and shock, he saw the human in front of him put the cursed crown directly on his head. That's impossible. It's mine. How could it be under your control? Franklin was utterly shocked, clearly unable to understand why the cursed crown had not responded to his summons. What I get my hands on is mine. Su Mubai's eyes. With a thought, the skeleton army launched a direct attack on Franklin. Cursed crown. Head. Level 10 to 120. Legendary item. Durability 1000/1000. Equipment requirements. The Forgotten One, Franklin. The Death Lord can ignore this requirement and forcibly equip the item. The equipment requirement will return to normal after the opponent is killed. Basic attributes, level 15. Physical defense, plus 100. Magic defense, plus 200. Health, plus 2,000. Mana, plus 4,000. All attributes, plus 75. Entry. 1. Spirit, plus 10%. 2. Curse resistance, plus 30%. 3. Those who wear this item will be continuously corroded by death energy. Skill. Curse power, passive skill. All your spells will be imbued with a curse effect, randomly applying 2 curses to the target for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Curse Aura, an aura-type skill that reduces the speed of all enemies within a 100-meter radius by 30% upon activation. This includes, but is not limited to, attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed. It consumes 200 mana per second and has no cooldown. A curse is an art. Currently, apart from Su Mubai, no other player can equip this item. This is why Franklin was so shocked. You despicable robber. Faced with Su Mubai's skeleton army, Franklin's eyes were filled with rage, and his staff suddenly lit up. Buzz. 3 pale gray portals opened, and Franklin's undead army was summoned. It has to be said that epic-level bosses are indeed much more prestigious than legendary-level bosses. The legion he summoned was not much smaller than Su Mubai's in number. In addition to 100 of each of the 3 types of skeletons, there was also a squad of knights clad in black armor. Shadow Knight. Level 20. Summoning creatures. HP. 1,000,000/1 million. Attack power. 9,800. Physical defense. 1,800. Magic defense. 1,800. Skills. Shadow Charge, Shadow Power, Shadow Shield. A powerful undead creature, skilled in both charging and defense. These knights, except for their health, have stats that are almost on par with those of a legendary boss of the same level. Franklin actually summoned 10 Shadow Knights at once. Epic-level bosses far surpasses that of legendary-level bosses. They're simply on a completely different level. I will refine you into an being just like them. The flames of the soul flickered in Franklin's pupils, and the Shadow Knight immediately led 100 skeleton warriors to charge towards Su Mubai. The next moment, the 2 skeleton legions collided violently. However, the result was quite different from what Franklin had imagined. A pale blue halo appeared beneath Su Mubai's feet, instantly engulfing an area of 100 meters in radius. Cursora. The Shadow Knight's speed suddenly dropped by 30% during the charge. Su Mubai's 100 skeleton warriors stood in front, their greatswords slashing down fiercely, and they blocked the Shadow Knight's charge without retreating at all. Immediately afterwards, a deluge of arrows and fireballs swept in. With casting and attack speed reduced, Franklin's summoned legions moved noticeably slower. Heavy Strike. Double Shot. Fireball. -83,594, -83,071, -168,126. -13,509, -27,274, -13,622, -27,658. -43,985, -43,233, -87,834. As the terrifying damage numbers jumped, nearly a quarter of the skeleton army summoned by Franklin was wiped out in an instant. Even the Shadow Knights have lost several. The reason why the damage is so much higher than before is not only because of the addition of a legendary equipment, but also because of Su Mubai's current level. After reaching level 15, the attributes of his 2 legendary equipment pieces and the Death Codex were improved. The 2 legendary items alone provide an extra 25 points to all attributes, while the Death Codex adds an extra 50 points. With the addition of the Cursed Crown and Rhodes' Soul Possession, Su Mubai's mental attribute is now as high as 980 points, exactly double that when he first entered the Forgotten Land. As a result, the attribute panel of the skeleton army, which was enhanced by his mental attribute, naturally doubled. Unfortunately, the nesting didn't work again. The repaired, Cursed Crown, and the previous fragments were treated as the same thing by the Cataclysm talent. However, Su Mubai was mentally prepared for this and didn't dwell on it too much. The most important thing now is to take down Franklin, this epic boss. Crush. Destroy with overwhelming force. The moment the two made contact, Franklin sensed something was wrong. He raised his hand, intending to unleash a spell to provide support, but Su Mubai clearly wouldn't give him that chance. Before he could even utter the first incantation, Franklin suddenly felt a chilling power descend upon him. At this moment, he, as a lich, even had an urge to kneel down and submit. This is, no, absolutely impossible. Before he finished speaking, Su Mubai's gaze had already focused on him. The death stare. The soul fire in Franklin's pupils instantly became extremely distorted. He abruptly released his staff, clutched his head with both hands, and fell from midair, trembling all over. Note: you used Death Gaze on the Forgotten One, Franklin, and your life level is determined to be higher than his. -14 million. A system notification sounded, and a gray-white 8-digit damage number instantly appeared above Franklin's head, reducing his maximum health to only 21 million. Every second, a damage of over 100,000 would appear above his head, and the occasional critical hits would deal close to 300,000 damage. Moreover, both curses were also inflicted on Franklin along with Su Mubai's Death Gaze. Notification: you have cast a Curse of Agony on Franklin the Forgotten, dealing shadow damage equal to 100% of your spell power per second for 5 seconds. Note: you have cast the Curse of Calamity on Franklin the Forgotten, increasing his chance to be critically hit by 30% for 5 seconds. Damage numbers kept popping up above Franklin's head, but he had no way to stop them. The fear effect of the death gaze was so strong that even this epic-level boss couldn't resist it and could only run around aimlessly like a headless fly. This skill doesn't require Su Mubai to continuously guide it. As long as he wanted, the effect of the death gaze would not shift from Franklin's gaze. Su Mubai merely glanced at Franklin before turning his head to look at the corpse of the first Shadow Knight to die. The next moment, the Shadow Knight's corpse exploded, sweeping across a radius of 30 meters. Boom. Advanced Corpse Explosion Technique. Chapter 50. Skeletons Crush Bone Dragons. Is that reasonable? Advanced Corpse Explosion Technique. Boom. Minus 610,000. Minus 1,525,000. Minus 1,525,000. Thanks to Shadow Knight's million-plus health points. With the enhancement of his class's Cataclysm ability, Su Mubai's Advanced Corpse Explosion dealt terrifying damage to all skeletons within a 30-meter radius. If Franklin's two types of ranged skeletons hadn't been positioned so far apart, this wave could have wiped them out. Even so, the vast majority of the legions summoned by Franklin perished in the explosion, leaving only less than 50 ranged skeletons. When the effect of the death stare ended, Franklin instantly regained his senses, and the suffocating fear in his heart vanished. However, by this time, he had become a lonely man again. Even his own health points have been reduced by nearly 10 million by the skeleton army. Franklin. Health. 11.98 million/21 million. Who are you? Franklin stared intently at Su Mubai, the soul fire in his pupils pulsating violently. That feeling that sent shivers down his spine just now was definitely the power of death. But the person in front of him is clearly human. How can he control death power that is even more refined than that of a lich like himself? I am your father. Su Mubai snorted coldly, then shook his head. Forget it. I don't have a son as ugly as you. Even as they spoke, the skeleton army's attacks showed no sign of stopping. More than a dozen skeleton warriors held Franklin back tightly, while the skeleton archers and skeleton mages behind him unleashed their full firepower. Although due to his size, he couldn't hit Franklin with all his attacks. But each of their attacks can still take away nearly 1 million health points from the opponent. Human, how dare you insult the Great Lich? Buzz. Franklin was enraged upon hearing this. He reached out and clenched his fist, and his staff returned to its original form. An ice blue shield instantly appeared on his body. Ice protection. Shield value, 5 million. Compared to his health, 5 million shield points isn't high, but it's enough to withstand several waves of attacks from the skeleton army. More importantly, with this shield, he has enough time to unleash even stronger spells. I don't care who you are, you'll all be buried in the land of oblivion today. The soul fire in Franklin's pupils burned fiercely, and the aura he exuded suddenly increased dramatically. Immediately afterwards, he slowly floated into the air, and a terrifying energy wave burst forth from his body, sweeping across the entire Forgotten Land. Rumble. Just as when he appeared, the Forgotten Lands trembled once more. The skull sea that Su Mubai had once crushed seemed to be summoned, and all of them flew into the air. At this moment, the entire Forgotten Land transformed into a sea of bones. Fragments of bones gathered from all directions, and a dense aura of death emanated from Franklin's body, infusing these bone fragments. Immediately afterwards, the fragments came together at Franklin's feet. A skeletal dragon, tens of meters long, was born from the aura of death and roared to the sky. Roar! Kakus, kill this human. The power within him will be the key to our recovery. Undead Bone Dragon, Kakus. Mid-tier undead creature. Level 20. Severely injured, level reduced. Epic boss. HP. 80 million/80 million. Attack power, 42,000. Physical defense, 10,000. Magic defense, 6,000. Elemental resistance. Death resistance, 30%. Skills. Bone Cage, Bone Spike Hell, Death Storm. Don't be nervous. This guy isn't a real dragon, but don't let your guard down either. The power of the Undead Bone Dragon isn't much weaker than that of a dragon of the same level. The Undead Bone Dragon, Kakus, has appeared. Current exploration progress is 90%. The system notification sounded at that moment, and Su Mubai's gaze sharpened. Franklin appeared earlier. He wondered why the exploration progress only increased by 20%. At the time, I thought that killing the boss would allow me to continue leveling up. I never expected there would be a second epic boss. As expected of the test given by the City Lord of Donghai City, the difficulty is really high. Looking at the massive bone dragon swooping down, Su Mubai sighed inwardly. but his expression remained unchanged. Click, click, click. Kaku's dragon claw slammed down with unparalleled power. However, the next moment, both he and Franklin were stunned. Bang! With a loud bang, the skeleton warrior beside Su Mubai took a step forward, instantly doubling in size. With a swing of his greatsword, he forcefully blocked Kaku's attack. Not only that, the skeleton warrior suddenly exerted its strength and actually cleaved the huge Kaku's away. Heavy strike. Minus 1,102,800. A critical hit dealing 1,000,000 damage burst from above Kaku's head, sending his body flying uncontrollably into the air. What? This is absolutely impossible. How dare a mere skeleton warrior overpower my Kaku's? Franklin was completely bewildered, the soul fire within his head constantly expanding and contracting. He had never encountered anything like this before. Anything else good? Bring it all out, and let me see. Su Mubai crossed his arms and smiled at Franklin. During this time, the skeleton army's attacks continued, and the opponent's shield value was less than half. The reason this skeleton warrior was able to block Kaku's was naturally due to Su Mubai's enhancement. Feedback on death. Notification: you have consumed all your death energy to enhance the target skeleton warrior's main attribute by 640%. The reason Su Mubai was in such a good mood was because of the system notification that followed. Notification: you have been corrupted by the deathly aura emanating from the cursed crown. Death energy value plus 10. Death energy value plus 10. A faint aura of death emanated from the cursed crown and merged into Su Mubai's body. Every second, the death energy stored in the death absorption feedback will increase by 10 points. Curse. Corrosion by death energy? Ain't this just a portable power bank? The enhanced effect of feedback lasts for 60 seconds, but the cooldown time is only 30 seconds. Normally, Su Mubai can only absorb death energy from a corpse twice in 60 seconds. Without the boss's corpse, you can't store much death energy. But with the cursed crown, everything changes. Now it can automatically recover 600 points of death energy in 60 seconds. In other words, Su Mubai was able to keep the two skeleton warriors permanently at 600% of their main attribute enhancement. At this moment, this skeleton warrior is enjoying a full boost. After the strength increased by 640%, it has reached a terrifying 75,184 points. Its attack power has exceeded 150,000. The combined effects of heavy blows, critical hits, and the double damage from the Death Codex against undead creatures brought the single attack to 1,000,000 damage. Chapter 51: The Flaws of Life Sharing. The enhanced skeleton warrior leaped high into the air and suddenly grabbed the bone dragon as it flew backward. The next moment, the enormous bone dragon was thrown to the ground by the skeleton warrior, whose claws were not even as big as the dragon's. Bang! A huge crater was smashed into the ground, and the skeleton warrior descended from the sky, using his terrifying strength to suppress Kaku's. Every time he flapped his wings to try to fly back into the sky, he would be pressed down by the skeleton warrior's sword. The battlefield had now been divided into two parts. Click. On the other side, Franklin watched as cracks appeared in the ice shield, which was about to shatter. He had to fall from midair to avoid becoming a sitting duck for the undead army. Upon seeing this, Su Mubai pointed his withered wooden staff. Burning. Minus 2,568. The level 1 burning damage is negligible, but what Su Mubai wants is not the damage, but the effect of Cursed Crown. Note: you have cast the Curse of Doom on Franklin the Forsaken, dealing 800% spell power magic damage after 5 seconds, and having a chance to summon a Doomguard for 5 seconds. Notification: you have cast the Blood Curse on Franklin the Forgotten, which negates life regeneration effects for 5 seconds. Damn it, this is my Cursed Crown. The first person to be cursed by his own equipment. After all, although Su Mubai is now wearing the Cursed Crown, this equipment was forcibly requisitioned before he killed Franklin. The moment the ice shield shattered, Franklin slammed his staff into the ground. The next moment, a circle of icy blue energy suddenly surged out, sweeping across a 100-meter radius around him. Frozen Hell. Warning: you are affected by the Frozen Hell. Your movement speed is reduced by 30%. Immediately afterwards, the fire of the soul in Franklin's pupils boiled and burned once more. A jet-black beam of light shot out from the tip of his staff, instantly striking Su Mubai's body. Death Ray. Minus 960,000. Haha, you were careless. With your fragile human bodies, you're doomed to die from this death ray. Seeing that his attack had worked, Franklin let out a hoarse laugh. But then, he was dumbfounded. What? How much blood do you have? The human's health bar not far away hadn't dropped at all. How is this possible? Su Mubai glanced at the shared health bar. A mere 960,000 damage, barely a decrease in damage. Epic boss, and that's it? Life sharing. You've actually learned such a rare skill. Franklin seemed to remember something, and Su Mubai clearly saw shock in the flickering of his soul fire. Is an S-rank skill really that surprising? It seems even epic-level bosses haven't seen much of the world. Looks like there's really nothing left. Shaking his head, Su Mubai gently waved his hand. Kill him. The skeleton army immediately launched a fierce attack. Franklin sensed the passing of life and quickly brandished his staff, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. While life sharing is powerful, it is not without its flaws. Death and decay. Withstanding the attacks of the skeleton army and losing several million health points, Franklin finally unleashed his ultimate attack. Amidst the powerful energy fluctuations, a crimson rose pattern faintly appeared, enveloping the entire battlefield. At the same time, Kaku's roared to the sky and flapped his bone wings. The skeleton cage. Click, click, click. A bone prison rose from the ground, sealing off the skeleton warrior. Immediately afterwards, countless bone spikes swept across all targets on the battlefield. Bone spur hell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom. In an instant, the hell of bone spurs and the decay of death erupted simultaneously. Minus 48,000, minus 48,000, minus 39,500. Minus 31,862, minus 37,003, minus 38,987. Massive damage bursts from above the heads of all the skeletons. Su Mubai's pupils contracted sharply as he was shocked to find that his shared health bar had dropped by a quarter in an instant. Keep in mind that his current shared life points are a whopping 200 million. At that moment, Su Mubai also suddenly woke up. Life sharing, while powerful, it is only an S-rank skill and is far from invincible. If someone can wipe out all the skeletons at once with a powerful AoE skill, then they will die too. Although the shared health bar doubles under the buff of the class's Cataclysm trait, this applies to the damage he takes himself. In other words, when he himself takes damage and his shared health bar decreases, the linked skeleton army will only share half of the damage. However, when a skeleton takes damage, its shared health is reduced by double. Seeing the skeleton mage with only a sliver of health left, Su Mubai broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for the increased strength, the skeleton army's health would have doubled compared to before. This combined attack from the two bosses will instantly kill all skeletons except for the skeleton warrior. Although the presence of the skeleton warriors meant that the two epic-level bosses before him posed no threat to Su Mubai's life, they did serve as a warning to him. The cataclysmic effect of summoning space expansion allows all undead summons to revive once an hour, but if all undead are instantly wiped out, he will die before he can even revive. We can't be so careless in the future. With a thought, Su Mubai immediately recalled the 20 skeleton warriors into his summoning space. This is a temporary solution to counter large-scale area of effect, AoE, attacks. Summoning skeletons into space can also provide him with shared health, but they will not be hit by enemy AoE attacks. To kill the skeletons in the summoning space, the only way is to attack Su Mubai and deplete his shared health bar. The 20 skeleton warriors can provide him with 30.48 million shared health points, plus 1 resurrection, which is 60.96 million, more than enough to deal with the two bosses in front of him. For now, Su Mubai can only use this method to make up for the flaws in life sharing. He has made up his mind that the first thing he will do after exploring the Forgotten Land is to earn enough money to elevate the life-sharing system. If lifespan is long enough, then it will be a catastrophe. Su Mubai already had a plan in mind regarding this. He can't afford the cost of Tier 3 catastrophe, but he can still find a way to make money. Even more shocked than Su Mubai was Franklin, who was standing not far away. He stared in disbelief at the scene, speechless for a moment. Even with Kaku's teaming up, they couldn't even kill the skeleton mages summoned by the enemy? What kind of monster is this human? On the other side, the skeleton warrior broke through the skeletal cage with terrifying power and suppressed Kaku's once again. At the same time, Su Mubai's icy gaze also turned towards them. That chilling energy returned once more. The death stare. Roar. In an instant, Kaku's let out a terrified roar, its wings flapping wildly, as if it had seen some terrifying being. Notification: you used Death Gaze on the undead bone dragon, Kaku's. Your health level is determined to be higher than its. Minus 32 million. An 8-digit gray figure appeared, and Kaku's maximum health instantly decreased by 40%. Both curse effects were also attached to it. Franklin, on the other hand, is also in dire straits. He was horrified to discover that the skeleton warrior directly in front of him had suddenly doubled in size. Feedback on death. Notification. You have consumed 300 points of death energy to enhance the target skeleton warrior's main attribute by 600%. This time, neither of them had any chance to fight back. In less than a minute, Franklin, having exhausted all his methods, fell to the ground and died before Kaku's. However, Su Mubai frowned when the system notification sounded. Chapter 52 Rewards for soloing an epic-level boss. You destroyed the body of Franklin the Forgotten, gaining an additional 70% experience bonus for a total of 12.75 million experience points. This is an effect that stacks with other levels and titles. It will not be listed separately in the future. Congratulations to player White Knight for reaching level 16. All 4 stats increased by 1, skill point increased by 1, and free attribute points increased by 15. Congratulations to player White Knight for reaching level 17. All 4 stats increased by 1, skill point increased by 1, and free attribute points increased by 15. 2 golden lights flashed in succession, and Su Mubai's level directly increased to level 17. But he frowned and murmured in confusion, "Body?" The notification sound just now didn't indicate that Franklin was killed, but only that his body was destroyed. In Su Mubai's opinion, the experience points also did not match the difficulty of an epic-level boss. It's important to know that the skeletons and shadow knights that the opponent summoned earlier were all inexperienced. Furthermore, the announcement for the first solo kill of an epic-level boss was not triggered. In other words, Franklin was not completely killed. With his extensive gaming experience, Su Mubai quickly figured it out. Franklin was a lich, and his soul should be in the life box. Only by finding and destroying the phylactery can a lich be truly killed. Where is this guy's life-saving casket hidden? Su Mubai looked at the corpse, which hadn't fallen anything, and stroked his chin. The final 10% of exploration time is very likely to lead to finding Franklin's cryptex. Roar! Not far away, the undead bone dragon, Kaku's, suddenly roared, interrupting Su Mubai's thoughts. His gaze turned cold, and he turned to look at them. It turns out that the first enhanced skeleton warrior has returned to its original state. Immediately afterwards, a system notification sounded. Note, your stored death energy has reached its limit. You can continue to absorb it after consuming it. It seems that you are the first epic boss to be solo killed. Seeing Kaku suddenly regain his strength, Su Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly, a thought forming in his mind. The second enhanced skeleton warrior immediately charged at Kaku's, suppressing him once again. At the same time, Su Mubai activated his skill again. Feedback on death. Notification. You have consumed all your death energy to enhance the target skeleton warrior's main attribute by 640%. This time, it was the skeleton warriors who were able to regain their former glory. His size doubled again, and he slashed at Kaku's with his greatsword. Heavy strike. At the same time, the second skeleton warrior also arrived. Heavy strike. 2 million damage numbers popped up, and although Kaku's felt no pain, he was still struck by the terrifying power of the 2 skeleton warriors and roared repeatedly. It was no match for the opponent in a one-on-one fight to begin with, and now that it was facing 2 against 1, it was completely powerless to fight back. In addition, its size is large enough that, besides the 2 enhanced skeleton warriors, it also has to withstand the attacks of the entire skeleton army. Of course, it only needs to withstand the attacks of 320 skeletons, because there are still 20 skeleton warriors in Su Mubai's summoning space. Even so, Kaku's was powerless to fight back. Judging from the stats, he's not much worse than Franklin, and even has nearly half as much health. But in reality, the latter was far more troublesome than him. Because besides bone spikes, he can only rely on physical damage output, and his last skill, Death Storm, is just another form of attack with bone spikes. Comparatively speaking, Franklin, as a lich, is far more powerful than Kaku's. A minute later, Su Mubai stared at Kaku's again, causing this epic-level boss to die in fear. Defeat the level 20 epic boss, Undead Bone Dragon Kaku's, to receive an additional 70% experience bonus, totaling 25 million experience points. Congratulations to player White Knight for reaching level 18. All 4 stats increased by 1, skill point increased by 1, and free attribute points increased by 15. Congratulations to player White Knight for reaching level 19. All 4 stats increased by 1, skill point increased by 1, and free attribute points increased by 15. 2 golden lights flashed again, and the abundant experience points instantly leveled Su Mubai up to level 19 by 32.28%. The transition from 19 to 20 is indeed a small hurdle. Looking at the experience points required to reach level 20, Sumubai had an "I knew it" look on his face. Starting from level 10, the experience required for each level up only increases by 1 million. From level 18 to 19, only 9 million experience points are needed. However, the experience requirement to reach level 20 has suddenly increased to 20 million. It seems that in this multiverse game, many players who awaken low-level talents don't even qualify to be cannon fodder. Looking at his experience bar, Sumubai narrowed his eyes slightly. The level gap in the game is definitely greater than imagined. Players who awaken low-level talents will eventually become full-time casual players if they don't have special opportunities. To keep up with the leveling speed of the mainstream group, you need at least a C-level or even a B-level talent. The game world is even more brutal than the real world. Kaku's experience points are exactly twice that of Franklin, which confirms Sumubai's conjecture. The other half of the experience points and drops can only be obtained by destroying the life box. After adding the free attribute points, the system notification that Sumubai had been longing for finally sounded. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to solo an epic level boss. Rewards: plus 100 to main attribute, plus 50 skill points, and 50 intermediate level life stones. Announcement: a notice for the Blue Star region will be released soon. Epic level bosses is drastically different, and the reward for achieving the first solo kill is far greater than that of legendary level bosses. Whether it's 100 points of main attribute or 50 points of skill, it's an invaluable asset for any player. But what Sumubai cared about most were the 50 intermediate life soul stones. At least he had achieved this much by getting things for free, but if he had started at the intermediate level, it would have been a completely different story. Life soul stone in his backpack, Sumubai had a thought. Catastrophe. Goal: 50 intermediate soul stones. Hint: please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Upgrade to Advanced Soul Stone, no cost. Option 2. Upgrade to Soul Crystal. Each crystal costs 1 million soul coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to Life Essence, each consuming 1,000 years of lifespan. Looking at the options Life Soul Crystal and Life Soul Essence, Sumubai's eyes burned with desire, but he couldn't raise them. Leaving aside his 1,000-year lifespan, he didn't even know what soul coins were. Shaking his head helplessly, Sumubai could only choose to get something for free. Advance to the first level. You have obtained 50 high-grade soul stones. Chapter 53: Advanced Soul Stones. Sumubai has been in the Forgotten Land for more than 10 hours, which is much longer than the time he spent in the beginner village. It is now the second day since the humans of Earth entered the multiverse game. The combination of data and the excitement of exploring a new world kept most players up all night, eager to level up and leave the starting area as soon as possible. However, they greatly underestimated the difficulty of upgrading the multiverse game. Especially after level 5, the experience points required to level up are staggering. Even the wealthiest in the world and grand ambitions have only reached level 8 so far, still some distance from level 9. They are already considered the strongest players in starting village 9527 besides Sumubai, but they will probably have to grind for most of the day to get out of the starting village. However, naturally, some people leveled up faster than them and had already arrived in their respective cities. But such people are destined to be a very small minority. This includes several SSS-level talent holders, such as 3-Foot Greenblade of the Chinese Empire and Felix of the White Eagle Empire. Of all the players on Earth, only a few dozen were able to enter the city at this time. On average, a city can't even get one person. These people possess at least SS-level talent. Now, these top players, who were among the first to leave the starting area, are exploring their respective cities. They want to leverage their first-mover advantage to gain more information than ordinary players and, incidentally, find some hidden quests in the city. After leaving the starting village, the dungeon marker will no longer appear on the mini-map. In other words, there are no common dungeons in the game. Top-tier players who want to run dungeons must first find the dungeon entrance. Of course, if you're not in the top tier, you can wait until the dungeon coordinates are revealed before trying it. However, if you are slow in one step, you will be slow in every step. If you only want to wait and reap the benefits, you will only fall further and further behind. Just as these top players were exploring the city, a series of system announcements sounded. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to player White Knight from the Divine Dragon Empire for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to solo an epic level boss. This is to inform all players that we encourage you to learn from him and obtain generous rewards. Times 10. The 10 consecutive announcements from the Blue Star region shocked all Blue Star players. Especially those top experts who have just entered the city are now beginning to question their existence. Whether it was the 3-foot-long sword or Felix, all the SSS level talent holders stood there dumbfounded. Epic level boss. How exactly did Bai Yi manage to do that? Putting aside how strong this level of boss is, the biggest question is, where did the other party find the boss? They tried various methods in the starting village, but couldn't find even a clue about the dark gold level boss. No, buddy. We don't even know how to trigger a cataclysmic dungeon or where the legendary boss is, and you're already soloing an epic boss. This announcement made even players with SSS level talents feel like calling the police. They even began to suspect whether cheats really existed in the game, Myriad Realms. Isn't SSS level talent supposed to be the most powerful talent? How could Bai Yi be leading by such a large margin? Compared to these top players, those who haven't even left the beginners area are much calmer. As expected of Boss Bai Yi, another announcement has been triggered. I wasn't used to not hearing the White Knight trigger announcement all night, but this feels much better. Will Bai Yi monopolize all the announcements from now on? You know what? You really think it's highly likely to be like this? Hee, who cares who triggered it? It's none of my business. Anyway, forging equipment will still give me experience. I'm planning to become a full-time blacksmith. Please DM me if you need anything. What? Forging equipment can also increase experience? How come I didn't know that? It's not just forging. As long as you choose to do a crafting profession full-time, you can gain experience points for successfully crafting items. It's much faster than grinding monsters to level up. Is that even possible? Let whoever wants to practice this level do it. I'm not putting up with it. Shenlong Empire, Beginner Village number 9526. Zhao Su and Lu Ruyan, both level 8, are frantically grinding monsters. Both possess S-level talents, making them quite famous players in this newbie village. However, their primary goal now is to leave the beginner village as soon as possible and then confirm whether Bai Yi is indeed Su Mu Bai. After the system announcement ended, Zhao Su was even more energized, and his monster-killing efficiency improved significantly. He had already begun to envision the scene of standing at the pinnacle of all realms in the future. Just like before on Blue Star, when she seized Su Mu Bai's family property for herself. In their eyes, regardless of whether Bai Yi was Su Mu Bai or not, as long as he was a man, he would eventually fall at Lu Ruyan's feet and become part of their new play. Unless that guy is completely averse to women. In the Forgotten Land, Su Mu Bai looked at the 50 Advanced Life Soul Stones in his backpack and couldn't help but smile slightly. Advanced Soul Stone. Special items. Absorption will increase lifespan by 1 year. Note, regardless of whether you put high-level soul stones in your backpack or warehouse, you will lose 1/10 of them when you die, with a minimum loss of 36.5 days. With these 50 Advanced Life Soul Stones, Su Mu Bai's lifespan crisis has finally been resolved. There's no clue about soul coins, not to mention that upgrading one soul coin requires a full million, which is out of the question in the short term. Therefore, without saying a word, Su Mu Bai directly absorbed all the Advanced Life Soul Stones. In an instant, these Life Soul Stones began to flicker, then transformed into a rich green light that merged into Su Mu Bai's body. You have absorbed 50 high-grade life stones, increasing your lifespan by 50 years. Lifespan, over 51 years. The significant increase in lifespan gave Su Mu Bai a sudden feeling of relaxation. At least I no longer have to worry about accidental death. He doesn't care about the players. What he fears most are the locals of the Forbidden Land. Instantly killing the skeleton warrior in my arms is still vivid in my mind. This is, after all, the real world. Who can say for sure whether there will be times when bad luck strikes? Buzz. Eerie blue fluorescence lit up Su Mu Bai's body, and Rode's soul flew out of his body, breaking free from the possession state. Lord Bei, thank you for avenging Sunset Town. Luo De bowed respectfully to Su Mu Bai, even changing his form of address. While he was possessed, he witnessed firsthand just how terrifying this human was. Had wiped out the entire Sunset Town, was utterly powerless against the enemy. Su Mu Bai waved his hand and asked directly, "Do you know where Franklin's lifebox is?" Upon hearing this, Rhodes' eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "I can try to sense his soul fluctuations, but that will take some time. Notify me if you sense it." Su Mu Bai nodded slightly and turned to walk to the side of Kakuza's corpse. The first epic boss is destined to be a great success. Chapter 54. I'm sorry, I take back what I just said. After a great battle, this land has become somewhat broken, and even Su Mu Bai was somewhat surprised by the enhanced power of the skeleton warrior. The massive corpse of the undead bone dragon, Kaku's, lay on the ground, the soul fire in its pupils completely extinguished. Beside the enormous head, there was a small pile of the exploding items. With the cursed crown, Su Mubai no longer lacked death energy. Therefore, the death drain feedback technique was not used to drain death energy from Kaku's corpse. He went straight to Kaku's head and reached out to examine his loot. You have received 800 gold coins. You have obtained 20 level 5 attribute gems. You have obtained 10 bone dragon bones, an epic level material. You have obtained 24 beginner soul stones. For system notifications sounds rang out, and Su Mubai was slightly taken aback. So only epic level bosses drop basic soul stones. Is it true that killing a level 20 epic boss only increases your lifespan by 2 years? The multiverse game is simply outrageous. Don't be fooled by how simple Su Mubai's fighting style seems. That's because he is a cheat code user. Even if players with SSS level talents lead a team, many of them would die when facing Kaku's alone at the same level. Once you leave the starting village, dying once will cost you at least 10 years of your lifespan. Su Mubai estimated that it would be difficult to see a scene of a large number of players besieging a high-level boss in the multiverse game. In the past, you could simply overwhelm a boss with your lives. In the game Multiverse, players must make extensive preparations and find relevant information about bosses before they can choose to challenge high-level bosses. However, this is actually a good thing for Su Mubai. He dares to kill bosses that other players wouldn't dare to. After putting the items into his backpack, Su Mubai continued to check his haul. He was immediately dumbfounded. Wait, are all the bosses in the Forgotten Lands this poor? After collecting the previous 4 items, only a fist-sized dragon skull remained on the ground. No matter what kind of equipment this thing is, it falls far short of Su Mubai's expectations. The previous 7 dark gold tier liches were one thing, but together they contributed an epic tier item. One epic level item is much higher than that of more than 10 unique level items. But Kaku's was an epic boss that was the first to be killed, and this is how it turned out? Su Mubai picked up the mini dragon head skeleton with some disappointment, but the disappointment on his face vanished instantly. Instead, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Brother Long, I was speaking too loudly before. I'm sorry, I take back what I just said, you're not poor at all. You have obtained the epic special item, Dragon Skull Pendant. Dragon Skull Pendant. Epic special items. After using it, you will obtain the epic mount, Undead Bone Dragon. Although the Undead Bone Dragon isn't a true dragon, it can still fly. Yes, Kaku's didn't drop any equipment, but he did drop something that all players dream of, a flying mount. Is this thing really something that a level 20 boss should drop? Su Mubai held the Dragon Skull Pendant, his eyes filled with joy but also a hint of doubt. Epic flying mount. It doesn't seem like something you'd get at level 20. It's probably related to this guy's serious injuries. Su Mubai recalled the stats of the 2 bosses. They weren't bosses of this level. They were only level 20 because they were seriously injured. But that's not important. Most importantly, I now have a legendary flying mount. Su Mubai suppressed his excitement, and a thought crossed his mind. Catastrophe. Target, Dragon Skull Pendant. Hint, please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click to view details. Advance to the first level. Since he couldn't upgrade anyway, Su Mubai simply didn't bother to check the details and made his choice immediately. As the catastrophe took effect, Su Mubai suddenly felt a chill creeping over the Dragon Skull Pendant in his hand. Immediately afterwards, the Dragon Skull Pendant, enveloped in multicolored light, slowly transformed into a palm-sized black and blue horn. The horn exuded a chilling aura and an aura of death, giving people a feeling that the living should stay away. But Su Mubai felt a strange sense of familiarity. You have obtained the legendary special item, Frost Horn. Frost Horn. Legendary special items. Blow it, and you will obtain a legendary mount from the underworld, the Frost Dragon. As a true high-level undead, its strength is beyond doubt. The joy of getting something for free can only be experienced by those who do. With excitement in his eyes, Su Mubai placed the Frost Horn to his lips, took a deep breath, and then blew the horn loudly. Woo! A powerful and penetrating horn sounded, seemingly piercing through space before disappearing abruptly after leaving Su Mubai. Immediately afterwards, Su Mubai discovered that his mana was being consumed at a rate of 2,000 points per second. However, he didn't pay any attention to it. Although he no longer has the 20% main attribute boost from Soul Possession, his mana is now close to 70,000 points. Is it possible that the horn can only be blown for more than 30 seconds? Su Mubai was quickly proven wrong. Seeing that his mana was about to run out, Su Mubai had a sudden thought. Feedback on death. consuming over 170 points of death energy. His mana was instantly restored to full. The horn continued to sound, but thankfully it only required mana and wasn't actually being blown by Su Mubai. Otherwise, he probably would have blown himself out of breath. Who would have thought this thing could blow for 10 minutes? This consumed a full 1.2 million mana points. If it weren't for the Cursed Crown, which acts as an automatic power bank, Su Mubai wouldn't know when he would have been able to successfully activate the Frost Horn. After all, without the boss's corpse, he can't store much death energy value from absorbing it once. Fortunately, there are no what-ifs, and the Cursed Crown played a crucial role in this. As the last 1,000 mana points were poured into the Frost Horn, the horn in Su Mubai's hand immediately began to shine. The next moment, a powerful force burst forth, and the Frost Horn gradually disintegrated, transforming into a terrifying energy that shot into the sky 100 meters away. Buzz. Where the energy disappeared, space suddenly distorted. Immediately afterwards, a light gray spatial portal slowly opened, quickly expanding to tens of meters in length and width. This energy? Su Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly. He could sense the aura of death from this pale, gray spatial door. It felt exactly the same as when I learned the Death Gaze using the Death Codex. However, there was clearly a barrier inside the portal, indicating that it was a one-way teleportation portal. Roar! A deep and powerful roar came from behind the portal, and Su Mubai's eyes lit up. My legendary mount has arrived. Chapter 55, A Terrifying Legendary Creature. Roar! A huge, dark blue head emerged from the portal, followed by 2 dragon claws that braced the portal. Immediately afterwards, a nearly 100-meter-long frost dragon flew out of the portal completely. His body was composed of countless dark blue bones, emanating a deep chill that caused the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees. With its wings spread wide, it blotted out the sky. The frost dragon is several sizes larger than the undead bone dragon, Kaku's. From the roaring dragon's mouth, terrifying frost energy and the aura of death intertwined, as if about to spew forth. The portal behind him slowly closed, and the frost dragon's gaze fell on Su Mubai. Its wings flapped, and it swooped down instantly. Frost dragon. Human, I never expected that the one who summoned me would be such a weakling as you. The frost dragon's voice carried a hint of disdain, as well as barely suppressed anger. But then, the fire of his soul flickered violently in his pupils. What? You are actually... Buzz. The next moment, a beam of light descended from the sky, completely enveloping the frost dragon. Erased by this inexplicable power. This scene deeply shocked Su Mubai. So, the mounts mentioned in the game are summoned from the underworld and then forcibly contracted with you? That's absolutely overbearing. Su Mubai could sense that this frost dragon was far more powerful than himself. However, under the rules of the multiverse game, they were like ants, powerless to resist. Yesterday, wasn't it the same thing when all of humanity on Earth was teleported into a game? Who is controlling the multiverse game? Su Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly lost in thought. However, he quickly shook his head with a smile. With his current strength, what right did he have to know these things? Thinking too much will only add to your troubles. At least the multiverse game gave him a chance to be reborn. That's enough. Thinking of this, a fierce glint flashed in Su Mubai's eyes, 2 figures appeared in his mind, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. I hope you can leave the newbie village soon. At this moment, the pillar of light in midair slowly dissipated, and the size of the frost dragon shrank by more than half. Then it turned into a black and blue light and merged into Su Mubai's body. The multiverse game also rang in Su Mubai's ears. Your mount space is now available. You have obtained the legendary mount, the Frost Dragon. Because you obtained an epic or higher tier mount, the Blue Star region's mount leaderboard is now open ahead of schedule. Announcement: a notice for the Blue Star region will be released soon. Blue Star region announcement. Congratulations to player White Knight from the Divine Dragon Empire for obtaining a mount. The Blue Star region mount ranking is now open ahead of schedule. Times 10. The epic boss just over 10 minutes ago had not yet subsided when the announcement from the Blue Star zone sounded again. This time, all the players were thrilled. What? Why is it Bai Yi again? Have all the experts of our great Sakura Empire died? As expected of our Korean Oppa Baekje, he will definitely come back once the borders reopen. Fuck, is this White Knight some kind of illegitimate child of God? I'm only level 5, and he already has a mount. Bai Yi is awesome. Try to open all the leaderboards as soon as possible. When players opened the pre-released mount leaderboard, all the chat channels in the starting villages were frozen for a few seconds. Blue Star region mount ranking. First place, White Knight, Frost Dragon, Legendary Mount. Second place, none. Third place, none. 100th place, none. Upon seeing the words, legendary, everyone gasped, their eyes filled with disbelief. They thought that Bai Yi was very strong, so his mount must be extraordinary, possibly even epic level. After all, the opponent just solo killed an epic level boss, so this is reasonable. But what the heck is legendary? Is this the kind of mount you can get on the second day of the game? Those top players who had already entered the city immediately chose to leave the city to level up after the previous server-wide announcement. They were all determined to catch up with Bai Yi. Unexpectedly, before he even left the city gate, this guy triggered a region-wide announcement. Furthermore, the mount rankings were opened ahead of schedule. How are they supposed to play then? Include mounts in the rankings? If the second place mount is only dark gold or even gold grade, is making the list a triumph or a disgrace? That is a problem. The top experts, each with their own distinct expressions, unconsciously quickened their pace as they left the city. They've fallen too far behind Bei. They need to catch up quickly. However, what these people didn't know was that Su Mubai's game progress was something they could never catch up with. Hint, please name your mount. Frost. Su Mubai casually picked a name and then hurriedly opened his panel to check the attributes of Frost. Mount Space, 1/1. Frost, base panel without aura. Legendary mount. Frost Dragon. High-ranking undead creature. Level, 0. The player's level cannot exceed 5 at most. Loyalty, 100. Due to the influence of the Death Overlord class, loyalty will never decrease. Movement speed bonus. Ground plus 100%, air plus 500%, can be ridden after level 10. HP, 12 million/12 million. Mana points, 10 million/10 million. Attack power, 12,000. Spell power, 10,000. Physical defense, 10,000. Magic defense, 8,000. Elemental resistance, ice 60%, death 50%, shadow 40%, other elements 20%. Skill, Frost Dragon Breath. More skills will be automatically learned as your level increases. Ice damage per second to a 3-meter radius around the target, and inflicts grievous wounds and burn effects, lasting up to 10 seconds. Attack range and attack distance are related to body size. Attack range 30 meters, cooldown 120 seconds, mana cost 1,000 points per second. Although his level was reset to 0 by the multiverse game, Frost's luxurious attributes still left Su Mubai speechless. Is a level 0 legendary creature really that exaggerated? Compared to a level 0 panel like this, what's the difference between a human player's maximum of 10 points in the 4 main attributes when they first enter the game and 0? No wonder the multiverse game says that the human race is at a huge disadvantage compared to other races. This statement does not belittle the human race at all. On the contrary, it downplays it. This is not a disadvantage at all. It's simply incomparable. Of course, the Frost Dragon is also a very powerful being among the undead. Such high-level undead creatures are probably not numerous, much like players with high-level talents. However, the latter still needs time to grow. Only by improving one's level, equipment, skills, and profession can one truly contend with powerful beings. With a thought, Su Mubai summoned Frost from his mount space. I was still too inexperienced before Chapter 56. Buzz. The space around Su Mubai distorted slightly, the mount space opened, and a miniature version of the Frost Dragon flew out from the portal. Roar. His roar was noticeably less mature than before, but it carried the majesty of a high-ranking creature. Being reset by the multiverse game, the Frost Dragon's size shrank considerably. Su Mubai estimated that its length should be around 3 meters. Frost, come here. Su Mubai looked at the Frost in midair, which was like a wild horse, and called out softly. The next moment, the little Frost landed on the ground, lowered its neck, and stretched out its head to affectionately rub against Su Mubai's outstretched palm. He clearly couldn't speak, and could only hum softly to express his affection for his owner. The aura emanating from Su Mubai made him unconsciously want to get closer. Even after the Frost shrank, its appearance didn't change much. It still looked very imposing. The dark blue skeleton exuded wisps of icy blue chill, sending shivers down one's spine. Although he was only level 0, his combat power was much stronger than that of Reggie the Skeleton King back then. This is the terrifying aspect of high-level undead creatures. Does it require level 10 to ride? Su Mubai gently stroked Bing Shuang's head, a slight smile on his lips, and murmured, I wonder if it would be possible to ride it directly in this case. Frost tilted its head, puzzled, its eyes filled with confusion, clearly not understanding what its master wanted to do. But the next moment, the soul fire in his pupils began to flicker violently. and he felt a tremendous power suddenly descend upon him. Catastrophe. Target, Frost. Hint. Please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2. Click to view details. Option 1. Upgrade to the mythical grade mount, Frost Dragon King, no cost. Option 2. Upgrade to the Saint level mount, Silent Dragon Emperor, consuming 10,000 soul crystals. Upon hearing the system notification, Su Mubai's face lit up with ecstasy. It really works. Frost was summoned from the netherworld by the Frost Horn, and they are clearly not the same thing. He was just trying it out, and it turned out he could get it for free again. Sharpened as he looked at the words Saint Annihilation level in Option 2. This a rank that surpasses mythical level and is on the same level as SSS level talent? However, he didn't even understand soul coins, let alone the newly appeared soul crystals. This thing looks much more valuable than soul coins. Su Mubai had anticipated that there would only be 2 options. The Cataclysm Tier 3 will definitely exceed the limitations of the Forbidden Land, just like when I first advanced to Death Gaze, and therefore cannot undergo Cataclysm. Advance to the next rank. Su Mubai had no choice but to take advantage of this being, which was already of a very high rank. As soon as he made his decision, Frost felt a terrifying power descend upon it. This force is rapidly enhancing his body. Buzz. A dense, dark blue light coalesced into a massive cocoon of light, enveloping Frost's entire body. Knock knock. Knock knock. The cocoon of light contained terrifying energy that pulsated continuously, its sounds echoing throughout the Forgotten Land. Even Rhodes, who was closing his eyes to sense Franklin's soul aura, turned around in shock. The next moment, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. Roar. A roar that struck straight to the soul rang out, and the blue-black cocoon of light instantly shattered. Immediately afterwards, the frost-covered wings, now over 5 meters long, flapped and soared straight into the sky. His overall appearance did not change much, except that his bones became more defined, shimmering with a metallic luster, and the coldness around his body became more intense. A chilling dragon's might emanated from the dragon, causing Rode, in his soul form, to tremble uncontrollably and stammer. A dragon king level, Frost Dragon. How did Lord Bay manage to do that? Frost seemed to be adapting to its new body. With a sudden dive, it plummeted straight down, almost touching the ground in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, it raised its head, and its entire body instantly became parallel to the ground, flying at high speed close to the earth. As his frost-covered wings vibrated, the area he flew over was instantly frozen by frost, forming a long path of ice. A moment later, Frost excitedly returned to Su Mubai's side. Its wings spread across the ground, its head lowered, and its huge mouth slightly open, actually speaking in human language. Thank you, Master, for elevating Frost's life level. Perform well, and you'll have more opportunities like this in the future. Su Mubai nodded slightly, and immediately painted a rosy picture for his first employee. Yes, Master. Having just tasted the sweetness of success, Frost naturally believed it without a doubt, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she repeatedly expressed her loyalty. His voice sounded young, but it had lost its childishness. Su Mubai opened Frost's panel again, wanting to see just how strong the mythical creature really was. Mount Space, 1/1. Frost, base panel without aura. Mythical Mount. Frost Dragon King. High-ranking undead creature. Level, 0. The player's level cannot exceed 10. Loyalty, 100. Due to the influence of the Death Overlord class, loyalty will never decrease. Movement speed bonus, land, sea, and air plus 800%. HP, 240 million/240 million. Mana points, 200 million/200 million. Attack power, 120000. Spell power, 100,000. Physical defense, 100,000. Magic defense, 80,000. Elemental resistance, ice 80%, death 70%, shadow 60%, other elements 40%. Skills, Frosty Dragon Breath, Dragon's Might, size shrink. More skills will be automatically learned as the level increases. Ice damage per second to a 5-meter radius around the target, and inflicts grievous wounds and burn effects, lasting up to 30 seconds. Attack range 50 meters, cooldown 120 seconds, mana cost 2,000 points per second. Attack range and attack distance are directly proportional to body size. Dragon's Might, the pressure of a Dragon King, which intimidates all creatures within a 1,000-meter radius, and reduces all attributes of creatures with a life level lower than that of the Frost Dragon King by 10% to 50%. The lower the life level, the stronger the intimidation effect. The effect of Dragon's Might will be weakened if the level difference between the two sides is too large. Shrink size can shrink body size to a certain extent, making it easier to fight or enter places that are otherwise inaccessible. Is this a mythical creature? Even Sumubai, a player with cheat codes, was shocked by Frost's brand new stats. Attack power and other aspects have been increased tenfold, and health and mana have been increased by 20 times. Seeing that Frost level 0 already had 240 million HP, Sumubai suddenly found his previous thoughts amusing. There's still too inexperienced to think that a level 10 character with a shared health bar of 100 million is too overpowered. I'm also worried about whether my account will be banned by the game. Mythical creatures like Frost, I was just getting started. Sumubai naturally noticed that there were no more level restrictions on riding. He turned to look at Rhodes and said, "Don't be nervous, just keep experiencing it." As soon as he finished speaking, Sumubai lightly touched the ground with his toes and leaped directly onto Frost's back. Little guy, fly around and see. Chapter 57, The Indestructible Box of Fate. Master, hold on tight. As soon as the icy voice fell, the cold air on her body instantly gathered on her back. A black and blue ice throne instantly materialized, with armrests carved from bone spurs on both sides. You're quite good at handling things. Sumubai raised an eyebrow and sat down on the throne. Although it looked like it was radiating cold air, I didn't feel cold at all after sitting down. Hearing her master's praise, a hint of joy appeared in Frost's eyes. Sensing Sumubai sit down, he suddenly flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Flying has been a dream for most people for a long time. Riding a dragon is a completely different experience from flying in an airplane. Through the gaps in the frost-covered bones, Sumubai looked at the scenery rushing past below and couldn't help but sigh. I wonder if I'll ever be able to ride a real dragon. The frost dragon looks alright, but this giant lizard is still no match for the divine dragon. During the flight, Sumubai felt a thin shield around him, perfectly protecting him from the wind. No matter how fast the frost flies, you can't feel any wind pressure. Unfortunately, a barrier exists in the Forgotten Lands, preventing frost from flying out of this area. In the various starting villages, players hadn't even recovered from the shock of seeing the mount rankings when they were suddenly overwhelmed again. Come quickly and look. Baye's mount has changed. What do you mean by changed? We're still in the newbie village, and he's already changed his mount. Am I seeing things? Just a moment ago, it was a legendary frost dragon. How did it suddenly become a mythical frost dragon king? Could it be that his mount advanced so quickly? I seriously doubt that we're playing the same game as Baye. Exactly. If we're playing on hell difficulty, then Baye is playing on a hacked version. It's a pity that the hell difficulty and the cracked version are on the same server. Please stop talking. I'll go level up right now, okay? Don't compare yourself to Baye. Think about something happy. I just saw my old boss. He's only level 3, but I heard he awakened an F level talent. Haha, that's hilarious. Now that you mention it, I suddenly feel much better. If I can't compare to Baye, am I really inferior to those unscrupulous capitalists? Here, their money is useless. Sumubai had no idea about the players' reactions, but even if he did, he wouldn't care. His perspective broadened considerably after seeing Frost's new attribute panel. After experiencing the flight for a few minutes, Sumubai suppressed his curiosity and ordered Frost to land. Back in the same spot, Rhodes was still closing his eyes, sensing Franklin's soul aura. Haven't you felt it yet? Sumubai frowned upon seeing this. The frost creature beside him shimmered with an icy blue light, shrank to the size of a palm, flapped its wings, and flew to Sumubai's shoulder, tilting its head as it asked, "Master, what is he doing?" "Find me a lich's phylactery." "A lich? I can sense it." "Where is it?" Sumubai's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and Rod also opened his eyes, looking at Frost with a resentful expression. "Goodness, why didn't you say so sooner if you could sense it?" Sumubai hadn't expected Frost to have this function. He waved his hand and recalled the entire skeleton army into the summoning space. Soon, under Frost's guidance, he found Franklin's life box. Current exploration progress, 95%. Franklin's box. Epic items. Durability, 1 million/1 million. This was a life-saving artifact meticulously crafted by Franklin during his prime, containing the flame of his soul. As long as the casket remains intact, the lich will never perish. The lich's casket is a last resort for survival. It is usually indestructible. Destroying it will completely kill the Forsaken, Franklin. Wow, 1 million durability. Sumubai was somewhat surprised. This life box has incredible durability. Legendary equipment only has 1,000 durability points. He's been grinding here for so long, and his legendary gear has only lost 1 point of durability. How long would it take to destroy something like this? Moreover, the life box is too small, only 30 centimeters long and wide, so the skeleton army cannot deploy it at all. After thinking for a moment, Sumubai asked, Frost, can you destroy this thing? I'll try. Mini Frost nodded, gathered Frost dragon breath in its mouth, and spat it towards the life box. Boom. Terrifying cold and scorching dragon breath intertwined, the two opposing forces perfectly merging together to wash over Franklin's phylactery. However, this unassuming life box remained completely still, and its durability did not decrease at all. I refuse to believe it. A flash of anger crossed Frosty's face. Her miniature body transformed into a streak of blue-black lightning, and her dragon claw swung towards the life box. Bang! A dull, loud bang echoed, but the life box remained completely undamaged. Frost shook its slightly numb dragon claws and looked at Sumubai with a wronged expression. I'm sorry, Master. My level is too low to destroy it. His first attempt ended in failure, which clearly had a blow to him. As a mythical being, it was unable to deal with the life casket of an epic lich. It's utterly shameful. No, it's shameful. So hard. Sumubai frowned, calling back the dejected Bing Shuang, his gaze sharpening. The death stare. However, the tried-and-true death stare failed to work this time. The life box is a sealed container. Although it contains Franklin's soul fire, it is just a box, so the death gaze cannot work. At that moment, Franklin's hoarse, mocking voice rang out from the life box. Human, give up. You are no match for me now. Franklin's voice was full of confidence. At his peak, although he was still only an epic-level creature, his level was as high as 200. Although shocked that Sumubai was able to sign a contract with the Frost Dragon King. However, this Dragon King was clearly newly born and could not yet threaten the life box that he had painstakingly created during his peak. Lord Bay, let me do it. Rod suddenly spoke. He hadn't said a word since arriving here. It seems like a decision has been made. You? Just a wisp of a remnant soul. What can you possibly do? Franklin's sneer rang out, and Sumubai understood what was going on. The next thing should be a plot-driven death, right? No wonder there is such a tough life box. As expected, a resolute glint flashed in Rhodes' eyes, and he said in a deep voice, You'll soon find out what I can do. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark blue light burst forth from Rhodes' body. The next moment, the life box suddenly began to shake violently, and Franklin's terrified voice rang out. You ant, what have you done? Heh. I merely awakened those of my people that you had devoured. Franklin, your death is nigh. Rhodes' voice was filled with anger, but also with the joy of finally getting revenge. As the light grew stronger, his soul form became indistinguishable from a human, transforming into a ball of energy that enveloped the entire life box. Lord White Knight, Sunset Town thanks you for everything you've done. As Rhodes' last words rang out, the once unbreakable fate box opened automatically. Inside the life box, a ball of soul fire trembled, seemingly looking for a chance to escape. However, before the frost could form, a pale gray light suddenly shone on the back of Sumubai's left hand, and the Death Codex automatically appeared. What is this? No. Franklin left behind a desperate cry as his soul fire was completely absorbed by the Death Scripture. Chapter 58, The Picky Eater Frost. Hint: you have gained 1,000 soul points. Slaying the soul of the level 20 epic boss, Franklin the Forgotten, grants an additional 70% experience bonus, totaling 12.75 million experience points. Congratulations to player White Knight for reaching level 20. All 4 stats increased by 1, skill point increased by 1, and free attribute points increased by 15. Before Sumubai and Bing Shuang could react, Franklin's soul fire had already been completely devoured by the Death Codex. It wasn't until the golden light flashed that Sumubai came back to his senses. He flipped his hand and put away the grimoire of death, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Isn't soul absorption about absorbing the creatures you kill? How could it absorb it before even taking any action? And why was the undead bone dragon unable to absorb the soul power before? Sumubai stroked his chin, still somewhat puzzled. However, he quickly put the matter out of his mind. His journey through countless worlds had only just begun, and he would find out eventually. The most important thing now is that I can open the grimoire of death again. Sumubai did not rush to open the Death Codex, because the system notification sound had not yet ended. You have completed the hidden quest, Rhodes' Request, earning 10 million experience points and 1,000 gold. Hint: current exploration progress is 100%. You have completed the epic quest, Situ G's Trial. Please return to Donghai City to find Sidu-ji and claim your reward. The Road's Request quest is just a bonus. The rewards are simple: experience points and gold coins. Regardless of whether or not there is this mission, Franklin is Su Mubai's target to kill. It's a good thing to have more gains now. However, Rhodes's remnant soul completely dissipated in order to open the life box. But for him, death might be the true liberation. Most importantly, the culprit who caused Sunset Town to become like this is also dead. Rod and the people of Sunset Town have avenged their great grudge and can now rest in peace. As soon as the system notification ended, Su Mubai's newly upgraded experience bar instantly surged to 46%. The experience required to level up from level 20 to level 21 only increased by 2 million, requiring a total of 22 million. At the same time, a portal opened beside him, with a 10-minute countdown on it. This is clearly the portal back to East Sea City. 10 minutes? That should be enough. Su Mubai glanced at the frost perched on his shoulder. In order to reach level 20, he had changed the experience distribution method to allow himself to receive 100%. He's already reached level 20. I wonder how long he's ahead of the other players. It's time to level him up too. Mythical creatures, once they grow up, will also be a formidable force in battle. However, he was stunned when he saw the experience points required to upgrade Frost. Frost. Level 0. Experience points, 0/10,000. Experience points can also be increased by consuming materials of various elements, with ice materials having the best conversion efficiency, followed by death materials. 100 times. He vaguely remembered that when a player went from level 0 to level 1, it only took 100 experience points. However, after considering the terrifying properties of Frost, Su Mubai suddenly felt that the 100x experience requirement was actually a bit low. However, he had originally planned to distribute the experience points evenly in the future, but now it seems that he doesn't need to. Su Mubai decided to keep the experience points for himself, while Frost would level up by consuming materials. Since I can get materials and levels for free, and there's a supply of all kinds of high-level materials, Frost's leveling speed will definitely not be slow. This way, it won't slow down your upgrade speed. Although he had already taken a significant lead over other players, in Su Mubai's mind, other players were never his rivals. What he needs to do is to level up as quickly as possible and gain the strength to establish himself in this forbidden land as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Su Mubai took out the materials that Reggie had dropped from his backpack. Deadly Skeleton, times 10. Soul Remnant, times 10. Both are dark gold grade materials, and Su Mubai has not yet achieved a free promotion. Frost glanced at the two materials and said, "Master, these materials are too low grade and useless to me." Still a picky eater? Su Mubai raised an eyebrow. Mythical beings have high standards. They can't even be bothered with dark gold grade materials. About epic level? Su Mubai's mind raced. Catastrophe. Target, lifeless skeleton. Hint, please select the promotion rank. Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click to view details. Su Mubai glanced at the cost of the sublimation. Each piece of deathly bone required 10,000 soul coins, which he simply didn't have. Left with no other choice, I also took this soul remnant for free. You have obtained 10 bone dragon bones, an epic level material. You have obtained 10 large soul remnants, epic material. Not only that, Su Mubai also took out the 10 bone dragon skeletons that Kaku's had dropped. Catastrophe. You have obtained 10 legendary materials, dragon bones. Frost, watching this miraculous scene, widened her eyes in disbelief, and the flames of her soul flickered wildly within them. Is this the kind of power that the master previously enhanced for himself? It's absolutely amazing. Are these useful? Su Mubai pointed to a pile of materials and asked, and Bing Shuang nodded repeatedly. It works. Master, are all these for me? Eat without worry. There will be plenty more to come. Just as Su Mubai's smile appeared, Frost returned to its original form and swallowed all the materials in one gulp. All of this took less than a second. The next moment, Frost shrank again, nestled on Su Mubai's shoulder, and let out a burp. Hiccup. Thank you, Master. I need some time to digest this. Isn't that a little too fast? Su Mubai's lips twitched. Fine, you can digest this slowly. After glancing at the constantly fluctuating experience bar of Frost, Su Mubai looked towards the location of the fate box. After Franklin's soul fire was absorbed by the death scripture, the life box seemed to have lost its power and disintegrated directly. Instead, there was a pile of gold coins and items. These are the things Franklin revealed. Su Mubai immediately spotted the jet black staff and the exquisite skill book peeking out from the pile of gold coins. Chapter 59, A Bountiful Harvest. You have received 1,200 gold coins. You have obtained 20 level 5 attribute gems. You have obtained 3 level 5 critical strike gems. You have obtained 3 level 5 critical damage gems. You have obtained 10 copies of the epic level material Millennium Ice Crystal. You have obtained 24 beginner soul stones. Franklin and Kaku's together contributed a total of 2,000 gold coins to Sumubai. However, gold coins are only the worst of the items they drop. Perhaps because Franklin is a magic-based boss, most of the attribute gems he drops are spirit attribute. This is good news for Sumubai. However, what he cared about most was the items that followed. After the piles of gold coins were collected, there were 3 last items left on the ground. The jet black staff and exquisite skill book that Sumubai initially saw. There was also a pair of ice blue trousers. Finally, I can change out of my emerald green trousers. Sumubai was slightly pleased. The pants he was wearing were equipment dropped by monsters in the Misty Forest. The downside of leveling up too quickly is that your equipment can't keep up. I originally planned to buy a set of clothes after entering the city, and then make do with what I had after getting a free promotion. But the test given by Situji didn't give Sumubai any time to prepare. However, it didn't have a significant impact, as low-level equipment didn't offer much of an improvement to Sumubai to begin with. His biggest improvement came from the Death Codex and several pieces of equipment of epic rank or higher. Furthermore, in the game Myriad Realms, equipment of epic level and above will have its base attributes increased every 5 levels along with the player's level. Therefore, for Sumubai, equipment of epic level or above is still more cost-effective. You have obtained the epic item, Ice Blue Magic Pants. You have obtained the epic item, Staff of the Forsaken. You have obtained the A-grade skill book, Summon Shadow Knight. It's a pity that the death and decay didn't appear. Sumubai was slightly disappointed. He was quite envious of Franklin's ultimate move. Both being AoE skills, it looks much better than Advanced Corpse Explosion, in terms of both prestige and effect. However, he was already very satisfied with all the gains he had made from this mission. Kaku's contributed the mount, and then got it for free twice, directly obtaining a mythical mount. Franklin is no less impressive, including the Cursed Crown. He has contributed 3 epic level items. After his death, the equipment requirements for the Cursed Crown changed, becoming similar to those for the Death Speaker's robe. Even the equipment level has been upgraded from 10 to 120 to 10 to 200. The skill Summon Shadow Knights is also quite good, as it greatly enriches the types of troops that Sumubai can summon. This unit is more suitable as a tank than the Skeleton Warrior. For some reason, the 2 pieces of equipment that Franklin dropped did not require identification. However, this was not a bad thing, and Sumubai did not care too much about it. After glancing at the requirements and general attributes of the 2 new pieces of equipment, an idea struck him, and he decided to start getting them for free. Catastrophe. Target: Ice Blue Magic Pants. Advance to the next rank. You have obtained the legendary item, Frost Protection. Frost Protection. Pants Cloth Armor. Level: 10 to 200. Legendary item. Durability 1000/1000. Equipment requirements: Necromancer class, 300 Spirit. Basic attributes, level 20. Physical defense, plus 240. Magic defense, plus 440. Health, plus 2,400. Mana, plus 5,600. All attributes, plus 100. Entry: 1. Spirit, plus 10%. 2. Ice Elemental Resistance, plus 30%. 3. When attacking your enemies in melee mode, their movement speed is reduced by 30%. Skill: 1. Frost Protection, active skill. Condenses the power of frost to freeze oneself inside, entering a short period of relative invincibility. Instant release, lasting up to 10 seconds, with a 10-minute cooldown. Frost Guardian, trustworthy. Looking at the impressive attributes of Frost Protection, a hint of joy flashed in Sumubai's eyes. Although this legendary equipment only comes with 1 skill, it is an extremely rare invincible skill. Although it is only relatively invincible, it can still save lives in critical moments. According to information provided by Wanje Games, there are no absolutely invincible skills in the Forbidden Land of Gods. The ultimate limit of the invincible skill, Frost Protection, is its ability to perfectly withstand the full force attack of a level 200 legendary creature. If the attack exceeds this limit, the Frost Protection will be at risk of being broken. The more it exceeds, the faster it will be broken. However, Sumubai is only level 20, so this skill is more than enough for him in the short term. Sumubai replaced his emerald green pants with Frost Protection before turning his attention to the Forgotten One's staff. This is a weapon used by liches, and it's definitely more suitable for Su Mubai than the Withered Wood Staff. Catastrophe. Target, Staff of the Forgotten. Advance to the next rank. You have obtained the legendary item, the Forgotten's Lament. The Tragedy of the Forgotten. Staff. Level, 10 to 200. Legendary item. Durability, 1000/1000. Equipment requirements. Necromancer, high-level hidden class, 500 spirit. Basic attributes, level 20. Spell power plus 2400. Spell critical strike, chance, plus 10%. Critical hit damage plus 20%. All attributes plus 100. Entry. 1. Spirit plus 10%. 2. Casting speed increased by 20%. 3. Summoning space plus 50. Additional skills. The Forgotten's Lament. Active skill, deals 1000% spell power of mixed damage of frost, death and shadow elements to enemies within 100 meters of the target, and causes all enemies within the range to forget their skills for the next 5 seconds. Cast time, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Forgetting is the most complete liberation. Summoning space, plus 50. Su Mubai's eyes were immediately drawn to this entry, and his excitement was palpable. The game, multiverse, addition and subtraction are calculated first, followed by percentage calculation. In other words, this one attribute alone can increase the number of Su Mubai's skeleton army by 1,000. With this entry in place, other attributes are no longer important. Even if this staff didn't add anything else, Su Mubai would still equip it without hesitation. The only thing worth noting is the equipment requirements for the Forgotten's Lament. A high-level hidden profession. This is yet another completely new term, and Su Mubai unconsciously touched his chin. It seems that hidden professions also have levels. I just don't know how it's specifically ranked. Is the exclusive hidden class, Death Overlord, the highest level? The multiverse game arrived. Although it provided a lot of basic information, there was still a lot of content that players needed to learn on their own within the game. Su Mubai memorized this information and then equipped himself with the staff that was more suitable for him. As for the Withered Wood Staff, it's naturally time to retire it. You're the last one. His gaze fell on the skill book, and a glint of light flashed in Su Mubai's eyes. Compared to equipment, advanced skills are clearly more valuable. Catastrophe. Objective, summon the Shadow Knight. Chapter 60, Summoning the Headless Horseman. Hint, please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click to view details. Just as he was about to check the details, Su Mubai suddenly remembered something and immediately spoke. Cancel. I almost forgot about that. He opened the attribute panel and checked his remaining skill points. Unfortunately, neither Kaku's nor Franklin dropped any intermediate skill books. Su Mubai pursed his lips. He had originally thought he could gain some skill points from these two bosses. However, with the 50 points awarded for the first solo kill of an epic boss, he now has a total of 62 skill points. That's enough. If used to upgrade Death Feedback, it can be upgraded to level 6, while Death Gaze can only be upgraded to level 1. It's clearly more worthwhile to use it to upgrade Summon Shadow Knight. After upgrading a skill from A rank to S rank, the skill points required for the upgrade will increase. Upgrading first and then advancing to a higher rank ensures that your skill level is retained, making it the perfect choice. Your profession far exceeds the learning requirements for this skill. You have learned the new skill, Summon Shadow Knight. Su Mubai was too lazy to check the skill details, so he directly upgraded the skill to the maximum level in one go. Catastrophe. Objective, summon the Shadow Knight. Hint, please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Upgrade to S rank skill, Summon Headless Horseman, no cost. Option 2. Upgrade to SS level skill, Summon Abyss Knight, costing 100 million soul coins. Option 3. Upgrade to SSS level skill, Summon Death Knight, consuming 100,000 years of lifespan. Although he coveted the SS rank Abyss Knight and the SSS rank Death Knight, Su Mubai ultimately had no choice but to make a decision. Advance to the next rank. Who understands the pain of seeing something you can't have and having to resort to getting it for free every time? Your A rank skill, Summon Shadow Knight, has been upgraded to an S rank skill, Summon Headless Horseman. Before I could even check the attributes of the new skill, an unexpected system notification sounded. Hint, the Headless Horseman is a high-level commander unit. Your summoning space branch is now unlocked, with an initial commander space of 1. Command troop types? Activate branches. Command space. This short message contains a wealth of information. Su Mubai paused for a moment, then opened his attribute panel and looked at the summoning space section. Below the original summoning space, another summoning space appeared, but the two had different prefixes. Summoning space, 340/1340 normal. Summoning space, 0/20 commander. Huh? Wasn't the initial value 1? Looking at the newly added commander summoning space, Su Mubai's eyes were full of doubt. The normal summoning space increased by 1,000 because of the Forgotten's Lament stat. That command space is because Death Call. Su Mubai immediately thought of the SS skill that came with this profession. He immediately checked the equipment and skills that could increase summoning space. As expected, with the opening of the summoning space branch, the descriptions of these equipment and skills have also changed slightly. The words ordinary have been added to the entries for both summoning space expansion and the tragedy of the forgotten. Only the skill, Death Summoning, remains unchanged. Death Call, SS, passive skill, no level required. Skill effect. 1. Summoning skill casting time reduced by 75%. 2. Summoning skill cooldown time reduced by 75%. 3. Summon creature attributes increased by 100%. 4. The maximum summoning space limit has been increased tenfold. It was the fourth skill effect of Death Summoning, combined with Su Mubai's class catastrophe characteristic, that gave him 20 commander summoning spaces. As expected of an SS skill. Having found the reason, Su Mubai then began to examine the newly learned skills. Commander-in-Chief. Just hearing that name makes him sound much more powerful than a regular soldier. Summon Headless Horseman. S. Level 9, 0/5. Active skill. Summons a Headless Horseman to fight for you. Casting time. 5 seconds. Cooldown. 10 minutes. Mana cost. 5,000. The Headless Horseman stats are affected by the player's spirit attribute. I want to see what the difference is between the different types of troops commanded by the commanders. Su Mubai raised an eyebrow and waved his staff. Summon the Headless Horseman. A pale gray portal opened beside Su Mubai. Frost, which was digesting the material on his shoulder, looked up for a moment, then closed its eyes again. Tap, tap, tap. 2 Headless Horsemen appeared side by side. They were clad in heavy black armor, which bore the marks of time and battle scars. He gripped the reins tightly in one hand and held a conical knight's lance in the other. The skeletal warhorse beneath him was tall and imposing, also clad in heavy armor, its hooves burning with green flames, its eyes flickering with ghostly fire, exuding a chilling aura of death. Despite being called the Headless Horseman, he wears a metal helmet around his neck. The 2 headless knights casually removed their helmets and respectfully bowed to Su Mubai. He then discovered that beneath their helmets were only 2 flickering flames of soul energy, without even a skull. This aura is indeed much stronger than that of an ordinary skeleton. Looking at the imposing and majestic headless knight, Su Mubai nodded in satisfaction. However, he didn't rush to check the data of both, but instead had a sudden thought. Catastrophe. Target, the Headless Horseman. Hint. Confirm whether to overwrite the previous effect and re-upgrade the skill Summon Shadow Knight. Cancel. Receiving the same answer as when he wanted the nesting doll skull, Su Mubai frowned and turned to look at Frost, who was digesting the information with her eyes closed. Both are summoned creatures, so why can Frost get a second free promotion, but Skeleton and Headless Horseman can't? Is it because the latter two are summoned by skills? Or rather, the creatures summoned by the skill are not real beings? Thinking about this, Su Mubai had a vague idea in his mind. This can be seen from the panels of the 3 devices. Frost has a life level, while Skeletons and Headless Knights do not. No matter how strong their attributes are, they are just summoned creatures. Like the Shadow Knights and Skeleton Legion that Franklin summoned before, the panel will always show the summoned creatures, and killing them will not grant experience points. Although he failed to get the freebies this time, Su Mubai gained a deeper understanding of the Myriad Realms game. How come it can be upgraded again? Su Mubai suddenly noticed that the skill, Summon Headless Horseman, could now be upgraded and had points added again. After glancing at the Headless Horseman's attribute panel, Su Mubai spent 5 skill points to upgrade the skill to level 10. However, skill levels can still be improved. After comparing the changes after the upgrade, Su Mubai had a look of sudden realization and immediately added all the remaining skill points to this skill. Summon the Headless Horseman, LV-17. Chapter 61 Commanding Troops. The Headless Horseman. No aura attribute. Strength, 16,556. Body Constitution, 16,556. Agility, 16,556. Spirit, 16,556. Health points, 1,655,600. Attack power, 16556. Physical defense, 33112. Magic defense, 33,112. Elemental resistance. Death 20%, Shadow 20%. Skills. Death Charge LV9. Headless Saving Throw LV9. Death Charge S. Level 9. Charges towards the target at 900% speed, dealing 900% damage to all enemies along the way. Strength effect is increased by 900% during the charge. Unstoppable and unaffected by control skills. Charge distance. 10 to 200 meters. Cooldown time. 60 seconds. Headless Exemption. S. Exempts you from all negative effects that affect the head, such as blindness, dizziness, etc. Legion. Summon Shadow Knights to join the Legion. The maximum number of Shadow Knights that can be summoned is equal to 42.5% of the player's command space, with the decimal part discarded. The minimum number of Shadow Knights that can be summoned is 2. Command. Defense Aura LV17. Within a 340-meter radius, all friendly units' defense and special defense are increased by 17%. The effect cannot be stacked. Without a head, there's no dizziness. So this is the Commander-in-Chief unit. Su-Mubai stared in shock at the Headless Knight's stats panel. As a summoned creature, the Headless Horseman receives a slightly higher bonus to the spirit attribute than the skeleton. After reaching level 20, Su-Mubai's high-level equipment was upgraded, and his spirit was now as high as 1533 points. Skeletons provide a 0.6 bonus, while the Headless Horseman provides a 1. Each level up of the skill also increases the attributes of the summoned creature by 10%. However, once this skill exceeds level 9, adding points will no longer increase the Headless Horseman's 4 main attributes and skill level, but will instead increase the number of Legion units and the level of the Command Aura. For each level up, the former increases the number of summons by 2.5%, and the latter increases the dual defense boost effect by 1%. Good heavens, they even brought their own Shadow Knight squad. Su-Mubai never expected that this skill could be used in a nested manner. He originally thought that the first summonable creature capable of nesting dolls should be the Necromancer. Getting 160 Shadow Knights for free, not bad. Nodding in satisfaction, Su-Mubai glanced at the countdown timer on the portal and waved his hand to begin a series of summons. Soon, 20 Headless Knights lined up in front of Su-Mubai. Behind them stood 160 Shadow Knights lined up in neat rows. Although these Shadow Knights have only half the attributes of the Headless Horseman and lack elemental resistance and 2 S-rank skills. Instead, a B-level skill was introduced. Shadow Charge, B, level 9, charges towards the target at 300% speed, dealing 300% damage to all enemies along the way, and increases strength by 300% during the charge. Charge distance, 10 to 100 meters, cooldown time, 60 seconds. I wonder how many levels Summon Headless Horseman can reach. Su-Mubai looked at his own Knight Legion, waved his hand, and put them all into his command space. The Shadow Knight exists alongside the Headless Horseman and does not occupy a command space. While summoning the Headless Knight, Su-Mubai also filled the summoning space again. With the Cursed Crown acting as a power bank, he hardly needs to worry about mana. 1340 skeletons, 540 skeleton warriors, 400 archers, and 400 mages. Su-Mubai plans to keep 40 of the skeleton warriors in the summoning space until the flaw in life sharing is resolved. It's starting to look more and more like the Scourge. Looking at the densely packed army before him, a hint of excitement flashed in Su-Mubai's eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure and, with a thought, recalled the army back into the summoning space. The entire Forgotten Land was suddenly left with only Su-Mubai and Frost, and the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Su-Mubai turned to look at Bing Shuang and smiled slightly. Little guy, you digested pretty quickly, didn't you? I am the Dragon King. Frost proudly raised his head. In just a few minutes, his level had increased to level 6. Master, could you give me that 1,000-year-old ice crystal too? As she spoke, a glint of longing flashed in Frost's eyes. Ice-based materials are his favorite. No problem, but wait a moment. Su-Mubai nodded slightly and used Cataclysm to upgrade the epic level Millennium Ice Crystal to the legendary level 10,000-year Ice Crystal for free. A dense chill immediately emanated from the air, and Frosty's eyes gleamed like a shark smelling blood as she excitedly exclaimed, Master, I want it. Upon hearing this, Su-Mubai couldn't help but shudder and quickly tossed the 10,000-year Ice Crystal in his hand to Bing Shuang. The latter swallowed it in one gulp without waiting, and then closed his eyes again. With a thought, Su-Mubai immediately recalled Frost into his mount space and turned to walk into the teleportation portal. You have returned to Donghai City. A flash of white light, and Su Mubai once again set foot on the land of Donghai City. It was still the same teleportation plaza, and even the coordinates were exactly the same as when he left. He was still the only one in the empty square. The location of Wealthy Beyond Compare is still in Beginner Village number 9527. Even this guy couldn't reach level 10, let alone other players. If there are no players, who are you going to make money from? I don't know if it's still possible to trade directly with the locals of the Forbidden Land. Won't this guy get penalized for not being able to leave the starting village? Thinking of the contract that the wealthy and powerful man had solemnly signed with him, Su Mubai couldn't help but smile. However, after visiting the Forgotten Land, Su Mubai no longer needed to wait for the 500 gold coins to arrive before starting his next plan. Looking at the 3,160 gold coins lying in his backpack, Su Mubai waved his hand and summoned Frost. The latter immediately regained its original shape, and an ice throne once again materialized on its back. At this point, his level had increased to level 7. Roar! With a roar, Frost carried Su Mubai into the sky. Chapter 62. Even in the Forbidden Land of Gods, human relationships matter. Don't make noise. Su Mubai lightly stomped his foot, opened the map of Donghai City, and prepared to find the nearest jewelry processing shop. He still has a bunch of gems in his backpack that can be inlaid. The game, Myriad Realms. Gold and dark gold equipment can be inlaid with 1 gem, epic equipment with 2 gems, legendary equipment with 3 gems, and mythical equipment with 4 gems. The 2 bosses, Undead Bone Dragon, Kaku's, and Forgotten One, Franklin, provided Su Mubai with a total of 40 level 5 gems. Of these, almost half were of the spiritual attribute, totaling 18. However, Su Mubai was not in a hurry to use these gems for free to advance his level. Instead, he planned to go to the jewelry processing shop to check out the situation first. However, things didn't go as planned. As soon as the Frost took flight, it encountered an obstacle. In the distance, a flock of griffins flew in at high speed, each carrying a person on its back. Judging from their standard equipment, Su Mubai immediately understood. I've run into the guards of Donghai City, but I haven't done anything wrong. Could it be that Situ-ji sensed the teleportation fluctuations and specially sent him to pick me up? Su Mubai muttered something and gestured for Bing Shuang to stop. However, Su Mubai was immediately dumbfounded. The team leader made a prohibition gesture to Su Mubai and shouted sternly, "Don't you know that unauthorized flights are prohibited in Donghai City? There's such a rule?" Su Mubai frowned, but still obediently controlled the Frost to fall to the ground. There's nothing we can do about it. This guy's level is marked with 3 question marks. Su Mubai couldn't see not only the captain leading the team, but also the levels of the 5 team members behind him. The game, Multiverse, the ability to detect the target's information panel depends solely on one's strength. If the strength is similar, even if there is a difference of 20 levels, you can still detect the other party's stats. Conversely, the greater the gap in strength between the 2 sides, the less information can be obtained. Su Mubai could only see the names of the guards in front of him, which showed that Donghai City, as one of the top 10 first-level main cities, was quite powerful. The squad leader followed Su Mubai as he landed, flipped off the griffin, and quickly came to Su Mubai's side. He didn't notice that as soon as his griffin landed, it immediately lowered its head, and its body trembled slightly uncontrollably. The griffins that hadn't landed in midair also became restless. The city guards, unaware of what was happening, tightened their reins to calm the griffins. These griffins are of a high level, and their overall strength is not weak. They are still suppressed when facing Frost. This is the terrifying power of a Dragon King. However, the difference in strength between the 2 sides was indeed significant, so the griffins quickly adapted. Although I was still a little scared, my body had stopped trembling. Frost Dragon. The squad leader glanced at Bing Shuang beside Su Mubai with surprise, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. But thinking of his duty, he still handed Su Mubai a ticket. Bai Yi is it? Considering you are an invader and are unfamiliar with the rules of Donghai City, I will only fine you 100 gold coins this time. If you do it again next time, it won't be as simple as a fine. Perhaps because of the Frost, the squad leader added a special reminder after speaking. To fly within Donghai City, you must first obtain a flight certificate. A flight certificate is obviously not something anyone can obtain, but this newcomer, possessing a Frost Dragon, is certainly qualified. However, even though the Frost Dragon has arrived in East Sea City, it still has to abide by the rules here. 100 gold coins? Why don't you just rob someone? Su Mubai's eyes darted around, and he took the ticket, asking, "Excuse me, where is City Lord Situ-ji right now?" How could a newcomer know the City Lord's name? A look of shock flashed in the squad leader's eyes. Only then did he notice that the descendant in front of him was already level 20. If I remember correctly, the descendants only arrived yesterday, right? The speed at which this being ascends is simply unbelievable. It also possesses frost dragons. No wonder someone like that could be associated with the city lord. The squad leader's mind raced for a moment. Then he calmly pulled the ticket back, a smile instantly appearing on his face. Young man, you should have said so earlier if you knew the city lord. Isn't this like a flood washing away the Dragon King's temple? I wonder what business you have with the city lord. The city lord gave me a test, and now that I have completed it, it is only natural that I must hand in the task. Sumubai smiled slightly. It seems that even in the Forbidden Land, one cannot escape the complexities of human relationships. The squad leader's expression changed, and he gave Sumubai a deep look. I'll take you to the city lord's mansion right now. As soon as he finished speaking, the squad leader summoned the griffin, then swung himself up and mounted it. Young man, keep up. It can fly now. Look at what you're saying. Isn't this a special case? We can't keep the city lord waiting. After the squad leader finished speaking, he was about to take off when he noticed that something was wrong with the griffin beneath him. You beast, is that all the courage you have? You've scared a mere juvenile dragon like this. He smiled somewhat awkwardly at Sumubai. Young man, please excuse my rudeness. Seeing this, Sumubai quickly signaled Bing Shuang to withdraw her dragon might, and the griffin then soared into the sky. Frost followed closely behind, and the two soon arrived at the East Sea City Lord's mansion. Plans can't keep up with changes, so the jewelry processing shop I originally wanted to visit had to be postponed. However, this was originally one of Sumubai's destinations. Young man, this is the City Lord's mansion. Let's go down. Before the squad leader could finish speaking, a powerful energy instantly enveloped both of them. Space distorted in midair, and Situji stepped out holding his staff, standing directly in midair. Why is it you? Upon seeing Sumubai, Situji's face clearly showed a hint of surprise. Came out to investigate because he sensed a mythical creature approaching, but the aura was very weak. Unexpectedly, I saw Sumubai again. But soon, his gaze fell on Frost. A Dragon King level Frost Dragon. The Dragon King. The squad leader's pupils widened instantly, and for a moment he forgot that he hadn't greeted the city lord yet. Situji then noticed the squad leader he had ignored, and waved his hand, saying, All right, go ahead and get busy. Upon hearing this, the latter immediately rode away on his griffin. He knew very well that what happened next was beyond the knowledge of a squad leader like himself. Little guy, your strength far exceeds my expectations. Situji scrutinized Sumubai closely. In his view, the other party should still be in the land of oblivion at this moment. Such a speed should not be achievable before advancing to a professional level. Lord Sumubai had just opened his mouth when Situji waved his hand to interrupt him. Come with me. This is not the place to talk. As soon as he finished speaking, he shook his staff, opened a portal, and stepped inside. Remember to shrink that little guy. My living room can't withstand his antics. Chapter 63 Professions, Advancement, and Requirements of the Divine Dragon Palace. Upon hearing this, Frost bared its teeth, but made no sound. He could sense that the old man was terrifyingly strong. Master, please go in first. A frosty voice rang out, and he stretched his head out of the portal. Sumubai nodded slightly and stepped inside. Immediately afterwards, the frost's body surface flashed with an ice blue light. Its size rapidly shrank, and it followed closely behind Sumubai into the room. Buzz. The portal immediately closed, and the sky above the city lord's mansion returned to calm. The city lord's mansion's reception hall, Situji sat in the main seat, his gaze fixed on the frost on Sumubai's shoulder. He didn't say a word, and just stared at it for 10 minutes straight. Even the level of frost has been raised to level 8 during this period of digestion. Old man, have you seen enough? In the end, Bing Shuang couldn't help but retort to Situji. Upon hearing this, Sumubai patted Bing Shuang's head and asked in confusion, Lord, is there a problem with frost? No problem. Situji shook his head, withdrew his gaze, picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and then slowly began to speak. I am truly amazed that you were able to emerge from the land of oblivion so quickly. It seems your profession is not just as simple as being a master. Upon hearing this, Sumubai's heart tightened. He was always well aware that if he came into contact with any powerful figures from the Forbidden Land, his true nature would inevitably be discovered. However, without exposure, one cannot grow quickly. The Forgotten Land significantly improved him. Without this quest, he would never have been able to reach level 20, let alone acquire those high-level equipment, skills, and the mythical Frost Mount. Therefore, this is an unsolvable problem. Even without entering the city, you might encounter a powerful opponent in the wild, such as Huijin. Despite the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Mubai didn't show it on his face. Instead, he feigned confusion and asked, "Are there still differences between the Dominator classes?" Situji gave Su Mubai a meaningful look, then shook his head. "I'm not clear about that either. Don't be nervous, I mean you no harm. Now that you have completed the test, I will naturally answer some of your questions." As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification sounded in Su Mubai's ear. "You have completed the epic quest, Situji's Trial." That's it. What about the task rewards?" The system notification stopped abruptly, and Su Mubai glanced at Situji. "So you're saying that all you're giving me is information about the Lord of Death? Even if you don't get top-tier equipment and skills, you should at least give some experience and money." Su Mubai mentally complained a few times, but on his face he looked like he was listening attentively. There was nothing he could do. He really wanted to know this information. "Let's start with our professions." Situji put down his teacup and slowly began to tell Su Mubai the story. After listening to his words, Su Mubai gained a much deeper understanding of the Myriad Realms game and the Forbidden Land of Gods. The game, Multiverse, professions are also divided into ranks. However, unlike equipment which has multiple grades, classes only have 4 grades in total. Common occupations. 2. Hidden classes, advanced hidden classes. 3. The only hidden class. 4. Exclusive hidden class. Su Mubai's profession, Death Overlord, is the highest level exclusive hidden profession. Normally, this is not a job change that is possible at this stage. Even the hidden professions can only be accessed after players reach level 30 and advance to the next level. Even Situji couldn't understand why Su Mubai was able to become the Death Ruler right from the start. Created by Su Mubai exploiting a bug. "Lord City Lord, what do you mean by advancing?" Su Mubai keenly grasped the information in Situji's words and directly voiced his doubts. Advancing means breaking through limits and making yourself more suitable for your profession. In fact, even in ordinary professions, low-level descendants cannot unleash their full potential. Level 29 is a bottleneck. Only by breaking through it can you further improve your level and give full play to your class's abilities. And this is the advancement. At this point, Situji paused, looked at Su Mubai, and continued. "The power of the Dominator class far exceeds your imagination. His true power will only be revealed after he advances to the next level. What you have now is just the tip of the iceberg." Su Mubai's gaze sharpened upon hearing this. Triple attribute bonus, triple free points growth, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. How powerful will the Death Overlord become after its advancement? Little one, don't be too happy yet. Situji looked at Su Mubai, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. Advancing to the second tier in an ordinary profession is almost effortless, but it's different for you. The more powerful a profession is, the more difficult it is to break through. Please enlighten me, City Lord. Su Mubai knew that the following information was the key. It's not really about giving guidance. Situji waved his hand. I do know some information about the Lord of Death. At this point, he glanced at Bing Shuang, who was perched on Su Mubai's shoulder, and chuckled. Before breaking through the limits of the Forbidden Land of Gods, I believe that advancing will not be a problem for you. What I'm going to talk about is the way to advance as the Lord of Death. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai became even more serious, staring intently at Situji, waiting for him to continue. To advance in the Death Master class, one must experience a sufficient number of deaths. Experience enough death? Su Mubai was taken aback. Is this just asking to die again? Situji immediately saw his doubt and shook his head, saying, It's not about killing you. It's about killing people, killing a large number of people, and they must be human. Those monsters created by the multiverse game and that can respawn after death will not help you advance in any way. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai suddenly felt the temperature in the reception room drop sharply. Sita looked at Su Mubai very seriously and said, word by word, I hope you can grant me a request. Please speak, Lord City Lord. This is a request made to you by the elders of the Divine Dragon Palace. Situji shook his head and explained, the purpose of the Divine Dragon Palace is to protect the entire Divine Dragon Empire. As he spoke, he raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the ceiling. In the near future, a great war is destined to break out in the Forbidden Land of Gods. Only by unifying the land can the human race truly have the right to set foot in the myriad worlds. At this point, Situji withdrew his gaze and looked at Su Mubai. The Divine Dragon Palace hopes you will go to another country to advance your cultivation level. Situji's ability to make this request shows just how many people the Death Sovereign needs to kill to advance to the next level. Although Su Mubai understood this, he was already level 20 and would soon be able to advance for the first time. If I agree to this request, how will I advance my career? The border remains closed. Situji saw Su Mubai's predicament and gently waved his hand, causing a figure to condense from the dense elemental power in front of him. This person possesses a treasure that can transcend national borders. What you need to do is find him, but even the Divine Dragon Palace doesn't know his whereabouts. As he spoke, Situji flipped his wrist, and a letter and a parchment scroll appeared in his palm. Once you find the person, give them this letter, and they will naturally agree to give you that treasure. Of course, that guy will probably ask you to help him find some things. In exchange, you will receive this parchment scroll. This contains a clue to a Death Overlord class set. Placing the envelope and parchment scroll on the table, Situji looked at Su Mubai and said solemnly, "Bai Yi, shall we sign a contract with the Divine Dragon Palace? You can consider it. Currently, the multiverse game still imposes some restrictions on us, but if you sign a contract, the Divine Dragon Palace can take action against you without restriction once you breach the contract. The goal is to advance rapidly within the Divine Dragon Empire, but this offends the Divine Dragon Palace. Should I agree to Situji's request, befriend the Divine Dragon Palace, and exchange it for clues to the class set? In fact, agreeing is the best option. The only thing that's troubling Su Mubai right now is how to find this person, as the Divine Dragon Palace can't provide even a single clue. If I can't find it, won't I never be able to advance?" Su Mubai frowned as he looked at the figure, his expression suddenly turning strange. Now the only problem is gone. As a citizen of the Divine Dragon Empire, is there even a need to consider this? I'll sign. Chapter 64 East Sea Order, New Home. You really aren't going to consider it? Situ looked at Su Mubai with great surprise. He knew very well that this request was not simple for the Adventists. That guy's whereabouts are unpredictable, and he often goes missing. Even he wasn't sure he could find him in a short time. No need to think about it. I also want to go to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Su Mubai smiled slightly, his eyes filled with determination. Isn't that the figure in my arms? He's still waiting for me to collect 10,000 ancient gold coins for him, and I even have his contact information. Do I need to find him? This is a good opportunity to open that treasure chest. Ha ha ha, great. Situji was also surprised that Su Mubai agreed so readily, and laughed loudly. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. As soon as he finished speaking, a contract for the Myriad Realms game appeared in front of Su Mubai. He glanced at the contents and promptly signed his name. Note, you have entered into a contract with the Divine Dragon Palace. You can only advance your cultivation in other countries in the future. If you breach this contract, you will be hunted down by the Divine Dragon Palace. If the Divine Dragon Empire unifies the Forbidden Lands, this contract will be void. Don't worry, we will help you find Huaijin. We will notify you as soon as we have any information. After signing the contract, Situji was in a great mood and patted Su Mubai on the shoulder with a smile. Notification: Situji has added you as a friend. Once you reach the 3rd rank, I will recommend you to join the Divine Dragon Palace. Thank you, Lord City Lord. Su Mubai put away the envelope and the parchment scroll and expressed his gratitude to Situji. You've made concessions for the Divine Dragon Empire, so we old folks certainly can't let you down. Situjidu picked up his teacup and drank it all in one gulp. He then casually tossed a token to Su Mubai and said with a smile, "Take this. With it, you will have no trouble moving around in Donghai City." Donghai Token 007, a special item, a token personally crafted by City Lord Situji. It is extremely rare. If you possess it, you will be the owner of Courtyard number 007 in Donghai City. Exclusive to Bay. After accepting the unassuming East Sea token, Su Mubai expressed his gratitude once again. I wonder what this thing will be after it's upgraded. However, Su Mubai did not intend to be promoted. This was a symbol of status, usually awarded by superiors, and the holder would definitely have information recorded about it. Promoting him to the EC token level would bring him no benefit at present. Being able to get a courtyard for free was somewhat unexpected for Su Mubai. In the game, All Realms, there's no such thing as going offline. Players have to find their own place to rest at night. The cheapest way is to buy a tent and survive in the wild, but that also comes with great danger. If you want to be safe, you have to stay in the city when you're resting. You can buy a house or rent a room. However, all of this requires money. It is impossible for ordinary players to slack off in the multiverse game of town to grind monsters every day. With Courtyard number 007, Su Mubai finally had a place to stay in Donghai City. The courtyard offered by the city lord was clearly not cheap. However, What Sumubai cared more about was just how far Situji's so-called unimpeded access would actually go. Putting away the token, Sumubai tentatively asked, "With this, I can fly in Donghai City, right?" "Don't even mention flying. You could kill someone in the city without any problem." "Real?" Sumubai's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Well," Situji choked. "Cough cough, but we can't kill too many." "Don't worry, I'll just kill a few enemies." Sumubai narrowed his eyes slightly. If they could kill someone in the city, then Zhao Su and Lu Ruyan would have nowhere to hide. "That's good." Situji breathed a sigh of relief, slowly stood up, raised the staff in his hand, and 2 teleportation portals opened simultaneously. "I have to go to the headquarters of the Divine Dragon Palace. You should also go and take a look at the new home." As soon as he finished speaking, Situji stepped into one of the teleportation portals and disappeared. Sumubai glanced at it enviously and then stepped into another portal. "I wonder if I can learn this skill of being able to go wherever I want." Stepping through the portal, Sumubai appeared outside a courtyard. The courtyard is spacious and surrounded by high and sturdy walls. At the entrance stands a majestic metal gate, its surface adorned with mysterious patterns. 2 guards holding long spears stood on either side of the gate. Sumubai's sudden appearance naturally attracted the attention of the guards. Clang! 2 long spears crossed, blocking Sumubai's path. "This is a private courtyard. Entry is prohibited. The city lord is quite generous." Sumubai looked at his new home with satisfaction and tossed the EC token to the guard. "This courtyard is much larger than the villa he had on Earth. So it's Lord Byakuya." After receiving the token, the guard's eyes clearly flashed with shock, and he immediately returned the token to Sumubai with utmost respect. At this moment, another guard also took out a land deed and handed it over. "Lord Bay, this place will be your private territory from now on. Please let us know if you encounter any trouble. You have obtained land title deed number 007. Watching the 2 guards walk away, Sumubai pushed open the door and entered the courtyard. Having the land title, he can come and go as he pleases, while others need his permission. Should we change the name of the courtyard? As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, a system notification sounded in Sumubai's ear. He thought for a moment and then said, "Bayetting. Welcome home, Your Excellency Lord of the White Knight Court. Do you wish to replace Bayetting with your teleportation point and resurrection point in Donghai City? Replace." After doing all this, Sumubai came to the pavilion in the courtyard, his hand shimmering with a faint light as the Death Codex materialized. Franklin gave him 1,000 soul points directly. I can turn the pages of the book again. Chapter 65 New SSS Skill. This time, when Sumubai opened the Grimoire of Death, he clearly felt resistance. As the 1,000 soul points were rapidly consumed, the resistance became less and less. As his soul points reached 0, Sumubai suddenly felt a lightness in his hand, and the Death Codex was opened for the second time. The inscriptions remained ancient and mysterious, none of which Sumubai could understand. That chilling force of death descended once more, and the inscription flowed into Sumubai's mind as a stream of information. After a long while, the Death Codex closed again, turning into a mark on the back of Sumubai's hand. Sumubai suddenly had a moment of enlightenment, and the extra information in his mind brought a look of joy to his face. At the same time, a system notification sound rang in my ears. You have learned a new skill, Dead Zone Leap. Dead Zone Leap. SSS. Level 1, 0/50. Active skill. Traversing the dead zone, one's body moves at will. Skill effect. 1. Using the dead zone as a springboard. Instantly teleport to the target location and clear all negative effects on yourself. 2. After the jump, you are protected by the power of death and are immune to all damage and negative effects for 3 seconds. 3. Activate the death curtain at 2 coordinate locations. You and your designated allies can move freely back and forth between them. Undesignated units cannot touch the death curtain, and attacks will pass right through it. 4. The size and position of the death curtain can be changed according to your will. While the death curtain exists, friendly forces that pass through it will not die, and can continue fighting even if their health reaches 0. Released instantly. The jump has a 15-second cooldown, consumes 1% of maximum mana, and has a casting range of 0-200 meters. Death Curtain has a 120-second cooldown, consumes 1% of maximum mana per second, lasts up to 30 seconds, and has a casting range of 0-500 meters. The Legion arrives instantly at your command. It's another SSS level skill, and it's the kind of movement skill that Sumubai needs most right now. When I first changed jobs, I only awakened 1 A level skill and 1 S level skill. After being promoted from the Book of Death to the Holy Scripture of Death for free, Death Book surprisingly learned 2 SSS-level skills in succession. Even Su Mubai was surprised by the magnitude of the improvement. Thinking of what Sidu-ji had said earlier, Su Mubai guessed that it might be related to advancement. A-level and S-level skills are clearly not up to the standard of the Death Overlord class. With a dead zone jump every 15 seconds, his mobility will be greatly enhanced. Furthermore, there is a 3-second invincibility effect after the jump, which is an invincibility effect that comes with an SSS-level skill, and it is definitely much stronger than Frost Protection. As for the Death Curtain, it greatly enhances the mobility of the undead army. However, this skill still needs further study in order to better master its usage. SSS-level skills have reached the limit of the Forbidden Land of Gods, and there is no way to advance to higher levels for free for the time being. After carefully studying the skills, Su Mubai slowly stood up. The next moment, his figure vanished from his spot and reappeared in front of the gate more than 100 meters away. At the same time, a palm-sized light gray light screen unfolded on Su Mubai's shoulder and pressed down instantly. While still digesting the materials, Frost suddenly felt her body sink and began to fall freely. I suddenly opened my eyes and realized that I was already high in the sky. After passing through the curtain of death, his body was surrounded by a pale gray death aura, which should be the energy that allows him to remain alive even when his life force is reduced to 0. Unaware of what was happening, Frost hurriedly flapped its wings, and its body reflexively returned to normal. A giant ice dragon king, nearly 5 meters long, suddenly appeared above the White Knight Court. Owner. Bing Shuang looked at Su Mubai with some doubt from a distance of 500 meters. He knew that his master was behind this. Don't be nervous. Come with me to test out the skill. Su Mubai's voice appeared directly in his mind. Before she could react, Frost suddenly felt the surrounding environment change again. The pale gray curtain above him, which was originally the size of a palm, suddenly grew larger and then swept over his body in an instant. At the same time, the curtain of death appeared in front of the pavilion, and Frost's figure moved with it. Is this the master's ability? Manipulating space? Frost looked up at the high sky where she had been standing and was utterly shocked. Immediately afterwards, the soul fire in his pupils began to flicker even more violently. Suddenly, the curtain of death expanded tenfold, sweeping across the small courtyard in front of the pavilion in an almost instantaneous manner. The undead legion descended instantly, with 20 headless horsemen holding conical spears standing in front, followed by 160 shadow knights. 500 skeleton warriors, 400 skeleton archers, and 400 skeleton mages were lined up neatly. This skill is even more powerful than I imagined. Su Mubai's eyes. He was just testing the waters, connecting a death curtain to his summoning space. I never thought it would actually work. As the number of undead legions increases, the time required to release them all from the summoning space also increases. Now that he has the curtain of death, Su Mubai can instantly deploy the undead army to any location within 500 meters whenever he wants. As your skill level increases, this distance will become even greater. There's an advanced level too. Su Mubai recalled Situ-ji's words. The true power of the Death Ruler class would only be revealed after advancing to the next level. However, it will take some time to advance to the next level. Right now, the most important thing is to get familiar with the Dead Zone Leap skill. Then, Frost saw a series of performances. The curtain of death changed direction and size at will, following Su Mubai's will. The undead army can sometimes move actively and sometimes be moved passively. They kept disappearing and reappearing in the White Knight courtyard. Su Mubai gradually mastered the use of the death curtain. With a thought, his figure disappeared in front of the gate. Dead Zone Leap. Frost glanced at its owner who had suddenly sat down in the pavilion and quickly shrunk its size. 29:30. As Su Mubai finished his silent chant, he gently waved his hand, and the pale gray light screen swept across the courtyard once more, instantly withdrawing the entire undead army into the summoning space. Actually, waving his hand was completely unnecessary. The death curtain moved according to Su Mubai's thoughts. He just wanted to make a move. Master, you're amazing. Frost flew over to the table with a wagging tail, flattering Su Mubai while wagging its tail incessantly, looking just like a lapdog. Let it go for now, but don't embarrass me like this in public. Su Mubai patted his forehead. How could the mighty Frost Dragon King be so treacherous? Don't worry, I understand. Frost nodded, looking like she knew everything. Su Mubai then noticed that the guy's experience bar had stopped ticking. Have you finished processing the materials? Yes, Master, with my current strength, I can definitely help you. Frost grinned, radiating confidence. Oh, let me see how much your strength has improved. Sumubai raised an eyebrow and opened Frost's attribute panel. He was stunned. Mythical creatures, do they really have such exaggerated attribute growth? Chapter 66 No comparison, no harm. Frost, base attribute without aura. Mythical mount. Frost Dragon King. High-ranking undead creature. Level 10. Experience points. 1.2%. 1.2 million/100 million. Loyalty. 100. Due to the influence of the Death Overlord class, loyalty will never decrease. Movement speed bonus. Land, sea, and air plus 800%. HP. 2.64 billion/2.64 billion. Mana points. 2.2 billion/2.2 billion. Attack power. 1.32 million. Spell power. 1.1 million. Physical defense. 1.1 million. Magic defense. 880,000. Elemental resistance. Ice 80%. Death 70%. Shadow 60%. Other elements 40%. Skills. Frost Dragon Breath. Dragon's Might. Size Shrink. Basic ice spells. Frost Freeze. Frost Freeze. Passive effect. Doubles the chance and effect of freezing all ice spells. 10 times. The base attributes have increased tenfold. Such growth far exceeded Sumubai's imagination. He originally thought that with each level up, Frost's base attributes would increase by 10% to 20%, which would be quite good. After all, his initial attributes were already abnormal enough. But to his utter surprise, this guy's initial attributes doubled with every level he gained. With the added 60% bonus from her own advanced undead aura, Frost's maximum health directly increased to 4.224 billion. Mythical creature like Frost, my own 15 free attribute points at level 1 and triple class bonus are simply insignificant. I wonder how much of an improvement the second tier will provide. Why haven't you gotten any bigger? After turning off the panel, Sumubai patted Frost's head. Mythical creature? It ended up becoming his mount. Master, I am currently in the nascent stage. My body shape will only change after I reach level 30 and enter the juvenile stage. Is that so? Sumubai nodded slightly. Level 30, the same level as player advancement. Does this mean that as players advance in rank, these powerful creatures will also improve? Sumubai frowned. And after childhood? Levels 60 to 180 are the growth period. After level 180, you become an adult. Hearing this, Sumubai breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that these powerful races haven't had as many upgrades as the human race. According to Situji, humans can advance once every 30 levels, until they break through level 240 and enter the 9th rank. This is the growth potential of the human race. Although their foundation is weak, they are able to catch up with the most powerful race in the myriad realms step by step. However, only a very small number of people are able to break through to the 9th rank. Humanity still has a long way to go if it wants to truly compete with those powerful races. This is also the significance of the existence of the forbidden land of gods. The divine prohibition forbids those beings who can be called gods. By the way, what basic ice spells do you know? After asking this question, Sumubai quickly felt the gap again. There are too many to list. I can use everything, like Frostbolt, Ice Spike, Ice Armor, Ice Shield, Blizzard, and so on. Frost proudly raised its head, and, after listing a series of skills, concluded, there should be nearly 100 spells in total. Without comparison, there is no harm. Sumubai was speechless for a moment. Why should players only have 20 skill slots? Compared to these powerful races, humans are incredibly weak. Only by advancing step by step can the human race continuously narrow the gap with powerful races. Thinking of this, Sumubai couldn't help but look forward to his advancement soon. However, he did not contact Huijin immediately, since he did not have 10,000 ancient gold coins yet. When you ask someone to do something for you, you should naturally prepare the necessary things first. Moreover, judging from Situji's words, Sumubai estimated that in the end, he would still have to find ancient gold coins to exchange for that treasure. Therefore, before searching for Huijin, one must first earn a large sum of money. With money, my summon skeleton and corpse explosion skills can also be upgraded. But before that, let's get this thing for free first. Sumubai looked at his lifespan and took out 58 low-level life soul stones from his backpack. 10 of them came from the wealthy world, and the other 48 were contributed by 2 epic-level bosses. Catastrophe. Advance to the next rank. You have obtained 58 intermediate soul stones. However, Sumubai did not use these soul stones, but put them back in his backpack. Having absorbed 50 high-grade life stones, his lifespan is now over 52 years, so he has no need to worry about suddenly dying. Since entering the multiverse game, Sumubai has never fought such a rich battle. A lifespan of 52 years is enough to die 5 times over. Although he didn't think he would die easily, having this much lifespan gave Su Mubai a lot more confidence. As for the 58 intermediate-level life soul stones, he intended to use them to test some of his ideas. Despite not having slept for the past 2 days, Su Mubai felt no sleepiness whatsoever. He could only attribute this to sleeping too much during his previous vegetative state. He gestured for the frost to grow larger. Then Su Mubai sat on the throne and soared into the sky. This time, no guards came to stop him, probably because Situji had informed him that he possessed the Eastern Sea token. Many locals in the city saw the frost, but they did not show too much shock. They just whispered among themselves for a while, and then stopped paying attention. Looking down from the air, Su Mubai realized just how vast Donghai City truly was. The city's edge is nowhere in sight. The teleportation plaza is located in the city's central area. For ordinary players, it would take at least several hours to get out of the city. Of course, the teleportation plaza also has teleportation arrays. For a small fee, you can teleport to any city gate. Teleportation within the city is not expensive and most people can afford it. When moving around the city, you can pay to ride a temporary mount or simply call a carriage. In short, having money makes everything much easier. Soon, Frost arrived above the nearest jewelry processing shop. Dead Zone Leap. Before he even landed, Su Mubai's figure had already disappeared from the throne and appeared directly at the entrance of the jewelry processing shop. Frost was also stored in the mount space. Please come in, sir. You've come to the right place. Our jewelry master at Jadestone Studio is famous throughout the city. As soon as I reached the door, a voluptuous and beautiful young woman came to greet me. Her smile deepened noticeably after her gaze swept over Su Mubai's equipment. An invader, not only did he enter the city so quickly, but he also had such luxurious equipment. This is a big client. Even if it isn't now, it certainly will be in the future. Do you buy gemstones here? Su Mubai flipped his wrist, and a level 5 power gem appeared in his palm. This was dropped by the undead bone dragon, Kakus. He wasn't in a hurry to advance. After promotion, not only will the cost of synthesis increase, but the success rate of synthesis will also decrease. It is clearly more cost-effective to synthesize first and then upgrade. Of course I'll accept it. The beautiful young woman's eyes lit up, and her voice became sweeter. Honored guest, please come in. Let me introduce you. Su Mubai nodded slightly and entered the Jadestone shop under the guidance of the beautiful young woman. If his idea works, we'll never lack gold coins again. Chapter 67, Getting Rich Quick. Contrary to Su Mubai's expectations, the attribute gems sold at Jadestone shop were only up to level 5. This applies even to all the jewelry processing shops in Donghai City. Su Mubai had never used these level 5 gems for free, so he only now realized that the highest level of ordinary attribute gems was level 5. A level 1 attribute gem adds 10 points to the corresponding attribute. The attribute doubles with each level increase, and a level 5 gem adds 160 points. However, to synthesize it, you need 3 gems of the same level. The success rate of synthesizing a level 1 item into a level 2 item is close to 100%, but the success rate will decrease as you go on. Even the jewelry processing masters at Yoshizhai only have a success rate of about 70% in synthesizing a level 5 gem from 3 level 4 gems. This was because he had extensive experience and used some special materials that increased the success rate. Above level 5 gems are called brilliant gems, which are divided into 3 levels, each increasing the corresponding attribute by 1%. Unless the attribute exceeds 16,000 points, a level 1 brilliant gem is not as cost-effective as a level 5 ordinary gem. Most importantly, ordinary gems cannot be combined into brilliant gems. Apart from being dropped by legendary or higher-level creatures, only master jewelers can create them. Of course, this is not a problem for Su Mubai. He can still get the promotion for free. Mr. Bay, I can offer 1,500 gold coins to buy the level 5 power gem you have. After the beautiful young woman finished her introduction, she smiled at Su Mubai and added at the end, "This is the industry standard, and it's the highest price I can offer." Su Mubai remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the price list on the counter. Level 1 attribute gem, 8 gold coins each. Level 2 attribute gem, 30 gold coins each. Level 3 attribute gem, 120 gold coins each. Level 4 attribute gem, 500 gold coins each. Level 5 attribute gem, 3,000 gold coins each. This is just the price of attribute gems. Special gems such as critical hit and critical damage gems are 5 times more expensive. The other party offered only half the purchase price. However, Su Mubai didn't care. As long as he could acquire it, It was a risk-free business for him. By level 4, upgrade to level 5 for free, and then sell. You'll make a profit of 1,000 gold coins per item. The only thing limiting his ability to make money was the number of gems that Jade Pavilion possessed. After thinking for a moment, Su Mubai looked at the beautiful young woman. What if it's a level 1 brilliant gem? What price would you offer? Sir, you're really putting me in a difficult position. The beautiful young woman gave Su Mubai a charmingly disdainful look and said with a smile, brilliant gems are a rare resource in the Empire. I wouldn't dare to trade them privately. If you really have it, I suggest you send it directly to an auction house. I'm sure you'll get a good result. I was just asking. Su Mubai smiled slightly and waved his hand to take out all the gems. Calculate how much it costs in total. I'll sell them all to you. Wow, I didn't expect Mr. Bai Yi to be so generous. Upon seeing so many level 5 gems, the beautiful young woman's smile deepened, and she immediately began to calculate. Here are 40 level 5 attribute gems, 6 level 5 special gems, 16 level 2 attribute gems, and 3 level 2 special gems. Is that all right? After the inventory was completed, the beautiful young woman confirmed with Su Mubai. No problem. Okay, that's 105,465 gold coins in total. The beautiful young woman immediately initiated the transaction, as if afraid he would regret it. Su Mubai smiled slightly and confirmed the transaction. You have received 105,465 gold coins, and your current balance is 108,625 gold coins. Despite appearing calm on the surface, Su Mubai was inwardly bursting with excitement. 100,000 gold coins. What are you waiting for, players? Wouldn't it be better to trade with the locals? But he suppressed his excitement and continued, I need a batch of level 4 gems. How many do you have here? Although the young woman couldn't understand why Su Mubai sold a level 5 item to buy a level 4 one, she couldn't refuse a business opportunity. She smiled charmingly and said, the shop currently has 100 level 4 attribute gems and 10 level 4 special gems. I wonder how many Mr. Bai Yi would like. That's all. Su Mubai frowned. Such a large jewelry processing shop has such a small inventory. Sir, you may not know this, but gemstones are always in short supply. We can only acquire a limited number each day, so we don't have much stock. And our main business is jewelry processing. Su Mubai then remembered that Jadestone Shop mainly made money by synthesizing, setting, and extracting gemstones, rather than simply buying and selling gemstones. All right, I'll take all the level 4 gems. Su Mubai waved his hand, preparing to pay, when suddenly an idea struck him, and he took out the EC token and waved it. Can this thing be discounted? Oh my, so you are the city lord's distinguished guest. The beautiful young woman lightly covered her red lips, her eyes filled with shock, and even her form of address changed. Lord Bei, with your status, you can enjoy a 20% discount on almost every shop in Donghai City. An unexpected delight. Su Mubai raised an eyebrow, put away the EC token, and directly traded all the money to the other party, saying, take all the level 4 items and exchange the rest for level 3 gems. 10 minutes later, Su Mubai collected a large pile of gems and was escorted to the entrance of the Jadestone Shop by the beautiful young woman. Really wouldn't be able to fit them all in his current backpack. Only after the frost had dissipated did the beautiful young woman turn back into the shop, murmuring to herself. It seems that another big figure is about to emerge in Donghai City. Let's go to the next jewelry processing shop. Su Mubai sat on the throne with an excited expression and pointed out the direction to Bing Xuan. Then he looked at the gems in his backpack, and a thought struck him. Catastrophe. Advance to the first level. For the next 2 hours, Su Mubai visited several jewelry processing shops in Donghai City. At this point, his equipment was already fully socketed with level 5 gems. Even more outrageous is that the gold coins in his backpack have reached a terrifying 980,000. We're just a hair's breadth away from breaking the million mark. The inventory of level 3 and level 4 gems is not significantly different in each store. Su Mubai used his initial capital of over 100,000 gold coins as capital, buying from upstream suppliers and selling to downstream suppliers, earning an average of over 200,000 gold coins from each store. If it weren't for the fact that these shops could only take so much food, he could have gotten a lot more level 1 and 2 gems for free. But that would attract too much attention. The only regret is that he can't buy back the nesting dolls of the gems he sold. After all, no matter how many times it changes hands, it's still the same thing. If he wants to get something for free again, he'll have to wait until these jewelry processing shops sell out all the gems he upgraded. In addition to the gems embedded in his equipment and 980,000 gold coins, Su Mubai also had more than 40 level 5 attribute gems in his backpack that had not yet been upgraded. This is the entire inventory of several jewelry processing shops, including those previously sold to Yoshizai, all of which Su Mubai has bought back. Ignoring the beautiful young woman's questioning gaze, Su Mubai turned and walked out of the jade shop. Having upgraded all these gems to level 1 brilliant gems for free, Frost has now reached its next destination. Donghai Auction House. Chapter 68 East Sea Auction House, Soul Coins. This is a magnificent building, resembling an ancient castle. The outer walls were built of golden boulders, and the bronze gate was engraved with patterns that Su Mubai could not understand. 5 large characters were written on the plaque above the gate. Donghai Auction House. Putting away the frost, Su Mubai stepped into the lobby on the first floor. The hall was filled with dazzling crystal chandeliers, gleaming marble floors, and walls adorned with famous paintings and auction item descriptions, all amidst the aroma of spices and the sounds of conversation. Although the player army has not yet entered the city, there are still quite a few locals visiting this place. The lobby on the first floor was very spacious. Su Mubai looked around and saw that there were probably dozens of windows. These windows are where items are consigned and purchased. Here, players can list items and set a starting bid. Generally speaking, for a 24-hour consignment period, Donghai Auction House will charge a 5 fee. Of course, you can also pay to extend the consignment period. The fee will increase by 1 for each additional day. In addition to the starting price, you can also set a buy it now price. If someone is willing, they can buy it directly at the buy it now price without having to wait for the consignment period to end. However, after Su Mubai learned about it, he discovered that the arrivals and the locals were not using the same auction system. In other words, players cannot buy items consigned by locals, and locals cannot bid on items from the descendants. It is said that this is a rule set by the multiverse game to protect the interests of the invaders in the early stages of the game, so as not to be outcompete by the locals of the Forbidden Land. After all, the players have only just arrived in this world, and their financial resources are far inferior. According to staff, the 2 auction systems will only merge after a certain number of players break through to the second tier. This is good news for players who want to buy things. But for a seller like Su Mubai, this is not good news. The items he wants to sell are currently unaffordable for most players. Even someone as wealthy as the world, possessing the SSS level God of Wealth talent, is now seen as a poor man by Su Mubai. Sir, have you decided what items you want to consign? Seeing Su Mubai remain silent, the staff member inside the window whispered a reminder. I heard there's an auction being held here. Su Mubai gave an irrelevant answer, but the staff member wasn't annoyed. They smiled and said, Yes, our Donghai Auction House holds an auction every month, and in addition, we hold a large-scale auction every year. The auction this month starts tomorrow. At this point, the staff member pointed to the right and continued. If you want to participate, go up to the second floor from there and buy a ticket first. Thanks. Su Mubai nodded, turned and walked towards the location the other person pointed to, where there was a staircase. An outsider actually wants to participate in an auction? I bet he'll be scared off by the ticket prices. As soon as Su Mubai left, a thin young man standing behind him curled his lip and muttered something under his breath. In his view, even the invaders who could enter the city so quickly would definitely not be able to afford the auction tickets. You underestimate that gentleman. The staff member smiled. Having been involved in auctions for many years, he could tell at a glance that Su Mubai's equipment was extraordinary. Several of them are epic level or higher treasures. How could someone like that be scared off by a ticket price? Upon reaching the second floor, Su Mubai was genuinely taken aback by the ticket prices. Even the cheapest back seat costs a full 1,000 gold coins. The most expensive private rooms cost as much as 100,000. This is just the ticket price. How expensive will the items at auction be? Looking at the nearly 1 million gold coins in his backpack, Su Mubai suddenly realized that he wasn't as rich as he had imagined. At this ticket price, this amount of money is definitely not enough to participate in the auction. Sir, which type of ticket would you like to buy? I must remind you that they are almost sold out. The young lady at the ticket counter winked at Su Mubai. Can you get a discount on this? If you don't take advantage of a good deal, you're a fool. Su Mubai decisively took out the EC token. The next moment, the young lady's expression brightened, and she quickly stood up, handing over a gold card with both hands. So you are the city lord's distinguished guest, Mr. Bai Yi. This is your VIP card. Please keep it safe. VIP card number 007. You will receive a notification every time an auction at the EC auction house begins. You can use the VIP card to directly enter VIP room number 007. Owning it makes you a VIP at Donghai Auction House. Free. Su Mubai was slightly taken aback, The benefits of the EC token were even greater than he had imagined. Of course, the EC auction house is the city lord's property, so you will naturally receive VIP treatment upon your arrival. VIP treatment? Su Mubai was overjoyed and accepted the card. You will enjoy a 50% discount on the handling fees for consigning and auctioning items with us. In addition, if you are short of funds at the auction, we can provide you with an interest-free loan of up to 10,000 soul coins. Soul coins. Su Mubai's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He had finally heard this name. He quickly asked, what's the exchange rate between soul coins and gold coins? Normally, one soul coin is worth 10,000 gold coins, but very few people would exchange soul coins for gold coins. The receptionist shook her head and patiently explained. Each soul coin contains a trace of time energy, equivalent to 1 hour of lifespan. However, the time energy within the soul coin cannot be absorbed directly. It requires a special method to refine it. The soul stone is forged by powerful individuals who extract time energy from soul coins. Mr. Bay, how much do you think lifespan is worth? Upon hearing this, Su Mubai suddenly realized. Lifespan, naturally, has a different price for different people. For a dying person, even an hour of life is priceless. But for many people, an hour is nothing. They might just waste it by daydreaming. Su Mubai also realized that in the forbidden land of gods, soul coins were the only truly valuable currency. As for gold, silver, and copper coins, they are only enough to meet daily expenses. They may be able to buy some equipment and items in the early stages, but the really good things can only be bought with soul coins. He couldn't help but think of the god of wealth, talent, that made him incredibly wealthy. It is obvious that the other party has hidden most of the information. Otherwise, such talent would definitely not qualify as SSS level. But this is understandable, since the two are not familiar with each other. Putting away the VIP card, Su Mubai took out all the first-grade brilliant gems and placed them on the front desk. Are these gems qualified for auction? A dazzling gemstone is certainly qualified. The receptionist nodded. I wonder if Lord Bay would like to use gold coins or soul coins for the transaction. Soul coins. Okay, our suggested starting bid is 5 soul coins per soul coin. Based on past experience, the final transaction price should be 9 to 10 soul coins. The auction house will charge a 10% commission on the total auction amount. Of course, given your status, you only need to pay 5%. Mr. Baiyi, is this all right? No problem. Su Mubai nodded slightly, thought for a moment, and then asked, can the value of the items consigned for auction be used as part of my auction quota? He was afraid that if there were good items, he wouldn't have any money in his bag and wouldn't be eligible to participate in the auction. It might not work for others, but it can work for you. Is that so? Su Mubai was overjoyed and waved his hand to take out all the intermediate level life soul stones. These are all consigned for auction and traded using soul coins. Chapter 69, The Most Amazing Things in the World. Oh, and these two. After thinking for a moment, Su Mubai took out 3 pieces of equipment and a skill book and handed them to the other party. These items were naturally dropped by Reggie, the Skeleton King. The equipment was originally just dark gold level, but after Su Mubai upgraded it, it all became epic level equipment ranging from level 10 to 60. The B-grade skill, Thunder Strike, has been upgraded to the A-grade skill book, Thunderstorm Strike. Such equipment and skill books are clearly beyond the reach of players at this stage. Even the wealthiest person in the world cannot afford them at a suitable price. Therefore, Su Mubai planned to hold the auction here. After hearing the starting price from the receptionist, Su Mubai hurriedly left the Donghai auction house. He suddenly remembered something. The jewelry processing shops in Donghai City are out of stock, but they still have some in other cities. If I run all the laps, wouldn't I be able to make a lot of money? Thinking of this, his heart, which had just calmed down, became excited again. Frost shot into the sky, heading towards the teleportation plaza, next to which was the teleportation hall of EC City. From there, you can be teleported to other cities. During his journey, Su Mubai, now with money, took the opportunity to upgrade 2 of his skills. Prompt. Confirm consuming 10,000 gold coins to overwrite the previous promotion effect and upgrade the skill Summon High-Level Skeletons to a higher tier. Confirm. Your C-rank skill Summon High-Level Skeleton has been successfully upgraded to the A-rank skill Summon Elite Skeleton. Summon Elite Skeletons. A. Level 9 Max. Active skill. Summons 3 Elite Skeletons to fight for you. Elite Skeleton Warrior / Elite Skeleton Archer / Elite Skeleton Mage. Cast time, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 3,000. Catastrophe characteristics. 1. Elite Skeleton Warrior's maximum health is increased to 500%, and their attack power is increased by 100%. 2. Not enabled. 3. Not enabled. The Elite Skull panel is affected by the player's spirit attribute. The word Elite has been added before the names of all 3 troop types, but the specific improvements are still unclear. However, while still in midair, Su Mubai didn't rush to summon it, but instead continued to refine the next skill. Prompt. Confirm consuming 10,000 gold coins to overwrite the previous promotion effect and upgrade the skill Corpse Explosion to a higher tier. Confirm. Your C-rank skill Corpse Explosion has been successfully upgraded to the A-rank skill Chain Corpse Explosion. Chain Corpse Explosion, A, level 11, max. Active skill, can detonate up to 3 corpses or remains in a chain, dealing magic damage to all enemies within 20 meters of each corpse or remains. Cannot be used on boss corpses. Damage, 20% of the target's original health plus 200% of their spell power. Casting range 200 meters, instant cast, 30-second cooldown, consumes 6,000 mana. The Chain Corpse Explosion technique has been improved in every aspect, becoming several times stronger than before. Su Mubai was very satisfied with this. Used 11 of his skill slots. This was even before he had learned any basic skills. With only 20 skill slots, it's really a bit of a stretch. I wonder if it will expand after advancing to the next level. He murmured something, and the teleportation plaza appeared in Su Mubai's field of vision. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Su Mubai was about to control the frost to descend, his communicator suddenly rang. He was the richest man in the world. At the same time, 5 beams of white light lit up one after another in the teleportation plaza. Finally out of the starting area, Su Mubai raised an eyebrow and answered the voice call from the richest man in the world. Brother Bei, are you free right now? I've brought you some money. The voice of the wealthy man came through the communicator. He had obviously just left the beginner village and contacted Su Mubai. I'll come find you. Su Mubai smiled slightly and controlled the frost to lower the flight altitude. You came to see me? The richest man in the world was stunned for a moment. Okay, I just started. He was interrupted by Away as he was speaking. Look over there. Is that a dragon? Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing, and their eyes widened in surprise. A ferocious-looking frost dragon was seen flying rapidly towards the teleportation plaza. Wow, Donghai City actually has an ice dragon. The fire elemental mage, who had difficulty getting out of bed, exclaimed in surprise. Maple Leaf Xiao Xiao glanced at the two helplessly and said, Have you forgotten what Bai Ye's mount is? Yes, that must be Bai Ye's Frost Dragon King. Cotton Candy's eyes lit up. Look, there really is a person sitting on that dragon. As the frost descended, the group finally saw Su Mubai sitting on the throne. A feeling of envy welled up within me. When will we be able to have such a powerful mount? Wei and the person who had trouble getting up in the morning exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with anticipation. Brother Bei's mount is mythical, so don't even dream about it. The man, who was incredibly wealthy, shook his head. Even I don't know when I'll be able to afford it. As he spoke, he strode forward to greet Su Mubai, who had just landed. Su Mubai waved his hand to put away the frost, took the 500 gold coins handed to him by the wealthy under heaven, and laughed. Not bad. Leveling up is even faster than Grand Ambition. The Grand Ambition talent grants guild members a 20% experience boost, which is quite unexpected, as it allows the wealthy and powerful team to leave the starting village ahead of everyone else. We have to thank Brother Bei for selling us the equipment. The richest man in the world gave Su Mubai a deep look. They later used those unique gold-tier equipment to clear the hell difficulty level of the Misty Lands ahead of the Hegemony Guild. But the final boss was only of the gold rank. In other words, unless a catastrophic hidden dungeon is opened, there will be no dark gold equipment in the starting village. That's why they were able to get a little ahead of the beginner village. The others stared at Su Mubai in even greater shock, because they discovered that, apart from the name Bai Yi, they couldn't even see the other party's level. Has the gap in strength really gotten this big? Maple Leaf looked at her S-rank talent, lost in thought. Equipment is just an aid. The key is still the person. You guys explored Donghai City well. I have some things to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Su Mubai smiled, waved his hand, and turned to leave. The equipment and skill books that were originally intended to be sold to the other party are now being consigned for auction at the East China Sea Auction House. To the locals of the Forbidden Land, the wealth of the richest people in the world had no advantage at all in the early stages. Brother Bei, don't rush, take a look at this first. Seeing this, the richest man in the world quickly stopped Su Mubai, took out a sheepskin scroll, and said with a smile, This was just shaken out of the money tree today. I'm sure you'll be interested. Upon seeing the description on the parchment scroll, Su Mubai was slightly startled and glanced at the wealthy man in surprise. SSS-level talent is indeed not to be underestimated. It's only the second day, and we've already gotten such a good item? Chapter 70: The Special Nature of the Death Ruler. The Scroll of Destiny. Legendary item. After use, you will get one chance to roll the fate dice. Getting a 1 in the lottery is terrible luck. The lottery was held until 2 o'clock, and nothing happened. If you roll a number between 3 and 6, good luck will come your way. The higher the number, the richer the reward. Gambler, are you sure you won't roll a jackpot? Legendary items have a 1 in 6 chance of causing a punishment, a 1 in 6 chance of nothing happening, and the rest are all rewards. To a gambler, what's the difference between such a probability and a 100% chance of winning? However, Su Mubai is not a gambling addict. He's a cheater. Once this scroll is in his hands, it will be a mythical item, and he might even lose all his penalty points. Therefore, when the richest man in the world took out the parchment scroll, Su Mubai also stopped in his tracks. He was very interested in this fate scroll. How much? Not for sale. The richest man in the world smiled and shook his head. I'll only give it to you as a gift. Deliver. Su Mubai gave the other person a deep look, but remained silent, waiting for what would happen next. He understood that things that are free are often the most expensive. Giving away legendary items directly will only make the recipient want even more. Brother Bai Yi, I have no other intention than to take this opportunity to establish a deep cooperation with you. Wealthy beyond measure explained. Initially, he wanted to bring Bai Yi under his command. But ever since that transaction in the beginner village, he has realized that someone like Bai Yi can never work for others. They can only cooperate. However, at that time, Fu Jiaxiangxia placed himself on the same level as Bai Yi. But a series of system announcements that followed made him change his mind again. Slay epic bosses solo, unlock the mount leaderboard early, and obtain a mythical mount on the first day of the game. Every single thing was refreshing his worldview. You have to find a way to build relationships with people like this, even if it means taking a loss yourself. With their own financial resources and the strength of the other party, they are fully capable of quickly establishing themselves in the forbidden land of gods. And that's how we ended up in this situation. Deep cooperation? Su Mubai asked with interest. Tell me how you want to cooperate. He suddenly had the idea of recruiting the wealthiest people in the world. Even though I don't need to form a team, having such a lucky charm to make money for me doesn't seem bad, does it? This isn't the place to talk. Why don't we find a restaurant to sit down and discuss this in detail? Fu Jiaxiangxia patted his belly as he spoke. I haven't eaten anything good all day, so this is a good opportunity to satisfy my appetite. Finally, we can have a big meal. Although steamed buns can reduce hunger, they taste terrible. Upon hearing this, Away's eyes lit up, and he muttered something under his breath. Haha, I haven't eaten steamed buns in ages because of this feast. My hunger level is already at 60 points. I'm definitely going to have a big meal later. Marshmallow clenched her fist, her eyes filled with anticipation for the delicious food. Su Mubai was slightly taken aback. Hunger level? The multiverse game have this attribute? He suddenly realized that he hadn't eaten anything since entering the game, yet he hadn't felt hungry. In a real game world, this would be highly illogical. The reason Su Mubai hadn't noticed this problem was that he hadn't eaten anything for a long time before entering the game. How should a person in a vegetative state eat? He quickly opened his attribute panel and looked at it carefully. However, the hunger attribute is not displayed on the panel at all. Is it because of the class Death Master? Su Mubai had a vague idea in his mind. It shouldn't just be hunger. It should also include attributes like fatigue. In the early stages of the game, players with low attributes still need to sleep and rest. This can be seen from the fact that the wealthy and powerful individuals could not hide their exhaustion. In order to get out of the beginner village as soon as possible, they definitely haven't had a break. But Su Mubai didn't feel tired at all. Seeing that Su Mubai had not replied for a long time, Fu Jiaxiangxia couldn't help but speak up to remind him. I wonder what Brother Bei thinks. Su Mubai then came to his senses, closed the panel, and said, we can discuss cooperation, but we'll have to wait until I'm done with this. It's all right, I'm not in a hurry. I'll keep this parchment for Brother Bai Yi. Let me know when you're done with your work. The wealthy man smiled slightly, indicating his understanding. Good. Su Mubai nodded slightly, and was about to leave when he suddenly stopped. Not far away, 5 more white lights flashed, and more people emerged from the newbie village. It was the team led by Hongtu Bei. Hongtu Bei was about to step forward, but his pupils visibly contracted when he saw Su Mubai. I can't even see the level? How did this guy even level up? For a moment, Hongtu Bei's expression shifted between light and dark. After thinking for a moment, he stopped and turned to leave. It's best to stay away from this freak until your own talent develops. Now that they've entered the city, the Hegemony Guild's development speed will increase exponentially. When my strength grows, I will definitely be no less than Bai Yi. The reason Su Mubai stopped was not because of Hongtu Bei and the others. Instead, something suddenly came to mind. At this point in time, teams with S-level players should be entering the city one after another. So, could Lu Ruyan and Zhao Su, that adulterous couple, be among them? In any case, we have to wait and see. If I were among this group of players, it would save me a lot of trouble. Thinking of this, Su Mubai's gaze gradually turned cold. Compared to revenge, making money can wait. Sure enough, flashes of white light began to appear one after another, and players appeared in the East Sea City Teleportation Plaza. Almost every player with an S-level talent has established their own team in the starting village. The team members they selected were naturally all A-level talent holders. Even so, this group of players who came to Donghai City from various beginner villages numbered only a few dozen. However, these people were scattered across the empty teleportation plaza, making it impossible for Su Mubai to see everyone at once. Seeing that some players were already leaving from all directions, Su Mubai had an idea. In conjunction with the Curtain of Death, the Undead Legion dispersed and descended, quickly surrounding the teleportation plaza. The years of deception, the horrific car accident, the helplessness of being in a vegetative state, and the suffocating feeling of despair before entering the game. All of these remain vivid in my memory. Fueled by hatred, Su Mubai surged to the high ground, completely disregarding the feelings of other players. His immense power is the capital that allows him to do whatever he wants. The existence of the East Sea token allows him to surround the teleportation plaza without restraint. You can leave, but you have to confirm whether the two scoundrels are still there. Chapter 71 Mubai, I've finally found you. What happened? How come so many skeletons suddenly appeared? I just left the starting village. Am I going to run into a monster siege already? What are you thinking? This is one of the 10 first-level main cities of the Divine Dragon Empire. How could it possibly be breached? But look at these skeletons. Apart from their names, they're all question marks. Elite skeleton warriors, followed by Bai Yi. Holy crap, all these skeletons were summoned by Bai Yi. Are you kidding me? Bai Yi just left the newbie village not long ago. How could he possibly summon so many skeletons at once? They're all around us. There must be at least 1,000 of them, right? And those knights who look really powerful. What exactly is Bai Yi trying to do? The sudden appearance of the undead army immediately sparked heated discussions. These dozens of players, who had just left the beginner village, stopped in their tracks, no longer daring to leave. Because they had already seen many people blocked by the skeletons. Whether it was the giant sword of the skeleton warrior or the spears of the shadow knight and the headless horseman, they all felt their scalps tingle. On the outermost edge, there were also skeleton mages and archers lurking menacingly. A question flashed through everyone's mind. What exactly is Bai Yi trying to do? Do you intend to kill them all? This is the main city. Anyone who attacks here will be captured. What makes him dare to do this? Seeing the several elite skeleton warriors blocking his way, Hongtu Bei's face immediately turned ugly. You, Bai Yi, I've already chosen to avoid the limelight, but you insist on picking a fight with me, don't you? From Hongtu Bei's perspective, Bai Yi's actions were clearly aimed at them. Hongtu Bei turned around with a conflicted expression, only to find that Bai Yi didn't even glance at him. As he breathed a sigh of relief, a feeling of humiliation suddenly welled up inside him. So all this time I've been treating you like a rival, but you never really took me seriously? The group of wealthy people, who were about to have a hearty meal, stopped in their tracks, looking at the suddenly appearing undead army with some surprise and uncertainty. Even the incredibly wealthy man with SSS-level talent was stunned. Is this Bai Yi's strength? That's absolutely outrageous. Maple Leaf clenched her fist, then let it fall limply, a look of confusion flashing in her eyes. His own prize combat strength paled in comparison to Bai Yi's. No, he's not even qualified to compare with Bai Yi. He's not even a match for the skeleton Bai Yi summons. Faced with the imposing elite skeleton warriors, Maple Leaf felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He had a vague feeling that he couldn't even withstand a single sword strike from this skeleton. Summoned over 1,000 skeletons with a single wave of his hand. Just how strong is he? The richest man in the world was the first to come to his senses and looked at Su Mubai in confusion. Brother Bei, what are you doing? It's nothing, just need to find 2 people. After Su Mubai finished speaking, he lightly leaped out of his mount space. This time, he did not sit on the throne on the back of the ice, but stood directly between the dragon's 2 horns. The appearance of the frost dragon immediately attracted everyone's attention. Looking at this mythical mount, These expert players were filled with envy. Don't be nervous, everyone. Just cooperate with me on one thing, and I will absolutely guarantee your safety. The frost didn't fly very high, but it was enough for everyone to see Su Mubai and hear his voice clearly. These words immediately sparked discussion among the people present. Quiet. Su Mubai snorted coldly, and Frost immediately followed suit by exhaling a breath. Everyone instantly felt the temperature around them drop sharply, and a terrifying pressure descended upon them. Holy crap, all my stats have been reduced by 50%. Is this a mythical mount? This is insane. The murmurs abruptly ceased as Su Mubai's gaze swept over them. Dragon King's might was more than enough to suppress these players who had just reached level 10. Listen up, everyone. Su Mubai looked around at everyone, and only continued speaking after everyone had quieted down. You may leave, but you must leave through me. As soon as he finished speaking, some troublemakers in the crowd became dissatisfied. Who do you think you are? So what if you surround us? This is the main city. Try and make a move. What are you pretending for? If you've got the guts, then come and beat me right here. The first two who jumped out were pierced by an arrow before they could finish speaking. Two 5-digit damage numbers appeared, and the two instantly fell to the ground and died, dropping 2 pieces of equipment and dozens of silver coins. Glug. The people around him swallowed hard, staring at Su Mubai in shock. No one dared to go forward and pick up the things the two had dropped. He only said 2 sentences, and 10 years of his life were gone. This is the main city. Has Bai Yi gone mad? At the same time, Hong Tu-Bei broke out in a cold sweat, feeling extremely frightened. Luckily, I speak slowly, or I would have been killed too. Murder in the main city? How dare Bai Yi? Isn't he afraid of being arrested by the city guards? It's best not to mess with this guy. He's a complete madman. Does anyone else have any objections? Su Mubai's gaze swept over everyone, and no one dared to meet his eyes. The dragon's suppression, coupled with his decisive killings and the terrifying undead legion, instilled fear in these people. However, Su Mubai wasn't looking at them. He wanted to find Lu Ruyan and Zhao Su. However, neither of them were among this group. They haven't been able to awaken their S-level talents? Su Mubai frowned, but did not immediately recall the undead army. Scattered flashes of white light appeared intermittently. Perhaps the adulterous couple were just a step too slow. He instructed everyone to proceed in this direction only to avoid confusion and prevent anyone from missing anything. Under Su Mubai's threat, those present had no choice but to cooperate with him. At that moment, 2 white lights flashed. A man and a woman appeared on the teleportation plaza. The two were clearly bewildered by the situation, their heads filled with question marks. Zhao Su quickly grabbed a player who was walking by and asked, "Dude, what's going on here? Can't you see for yourself if you have eyes?" The man glared at Zhao Su and vented his anger on him. But the next moment, the player stopped in his tracks. All because they saw Lu Ruyan, who was wearing a light purple fitted dress, holding a magic staff, with a delicate face and an incredibly stunning figure. "Beautiful lady, come this way quickly, or you might anger Bai Yi and get killed." Zhao Su's face turned ashen with anger, and for a moment he didn't even notice that the other party had mentioned the name Bai Yi. Only Lu Ruyan spotted Su Mubai standing proudly atop the head of the frost giant dragon not far away. It really is him. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes widened, and she covered her mouth with her hand. Her voice, besides being shocked, also contained a hint of joy. At this moment, Zhao Su also reacted, immediately taking a step back to create distance between himself and Lu Ruyan, a hint of excitement flashing deep in his eyes. To avoid making things worse, he didn't even speak, but directly sent a text message to Lu Ruyan via communicator. "Rising sun. Ruyan, whether we can continue to enjoy ourselves in the game of myriad realms depends on you. Red dust and misty rain. Hee, this young lady only needs to make a slight move to easily control you. And tonight, I'll let you see the latest video." A confident smile appeared on Lu Ruyan's lips. Ignoring the players who tried to chat her up, she walked straight towards Su Mubai. Su Mubai also saw the two of them, and with a thought, he instantly disappeared from the frost head. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was startled, but quickly regained her composure, her smile instantly turning into a wronged expression. Even tears were already welling up in her eyes. Her current state gives the impression that she wants to hug Su Mubai, but is also somewhat at a loss. "Mubai, I've finally found you." It was this Oscar-worthy performance that once fooled Su Mubai into becoming a fool. But now, Su Mubai isn't buying it anymore. When he actually faced Lu Ruyan, Su Mubai's anger subsided. When he was kept in the dark, Lu Ruyan was the most perfect woman in Su Mubai's eyes. Both her personality and her perfectly timed flattery made Su Mubai feel very comfortable. But now that he knew the other party's true colors, Su Mubai felt nauseous. It's fake, so obviously fake. I was so blind back then. I was actually fooled by this woman for so long. Su Mubai smiled slightly as he watched Lu Ruyan, who was completely absorbed in her performance. What a coincidence, me too. Chapter 72 Brother Bai Yi. Hurry up, the city guards are coming. At this moment, Zhao Su also came up and helped, saying, President Su, you have no idea. Miss Lu searched almost the entire newbie village to find you. Oh, really? Su Mubai raised an eyebrow. How could I dare to lie? Zhao Su wore a fawning smile, but before he could finish speaking, he suddenly looked as if he had seen something terrifying, and his face turned as pale as paper. This indescribable fear threw Zhao Su into a state of panic. He let out a pig-like scream as he tried to run away. But the piercing screams had barely begun when they abruptly stopped. Faced with Su Mubai's death stare, Zhao Su couldn't even last a second before collapsing to the ground and dying, a piece of equipment falling from his corpse. He's killed someone again. This Bai Yi is truly insane. Why haven't the city guards arrived yet? It seems that Bai Yi cordoned off this place to find these two people. That must be it. You see, the Undead Legion hasn't stopped anyone from leaving. How exactly did they offend Bai Yi? Hurry up, what are you waiting for? If you die, that's 10 years of your life. No rush, let's watch the show first. I didn't say anything. Why would Bai Yi want to kill me? Still watching the show? Be careful you don't become the show yourself. I'm off. Zhao Su's death screams drew everyone's attention, and the Skeleton Legion loosened its encirclement, allowing everyone to leave freely. But some people stayed behind, watching the excitement from afar while discussing it quietly. Zhao Su's sudden and tragic death, coupled with the grotesque and twisted expression on his face before his death, caused Lu Ruyan to gasp in shock. Mubai, why? Why did you kill him? If they weren't in a team, and if Su Mubai's attack had triggered a system notification, Lu Ruyan wouldn't have been able to tell that Su Mubai was the one who made the move. Even now, her mind is still buzzing. What happened? Su Mubai did nothing wrong, so why did Zhao Su suddenly die? And he died such a tragic death. The half-scream that had just been heard sent chills down Lu Ruyan's spine. What kind of incredible skill is this? Can one glance kill someone? The more crucial question is, why did Su Mubai suddenly attack Zhao Su? Thinking of this, a look of horror flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes, and her heart sank to the bottom. Oh no, he must know something. Lu Ruyan instinctively tried to back away, but Su Mubai grabbed her. What? Didn't you just say you'd finally found me? Why are you running away now? Su Mubai looked at Lu Ruyan with a cold smile. The reason he didn't kill them both at once was that he wanted the two of them to watch each other die a horrible death each time. Moreover, Su Mubai would only choose the death gaze as the method to kill them. Only in this way can they truly experience fear and despair and fully vent their anger. No, I was just scared. Lu Ruyan spoke tremblingly, forcing herself to calm down, her mind racing. How much did he actually know? If they only knew about their relationship with Zhao Su, there might still be a chance for things to turn around. But what if he knows everything? How can I survive? Damn it, I had planned everything, but I never expected Su Mubai to suddenly turn on me. He's in a vegetative state. How did he know? Just as Lu Ruyan was feeling flustered, the voice of the richest man in the world suddenly rang out. Brother Bay, hurry, the city guards are coming. A flock of griffins flew in from the horizon, each majestic and strong griffin carrying a powerful city guard on its back. They are there to deal with emergencies, so they can appear faster than the city guards on the ground. In his haste, Fu Jiayan didn't have time to send a message and just shouted it out. The players around him immediately moved away as if they had seen a ghost. Openly tipping off Bai Yi. Aren't you afraid of getting implicated? Suddenly, Fu Jiatianxia was left with only his original 4 teammates. Maple Leaf and the others looked solemn, but they did not leave and remained standing with the wealthy and powerful. Bai Yi is finished. He killed 3 people. I wonder how long he'll be locked up. Yeah, only a madman like him would dare to kill someone in the main city. No matter how strong they are, can they possibly resist the city guards? Hee, by the time he gets out of prison, we'll probably all have leveled up to several dozen levels. He likes to pretend. Let's see what he does now. Upon seeing the city guards arrive, the players who had been watching immediately began to gloat. However, having learned from past mistakes, they deliberately kept their voices very low, afraid that Su Mubai would hear them. Su Mubai remained completely calm upon hearing this, without even turning around, and simply raised his hand to wave. It's okay, you guys go about your business, I'll contact you when I'm done. He showed no intention of running away, simply holding Lu Ruyan in one hand and quietly watching Zhao Su's corpse. Only after Zhao Su's corpse turned into a white light and disappeared did Su Mubai pick up Lu Ruyan and leap onto the frost head. If a player's corpse does not disappear after death, it means they have not yet chosen to return to town to resurrect. This way, you can lie on the ground as a corpse and wait for your teammates to revive you using a resurrection spell. At this moment, the city guard squad also arrived at the teleportation plaza. The griffins beneath them were immediately disturbed by the frost and dragon's might, becoming restless and agitated. Frost. Su Mubai lightly tapped his toes, signaling Frost to retract its dragon might, and smiled slightly at the leader. We meet again. Lord Bei, you've made quite a commotion. The captain leading the group was the same person who had given Su Mubai the ticket. He gave Su Mubai a wry smile and glanced at the undead legion. He had already received notification that the person who had descended before him possessed the 007 EC token and was a distinguished guest of the city lord. For someone like that, killing a few invaders or even a few locals wouldn't be a big deal. He came only to remind the other party not to make a big fuss. For example, it's best to avoid things like summoning an undead army to surround the teleportation plaza. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. Su Mubai waved his hand to put away the undead army and gave the squad leader an apologetic smile. Don't worry, I'll take care of it quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Frost shot into the sky. Only a few dozen expert players remained, dumbfounded. Wait, buddy, you just flew away like that? They couldn't understand it no matter how hard they tried. It was only the second day of the game. How could Bai Yi have become the adult the city guards were talking about? The squad leader looked in the direction the frost had flown off and sighed helplessly, rubbing his forehead. Well, it looks like this little rascal is going to cause trouble in the Hall of Resurrection. Chapter 73, Blocking the Resurrection Hall and Killing. Frost moved incredibly fast, disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. The squad leader sighed helplessly, took out his communicator, and reported the matter. It's a matter concerning the city lord's distinguished guest, and he himself cannot make the decision. Soon, the captain's voice came through the communicator. Maintain order, and don't worry about anything else. Upon hearing this, the squad leader put away his communicator and led his squad into the sky. The Hall of Resurrection is not a teleportation plaza. It's located in a bustling area with many people walking around, and they need to get there as soon as possible. On the teleportation plaza, dozens of skilled players who had been the first to leave the beginner village were completely dumbfounded. They never imagined that Bai Yi would be this awesome. Killing someone in the main city and getting absolutely no consequences? Many people are thankful that they didn't speak loudly beforehand. If they had died, who would they have complained to? A glint of shrewdness flashed deep in Fu Jiaxiangxia's eyes as he turned and picked up the thing Su Mubai had dropped after killing someone. The others had all overheard his conversation with Bai Yi, so naturally they didn't dare to interfere. Once the excitement subsided, the crowd quickly dispersed and began exploring the new city. Roar! With a dragon's roar, Frost descended outside the Hall of Resurrection. Pedestrians on the street all looked over. In a nearby corner, two players trembled with fear. Seeing that Su Mubai ignored them, they breathed a sigh of relief and ran off in the opposite direction without looking back. If they could do it all over again, they would never dare to mess with this madman again. He was just joking around, but they actually killed him without hesitation. And is it right to kill someone and still live in the city without any consequences? What terrified them most was that after being killed by Bai Yi, they lost 20 years of their lifespan. Never mess with Bai Yi again, or you won't even know how you died. Su Mubai waved his hand to put away the frost and walked straight into the resurrection hall. Zhao Su had already been resurrected, but he appeared extremely weak, and his eyes were still somewhat unfocused, as if he had not yet recovered from the extreme fear of the death stare. Bang! Su Mubai threw Lu Ruyan directly next to Zhao Su, and the commotion finally woke him up. The moment Zhao Su looked up and saw Su Mubai, his already pale face turned even paler. Mr. Su, Before he could utter a complete sentence, Lu Ruyan, with her disheveled hair, suddenly spoke first. Mubai, he forced me to do it all. You've always been the only one in my heart. You have to believe me. Have you forgotten our 5-year relationship? Please forgive me. I promise, I always wore them. From now on With that, the cool-down of death gaze ended, and Su Mubai glanced at Lu Ruyan without hesitation. The next moment, she screamed and fell to the ground. Before she died, her face was extremely distorted and her whole body was trembling. Soul absorption activated. Soul points increased by 0.1. The system notification sounded in Su Mubai's ear, and he frowned slightly. When he killed Zhao Su, he only added 0.1, a number far lower than he had imagined. The 1,000 soul points provided by Franklin were immediately depleted after being used to open the Grimoire of Death. The number of soul points required to flip it next time has been increased to 5,000. This was something Su Mubai hadn't anticipated. If each person gains 0.1 points, wouldn't 5,000 points mean killing 50,000 people? No wonder the Divine Dragon Palace wanted to advance in other countries. Which country can withstand such killings? Only Japan, the land of cherry blossoms, should be the first to enjoy this great gift. Bang! Seeing Lu Ruyan's contorted death appearance, Zhao Su was utterly terrified. He knelt down in front of Su Mubai with a thud, opened his mouth, but found that he didn't know what to say. Since Su Mubai could kill Lu Ruyan so decisively, it means that he already knew everything. It's over, it's all over. Faced with such a terrifying Su Mubai, he had no idea how he could possibly have a chance of survival. That recent death cost him 20 years of his life. Now only 56 years remain. In other words, if he is killed 3 more times, he will be completely dead. What he resisted even more than death was the extreme fear brought about by Su Mubai's skill. Mr. Su, I was wrong. I was really wrong, please. Before he could finish begging for mercy, Su Mubai stepped forward and trampled him under his feet. Zhao Su's entire face was pressed firmly to the floor, his nose was deformed, and he kept making muffled noises, but he could no longer speak a complete sentence. Su Mubai didn't want to waste a single word on this kind of person. He turned to look at Lu Ruyan's corpse, his eyes narrowing slightly. After a player dies, and before resurrecting, they can use a third-person perspective to see everything happening around them, but they cannot hear any sounds, speak, or send messages. The fact that Lu Ruyan's body never disappeared indicates that she did not choose to be resurrected. This state can only be maintained for a maximum of 30 minutes. 30 minutes later, you will automatically respawn in the nearest main city. Su Mubai was not in a hurry at all. He could wait a mere 30 minutes. Today, this despicable couple must be killed completely. 10 minutes later, Lu Ruyan's body was still there. Su Mubai sneered and looked down at Zhao Su. The death stare. Wah! The next moment, Zhao Su struggled violently, but only for less than a second before becoming completely still. Soul absorption activated. Soul points increased by 0.1. An hour later, Lu Ruyan was killed twice more, while Zhao Su had already died at Su Mubai's hands for the 4th time. This time, he didn't even leave behind a corpse. His entire body was completely disintegrated right before Su Mubai's eyes. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan, who was still stalling for time, was so frightened that she immediately chose to revive. Tears streaming down her face, she knelt before Su Mubai and said in a trembling voice, "Mubai, please spare my life. I only have 8 years left to live. If you kill me again, I will really die. Please let me go, okay? I haven't lived enough yet." 55,555. Lu Ruyan's sobs echoed in the resurrection hall, but Su Mubai paid no attention to them. His attention was completely focused on the system notification that had just sounded. Chapter 74 Revenge achieved. Time to go on a shopping spree. Soul absorption activated. Soul points increased by 1. This time, killing Zhao Su directly earned me 1 soul point. Su Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Is completely killing a person the fastest way to gain soul points? I don't know what the specific values are related to. Is it a rank or a grade? Mubai, please say something. Lu Ruyan, kneeling on the ground with disheveled hair and tears streaming down her face, saw that Su Mubai ignored her, so she scrambled forward and tried to grab Su Mubai's leg. Having been killed 3 times in a row by the death gaze, she was now on the verge of a mental breakdown. She would do anything to survive at this moment. You are the least deserving of living, you bastard. Su Mubai snorted coldly, kicked Lu Ruyan away, and spoke his first words after entering the resurrection hall. But his cold words made Lu Ruyan feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was utterly desperate. She understood that Su Mubai would never let her go. Looking up at Su Mubai, Lu Ruyan's pitiful appearance was truly heartbreaking. Her teary eyes held a mixture of emotions. Regret, fear, despair. But all of this was no longer relevant to Su Mubai. Before Lu Ruyan could speak further, a gray light flashed in his eyes. The death stare. Oh. A terrifying death energy descends, and extreme fear strikes once again. Lu Ruyan let out another shrill scream. No matter how many times she endured it, this fear made her unable to control herself. As the damage numbers appeared, the resurrection hall of East Sea City fell into complete silence. Just like Zhao Su before him, Lu Ruyan's body completely disintegrated before Su Mubai's eyes, leaving no trace. Soul absorption activated. Soul points increased by 1. Su Mubai waved his hand to collect all the items the two had dropped, then turned and walked out of the resurrection hall without saying a word. Phew. Looking up at the bright sky, Su Mubai let out a heavy sigh. The long-cherished revenge has finally been taken. Although it only took 2 days from learning the truth to personally dealing with the two people. But before he could take revenge, Su Mubai had a vague feeling. Until the moment Lu Ruyan died completely, he suddenly felt much lighter. My mind became clear and open. Now it's time to enjoy the multiverse game. Muttering something to himself, Su Mubai stretched, and the resentment he felt when he first entered the game completely vanished. Having achieved his initial goal, his next task is to gradually ascend to the pinnacle of the Myriad Realms game. In this world where strength reigns supreme, only those who are strong enough can truly control their own destiny. Lord Bei, is it all done? The squad leader peeked into the resurrection hall. Yes, I'm sorry to have troubled you this time. Su Mubai smiled apologetically. Hey, it's nothing serious. The squad leader waved his hand, saying that the city lord had personally given the order and he didn't need to worry about it. He was just following orders. All right, everyone go home. There's nothing to see here. The city guards dispersed the crowd, and Su Mubai summoned Frost and left. He soon returned to the teleportation plaza. More than an hour had passed, and the teleportation plaza was no longer as bustling as before. Almost all of the players who left the starting area have now left. The number was not large. There were only a few dozen people in the entire Donghai city. Su Mubai estimated that the next batch of players would take some time to emerge. At that time, the number of players in Donghai city will increase rapidly. After all, there are far more players who have awakened A-level and B-level talents than those who have awakened S-level or higher talents. Although there is only 1 level difference between S rank and A rank, the probability of awakening is vastly different. According to information provided by Wanjie Games, the probability of awakening an S-level talent is only 1 in 10 million. The SS and SSS grades, which are even higher, decrease tenfold. However, the probability of awakening an A-level talent has increased to 1 in 1,000. Based on a population of 8 billion on Earth, there are a full 8 million players with A-level talent. A salute to the 8 million warriors. 4 B-grade talents. The awakening probability is as high as 10%. However, the highest awakening probability is not for E-level and F-level talents, but for C-level and D-level talents, with a combined awakening probability of up to 70%. In other words, the awakening probability of E-level and F-level talents is actually similar to that of B-level talents. However, the only thing that could pique Su Mubai's interest was the extremely rare SSS-level talent players. The others made little difference to him. Riding the Frost to the teleportation hall next to the teleportation plaza, Su Mubai's mind stirred, and as he put away the Frost, his figure disappeared. Dead zone leap. The next moment, he appeared in front of the teleportation hall. Unlike the deserted teleportation plaza, this place is frequented by many locals. They traveled to different cities using these teleportation arrays. The hall was very large. Su Mubai couldn't even see the end of it at a glance. This place is divided into many areas. In the center stands a huge stone pillar with nearly 100 signs scattered across it. Each sign has a text description, and the direction they correspond to is where the teleportation array is located. The teleportation array to the due north is the largest, and the guards on the side are noticeably more imposing. This is a teleportation array leading to the capital. After Su Mubai stepped forward to inquire, he shook his head in disappointment. Those who wish to enter the capital via the teleportation array must first break through to the 5th rank. In other words, the minimum level requirement to enter the capital is level 120. Given the difficulty of leveling up in the multiverse game, for a long time, no one was able to enter the Imperial capital via the teleportation array. Even if Su Mubai possesses the EC token, it won't work. Of course, if one has the strength, one can also travel from the wilderness to the capital. The high-level monsters along the route won't be polite to players. In addition to the teleportation array in the capital city, there are 9 other slightly larger teleportation arrays. These are the routes to the other 9 major first-tier cities. The remaining smaller teleportation arrays correspond to 81 level 2 main cities. This place can be described as the teleportation hub of the entire EC city. Su Mubai went straight to the nearest level 1 main city teleportation array. The guard glanced at him indifferently and said, "The teleportation fee is 100 gold coins. It takes 100 people to teleport once. You are the 82nd person. Pay the fee and wait over there." Next to the teleportation array, there was a rest area where dozens of people were sitting and resting. Sumubai was speechless for a moment. Not only was the teleportation fee so expensive, but they also had to wait for everyone to gather before they could teleport. This thing must be controlled by capitalists. Seeing that Sumubai did not move, the guard smiled and continued. If you don't want to wait, you can also spend 2,000 gold coins to use this single-person teleportation array. At this moment, Sumubai noticed that next to the large teleportation array, there was a much smaller and more exquisite teleportation array. Haha, 20 times the teleportation fee, but enjoy the VIP single-player teleportation? That's actually incredibly reasonable. Sumubai's lips twitched, and with a flick of his wrist, he took out the East Sea token. Discount. The guard was taken aback for a moment, then quickly said, Sir, you are joking. There is no charge for using the teleportation array, please. This is great. Sumubai smiled slightly and stepped onto the single-person teleportation array. Destination, Phoenix Feather City. Chapter 75, The Chosen Worker. You have entered the Level 1 main city, Phoenix Feather City. Your resurrection point has been switched to Phoenix Feather City Resurrection Hall. A flash of white light, and Sumubai appeared at the Phoenix Feather City Teleportation Plaza. Just like in Donghai City, there are no players around here anymore. Looking around, as the closest first-level main city to Donghai City, the architectural styles of the two cities are not very different. However, the buildings in Phoenix Feather City tend to use red as an accent, which is quite different from the sea blue favored by East Sea City. Having learned from his previous experience of being intercepted, Sumubai did not summon Frost directly. Instead, he obediently called a carriage and went to register for a flight certificate. It's quite expensive. Stepping out of the flight registration area, Sumubai waved his hand to summon Frost and headed straight for the nearest jewelry processing shop. It costs 3,000 gold coins just to get a flight certificate. However, the price is not outrageous. After all, who would lack this if they already have a flying mount? Frost flying through Phoenix Feather City naturally attracted the attention of players within the city. Because of the mount ranking list, everyone knows that this is Bai Ye's mount. As a result, the news that Bai Ye was a player from Phoenix Feather City spread rapidly throughout Phoenix Feather City. Sumubai didn't care at all. He hadn't even opened the Phoenix Feather City chat channel. The only purpose of coming here is to make money. In Donghai City, wouldn't it be great to do whatever you want with the Donghai token? It took Sumubai more than an hour to thoroughly search all the jewelry processing shops in Fengling City. The inventory here is similar to that of Jadestone Shop, and Sumubai has gained more than 60 level 5 gems in his backpack. This time, he had already had gems embedded in his body, so he reaped more than Donghai City. After leaving the last jewelry processing shop, Sumubai did not rush to leave, but turned to look at the shops next to him. After wandering around inside, Sumubai walked out disappointed. This shop mainly does tailoring services and sells various cloth armor and backpacks on the counter. However, these items are all of very low quality, with the highest grade being only bronze. Their main business is actually charging a fee for making high-end items for people. However, you must provide the materials yourself. After visiting several stores of different types, I found that they all followed this model. For Sumubai, the cost-effectiveness of advancing and reselling these things was too low. Not only is it a waste of time, but the total profit from a store is not even comparable to that of a single level 5 gem. Without lingering, Sumubai directly rode the Frost to the teleportation hall and headed to the next stop. He probably understood the arrangements for the multiverse game as well. Players who want to buy high-level items from locals will have to wait until the auction house data is synchronized. The only other option is to buy a ticket and attend the auction. However, besides the high entrance fees, the treasures that qualify for the auction are clearly beyond the reach of players at this stage. For a long time to come, only locals from the Forbidden Land will participate in the auction. In the early stages of the game, apart from overpowered characters like Sumubai, only the wealthiest player in the world is likely to participate. It wasn't until the bright moon hung high in the sky and the night deepened that Sumubai returned to Donghai City. Looking at the 580 extra level, 5 gems in his backpack, he wasn't as excited as he had imagined. Instead, he sighed softly. It seems I need to have a serious talk with the richest man in the world. If I can bring this guy under my command, things will be much easier. This time, it took half a day just to get these gems. This was a huge waste of Sumubai's time. Nevertheless, he only visited all 10 level 1 main cities. The vast Divine Dragon Empire also has 81 second-tier main cities and 10 83rd-tier cities. He can't possibly run through all of them by himself, can he? But money is something that is indispensable. Top-tier equipment, items, and even lifespan can be purchased with soul coins. Resources and lifespan are also necessities for Sumubai. enabling him to significantly enhance his strength. Therefore, in addition to upgrading, making money is also a must. However, if he has to do everything himself, it will inevitably reduce the time he spends leveling up. Therefore, Su Mubai urgently needs an agent to handle these kinds of business matters for him. Just like before he became a vegetable, his company was also managed by professional managers. You only need to control the most fundamental financial and personnel management powers. You don't need to handle all the other trivial matters personally. Current multiverse game, the character with the god of wealth, talent, Fu Jiatian Xia, is naturally the best choice. Moreover, the binding force of the system contract here far exceeds that of the Blue Star continent. As long as everything is set in advance, there is no need to worry about the problem of the rich becoming the richest man in the world and enriching himself. Moreover, as long as Su Mubai maintains his overwhelming strength, who would dare to risk their life to target him? This is the source of Su Mubai's confidence in bringing the wealthiest man in the world under his command. It's something even more reliable than a system contract. With this in mind, Su Mubai had already made his decision. As I walked out of the teleportation hall, I dialed the number of people who were richer than anyone else in the world. Before he could even speak, the voice of someone incredibly wealthy came through the communicator. Brother Bay, are you done with your work? It's clear how eager the other party is to cooperate deeply with Su Mubai. This is likely related to the fact that Su Mubai was able to kill people with impunity in the main city. Prior to this, although Fu Jiatian Xia had this idea, he had not shown such eagerness. As a businessman, he knew very well that doing so would put him at a disadvantage in the upcoming negotiations. But faced with Su Mubai, a being far superior to all other players, even the wealthiest in the world couldn't care less about such things. He weighed the pros and cons and concluded that as long as he could achieve in-depth cooperation with the other party, even if he suffered some losses in the distribution of benefits, the benefits he would gain would be beyond imagination. It's an intuition. This intuition had occurred twice in the past life of the wealthy and powerful. The first time was 20 years ago, when he resolutely invested all his wealth in the real estate market and continued to snowball his fortune through mortgage loans. That one time, he jumped from an ordinary person to a different social class. The second time he had this intuition, he sold off most of his real estate projects in advance, successfully avoiding the real estate market disaster. And now, this is the third time. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai smiled slightly. As a former CEO, he could naturally tell that the other party's behavior meant that they had handed over the initiative to him. After waiting for 2 seconds, Su Mubai said calmly, "Once you're done with your work, let's find a place to talk." Haha, I've been waiting for this for ages. How about we meet at the Manhwa restaurant? Good. After hanging up the call, Su Mubai had just found the location of Manhwa restaurant on the map when the message, "Wealthy Beyond Compare," came through. Wealthy Beyond Compare, Manhwa restaurant, room number 1, awaiting brother by Ye's arrival. Su Mubai raised an eyebrow, a slight smile curving his lips. As a chosen working person, aren't you being a little too proactive? Chapter 76, where is there a way to cut off a major artery? Although Manhwa restaurant is not the best restaurant in Donghai City, it still occupies a considerable area with a total of 7 floors. Stepping into the restaurant, the luxurious decor immediately tells you that the prices here are not low. Led by a waiter, Su Mubai took the elevator directly to the top floor. Inside VIP box number 1, there was only one person, Fu Jiaxiangxia. He did not bring any other teammates with him on this occasion. Seeing Su Mubai push open the door and enter the private room, Fu Jiatian Xia quickly stood up to greet him and said to the waiter, "The dishes can be served now. Brother Bay, you must try the food in this forbidden land later. It will definitely surprise you." He smiled and invited Su Mubai to take a seat, his eyes still lingering with a hint of reminiscence. It's clear that after they parted ways during the day, he and his team members had already sampled the food here. "Oh, then I'll have to give it a good try." Su Mubai smiled slightly, not in a hurry to bring up the important matter. "Haha, don't worry, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." The wealthy man picked up the wine pot and poured a cup for Su Mubai, then lowered his voice and said, "It is said that there are even higher grade foods that can grant status effects or improve attributes after consumption, but they are not yet available for sale to the public." As he spoke, he raised his glass. "Next time I'll try to arrange some high-class food. Please forgive me this time, Brother Bai Yi." "That's thoughtful of you." Su Mubai lightly touched his glass with his and drank the wine in one gulp. Although he doesn't have a hunger stat, he can still enjoy food. After that, neither of them brought up the matter of cooperation, and they simply started drinking and chatting. Only after all 10+ dishes had been served and all the waiters had left the private room did Fu Jiatian Xia, put down his wine glass, and get down to business. Brother Bay, I'll just say it straight. You know my talent. I'm not good at fighting, but when it comes to making money, no one can beat me. To be honest, I'm planning to establish a chamber of commerce. I wonder what your thoughts are on this in-depth cooperation. With your strength and my resources, you'll definitely rise to prominence in this forbidden land very quickly. As he spoke, the man, who was incredibly wealthy, had a bright and lively look in his eyes, as if he could already see the future. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai slowly shook his head. Let's forget about the cooperation. Upon hearing this, the smile on Fu Jiaxiangxia's face froze slightly. But then Su Mubai continued, how about we try another approach? But it's okay. The man, who was incredibly wealthy, immediately became interested. However, he was stunned the next moment. I don't need a partner, but I do need a proxy. Su Mubai toyed with an exquisite wine glass in his hand, his gaze fixed intently on Fu Jiaxiangxia. I think you're a perfect fit. The man, who was incredibly wealthy, was momentarily stunned. Didn't we agree to discuss cooperation? How did it turn into an interview? Even if you're strong, you can't be this domineering, can you? The man, who was incredibly wealthy, twitched his eyebrows slightly. This time, he was willing to give up some of the profits, even if it meant taking a loss. But he never expected that Bai Yi would want to go straight to the point and make him work for him. Are you kidding me? I do possess SSS-level talent, after all. Although I am indeed no match for you in terms of strength, isn't this just too much of a bullying? Hee. Brother Bai Yi, you really know how to joke. Fu Jiaxiangxia quickly regained his composure and politely declined Su Mubai's suggestion with a joke. But Su Mubai shook his head very seriously. I'm not joking. The richest man in the world glanced at Su Mubai with surprise. From their first meeting, he knew this young man was no ordinary person. Even without the multiverse game, he was definitely not an ordinary person on Earth. But at this moment, he didn't understand why the other party was acting this way. Can't you hear that you're refusing? Frowning, Fu Jiaxiangxia was about to speak when Su Mubai waved his hand and took out a thumb-sized gemstone, placing it on the table. Level 5 gem. The man, who was incredibly wealthy, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Each pill adds 160 attribute points, which is a huge boost for early game players. This should be what the epic boss dropped. What? Before he could finish speaking, the man who was the richest in the world suddenly stood up in shock. He even rubbed his eyes, clearly incredulous at what had just happened. That gem was clearly level 5 a second ago, but the next second it became a level 1 brilliant gem. The description has also changed from plus 160 strength to plus 1% strength. Percentage bonuses are undoubtedly a more advanced feature. This is my talent. By consuming some resources, I can upgrade an item to a higher level. Su Mubai smiled slightly and gave a brief description based on the original promotion introduction. Becoming my agent will only make you earn more. He actually has such talent. Fu Jiaqian slowly sat back down, the shock on his face still lingering. For the first time, he considered Su Mubai's suggestion. To be honest, he was somewhat tempted after seeing the effects of Su Mubai's talent. The only question now is, how much benefit can I gain if I act as the other party's agent? Thinking of this, Fu Jiaxiangxia steadied himself, looked at Su Mubai, and said, if I handle all the matters in this area for you, how much of the profit are you planning to take? Since Su Mubai was straightforward, he didn't intend to beat around the bush either. Only profit matters. Everything else is nonsense. The fish has taken the bait. Su Mubai raised a slight smile and slowly raised one index finger. 10%. Fu Jiayan narrowed his eyes slightly, beginning to weigh the options in his mind. However, he soon no longer needed to weigh the options, because Su Mubai shook his head again and said softly, it's not 10%, it's 1%. What? 1%? What about sending away beggars? Even with his immense wealth and exceptional emotional control, Su Mubai's words still managed to provoke him to the point of losing control. Brother Bai Yi, aren't you going a bit too far? After a moment of silence, the wealthy man finally spoke. Who comes up here and cuts off a major artery with a single blow? He still chose to trust his intuition and cooperate with Bai Yi no matter what. Oh no, now it's about working. However, I must try my best to gain as many benefits as possible. Thinking of this, Fu Jiaxiangxia took a deep breath and said, 1% is too low. How about we take a look at this first? As soon as he finished speaking, he revealed his full talent for the first time. Chapter 77. The game officially begins. The decision to become the richest man in the world. Upon seeing the complete version of the God of Wealth, talent, Su Mubai couldn't help but take a deep look at the world-renowned fortune. That old bastard really hid a lot of talent information last time. God of Wealth, SSS, level exclusive talent skill. Skill effect. 1. Money tree. You can shake the money tree once a day to randomly obtain 1 to 999 gold coins. In addition, there is a certain chance to obtain special treasures. When your wealth is less than 10,000 gold coins, you will receive a minimum of 500 gold coins. When your wealth exceeds 10 million gold coins, the currency shaken from the money tree will be upgraded to soul coins. 2. Abundant wealth. The currency you carry increases by 1% daily, and there is a certain chance of increasing by 5% when you level up. The higher the level, the higher the chance. 3. No loss. You will not lose any coins or items after you die. At the moment of death, you can use currency to offset the lifespan loss caused by death. 4. Prosperous wealth. Every real transaction you make has a certain chance of yielding extra gains. The higher the proportion of your total assets to the transaction amount, the higher the chance. 5. The path of the god of wealth. When your wealth exceeds 10 million gold coins for the first time, you will be promoted to the only hidden profession, the god of wealth. While the information players post about talents, equipment, and items cannot be modified, some information can be hidden. Before becoming incredibly wealthy, he had hidden most of his wealth. Even of the 3 messages sent to Sumubai, only half were sent. Sumubai had anticipated this, but what he didn't expect was that the SSS level talent, god of wealth, really didn't improve his combat power at all. All the effects are simply increasing wealth and acquiring treasures. Only the last one might grant the world's richest man combat power far exceeding that of ordinary people. After all, the only hidden class is already second only to the exclusive hidden class. Even a god of wealth who is clearly biased towards business must possess many powerful abilities. However, to change jobs in the game, wealthy under heaven, you must first earn 10 million gold coins. After reading the complete god of wealth talent, a hint of doubt flashed in Sumubai's eyes. Every SSS level talent come with a unique hidden class? Or is it simply that the god of wealth is special? Thinking of this, Sumubai couldn't help but look at his own talent. Cataclysm, the only forbidden level exclusive talent skill. Skill effect. 1. Promotion. You can permanently upgrade any item to a higher grade without any consumption. 2. Sublimation. Consume a certain amount of resources to permanently upgrade any object by 2 grades. 3. Catastrophic. Consumes a certain amount of lifespan to permanently upgrade any object by 3 grades and add catastrophic characteristics to it. Usage restrictions. Cannot be applied to the talent itself, the player, or the cataclysm trait. Repeated use on the same target will overwrite previous enhancements. Grade exceeds the limit, cannot be explored, cannot be copied, cannot be plundered, and disappears after the player, by Yi, dies completely. Compared to the god of wealth, the cataclysm only has 3 effects, but each one is powerful enough. Just the promotion alone will allow Sumubai to make money faster than the god of wealth. Furthermore, the cataclysmic characteristic makes this talent truly worthy of its unique forbidden rank. He currently possesses 3 cataclysmic traits, each of which is incredibly powerful, and he has only unlocked one of the professional cataclysmic traits. If he has enough lifespan, he can add terrifying cataclysmic properties to all items. Most importantly, the god of wealth talent does not have any attributes such as undetectable, uncopyable, or unplunderable. Seeing that Sumubai remained silent, Fujia Tianxia smiled slightly, assuming that the other party was shocked by the complete effect of his talent. Brother Bei, do you really think 1% is a reasonable price? Sumubai smiled, but didn't say anything. He simply showed the amount of gold coins in his backpack. The richest man in the world suddenly stood up from his seat again, his expression changing several times in an instant. Shock, confusion, bewilderment. At this moment, he could no longer hide his emotions and exclaimed, 10 million gold coins? How is that possible? Fu Jiaxiangxia even had some doubts about whether he or Bai Yi was the real god of wealth. Even if you can consume resources to upgrade items, there are still costs involved. How did they manage to make so much money in such a short time? He understood perfectly well that the other party's display of so many gold coins meant that if he agreed, he could immediately become a god of wealth. This is also why the world's richest man is so eager to cooperate with Bai Yi. He knew that only by cooperating with Bai Yi, the strongest one, could he quickly change jobs and officially gain the capital to establish himself in the game of myriad realms. But to everyone's surprise, Bai Yi was able to collect tens of millions of gold coins in just 2 days after entering the game. In that instant, Fu Jiaxiangxia suddenly had an urge to agree immediately. But considering that he was in charge of all matters but would only receive 1% of the profits, he hesitated for a moment. Sumubai didn't urge him, but simply smiled and poured himself a glass of wine, savoring it slowly. This money, of course, was earned today. Besides level 5 gems, he can earn around 1,000,000 gold coins in each level 1 main city by buying and reselling level 3 and 4 gems for free. Adding the profits from Donghai City, the total amount of gold coins exceeds 10 million. Unlike Su Mubai's composure, Fu Jiaxiangxia was in a state of great distress. He was already thinking of agreeing, but he was still somewhat unwilling. 1% is way too low. For a moment, the private room fell silent. Just as the world's richest man was caught in a mental struggle, a series of unexpected system announcements made him finally make up his mind. Blue Star Region announcement. The number of players entering cities across the region has exceeded 10,000. The multiverse game has officially begun. In 24 hours, the requirement to leave the starting village will be lowered to level 5. 3 days later, all starting villages will be closed, at which time all remaining players will be teleported to their respective cities. Times 10. Blue Star Region announcement. The Blue Star Region level ranking, equipment ranking, and wealth ranking are officially open. Times 10. At the same time, Su Mubai also received a series of system notifications. Notification: you have climbed to the top of the Blue Star Region's level rankings, ranking first, and your total experience points exceed the sum of all other players. Your title, Far Ahead, has been enhanced. Note: you have 6 pieces of equipment that meet the ranking requirements and are ranked in the top 5. Your Far Ahead title effect has been enhanced. Notification: you have topped the Blue Star District Wealth ranking, ranking first, and you are the only one on the entire list. Your title, Far Ahead, has been enhanced. Note: you are currently ranked number 1 on the Blue Star Region's level ranking, equipment ranking, wealth ranking, and mount ranking. Your title, Far Ahead, has been upgraded to Unrivaled. Su Mubai had just finished reading the notification and hadn't even had a chance to check the new title and the 3 major rankings when he saw Wealthy Under Heaven suddenly speak, as if he had made up his mind. 5%. I only want 5%. Should we raise prices now? Only 5%. Su Mubai frowned, looking at the wealthy man with some confusion. He couldn't quite understand why the other party had given such a ratio. And this happened when he reached the top of the entire list. Facing Su Mubai's scrutinizing gaze, Fu Jiaxianxia took a deep breath and continued. 5% means not acting as your agent, but directly signing a sole contract with you. As long as you entrust me with the full management of all business affairs, 95% of everything I own will belong to you. At that moment, his eyes were as determined as if he were about to join the party. Su Mubai was momentarily stunned. So when you say 5%, it doesn't mean I give you 5%, but that you only keep 5%? I just wanted you to work, and you actually chose to sell yourself? The decision to become the richest man in the world was indeed beyond Su Mubai's expectations. A soul contract, once breached, is not just a matter of paying a penalty. It will result in the soul being directly erased by the Myriad Realms game. It must be said that Fu Jiaxianxia is both bold and clever. This is a big gamble. Once he signs a soul contract and becomes one of Bai Ye's own, even if he only retains 5% of his wealth, there is a very high chance that it will be more than 100% of what it was before. More importantly, doing this is equivalent to having a strong support system in the multiverse game. Chapter 78, even cheating has its limits, right? Seeing that Su Mubai did not reply, Fu Jiaxiangxia's heart sank. Seriously? Not even 5%. But soon, his anxiety subsided. Are you serious? I've never been this serious before. The richest man in the world nodded without hesitation. His gaze was deep, as if he saw the future in Su Mubai. Then, it's a pleasure to work with you. Su Mubai smiled and stood up, extending his right hand toward the world's richest man. He knew that his opponent was betting that he could maintain his lead. But so what? This did not harm Su Mubai in any way. Once he signs a soul contract through the multiverse game, he can confidently entrust all his business affairs to Fu Jiaxianxia. With the god of wealth, talent, the other party will only do better. What's more, he'll soon be able to become a true god of wealth. Boss, I'll start drafting the soul contract now. The richest man in the world finally smiled and grasped Su Mubai's hands. When the two signed the contract, all the players on Earth were in an uproar because of the previous system announcement. The chat channels in countless newbie villages were flooded with messages, one after another jumping around rapidly. What do you mean? The game is only officially starting now? What about everything before that? You're lucky. We've given you time to adapt to data. I was wondering why leveling up was so hard. Turns out, once the experts leave the village, we can leave at level 5. We can enter the city tomorrow. Awesome. What a joke. If you can't even figure out how to survive in the newbie village, what can you do outside? You probably won't even be able to find a place to sleep. The multiverse game is forcing us to find ways to improve our strength. I started playing at 8 a.m. and was already planning to laze around in the newbie village. Now you're telling me I'll be forced out of the village in 3 days? Damn it, give me my money back. Dude, are you out of your mind? If you're going to back down, it'll be for your life. Hee, once your lifespan is over, you naturally won't need to play anymore. No, I need to hurry up and clear the misty forest. This region-wide announcement completely disrupted the rhythm of most players. No one expected that there would be a mandatory requirement to leave the village. In the starting village, at least free accommodation is provided, but once you enter the city, everything costs money. Even if they wanted to give up, there was no way to do it. This announcement forced many low-level talent players who were originally prepared to give up to start making plans for the future. If you go out to grind monsters for money, then you can only become a full-time casual gamer. Of course, many people are also full of hope for the future. After all, moving to the city means more opportunities. Besides this, players successively opened the 3 newly opened leaderboards. Although they were somewhat prepared for Baiyi to be at the top of the list, they were still shocked when they actually saw the list. Blue Star Region Ranking. First place, Baiyi, level 20, Divine Dragon Empire. Second place, 3-Foot Green Blade, level 11, Divine Dragon Empire. Third place, Felix, level 11, Holy Empire. Fourth place, Perrin, level 11, Northern Radiance Empire. Fifth place, Indra, level 11, White Elephant Kingdom. Sixth place, Tsukuyami, level 11, Sakura Kingdom. Seventh place, Ares, level 11, Illuminati. Eighth place, Descendant of the Sun, level 11, Kingdom of Korea. Ninth place, Qinxia, level 10, Divine Dragon Empire. 10th place, Venus, level 10, Illuminati. On the ranking list, Baiyi's name stands like an insurmountable mountain, prominently displayed at the top with a dazzling level of 20. From 2nd place to 8th place, all of them are level 11. The reason these 7 people were able to reach level 11 so quickly is entirely due to their SSS level talent. However, Fu Jiatianxia, who also possesses SSS level talent, failed to even make it onto the list. There's nothing we can do about it. The God of Wealth's talent doesn't increase combat power. These players with SSS level talents may seem to be only 9 levels behind Su Mubai, but in reality, they are far behind. Since they entered the game, they have only earned less than 2 million experience points to reach level 11. However, Su Mubai's experience points exceeded 66 million. In terms of total experience, these 9 levels represent a difference of more than 30 times. And this was because Su Mubai didn't keep leveling up. Putting aside everything else, he wasted more than 10 hours just collecting and reselling gems. This is also why he wanted to find an agent. Although he wasn't afraid of anyone catching up, Su Mubai's target was never the players. He didn't want to waste time on money. The Forbidden Land was just the beginning. The Myriad Realms were the real journey. Before that, improving our strength as quickly as possible is the most important thing. Of the 3 newly launched leaderboards, the level leaderboard is relatively good. The next 2 lists truly made everyone's eyes widen. Blue Star Region Equipment Ranking, Minimum Requirement, Epic Item. First place, Dylan's Crystal Ball, Legendary Item, White Knight. Second place, Curse Crown, Legendary Item, White Knight. Third place, The Forgotten's Lament, Legendary Item, White Knight. Fourth place, Frost Protection, Legendary Item, White Knight. Fifth place, Robe of the Death Speaker, Legendary Item, White Knight. Sixth place, Azure Sky, Epic Item, 3-Foot Azure Blade. Seventh place, Undead Wool Necklace, Epic Item, White Knight. The equipment rankings only went up to 7th place before abruptly ending. That qualify for a spot on the leaderboard must be at least epic level. Aside from the 3-Feet Green Blade barely securing 6th place thanks to its epic level, Azure Nether, equipment, all the other gear belonged to Baiyi. Moreover, the top 5 items are all legendary items. Outside the North City, level 15 map. He brushed the 3-foot-long green sword in his hand and fell into deep thought. This sword is a growth-type equipment that comes with your innate talent. Aside from that, the best equipment he had was a level 5 gold item dropped by Reggie in the Misty Forest on Hell difficulty. Where did Baiyi get so many legendary equipment? A first kill announcement for a legendary boss. The other SSS level talent players were completely stunned when they saw this list. Are you kidding me? We're still basking in the glory of having a few gold tier items, and you're already wholesaling legendary items? Is this reasonable? However they may think, this is an established fact. Moreover, the unreasonable things didn't end there. Blue Star District Wealth Ranking. First place. By Yi, 10.23 million gold coins. That's it. Like the Mount ranking, the wealth ranking only has one lonely name. When the players in the entire Forbidden Land saw the 8-figure sum of gold coins following Bai Ye's name, they fell silent. If they could, everyone would want to call the police right now. Your level is far ahead of the competition, your strength is unmatched, you wholesale legendary equipment, mythical mounts, and more than 10 million gold coins. Even the server-wide announcements are all triggered by you. Brother, the third day of the multiverse game has only just begun. What kind of all-rounder are you? There should be a limit to cheating, right? Chapter 79, A Single Horse Ride, a Trading Contract. Inside the number 1 private room of Fenghua Restaurant in Donghai City. The external breaches did not affect the signing of the contract between the two. After confirming the contents, the Myriad Realms game unleashed a purple beam of light, and a faintly visible contract materialized. Without the slightest hesitation, the wealthy man signed his name directly on the contract. Sumubai was the same. Buzz. The next moment, the soul contract transformed into 2 beams of light, which merged into the space between their eyebrows respectively. Note, you have entered into a soul contract with the wealthiest person in the world. From this moment forward, the other party will have full authority over all business affairs between the 2 parties, and 95% of their future wealth will belong to you. Anyone who violates the contract will have their soul erased. As the system notification sounded, Fu Jia Tianxia opened his eyes and looked at Su Mubai with a smile, saying, "Boss, please take care of me in the future. You should change your job first." Su Mubai nodded slightly, a smile on his face. From now on, the only benefactor in the Myriad Realms game will be its own employees. After the contract was successfully signed, Su Mubai directly traded 10 million gold coins to Fu Jia Tianxia. The latter's body surface immediately emitted bursts of golden light, clearly indicating that it had directly begun the job change. The golden light was very strong and didn't seem to be dissipating quickly. Su Mubai glanced at it twice and then stopped paying attention. Instead, he looked at the title that had been upgraded several times and whose name had even changed. Unrivaled. When wearing this title, experience points gained from all sources are increased by 100%. It remains as simple, unpretentious, and practical as ever. The name "One Rider Away from the Crowd" is truly fitting. After putting the title back on, Su Mubai curled the corners of his lips into a smile. After continuous upgrades, the experience gain effect increased directly from 20% to 100%. With this title, Su Mubai's already abnormal leveling speed is destined to be unmatched by other players. 5 minutes later, the job change for the richest person in the world finally ended. As the golden light dissipated, his appearance remained unchanged, but Su Mubai could clearly sense a significant shift in his demeanor. "So, have you learned any skills?" "Only 2 skills." Fu Jiayan shook his head in disappointment and unleashed the skill he had just learned. Money Shield. A. Passive skill, no level required. For every gold coin in your backpack, you gain 1 point of shield, up to a maximum of level X 100,000. The shield will refresh after 10 minutes without being attacked. Trade Contract. A. Level 1, 0/2, active skill. You can sign a transaction contract with your target. Once signed, as long as both parties are in the same country, they can conduct the transaction at any time regardless of spatial distance. Number of contracts available for signing, 0/1. Instant cast, 24-hour cooldown, consumes 10% of mana. After demonstrating his skills, the richest man in the world suddenly produced a huge gold ingot. Other skills have to be bought with money from this thing. God of Wealth Ingot. Professional exclusive, wealthy beyond compare. Secondary items. Cannot be dropped, cannot be traded. Level 10, following character. Property. All attributes plus 50. Health plus 2000. Mana plus 2000. Special effects. Not unlocked due to insufficient level. This is the God of Wealth's gold ingot. You can use it to learn the God of Wealth's professional skills, but it's not cheap. The God of Wealth ingot is a class-specific item similar to the Book of Death, but its base stats are only about the same as a level 10 epic item. It's nowhere near as good as the upgraded Death Codex. I just checked, and the second skill can only be learned after advancing to the next level. The richest man in the world sighed, realizing that the God of Wealth, the only hidden profession, wasn't as powerful as he had imagined. I thought I would have combat power after changing jobs, but I didn't expect that I only have 2 skills, one of which is defensive and the other is not even a combat skill. But Su Mubai laughed. I learned from Sidhu Ji that only by constantly advancing in rank can one better utilize their professional abilities. Tier 1 players are simply unable to unleash the true power of a powerful class. It's already pretty good that the God of Wealth has 2 A-level skills after just changing roles, considering that he only had 1 A-level and 1 S-level skill back then. Although the two sides have different skills and are not comparable. However, the skill, transaction contract, can be of great use to Sumubai. However, he still needs to be promoted. I'll help you improve. With a thought, Sumubai used Cataclysm to upgrade both skills and the God of Wealth ingot for free. Having signed a soul contract, becoming incredibly wealthy is equivalent to expanding one's business empire, so Sumubai naturally doesn't need to hide it. His only regret was that the God of Wealth profession didn't offer a free promotion. The system notification was the same as before, saying that the restrictions of the Forbidden Land had been exceeded. Sumubai frowned. I didn't receive this notification when I first became the Necromancer. Was this also a bug, and has it been fixed now? Or is it that the Starry Sky Hall, where one can choose a profession, is not part of the Forbidden Land of Gods? But that doesn't make sense either. According to Situji, there should be other dominant professions in the Forbidden Land of Gods. Shaking his head, Sumubai stopped dwelling on the question. He figured it out eventually anyway. What he cares about is whether the trading contract skill, after being upgraded, can meet his requirements. If that's possible, then he won't need to make any further preparations and can directly find Huijian and head to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Boss, your talent is insane. Looking at the suddenly enhanced exclusive items and skills, Fujia Tianxia looked at Sumubai with envy. Although this talent doesn't directly increase combat power, it has unlimited potential. Alright, there will be more shocks for you later. First, let's see the effects of the upgraded trade contract. Sumubai waved his hand, and the wealthy man quickly released the skill attributes. Sumubai's lips immediately curled up slightly. Done. Little Sakura, are you ready to experience the undead calamity ahead of time? Chapter 80 The God of Wealth Contract, the Soul Crystal. God of Wealth Contract. S. Level 1, 0/5, active skill. You can sign a wealth contract with your target. 1. As long as both parties are on the same planet, they can conduct transactions at any time regardless of spatial distance. 2. After successfully completing a transaction with the target who signed the God of Wealth contract, you will receive a certain amount of experience points based on the transaction amount. Number of contracts available for signing, 0/2. Instant cast, 24-hour cooldown, consumes 20% of mana. Done. Sumubai's eyes as he looked at the brand new God of Wealth contract. He immediately made the richest man in the world sign a God of Wealth contract with him. With this contract, he no longer had any worries about going to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Since they were going to kill someone, they would likely be wanted by the Sakura Kingdom, which would prevent them from entering the city and exchanging their loot for what they wanted. Now that he is incredibly wealthy, Sumubai can finally relax and enjoy his time with the Cherry Blossom Kingdom without any distractions. As for the rest, just leave everything to the other party to handle. After the God of Wealth ingot is upgraded, its basic attributes are now equivalent to those of legendary equipment of the same level, but its special effects still cannot be activated. What puzzled Sumubai was that, like the Death Codex, the God of Wealth ingot did not appear on the equipment ranking list. As for the Money Shield, after being promoted to an S-rank skill, it has also received certain enhancements in all aspects. With this skill, it's almost impossible for the player to kill him. After closing his own panel, Fujia Xiangxia rubbed his hands together and looked at Sumubai with a smile. Boss, can my talent also be? Cannot. Sumubai rolled her eyes and interrupted him. SSS level talent, and still wants to advance. Promotion my foot. Ahem, I know it's unlikely. I was just asking casually. The man, known as the richest man in the world, coughed twice and immediately skipped the topic. The money tree hasn't been shaken yet today. I wonder if I'll have a good start after becoming the God of Wealth. Upon hearing this, Sumubai immediately became interested, and a burst of golden light appeared in the hands of the wealthy and powerful. Buzz. The next moment, a phantom money tree, more than 2 meters tall, materialized from the golden light. Wow, you've grown quite a bit taller. A hint of joy flashed in Fujia Xiangxia's eyes, and he immediately grabbed the tree trunk and shook it. Actually, he didn't necessarily need to materialize the money tree when using his talent. He was just demonstrating it to his boss. Crash. The money tree swayed slightly, and although the whole tree was golden, it dropped one purplish-black coin after another. This process didn't last long. Sumubai glanced at it briefly, and his pupils contracted slightly. The number of purplish-black coins definitely exceeds 500. It should be noted that the wealth of the richest man in the world at this moment exceeds 10 million gold coins. In other words, these purplish-black coins are soul coins. Terms of value. So many soul coins are probably worth more than 10 million gold coins. This is the result of the two being closely linked. If the richest man in the world hadn't offered to sign a soul contract, Su Mubai wouldn't have given him the 10 million gold coins directly. So, he doesn't know how long he'll have to wait to shake out soul coins from the money tree. The same was true for Su Mubai. In just a few minutes, his wealth nearly doubled. The combined effect of the two is far greater than 1 plus 1. Their earning efficiency has increased dramatically. However, this was not the end. After the soul coins were scattered, the money tree once again burst forth with dazzling golden light. Snap! A crisp sound rang out, and a purplish-black stone the size of an infant's fist fell into the pile of soul coins. At this point, the money tree slowly disappeared. The richest man in the world waved his hand and put everything away, a look of joy appearing on his face. A total of 680 soul coins, plus 1, advanced life soul stone. He then placed all his spoils on the table and looked at Su Mubai excitedly. Boss, let's try upgrading. Upon hearing about the high-grade life soul stone, Su Mubai's eyes lit up, and he immediately had an idea. Catastrophe. Target, high-grade soul stone. Hint, please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Advance to soul crystal, no cost. Option 2. Upgrade to life soul essence, consuming 100 soul crystals. Option 3. The cataclysm leads to the life soul source crystal, consuming 10,000 years of lifespan. Advance to the next rank. As Su Mubai made his choice, the advanced soul stone on the table flashed with light, and its surface gradually faded, slowly turning into a purplish-black crystal. Life crystal. Rare and special treasures. Absorbing it will increase lifespan by 100 years. Note, whether you put the soul crystal in your backpack or warehouse, you will lose 1/10 of it when you die, with a minimum loss of 10 years. 100 times. The effect was increased by a full 100-fold. Glug X2. The two looked at the attributes of the life soul crystal in surprise and couldn't help but swallow hard. That's a full 100 years of lifespan. A tiny crystal can more than double a human's lifespan. For the two who had only recently started playing the multiverse game, it was an incredible treasure. Su Mubai took a deep breath, resisting the urge to use the life soul crystal directly, and turned his gaze to the pile of soul coins. However, having the experience of upgrading to bronze and gold coins, Su Mubai only chose one soul coin this time. Catastrophe. Target, soul coins. Hint, please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Upgrade to ancient soul coins, no cost. Option 2. Upgrade to ancient soul coins, consuming 10,000 soul coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to ancient soul coins, consuming 100 years of lifespan. As expected, soul coins cannot be directly upgraded into soul crystals, which are more valuable. Su Mubai shook his head regretfully and canceled the promotion. Ancient soul coin sounds similar to ancient gold coin, so it's not too late to upgrade it when needed. This thing is only accepted by those who need it. No one else will accept it. He had tried it once before on a whim when he was scavenging for gems, and the result was that he ended up with another ancient gold coin in his backpack. Su Mubai did not intend to use any of this money, including the life soul crystal. Unaware of the auction's existence, Su Mubai used 50 high-grade life soul stones without hesitation, and now he's still feeling a bit heartbroken. Deleted after dying in an accident. But things are different now. Absorbing the life crystal only increases one's lifespan by 100 years. However, if these things are used as startup capital to become incredibly wealthy, then the two can build a vast business empire at an even faster pace. Players don't have soul stones, but the locals in the Forbidden Land do. The upcoming auction in Donghai City is an opportunity to skyrocket in wealth. Moreover, in addition to Donghai City, other first-tier, main cities will also hold auctions. Now that he is incredibly wealthy, Su Mubai no longer needs to do everything himself. Leave these matters to the god of wealth, and you'll only earn more. Chapter 81. The Favor of the Goddess of Fortune. Put them all away. After the soul coins are upgraded, they become ancient soul coins, which aren't very useful for now. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the wealthy man. He had thought that Bai Yi could directly increase the value of soul coins. However, there isn't much difference. It's just a matter of selling the upgraded items once. If it could really boost the currency, then I probably wouldn't need to use myself anymore. Thinking about this, Fu Jiaxiangxia suddenly felt that this was actually a good thing. He waved to put the items into his backpack, then took out a few pieces of equipment and a parchment scroll. This is what I promised before, and the equipment you got from killing people in the teleportation plaza. You don't need to give me the equipment, you can keep it. Su Mubai waved his hand, picked up the Destiny Scroll, and before he could use Cataclysm, he heard the world-renowned rich man continue. Boss, you misunderstood. What I meant was that I wanted you to upgrade these equipment as well, so they would be more valuable. Su Mubai's lips twitched. After signing the soul contract, this guy really doesn't treat me like an outsider anymore. Who exactly are the wage earners? Isn't this the reversal of Tiangang? However, Su Mubai knew this was the right thing to do, so he waved his hand and upgraded all the equipment the other party had taken out for free. At the same time, he also threw away all the other useless items in his backpack to Fu Jiatianxia after his promotion, including all the belongings of the adulterous couple. The richest man in the world immediately began to take stock of his gains with a smile, and only then did Su Mubai have an idea. Catastrophe. Target, the Scroll of Destiny. Hint, please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2. Click to view details. Advance to the next rank. This thing is a legendary item, so there are only two options. However, for Su Mubai, there was no choice but to get something for free. Buzz. The parchment scroll shimmered with a subtle light, its texture and exquisite detail greatly enhanced. You have obtained the mythical item, the Blessing of the Goddess of Fortune. Mythical item. Su Mubai's eyes. This was the first mythical level item he had obtained. Frost didn't count, it was a living thing. The favor of the Goddess of Fortune. Mythical items. After use, you will get one chance to roll the fate dice. No matter what number you roll, you will be blessed by the Goddess of Fortune. The higher the number, the richer the reward. Gambler, the highest reward is mythical. Are you sure you don't want to go all in? Just as I expected. Reaching mythic level, neither bad luck nor terrible fates will happen anymore. You can just roll a few times, and you'll get a reward. However, after careful consideration, Su Mubai still did not use it directly. According to information provided by Wanjie Games, there is a luck attribute in the game. However, this is a high-level hidden attribute that can only be revealed after equipping items that increase luck. Such props are obviously extremely rare. However, Su Mubai believed that as long as it existed in the game, he would definitely be able to obtain it. Only after you have accumulated enough luck points can you maximize the value of this scroll. Of course, he could also have the wealthiest person in the world sell the scroll. However, its value is definitely not comparable to that of mythical grade equipment, so it's better to keep it and try your luck. If he really pulls out a mythical level equipment, it means he can get a saint level equipment for free. This level is not mentioned in the information provided by the multiverse game, so it is destined to be extremely rare. Come on, I'll take you somewhere. The two walked out of the Wind and Flower Restaurant. Su Mubai waved his hand and summoned Frost, which, along with the wealth of the world, soared into the sky. Frost gave a disgruntled snort, clearly showing some resistance to anyone other than its master. The richest man in the world was flying on the back of a giant dragon for the first time. His eyes were full of excitement. He gripped the back of the throne tightly with one hand and looked down at the city night view. Soon, Frost descended upon the East Sea City auction house. Looking at the tall and magnificent building in front of him, a glint of shrewdness flashed deep in the eyes of the wealthy man. With the boss's promotion and our own money-making talent, it won't be long before we can establish our own auction house. Now that they have startup capital and powerful backers, the business empire plan in the Wealthy Under Heaven scheme can be launched soon. Following Su Mubai into the auction house, despite it being late at night, it was still brightly lit. As the most bustling central area of Donghai City, this place is open 24 hours a day, regardless of day or night. Upon reaching the second floor, the ticket office staff was no longer the young woman from before, but a middle-aged man. However, this had no impact on Su Mubai. He took out the East Sea token to reveal his identity, and the middle-aged man, who had been somewhat lazy, immediately sat up straight. Lord Bei, is there anything you need? Can someone else use my VIP card? Su Mubai pointed to the richest man in the world standing to the side. With a hired hand, why would he bother attending the auction himself? Wouldn't it be better to level up or kill a few more Sakura characters instead? Since the two have signed a God of Wealth contract, they can trade at any time. It can be controlled remotely at that time. Yes, but it must be someone you designate. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly. However, this needs to be recorded by the supervisor. Please wait a moment, Lord Bei. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he picked up his communicator and dialed a number. He then led Su Mubai and the other person to an exquisitely decorated private room. Lord Bei, Please wait a moment. The supervisor will be here shortly. The middle-aged man quietly served tea to the two of them before leaving the private room. Boss, how did you do that? Fu Jia Tianxia's eyes were full of curiosity. With such talent for advancement, he could already understand Su Mu Bai's strength and wealth. But how did they acquire such a high status? Does being the first person to leave the beginner village really make you that awesome? It's like a reward for an epic mission. Su Mu Bai smiled slightly. Su Mu Bai was somewhat disappointed that the test of Situji mission didn't offer any rewards. Looking at it now, the EC token is simply too useful. Before the two could wait long, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Enter. A portly middle-aged man pushed open the door and walked in. If you didn't look at his face, he and Fu Jiaxiangxia looked like they were cut from the same mold. Lord Bei, I am Qian Shengqian, the manager of the Donghai City Auction House. Qian Shengqian gave a brief self-introduction before looking at the richest man in the world and saying, Is this the gentleman you've designated? Su Mu Bai nodded slightly, and Qian Shengqian immediately took out a crystal ball to record the information about being the richest man in the world. After a moment, he put away the crystal ball and said with a smile, Lord Bei, all right, from now on this gentleman can represent you at the auction as long as he has VIP card number 007. Thank you. Su Mu Bai nodded and waved his hand to take out all the upgraded level 1 brilliant gems. At the same time, the wealthy family also brought out all the items that could be auctioned. Qian Shengqian's eyes lit up instantly. Life Crystal. Lord Bei, this is a rare treasure, usually only seen in the capital. Are you sure you want to bid on it? Chapter 82 Dealing with Smart People is easy. Is this thing expensive? Su Mu Bai raised an eyebrow. If he remembered correctly, it would take 1 million soul coins to upgrade a mid-level soul stone into a soul crystal. If you convert that to anything, it's roughly equivalent to a lifespan of 10,000 soul coins per year. According to the information we had previously obtained, each soul coin contains 1 hour of time energy. A year's lifespan should be worth 8,760 soul coins, but some special techniques are needed to extract its energy. Taking these costs into account, 10,000 soul coins is still reasonable. However, if the cost of upgrading is roughly the same as the value of the upgraded item, then it's not very meaningful for making money. Su Mu Bai looked at Qian Shengqian, waiting for an answer. The latter nodded. Of course, you may think that the effect of 100 high-grade life soul stones is the same as that of life soul crystals, but in fact, the latter has some irreplaceable functions, so it will have a premium. What is its function? I'm not entirely sure either, but rare treasures like the soul crystal usually only appear at annual auctions. Our suggested starting bid is 1.5 million soul coins. Based on past experience, the final transaction price should be around 2 million soul coins. Are you really sure you want to put this up for auction? Qian Shengqian checked it again. Su Mu Bai nodded and gave a soft hum. It seems that making money still relies on getting promoted for free. The upgraded items don't have much of a premium. A profit of around 100% might be a high profit for others, but it's completely insignificant when it comes to promotion. The greatest function of sublimation is to consume resources to continuously upgrade what you can use to a higher level, thereby increasing combat power. Okay. Qian Shengqian's face was full of smiles. His eyes were squeezed into slits. He took out the crystal ball again and began recording information about the items auctioned by Su Mu Bai and Fu Jiaxiangxia. In addition to the soul crystal and 580 level 1 brilliant gems, there are also 58 intermediate soul stones. These items, once auctioned off, became the initial capital for their business empire. After final verification, Su Mu Bai signed the document. The information about these items, as before, would be recorded in his VIP card. Mr. Bai Yi, I'll get back to work now. After signing a fairly good deal, Qian Shengqian's smile became even more friendly. Wait a minute. Su Mu Bai called out to Qian Shengqian, but turned to look at the wealthy man and asked, What kind of contract did you sign with them? Fu Jiaxiangxia immediately realized that they referred to Feng Yexiao and his group. He immediately said, I will provide them with all logistical support. They must join my team or faction, and all actions must be based on my interests. Of course, I can't deliberately send them to their deaths. If you breach the contract, the system will forcibly reclaim all equipment, erase all skills, and deduct a penalty of 10 times the value of the breach of contract. Su Mu Bai nodded slightly and pondered for a moment. The binding force of the contract is still very strong, and the cost of breach of contract is set high enough. In other words, the richest man in the world spent money to support several loyal henchmen. That's fine too. After all, although I like to work alone, If I want to build a business empire, a certain amount of influence is essential. The number of members may be small, but they need to be of high quality. The richest man in the world naturally possesses an exceptional ability to read people's expressions and moods. Seeing Su Mubai hesitate, he immediately spoke. Don't worry, boss. As soon as it's light, I'll set up a mercenary group, hand over the leadership to you, and revise the contract with them so that your interests will be the primary principle from now on. The reason why he was so decisive was that doing so would not harm him in any way. Since I'm already deeply tied to Bai Yi, isn't Bai Ye's interest my own interest? Even though I've signed a soul contract, I should still be more sensible. We can't let the boss bring these things up, can we? Su Mubai glanced at the wealthy under heaven sign and nodded. Dealing with smart people is easy. Bring them to White Knight Court to see me at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Bai Yeti, the man, who was extremely wealthy, was somewhat puzzled. Is there such a place? My home can be found on the map. Su Mubai gave a brief explanation, ignoring the astonished gazes of the man who was incredibly wealthy, and turned to Qian Xingqian, who was waiting to the side, and said, Manager Qian, I'd like to cancel the auction for the 3 epic-level equipment items I submitted yesterday. Is that all right? No problem. That's troublesome. Qian Xingqian nodded and turned to leave the private room. Su Mubai had read the auction catalog and found that none of the equipment at the auction was below level 60. His 3 pieces of equipment can only be upgraded to level 60 at most. The value of these items is negligible compared to the soul crystal. However, in the early stages of the game, there's nowhere to buy low-level, powerful equipment, even if you have the money. Forget about buying dark gold items to get them for free. There aren't even gold items available. Therefore, it is clearly more cost-effective to use these 3 pieces of equipment to arm the soon-to-be-established mercenary group. With further upgrades to the talents and equipment of Maple Leaf and the others, this elite team should be able to put up a fight even against SSS-level talent players at this stage. As for that A-grade skill book, it was naturally sold to get money to buy other skill books to improve it. Soon, Qian Shengxian personally delivered the 3 pieces of equipment. After Qian Shengxian left, Su Mubai put the items into his backpack and looked at the wealthy man, saying, My VIP card allows me to use the value of the consigned items as an auction credit. If you have enough money, you should buy all the soul stones at the auction. If there are any left, then you can decide for yourself to bid on those items that have been upgraded and have a higher premium. If you have any special items, let me know immediately. Don't worry, boss, I understand. The richest man in the world nodded with a smile. I believe you can handle it, but there's one thing to remember. At this point, Su Mubai paused before continuing. From now on, you should also make items like soul stones your primary goal. As long as I don't tell you to stop, just keep stockpiling them. Lifespan is always what Su Mubai needs most. As long as he has enough lifespan, he can continue to use Cataclysm and gain more and more Cataclysm traits. With his immense wealth, I believe good news will arrive soon. Okay, I understand. Fu Jiaqian nodded solemnly, agreeing to the first instruction issued by Bai Yi after the contract was signed. All right, you go and get some rest. See you tomorrow. The two walked out of the EC auction house, and Su Mubai immediately summoned Frost and flew away. It was late at night, and he dared not disturb Huijin. He would have to wait until daytime to make contact. This period is perfect for leveling up. Frost flapped its wings and flew into the wild. Su Mubai leaned on the throne, resting his chin on one hand. 3 days have passed, yet I feel no sleepiness whatsoever. Could it really be because of the Death Master class? A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes as Su Mubai opened his attribute panel to check his powerful attributes after reaching level 20. Chapter 83 by Ye's level 20 attribute panel and skill details. Attribute panel. Player, Bai Yi. Level, 20. 46.21%. Class, Death Overlord, exclusive hidden class. Occupational disaster characteristics. 1. All of your own skill effects are doubled. 2. Insufficient level, not yet unlocked. 3. Insufficient level, not yet unlocked. Secondary profession, intermediate appraiser, intermediate appraisal skills. Mental health 4178. Agility 841. Body constitution 779. Strength 721. Free attribute points 0. Health points 1/1. For unknown reasons, the maximum health cannot be increased permanently. Life sharing 6.989 billion/6.989 billion. The exact value is 6,988,664,000, which is doubled after the combined health of all skeletons, headless knights, and shadow knights. Mounts are not summoned creatures and are not included in the calculation. Mana points 279180/279180. 1 point of spirit equals 60 points of mana. Mana regeneration speed 8356/5 seconds, reduced by 80% in combat. Spell power 18,520. 1 point of spirit equals 3 points of spell power. Spell critical strike chance 50%. Critical hit damage 275%. Physical defense 1531. Magic defense 7,632. Elemental resistance curse 40%, ice 40%, others 10%. Exclusive talent Cataclysm, unique forbidden level. Skills 11/20. 1. Burning A. 2. Summoning space expansion B. 3. Summon elite skeletons A. 4. Advanced dead aura A. 5. Chain corpse explosion technique A. 6. Summon the headless horseman S. 7. Life sharing S. 8. Death call SS. 9. Death-based feedback SS. 10. Death stare SSS. 11. Dead zone jump SSS. Available skill points 4. Normal summoning space 1340/1340. Commander's summoning space 20/20. Legion 160/160. Equipment omitted. See chapter 84 for details. Class specific Death's Holy Scripture LV20. Lifespan over 52 years. Skill details 1. Burning E. Level 1 active skill. Unleash a soul fire that scorches the target, dealing a total of 200% spell power as magic damage over 5 seconds. Attack range 30 meters, casting time 2 seconds, cooldown 5 seconds, mana cost 20 points. 2. Summoning space expansion. B. Passive skill, no level required, summoning space +8. Catastrophe characteristics. 1. The controllable range of summoned creatures has been increased to 500%. 2. After your summoned creature dies, it can be resurrected at full health in the summoning space. This can only be triggered once per hour for a single summoned creature. 3. Summon elite skeletons. A. Level 9, max, active skill, summons 3 elite skeletons to fight for you. Elite skeleton warrior / elite skeleton archer / elite skeleton mage. Cast time 3 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds, mana cost 3,000. Catastrophe characteristics. 1. Elite skeleton warriors' maximum health is increased to 500%, and their attack power is increased by 100%. 2. Not enabled. 3. Not enabled. The elite skull panel is affected by the player's spirit attribute. 4. Advanced undead aura. A. Passive skill, no level required. All friendly undead creatures gain a 30% increase in all attributes. Impact range 500 meters. 5. Chain corpse explosion technique. A. Level 11, max, active skill. It can detonate up to 3 corpses or remains in a chain reaction, dealing magic damage to all enemies within a 20-meter radius of each corpse or remains. Cannot be used on boss corpses. Damage 20% of the target's original health plus 200% of their spell power. Casting range 200 meters, instant cast, 30-second cooldown, consumes 6,000 mana. 6. Summon the headless horseman. S. Level 17, 0/5, active skill. Summon a headless knight to fight for you. Cast time 5 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes, mana cost 9,500. The headless horseman stats are affected by the player's spirit attribute. 7. Sharing life. S. Passive skill, no level required. Skill effect. You share health unilaterally with all undead creatures you summon. 8. Death summoning. SS. Passive skill, no level required. Skill effect. 1. Summoning skill casting time reduced by 75%. 2. Summoning skill cooldown time reduced by 75%. 3. Summon creature attributes increased by 100%. 4. The maximum summoning space limit has been increased tenfold. 9. Death absorption feedback. SS. Level 1, 0/10, active skill. Skill effect. 1. Absorb. Absorbs and stores death energy from corpses. The maximum number of targets that can be absorbed at one time is 10. Cooldown time is 30 seconds. No cost. Maximum casting range is 100 meters. Death energy value 800/800, level times 20, double the effect of class traits. 2. Feedback. Instantly restores your own health or mana and can also be used to enhance a summoned creature. Cooldown time is 30 seconds, and it consumes 1 to 400 points of death chi. 1 point of death chi restores 200 health points or 200 mana points. 1 point of death chi increases the target's main attribute by 1% for 60 seconds. Apart from the death energy value, the other descriptions do not include the doubling effect of the job's catastrophe trait, but in actual use it will double. 10. The Death Stare. SSS. Level 1, 0/50. Active skill. Stare at the target, burn your soul. Skill effect. 1. Deals true damage equal to 500% of spell power per second for 10 seconds. 2. The creature being stared at will be continuously affected by the fear effect. 3. All creatures with a lower life level than you will have all their attributes reduced by 20% for the instant they are stared at. This effect is determined solely by life level and cannot be reduced by any resistance. 4. Creatures killed by death gaze will suffer extreme pain and will be in a weakened state upon resurrection, with all attributes reduced by 40% for 12 hours. Instant cast, 60-second cooldown, consumes 5% of maximum mana. No continuous channeling is required after release. Maximum attack range is 100 meters. Death follows you wherever your gaze falls. 11. Dead Zone Leap. SSS. Level 1, 0/50. Active skill. Traversing the dead zone, one's body moves at will. Skill effect. 1. Using the dead zone as a springboard. Instantly teleport to the target location and clear all negative effects on yourself. 2. After the jump, you are protected by the power of death and are immune to all damage and negative effects for 3 seconds. 3. Activate the death curtain at 2 coordinate locations. You and your designated allies can move freely back and forth between them. Undesignated units cannot touch the death curtain, and attacks will pass right through it. 4. The size and position of the death curtain can be changed according to your will. While the death curtain exists, friendly forces that pass through it will not die, and can continue fighting even if their health reaches 0. Released instantly. The jump has a 15-second cooldown, consumes 1% of maximum mana, and has a casting range of 0-200 meters. Death Curtain has a 120-second cooldown, consumes 1% of maximum mana per second, lasts up to 30 seconds, and has a casting range of 0-500 meters. The Legion arrives instantly wherever you point your mind. Chapter 84 details of Baye's level 20 equipment and gem settings. 1. Special. Death Scripture. Class specific, White Knight, special items. It cannot be dropped, cannot be damaged, cannot be traded, and can be summoned or put away at will. Level 20, following character. Basic attributes. Spell power plus 600. All attributes plus 200. Increases damage against undead creatures by 100%. Your summoned creatures also benefit from this buff. Spirit plus 10%, new at level 20. Special effects. 1. Soul absorption. You, your summoned creatures, and contracted creatures will absorb a portion of the soul power of any target they kill. A monster, it will be weaker when it respawns. If you kill a player, you will suffer double the penalty, including reduced lifespan. Current soul points, 2.8. Consume 5,000 soul points to gain a third chance to open the Deathly Tome. The second special effect will be unlocked after level 30. This is a book of rules, which only you may peruse. Once the requirements are met, you can learn the exclusive skills of the Death Lord from it. 2. Main hand weapon. The Tragedy of the Forgotten. Staff. Level 10 to 200. Legendary item. Durability 1000/1000. Equipment requirements. Necromancer. High-level hidden class. 500 spirit. Basic attributes. Level 20. Spell power plus 2400. Spell critical strike chance plus 10%. Critical hit damage plus 20%. All attributes plus 100. Entry. 1. Spirit plus 10%. 2. Casting speed increased by 20%. 3. Summoning space plus 50 normal. Additional skills. The Forgotten's Lament. Active skill, deals 1000% spell power of mixed damage of frost, death and shadow elements to enemies within 100 meters of the target, and causes all enemies within the range to forget their skills for the next 5 seconds. Cast time, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Gem. Level 5 Critical Strike Gem. Critical Strike Chance / Spell Critical Strike Chance plus 5% can only be socketed into the main weapon, and only one gem of this type can be socketed at a time. Level 5 Critical Damage Gem. Critical Hit Damage / Spell Critical Hit Damage plus 5% can only be socketed into the main weapon, and only one gem of this type can be socketed. Level 5 Amplification Gem. Increases spell power by 5%, can only be socketed into the main weapon, and only one gem of the same type can be socketed at a time. Forgetting is the most complete liberation. 3. Secondary Weapon. Dylan's crystal ball. The true name of this item will be revealed after the seal is broken. Jules Deputy. Level 0-200. Legendary item. Durability 1000/1000. Equipment requirement. Dylan's Lament must be present in the quest log. Basic attributes. Level 20. Spell power plus 300. All attributes plus 100. Health plus 4000. Mana plus 8000. Entry. 1. Spell critical strike chance plus 30%. Critical strike damage plus 50%. 2. Sealed state. Effects unknown. 3. Sealed state. Effects unknown. Skill. Sealed state. Special. Unlocked after entering the first stage of the mission. This is a quest item. It will disappear automatically if the quest fails. 4. Head. Cursed crown. Head. Level 10-200. Legendary item. Durability 1000/1000. Equipment requirements. Necromancer. High-level hidden class. 500 spirit. Basic attributes. Level 20. Physical defense plus 140. Magic defense plus 270. Health plus 2500. Mana plus 5500. All attributes plus 100. Entry. 1. Spirit plus 10%. 2. Curse resistance plus 30%. 3. Those who wear this item will be continuously corroded by death energy. Skill. Curse power. Passive skill. All your spells will be imbued with a curse effect, randomly applying 2 curses to the target for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Curse Aura. An aura-type skill that reduces the speed of all enemies within a 100-meter radius by 30% upon activation. This includes, but is not limited to, attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed. It consumes 200 mana per second and has no cooldown. Gem. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit plus 160. Can only be socketed into armor. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit plus 160. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit plus 160. A curse is an art. 5 shoulders. Cruel shoulder pad. Shoulder armor. Level 10. Gold. Durability 100/100. Physical defense plus 28. Magic defense plus 35. Spirit plus 15. Constitution plus 15. Spell power plus 20. Gem. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit plus 160. 6 top. The Death Speaker's robe. Upper garment cloth armor. Level 10-120. Legendary item. Durability 1000/1000. Equipment requirements. Necromancer class. 300 spirit. Basic attributes. Level 20. Physical defense plus 300. Magic defense plus 600. Health plus 3000. Mana plus 6000. All attributes plus 100. Entry. 1. Spirit plus 10%. 2. All elemental resistances plus 10%. 3. Mana regeneration speed increased by 100%. Skill. 1. Undead Guardian. Passive skill. Gain a shield equal to 300% of your health. The shield resets every 30 minutes. 2. Whispers of the Dead. Active skill. When activated, it increases casting speed by 30% and allows you to double cast for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Gem. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit plus 160. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit plus 160. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit plus 160. You're not hallucinating. This is indeed the Whisper of the Dead. 7. Wrist, none available. 8. Hands, none available. 9. Waist. Emerald green belt. Cloth belt armor. Level 5. Bronze. Durability, 22/40. Armor plus 10. Constitution plus 3. 10 legs. Frost protection. Pants cloth armor. Level 10-200. Legendary item. Durability 1000/1000. Equipment requirements. Necromancer class. 300 spirit. Basic attributes. Level 20. Physical defense plus 240. Magic defense plus 440. Health plus 2400. Mana plus 5600. All attributes plus 100. Entry. 1. Spirit plus 10%. 2. Ice elemental resistance plus 30%. 3. When attacking your enemies in melee mode, their movement speed is reduced by 30%. Skill. 1. Frost protection. Active skill. Condenses the power of frost to freeze oneself inside, entering a short period of relative invincibility. Instant release, lasting up to 10 seconds, with a 10-minute cooldown. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit plus 160. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit plus 160. Level 5 Spirit Gem. Spirit plus 160. Frost Guardian, trustworthy. 11 feet. Double-layered cloth shoes. Shoes and armor. Level 5. Iron grade. Durability 30/30ths. Armor plus 6. Movement speed plus 2%. Double-layer protection for added peace of mind. 12. Necklace. Undead will necklace. Necklace jewelry. Level 10 to 60. Follows the player's level, increasing every 5 levels, up to a maximum of level 60. Epic items. Durability 500 to 500. Equipment requirements. Spirit 150. Basic attributes. Level 20. Spell power plus 240. Health plus 1,600. Mana plus 3,000. Spirit plus 100. Constitution plus 30. Agility plus 30. Entry. 1. Spell power increased by 10%. 2. The attack inflicts multiple curse effects, reducing the target's physical and magical defense by 10%, attack speed by 10%, casting speed by 10%, and movement speed by 10%. Summon creatures can also trigger this effect. Skill. Will of the Dead. Passive effect. The effects of charm, fear, and hypnosis on you are reduced by 80%. Active effect. Removes one negative status effect from yourself, such as charm, fear, or hypnosis, and grants immunity to these 3 types of negative status effects for the next 5 seconds. Instant release, 120-second cooldown. The will of the undead is unbreakable. 13. Back ornament. Mist cloak. Cape accessories. Level 5. Gold. Durability 100/100. Physical defense plus 28. Magic defense plus 20. Constitution plus 10. Spirit plus 10. Equipping this item reduces its presence and thus decreases its aggro effect. 14. Ring jewelry 1. Highly poisonous ring. Rings and jewelry. Gold. Durability 100/100. Spell power plus 30. Agility plus 10. Spirit plus 10. Spell skills have a certain chance to inflict 150 points of poison damage and can be triggered at most once every 10 seconds. 15. Ring jewelry 2, none available. 16. Other accessories 1. Leader's crest. Heraldic ornaments. Level 5. Gold. Durability 100/100. Health plus 200. Mana plus 400. Spell critical strike chance plus 5%. Your spell crits, you will gain a buff, plus 20 spirit for 10 seconds. This buff does not stack. 17. Other accessories 2, none available. Setting the number of gemstones that can be inlaid. Special gem socketing settings allow for free socketing of gems. Basic attribute gems can only be socketed into armor, while gems cannot be socketed into accessories. Note: the Death Codex is too powerful. Even a level 1 main city jewel crafting master cannot open the sockets. 1 gold grade equipment, maximum level 5. 1 dark gold grade equipment, maximum level 5. Epic level equipment pieces, maximum level 1 brilliant gems. Legendary equipment with 3 gems, maximum level 2 brilliant gems. Mythic grade equipment with 4 gems, minimum level 2 brilliant gems. 5 saint level equipment pieces, minimum level 3 brilliant gems. White Knight currently has a total of 13 gems embedded in it. Level 5 critical hit gem, X1. Level 5 critical damage gem, X1. Level 5 amplification gem, X1. Level 5 spirit gem, X10. Total bonus. Spell power plus 5%. Spell critical strike chance plus 5%. Spell critical strike damage plus 5%. Spirit plus 1,600. Equipment bonus percentage. Damage to undead creatures increased by 100%. Spell power, 10%. Spirit plus 40%. Spell critical strike chance plus 45%. Spell critical strike damage plus 70%. Casting speed, 20%. Curse resistance, 30%. Ice resistance, 30%. All elemental resistance, 10%. Mana regeneration rate, 100%. Chapter 85 White Knight's level 20 summoned items and mount panel. Halo. 1. Advanced Undead Aura increases all attributes of friendly undead creatures by 60%. Originally 30%, doubled by the class-specific Cataclysm trait effect. 2. Defense Aura LV17. Within a 340-meter radius, all friendly units have their dual defenses increased by 17%. This effect cannot be stacked. The following data are all based on the combined effects of these 2 major accolades. Mount Space, 1/1. Frost. Mythical Mount. Frost Dragon King. High-ranking undead creature. Level 10. Experience points, 1.2%, 1.2 million/100 million. Loyalty, 100. Due to the influence of the Death Overlord class, loyalty will never decrease. Movement speed bonus. Land, sea, and air plus 800%. HP. 4.224 billion / 4.224 billion. Mana points. 3.52 billion / 3.52 billion. Attack power. 2.112 million. Spell power. 1.76 million. Physical defense. 2,059,200. Magic defense. 1,647,400. Elemental resistance. Ice 80%, Death 70%, Shadow 60%, other elements 40%. Skills. Frost Dragon Breath, Dragon's Might, Size Shrink, Basic Ice Spells, Frost Freeze. Ice damage per second to a 5-meter radius around the target, and inflicts grievous wounds and burn effects, lasting up to 30 seconds. Attack range 50 meters, cooldown 120 seconds, mana cost 2,000 points per second. Attack range and attack distance are directly proportional to body size. Dragon's Might. The pressure of a Dragon King, which intimidates all creatures within a 1,000-meter radius and reduces all attributes of creatures with a life level lower than that of the Frost Dragon King by 10% to 50%. The lower the life level, the stronger the intimidation effect. The effect of Dragon's Might will be weakened if the level difference between the two sides is too large. Shrink size. Can shrink body size to a certain extent, making it easier to fight or enter places that are otherwise inaccessible. Frost Freeze. Passive effect. Doubles the chance and effect of freezing all ice spells. The King of the Frost Dragon race. A powerful mythical creature. Summoning space. 1340/1340. The skeleton receives a 0.6 bonus to player spirit. 1. Elite Skeleton Warriors 540. Elite Skeleton Warriors. Level 20. Strength 43,318. Constitution 43,318. Agility 43,318. HP 4,331. 800/4. 331. 800. 1 point of Constitution equals 20 points of health, 15 before Ascension. Attack power 216,600. 1 point of Strength equals 2.5 points of attack power before Ascension 2. Physical defense 76,000. 1 point of Constitution equals 1.5 physical defense, 1 before Ascension. Skills. Heavy Strike LV9, Wild Charge LV9. Heavy Strike. E. Level 9. Max. Swing your weapon to strike the target, dealing 190% physical damage. Cooldown 30 seconds. Wild Charge. B. Level 9. Max. Charges towards the target at 300% speed, dealing 300% damage. Depending on the difference in strength between the two sides, the target can be stunned for up to 5 seconds. Charge distance 10 to 100 meters. Cooldown time 60 seconds. 2. Elite Skeleton Archers 400. Elite Skeleton Archers. Level 20. Strength 43,318. Constitution 43,318. Agility 43,318. HP 649. 800/649. 800. 1 point of Constitution equals 15 points of health, 12 before Ascension. Specific value 649770, rounded to 2 decimal places. Attack power 86,600. 1 point of Strength equals 1 point of attack power, 0.75 before Ascension. 1 point of Agility equals 1 point of attack power, 0.75 before Ascension. Physical defense 40,500. 1 point of Constitution equals 0.8 physical defense, 0.5 before Ascension. Skills. Double Shot LV9, Fatal Sniper LV9. Double Shot. E. Level 9. Max. Instantly fires 2 arrows, dealing double damage to the target. Each arrow deals 99% physical damage. Cooldown 30 seconds. Fatal Sniper. B. Level 9. Max. Focus on a powerful sniper shot with twice the maximum range, dealing 450% physical damage to a single target and doubling the critical hit rate. The channeling time is 2 seconds, and the cooldown time is 60 seconds. 3. Elite Skeleton Mages 400. Elite Skeleton Mage. Level 20. Spirit 43,318. Agility 43,318. Constitution 43,318. HP 433. 200/433. 200. 1 point of Constitution equals 10 points of health before Ascension 8. Spell power 108,295. 1 point of spirit equals 2.5 spell power, 2 before ascendancy. Physical defense, 25,300. 1 point of constitution equals 0.5 physical defense, 0.33 before ascension. Magic defense, 30,400. 1 point of spirit equals 0.6 magic defense, none before ascension. Skills, Fireball LV9, Firestorm LV9. Fireball, E, rank 9, max, unleashes a fireball that attacks the target, dealing 220% spell power as fire damage. Cast time, 1.5 seconds, cooldown, 30 seconds. Fire damage per second to a 30-meter radius around the target. Cast time, 3 seconds, duration, 9 seconds, cooldown, 60 seconds. Commander's Space, 20/20ths. 1. Headless Horseman 20. The Headless Horseman receives a 1% bonus to player spirit. The Headless Horseman. Level, 20. Strength, 72,196. Constitution, 72,196. Agility, 72,196. Spirit, 72,196. HP, 7, 219, 600/7, 219, 600. 1 point of constitution equals 100 health points. Attack power, 72,200. 1 point of strength equals 1 point of attack power. Physical defense, 168,900. 1 point of constitution equals 2 points of physical defense. Magic defense, 168,900. 1 point of spirit equals 2 points of magic defense. Elemental resistance, death 20%, shadow 20%. Skills, Death Charge LV9, Headless Saving Throw LV9. Death Charge, S, level 9, max, charges towards the target at 900% speed, dealing 900% damage to all enemies along the way. Strength effect is increased by 900% during the charge. Unstoppable and unaffected by control skills. Charge distance, 10 to 200 meters, cooldown time, 60 seconds. Headless Exemption, S, exempts you from all negative effects that affect the head, such as blindness, dizziness, etc. Legion, summon Shadow Knights to join the Legion. The maximum number of Shadow Knights that can be summoned is equal to 42.5% of the player's command space, with the decimal part discarded. The minimum number of Shadow Knights that can be summoned is 2. Command, Defense Aura LV17. Within a 340-meter radius, all friendly units' defense and special defense are increased by 17%. The effect cannot be stacked. Without a head, there's no dizziness. Legion summoning items. 1.1 Shadow Knight 160. Attributes are 50% of Headless Horseman. Shadow Knight. Level 20. Strength, 36,098. Body Constitution, 36,098. Agility, 36,098. Spirit, 36,098. HP, 3, 609, 800/3, 609, 800. Attack power, 36,100. Physical defense, 84,500. Magic defense, 84,500. Skill, Shadow Charge LV9. Shadow Charge, B, level 9, max, charges towards the target at 300% speed, dealing 300% damage to all enemies along the way, and increases strength by 300% during the charge. Charge distance, 10 to 100 meters, cooldown time, 60 seconds. Chapter 86. There probably aren't enough monsters to farm. Outside Donghai City, even though it was late at night, many players were still diligently grinding monsters. With the removal of teleportation restrictions, many players above level 5 have decisively chosen to leave the starting village. After all, apart from the Misty Forest instance, there's nothing they're worth lingering over. Players who acquired some equipment and skills in this initial dungeon no longer face the same predicament as before when encountering ordinary monsters. No matter where you are, there will always be people who like curls. They would rather rest less and seize the early stages of the game to level up as quickly as possible. With the bright moon high in the sky, visibility at night is far less than during the day, but there are also items and skills in the game that can increase visibility. The cheapest torches can be bought with a few copper coins. Looking down, Su Mubai could see the twinkling lights at a glance. He naturally wouldn't compete with these players for monsters. Frost swept across the sky at lightning speed, freezing the surrounding air with its low temperature and scattering ice crystals onto the ground. Why do I suddenly feel a little cold? Is it snowing? What was that just passed by? It was so fast. The visibility is too poor at night, You can't see anything at all, and they disappear in the blink of an eye. Could it be some kind of boss? You're overthinking it. Which boss would dare to be so blind as to approach Donghai City? The effects of the frost immediately attracted the attention of many players. However, they couldn't see clearly at all, and after exchanging a few words, they returned to their leveling up mission. A leveling spot far from Donghai City. The monsters here have reached level 15. A team of 100 elite soldiers is leveling up here. The lighting tools they used were not cheap torches, but lighting stones worth 10 silver coins each. This prop can provide 80% of the daytime visibility within a 50-meter radius. This is the elite team of the Hegemony Guild, led by the S-level talent expert, Hong Tu-bei. Apart from him, everyone else had A-level talent. As Hong Tu-bei watched the frost flying through the air, his pupils contracted slightly. Has Bai Yi left the city? Before leaving the beginner village, he was full of confidence in his future. After witnessing Bai Ye's true strength at the teleportation plaza, he no longer had any desire to compare himself to Bai Yi. That guy is inhuman. Could my elite 100-man squad possibly defeat a mere skeleton? Only after the frost had long disappeared from sight did Hong Tu-bei regain his composure, take a deep breath, and shout, "Cheer up, everyone, and earn enough gold coins as soon as possible." Yes, all he wants now is to earn enough for the teleportation fee as quickly as possible so he can take the guild's elite members to other cities to develop. He didn't want to stay in Donghai City anymore. What if one of his subordinates was foolish enough to offend Bai Yi, that killing god? Wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Looking at his own talent, a glint of shrewdness flashed in Hong Tu-bei's eyes. As long as you avoid that freak Bai Yi, with your talent, you can develop anywhere. Donghai City is so inhospitable, even dogs wouldn't stay there. After flying at high speed for more than 10 minutes, the frost slowed down and also reduced its altitude. Once you leave the starting village, the minimap will no longer display detailed information. Only in areas that have already been explored will you find information such as monster distribution and levels. However, it is common knowledge that the closer you are to the main city, the lower the level of the monsters. Given the speed at which the frost flies, they are already quite a distance from Donghai City. As the flight altitude decreased, Su Mubai used the icy blue light emanating from the frost's body to begin observing the monsters below. Poisonous spider. Level 21. Ordinary. Keep flying. After glancing at it, Su Mubai looked away and signaled Frost to speed up. With the current stats of the Undead Legion, these monsters are too low level. After exploring along the way, they soon arrived at the seaside. As the most prosperous coastal city in the Divine Dragon Empire, Donghai City is not far from the Endless Sea. Looking at the boundless ocean, Su Mubai frowned, but still managed to land Frost on the shore. On the vast beach, huge crabs roam around in search of food, and they are also food for other creatures. With the arrival of Frost, these monsters were immediately intimidated by the powerful dragon's might, and their attributes plummeted by 50%. Giant crab, dragon's might suppression, reduces all attributes by 50%. Normal monster. Level 30. HP. 30,000/30,000. Saltland hyena, dragon's might suppression, reduces all attributes by 50%. Level 35. Elite. HP. 500,000/500,000. Demonic sand leopard, dragon's might suppression, all attributes reduced by 50%. Level 40. Enhance elite. HP. 1.2 million/1.2 million. Level 30 is indeed a hurdle. Su Mubai looked at the health bars of the three monsters and muttered something to himself. Along the way, the normal monsters below level 30 had at most less than 20,000 HP. The giant crab's attributes have been reduced by 50%, yet it still has a whopping 30,000 health points. As can be seen from the effects of Dragon's Might, it makes no difference whether facing ordinary monsters or enhanced elites, as they are all affected by Frost. Even though the level was more than 20 levels higher, it was still fully affected by the suppression effect of the Dragon's Might. Go play by yourself. Using Dead Zone Leap to leave the throne, Su Mubai waved to Frost. The latter's eyes lit up, and it flapped its wings and flew to the beach to begin its indiscriminate slaughter. Since becoming a mount, I can finally stretch my muscles and bones. Roar! The dragon's roar shattered the silence of the night and awakened the wild monsters that had been terrified by its might. But what awaits them is only death. With its frost-covered wings outstretched, it swept low overhead, its breath a mixture of frigid frost and scorching dragon breath, unleashing a terrifying torrent of energy. Frosty Dragon Breath. -8.82 million, -15.98 million, minus 8.79 million. By the Frost Dragon's breath displayed damage numbers as high as 7 digits, interspersed with 8-digit critical hit damage. Even the enhanced elite, demonized sand leopard, with a level of 40, could not withstand the terrifying dragon breath for even a second. Mythical creatures, terrifying beyond belief. The difference between life levels is like a chasm. Where the frost passed, it left behind a 10-meter-wide frost path, as well as a ground littered with monster corpses and dropped items. At the same time, Su-Mubai system notification sounds began to flood the screen. Slaying a level 30 giant crab grants an additional 150% experience bonus, plus 3,000 experience points. 50% bonus for levels above the target, 100% bonus for titles. Slaying the level 35 elite monster, Saltland Hyena, grants an additional 150% experience bonus, totaling 17,500 experience points. Defeating the level 40 enhanced elite monster, Demonized Sand Leopard, grants an additional 150% experience bonus, totaling 60,000 experience points. Because of the experience distribution method set by Su-Mubai, he also gets all the experience points from the monsters killed by Frost Kill. The 30-second Frost Breath attack, although it killed most of the giant sea crabs, still increased Su-Mubai's experience bar by nearly 10%. However, the 200 or 300 wild monsters in that large area were also completely wiped out. This might not be enough to cover the cost. Su-Mubai never expected that he would be troubled by killing monsters too quickly. Turning to face the opposite direction of the frost, he summoned space to activate the death curtain. The next moment, 20 headless horsemen led 160 shadow horsemen and 1,300 skeletons to descend. The moment the undead legion descended, the headless knight at the head pointed his lance forward and issued commands through his soul fluctuations. In an instant, all the knights transformed into black light and charged toward the target furthest away from the skill's range. Death Charge. Shadow Charge. Chapter 87 ended before anything even happened. Click, click, click. The elite skeleton warriors had just raised their great swords when they froze in place, bewildered. The elite skeleton archers and mages behind them also put down their weapons at the same time. All the skeletons turned to look at Su-Mubai at the same time, awaiting the next instruction. Just then, all the knights completed their charge, but their figures were already obscured by the darkness and beyond Su-Mubai's field of vision. The headless horseman was already 200 meters away. Minus 649,800, minus 650,000, minus 1,320,000, minus 108,300, minus 108,100, minus 216,400. Immediately afterwards, countless damage numbers appeared. The combination of 20 headless knights and 160 shadow knights left Su-Mubai speechless with astonishment. As the two charged together, 180 streaks of black light intertwined, completely plowing up the area in front of them. The demonized sand leopard with 1.2 million health points was struck by several beams of black light and sent flying into the air. It turned into a corpse before it even hit the ground. The monsters in front of Su-Mubai were cleared out. All that remained were corpses and coins, with a few scattered pieces of equipment occasionally visible. On the other side, Frost continued to unleash blizzards and ice spike hurricanes, and the carnage continued. Defeating a level 30 giant crab grants an additional 150% experience bonus, plus 3,000 experience points. Slaying the level 35 elite monster, Saltland Hyena, grants an additional 150% experience bonus, totaling 17,500 experience points. Defeating the level 40 enhanced elite monster, Demonized Sand Leopard, grants an additional 150% experience bonus, totaling 60,000 experience points. His experience bar jumped another 13%, but Su-Mubai awkwardly realized that there were no more monsters in his field of vision. The Frost Knight Legion instantly slaughtered nearly 1,000 monsters. The skeleton army hadn't even made a move before it was all over. Helplessly patting his forehead, Su-Mubai had a thought, and the skeleton army began to sweep up the battlefield in a grand manner. He himself simply vanished from the spot. Dead Zone Leap. When they reappeared, they were already beside the Headless Knight Legion at the very front. Fortunately, the coastline is long enough. The area that was just cleared out is still here. Without his skills, the Headless Horseman led the Shadow Knight Legion to begin farming monsters normally. With their powerful base stats, they can completely ignore the damage from these monsters, although their normal attack efficiency is much slower. Of the monsters in this area has already begun its countdown. 60 seconds later, A beam of black light shot across the beach under the cover of night once more. Death charge. Shadow charge. In an instant, monsters within a radius of over 100 meters were wiped out. Meanwhile, the skeleton army that had been cleaning up the battlefield had just finished collecting the fallen items and came to hand them over to Sumubai. Let's continue cleaning up the battlefield. Sumubai looked at the pile of copper and silver coins in front of him, waved his hand, and told the skeleton army to continue their previous work. There's nothing we can do. There are only so many monsters, and they simply can't compete with the Knight's Legion. Sumubai's chain corpse explosion technique was completely useless here. With a wave of his hand, he collected the dropped items into his backpack, which included some equipment and materials in addition to currency. However, they are all low-level junk equipment, only around level 30 or 40, with the strongest being only at the black iron level. Even if you get promoted for free, you'll only have bronze equipment. Such high-level bronze equipment is meaningless at this stage. Before the auction systems for players and locals were connected, these junk items could only be sold to shops at low prices. However, something is better than nothing, at least it's some benefit. Moreover, Sumubai doesn't need to worry about not being able to fit everything in his backpack. He can trade remotely with the wealthy and powerful at any time and hand over the trash to them for disposal. Wow. Before long, a golden light shot into the sky, tearing through the dark night. Congratulations to player White Knight for reaching level 21. All 4 stats increased by 1, skill point increased by 1, and free attribute points increased by 15. Allocating his free attribute points in the same way as before, Sumubai used Dead Zone Leap to catch up with the Vanguard and continue his leveling journey. On the other side, Frost, having gotten carried away, became increasingly excited as she killed, unleashing the madness inherent in the undead creatures. At this moment, he was already far away from Sumubai, and even the experience points had begun to belong to him. Sumubai's tips and experiences were constantly being shared on the screen, so he didn't notice this. Traded the junk from his backpack to the wealthy and powerful, that Sumubai remembered Frost. A slight sensation in his mind caused him to freeze in surprise. According to feedback, the two are actually more than 10 kilometers apart. Sumubai's face showed a look of surprise. Even with the cataclysmic effect of summoning space expansion, the controllable range of his summoned creatures is only 500 meters. Upgrading won't improve this range. You have to wait until you advance to the next level. But why is the range of Frost's activity so large? Sensing Sumubai's confusion, Bing Shuang's voice rang directly in his mind. Master, I am a real living being, unlike summoned creatures. As long as you allow it, I can move freely without any restrictions. Upon hearing this, Sumubai's eyes flashed with shock, and his heart trembled. Without any restrictions? That's not quite right. I can sense that there is a powerful barrier surrounding this country. To be specific, as long as I am within the range of this barrier, I can move around freely. The barrier likely refers to the national border. Sumubai thought for a moment, then asked, Can all mounts move freely like you? How is that possible? Ice Frost's voice carried a hint of disdain. Only truly intelligent beings can do it. If it's a mount dropped by a monster that can be repeatedly refreshed in the multiverse game, its range of movement can only be the same as that of a summoned creature. Immediately afterwards, Frost added another sentence. By the way, Master, if we are too far apart, the monsters I kill will not be able to provide you with experience points. After Bing Shuang's explanation, Sumubai gained a better understanding of the rules of the Myriad Realms game. He didn't care much about experience points, since even without Frost, there weren't enough monsters in this area for the Undead Legion to farm. He was more concerned about another issue. If the distance is too far, can I simply return you to my mount space? Yes, Master. Frost continued to explain, the mount space is a rule of the multiverse game. As long as we are in the same world, you can recall me at any time regardless of distance. That's good. Sumubai smiled and was about to give it a try when Frost's voice rang in his mind again. Master, I found a boss here. What grade? Sumubai raised an eyebrow, and an idea suddenly popped into his mind. Gold level. Grab him. Okay. Chapter 88 Verifying the Conjecture. The gold level boss was nothing to Sumubai. Even after getting the loot for free, it was only dark gold level. What he wanted to do was to test his inner thoughts. These past few days he's been using Cataclysm to improve his own things, which has led to a mental inertia. It wasn't until he upgraded his wealthy beyond compare skill that Sumubai considered this possibility. Can a boss's rank be upgraded using Catastrophe? If possible, then we can make nesting dolls again. The idea immediately excited Sumubai. Fortunately, Frost flew fast enough and quickly caught up with the boss and flew back. This is a sea serpent over 10 meters long, its thick body firmly gripped by icy dragon claws. The boss struggled violently, its snake tail lashing out repeatedly, but it couldn't inflict any damage on the Frost at all. With over 2 million physical defense and over 1.6 million magical defense, it's not something a mere gold-level boss can break through. Demonic Sea Serpent King, Dragon's Might Suppression, all attributes reduced by 45%. Level 50. Gold-level boss. HP. 5.94 million/5.94 million. Even though this is a level 50 gold-level boss, it was still suppressed by 45% of all its attributes by the level 10 Frost. The game, Multiverse. The gap between life levels is much larger than imagined. Even a young dragon is not something a gold-level boss can easily mess with. Moreover, Frost is an even more powerful Dragon King. Bang! The demonized Sea Serpent King was thrown from the sky by Frost, and the impact of the fall raised a cloud of dust. The next moment, Frost descended from the sky, and a dragon claw firmly pinned the demonized Sea Serpent King to the ground. It raised its head to look at Sumubai and proclaimed loudly, "Master, we've caught it." "Well done." Sumubai smiled and nodded. "I must be the first person in history to capture a boss and experiment on him." Without hesitation, Sumubai locked his gaze on the still struggling demonized Sea Serpent King and made a decision. Catastrophe. Target, the demonized Sea Serpent King. Hint, please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Advance to the Dark Gold Tier Boss, Demonized Sea Serpent King, no cost. Option 2. Ascend to the Epic Level Boss, Overturning Sea Serpent, consuming 10,000 soul coins. Option 3. The Cataclysmic Event leads to the legendary boss, the Hydra of the Sea, consuming 5,000 years of lifespan. It really works. A glint of light flashed in Sumubai's eyes as he excitedly looked at the 3 options that popped up. To be honest, this cost is much higher than items or skills of the same tier as Cataclysm, especially the Sublimation, which requires a full 10,000 soul coins. If it were converted into gold coins, it would be over 100 million. As for the third option, Sumubai simply ignored it. Even if he had enough lifespan, he could never use it to enhance his enemies. Putting aside whether they can even defeat a level 50 legendary boss, the added cataclysmic effect alone is enough to give them a headache. What if we give the enemy a bug level feature? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? 10,000 soul coins, so his only option was to get it for free. Advance to the first level. Hiss. The moment Sumubai made his choice, the demonic Sea Serpent King's eyes suddenly flashed with a ghostly light. It flicked out its tongue and hissed. Immediately afterwards, a rich, dark golden light enveloped its entire body. The rules of evolutionary energy actually deflected the frost dragon claws directly. It curiously glanced at the boss enveloped in dark golden light and asked in confusion, "Master, did you upgrade this guy?" Sumubai nodded, his gaze fixed on the boss. The evolution lasted for more than 2 minutes. As the light faded, the boss's size had doubled. A giant serpent, as thick as a bucket and nearly 30 meters long, appeared on the beach. Demonic Sea Serpent King, Dragon's Might Suppression, reduces all attributes by 30%. Level 50. Dark Gold Level Boss. HP, 42 million/42 million. Attack Power, 68,600. Spell Power, 57,400. Physical Defense, 8,400. Magic Defense, 7,000. Elemental Resistance, Water 20%, Poison 20%. Skills, Water-based spells, Death Strangulation, Deadly Venom, Rocket Headbutt. This lucky creature, which inexplicably evolved and whose strength has greatly increased, only wants to get revenge on the guy who just humiliated it. Hiss. The demonized Sea Serpent King flicked its long forked tongue, its eerie green vertical pupils fixed on the frost. Although it didn't understand why it had suddenly evolved, all it wanted to do at that moment was devour the giant dragon in front of it. Putting aside hatred, the bloodline within the other party also holds a deep attraction for it. If successful, it might evolve again. What are you looking at? Frost glared fiercely at the boss, but since Sumubai hadn't spoken yet, he couldn't make a move. This guy wants revenge on you. Sumubai smiled and waved his hand. Kill them. What's the point of keeping it now that the experiment is over? Okay. Frost grinned and immediately placed a claw on the Sea Serpent King's vital spot. Although its opponent was much larger after evolving, it was of no use in the face of an absolute difference in strength. Let me show you. Ice Frost snorted coldly and opened its mouth wide. Frost breath. Boom. The energy of ice and fire poured down, violently impacting the head of the Sea Serpent King. Despite radiating heat, it was frozen solid into a lump of ice. Minus 8.765 million, minus 8.81 million, minus 17.54 million, minus 18.02 million. For seconds, this dark gold-level boss collapsed and died under the dragon's breath. It even owes Frost some health points. The epic level, even level 100, cannot make a dent in the face of the mythical level Frost. In multiverse games, there is no concept of level suppression reducing damage. The only thing that exists is the suppression of life level. Chapter 89. The real boss is hard to find, but there are too many Sakura characters. Defeat the level 50 Dark Gold boss, Demonized Sea Serpent King, to receive an additional 150% experience bonus, totaling 22.5 million experience points. Soul Absorption activated, soul points plus 2.5. Wow. Congratulations to player, White Knight, for reaching level 22. All 4 stats increased by 1, skill point increased by 1, and free attribute points increased by 15. The moment the boss died, another golden light shot into the sky, and Sumubai's level increased once again. After passing the level 30 hurdle, the boss's combat power and experience points have also increased significantly. Sumubai murmured something. This demonized Sea Serpent King's overall combat strength is completely comparable to that of the level 20 Undead Bone Dragon in the Forgotten Lands. However, the experience points gained from defeating it are still not as plentiful as those from an epic level boss. It's just that I don't have enough soul points. Sumubai frowned upon seeing the system notification. A level 50 legendary boss only provided 2.5 soul points. Not to mention the smaller monsters from before. It would take hundreds of them to provide 0.1 points. Why is there such a big difference? Sumubai was very puzzled. Back in the Forgotten Land, Franklin had directly provided 1,000 points. Could it be that Franklin wasn't created by the multiverse game? As soon as the thought came to mind, Sumubai immediately felt that it was highly likely. Looks like I'll have to kill people to farm soul points. Thinking of this, a fierce glint flashed in Sumubai's eyes. As soon as it gets light, I'll go find Huijian. At my current leveling speed, I'll reach level 29 soon, so I need to hurry up and go to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Real bosses like Franklin are hard to find, but there are plenty of Sakura characters. Sumubai smirked and took the spoils from the skeleton. With a thought, he allocated his free points. Before I could even check, Frost peeked its head over from the side. Master, I'm hungry. It stared longingly at Sumubai. You'll get your share. Sumubai chuckled and patted Frost's forehead, then tossed all 20-odd materials that had been upgraded into its mouth. Epic-grade materials are exactly the minimum requirement for Frost food. Although it is not as efficient as Ice and Death materials in terms of conversion, it can still provide a lot of experience points. Thank you, Master. I'll go back to playing now. A joyful signal came from the soul fire in the frost-covered pupils. Wait a minute. Sumubai shook his head, signaling Bing Shuang not to rush. Only then did he begin to examine the items dropped by the boss. Besides several hundred gold coins, there was also a B-grade skill book, 2 C-grade skill books, 3 pieces of dark gold equipment, more than 10 level 2 gems, and 2 intermediate skill books. Sumubai does not meet the requirements to learn any of the 3 skills, and his equipment consists entirely of leather armor. The only things that were useful to Sumubai were the last 2 intermediate skill books. I almost forgot about this. Looking at the 3 unidentified pieces of equipment, Sumubai suddenly remembered that he was an appraiser. Previously in the Forgotten Lands, the items dropped by Franklin and Kaku's did not require identification, and he couldn't recall them at the moment. Before trying to get something for free, you need to identify the equipment first, otherwise the success rate of identifying epic equipment later will be too low. Sumubai thought for a moment, and then a thought struck him. Catastrophe. Target, intermediate appraisal skill. Hint, please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click to view details. Second stage sublimation. Prompt. Confirm the consumption of 50,000 gold coins to overwrite the previous promotion effect and upgrade the skill, basic appraisal, to a higher tier. Confirm. Now that we have money, a mere 50,000 gold coins is nothing to us. Although the majority of the 10 million gold coins were temporarily stored at the Fortune King's place, Sumubai still had more than 200,000 gold coins in his backpack. Notification: you have lost 50,000 gold coins. Your secondary profession skill, basic appraisal, has successfully been upgraded to advanced appraisal. Note: your secondary professional title has been changed to senior appraiser. After the series of system notifications ended, Su Mubai opened his secondary profession panel to view the skill details. Advanced appraisal techniques. 10/50,000. As skill proficiency increases, the success rate of identification will slightly improve. Success rate for identifying legendary, unique items, 90%. Epic item identification success rate, 20%. Legendary item identification success rate, 2%. Cast time 2 to 5 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. Mana cost 5,000 points. A secondary profession is not a real profession. It is simply a name for a secondary profession skill. Therefore, unlike the main profession, it cannot be obtained for free through the Cataclysm. However, advanced appraisal skills are sufficient for the short term. Su Mubai picked up the 3 pieces of equipment dropped by the boss and began to appraise them one by one. This time, the identification time was shortened to 2 seconds. What's the difference between a 90% success rate and 100%? 3 minutes later, all 3 pieces of equipment were successfully identified. Catastrophe. Su Mubai directly upgraded everything for free. Looking at the stats of the 3 pieces of equipment, they are all epic equipment ranging from level 30 to 120, and the stats are decent. I'll throw them all into my backpack and trade them with Richmond later. Epic level equipment of this caliber should be able to fetch some soul coins at the auction. Looking at the 2 advanced skill books in his hand, Su Mubai thought for a moment and decided to use them directly. Upgrading to a perfect skill book requires a full 5 million soul coins, which is not something that can be done in a short time. As for selling them to buy intermediate skill books and then getting them for free, there's no need for that, since the richest person already has enough starting capital and doesn't need these 2 advanced skill books. Besides, there aren't that many suitable items to buy at auctions. Only when players have grown stronger can they acquire these items in large quantities on the market. You have used 2 advanced skill books, gaining 30 skill points. Current available skill points, 36. After a moment's thought, Su Mubai immediately allocated his skill points to the skill, Summon Headless Horseman. You have spent 15 skill points to upgrade your skill, Summon Headless Horseman, to level 20, max. Just as Su Mubai had predicted, this skill reached its maximum level at level 20. There were no improvements in attributes, but each Headless Horseman could summon 2 more Shadow Knights. In this way, the Shadow Knight Legion reached 200. At the same time, the Headless Horseman's defensive aura has also been upgraded to the maximum level, increasing both defenses by 20%. The entire undead army's defenses have been slightly improved. With 21 skill points remaining, Su Mubai thought for a moment and upgraded Death Absorption Feedback by 2 levels. After the upgrade, the casting range and maximum target of the entire skill have both increased by 20%. Death energy value has also been increased to level times 24. Overall, a level 50 Dark Gold grade boss did not bring Su Mubai any significant improvement. The main reason is that his strength has long surpassed that stage. However, this experiment brought him a completely new idea for upgrading. A crazy idea suddenly came to mind. Chapter 90. If you're going to grind, you have to grind the boss. Su Mubai's idea was simple, but absolutely insane. Because of the soul drain effect of the Death Codex, the respawn time of monsters killed by it will be doubled, making it impossible to keep up with the speed at which the Undead Legion respawns. In that case, why not promote them one by one? Doing this won't increase the monster killing time much. On the contrary, it will greatly increase the rewards. Moreover, the minimum upgrade for Catastrophe is 1 level. If a regular monster is upgraded to a higher tier, is it an elite monster or a Black Iron level boss? If it's the latter, then that's truly terrifying. The loot dropped by bosses is far superior to that of regular monsters. If you can upgrade the dropped items for free again, your monster killing rewards will increase by hundreds of times. With this crazy idea in mind, Su Mubai's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Dead Zone Leap. The next moment, he was already seated on the throne on the back of the ice. Fly forward, but don't fly too high. Control your speed and don't let the undead army escape my control. No problem, master. Although Bing Shuang was somewhat confused, she still followed Su Mubai's instructions and began to fly slowly at low altitude. At the same time, under Su Mubai's control, the Undead Legion also stopped attacking and began to line up formally. Soon, Frost passed the Headless Knights at the front of the procession. Su Mubai's gaze instantly locked onto a giant sea crab in front of him. Catastrophe. Target, Giant Crab. Hint, please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Advance to the Iron Tier Boss, Giant Crab Boss, no cost. Option 2. Upgrade to the Bronze level Boss, Giant Crab Leader, costing 15 gold coins. Option 3. The Cataclysm progresses to the silver tier boss, Giant Crab King, consuming 30 days of lifespan. He really is the boss. Upon seeing the 3 options, Su Mubai's face immediately lit up with ecstasy. The game of Myriad Realms were exactly as he had guessed. Whether it's a normal monster, an elite monster, or a strengthened elite monster, they all belong to the lowest tier. A black iron level boss represents the 2nd tier. Similarly, a mythical level boss corresponds to the 9th tier. Saint-destroying level creatures, which are not mentioned in the data, are beings that have surpassed the 9th rank. 15 gold coins are nothing to Su Mubai now. Even if you sublimate 10,000 monsters, the cost is only 150,000 gold coins. And the items dropped by these bosses, if you get them for free again, will definitely bring you far more than 1 million in rewards. Just do it. Su Mubai's eyes flashed. 2nd stage ascension. The next moment, 15 gold coins were missing from his backpack, and the giant crab in front of him was suddenly enveloped in bronze light. It doesn't take too long to evolve into a bronze-level boss. In just a few seconds, the bronze light dissipated, and a giant crab leader, now twice its original size, appeared on the spot. Giant crab leader, Dragon's Might suppresses, reduces all attributes by 50%. Level 30. Bronze level boss. HP, 1.32 million/1.32 million. Snap. The giant crab leader, bewildered by its sudden evolution, twitched its claws, its large eyes filled with confusion. However, it soon had no need to doubt, because a rain of arrows and fireballs were already hurtling towards it. Defeat the level 30 bronze boss, Giant Crab Leader, to receive an additional 150% experience bonus, plus 300,000 experience points. In an instant, the Giant Crab Leader, which had just completed its evolution, became a corpse. The skeleton warrior, who was already prepared, immediately stepped forward and swiftly collected the dropped items. Seeing that the plan was feasible, Su Mubai did not linger and signaled Bing Shuang to continue flying. Along the way, all the monsters that his gaze swept over were enveloped in bronze light and began to evolve. Elite and enhanced elite level monsters, even after being upgraded, are still only bronze level bosses. However, because the level is higher, the cost of upgrading will also be higher. However, compared to the gains, it was utterly insignificant. Even without falling, the abundant experience gained from the sublimation alone is enough for Su Mubai to make a big purchase. A magical scene suddenly appeared along the long coastline. Bosses that you normally have to rely on luck to encounter are starting to appear in large numbers or frost flies. However, what awaited them was not a monstrous rebellion, but a full-service funeral provided by the Undead Legion. Knights charged in, mages and archers picked off the enemies, and skeleton warriors cleaned up the battlefield. They really made sure these bosses were dealt with perfectly. Congratulations to player White Knight for reaching level 23. All 4 stats increased by 1, skill point increased by 1, and free attribute points increased by 15. Congratulations to player White Knight for reaching level 24. All 4 stats increased by 1, skill point increased by 1, and free attribute points increased by 15. As the Undead Legion began its slaughter, Su Mubai quickly leveled up 2 levels. Not having enough mobs to farm has been completely solved. From now on, apart from players, no more monsters will die at the hands of the Undead Legion. Leveling up with regular monsters is too slow. You have to fight bosses, and in groups. Even Su Mubai himself felt that this upgrade speed was somewhat abnormal. After a while, he had to stop and recycle the items the skeleton warrior had collected. The game, Multiverse, dropped items will disappear if they are not picked up for too long. Although the skeleton warriors can clean up the battlefield, they can only carry these items. It doesn't count as picking them up. If Su Mubai were to recall them to his summoning space at this moment, those items would fall directly to the ground. The summoning space can only store your own summoned creatures. Of course, Su Mubai didn't need to collect them one by one. He simply waved his hand, and the curtain of death instantly appeared, from which the items collected by the skeleton warrior fell and piled up in front of him. These are just bronze-level bosses, so naturally they won't drop anything good. Su Mubai kept 15 of the beginner skill books and used the rest for mass upgrades. He then made a call to the wealthy world. Prepare a spacious place. There's a batch of things you need to handle. Inside Donghai City, the richest man in the world was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. A batch? We also need to find a spacious place. How many of those are there? Did the boss somehow manage to wipe out the entire lair of some high-ranking boss? Before the man named Fu Jiaxiangxia could speak, Su Mubai continued. Forget it. Just go directly to the Donghai auction house. There are too many items, so it'll be too much trouble. Contact me when you get there. Okay, I'll be right there. Although Fu Jiaxiangxia was very puzzled, he still came to the Donghai auction house as soon as possible. After using Su Mubai's VIP card to enter the previous private room, Fu Jia Tianxiao initiated a remote transaction with Su Mubai through the God of Wealth contract. Immediately afterward, even though he was mentally prepared, he still jumped 2 meters high and exclaimed in surprise, "Boss, slow down the transaction. I'm going to get buried." Chapter 91. I seriously suspect he's playing a custom-made version. As night fell and the sun slowly rose, the players who had been leveling up all night prepared to return to the city for a short rest. Most players who rested at night also got up to prepare for a new day of their journey through the myriad worlds. However, when some players habitually opened the level leaderboard, they were completely stunned. This time, there was no district-wide announcement, but the entire Forbidden Land was quickly in an uproar. Blue Star Region Ranking. First place, Bai Yi, level 29, Divine Dragon Empire. Second place, 3-Foot Greenblade, level 11, Divine Dragon Empire. Third place, Felix, level 11, Holy Empire. 10th place, Calm and Composed, level 10, Divine Dragon Empire. Perhaps because Bai Ye's level was so far ahead, the other people on the rankings chose to rest when they saw that there was no hope of catching up. As the night went by, the rankings from 2nd to 9th remained unchanged, while Venus, who was ranked 10th, actually dropped off the list. Instead, it was another player from the Divine Dragon Empire. In other words, the Divine Dragon Empire now occupies 4 of the top 10 spots in the Blue Star region. However, this is not the reason that shocked everyone. But Bai Yi, who was at the top of the rankings, actually leveled up 9 levels overnight. Baka, why did he level up so fast? Oh my god, is he God's illegitimate son? Damn it, when will the borders open? Bei Appa must really want to go back home. Shit, this Bai Yi is definitely cheating. I'm not even level 6 yet. How could he be level 29? Boss Bei, you should surrender. If you continue to be this monstrous, you'll be banned from all realms sooner or later. Are we really playing the same game? Hehe, I seriously suspect that Bai Yi is playing a customized version. The top experts on the ranking list were also staring blankly at the name Bai Yi at the top, not knowing how to react for a moment. The number 29 is clearly small, but in their eyes it was magnified infinitely, deeply impacting their hearts. When the results were released yesterday, Bei's 9-level lead already made them despair. I never expected that after taking a nap, the gap would double. This is only from the perspective of level. If we're talking about experience points, it's many times greater. At that moment, a series of questions arose in everyone's mind. SSS level talent truly the strongest talent in the game? If so, why is Bai Yi leading by such a large margin? If not, then what level of talent does he possess? 4S? Or is it the 5S? These questions, of course, could not be answered by anyone. Su Mubai glanced at his level 29 with 100% experience points, and his lips twitched slightly. I was so engrossed in grinding that I didn't even notice when my experience points were maxed out. After signaling for the frost to land next to the spoils the skeleton warrior had just collected, Su Mubai then looked at the system notification. Note, your experience points have reached level 29, 100%. You can continue to absorb experience points to level up after breaking through to the 2nd tier. That's it. Su Mubai frowned. 4 ordinary professions. One can go to the profession hall in each major city to accept advanced quests. But his profession is the Master of Death, so where can he get a mission? I originally thought that the quest would be automatically activated once the experience points were full, but there is no quest now. After thinking for a moment, Su Mubai dialed Situ GS number. After a moment, he finally understood. The Book of Death was what he used to unlock the advanced quest. No, it should be called the Grimoire of Death now. It's time to go see the cherry blossoms. Su Mubai looked at the rising sun, a smile curving his lips. If I'm not mistaken, after absorbing 5,000 soul points and opening the Death Codex for the 3rd time, you'll be able to receive the advancement quest. This was not difficult for him. All that's needed is to kill off a few more cherry blossoms completely. On average, each person gets 1.4, plus the amount absorbed from farming bosses at night. 3,000 cherry blossoms are enough. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. After upgrading all the spoils on the ground, Su Mubai traded them all to Fu Jiatianxia. Then he took out a return scroll and slowly tore it open. Although he forgot to buy this thing when he went out, he was able to get it for himself anytime thanks to Fu Jiatianxia. It has to be said that the God of Wealth contract skill is definitely the strongest logistical support skill. A flash of white light, and Su Mubai disappeared from the spot. The Frost and the Undead Legions returned to their respective spaces. On the coastline, only the corpses of the bosses that hadn't yet respawned remained. Unfortunately, no players can reach this point at present, so they cannot witness this breathtaking scene. Welcome home, Your Excellency Lord of the White Knight Court. He had replaced this place with a teleportation point last time, so Su Mubai went straight home. Stretching, Su Mubai waved his hand gently, and the door opened automatically. Standing outside the door were Maple Leaf and her 3 companions. It was supposed to be the wealthy man who brought them, but that guy is still at the Donghai City auction house dealing with his spoils and can't get away at all. Boss. Maple Leaf Xiao Xiao took the lead, and everyone else shouted in response. They were clearly well aware that their boss had gone from being incredibly wealthy to being a ruthless figure. However, the 4 of them were not dissatisfied at all. On the contrary, they were extremely excited. You know everything, right? Su Mubai nodded to everyone. Yes, the fat uncle has already told us. The only female player in the team, Marshmallow, was the first to respond. Maple Leaf Xiao Xiao extended an invitation to Su Mubai. Hint: Maple Leaf invites you to join the Dark Knight Mercenary Group. Notification: you have successfully joined the Dark Knight Mercenary Group. Notification: you have become the leader of the Dark Knight Mercenary Group. Since Fu Jia Tianxia was conscripted in the middle of the night, the task of creating a mercenary force was naturally entrusted to Feng Yi Xiao Xiao. However, this does not affect the result. Come in, everyone. Su Mubai then turned and walked into the courtyard, pointed to the side courtyard, and said, I will grant you access to that area. From now on, this place will serve as Dark Knight's temporary base. The secondary courtyard also has many rooms, more than enough to accommodate the Dark Knight Mercenary Group. The 4 of them looked around the luxurious courtyard, a hint of joy appearing in their eyes. Although it's only temporary, at least we have a place to stay in the forbidden land of gods. I have other things to do, so let's skip the formalities and get started. Su Mubai beckoned the group to the pavilion and got straight to the point. Soon, the 4 of them signed contracts with Su Mubai. They were also the veterans of the Dark Knight Mercenary Group. For any new experts who join later, the contract will be with the Dark Knight Mercenary Group, since Su Mubai isn't exactly free. In any case, as long as Su Mubai is the leader of Dark Knight, the contract subject can be changed at any time. Immediately afterward, under the expectant gazes of the 4, Su Mubai had a sudden thought. Catastrophe. More than 10 minutes later, the 4 people, whose equipment, skills, and talents had been comprehensively upgraded, excitedly left by Yetting. They can't wait to try out their new talents. Especially Maple Leaf Xiao Xiao. He has become one of the few SS-level talent possessors. The basic structure is there. Now it's up to you how you develop it. Su Mubai smiled slightly. Although he didn't think Dark Knight could be of any help to him. What if? Anyway, there's no harm in it. After checking the time, Su Mubai dialed Huijian's communication for the first time. Chapter 92: Shadow Chasing Sword Chi. As soon as the 4 stepped out of Beijing, Away couldn't wait to ask. Brother Xiao, you must be very strong by now, right? Maple Leaf Sorrow smiled slightly upon hearing this. Of course, SS-level talent is incomparable to S-level talent. As he spoke, the excitement on his face was hard to hide. At the same time, his admiration for Bai Yi rose to a new level. The boss is not only highly capable himself, but he can also help others improve. Even those who had trouble getting up and away were excitedly looking at their new talents, eager to leave the city immediately and test their current strength. Cotton Candy smiled and poured cold water on the 3 of them. Are you confident in dealing with a skeleton summoned by the boss? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere became silent. The 3 men's excitement cooled down. Yeah, what am I so excited about? Roar. A roar came from within the White Knight Court, and then, amidst the envious gazes of the 4, Frost soared into the sky. Looking in that direction, the boss is heading to the teleportation hall. Is he planning to leave Donghai City? That's not our business. Let's go to the Donghai auction house first. You have entered the level 2 main city, Red Maple City. Your resurrection point has been switched to the Red Maple City Resurrection Hall. A flash of white light, and Su Mubai's figure appeared in Red Maple City. This is a secondary main city under Donghai City, so he doesn't need to apply for a flight permit here. With yesterday's system announcement, the multiverse game has officially launched, significantly lowering the requirements for leaving the village. More and more players are leaving the starting village and heading to various cities. Different starting villages belong to different cities, but whether it's a level 1 or a level 2 main city, the player's growth speed will not be greatly affected. The biggest difference between cities of different levels lies in their high-end offerings. Those who are qualified to access these things are all top-tier players. With their strength and earning power, they would not be bound by the initial city at all. Stepping onto the teleportation array again, Su Mubai arrived directly at the north gate of Red Maple City. Ignoring the shocked looks of nearby players, he waved his hand to summon Frost and disappeared into the sky at lightning speed. That must be White Knight, right? Having a flying mount is awesome. Why would Bai Yi come to a level 2 main city? Is there some hidden quest? Even if it exists, it has nothing to do with us. Yeah, even though we're playing the same game, Bai Yi and we are from completely different worlds. It's the same everywhere. Before the arrival of the multiverse game, you and Ma Xiaoyan and the others lived on Earth, but weren't you people from 2 different worlds? There is still a difference. I had no chance on Earth, but now at least there is a glimmer of hope. Well said. Come on, buddy, let's team up and level up. We don't have to become top experts, but at least we should make a name for ourselves in this forbidden land, right? Su Mubai's sudden appearance naturally sparked a heated discussion. He came to the city, naturally, to find Huaijin. It took Bing Shuang nearly an hour to finally get close to the coordinates given by Huaijian. Hint, you have spotted Yinchuan Waterfall. This is the system notification sound that plays every time a new map is introduced. A huge waterfall appeared before Su Mubai's eyes. Beside the waterfall was a lush, dense forest, and on the grass in front of the forest, not a single wild monster could be seen. Master, that person down there is incredibly strong. The voice of Frost echoed in Su Mubai's mind. As the flight altitude decreased, he finally saw a small black dot on the grass. Without a doubt, this person is Huaijin. How does he compare to Sidu Ji? It's hard to say, since they haven't shown their strength yet. Frost shook her head, and Su Mubai nodded slightly. Go down. Recalling the experience of the skeleton warrior being killed last time, Su Mubai deliberately made the Frost land in a more distant place. He then used Dead Zone Jump to get closer. Seeing what Huaijin was doing, he had some idea of what was going on, but his eyebrows still twitched slightly. Does this guy really not know how abstract his paintings are? It's a disgrace that he painted such a beautiful landscape. Hey kid, you got here pretty fast. Without turning his head, Huaijin noticed Su Mubai's arrival. Come and take a look at my painting. What do you think? I'm not exaggerating. This is absolutely my most satisfying work ever. The senior's paintings are naturally masterpieces, simply perfect. I can't find the right words to describe them. Su Mubai's expression brightened, and he immediately started spouting nonsense. What does it matter what you think in your heart and what you say? Huaijian nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this, then turned around and looked Su Mubai up and down. His gaze lingered on Su Mubai's left hand for a moment. I knew you were going to summon so many broken bones. You're the Lord of Death. The Book of the Dead wasn't open last time, so I haven't noticed it yet. I don't know whether to say you're lucky or unlucky. As he spoke, a strange look appeared on his face, and he shook his head with a smile. Hearing these remarks for the second time, Su Mubai had no particular thoughts. Isn't it just that the last step that's difficult? That's a matter for the future. Why bother yourself with worries now? Moreover, the cataclysm is not just for show. He only mentioned Su Mubai's profession briefly, then said nothing more, and instead extended his hand. Give it to me. I won't ask where you got it from. Just don't forget me if you ever get anything like this again. Don't worry, I will never forget you, senior. Su Mubai smiled and handed the 10,000 ancient gold coins he had prepared in advance to Huaijin. The latter's eyes lit up, and he carefully examined all the ancient gold coins before putting them into his backpack. Immediately afterwards, he slowly raised his hand, made a sword finger gesture with 2 fingers, and gently tapped it in midair. Clang! Even though there was no sword, Su Mubai clearly heard a sword's cry. Immediately afterwards, the air in front of him suddenly roared and began to distort, as if there was an invisible sword aura at the tip of his fingers. Keep it. This is my surprise for you. He waved his hand in his arms, and the distorted air began to slowly approach. Su Mubai's gaze sharpened, and he reached out to touch it, immediately triggering a system notification. You have completed the hidden quest, collect ancient gold coins too, and obtain the temporary skill Shadow Chasing Sword Chi. Pursuing Shadow Sword Chi. Temporary skills do not occupy a skill slot and can only be used once. He activated the sword energy, condensing it into a sword energy avatar in his arms. It transforms into a form possessing a trace of power within its body, capable of unleashing legendary combat power for 60 seconds. The sword aura transformation is extremely destructive. Do not use it in the city, or you will likely face imprisonment. Chapter 93 Crossing Borders. A sliver of power, legendary level. Su Mubai's pupils contracted slightly as he read the description of the shadow chasing sword chi. Just how strong is Kaima himself? Mythical level? or perhaps an even higher level of sane annihilation. While puzzled, Sumubai was also quite satisfied with the reward for this mission. In my arms, although it offers no experience or monetary rewards. But this, shadow-chasing sword chi, is far superior to those useless things. If they could get another free promotion, they could definitely use it as a trump card. However, he didn't rush to take advantage of her for free. Instead, he took out the letter that Sidhu-ji had given him from his backpack and handed it over. Along with the letter, they also obtained a parchment scroll containing information on the Death Overlord class set pieces. However, Sumubai could not discern any information from that parchment scroll at the moment. According to Sidhu-ji, the first clue can only be seen after advancing to the next level. The Divine Dragon Palace? He glanced at the envelope, frowned slightly, and took it to examine it. He quickly raised his head, looking at Sumubai with a half-smile, and said, "You think you can cross national borders, kid?" "Yes, as you probably know, senior, to advance in my profession, I have to kill quite a few people." "Where are you headed?" "The Kingdom of Cherry Blossoms." "That's a good choice, let's go." He patted her bottom and smiled. "Thank you for your kindness, senior." Sumubai was halfway through expressing his gratitude when he suddenly realized something was amiss. "Walk. Where are we going?" "Shouldn't you ask me to help you find some more ancient gold coins, and then give me that treasure that can cross national borders? From what I'm saying, you want to come with me." "What? You can go, but I can't." He stretched and pulled out his communicator. Although Sumubai was a little dumbfounded, he didn't say anything and just stood quietly to the side. The Divine Dragon Empire, Imperial Capital, headquarters of the Divine Dragon Palace. An elderly man with sleepy eyes answered the communicator, and the voice of his beloved came through. "Hey, old man, it's not impossible for you to send this little guy out, but I have to come along." Upon hearing this, the old man instantly woke up and refused. "No, we can help you hide here, but what if you go out and expose yourself, attracting those guys' attention? Do you really think you can escape wake up? This is the fate of the forbidden land of gods. Those guys are just a part of the myriad worlds. Besides, what I promised you in the past was to remain safe until the arrival of the descendants, so this doesn't count as breaking my promise." Upon hearing this, the old man fell silent, his cloudy eyes gradually clearing. He pondered for a moment, then asked, "Is it absolutely necessary to go? Can't we give the forbidden land of gods more time?" "Time, huh?" He chuckled coldly and said, "Do you really think they won't come if I don't go out? Give up your wishful thinking. Also, I'm just informing you, so don't get it wrong." As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up the call. The old man gave a wry smile, looked up at the ceiling, and his eyes seemed to reflect a myriad of stars. After a long while, he sighed heavily. Well, what's bound to happen eventually will happen. In front of the Yinchuan waterfall, he put away the communicator in his pocket. Sumubai hadn't heard a single word of his previous conversation. "Let's go, kid." He waved to put the drawing board away and patted Sumubai on the shoulder. "You're leaving already?" Sumubai was slightly taken aback. "You don't necessarily want to wait for an auspicious day, do you?" He glanced at Sumubai from his chest and said, "You should be secretly happy. With me by your side, I'll make sure you're safe and sound in that cherry blossom kingdom." "Does the senior mean we should act together?" Sumubai's eyes lit up. With Huaijin as a bodyguard, wouldn't he be able to completely ignore the locals of the Sakura Kingdom? "You're overthinking it. Do I look like someone who has that much free time?" Sumubai pursed his lips, his face remaining expressionless, but he was already internally complaining. "I've never seen anyone more idle than you." She glared at Sumubai and pointed a finger at his forehead. The speed was so fast that Sumubai had no time to react. Hint: the embrace helped you conceal your presence. This was arranged by the Divine Dragon Palace for you. With this barrier, the people of the Sakura Kingdom will not be able to find your exact location. Sumubai was overjoyed upon hearing this. The Divine Dragon Palace was indeed very thoughtful. In this way, the biggest hidden danger was also resolved. As long as he fires a shot and moves to a different location, the local experts in the Sakura Kingdom won't be able to do anything to him. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to ask, "Senior Huaijin, shall we set off now?" He nodded, and a small, black and white token appeared in his hand. For some reason, when he took out the token, he suddenly let out a barely perceptible sigh, and there was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. But he quickly composed himself and activated the token in his hand. Buzz! The black and white token suddenly unleashed a vast amount of energy, impacting the space in front of it. Rumble! A tremendous roar suddenly resounded in the sky, and a semi-transparent barrier slowly appeared high in the air. This sudden change alarmed everyone in the land of the Divine Dragon. Fortunately, The Divine Dragon Palace received the news in advance, so it did not cause too much of an impact. But it's different for gamers and a large number of ordinary locals. They all looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with deep confusion and shock. What happened? Why did such a commotion suddenly occur? Do you think that barrier might be the national border that the multiverse game refers to? Is it very possible that someone is attacking the border? The same scene unfolded in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. The invisible borders that envelop the entire Cherry Blossom Kingdom are also revealed at this moment. Rumble. The borders continued to tremble, and the roar echoed throughout the entire Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Unlike the calm demeanor of the Divine Dragon Palace, the high-ranking members of the Ninja Secret Society, the guardian force of the Sakura Kingdom, all changed color. Why are there unusual occurrences at national borders? This is a barrier set up by the multiverse game. Who on earth has the ability to shake it? I have a premonition that the Cherry Blossom Kingdom is likely to suffer a catastrophe. Give the order to make all necessary preparations for any unforeseen circumstances. Even high-level officials are confused, let alone ordinary people and players. And the space not far in front of Su Mubai and Huijin suddenly began to distort violently. Immediately afterwards, space was forcibly torn apart, and a gap appeared. Walk. He grabbed Su Mubai with one hand, took a step forward, and instantly rushed into the spatial gap. The next moment, a district-wide announcement rang out once again in the Forbidden Land of Gods. Chapter 94 Intruders and Guardians, a two-way buff. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to player White Knight from the Divine Dragon Empire for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to cross national borders. We hereby announce this and hope all players will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. Times 10. The moment this announcement was released, all the players went wild. No way. It's only been 3 days, and Bai Yi has already gone abroad. Sometimes I really want to call the police. We started the game together. So why is it that Bai Yi has crossed the border before I've even left the newbie village? Isn't it said that national borders cannot be crossed? What's going on here? No wonder there was a tremor at the border just now. It turns out it was caused by Boss Bai Yi. Besides the Divine Dragon Empire, the chat channels of other countries were also bustling with activity. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that Bai Yi Appa would be so eager to return to the country. Wake up, stop deceiving yourself. Bai Yi can't possibly be a member of our Kingdom of Korea. Fuck, this Bai Yi is simply not human. How can he cross national borders so quickly? Wouldn't this pervert come to our Illumination Federation? Hee hee, no matter how strong Bai Yi is, as long as he dares to come to our White Elephant Kingdom, we will make sure he never leaves. Do you think Perrin, the strongest in our Northern Glory Empire, is a match for Bai Yi? Unlike chat channels in other countries, this is the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. At this moment, their chat channel was completely silent, as if everyone had been silenced. Simply because they heard a few more announcements than other countries. Announcement from the Sakura Kingdom. Please note that player White Knight from the Divine Dragon Empire has successfully entered the Sakura Kingdom. Times 5. Announcement from the Sakura Kingdom. Since the national war has not yet begun, White Knight will be considered an invader, and all Sakura players will receive the nationwide shared two-way buff, Sakura Kingdom Guardian. Times 5. Announcement from the Sakura Kingdom. All Sakura players are urged to unite in their hatred of the invaders and eliminate or drive them away as soon as possible. Guardians of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Nationwide shared two-way buff. Positive. If an intruder is successfully killed or driven away before the experience percentage drops to 0, all players in the Sakura Kingdom will receive 100% more experience from monster kills thereafter. Conversely, for every 24 hours an intruder stays in Sakura, all players in Sakura Kingdom will have their experience gained from killing monsters reduced by 2%. A unique buff, not stackable, and only effective within the Kingdom of Sakura. After reading the description of the Guardian, a nationwide shared two-way buff, the chat channel of the Sakura Kingdom finally erupted in excitement. However, instead of despairing, they became unusually excited. Haha, this Bai Yi actually dares to come alone? Isn't he just handing me a buff? Even if he's strong, what good is it? Can he possibly handle so many of us? Everyone, hurry out of the city and search. Let's try to kill Bai Yi on the first day. 100% experience bonus. Just thinking about it is exciting. Do you think he might just hide? If that happens, won't we lose all the experience points we get from grinding monsters in 50 days? Hide? Where can he hide? I just saw the wanted poster for Bai Yi posted in the City Lord's mansion. This isn't just a matter for us players. The Sakura Kingdom will hunt him down too. So Dorson, that's it. As long as we find him within 25 days, we won't lose out. The allure of the experience bonus spurred a large number of excited Sakura players to leave the city, constantly observing their surroundings while grinding monsters. If Bai Yi dares to show up, they will definitely expose his whereabouts immediately. No matter how monstrous Bai Yi is, he will definitely not survive. Even if the player can't beat him, he can't possibly be a match for the army of the Sakura Kingdom, right? Fallen Moon City. This is a level 2 main city, and one of the few cities in the Sakura Kingdom that is second only to the level 1 royal city. Level 20 monster map outside the city, Tsukuyami picked up an item that had fallen to the ground, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Baekun, you've arrived so quickly? I hope you don't die too soon. Muttering to himself, Tsukuyami opened the Fallen Moon City chat channel for the first time and pinned a message to the top using 1,000 gold coins. Although this was most of her family fortune, Tsukuyami didn't feel any heartache. He already knew that gold coins weren't as useful as he had imagined. To buy truly good items, you need a currency called soul coins. His talent for killing strong opponents allows him to grow stronger. Compared to this, what are gold coins? Tsukuyami, whoever helps me find the White Knight first will be rewarded with a gold-level equipment. Upon hearing this news, the players in Fallen Moon City became even more excited. Everyone wanted to be the first to discover Bai Yi and claim the reward. But they seem to have forgotten that Bai Yi is not only no pushover, but is actually the strongest player. You might live to receive the reward, but you might not live to enjoy it. However, the players in the Sakura Kingdom were oblivious to all this at the moment. They were already blinded by the 100% experience bonus. All they could think about now was finding Bai Yi as soon as possible and getting the experience boost buff. The sooner you obtain it, the greater the advantage players from the Sakura Kingdom will have in the multiverse game. When the national war begins, we might be able to use our level advantage to accomplish what we couldn't do on Earth before. Cherry Blossom Kingdom, on the outskirts of Beihai City. Space tore open, and two figures emerged from it. Surrounding monsters spotted their target immediately and pounced on it, baring their teeth. Humph, a bunch of beasts. He snorted coldly, and without making any move, an invisible sword aura instantly pierced through all the nearby monsters. Before any screams could be heard, all the nearby monsters had already fallen to the ground and died. Sumubai had just finished listening to the system notification. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to cross national borders. Your title, Unrivaled, has been upgraded. Note, since the national war has not yet begun, you have been regarded as an invader by the Sakura Kingdom. All factions and players in the country will hunt you down. Please do everything you can to survive. Hint, you have gained the dual buff, Invaders of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Invaders of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Single target dual directional buff. Positive effect. For every 24 hours you stay in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, the experience points you gain from killing monsters will increase by 2%, up to a maximum of 100%. Conversely, each time you are killed, the experience points you gain from killing monsters are reduced by 20%. A unique buff, not stackable, and only effective within the Kingdom of Sakura. Looking at the new buff information that appeared in his status bar, Su Mubai's lips curled up slightly. Isn't this an unexpected delight? Just then, Huaijin looked around and said, I have something to do, so I'm leaving first. You can play by yourself from now on. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and soared into the air, leaving only one sentence echoing in Su Mubai's ears. I'll let you know when I'm leaving. Kid, let me see how capable you are. Make as much trouble as you can, the bigger the better. With me around, you don't need to worry about those old guys. They don't have the energy to cause you trouble. Chapter 95 High Altitude Attack. Unrivaled. When wearing this title, experience gained from all sources is increased by 100%, and movement speed is increased by 50%. After the title effect is enhanced, an additional 50% movement speed bonus is added. However, this entry is not very useful to Sumubai himself. Since acquiring the Dead Zone Leap, he has rarely walked. For long-distance travel, Frost can also be used as a mode of transportation. However, this effect greatly increases the flight speed of the Frost. Sumubai glanced at the corpses scattered all around him and waved his hand to summon Frost. Dead Zone Leap. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot, and he sat on the throne. Two streams of icy air shot from its nostrils, freezing the ground beneath its feet. It slowly unfurled its wings and asked, Master, where are we going? Let me see. Jingli City. Sumubai opened the map and searched for the coordinates on the dark gold-level treasure map. Fly south first. With the direction in mind, Frost immediately soared into the sky. With the boost from Unrivaled, his speed increased by 50%. Sumubai once found a dark gold-level treasure map in the green grassland, and the destination coordinates were located in the wilderness of Jingli City. He felt his excitement had been short-lived, thinking he wouldn't be able to open the treasure chest for a long time. Unexpectedly, by sheer chance, I arrived in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom so soon. Advancing is the top priority here, but opening treasure chests is also a goal. Under the ultimate nesting doll, this treasure chest can contain legendary items, so Su Mubai naturally wanted to get there as soon as possible. In that case, let's start with Jingli City. Looking at the map, Su Mubai's lips curled into a cold smile. This is a third-tier city, which is just right for him. Even if it alerts the locals in the city, it's unlikely that there will be anyone too powerful. Frost flew at high speed through the clouds. Although his level was low, the dragon's might he exuded kept the monsters in the air away. Su Mubai leaned back on the throne, pondering his next move while taking out a small pile of beginner skill books. This is the loot from last night's group boss raid, and it's the only thing Su Mubai left behind. A total of 15 books. Since he already had enough initial capital for the wealthy Under Heaven Empire, he decided to stay and improve his strength. Catastrophe. Objective, beginner skill book. Hint, please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Advance to the intermediate skill book, no cost. Option 2. Upgrade to advanced skill book, each book costs 2,000 gold coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to perfect skill book, each book consumes 1,000 years of lifespan. Second stage sublimation. Having money means you can do whatever you want. You have spent 30,000 gold coins and obtained 15 advanced skill books. You have used 15 advanced skill books, gaining 225 skill points. Current available skill points, 233. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Mubai decisively allocated his skill points to death absorption feedback. You have consumed 80 skill points, and your SS level skill death absorption feedback has been upgraded to level 11, max. Death absorption feedback, SS, level 11, max, active skill. Skill effect. 1. Absorb. Absorb and store death energy from corpses. The maximum number of targets that can be absorbed at one time is 20. Cooldown time is 30 seconds. No cost. Maximum casting range is 200 meters. Death energy value, 1392/2320, level times 40. 2. Feedback. Instantly restores your own health or mana and can also be used to enhance a summoned creature. Cooldown time is 30 seconds, and it consumes 1 to 500 points of death chi. 1 point of death chi restores 400 health or 400 mana. 1 point of death aura increases the target's main attribute by 1% for 120 seconds. At max level, the effect of death drain feedback is almost doubled. The only drawback is that the maximum amount of death energy consumed each time is capped at 500 points. Su Mubai wasn't too disappointed. With the added benefit of his professional cataclysmic ability, he can enhance the main attribute of a summoned creature by 1,000% every 30 seconds. Warning, you are being corrupted by the deathly aura emanating from the cursed crown. Death energy value plus 10. Death energy value plus 10. Death energy limit increased. The portable power bank immediately started working, and in less than 2 minutes, Su Mubai's death energy reached its limit. Looking at the remaining 153 skill points, Su Mubai thought for a moment and upgraded Dead Zone Leap by 3 levels. He has no shortage of damage, so there's no rush to upgrade Death Gaze. As an SSS level skill, upgrading it does require a lot of skill points, but the improvement it brings is also enormous. The jump distance has been increased from 200 meters to 320 meters, and the cooldown time has been shortened to 12 seconds. Even the immunity time after the jump increased from 3 seconds to 3.3 seconds. The improvement to Death Curtain is equally astonishing, with the casting range increased to 800 meters. While the cooldown time remains unchanged, the duration has been increased to 39 seconds. The biggest improvement is in the number of death curtains. After upgrading his skill to level 4, Su Mubai can activate the death curtain at 5 coordinates simultaneously, instantly causing the undead army to scatter and appear at different coordinates. Looking at the upgraded Dead Zone Leap, Su Mubai was slightly surprised. I wonder what level this skill takes to reach its maximum. If I could level up a few more times, wouldn't I be invincible with the added bonus of my class's cataclysmic ability? Leapfrog, immunity, another leapfrog, another immunity. This is outrageous. Although he felt the chances were slim, Su Mubai was determined to max out Dead Zone Leap as soon as he acquired skill points. Master, we need to change our route. The icy voice rang out, and Su Mubai was slightly taken aback. Bah! The next moment, a loud eagle cry resounded through the sky. Su-Mubai's gaze sharpened as he saw a small black suddenly appear directly in front of him, which began to grow larger at an extremely rapid pace. The only thing that could trigger a warning from the frost must be a powerful boss. However, at this moment, the distance was too great for Su-Mubai to see the other party's information. Bing Shuang immediately wanted to change direction, but Su-Mubai stopped her. "Don't panic, fly over there." "Master, I am no match for it." Bing Shuang's voice was somewhat anxious, clearly worried that Su-Mubai was putting himself in danger. "You won't die, don't worry." Su-Mubai sat up straight, his expression turning serious, his gaze fixed on the rapidly approaching black. As he got closer, he finally saw the other person clearly. This enormous vulture has blackish-purple feathers that shimmer with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. The most unusual thing about this thing is that it has two heads. Its size is no smaller than when Frost was first summoned by the Frost Horn. Chapter 96 High-Altitude Battle, Teasing the Boss. Dark-Feathered Demonic Eagle. Grade? Health points. Apart from a name, all other information consists of question marks. This huge creature was clearly attracted by the aura of Frost. Su-Mubai could sense excitement and greed in its pupils. "We ran into a big guy right away." The dark-feathered vulture served as a warning to Su-Mubai. While his strength is already unmatched among the descendants, there is still a significant gap between him and truly powerful beings. However, Su-Mubai was not flustered at all at this moment. On the contrary, he became even calmer. The boss is significantly faster than Frost, so even if we change direction now, we might not be able to escape alive. Of course, he didn't intend to kill the boss either, as that was simply unrealistic. "Master, we're here." With Su-Mubai's command, Frost's speed did not decrease at all, and it charged straight toward the dark feather demon vulture. A hint of mockery flashed in the latter's eyes, and both heads opened their mouths simultaneously. Boom, boom. Two dark purple energy beams shot out in an instant. The two sides were still thousands of meters apart, but the boss's attack arrived in an instant. Roar! Frost was instantly enraged. If they were of the same level, that bald bird wouldn't even dare to glance at him. Now they dare to treat me like prey. It's simply outrageous. It immediately opened its lower jaw, and icy energy and scorching dragon breath condensed in its mouth. Even if they aren't your opponents, they're not so easy to deal with. Frosty dragon breath. Boom. Icy blue dragon breath collided with the boss's attack and exploded in midair. However, the intensity of the frost dragon breath was clearly not as strong as the two dark purple energy beams. After the latter blasted the dragon breath, it only weakened slightly and continued to bombard the frost. At the same time, the dark feathered vulture flapped its wings, dispelling the smoke from the explosion, and a pair of sharp claws came flying at lightning speed. Its eyes were full of excitement. "I never expected to encounter a newly hatched Dragon King while just going out for a walk. This is an incredible opportunity that you might never encounter in your lifetime." Claws gleamed coldly, piercing the air with unparalleled sharpness as they attacked. The soul fire within Frosty eyes pulsed violently. Though anxious, she still obeyed Su-Mubai's command and charged headlong into the fire. Just as the two were about to make contact, a pale gray light screen instantly appeared between them. Curtain of death. Swish. The next moment, Frost appeared 1,600 meters away. The two dark purple energy beams missed their target and shot straight into the distance. The dark feathered vulture suddenly lost its target and had no foothold, so it had to charge for several body lengths before finally stopping. The two instantly widened the distance to nearly 2 kilometers. But the crisis was not over. The dark feather vulture reacted extremely quickly, its wings flapping and turning instantly as it sped toward Frost. But the next moment, it was dumbfounded. A pale gray light flashed, and Frost's figure appeared in another direction. Just as it was about to change direction and continue its pursuit, the light screen reappeared, and the Frost changed its position again. Su-Mubai's lips curled up slightly. Although the death curtain can only be spread within a 1,600-meter range when it is first activated, it is not possible to escape quickly using this skill. However, the ability to instantly change position is enough to keep the boss completely on its toes. The 4 death curtains shifted rapidly, and Frost's figure constantly changed in all directions, from east to west, north to south, up to down, left to right. Moreover, the death curtain can change position according to Su-Mubai's thoughts. In just 10 seconds, the dark feathered vulture was so dizzy from being led around that its two heads almost got tangled up. The gray light screen flashed again, and Frost's figure instantly appeared 500 meters behind the dark feather vulture. However, this was not the end. The final curtain of death suddenly appeared more than 10 meters above the dark feather vulture. The next moment, elite skeleton warriors rushed out of the summoning space and used wild charge the instant they landed. Streaks of gray in the sky, wielding giant swords, and crashed into the boss at 300% speed. Although the difference in attributes was too great, it did not cause any damage and failed to stun the dark feather vulture. However, the repeated impacts still caused the dark feather vulture to lose its balance slightly. Bah! The dark-feathered vulture felt immense rage. With a tremor of its wings, it unleashed countless feathers, instantly reducing the skeleton warrior's health to 0. However, due to the immortality effect of the death curtain, they still exist even with 0 health. However, as the dark-feathered vulture flipped over, its powerful force sent these skeleton warriors flying. Just as it had regained its footing and was preparing to launch a counterattack, a sudden, immense force struck. Bang! A skeletal warrior, noticeably larger than before, crashed into the dark feather vulture. Although it still failed to cause any damage, the terrifying power forced the boss down by nearly 100 meters. This skeleton warrior was naturally enhanced by Sumubai. After a 1,000% increase, the power level exceeds 470,000 points, which is no joke. Even the dark feathered vulture, a boss whose level is undetectable, would find it difficult to counteract this terrifying power without any leverage point in the air. Taking advantage of this gap, the pale gray light curtain above suddenly expanded and quickly swept across the body of the dark-feathered vulture. Hundreds of skeletons instantly covered the boss's entire body. Its back occupied most of the body, while the rest of its body simply discarded its weapons, gripping the dark feather demon vulture's wings, claws, and tail with both hands. Even its 2 long necks were covered with skulls. In short, in an instant, the dark-feathered vulture was enveloped into a giant skull ball. Boom. When it cleared the skull from its body, where was Frost's figure in sight? Bah! It let out a furious cry, its eyes filled with the rage of being toyed with. Damn it, that guy got away. Enraged, the dark-feathered vulture suddenly turned its head to look in a certain direction. Enraged, it prepared to vent its fury on a small human town there. The moment Sumubai released the skeleton, he switched directions through the death curtain and left with Frost. To avoid being caught up again, Frost immediately reduced its altitude and kept changing direction. Having learned from past experiences, the frost-covered heart has calmed down somewhat and no longer soars to higher places. Although it is a mythical creature, when it is weak, it really can't afford to mess with those high-level and powerful bosses. Before long, Sumubai received a series of system notifications. Notification: your skeleton warrior has been defeated. Note: Cataclysm has been triggered. Your skeleton warrior has been resurrected at full health in the summoning space. This skeleton warrior cannot be triggered again for 60 minutes. The sacrifice of hundreds of skeleton warriors ensured Sumubai's safety. This deal is definitely a good one. With this experience, Sumubai's understanding of the curtain of death has reached a new level. After changing directions several times, it flew at high speed for more than 10 minutes until it could no longer sense any trace of the dark feather vulture's aura, at which point Frost gave feedback. Master, that bald bird can't catch up. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Sumubai's ear. You have discovered the magic frog swamp. This place seems to be very close to a certain third-tier city. Sumubai opened the map to confirm the coordinates and was about to continue to Jingli City when he suddenly changed his mind. This was because a squad of invaders had appeared not far below. Fly closer. Sumubai's lips curled up slightly. Since we've run into them, I might as well do a good deed and send them back to the city for free. Chapter 97. We've come all this way. This is hardly enough to show for it. At this stage, the Frog Swamp is considered a high-level map. The monsters here are all at least level 15. The team that appears here at this time is obviously not a player who left the village after the teleportation requirements were lowered. Their levels were all 10. Guild leader, is there really a boss here? Hearing his teammate's question, Yamamoto Isoroku smiled confidently. Trust me, it's definitely there. This is information I found in the library last night. Don't worry, I went to investigate with the guild leader, and this boss is very likely related to a hidden quest. This is a newly established mercenary group, and there are 10 of them in total who have come to the Demon Frog Swamp. The leader, Isoroku Yamamoto, possessed an S-rank talent, while the rest of the group were all A-rank talent players. At this stage, their combat strength is definitely among the top. As the group cleared monsters and searched for the boss's whereabouts, someone in the team suddenly felt a chill. Have you noticed that it's suddenly gotten colder? Now that you mention it, it does seem to be true. After carefully sensing the situation, Yamamoto Isoroku smiled and said, "It seems we're not far from the boss." As he spoke, he turned to his teammates and said, "Everyone, keep searching. Once we kill this boss, we'll go to the tavern for a good meal." Click, click, click. Just then, a sound of bones clashing came from not far ahead. A squad member pointed excitedly at Yamamoto Isoroku's back, his eyes full of excitement. "Look, isn't that the boss?" Everyone looked over immediately and saw a strong skeleton emerge from the depths of the jungle. It carried a large sword on its shoulder, and with each step it took, its feet sank deep into the swamp. At this moment, some people also noticed something was wrong, and their voices trembled slightly. "I can't see any information at all. What level of boss is this? Why does a skeleton boss appear in the swamp map? Commander, are you sure we're enemies? Maybe we should run away first." "Let me see." Yamamoto Isoroku frowned, about to turn around, when he saw his teammates' expressions change drastically. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp pain struck him, and then he saw a giant sword pierce through his abdomen. Minus 1.38 million. The next moment, a massive damage figure exceeding 1 million appeared, and Yamamoto Isoroku died instantly. His eyes were filled with shock as he lay dying. The other team members turned and ran away immediately, without even thinking about collecting Yamamoto Isoroku's dropped items. In that instant, the system notification made them understand everything. "Warning, your team is under attack by the intruder, White Knight." It was Bai Yi. Is this skeleton his summoned creature? Damage exceeding 1 million is even more outrageous than cheating. At that moment, everyone's eyes were filled with fear in addition to shock. They had previously considered finding Bai Yi's location and going to the city lord's mansion to claim their reward. Now, that idea is long gone. All that's on my mind is escaping. Are you kidding me? What reward could compare to 10 years of life? That's 1 million damage. If I'd known Bai Yi was this monstrous, I wouldn't have left the city. Click, click, click. However, they were destined to be unable to escape this place, as the chilling sound of bones clashing echoed continuously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately afterwards, 9 arrows shot out, piercing through the heads of several people in an instant. Minus 92,462, minus 184,898. These people never understood until their deaths how Bai Yi could summon 10 such monstrous skeletons at the same time. After accepting the spoils from the skeletons, Su Mubai raised an eyebrow as he looked at the system notification. "I never expected there would be one who died young. Soul absorption activated. Soul points plus 0.1. Times 9. Soul absorption activated. Soul points increased by 1. Of the 10 tips, one stands out as out of place. I don't know which unlucky guy didn't even have 20 years to live, and died completely after being killed by himself." With a wave of his hand, Su Mubai recalled the skeleton, sat back on the throne, and waved his hand again, saying, "Let's go take a look ahead. We've come all this way. It's not fair to only have this little bit of harvest." "Yes, master." Frost grinned and instantly soared into the sky. At the same time, in the resurrection hall of Sichuan City, 9 figures were resurrected one after another. Yamamoto Isoroku was the first to exclaim in surprise. "Baka, why am I only level 8? The other team members also noticed their own abnormality, and their expressions changed drastically. "What? Look at your lifespans. I've lost 20 years of them all at once." "I also lost 20 years. It's terrifying. How did Bai Yi manage to do that?" "It's over. I only have 25 years left to live." "Why hasn't Inoue been resurrected yet?" "Oh no, he only seems to have 19 years to live. Could it be?" Yamamoto Isoroku, his face deathly pale, closed the team member list and said in a trembling voice, "Inoue is completely dead. All his information has been erased by the multiverse game." Boom. The news struck like a bolt from the blue, exploding in everyone's minds. Many people collapsed to the ground, muttering, "That's it. The multiverse game is really going to die. I'm not playing anymore. I want to go home." Looking at everyone's expressions, Yamamoto Isoroku sighed deeply. This was the first time he had faced real death, and he was still shaken. Bai Yi's power completely exceeded everyone's imagination. He's a monster. Can the Sakura Kingdom really kill or expel such people? At that moment, Yamamoto Isoroku felt utterly desperate. However, he still opened the Sichuan City chat channel and sent out the message that Bai Yi had appeared nearby. The third-tier city was immediately thrown into an uproar. All the players got excited. After all, killing Bai is something that benefits all Sakura players. As for the million damage and powerful skeletons that Yamamoto Isoroku mentioned, nobody took it seriously. Millions of damage? What are you bragging about? It's only been a few days. No matter how strong Bai Yi is, he's still just a player. How could he possibly deal such insane damage? Yamamoto Isoroku didn't say much, but immediately led his team to the city lord's mansion. The loss is too great. I must claim this reward. Moreover, without an official army, players have absolutely no way to deal with White Knight on their own. However, before he even reached the city lord's mansion, Sumubai had already arrived at the outskirts of Sichuan City. Looking at the groups of Sakura players not far away, Sumubai smiled and waved his hand. The curtain of death. For pale gray light, curtains unfurled, and the undead army descended. In an instant, a death line stretching a kilometer long was drawn. Chapter 98. A sweeping victory, a massacre. Look, isn't that the boss? What is that? How come so many skeletons suddenly appeared? The panel is full of question marks. I can't see any information at all. Just how strong are these skeletons and cavalry? Are we going to encounter a monster siege? The sudden appearance of the undead legion immediately attracted the attention of players who were leveling up in the area. This place is not far from Sichuan City, so there are many players here. The vast majority of them were just coming out of the beginner village, and their levels were generally around level 5 or 6. To deal with the monsters outside the city, these people basically operate in groups, so they are very densely packed. Yamamoto Isoroku just mentioned that Byakuya had appeared nearby, but he didn't give any more details, so these players don't know the origin of the undead legion. Sumubai didn't give them time to think. After summoning the undead army, he immediately ordered a massacre. The next moment, 20 headless horsemen led the charge, followed closely by 200 shadow horsemen. Death charge. Shadow charge. More than 200 black streaks of light rushed into the crowd in an instant. Before the cherry blossoms along the way could react, they were knocked away. The moment they took off, they became corpses. The skeleton warriors on both sides also aimed at their respective targets, wielding their giant swords and transforming into 500 streaks of light. Wild charge. The 500 cherry blossoms were instantly pierced through the heart and were dead beyond any hope of survival. At the same time, a hail of arrows rained down, as elite skeleton archers rapidly drew their bows and fired continuously. Every arrow will take away a Sakura player. However, the most efficient killer is the skeleton mage. After being promoted to A-level skill, the elite skeleton mage gained an additional AoE skill, finally beginning to unleash the terrifying destructive power of a large-scale mage army. As the skeleton mages scattered throughout the legion completed their spells, they pointed their staffs forward. Firestorm technique. Boom, boom, boom. 400 clusters of fire suddenly descended, each with an astonishing radius of 30 meters. The flames overlapped, instantly engulfing the area 100 meters in front of the death line. The temperature around them rose instantly, and Ziowi Ingwa, trapped in the sea of fire, only had time to let out a scream before collapsing to the ground and dying. Soul absorption activated. Soul points increased by 0.1. Soul absorption activated. Soul points increased by 0.1. Sumubai felt the inscriptions on the death codex tremble slightly, and notifications about absorbing soul points immediately began to flood the screen. In just 3 seconds, he gained more than 200 soul points. I don't know if it's because Sakura did too many bad things, but there are several short-lived people among them. Previous player, dying once completely cancels the account, directly providing Sumubai with 1 soul point. The monsters in this area also suffered an undeserved calamity because of Sakura's presence, and all of them perished. Unfortunately, Sumubai's experience points have reached their limit, and he cannot increase them further before advancing to the next level. This sudden and terrifying offensive terrified players outside the undead legion's attack range. It wasn't until the sea of fire rose up that the players behind realized what was happening. Because squads receive notifications when attacked, some surviving players have learned where the undead army came from. Baiyi, it's Baiyi. He really is in Sichuan City. These powerful undead are all his summoned creatures. How terrifying. Run. Get back to town quickly. My captain has already revived. He said that being killed by Baiyi will not only cause you to lose 2 levels, but also cost you 20 years of your lifespan. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Baiyi be this strong? As soon as the news arrived, everyone panicked instantly. They decisively abandoned the monsters they had half-killed and ran towards Sichuan City without looking back. Before meeting Baiyi, they even fantasized about joining forces to kill him and bring glory to the Sakura Kingdom. But after truly witnessing the terror of the undead legion, no one here still held that idea. Kill Baiyi? Are you kidding me? So many people died, and we didn't even get to see Baiyi's shadow. Are you risking your life to kill? Even if everyone here risked their lives, they probably wouldn't be able to harm the other side in the slightest. A single skeleton is nearly invincible, Yet Bai Yi summoned over 1,000 of them at once. This is absolutely incredible. At this moment, these fleeing Sakura players felt only despair. Why is there such a big difference when we enter the game at the same time? Is this Bai Yi some kind of favored child of the multiverse game? Among the crowd that turned and ran, there were still a few contestants who stood there dumbfounded. They shook their heads in despair, muttering impossible repeatedly, their legs feeling like lead, unable to move an inch. These people were completely terrified and lost their senses. However, their fear did not last long. As the undead army advanced, these players were instantly killed. Those who rushed to escape still could not escape death. A group of low-level players, not even level 10, how could they possibly escape from an undead army with tens of thousands of points in various attributes? Sumubai did not make a high-profile appearance, but instead sat on Frost's back, hidden behind the undead army. But the mighty undead army announced its arrival to all players in Sichuan City. As the 1-kilometer-long death line began to advance, more and more cherry blossoms died and fell to the ground. These people immediately chose to return to the city to respawn, and the corpses on the battlefield turned into streaks of white light and disappeared. Soon, news of Bai Yi's appearance outside the city spread throughout Sichuan City. Bai Yi is terrifying. He's practically a monster. Everyone, don't leave the city. We are no match for him. Wait for the city lord's mansion to send troops. You idiots, look at yourselves. He's just Bai Yi. Why should the hundreds of thousands of players in Sichuan City be afraid of him? Members of the 100 Ghosts mercenary group, come with me. Don't go. Bai Yi can summon more than 1,000 undead, and you can't see any information about any of them. Going there will just be suicide. Hee, you're only level 5. It's normal that you can't see the information. We are the most powerful mercenary group in Sichuan City. We, the 100 Ghosts, are determined to get the reward for the kingdom's wanted poster. The news that thousands of players had resurrected in the Resurrection Hall immediately caused chaos in Sichuan City. In the direction where Su Mubai was, players outside the city were frantically trying to escape back to the city. However, some people inside the city, who did not believe in evil, still dared to leave the city at this moment. Without experiencing it firsthand, they will never know how desperate they would feel facing Su Mubai. In the outskirts, Su Mubai did not advance directly towards Sichuan City, but instead continued to slaughter people on the outskirts. The curtain of death appeared, and the mobility of the undead army increased countless times. Seeing his rapidly increasing soul points, Su Mubai did not become complacent. His focus remained on the direction of Sichuan City. As long as the city guards don't show up, he'll kill as many of Sakura's as they come. Chapter 99 Killing is indeed the fastest way. Inside Sichuan City, the 100 Ghosts mercenary group has been fully integrated. Besides them, some other players who wanted to take risks for riches joined the operation. Hundreds of players had already gathered in front of the city gate. Commander, are we really going? One of the team members asked somewhat nervously. He was already terrified just by hearing the descriptions from those who had been resurrected. Hayakimaru glared at him. Of course we're going. This is our territory. No matter how strong Byakuya is, he's just one person. What can he do to us? After saying that, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he waved his hand. Set off. As soon as they stepped out of the city gate, the hundreds of people were dumbfounded. Not far away, a dark mass of people rushed toward the city gate. That number must be several thousand. Baka, a bunch of useless trash. So many of you, and all you do is run away. Hayakimaru cursed angrily and led his team against the current, charging forward. As they passed each other, they called each other idiots. And that was it. The menacing 100 Ghosts mercenary group was burned to ashes by several suddenly exploding seas of fire before they even saw Bai Yi's face. Hundreds of players who wanted to intercept Su Mubai returned home for free as soon as they left the city. Immediately afterwards, a wail of agony echoed from the Hall of Resurrection. I finally reached level 10. How come I dropped back to level 8 after dying just once? What? My lifespan has been shortened by 20 years. Hayakimaru, it's all your fault. If you hadn't instigated this, how could we have suffered such losses? Get lost. Am I not dead? Hayakimaru's face was ashen, his eyes filled with shock. He was at least an S-class talent, yet he died before even seeing Bai Yiren? On what grounds? Since Su Mubai launched his attack, the city guards of Sichuan City quickly sprang into action. As squads of well-equipped high-level soldiers appeared, the players in Sichuan City cheered. Great! The city guards have finally shown up. Look, that's the Flying Legion. Now let's see where Bai Yi runs. Damn Bai Yi, we absolutely cannot let him get away with this. It would be best to capture him and torture him. Beep, 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 beep. The appearance of the Undead Legion and Bai Yi coupled with the chaos within the city, sounded the alarm in Sichuan City. Upon receiving the city lord's order, the city guards immediately left the city. To this day, no one has been able to see their ranks or panel information. The guards summoned their mounts and galloped towards Su Mubai's location. Not only that, but several flight squadrons were also flying rapidly out of the city. Sichuan City is only a level 3 city, so its guards are naturally not as strong as those of a level 1 main city, and even its flying mounts are not standardized. However, this does not diminish their strength in the slightest. At least for players at this stage, the city guards are invincible. Even now, Su Mubai is no match for the guards. The city guards are here. Finally, someone can stop Bai Yi. Stop? I think Bai Yi is finished. The city guards are definitely over level 100. Bai Yi has no chance against them. Do you think he can escape? Yeah. Where do you think you can escape to? See the flying squadron? The city lord actually dispatched 8 squadrons. He thinks too highly of Bai Yi. Doesn't that mean we'll immediately get a 100% experience boost? Seeing the city guards mobilize, the fleeing players breathed a sigh of relief. Many people even mustered up their courage and stopped, turning around to look in the direction of the undead legion. They wanted to see Bai Yi's true colors and witness firsthand how this damned intruder was dealt with by the city guards. The fear I felt just moments ago has turned into excitement at the thought of soon receiving the experience boost buff. That's how Sakura players are. They have 2 completely different faces when they're at a disadvantage and when they're at an advantage. Su Mubai noticed the flight squadrons the moment they appeared. After realizing that he still couldn't see the guards' information on the panel, he did not choose to leave immediately. After observing the opponent's flight speed, Frost confidently stated that with the unrivaled buff, she could easily outrun them. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai felt much more at ease and laughed. Alright, then let's kill some more. The surviving Sakura players were completely dumbfounded as they watched the relentless, slaughtering undead army. No, the city guards are here. Instead of running away, you actually dare to kill someone? Who gave you the courage? Regardless of their intentions, the undead legion did not cease its offensive. The knights charged forward, and with each person they caught up, their conical lances pierced right through them. Each swing of the skeleton warrior's greatsword can also take down a Sakura player. When their attributes are completely out of control and their basic attacks are also capable of one-shotting opponents, the ranged advantage of skeleton archers and skeleton mages is fully revealed. The former, in particular, displayed an extremely fast attack speed to the fullest, firing arrow after arrow, like a battlefield Grim Reaper, constantly reaping lives. Killing is definitely the fastest way to get things done. Su Mubai felt happy as he looked at his soul points, which had increased to over 2,000. This is also because the current player level is very low, and almost all of them are gathered in a few maps outside the city. Therefore, the Undead Legion was able to slaughter nearly 20,000 Sakura players in such a short period of time. Before the city guards arrived, Su Mubai controlled the Undead Legion to kill more than 2,000 more and absorb more than 200 soul points. Intruder, stop! Leading city guards galloped over at high speed, their warhorses flying, becoming almost a blur in the eyes of the other players. The remaining city guards also launched attacks on the Undead Legion. That's about enough. Let's come again next time. Su Mubai's mind raced. Feedback on death. The next moment, the elite skeleton warrior at the very front instantly doubled in size. Notification. You have consumed 500 points of death energy to enhance the target summon's main attribute by 1,000%. Wild charge. Bang. The enhanced skeleton warriors collided violently with the city guard commander. The reason for continuing to strengthen the skeleton warrior is that the headless horseman's main attribute is constitution, not strength. The current situation clearly requires greater strength. But what happened next was still beyond Su Mubai's expectations. The enhanced skeleton warrior was instantly killed by the commander. The commander was also slightly startled, clearly surprised by the terrifying power of the skeleton warrior. The descendants have only been around for a few days? How could it summon such powerful undead creatures? Startled for a moment, he raised his longsword, pointing it directly at Su Mubai, and said sternly, "Bai Yi, surrender." However, the next moment, his pupils suddenly widened. As if from the depths of his soul, a vast power descended, and the city guard commander seemed to see the most terrifying scene in the depths of his heart. All of this stemmed from the gaze that Su Mubai had cast upon him. The death stare. Chapter 100 is Bai Yi really a player? Well, the moment death gaze was activated, a hoarse growl came from the city guard commander's mouth. His pupils trembled violently, his hands involuntarily tightened the reins, and his mount was also affected by this force, letting out a terrified roar and instantly losing its footing. Minus 201,870. A damage number exceeding 200,000 popped up. Death Gaze deals true damage, and no matter how high his magic defense is, he cannot withstand it in the slightest. However, his health bar didn't seem to have decreased at all. However, this is only the beginning. Then, a terrifying number that shocked everyone popped up. -4800000000. Outside Sichuan City, all the Sakura players who witnessed this scene gasped in shock, contributing to the warming of the Forbidden Land. Even the city guards rushing towards them were so frightened by the terrifying damage numbers that they stopped in their tracks. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, brother, father, grandfather, ancestor. My Amaterasu, someone tell me, how much damage did that just do? 4 billion. Is Bai Yi really a player like us? Did anyone record what just happened? We must tell everyone this information. I've been recording the whole time. The double-digit damage left these Sakura players rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Even if Bai Yi is far ahead on the level leaderboard, he's only level 29, right? How did a level 29 player manage to deal such incredible damage? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would believe me? Note, you used Death Gaze on Takahashi Ichiro, the commander of the Sichuan Castle garrison. Your health level is determined to be higher than his. Upon seeing this system notification, Su Mubai gained a deeper understanding of the Death Overlord, whose stats are obscured, capable of instantly killing a strengthened skeleton warrior, is still inferior to me in terms of health level. The 4.8 billion damage we just dealt was the third effect of Death Gaze. If the target's life level is lower than Su Mubai's, all attributes will be forcibly reduced by 20%. Adding the effect of the occupational hazard trait, it becomes 40%. In other words, Ichiro Takahashi's original health bar was a staggering 12 billion. It's easy to imagine just how strong he is. It was precisely because of the vast difference in strength that the fear effect of the Death Gaze only affected Takahashi Ichiro for less than 2 seconds. However, after overcoming his fear, he did not attack immediately, but looked at Su Mubai with suspicion and uncertainty. What did you just do to me? Feeling his own weakness, Takahashi Ichiro was no longer the same as before. This statement shows that although he is very strong, he is still far from being as powerful as Situji and Huaijian. At least he couldn't discern Su Mubai's profession, otherwise he wouldn't have been so terrified. Su Mubai looked at Takahashi Ichiro with confidence, smiled slightly, and waved his hand, saying, "Goodbye." He had no habit of answering questions from the enemy. The next moment, a pale gray light screen appeared, and with a flap of its frost wings, it vanished from its spot. What? Takahashi Ichiro was shocked and rushed towards the light barrier, but passed through it without any hindrance. His face immediately turned ashen. Despite personally taking action, Bai Yi still managed to escape. But then, a scream from behind made him turn around abruptly. "Bai Yi, how dare you?" To his utter surprise, Bai Yi not only didn't run away, but also appeared near Sichuan City. Yes, Su Mubai did not use the death curtain to escape, but instead crossed a distance of 1,600 meters and suddenly appeared behind all the city guards. Here, there are thousands of cherry blossom enthusiasts watching the spectacle. The Sakura players were completely dumbfounded when they saw the Frost Dragon King suddenly appear overhead. No, shouldn't you be running now? Why did you still dare to come here? At that moment, they felt immense regret. Why did they have to stay here and watch the show? It was too late for regrets. The moment the frost flew out from the curtain of death, its mouth was filled with frost energy and scorching dragon breath. Boom. Frosty dragon breath. A thick, icy blue energy column tilted down, and a large number of damage numbers popped up. Minus 8.98 million, minus 18.06 million, minus 9.01 million. In an instant, all the cherry blossom players within the range of the frost dragon's breath were frozen into ice sculptures. As frost flapped its wings and swept across the low sky, a path of frost formed outside Sichuan City. This road is made up of the lives of countless Sakura players. Soul absorption in effect, soul points plus 0.1. The system notification refreshed the screen again, but Su Mubai couldn't care less about that at the moment. Takahashi Ichiro's warhorse seemed to be walking on air, and the long sword, gleaming with a cold light, was already upon him. At the same time, a roar echoed through Sichuan City. "Bai Yi, I will tear you to pieces." This was the city lord's roar, and a powerful force erupted within the city. The soul fire within icy pupils flickered, and an anxious voice echoed in Su Mubai's mind. Master, retreat quickly. This guy is even stronger than the dark feather demon vulture. Sumubai naturally wouldn't linger. As the pale gray light screen flashed, Takahashi Ichiro instantly lost his target, and his long sword pierced directly through the light screen. Only Sumubai's last words remained in my ears. How about this gift? Frost's figure disappeared again, and when it reappeared, it was already 3,200 meters away from this place. Using the initial coordinates as the center, Sumubai directly crossed the maximum range of the death light barrier. Immediately afterwards, the frost was instantly removed, and Sumubai's figure disappeared again. Dead zone leap. 640 meters away, Sumubai appeared. As he fell, Frost flew out from his mount's space and perfectly caught his body. With a flap of its wings, Frost's speed instantly soared to its limit. It looked like he had just come out of the mount's space, but in reality, Sumubai had placed 2 death light curtains at the exit. Before emerging, the frost continuously circulated and accelerated between the 2 light curtains. All of this happened in an instant. By the time Takahashi Ichiro reacted and turned around, he could only see Frost's figure disappear from sight at lightning speed. A figure rushed out of Sichuan City, relentlessly chasing after the direction where Frost had gone. We absolutely cannot let him get away. Lord Watanabe Toru's voice was full of anger, and Takahashi Ichiro quickly followed. Chapter 101 came at the perfect time. How could killing some players attract the city lord's attention? On the icy back of the plane flying at high speed, Sumubai sat on the throne with a frown, one hand stroking his chin, his eyes filled with a hint of doubt. The city lord of Sichuan City personally came out to pursue them, something he hadn't expected. Logically speaking, even if the Sakura Kingdom issued an arrest warrant for him as an invader, the lord shouldn't have taken immediate action upon his arrival, right? This caused Sumubai to miscalculate. With a distance of 4 kilometers and a starting advantage, Bing Shuang could shake off Takahashi Ichiro, but she might not be able to shake off Watanabe Toru. The once confident Frost was now becoming somewhat anxious. Master, that last guy who came out was incredibly fast. I know. Sumubai turned to look at Watanabe Toru, who was chasing after him at high speed, his brows furrowed. Before this person appeared, I had already created a 4-kilometer distance using Dead Zone Leap. In addition, Frost starts at maximum speed, while the opponent accelerates from 0. Even so, in just 1 minute, Watanabe Toru closed the distance to less than 1 kilometer. As for the city guard commander, Takahashi Ichiro, he has not yet appeared in Sumubai's sight. What deep-seated grudge do you hold? Are you really going to keep harping on this? Sumubai glanced at the map quickly and said coldly, fly to that small town to the east. Since you enjoy pursuing it, then keep pursuing it. Sumubai's goal was to use that small town as a cover to make a quick getaway. His aura was concealed in his arms. As long as he could distract the other party, he would have a chance to escape. The undead army had already withdrawn its summoning space when it left, and those killed by the city guards were resurrected in the space. Once inside the town, once the frost is removed and the undead army is summoned to create chaos, there is a very high probability that you will be able to escape using the Dead Zone Leap. Even if he were forced to the last step, Sumubai still had the sword energy clone in his arms as a trump card. Thinking of this, a thought suddenly occurred to him. Catastrophe. Target, Shadow Chasing Sword Chi. Advance to the next rank. Your temporary skill, Shadow Chasing Sword Chi, has been enhanced. After quickly glancing at the description of the Shadow Chasing Sword Chi, Sumubai's lips curled into a cold smile. The description changed by only 3 words. First, a trace of power became a wisp, and the combat power that the sword energy clone could unleash was upgraded from legendary to mythical. Hopefully we won't need to use this. Sumubai narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't want to use his trump card so soon unless he was in dire straits. Using it on the lord of a 3rd-tier city is truly a waste. However, this experience gave Sumubai a deeper understanding of how much the Sakura Kingdom valued him. It seems I can't be so high-profile next time. It shouldn't be too close to the city. He hadn't expected that a city lord would chase after him like a mad dog. Is this someone who killed his father and stole his wife? Is it that so? At the same time, Watanabe Toru's gaze turned cold as he slashed at Frost from a great distance. An invisible blade of light arrived in an instant with terrifying power. Sumubai immediately withdrew his Frost and disappeared from the spot. Dead Zone Leap. Swish. As soon as it appeared, a second blade of light followed closely behind. But this strike didn't even cause a ripple when it landed on Sumubai. It vanished without a trace. Watanabe Toru was clearly stunned for a moment, then decisively sheathed his sword and continued the pursuit at top speed. Soon, The distance between the two sides was reduced to less than 200 meters. With a thought, Su Mubai activated the curse aura attached to the cursed crown. A pale blue halo instantly swept across the sky, and Watanabe Toru's speed noticeably decreased. Although it doesn't reach 30% of the skill description, it's still about half the effect. Bai Yi, you can't escape. Watanabe shouted sharply, but even so, he was still faster than Frost. But Su Mubai's methods were naturally not limited to this. When his gaze fell on Watanabe Toru, the latter immediately felt a chill run down his spine. The death stare. Minus 201,870. Watanabe Toru was instantly gripped by fear, and although it was brief, Frost used the opportunity to create some distance between them. At the same time, an even more outrageous damage number appeared. Minus 14.4 billion. The moment the state of fear ended, Watanabe Toru's eyes regained their clarity. A mouthful of blood suddenly spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his pupils trembled violently. Impossible. How could you possibly hurt me? Watanabe Toru's thoughts at this moment were exactly the same as Takahashi Ichiro's just now. Note: you used Death Gaze on Watanabe Toru, the Lord of Zichuan Castle. Your health level is determined to be higher than his. Hearing the system notification, Su Mubai's lips curled up slightly. The value of the Death Master is still increasing. So far, he has not encountered an enemy with a higher life level than himself. After all his attributes were reduced by 40%, Watanabe Toru's movement speed also dropped drastically. As the two pursued and fled, and the dead zone leap cooled down, Su Mubai took the opportunity to create some distance between them. Soon, the target town came into view. However, the situation there made Su Mubai's expression turn somewhat strange. Master, isn't that the bald bird that chased us before? Ice Frost's gloating voice rang out. Not far away, the dark feather vulture was wreaking havoc in the town. Half of the town had been destroyed, and there were ruins and corpses everywhere. There are no players here yet, so the corpses are all locals. At this very moment, the dark feathered vulture was carrying several people in its jaws and swallowing them whole. Upon seeing the Frost, it was clearly taken aback, and then its pupils suddenly flashed with a mixture of anger and surprise. The next moment, the dark feathered vulture took flight. It was clearly more interested in the Frost than in these humans. You came just in time. Su Mubai's eyes lit up. Watanabe Toru, who was behind, had obviously also noticed the presence of the dark feathered eagle, and his brows immediately furrowed. It's that beast again. In fact, with his strength, he was fully capable of serving as the lord of a second-level main city. Even Takahashi Ichiro's strength far surpassed that of the city guard commander of a city of the same level. They were sent here because of the dark feathered vultures around Zichuan City. Although this guy isn't very strong, he's too fast, and ordinary experts simply can't do anything about him. It's usually hard to find any trace of the dark feathered vulture, but since we've encountered it today, let's deal with it together. Thinking of this, a fierce glint flashed deep in Watanabe Toru's eyes, and his katana was suddenly drawn. He hadn't used his full strength in the previous two strikes. After all, Bai Yi was just a minor descendant. But this strike was his full force attack after his attributes were reduced. The target is not only White Knight, but also Dark Feather Vulture. Bah! At the same time, the dark feathered vulture let out a cry and shot out two beams of energy. With a tremor of its wings, countless sharp feathers swept towards Su Mubai. But the next moment, the dark feather vulture's pupils shrank sharply as it noticed Watanabe Toru closely following behind Frost. Its first thought at that moment was to escape, because it knew it was no match for its opponent after their previous encounter. But Su Mubai clearly wouldn't give it that chance. The moment the two attacks came from both sides, a pale gray light screen appeared. The next moment, the Frost disappeared into the light barrier, and the two attacks collided violently. The blade of light instantly severed the energy beam and struck the dark feather demon vulture's body. Even with his attributes reduced, Watanabe Toru's strength is still higher than that of the dark feathered vulture. The dark feathered vulture's initial desire to escape suddenly faded considerably, because it discovered that Watanabe Toru had become weaker. Chapter 102. Having accomplished his task, he departed without a trace, concealing his merit and fame. That trick again. Watanabe Toru immediately searched for Su Mubai's figure, but found nothing. His gaze swept across the town below, and his intuition told him that Bai Yi was among them. Just as he was about to examine it closely, the dark feathered vulture objected. Having been stabbed but finding himself not seriously injured, the dark feathered vulture let out a screech and spread its wings to attack Watanabe Toru. More than the Frost, it wanted to take revenge on this human. The dark feather vulture dared to attack not only because it discovered that Watanabe Toru's strength had decreased, but also because it suddenly sensed an energy within its own body. And this energy is propelling it to an even higher level. "You beast, you're asking for death." Watanabe Toru shouted coldly, his katana slashing horizontally to block the dark feather vulture's attack, but he was startled. This beast's strength has actually increased? Bah! Feeling the growing power, the dark-feathered vulture let out excited cries and launched a frenzied attack. For a moment, Watanabe Toru was completely distracted and unable to concentrate on finding Su Mubai's whereabouts. In the chaotic town below, Su Mubai had already blended into the crowd of refugees. The surrounding area was filled with ordinary residents of the town, who were frantically fleeing due to the sudden attack by the dark-feathered vulture. They had absolutely no interest in Su Mubai's existence. The moment the curtain of death shifted, Su Mubai stored Frost into his mount space. He then used Dead Zone Jump to successfully blend into the crowd. Not only that, before the jump, he also took the opportunity to glance at the dark feather vulture. It was this glance that swelled dark feather vulture's confidence, making him dare to confront Watanabe Toru head-on. Catastrophe. Target, dark feathered vulture. Advance to the first level. That's all that happened in that instant. At this moment, the dark-feathered vulture is already in the process of evolving. Before long, its strength will be upgraded to a whole new level. This is not good news for Watanabe Toru and Kagawa Castle. High in the sky, the fierce battle between the two continued, and Watanabe Toru was increasingly surprised by the fight. Why does it feel like this beast's power keeps increasing? At this moment, he could no longer care about Su Mubai and had to do everything he could to deal with the enemy in front of him. Among the crowd below, Su Mubai turned his head and glanced at the battlefield high in the sky, then smiled slightly. This gift should be quite nice. I hope the Cherry Blossom Kingdom will like it. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot, vanishing from the edge of the town and entering a jungle outside the city. 5 minutes later, the dark-feathered vulture's body suddenly burst forth with multicolored light, and a terrifying power erupted in the sky above the town. Boom! The powerful impact forced Watanabe Toru back, and he exclaimed in shock. Legendary. Hey, ×5. Evolved dark-feathered vulture doubled in size, and its original 2 heads became 5. 10 cold, gleaming eyes stared mockingly at Watanabe Toru, a cruel, almost human smile on their faces. Over the years, it is because of this that the scope of human activity has been continuously compressed. Today, the time for revenge has finally come. Without the slightest hesitation, the dark-feathered vulture launched a fierce attack directly at Watanabe Toru. Damn it! How could this beast suddenly evolve? Watanabe Toru's expression changed drastically, and he unleashed all his power to barely resist. Although he also possesses an 8th-level realm, corresponding to a legendary creature. However, its attributes have been reduced by 40% by Su Mubai's death gaze, making it no match for the dark feather vulture. Lord City Lord, what happened? Where's Baiyi? Takahashi Ichiro finally caught up, but the scene before him left him somewhat bewildered. Aren't we chasing intruders? How did we end up fighting with this bald bird? His gaze swept over the dark-feathered vulture, and Takahashi Ichiro exclaimed in surprise. What? How did this guy evolve? Baka, come help. We can't worry about Baiyi right now. If we can't stop this guy, the whole Sichuan city will be doomed. Watanabe Toru wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and roared in a hoarse voice. Takahashi Ichiro immediately snapped to attention and joined the battle. With the pressure greatly reduced, Watanabe Toru was finally able to find time to send out a distress message. Further back, the city guards rushed in, and the great battle between Sichuan City and the legendary boss Dark Feather Demon Vulture officially began. However, all of this has nothing to do with Su Mubai anymore. Helping the Dark Feather Demon Vulture advance its level for free, he quietly left, truly leaving without a trace of his accomplishments and fame. As for how things will develop next, that's none of his business. After using Dead Zone Leap repeatedly until he was far away, Su Mubai summoned Frost again and continued towards Jingli City. The Forbidden Land is vast. Even a small Sakura kingdom has an astonishingly large map span. Even at Frost's speed, it took them quite a while to finally reach the vicinity of Jingli City. Along the way, neither of them encountered any further unexpected situations. You have discovered Shurfeng Mountain. Upon hearing the system notification, Su Mubai, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them. According to the information on the treasure map, the treasure chest is on this map. Su Mubai immediately signaled Bing Shuang to lower the flight altitude and began searching in the direction indicated by the treasure map. At the same time, he had a sudden thought and changed the way experience was distributed. Monsters he had encountered before were too low-level to provide much experience for Frost, so he couldn't think of them for the time being. But this map is different. All the monsters on the ground are level 40 or higher. Even though upgrading Frost requires 100 times the experience, you can level up quickly by killing these upgraded bosses. However, before that, we need to find the location of the treasure chest. With the treasure map, it didn't take long for Su Mubai to find the treasure chest. Surprisingly, there were no guardian monsters around this dark gold-level treasure chest. However, its location is also quite tricky, situated in a depression in the middle of a cliff, surrounded by vegetation. Without the guidance of a treasure map, it would be very difficult for anyone to find the treasure chest here. Dead Zone Leap. Confirming that there were no guardian monsters, Su Mubai had an idea and went straight to the treasure chest. An unlocked legendary chest has been discovered. Open it. No. Su Mubai refused outright. Dark gold grade was not what he wanted. Catastrophe. Target, dark gold treasure chest. Advance to the next rank. The next moment, the treasure chest suddenly burst forth with tricolored light. Instead of growing larger, the box began to shrink slowly, and obscure and difficult to understand inscriptions appeared on its surface. When the promotion ended and the system notification sounded again, Su Mubai's smile froze. A locked epic chest has been discovered. No, it wasn't locked before. How did it get locked after the upgrade? Give me back my unlocked treasure chest. Chapter 103, Opening the Epic Chest. Su Mubai stared blankly at the epic-level treasure chest in front of him. After a moment, he realized that after upgrading it to epic level, the treasure chest could actually be stored in his backpack. After reading the description of the treasure chest, he realized that what was needed to unlock the epic treasure chest was not a key, but something called a space crystal. Epic treasure chest. The device is currently locked and can be unlocked by consuming 36 space crystals. Young man, you don't even have 36 space crystals, do you? Looking at the description at the bottom, Su Mubai's lips twitched slightly. Official criticism is the most lethal. Forget about the 36 space crystals. He didn't even know what those things were. However, the name itself suggests a high-end material related to space. If it were any other player, they would have no choice but to give up at this point, either keeping the treasure chest to open later or selling it after returning to the Divine Dragon Empire. But who is Su Mubai? Although he lives in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, he still has employees. Su Mubai immediately took out his communicator and called Fu Jia Tianxia directly. Boss, we really are on the same wavelength. I was just about to tell you that the auction is about to begin. Is it already noon? Su Mubai was slightly taken aback. He looked up at the sun in the sky and realized that several hours had passed. Yes, I'm about to go in. Don't rush. Go and ask Qian Shengqian what a space crystal is. If you can buy it, buy 36 for me first. Okay, wait for my message. Fu Jia was efficient and decisive. He replied in less than 5 minutes. It turns out that spatial crystals are a high-level, universal material used in the Forbidden Lands. Its most widespread application is powering the teleportation arrays in various cities. In addition, it can also be used to open high-level treasure chests, upgrade space tents, and set up high-level magic arrays. One spatial crystal is worth 100 soul coins. These high-end items are generally not priced in gold coins. By the way, boss, this is the highest grade space tent at the East China Sea auction house. You can make do with it for now. If there are any higher grade ones at the auction later, I'll buy them. As he spoke, Fu Jia began the transaction. You completed a transaction with the God of Wealth through the God of Wealth contract, obtaining 1 advanced space tent and 36 space crystals. With his current wealth, he naturally cannot afford 36 space crystals. But don't forget, Su Mubai's VIP card number 007 comes with an interest-free loan of 10,000 soul coins. This soul crystal, auctioned off, is worth over 1 million soul coins. Alright, go to the auction. Let me know if you find anything special. Oh, and I forgot to tell you last time, try to buy as many ice and death-type materials as possible. Upon hearing this, the frost on Su Mubai's shoulder visibly lit up, and pale blue energy unconsciously flowed from the corner of his mouth. Slurp. Absorb the energy back immediately, otherwise it would never have been able to stay on Su Mubai's shoulder for the rest of its life. By the demonized Sea Serpent King, but its level has only increased to level 11. Mythical creatures are born incredibly powerful, but the resources they need to grow to maturity are far beyond imagination. If it weren't for the datafication of the multiverse game, the growth of an ordinary dragon would be measured in tens of thousands of years. However, these were obviously not problems for Su Mubai. Once this auction is over, He will basically be able to say goodbye to the trouble of being short of money. It's just ingredients. Eat as much as you want. Buy epics. Consume legendary items. Buy legendary items. Consume mythic items. And you're still worried about your frost level not keeping up? After hanging up the call, Sumubai glanced at the 2 items he had just acquired. The space tent looks very simple on the outside, just like a small single tent, but it has a hidden surprise inside, with a lot of space. Sumubai didn't check the attributes and started using them for free. Catastrophe. Advance to the next rank. You have obtained a top-tier space tent, ×1. Premium space tent. Special space props. The interior has 5 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, with an internal area of 360 square meters, a ceiling height of 8 meters, and 2 floors. Friendly reminder. Please choose a safe location when pitching your tent. However, I don't think I need to rest. Sumubai touched his nose, smiled, and shook his head. After all, it's a token of the wealthiest person in the world. Something is better than nothing. He then took out 36 space crystals, glanced at the 3 options for catastrophe, and decisively chose to cancel. We don't need it now. We can upgrade when we need it. If I upgrade now, what will I use to open the epic chests? With a thought, Sumubai took out the epic-level treasure chest and brought the spatial crystal close to it. Confirm whether to consume 36 space crystals to open the treasure chest. Confirm. The next moment, the 36 spatial crystals gradually transformed into a faintly visible mass of energy, slowly merging into the treasure chest. A moment later, a crisp sound of a lock being opened rang out. Sumubai raised an eyebrow and reached out to open the treasure chest. Wow! 3 colored rays of light shot into the sky, indicating that a treasure would be born here. However, this is a map for level 40 and above, and there are no players around now, so naturally no one pays attention. The nearby monsters were also intimidated by the frost dragon's might and dared not approach. The light lasted for 3 seconds before dissipating, and the exquisite epic treasure chest disappeared. Instead, a simple, antique ring was placed. You have obtained the epic item, Lucky Ring. A lucky ring. Sumubai's eyes as he prepared to check the ring's attributes to see if they matched his expectations. But the sudden system announcement left him stunned for a long time. Isn't it that intense? Chapter 10 for the courageous dark feathered vulture, blessed by the goddess of fortune. Announcement from the Sakura Kingdom. Zichuan Castle has been destroyed by the legendary boss, Dark Feathered Vulture. Effective immediately, teleportation costs are reduced to 0. Surviving players are advised to seek refuge in other cities. Good luck, ×5. Announcement from the Sakura Kingdom. Following investigation, this incident has been confirmed to be related to the intruder, White Knight. The reward for the wanted poster for White Knight has been increased by 100%. These 2 announcements instantly caused a sensation throughout the entire Cherry Blossom Kingdom. What? A city was destroyed so quickly? How could a legendary boss be associated with Bai Yi? Could he possibly control the boss to attack our city? How exactly did Bai Yi manage to do that? The reward has been increased by 100%. If we kill Bai Yi, wouldn't we be rich? If you knew Bai Yi's true strength, you wouldn't have this idea. Don't even mention a 100% increase. Even if it's a 10-fold increase, the only thing you can pray for after seeing Bai Yi is whether you can survive. Is he really as strong as you all say? I was killed by Bai Yi once. Do you know how much of a loss that was? As players from Zichuan City teleported to other cities, Sumubai's terror quickly spread throughout the entire Sakura Kingdom. With a wave of his hand, he summoned an army of thousands of undead, each summoned creature displaying a screen full of question marks, and each attack dealing double-digit damage. Each one of them is unbelievable. But many people filmed videos at the time, and when these videos were released, the players of Sakura Kingdom fell silent. At that moment, they had only one thought in their minds. Bai Yi is simply inhuman. Falling Moon City. Tsukuyami stared wide-eyed at the staggering 4.8 billion damage figure in the video. He rubbed his eyes, refusing to believe it, counted several times, looked at his attribute panel, and unconsciously swallowed. Gulp. Ultimately, the SSS rank talent holder, the strongest player among the Sakura players, quietly removed the previously posted bounty from the top of the chat. Hunting the White Knight? Screw it, this guy is a monster. Then that Tsukuyami realized how ridiculous he had been. What were they thinking before, actually wanting to actively seek out this killing god? What's the difference between this and courting death? Moreover, the punishment will be doubled if that guy kills you. He's practically asking for trouble. He had to admit that White Knight had completely fallen out of the players' league. The so-called wanted posters were not issued by the Sakura Kingdom to the players, but rather to the real masters in various cities. Now, Tsukuyami can only pray in her heart that the local experts of the Sakura Kingdom can kill or expel Byakuya as soon as possible. Otherwise, the players of the Sakura Kingdom will be at a greater and greater disadvantage. Bai Yi-jun, how did you acquire such terrifying strength in such a short time? Tsukuyami, her face slightly pale, murmured something, her heart filled with extreme curiosity about Byakuya's talent. What kind of talent could allow a player who has just entered the game to reach such a level in just a few days? Shifeng Mountain, with its sheer cliffs. Su Mubai was stunned for a moment as he listened to the system announcement playing on a loop. Isn't the dark-feathered vulture really that fierce? Although he had considered the possibility of this happening, Su Mubai didn't actually have high hopes. After all, with the teleportation array in place, experts from other cities in the Sakura Kingdom can provide support at any time. Who would have thought that the dark feather demon vulture would be so powerful, actually managing to destroy Sichuan City? Sakura players probably never imagined that Sichuan City would be destroyed simply because Su Mubai glanced at the dark feather vulture in the crowd. That seemingly casual glance caused an epic-level boss to suddenly evolve into a legendary-level boss. Touching his chin, Su Mubai glanced at Huaijian's name in his friend list. The fall of Sichuan City must be inextricably linked to Huaijian. Although we don't know what this guy wants to do in the Sakura Kingdom, his presence will definitely make everyone in every city feel insecure. Under these circumstances, it's understandable that they couldn't spare the resources to support Sichuan City. If that's the case, it seems I'll have to bring more high-level bosses to visit the cities of the Sakura Kingdom in the future. Su Mubai smiled, a few thoughts forming in his mind. However, having been chased by Watanabe Toru before, he won't be so high-profile next time. The most important thing now is to gather 5,000 points of soul power, open the death scripture, and solve the problem of advancement. As for destroying the city, there's still plenty of time. He can take his time playing with Sakura. Thinking of this, Su Mubai glanced at the data of the Death Codex. Current soul points, 3,258.69. Consume 5,000 soul points to gain a third chance to open the Deathly Tome. Not far off. Su Mubai's eyes. Once abroad, collecting soul points is indeed fast. It's only been half a day, and it's already halfway over. Even if we don't launch a major offensive against cities, we should be able to meet the requirements quickly. I'll try to get the advanced mission today. Having set a small goal, Su Mubai finally turned his gaze to the ring in his hand, a smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. Just as I imagined, this ring does indeed bring good luck. However, the epic rank was not Su Mubai's final reward. The items from the treasure chests could be used to advance his rank once more for free. Who would have thought that this reward would initially come from a silver-level treasure chest? This is the ultimate nesting doll. Catastrophe. Goal: the lucky ring. Advance to the next rank. Advancing to the second tier requires 100 million soul coins. Even with the wealthiest person in the world managing the funds, it would still take some time to accumulate such a huge fortune. As for the third stage of the cataclysmic event, it requires a lifespan of a full 100,000 years. You have obtained the legendary item Blessing of Lady Luck. Blessing from Lady Luck. Rings and jewelry. Level 0 to 240. Legendary item. Durability 1000/1000. Equipment requirements. None. Basic attributes, level 25. Health plus 5,000. Mana plus 5,000. All attributes plus 125. Entry. 1. Luck plus 30. 2. Main attribute plus 10%. 3. When damaged, there is a certain chance to trigger an immunity effect, which can be triggered at most once every 60 seconds. Skill. 1. Blessing of the Goddess of Luck. Active skill. Increases luck by 100% for 30 seconds after activation. Cooldown time, 1 hour. This is a ring blessed by Lady Luck. Wearing it will bring you good fortune. This legendary item is rare because it has no equipment requirements and can reach a maximum level of 240. It has become the highest level piece of equipment besides the Death Codex. Su Mubai decisively put on the ring and then took out a parchment scroll from his backpack. Chapter 105 Using the Blessing of the Goddess of Fate. The moment he put on the ring, a system notification sounded in Su Mubai's ear. Your hidden attribute, Luck, has been unlocked. Lucky, 32. Looking at the number 32, Su Mubai couldn't help but purse his lips. So all my previous luck was only 2 points? He had never felt that his drop rate was low until now, and it seems that it was entirely due to the first kill. Without the first kill bonus, with only 2 points of luck, there probably wouldn't be much to gain. However, with the blessing of Lady Luck, the days of being unlucky will be gone forever. Stroking the ring, Su Mubai had a sudden thought. A blessing from Lady Luck. The next moment, the ring flashed with a rich, shimmering white light. You have used Blessing of Lady Luck. Your luck stat will increase to 64 points for the next 30 seconds. Sumubai took a deep breath and slowly tore open the parchment scroll in his hand. Let me experience what it's like to be a lucky winner. This parchment scroll comes from the favor of the goddess of fate, a mythical artifact. Buzz. The parchment was completely torn open. It instantly burst into flames, the surrounding space slightly distorted, and a die slowly condensed. The dice had no numbers or markings on them. Although they looked unusually simple, they gave off a mysterious and unpredictable feeling. With a thought, Sumubai immediately made the dice spin rapidly. 3 seconds later, the dice slowly came to a stop, but the number engraved on the top left Sumubai somewhat bewildered. No. How did you roll this number on a 6-sided die? On the face-up side of the die, a 2-digit number slowly appeared. Yes, 2 digits. Congratulations on drawing 93 points. You will receive a mythic level reward. Is the highest possible score 100? I didn't expect that even with 64 points of luck, I still couldn't get the highest score. Sumubai murmured. Fortunately, it's a mythical level reward, so it's enough. As he spoke, a look of anticipation appeared on his face. For Sumubai, as long as the reward is a tangible thing rather than a direct attribute boost, it means he can use the reward to advance to the Saint Annihilation level for free. Those few seconds felt like an eternity to Sumubai. The die flickered and glowed, slowly transforming into a book the size of a palm. When Sumubai saw the somewhat familiar pattern on the book, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. No way. As the light faded and the book fell, Sumubai quickly reached out and caught it. You have acquired the skill book, Divine Appraisal. Why this thing of all? Looking at the eye pattern formed by the inscriptions, Sumubai was greatly disappointed. I initially wanted to learn the appraisal skill for convenience, so that I wouldn't have to find someone to appraise any equipment I found. But now that the mythical level reward is also an appraisal skill, it's practically useless. God level appraisal skill is still just an appraisal skill, isn't it? It doesn't help your combat strength at all. Oh well, what a disappointment. Sumubai sighed, a thought suddenly forming in his mind. Catastrophe. Target, God level appraisal skill. Although disappointed, Sumubai still didn't forget to take advantage of the freebies. This time, no options appeared, because advancing one level was the limit of the forbidden land of gods. Divine Appraisal technique flashed with 9-colored light. After a moment, the light dissipated, and the system notification sounded again. You have obtained the Saint-level special item, Mysterious Heaven Treasure Mirror. Sumubai keenly noticed that the item description had changed from skill book to prop. He quickly opened the details to check. Mysterious Heavenly Treasure Mirror. Saint Annihilation level special items. After using it, you will learn a series of skills and become the next generation's appraisal master. Minimum usage requirement. Grandmaster of Appraisal. How much you can learn from this depends entirely on your comprehension. The Sage of Appraisal. Sumubai's lips twitched slightly. Who in their right mind would use that title? However, he was quite interested in the description of a series of skills. Besides appraisal skills, what other skills can an appraiser possess? Unfortunately, the Mysterious Heaven Treasure Mirror has minimum usage requirements, and his secondary profession title is still a long way from becoming a master appraiser. Advanced appraiser level, one progresses to master, grandmaster, and then great grandmaster. If other players obtained the Mysterious Heaven Treasure Mirror, they wouldn't be able to use it for a very long time. Sumubai only needs to buy the grandmaster level appraisal technique and then use it for free. However, master level appraisal skills are not so easy to acquire. Sumubai tossed the Mysterious Heaven Treasure Mirror into his backpack, having no intention of selling it. Saint-level items are not something that can fetch a price at the East Sea City auction house. Even if the final decision is made to sell, it will have to wait until the capital of the Divine Dragon Empire opens. Having achieved his goal, Sumubai raised his hand and threw out the frost, his figure disappearing in the same instant. Although the blessing of the goddess of fate didn't yield anything to enhance my strength, I did receive the blessing of the goddess of luck, making this trip quite fruitful. Moreover, the Mysterious Heaven Treasure Mirror, as a special item of the Saint Annihilation level, is certainly not simple. The next moment, Frost regained its shape and flapped its wings to fly up the cliff. Comprehension. Is it another hidden attribute? Thinking of the final description in the Mysterious Heaven Treasure Mirror, Sumubai narrowed his eyes slightly. The game world is a real world, and to truly become a top player, there are many hidden things that players need to explore and discover for themselves. Fly towards Jingli City first, but don't get too close, be careful. Sumubai gave the order, and Bing Shuang immediately understood. Next, he needs to find some cherry blossoms and collect 5,000 soul points. For players in Jingli City, however, the darkest hour has officially begun. 2 hours later, in Jingli City. Damu, are you planning to leave the city? What's wrong? Shouldn't we be heading out of town to level up as soon as possible? I told you to spend more time in the chat channels, but you just wouldn't listen. What else is there to do besides wasting time by browsing chat channels? Hehe, Bai Yi has appeared near Jingli City. All the people who were leveling up outside during this time have been killed and brought back by him. What? Didn't the city lord send anyone to arrest him? Of course we sent them, but that guy is like an eel, impossible to catch. What's that Chinese saying again? Right, Bai Yi is currently waging guerrilla warfare, hitting and moving on. In just over 2 hours since Su Mubai made his move, such conversations have become commonplace in Jingli City. The players in the entire Jingli City were so killed by him that they dared not leave the city to level up anymore. Those who had made money before, upon learning of Bai Yi's appearance, immediately chose to teleport away and develop in other cities. But most of them are ordinary players who can't even afford the teleportation fee. With the videos circulating among players in Sichuan City, no player in the entire Sakura Kingdom dares to dream of killing Bai Yi anymore. They can only hope that the city guards will capture Bai Yi as soon as possible. Otherwise, if things continue like this, they won't even be able to guarantee their basic livelihood. Su Mubai doesn't need to rest or eat, but others do. And none of these are free. Chapter 106 Invitation to the Divine Dragon Palace Trial. Master, it seems those invaders aren't leaving the city anymore. Should we charge in, kill a bunch of them, and then run? Outside Jingli City, Bing Shuang hovered in midair, her gaze sweeping over below, her tone carrying a hint of eager anticipation. Kill you my foot. Su Mubai rolled his eyes. Have you forgotten when we were being chased and killed repeatedly? Randomly cleared the leveling map around Jingli City. With the power of frost magic, a low-level ice AoE spell can be cast anywhere it flies, instantly wiping out a whole area. To avoid being intercepted by the city guards, he deliberately didn't get too close, and even when he moved maps, he chose them completely randomly. But in the last 10 minutes or so, not a single cherry blossom was seen in the wild. Su Mubai understood that it must be because the news had spread, and those guys dared not leave the city. His soul points are still 1/10 short of 5,000. Forget it, there's no need to take any risks now. Su Mubai gazed at Jingli City in the distance, then shook his head. He opened the map, looked at it, and continued. Fly east, there's a third-tier city over there, not too far away. All right. Frost sighed in disappointment, flapped its wings, and flew rapidly eastward. As the Frost Dragon King, it found the previous experience of being chased exciting, but unfortunately its master didn't want to take the risk, so it had to give up. Although Su Mubai has left, the players in Jingli City are unaware of this. The city guards have mobilized a large number of troops, but they have not received any news of Bai Yi's death or capture for a long time, so they still dare not leave the city. Even more unfortunate than these people were the players who had just spent gold coins to teleport from Jingli City to the level 3 city that Su Mubai was about to visit. The cost of teleportation arrays is determined by the teleportation distance. The farther the distance, the higher the price. Therefore, the number of players teleported to this level 3 city was also the highest. Ding ding ding. During the flight, Su Mubai's communicator rang, and the voice of the incredibly wealthy man rang out. Boss, the grand finale of this auction is here. Isn't the soul crystal the trump card? Su Mubai was slightly surprised. No, the soul crystal was only the second to last item, and the final transaction price was 2.38 million soul coins. I have to say, Qian Xingqian's eloquence is simply too good. Fu Jiayan shook his head and continued. I'd like to try and see if I can poach this guy. Hehe, you figure it out yourself. Su Mubai smiled. With the combination of promotion and god of wealth, it wasn't impossible for them to poach people from the East China Sea auction house. He was more interested in the treasure that the richest man in the world had mentioned as the grand prize. What exactly is the final item to be auctioned? Are you undecided? Well, Fu Jiaxiangxia paused, then continued. Are you free right now? Why don't you take a look? All right. Su Mubai lightly tapped his toes to signal Bing Shuangfei to stay steady before initiating video communication. Fu Jiaxiangxia was sitting in VIP box number 007 at the moment. After the call was connected, he immediately switched the screen to the auction stage. The auctioneer on the stage was Qian Shengqian. He held the auction gavel in one hand and rested his other hand on the podium, constantly uttering words that stimulated consumption. Images and details of the treasure to be displayed have been shown on the large screen at the back. This is a golden card with a metallic texture. Intricate inscriptions on the card converge to form a winding dragon. A true Eastern dragon, not a behemoth like ice and frost. Invitation to the Dragon Palace trial. Special props. With it, you will gain the opportunity to go to the Dragon Palace to participate in the trials. On stage, Qian Shengqian, having finished stirring up emotions, shouted, "You all know the value of this invitation, so let's get straight to the auction without further ado. The starting bid is 1.5 million soul coins, and each bid must be at least 20,000 soul coins higher." A fierce auction immediately broke out on the field, with anyone who had enough soul coins seemingly wanting to bid for the invitation. But Su Mubai lost interest when he saw this. He learned from Sidhu Ji that the minimum requirement to join the Divine Dragon Palace was the 3rd rank. And this is only for him who has the Dominator profession. For an ordinary person, it would take at least the 5th or even the 6th rank or higher. No need to look at it. This thing is not useful for now. Su Mubai spoke slowly. The richest man in the world quickly switched the video back and laughed. "I thought you would be interested." Su Mubai shook his head. "Let's talk about what we gained this time. Aside from this invitation, there aren't any particularly noteworthy items, but there are quite a few soul stones." While summarizing his gains, Fu Jiaxiangxia began making transactions. The items won't be available until after the auction. What he's trading now are just 10 backpacks. "Boss, could you do me a favor? A larger backpack would make the transaction much easier." Su Mubai nodded slightly and directly returned 5 of them to Fu Jiatianxia after they were promoted. As for the remaining 5, after checking the consumption, he decisively chose Cataclysm. "You have lost 100 days of your life. You have obtained 5 Supreme Space Backpacks. Supreme Space Backpack contains 2,000 slots of space. Disaster feature automatically picks up items within a 200-meter range. The range can be stacked. A 100-day lifespan in exchange for 10,000 slots of backpack space, plus automatic pickup within a 1-kilometer range." Su Mubai felt it was a great deal. The reason he suddenly decided to use his lifespan to create a cataclysmic backpack was simply because he had made a very good haul at the auction. With the confidence of his promotion at this auction, apart from the soul stone that Su Mubai consigned for bidding, Fu Jiatianxia directly bought all the other soul stones. Even if the price is a bit high, it doesn't matter. Once the auction ends, Su Mubai will be able to obtain a pile of low-level life soul stones and hundreds of mid-level life soul stones. More importantly, there are dozens of high-grade life soul stones. And this was just a monthly auction in Donghai City. Next, Rich Man will travel to other major cities to participate in the upcoming auctions. Due to concerns about visitor volume, the auctions in the 10 major cities were not scheduled to start at the same time. With the wealthy and powerful handling business matters, Su Mubai was completely freed up. Before long, he will have enough lifespan to use Cataclysm. "Owner." Before the deal could be finalized, Frost suddenly spoke up. Su Mubai chuckled. "Don't worry, I'll make sure you get all the materials." "No, master, I meant we have another prey." Upon hearing this, Su Mubai's eyes lit up, and his gaze pierced through the gaps in the frost-covered bones, a smile immediately appearing on his lips. "Once I've slaughtered all the cherry blossoms around this city, I'll have enough soul points." Chapter 107 New Title. "Commander, do you think Bai Yi might come here to kill his way in? Shut your jinxed mouth and get back to leveling up." Hearing what the team members said, the raid leader glared at him and said in a deep voice, "The teleportation has already used up all our money. If we don't farm more today, we won't even have a place to sleep tonight." "Ugh, it's all that Bai Yi's fault." "Exactly, we're really unlucky. Of all the cities in the Sakura Kingdom, why did he have to come to Shizuri City?" Below, a small team of more than 10 people were struggling to kill monsters, occasionally uttering some complaints. They were almost catching up with the vanguard when they encountered Bai Yi and were back to square one overnight. Not only did its level drop from 8 back to 6, but it also lost a full 20 years of its lifespan. Who can I complain to about this? As they were drinking their medicine, one of the team members looked up and suddenly widened his eyes, his pupils trembling violently, as if he had seen something terrifying. Bai Yi. Baka, I told you to shut your mouth, you jinx." The commander glared angrily, but before he could finish speaking, he felt the temperature around him plummet, and the next moment everything went black. He collapsed to the ground and died. The frost simply flew over the heads of these cherry blossoms, casually tossing them a blizzard, and then sent them back to the city for free. Soul absorption activated. Soul points plus 0.1 times 14. Soul absorption activated. Soul points plus 1 times 3. Hearing the system notification, Su Mubai was slightly taken aback. There were only 17 in total, and 3 of them died after being killed only once. Does this team have too many short-lived members? However, this is also a good thing for him, because the more short-lived ghosts there are, the more soul points he can absorb. At the same time, the backpack's catastrophic properties took effect, and the items dropped by these Sakura players automatically flew into Su Mubai's backpack. A pile of scrap metal. Su Mubai glanced at it, and then stopped paying attention. He would wait until his backpack was almost full before taking advantage of it all at once, and then hand it over to Fu Jiatianxia to handle. What he needs to do now is to hunt down as many Sakura players as possible before the news spreads widely. Get to work quickly. Upon receiving the order, Frost flapped its wings and began hunting around the perimeter of the level 3 city. No Sakura player who comes into view can escape the fate of death. Soon, news of Baiye's massacre in the vicinity spread throughout the city. The Hall of Resurrection was overflowing with people, most of whom were pale and trembling. He's dead. Our commander is really dead. How can we play like this? I just saw that frost dragon and I died. Amaterasu, why is this happening? I spent all my savings to escape from Shizuri Castle and get here. Why did Byakuya arrive so quickly? 2 people from our team died. What about you? 1. 2 of us died too. Oh dear, being killed by Baiye once cost me 20 years of my lifespan. That's terrifying. I only have 16 years left. What am I going to do? What are the city guards doing? Why hasn't Baiye been captured yet, even after fighting his way all the way from Sichuan City to here? Players complained, despaired, and were terrified, and the town's garrison quickly sprang into action. But they had no way of finding Su Mubai's exact location. Often, when they were last discovered, they were in the east, and the next time they appeared, they were in the west. With Huaijian's help in concealing Su Mubai's aura, the people of the Sakura Kingdom had no way to detect his exact location from a distance. The only way to find him is by looking. At Su Mubai's instruction, Frost's movements were completely erratic, and she would never stay on a map for more than a minute. Their next appearance will often involve crossing a considerable distance. As soon as the news spread, players leveling up outside the city panicked and began returning to the city. The city quickly became like Jingli City, where no one dared to leave the city to level up anymore. As for the players in Jingli City, they also dared not leave the city before the news spread. Master, the people here react much faster than in the previous city. Frost wiped out 2 teams with a single breath of dragon fire, her voice tinged with doubt. Players in this city are returning to town much faster now. It's only been a short time, and it's already rare to encounter any more descendant teams in the wild. It's all right, it'll be enough soon. Su Mubai smiled nonchalantly, a glint of light flashing in the depths of his eyes as he looked at his soul points, which were about to reach 5,000. At that moment, he realized why so many of the cherry blossoms here were short-lived. Because some of them were just teleported from Jingli City. They spent money to travel so far, only to have it delivered to their own hands. I wonder what they think. Thinking of this, Su Mubai's lips curled up slightly. If it weren't for these short-lived ghosts, the time it would take him to absorb soul points would have been even longer. This time, it took Frost several minutes to find a team that had not yet returned to the city. They probably didn't notice the chat channel, so they were unaware of Su Mubai's appearance. Commander, look what's that. Dragon, a giant dragon. The appearance of Frost immediately caught the attention of the team members, drawing everyone's gaze. The moment the captain looked up, his expression changed drastically, and he immediately shouted, "Run." That's Baiye's mount. However, escape was just wishful thinking. As the frosty wings trembled, countless sharp ice spikes came crashing down from the sky. In an instant, the team was wiped out. Soul absorption activated. Soul points increased by 0.1. Soul absorption activated. Soul points increased by 1. Soul absorption activated. Soul points increased by 0.1. Your soul points have reached the maximum. A series of system notification sounds rang out, and Su Mubai immediately smiled. That's enough. However, the system notification sound did not end. Your kill count has exceeded 100, earning you the title 100-man killer. A 100-man kill? Su Mubai was slightly taken aback. He had killed far more than 100 people. It's already over 10,000. But then he realized that the 100 people must refer to those he had completely killed. In the view of the multiverse game, as long as there is a chance of resurrection, it is not considered murder. Su Mubai felt a chill run down his spine. Judging from this, there must be titles like Slayer of 1,000 Men or Slayer of 10,000 Men. I wonder how high I can upgrade this title in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Just as Su Mubai was about to check the new title, a sharp shout came from behind him. Baiye is here. Quick, after him, don't let him get away. A squadron of city guards was lucky enough to spot Su Mubai's trail. But the next moment, As the pale gray light screen flashed, the frost instantly disappeared from its original spot. Su Mubai did not appear in the sky, but instead teleported directly to the ground. Then, he used Dead Zone Leap to create distance again and disappeared from the city guard's sight. He doesn't have time to play with these people right now. Getting started on the advanced quest is the most important thing. Chapter 108, A Free Advanced Quest, 5,000 Years of Lifespan. More than 10 minutes later, Su Mubai found a relatively remote map and rode Frost into the depths. Casually clearing out dozens of monsters in the vicinity, he then checked his new title, 100-Man Slayer. When wearing this title, attack power/spell power is increased by 10%. Compared to Unrivaled, its effect is negligible. However, this title can increase spell power, and it will definitely come in handy once you've killed enough people. Su Mubai closed the title panel, and with a thought, the inscription on the back of his left hand immediately shone with a gray light. The next moment, the Grimoire of Death materialized. I don't know if it's a new skill or an advanced quest. Su Mubai murmured. He preferred the latter. Skills can be learned later, but it's always better to advance them as early as possible. Taking a deep breath, Su Mubai slowly opened the Death Codex. The gray-white pages were open, covered with complex and ancient mysterious inscriptions. As Su Mubai focused his gaze on the Death Codex, the inscriptions immediately began to circulate. A moment later, the inscription detached from the page and transformed into a stream of information that flowed into Su Mubai's brow. In an instant, that vast and boundless power of death descended once more. After a long while, the death scripture closed automatically and transformed back into a stream of light, attaching itself to the back of Su Mubai's left hand. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Su Mubai's ear. You have accepted the advanced quest. Death approaches. Is death imminent? Su Mubai raised an eyebrow, but before he could check the mission objective, a series of system notifications rang out. Congratulations on completing the advanced quest. Your experience cap has been increased. Congratulations to player White Knight for reaching level 30. All 4 stats increased by 1, skill point increased by 1, and free attribute points increased by 15. Congratulations to player White Knight for breaking through to Tier 2. Based on your class, you have gained plus 450 free attribute points. Congratulations to player White Knight on breaking through to Tier 2. The synergy with the Death Overlord class has increased, unlocking a portion of the class's power. Power fusion is in progress. Please wait patiently. Su Mubai was completely bewildered by the series of system notifications. No, I haven't even looked at the advanced quests yet, and it's already completed? Am I really a cheater? At this moment, even Su Mubai began to doubt whether he had used cheats. Just as he was about to take a closer look, his expression suddenly changed as he thought of a question. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Mubai used Death Curtain and Death Zone Jump in quick succession, instantly moving 2 kilometers away from his original location. That wasn't all. He waved his hand, summoning Frost, and then instantly sat on the throne. Get out of here right now. Being in a foreign land, and being an intruder, he had no choice but to be careful. The first time he opened the Grimoire of Death, the sudden arrival of death power attracted Situji. The reason the other party didn't come the second time was because an agreement had already been reached with him. Although we are far from the main city of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom now, what if? If this attracts a terrifying being like Situji, then it would be a loss that outweighs the gain. Therefore, Su Mubai preferred to waste some time getting away from here and finding a safer place. Compared to time, life is obviously more important. During the transfer, Su Mubai's communicator also rang. Boss, I'm sorry to trouble you again. The communicator came through, filled with the slightly excited voice of the man who was incredibly wealthy. The Donghai auction had obviously ended, and he had acquired all the items. Su Mubai looked back and, not sensing anything unusual, breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Give it to me." Soul stones and materials immediately appeared in Su Mubai's backpack. The former goes without saying, while the latter is Frost's rations. There are quite a lot. Su Mubai smiled slightly and directly used all the materials to advance his level for free. You have obtained 1125 epic materials. You have obtained 96 legendary materials. You have obtained 8 mythical grade materials. As soon as the materials were taken out, Frost's soul fire instantly became excited. Master, give it to me quickly, I want it. Shut up, speak properly next time, or you can forget about eating. Upon hearing this, 3 black lines appeared on Su Mubai's forehead, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. However, he still gave all the materials to Frost, since it was his mount. We can't just withhold food from it because of a single comment, can we? Frost's eyes lit up, and it swallowed the whole thing in one gulp. This guy is clearly all skin and bones. I have no idea where he put all these materials. However, this does not prevent it from quickly upgrading after digesting these materials. Ignoring the satisfied Frost, Su Mubai turned his gaze to the soul stone in his backpack. Catastrophe. The one who benefits the most is the one who gets something for free, so Su Mubai chose to advance to the next level for all of them. You have obtained 1867 intermediate soul stones. You have obtained 329 high-grade soul stones. You have obtained 41 soul crystals. Seeing so many different levels of soul stones, even Su Mubai couldn't help but gasp. Intermediate life stones increase lifespan by 120 days, advanced life stones by 1 year, and life crystals can directly increase lifespan by 100 years. These life soul crystals combined can add up to 5,000 years of lifespan. No human being on Earth could remain indifferent to this number. However, Su Mubai resisted the urge to use them all and traded these soul stones to the wealthiest man in the world. Upon receiving the upgrade, the latter's breathing became rapid. Don't worry, boss. I've already started working on establishing the Chamber of Commerce. The auction houses in one city certainly can't handle this much stock. Give me some time, and I'll send people to sweep through the auction houses in every city of the Divine Dragon Empire. Waiting for your good news. Su Mubai nodded slightly. With the SSS-level talent of God of Wealth, even a good-for-nothing like him could do very well in business. Moreover, being the richest person in the world is not the same as being a useless person. Although Su Mubai didn't have much contact with the richest man in the world, he had a gut feeling that the other party was a business whiz. By the way, boss, these skill books should be useful to you. You have enough startup capital, so you can use them yourself for now. The wealthy merchant reopened the trading platform and put up several skill books. Su Mubai's eyes lit up, and he immediately completed the transaction. You have obtained 8 advanced skill books. Catastrophe. Target, advanced skill book. To Su Mubai's surprise, there were no options this time either. It seemed that upgrading a high-level skill book by 1 level was the limit. You have obtained 8 perfect skill books. Su Mubai still remembered that it would take a full 1,000 years of lifespan to transform a beginner skill book into a perfect skill book. It's easy to imagine how valuable this thing is. Chapter 109 Perfect Skill Book, Death Overlord Class Bonus. Perfect Skill Book. After use, you can select a skill and upgrade it to the maximum level. It can be applied to SSS level skills. An extremely rare treasure, almost impossible to find in the entire Forbidden Land. The effects of the Perfect Skill Book left Su Mubai speechless. He never expected that the leap in skill level would be so great after advancing 1 tier in an advanced skill book. With the Perfect Skill Book, you'll never have to worry about skill points again. Looking at the 8 perfect skill books in his backpack, Su Mubai smiled. Is this extremely rare in the entire Forbidden Land? As long as I have advanced skill books, I can have as many as I want. From then on, Su Mubai could directly level up to the maximum level as long as he learned a skill. However, he did not rush to use it, but planned to wait until the professional power was fully integrated before allocating it. After giving a few instructions to the richest man in the world, Su Mubai hung up the call. Frost flew for more than an hour before landing in a valley filled with thick black fog. You have discovered Black Mist Valley. This place should be safe enough. Looking at the environment of Black Mist Valley, Su Mubai nodded in satisfaction and rode his frost horse straight in. After clearing out a safe area, Su Mubai immediately began reviewing the previous information. It wasn't until he saw the requirements for the advanced mission that he finally understood. Death is imminent. Advanced quest. To truly embark on the path of death's mastery, the first thing you need to do is bring yourself as close to death as possible. You must precisely control your health from full to 1 drop. From the moment your health drops, the time between drops must not exceed 5 seconds. If it does, you must start over. With more than 1 drop of blood, you cannot get as close to death as possible. With less than 1 drop of blood, you will truly die. Please do everything possible to complete the challenge as soon as possible. Break through your current limits. Make yourself more compatible with the Deathmaster class and unlock more class powers. Task completed. Looking at the complete task description, Su Mubai was both amused and exasperated. This advanced task is undeniably difficult. The goal is to precisely control your health down to a single point within just 5 seconds. Any player would need to try countless times using various methods. Moreover, the risk of death during this period is extremely high. It's important to know that dying once in the multiverse game not only results in losing a level, but also in losing at least 10 years of lifespan. Therefore, the actual opportunities that players can try are extremely limited. The real way to accomplish this task is to find a powerful individual who can precisely control the intensity of their attacks. Only with the help of such a powerful figure can we have a chance to complete this task quickly. The difficulty of the task lies in how to get such a powerful person to help. But for Sumubai, this task was practically a freebie. Why is it that his lifespan is limited to a certain amount due to unknown factors? The mission was over as soon as it began. I really didn't expect that having a permanent drop of blood would have this benefit. Sumubai looked at his 1-to-1 health and couldn't help but smile. Even if he didn't have a single drop of blood, he could still complete the mission. All you need to do is look in the pocket. At worst, you'll have to pay some ancient gold coins. Now that the world's wealthiest merchant guild has been established, the ancient gold coins are just a number to Sumubai, who possesses the Cataclysm ability. However, Sumubai was still happy to save himself some trouble, since who knew what Huijin was doing. After reviewing the task, Sumubai continued to look at the system prompts. 450 free attribute points. That's like doubling the free attribute points I gained from leveling up before. Looking at the extra 465 free attribute points on the panel, Sumubai added them all to his spirit without hesitation. With more and more high-level equipment on his body, he no longer needed to add points to his agility attribute separately. The overall attribute bonuses from the equipment are sufficient. Why isn't the fusion complete yet? More than an hour had passed since the mission was completed, and Sumubai could feel the energy within his body slowly increasing. But the fact that he hadn't been able to complete the fusion after so long was making him secretly anxious. The main purpose was to see how much improvement a second-tier Death Overlord could provide. After anxiously waiting for another half hour, the system notification that Sumubai had been longing for finally sounded. Power fusion complete. Congratulations to player White Knight for officially breaking through to a second-tier professional. Partial unlocking of the Death Lord's power has changed your class bonuses. Click to view details. You have learned the new skill, Life Sharing, and your original skill, Life Link, has been overwritten. You have learned the new skill, Death Summoning, and your original skill, Summoning Amplification, has been overwritten. You have gained a one-time skill conversion privilege, which allows you to convert a specified skill into a Death Overlord class skill. The original skill will be overwritten. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to break through to Tier 2. Rewards: plus 100 to main attribute, plus 50 skill points, and plus 50 intermediate level life soul stones. Announcement: a notice for the Blue Star region will be released soon. In an instant, Sumubai suddenly felt his body filled with power. He unconsciously clenched his fist. Is this the kind of feeling a legal professional should have? Filled with doubt and speculation, Sumubai clicked to view the details of the profession bonus. 1. You have officially embarked on the path of the Death Overlord. Your all-attribute bonus coefficient has been increased to 5, and you will gain 25 free attribute points with each level up. The first point wasn't too surprising. In fact, Sumubai felt it didn't quite fit the high-class image of the Death Ruler. But the next thing made his eyes widen. 2. Once you officially embark on the path of the Lord of Death, you can equip any type of equipment and use any type of weapon. Before advancing, although his class was Death Lord, he was actually still a Necromancer, so he could only equip cloth armor and use a staff. After advancing, this restriction is completely removed, which means that he will no longer be a simple cloth armor class. Now that's more like the demeanor of the Ruler of Death. Sumubai nodded in satisfaction, but a hint of doubt remained in his mind. Currently, all of my skills are related to spell power and spirit attribute, so there doesn't seem to be much improvement in this aspect. After all, cloth armor offers the greatest improvement in this aspect, and other weapons are not suitable for him. When he saw the third one, all his doubts vanished. I'm numb, completely numb. Is this the power of the Death Lord? Chapter 110 Dominance. Death Pact and Death Edict. Blue Star Region Announcement. Congratulations to player White Knight from the Divine Dragon Empire for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to break through to Tier 2. This is to inform you that all players are encouraged to learn from him and obtain generous rewards. Times 10. The announcement echoed throughout the entire Forbidden Land once again, but the players had already become numb to it. Especially for many players who are still stuck in the beginner's village, they are already speechless with frustration. Those who paid the most attention to this announcement were only experts with S-level talent or above. Looking at the level number after Baye's name on the ranking list, these people had some guesses in their minds. Level 30, is that Tier 2? Several SSS-level players, including San Chi Ching Feng, fell silent at this moment. I've only just reached level 13, and I don't even know what advancement is yet. and Bai Yi has already broken through? How can the differences between people be so great? Inside Black Mist Valley, Su Mubai ignored the server-wide announcement that was ringing in his ears, his eyes fixed on the third-class bonus. 3. Once you officially embark on the path of the Lord of Death, your spirit and strength attributes will merge into a brand new attribute, the power of domination. Domination possesses all the effects of physical and spiritual strength. Your attack power and spell power will also be unified. Add 1, and both will increase simultaneously. When both increase, the power of domination will receive an equal increase. He was numb. Su Mubai was completely numb. No wonder he felt his strength had suddenly increased countless times. It turned out that his strength and spirit attributes had merged. This is not a simple merging of two things into one. In terms of equipment effects alone, a legendary piece of equipment that previously granted plus 100 to all attributes would now grant him an additional 200 points to dominance. Moreover, the power of domination possesses all the effects of physical strength and spirit. In other words, from now on, he will no longer be a weak and helpless magic-based class. In addition to his high spell power, he also possesses the same amount of attack power. If I continue to break through and advance, will my agility and constitution attributes also merge together? His eyes, Su Mubai suddenly had this idea pop into his mind. If that's the case, then the Death Master class truly has no weaknesses. Is this the power of a dominant class? Su Mubai looked at his panel and murmured to himself. Although his level only increased by 1 level after breaking through to the second tier, his strength improved dramatically. This only unlocks a portion of the power of the Death Ruler. If one were to break through to the 9th rank and unlock all power, it would be unimaginable how extraordinary one would become. Phew. Taking a few deep breaths, Su Mubai suppressed his excitement and turned his gaze to the 2 skills that had been covered. After breaking through to the second tier, both skills gained during the job change were also upgraded by 1 tier. However, since he had already been promoted for free, he didn't appear to have changed at all. However, these 2 skills are overridden, so you can get them for free again. Su Mubai had a premonition that the advancement, along with the improvement of these 2 skills, would bring about a tremendous change in his strength. Catastrophe. Goal: shared life. Advance to the next rank. Your S-rank skill, Life Sharing, has been successfully upgraded to an SS rank skill, Death Pact. Death Pact, SS, passive skill, no level required. All your summoned creatures and contracted creatures will enter into a Death Pact with you. Skill effect. 1. All damage is forcibly transferred and shared equally by the creatures bound by the Death Pact. As long as there are still Death Pact creatures alive, no attack method can harm your main body. 2. You can extract the life points of any number of Death Pact creatures at any time to restore the remaining targets by an equal amount. After being upgraded to an SS level skill, Su Mubai's shared health bar disappeared. However, his security has been greatly improved, because contracted creatures are also included in the calculation, and Frost is precisely the contracted creature. After consuming a large amount of materials, this guy is now resting on Su Mubai's shoulder with his eyes closed, digesting them. The inscription of the Death Pact flashed above its head before disappearing into the soul fire. Fire of Frost flickered slightly, without any other movement. But from then on, as long as the Frost and the Undead Legion survived, Su Mubai would never be able to suffer any harm. Moreover, he can use the blood of other undead creatures to heal Frost at any time. With the added benefit of the profession's unique characteristics, the recovery amount will also double. With the presence of Frost, the potential danger of massive area of effect attacks has also been eliminated. If you encounter an AoE attack that can instantly kill Frost, then no skill is meaningful. Next is this. Su Mubai's mind raced. Catastrophe. Target: Death Recruitment. Advance to the next rank. Your SS rank skill, Death Summoning, has been successfully upgraded to the SSS rank skill, Death Edict. Death Decree. SSS, passive skill, no level required. Skill effect. 1. All summoning skills are instant cast and have no cooldown. 2. All summoned creatures' attributes are increased by 200%. 3. The maximum capacity of normal summoning space has been increased to 30 times. 4. The maximum space limit for commander summoning has been increased tenfold. 5. All summoned creatures will revive at full health once upon death. Issue a decree to command your army of the undead. Despite being mentally prepared, Su Mubai was still stunned by the effect of the Death Decree. 5 passive effects, each one more overpowered than the last. Putting aside other factors, the existence of the professional cataclysmic characteristic allows a massive undead army to resurrect twice at full health. In addition, with the cataclysmic feature of summoning space expansion, you can revive 3 times within an hour. However, the former cannot be triggered again after 2 times, while the latter only requires a 1-hour cooldown. Even so, it will be difficult for Su Mubai to die even if he wants to in the future. After all, if a summoned creature loses its chance to revive, he can summon a new one, since it has no cooldown and is instant cast. Unless someone can instantly kill all the death contract creatures, including the Frost, Su Mubai will be invincible. As long as he can deal effective damage to the boss, he can defeat him. The only difference is the time it takes. Thinking about this, Su Mubai felt the terror of the catastrophic nature even more. Its greatest strength lies in its ability to allow anything to surpass its original limits. The SSS skill, which incorporates the characteristics of catastrophe, has already surpassed the limitations of the Forbidden Land of Gods. Instead of immediately summoning undead to replenish his summoning space, Su Mubai examined his skill list and began to ponder. After breaking through to the second tier, he also gained a skill conversion privilege, which allowed him to convert one skill into a Death Overlord class skill. This choice left him slightly conflicted. Several items on the skill list are not professional skills. Burning is not within the scope of consideration, and Chain Corpse Explosion is not worth replacing compared to the other skills. What made it difficult for Su Mubai to choose were the 3 skills: Summon Elite Skeletons, Summoning Space Expansion, and Advanced Undead Aura. The former is the foundation of the undead army, and the spatial expansion also greatly enhances it. The latter can further improve all attributes of all units. Let's switch to this one. After a moment's hesitation, Su Mubai made his final decision. Chapter 111, A World of Calamities, Soul Amplification. Convert. Su Mubai's mind raced, and his gaze locked onto the skill, Summon Space Expansion. At this moment, the only way to maximize the benefits is to switch to this skill. Because in addition to greatly increasing the number of summoned creatures, it also has complete cataclysmic characteristics. If the other 2 skills are converted, the cost of obtaining Cataclysm in the future will be too high. You have used up your skill conversion privilege. 0 privileges remaining. You have learned the new skill Cataclysmic Space. The Summoning Space Expansion skill in your skill bar will be overwritten. An unknown term exceeding the limit was detected for this skill. Complete overwrite failed. The unknown term is retained. Natural Disaster Space was not an SSS level skill, but Su Mubai activated it for free without hesitation. Advance to the next rank. Your SS level skill Catastrophe Space has been successfully upgraded to the SSS level skill Catastrophe World. World of Calamities. SSS. Passive skill. No level required. Skill effect. 1. Basic normal summoning space increased to 300. Level X10. 2. Basic commander summoning space increased to 6. Level /5. 3. Summon creatures gain the blessing of cataclysmic power, and their attacks and spells have a certain chance to inflict negative effects such as fear, slow, and paralysis. 4. Summoning space generates a sea of death. After the summoned creature is returned to the space, its health and mana will be quickly restored. Catastrophe characteristics. 1. The controllable range of summoned creatures has been increased to 500%. 2. After your summoned creature dies, it can be resurrected at full health in the summoning space. This can only be triggered once per hour for a single summoned creature. The summoning space of the Death Lord will eventually grow into a world. Growth-related skills. Su Mubai was very satisfied with the skill effects of World of Calamities. It's hard to say whether this skill is stronger or weaker than Death Decree. If the base value is too low, even if the Death Decree is increased by 20 times, the increase will not be much. However, when 2 skills are combined, the effect will increase exponentially. Su Mubai's overall strength increased countless times in an instant. Although we used to say that the Scourge was taking shape, that was just wishful thinking. From this moment on, Su Mubai's Calamity Legion can be considered to have truly taken initial shape. What is a natural disaster? Quantity is the foundation. When an overwhelming army of undead sweeps across the land, that's what you call a catastrophe. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom is quite lucky to be the first to experience the strength of the Scourge. Su Mubai looked at his brand new, terrifying attribute panel, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Attribute panel. Only main attributes are displayed. Player, Bai Yi. Level, 30, 0%. Class, Death Overlord, Tier 2. Dominator Power, 8,544. Agility, 1,402. Constitution, 1304. Health points, 1/1. Mana points, 902, 500/902, 500. Attack power, 55,300. Spell power, 55,300. Critical hit rate, 50%. Critical hit damage, 275%. Elemental resistance, curse 40%, ice 40%, others 10%. Exclusive talent, cataclysm, unique forbidden level. Skills, omitted. Normal summoning space, 1340/39,000. Commander's summoning space, 20/240, 160/28800. Equipment, omitted. Class specific, Death's Codex, LV30. Lifespan, over 52 years. His a skeleton army of 39,000, and even the Knight army has nearly 30,000. Seeing the extent of the improvement in the two summoning spaces, Su Mubai couldn't help but gasp. Although he had always had high expectations for the improvement brought by the advancement, he was still somewhat dumbfounded when he looked at his attribute panel. After the Death Lord unleashed a portion of its power, it became utterly overpowered. My overall strength has probably increased by more than 100 times. This is the combined strength of multiple SSS level skills, exclusive hidden class bonuses, and class catastrophe characteristics. Not only that, after advancing to the next level, Su Mubai also had a vague feeling. To verify his idea, he waved his hand and summoned a headless horseman, ordering, "Reach the limit of control range as quickly as possible." Yes. The headless knight emitted a soul fluctuation, then transformed into a streak of black light and rushed out. Death charge. With a speed of up to 900%, the headless knight completed his charge in the blink of an eye. Upon sensing this, Su Mubai's lips immediately curved into a smile. 300 meters. The headless knight charged a full 300 meters, exceeding the maximum range of his skill. As expected, there are hidden improvements after advancing to the next level that were not mentioned. Su Mubai immediately checked them one by one, and as expected, the range of all skills, including those of summoned creatures, had increased by 50%. The only thing that didn't improve was Frost. If it wants to improve, it needs to break through to level 30 on its own. After the charge ended, the Headless Horseman continued galloping, and the monsters in Black Mist Valley could not catch up with him at all. It's still within the control range. Sensing the Headless Knight's changing position, Su Mubai couldn't help but marvel inwardly. At this moment, the distance between the two has exceeded 1,000 meters. After a while, Su Mubai received a response in his mind. 2,250 meters, that's the final figure. As long as he was within this range, Su Mubai could control his summoned creatures with ease. This number was only 500 meters before advancing to the next level. A 4.5x boost upon advancement. Isn't that a bit much? Su Mubai pinched his chin, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. It wasn't until he saw the Grimoire of Death on the back of his hand that he remembered something. At level 30, the second effect of Death Codex is activated. Thinking of this, Su Mubai immediately looked at his professional catastrophic trait. However, the second effect of this thing was still not activated, and it still showed that the level was insufficient. After closing the panel, Su Mubai checked the special effects of the Death Codex. Special effects. 1. Soul absorption. You, your summoned creatures, and contracted creatures will absorb a portion of the soul power of any target they kill. A monster, its respawn time will be doubled. After you kill a player, you will suffer double the penalty, including reduced lifespan. Current soul points. 0. Consume 10,000 soul points to gain your fourth chance to open the Deathly Tome. 2. Soul amplification increases the base control range of summoned creatures to 450 meters. Tier 2, level X15. Consuming soul points amplifies the soul of a contracted creature, allowing it to become a conduit for controlling your summoned creatures. The control range is the same as your own. It consumes 5 soul points per minute. For each additional enhanced creature, the additional consumption doubles. 1 5 points, 2 5 plus 10 points, 3 5 plus 10 plus 20 points. The third special effect will be unlocked after level 90. Transit Station? Upon seeing these 3 words, Su Mubai's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously turned to look at Bing Shuang. Master, what's wrong? Frost, who was digesting the materials, involuntarily shivered. It's okay, you should upgrade quickly. Su Mubai's lips curled up slightly as a crazy idea came to mind. He immediately waved his staff and began replenishing the undead army. To accomplish great things, one must first prepare thoroughly. Chapter 112 The Complete Cataclysmic Characteristics, Frost Breakthrough. Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? The soul fire within the frost-covered pupils flickered slightly as it digested the massive amount of high-level materials within its body, while pondering what its master truly meant. These materials contain terrifying energy, especially the 8 mythical level materials, which, once digested, will greatly enhance Frost's power. In just over an hour, his level had already increased to level 27. Moreover, the materials inside its body are far from being fully digested. Su Mubai ignored Bing Shuang's gaze. With a thought, his robes shimmered with a faint light, and a soft whisper could be heard. Whispers of the Dead. This is a skill attached to the Death Speaker's robe, which allows for dual casting when activated. Even though it's only 30 seconds, it's better than nothing. Even if all 20,000 skeletons are instantaneous, it would still take some time to summon them. Su Mubai tapped his staff lightly. Summon elite skeletons. Summon the Headless Horseman. Buzz. Buzz. 2 portals opened simultaneously, from which emerged 6 skeletons and 2 headless knights. With a thought, the skeleton was immediately recalled into the summoning space, while the headless knight extended his spear, his soul fire trembling, and began to summon the Shadow Knight. At the same time, Su Mubai tapped his staff again, and 2 more teleportation portals opened. In just 30 seconds of double casting time, Su Mubai summoned 180 skeletons and 60 headless knights. Along with them came a group of Shadow Knights. For the first time, Su Mubai felt that summoning had become a kind of hard labor. Damn, how could I forget about that? After summoning for a while, Su Mubai suddenly patted his head, decisively stopped, and dialed the communication of Wealthy Under Heaven. Boss, what are your orders? You could tell that the richest man in the world was in a very good mood. Su Mubai didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. If I draw 10 soul crystals first, will it have a big impact on the start of the Chamber of Commerce? It shouldn't have much of an impact. 31 left is enough. Do you want them now? You have obtained 10 soul crystals. After hanging up the communication, Su Mubai directly absorbed all the life crystals, instantly increasing his lifespan by 1,000 years. Having workers makes things convenient. Su Mubai's wealthy world is his smart warehouse. He suddenly remembered that after the cataclysm, the skill Summon High-Level Skeletons would have the word Legion in its name, which would greatly increase the number of skeletons summoned each time. Without time to savor the feeling of his life force growing wildly, Su Mubai immediately made a thought. Catastrophe. Objective: summon elite skeletons. Cataclysmic Stage 3. Prompt: confirm consuming 1,000 years of lifespan to overwrite previous promotion effects and upgrade the skill Summon High-Level Skeletons to a higher tier. Confirm. You have lost 1,000 years of your life. Your C-rank skill Summon High-Level Skeletons has successfully been upgraded to the S-rank skill Summon Skeleton Army. Summon Skeleton Army. S. Level 9. Max. Active skill. Skill effect. 1. Summon 30 elite skeletons to fight for you. Elite Skeleton Warriors / Elite Skeleton Archers / Elite Skeleton Mages. 2. For every 100 elite skeletons of a certain type, a king of that type will be born. The Skeleton King has 3 times the attributes. When the number of skeletons of the same type under the Skeleton King's command is less than 100, its attributes will decay to those of a normal individual. Cast time: 3 seconds. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Mana cost: 20,000. The Elite Skull panel is affected by the player's spirit attribute. After the Cataclysm, the skill effects were even stronger than Su Mubai had imagined. Not only has the number of summons per summon increased tenfold, but it also gains a king-level enhancement effect. Back then, Reggie, who almost drove him to the brink of despair, was a Skeleton King. With his current summoning capacity, such an entity could produce a full 390. And the improvements don't stop there. The cataclysmic characteristic of this skill has finally been completed. Catastrophe characteristics. 1. Elite Skeleton Warriors' maximum health is increased to 500%, and their attack power is increased by 100%. 2. Elite Skeleton Archers have their attack speed increased by 100%, and their attacks ignore the target's physical defense. 3. Elite Skeleton Mages gain 100% increased spell power, and their spells ignore the target's magic defense. The 3 elite skeletons all possess abnormal cataclysmic characteristics, greatly enhancing their combat power. In the following time, Su Mubai continuously unleashed his skills, each time summoning 60 skeletons and 2 headless knights. The latter also continuously summoned Shadow Knights to expand the undead army. More than 10 minutes later, Whispers of the Dead went on cooldown again, and Su Mubai finally filled his summoning space. However, the Knight's Legion is still far behind. After all, the Headless Horseman doesn't have such a monstrous skill as his. He can summon infinitely. Even if each headless horseman only needs to summon 120 Shadow Knights, it's not something that can be done in just 10 minutes. Roar! Just then, Frost suddenly opened its eyes and let out a low growl. The next moment, it flapped its wings and flew into the air, its body growing larger in a burst of light that was a mixture of ice blue and pale gray. A system notification sounded in Su Mubai's ear. Note: your Mount Frost has surpassed level 30 and officially entered its juvenile stage. As the light faded, Frost had grown to about 20 meters in size. Master, I feel incredibly strong right now. Bing Shuang's excited voice rang out, but Su Mubai's words immediately brought it back to its original state. Can we beat that bald bird from before? Well, wait until I level up a few more times. Frost paused for a moment, then shrank back to Su Mubai's shoulder. That guy was boosted by his master. I'm only level 30. How am I supposed to fight him? After Frost enters its infancy, attribute improvement is very simple. All attributes are directly increased by 50% on top of the previous level. With the added boost from the advanced undead aura, his health had now reached a terrifying 17.856 billion. Attack power and spell power have also been increased to 8.928 million and 7.44 million respectively. In terms of skills, there is only one more, Dragon's Body, which can reduce the physical and magical damage received by 20%. The frost-covered panel made Su Mubai realize once again just how great the advantage of a mythical creature really is. However, with the improvement brought by this advancement, Su Mubai believed that he would soon be able to catch up with these powerful creatures. Reaching out, Su Mubai grabbed a handful of frost and tossed it aside, then pointed to the map and said, "Time to get to work. You go to the vicinity of this third-tier city first." Frost was clearly taken aback. "Huh? I'll go by myself, right?" Su Mubai nodded slightly. "Once you arrive, my undead army will arrive as well. With the second effect of the Grimoire of Death, the undead scourge will officially take the stage in the Sakura Kingdom." Chapter 113: The Small Mountain Town Under the Storm. For safety reasons, Su Mubai had Frost fly at high speed for over an hour. Therefore, the city he chose this time was far away from the one he had visited before. After Frost broke through to level 30, its flight speed also increased significantly. Soon, Frost's response came into Su Mubai's mind. "Master, I see some Sakura players active below. Should we kill them first? Now you can have fun, but it would be best to drive them all back to the city." "No problem. This is something I'm an expert at." Frost grinned, locked onto a team below, and swooped down. "Everyone, hurry up and level up. If Bai Yi comes, we'll have no choice but to retreat back into the city." The battalion commander gave instructions while urging everyone to work harder. Mentioning White Knight immediately sparked a lively discussion among the players. "Just how strong do you think Bai Yi is? It's been almost a day. Why hasn't he been caught yet?" "I don't know, but according to the people from Jingli City, Bai Yi is simply a demon. He can summon thousands of undead with a wave of his hand, and one skill can kill a whole area of people. I think they must have exaggerated Bai Yi's strength. After all, he's just a player who just reached level 30. How could he be so strong? Do you know what the advancement mentioned in the system announcement just now means? Why think so much? You'll know when you reach level 30. Bai Yi is really amazing. He's so much ahead of everyone else." Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a cry of surprise rang out. "Look what that is." The troop leader immediately had a bad feeling. As soon as he looked up, he saw a barrage of icy stimuli shooting towards him. Roar! Frost roared as it swept across the land, countless ice spikes engulfing everything. The expressions of surprise and fear were forever etched on the faces of these Sakura players. They had absolutely no ability to resist a level 30 mythical creature. The moment your eyes meet the other person is the moment death arrives. After killing these people, Frost did not linger for a moment, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky to continue searching for its next target. He wanted to kill as many people as possible before the news spread. Although I don't know what the master's plan is, killing more cherry blossoms is definitely the right thing to do. The appearance of the Frost Dragon King immediately caused chaos in the small mountain town. Although no one had seen Bai Yi in person, everyone knew that this despicable Frost Dragon King was Bai Yi's mount. Its appearance must signify the arrival of the White Knight. Having witnessed the fate of the previous two cities, the small mountain town immediately sounded the alarm, and the city lord's mansion reacted instantly, dispatching the city guards to search the city. When Lord Matsumoto Jun learned of this news, he also frowned deeply. He knew very well that although both were third-tier cities, his strength was far inferior to Watanabe Toru's. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that there were no powerful, ferocious beasts like the dark feather vulture around the small mountain town. Although the chances of capturing by Yi are slim, at least the safety of the small mountain town can be guaranteed. Thinking of this, Matsumoto Jun's brows relaxed. Little did he know that a disaster was about to befall the small mountain town. Although panic had already begun to spread within the city, no one dared to leave the city easily anymore. However, many players outside the city were not paying attention to the chat channel and were therefore unaware of Bai Ye's arrival. These are the people that Frost is currently hunting down. Soul absorption activated. Soul points increased by 0.1. Soul absorption activated. Soul points increased by 0.1. Inside Black Mist Valley, Su Mubai heard a series of system notifications ringing in his ears, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Little Mountain Town, let's use you as the stage for the Scourge's official debut. Soul amplification requires soul points, and Frost's current hunt is merely a prelude to future actions. Su Mubai was not idle either. He recalled the summoned Shadow Knights into his command space while quietly waiting for the Headless Knights to replenish the Night Legion. The map of Black Mist Valley is rather long and narrow, making it unsuitable for large-scale battles. After both legions reached their maximum capacity, Su Mubai looked at the last Headless Knight left behind. The horse stays behind to scout ahead. The Headless Knight was clearly taken aback for a moment before dismounting and giving up his mount. Su Mubai smiled slightly and mounted the skeletal warhorse. This is a map for levels 50 to 60. With the soul amplification, he can use Frost as a transit point to attack the small mountain city without affecting his leveling up at all. However, the Undead Legion on the Frost side cannot enjoy the blessing of the advanced Undead aura, nor does it have the support of Su Mubai's skills. Without the Curtain of Death, the Undead Army's mobility will definitely be greatly reduced. But these are insignificant compared to Su Mubai's own safety. As long as the Frost is safe, it doesn't matter how many other undead die, since they can be summoned infinitely anyway. The Headless Knight, having lost his mount, took the lead with a long, conical spear and soon encountered his first monster. The monster density in Black Mist Valley is not high, but the lowest density consists of elite monsters, and there are quite a few enhanced elite monsters as well. However, for Su Mubai, who can get free bosses, this is obviously not the most suitable place to level up. Therefore, he just wants to leave this place first and find a map with a high concentration of monsters. Even a small rabbit is still meat. Su Mubai rode on his skeletal warhorse, his gaze sweeping over the wild monsters ahead. Catastrophe. Level 2 Ascension. The next moment, bronze light enveloped the monster, and a new boss was born. Awoo! The boss, whose power had surged, roared to the sky, but the sound abruptly stopped. Before it could even properly see the world, it was riddled with arrows and turned into a hedgehog. Minus 164,000, minus 328,000, minus 164,000, minus 492,000, minus 984,000, minus 984,000. A series of damage numbers popped up, including many that were close to 1,000,000 damage. The boss had just finished evolving when it fell to the ground and became a corpse. Defeating the level 55 bronze boss, Black Wind Wolf Leader grants an additional 150% experience bonus, totaling 550,000 experience points. Due to the long distance traveled by mount, you receive all of the experience points. You have obtained one beginner skill book. You have obtained the bronze tier equipment, Wolf Fang Dagger. You have received. Automatic pickup is activated, and the items dropped by the boss fly directly into Su Mubai's backpack. As the system notification sounded, he remembered that he hadn't had time to change the allocation method he had modified due to the experience point cap. With a thought, Su Mubai redistributed all his experience points to himself and glanced at the skeleton archer legion beside him. With the Cataclysm ability, these skeleton archers already extremely fast attack speed doubles, and they can ignore all physical defenses, turning them into mobile turrets. Their damage output has officially surpassed that of the skeleton warriors, making them the main physical damage dealers in the skeleton army. This legion consisted of exactly 100 skeletons, and the leader was noticeably larger, with his entire skeleton gleaming with a metallic sheen. That series of nearly 1,000,000 damage was dealt by it in just 1 second. This is a Skeleton King. Chapter 114, The Powerful Skeleton King. Has Bai Yi gone mad? Skeleton King, Archer, no aura panel. Level 30. 4D, 153,792. Health points, 2, 306, 900/2, 306, 900. Attack power, 307,600. Physical defense, 123,000. Skills, Double Shot LV9, Fatal Sniper LV9. The powerful Skeleton King possesses 3 times the stats of the elite Skeleton Archers. Looking at the Skeleton King Archer's stats, Su Mubai nodded slightly. After Death Summoning was promoted to the SSS level skill, Death Edict, the attributes of his summoned creatures were also enhanced. The increase is 200%, and when combined with the job-related catastrophe trait, it becomes 400%, which is equivalent to 5 times the attribute. Furthermore, due to the class's cataclysmic nature, the skill's strength is doubled, and for Skeleton King, it's tripled, resulting in such terrifying 4-dimensional attributes. With a thought, Su Mubai summoned 2 more 100-man legions. Skeleton King, Warrior, no aura panel. Level 30. 4D, 153,792. HP, 15,379, 200/15, 379, 200. Attack power, 769,000. Physical defense, 230,700. Skills, Heavy Strike LV9, Wild Charge LV9. The powerful Skeleton King possesses 3 times the stats of elite skeleton warriors. Looking at the stats alone, Skeleton King, Warrior is clearly much stronger. However, in reality, once the cataclysmic trait of this skill is completed, apart from its advantage in health, it is far inferior to the marksman in other aspects. The 3 skeletons each have their own roles. Warriors are responsible for charging forward and tanking damage, while shooters are responsible for long-range firepower suppression and precise shots. As for the Skeleton Mage, its advantage lies in its high spell power and terrifying area of effect, AoE, damage. Skeleton King Mage. Level 30. 4D, 153,792. HP, 1, 537, 900/1, 537, 900. Spell power, 769,000. Physical defense, 76,900. Magic defense, 92,300. Skills, Fireball LV9, Firestorm LV9. The powerful Skeleton King possesses 3 times the stats of an elite skeleton mage. The Headless Knight, who had lost his mount, was retrieved by Su Mubai. The Skeleton King led the Warrior Legion to clear the way, followed closely by 2 ranged legions. Su Mubai sat leisurely on his skeletal warhorse, embarking on his leveling journey. The green flames on the horse's hooves left a row of charred marks in Black Mist Valley. All he needs to do is transform the monsters within his field of vision into bosses. Defeat the level 55 bronze boss, Black Wind Wolf Leader, to receive an additional 150% experience bonus, totaling 550,000 experience points. Defeat the level 58 bronze boss, Shadow Panther Leader, to receive an additional 150% experience bonus, totaling 580,000 experience points. As they continued to progress, Su Mubai's experience bar began to grow rapidly. After level 30, the experience required to level up increases again, reaching 50 million. But for Su Mubai, this amount of experience points was insignificant. Before they even left the Black Mist Valley, a golden light rose up. Congratulations to player, White Knight, for reaching level 31. All 4 stats increased by 1, skill point increased by 1, and free attribute points increased by 25. From the previous upgrade is that you get 10 more free points. This is barely a difference compared to the improvement from breaking through to the 2nd tier. Su Mubai added all 25 free attribute points to Domination and continued forward on his skeletal warhorse. This time, the skeleton warrior at the forefront suddenly gave feedback. A portal. Su Mubai's eyes lit up. Had they discovered a dungeon? He immediately spurred his horse forward, and sure enough, at the edge of the mountain wall ahead, 2 skeleton warriors pushed aside the obscuring vines, revealing the portal behind them. Su Mubai used a death zone leap to arrive at the dungeon entrance, reached out and touched it, and the system notification sounded immediately. Hint: please select the dungeon difficulty. At the same time, information about the copy also entered Su Mubai's mind. This is a level 60 dungeon called the Cave of 10,000 Poisonous Snakes, with the highest difficulty level being Hell. However, the difficulty level is far greater than that of the Misty Forest in the beginner village. This time, Su Mubai did not choose the Hell difficulty level directly, but instead went straight into the normal difficulty level. I started by clearing Hell difficulty because I wasn't sure if there were any strong players in the 9527 beginner village, so I naturally wanted to get the first clear on a higher difficulty first. Now there is no such worry. At this stage, besides him, which player has the ability to clear a level 60 dungeon? Moreover, he first entered the normal difficulty level, which allows him to play 5 times a day, also as a test. With a wave of his hand, Su Mubai recalled the skeleton army and stepped into the teleportation portal. Notification: you have entered the normal level 10,000 poisonous serpent cave. A flash of white light, and Su Mubai found himself in a huge cave. The environment here looks unusually gloomy and terrifying. Although no monsters were visible in the field of vision, the faint hissing sound of snakes flicking their tongues could be heard from inside the cave. Su Mubai did not rush to explore the dungeon, but instead tried to contact Frost. "Master, what's wrong?" When the icy voice echoed in his mind, Su Mubai finally smiled. Making a contract with a true intelligent being is convenient. You can influence the outside world just as much as you do in the instance. With his suspicions confirmed, Su Mubai waved his hand and summoned 3 skeleton legions. It's just a dungeon. 300 skeletons are enough. Any more wouldn't make much difference. As for the rest, those are gifts for the small mountain town. This brushing method seems a bit slow. Su Mubai rolled his eyes and released the headless knight, whose mount he had stolen from his summoning space. "Take your men and lure all the monsters to an open area." Upon receiving the order, the headless horseman immediately summoned 120 shadow knights, who charged into the cave in a mighty procession. Su Mubai rode his skeletal warhorse, leading 3 skeleton legions forward leisurely. With such strength, who would still bother with the routine of grinding dungeons? "We have to go for a one-shot kill, including all the bosses." "Master, what's wrong?" Outside the small mountain town, Bing Shuang heard Su Mubai's call and quickly responded. "It's all right. Are there still many people outside?" Su Mubai's voice echoed in its mind. Frost lowered its head and scanned the map below, a cruel smile playing on its lips. "There are still some unlucky souls who haven't received the news, but there aren't many left. Hurry up." "Okay." Upon receiving the order, Frost immediately accelerated the hunting speed. Every now and then, Sakura players who were leveling up in the wild would die at the hands of the dragon. As his activities became more and more frequent, the entire small mountain town became somewhat chaotic. Panic gripped the city, and players dared not venture out to level up. However, based on the experience of players from Jingli City and Sichuan City, no one was willing to spend money to teleport away for the time being. After all, money isn't easy to earn, so Bai Yi probably won't stay here for long. Clinging to this hope, the players of the small mountain town soon received a shocking message. The frost dragon appeared at the north gate of the small mountain town, and it seemed to be preparing to attack the city. All the players were dumbfounded. Has Bai Yi gone mad? Chapter 1:15 Nationwide Live Broadcast. The Scourge Legion's debut. What did you say? He actually dared to set his sights on this small mountain town. Inside the city lord's mansion, upon receiving the news, the city lord Matsumoto Jun suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with fury. "Although my strength is far inferior to Watanabe Toru, I am not someone that a mere descendant like you can provoke, am I? We couldn't catch you before because we couldn't find your location, but now you dare to come to us?" Thinking of this, a look of excitement suddenly flashed in Matsumoto Jun's eyes. "Hold him back with all your might. I'll personally apprehend this intruder." As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light appeared on his body, and his robe instantly transformed into a suit of armor. The next moment, Matsumoto Jun, carrying a long sword on his back, flashed away from the city lord's mansion and soared into the sky. "As long as I can seize this white knight, I can obtain the reward from the capital, and at that time I will definitely have a better chance of advancing further." The fact that Bei dares to attack the city is definitely a good thing. Lord City Lord. The guards outside the north gate, whose communications had been cut off, were dumbfounded. They hadn't even finished speaking. "There is no Bai Yi here, only his mount." Roar. The roar of frost echoed throughout the entire north gate. Even after leaving Su Mubai, the materials inside its body did not stop being digested. Now at level 33, Frost, with a body length exceeding 20 meters, has become a colossal beast. Its wings spread, blocking out the sunlight, and a cold aura swept around. Below, hundreds of city guards stood ready, their eyes fixed on Frost. Bah! In midair, 3 flight squadrons appeared and instantly surrounded the Frost. However, they did not make the first move because Bai Yi was not on Frost's back. In this situation, it's best to wait for the city lord to handle it. The two sides were locked in a stalemate for a moment, and the atmosphere at the north gate instantly became extremely delicate. Many daring players even climbed onto the city wall, gazing at the Frost in midair and whispering among themselves. From their angle, they couldn't see Frost's back at all, so they were unaware that Bai Yi hadn't come. Has Bai Yi gone mad? How dare he? It's one thing to act all high and mighty outside the city, But to actually come here looking for death, I'd like to see just how miserable his end will be. Ha 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 ha. Bai Yi is simply courting death. Does he really think the city guards are made of mud? I heard the city lord is on his way, so it shouldn't be long before we get the experience point bonus. A 100% experience bonus. Just thinking about it is exciting. Once the borders open, my great Sakura Empire will definitely have an absolute advantage. All the players were optimistic. In their view, Bai Yi's attempt to take over the city was suicidal. Even if it's just a level 3 city, it's definitely not a place where players at this stage can easily take advantage of. Even if the player's name is Bai Yi, it won't work. One player in the crowd was visibly more excited. His eyes shone as he looked at Frost and exclaimed with delight, "My talent can finally be put to use." What are your talents? Rank as support talent, deployed. I'm going to broadcast the entire scene of Bai Yi's capture live in the Sakura Kingdom. Goodness, the talents of the multiverse game are truly diverse. Aren't you a born war correspondent? Haha. Hurry, hurry, I can't wait for all Sakura players to see this scene. I'm starting my live stream right now. As the little Sakura named Okamoto Hyde unleashed his talent, his live stream immediately appeared in the chat channels of various cities in the Sakura Kingdom. Although there was no money to pin the live stream to the top, the title was eye-catching enough. Eyewitness account. Bai Yi's arrest live-streamed. With this explosive title, the number of viewers in the live stream immediately began to soar. As the news spread, more and more people browsed the chat channel and entered the live stream. Tsukuyami, the only SSS-level talent possessor in the Sakura Kingdom, is no exception. After receiving the message from his friend, he immediately entered the live stream room. Tsukuyami saw the frost dragon surrounded by the flying squadron in the scene. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Bakuin, you're so stupid. At the north gate of Shaoshan City, Frost hovered in midair, completely ignoring the flying squad that surrounded it. After breaking through to level 30, these ordinary city guards no longer posed a significant threat to him. The reason it didn't launch an attack immediately was simply because it was waiting for Su Mubai's order. Inside the cave of 10,000 poisonous serpents, the Shadow Knights team was still luring monsters. After finding it difficult to find any more players outside the city, Su Mubai ordered Frost to directly attack the city gate. 52 points? That's enough. Looking at the soul points, a fierce glint flashed deep in Su Mubai's eyes. Once your Scourge army arrives, the rate at which you gain soul points will far exceed the rate at which you consume them. Now all we need to do is wait for Frost to confirm the city lord's strength before the operation can begin. Soon, Frost's voice rang out. Master, I can sense it. This guy is far inferior to Watanabe Toru, and he can't even compare to the commander of Sichuan City. Are you confident? Don't worry, you definitely won't die. Okay, let's begin. Su Mubai's mind raced. Soul amplification. Hint. You have amplified the soul of your contracted creature Frost. From now on, you can use it as a transit point for controlling summoned creatures. The moment the system notification sounded, Su Mubai was surprised to find that he could now share Frost's vision. Outside the small mountain town, Frost felt a sudden surge of power within the fire of her soul. Roar! He immediately let out a deafening roar, and the dragon's power, which had been restrained, swept fiercely around him. The city guards' flying mounts immediately began to tremble uncontrollably, some even becoming shaky and on the verge of collapse. At the same time, Matsumoto Jun also arrived at the city gate. Clang! A crisp sword rang out as Matsumoto Jun, sword in hand, pointed directly at Frost and shouted sharply, Bai Yi, get out here. I'll only count to 3, or you'll be collecting this frost dragon's corpse. 1. However, Matsumoto Jun could only count to 1 before he couldn't continue. Everyone watching the live stream throughout the Cherry Blossom Kingdom witnessed a chilling scene. Suddenly, a huge spatial portal opened beneath the frost. A massive, dark army of undead surged forth like a tidal wave, their numbers seemingly endless. The Scourge makes its debut. Chapter 116, Strengthening the Skeleton King. A qualitative change in the death contract. How is this possible? Bai Yi must have cheated, otherwise how could he summon so many undead? That's too many. There must be tens of thousands. None of them have a panel visible? Are you kidding me? Is this something a player could actually do? Although Bai Yi is of a high level, he is only level 30. How can he achieve this level? I just checked. He's already level 31. How long has it been? Is leveling up really as easy for him as drinking water? I want to report Bai Yi. He's not even human. Look at that skeleton leading the group. Why is it so big? Okamoto Hyde, who was live streaming, was dumbfounded, and the other players on the city wall were also stunned in place. The crowd watched in horror as countless undead poured out of the portal, momentarily forgetting even to run away. In the live stream, players from other cities were also shocked by this scene, and various discussions quickly flooded the screen. Outside Falling Moon City, Tsukuyami stared blankly at the live stream, her face turning as pale as paper. 1 second, he thought Baiyi was stupid for walking right into his trap. But at that moment, he felt like a clown. Before this, he felt that he had overestimated Baiyi's strength. But when she saw the overwhelming undead army on the live stream, Tsukuyami realized that Byakuya's strength was far beyond her imagination, let alone a single SSS-level talent player like him. Even if all the SSS-level players attacked together, they still couldn't mess with this freak. Baiyi has completely transcended the level of a player. Outside the small mountain town, Matsumoto Jun's countdown abruptly stopped, his pupils widened, and his face was full of disbelief. What? The tens of thousands of undead soldiers that Su Mubai summoned through frost shocked even him, the city lord. You are not qualified to see your master. With a cold snort, Frost flapped its wings, and a blizzard suddenly swept around them. The next moment, the frost dragon's breath shot straight towards Matsumoto Jun, officially kicking off this siege battle. Click, click, click. Da-da-da. The sounds of bones clashing and horses' hooves echoed throughout the north gate. More than 200 headless knights led the charge, and the moment they stepped out of the summoning space, they transformed into black light and rushed towards the city guards. Death charge. Following closely behind were countless shadow knights. They gripped the reins tightly in one hand and held guns in the other, continuously surging out from the summoning space. Behind the knight was an elite legion of over 10,000 skeleton warriors. At the forefront of the legion, over 100 towering skeleton kings wielded giant swords, exuding a dense aura of death. The city guards, facing a massive undead army, numbered only a little over 100. At this moment, the city guards were trembling, and their mounts almost gave out under the terrifying frost and dragon's might. Brothers, don't be afraid. They're just numerous, but their levels are all low. Commander Ichiro Tano raised his weapon to boost morale and charged ahead of the undead army. Su Mubai, who was far away in the instance, clearly saw this scene through the shared vision. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and a thought flashed through his mind. Feedback on death. Notification. You have consumed 500 points of death energy to enhance the main attribute of the target Skeleton King, Warrior, by 1000%. Notification. You have been corrupted by the deathly aura emanating from the cursed crown. Death energy value plus 10. Death energy value plus 10. The next moment, the Skeleton King in front of Su Mubai instantly grew from more than 4 meters to nearly 10 meters in size. The giant sword in its hand also grew in size proportionally, resembling a heavy door panel. Skeleton King, Warrior, Death Aura Enhancement, No Aura Panel. Level 30. Strength 169-1712. HP 169 million/169 million. Attack power 8.459 million. Physical defense 2,537,700. Skills: Heavy Strike LV9, Wild Charge LV9. And there were already 3 of these powerful Skeleton Kings in front of Su Mubai. 1 archer and 1 mage were also strengthened. This was a gift he prepared for the small mountain town. Go! With a thought, Su Mubai stored the 3 enhanced Skeleton Kings into his summoning space. At the same time, all 3 appeared simultaneously through the teleportation portal outside the small mountain town. Although Su Mubai cannot unleash skills through frost, he can use this method to provide support. Wild Charge. The 10-meter-tall, enhanced Skeleton King Warrior charged towards Tano Ichiro immediately, slamming the door panel down heavily in his hand. Heavy Strike. Boom. A powerful force erupted instantly, managing to stop the city guard commander. Minus 180,000. However, due to the large level difference, the damage it causes is not high, and is even very low. But that's enough. The task of strengthening the Skeleton King Warrior is simply to stop Tano Ichiro. It's not that that's causing the real damage. Call out. Ichiro Tano could recover from the shock of being stopped. A loud whooshing sound rang out. The next moment, a huge arrow carrying terrifying power tore through the air and struck his chest. Deadly Sniper Strike. Boom. Minus 30,452,400. With over 30 million critical hit damage, Ichiro Tano was forced back a step by this arrow. Before the portal, the nearly 8-meter-tall enhanced Skeleton King archer hit his target with an arrow, his arm blurring into a blur before a barrage of arrows followed. With the added benefit of its cataclysmic nature, its attacks completely ignore Tano Ichiro's physical defense, and each arrow can take away more than 1,000,000 of the opponent's health points. Beside the archer, the equally tall and enhanced Skeleton King mage also raised his staff. As the soul fire within its pupils flickered, an endless sea of fire instantly descended outside the north gate. Damage numbers exceeding 1,000,000 flashed across the screen, and the scorching temperature distorted the surrounding air. Tano Ichiro's pupils contracted, and the spear in his hand suddenly flashed with light, slamming into the calf of the enhanced Skeleton King warrior. However, the damage numbers that popped up left him dumbfounded. -461. Nanny. At that moment, everyone was stunned, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. After counting it several times, not believing it, I finally confirmed that it really was just a 3-digit number. The existence of the Death Pact means that the damage suffered by Su Mubai's summoned creatures and contracted creatures will be shared equally. This SS-level skill shouldn't have been this powerful, but with the addition of Death Decree and World of Calamity, it underwent a complete qualitative change. With an undead army exceeding 60,000, how much damage would each individual suffer after the damage was spread out? This amount of blood isn't even as fast as the undead warrior's health regeneration. This is the source of Su Mubai's confidence in letting Frost lead the undead army to attack the small mountain city. Matsumoto Jun, who had unleashed a full-force sword strike, also encountered this situation. Seeing the thousands of damage numbers appearing above Frost's head, he felt like the sky had fallen. My all-out attack didn't even scratch the opponent's skin. Activate the city's protective formation immediately. All defensive weapons, open fire at full speed. We absolutely cannot let these undead storm into the small mountain town. Matsumoto Jun's hoarse roar echoed through the north gate, and at the same time, he sent a message to the capital for help. Although it's hard to admit, the small mountain town might not be able to withstand the undead army in front of it. Chapter 117 War. Nobody is allowed to leave. Buzz. Following Matsumoto Jun's command, the magic tower in the center of the small mountain town suddenly surged with energy, and a pale blue light shield appeared, expanding at an extremely rapid speed. In just a few breaths, it enveloped the entire small mountain town. The Night Legion that had already charged to the city walls was pushed back out by the light barrier. This is the defensive formation of the small mountain town, capable of withstanding enemy attacks. Click, click, click. At the same time, mechanisms on the city walls were activated, arrow towers and cannons rose up, and several magic towers in the northern district began to gather energy. The city guards from all parts of the city quickly assembled at the north gate. They had begun their operation the moment they received Frost's message and had now arrived. 2,000 city guards gathered and lined up within the city's protective array, watching nervously as the undead legion continued to pour out of the teleportation portal. The small mountain town instantly entered a state of full-scale war. The players watching the spectacle from the city wall initially wanted to flee, but upon seeing this scene, they stopped and chose to continue observing. The main reason is that they don't have the money to teleport. Even if they escape, they will still face certain death if the small mountain town is breached. Players in the small town panicked, and those with money teleported away immediately. Some cunning individuals also lingered around the teleportation hall, hoping to escape the moment the system announced the waiver of teleportation fees. Bai Yi, if you escape now, you still have time. But if you wait for people from the capital to come, you're finished. Having not received a reply for a long time, Matsumoto Jun forced himself to remain calm, looking around as if trying to find Su Mubai's whereabouts. We'll talk about it when we get here. Frost snorted dismissively and shouted, Skunder Legion, attack! More than 20,000 Shadow Knights had already rushed out of the summoning space, and everyone charged directly towards the city's protective formation. Shadow charge. Boom, boom, boom. The pale blue light screen rippled in circles, but showed no signs of breaking. The next moment, nearly 100 arrow towers and cannons on the city wall also launched an attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, huge arrows, each over a meter long, rained down, interspersed with cannonballs. At the same time, the magic tower in the North District also finished charging up, and 5 thick beams of energy shot out. The 3 attacks were not aimed at the Shadow Knight, but at the skeleton army that had just emerged from the summoning space and was arrayed in formation. A futile effort. Su Mubai watched this scene without the slightest worry. Under his control, more than 100 Skeleton King warriors immediately stood in front, holding their greatswords horizontally as shields. At the same time, Frost chanted a spell, and a dense wave of ice elemental energy swept below. A frost shield formed on the bodies of all the Skeleton King warriors. These actions are not intended to reduce harm, since the damage is shared equally regardless of who the other party's target is. Su Mubai made this arrangement simply to ensure that the attacks of the archers and mage legions would not be disturbed. These attacks did not cause much damage to the undead army. On average, each undead only lost a little over 2,000 points of health, had a significant impact on the city's protective formation. In an instant, a rain of arrows filled the sky, obscuring the sun. Facing the enormous pale blue light shield, there was no need to aim. More than 10,000 archers drew their bows and fired a series of arrows. The most powerful of all is naturally the skeleton mage's fireball spell. With the added benefit of catastrophic properties, each fireball they release is the size of a head. When they were fired in unison, it was like a meteor shower, suddenly crashing into the light shield. Boom. The city's protective formation began to shake violently, and as the two sides continued their exchange of fire, cracks gradually appeared. In midair, Matsumoto Jun and several flight squads joined forces, but they were unable to do anything about the frost. The latter even had time to attack the city's defensive formation. Damn it, why is there still no response? Seeing the city's protective array on the verge of collapse, Matsumoto Jun's eyes were bloodshot as he kept urging the capital to send reinforcements. But the request for help seemed to disappear without a trace, receiving no response whatsoever. Although his strength was enough to suppress frost, with the death pact in place, he was unable to pose any threat to Frost's life. From the very beginning, Matsumoto Jun felt endless frustration. Beep, 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 beep. Inside the small mountain town, the urgent alarms never stopped. Some residents chose to enter shelters, while others chose to be teleported away to escape. Others resolutely chose to support the North Gate. But their support was of no use. Like the hundreds of thousands of Sakura players in the city, they could only pray that the capital's support would arrive before the city's protective formation was breached. The dark, swarming undead army outside the city brought endless despair to the small mountain town. The capital of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, high in the sky. Dozens of figures stood solemnly, their eyes fixed on the middle-aged man with a full head of silver hair in the center. What exactly do you want to do? Yoji Yamamoto's face was ashen. As the head of the Ninja Society and the strongest person in the Sakura Kingdom, he found that he could not see through the person in front of him at all. What upset him the most was that this person came from the Divine Dragon Empire and was an invader who appeared with Bai Yi. What I want to do is none of your business. With his arms crossed over his chest, he stood quietly high in the sky, his gaze deep, as if waiting for something. He was surrounded by countless ancient gold coins. These ancient gold coins are being drawn by some kind of energy, vibrating wildly and gradually dissipating over time. Yoji Yamamoto's face stiffened, but he dared not make a move. Just then, an elder came to his side and whispered, "Chairman, Matsumoto Jun is asking for help." Matsumoto Jun, who is that? Yoji Yamamoto was slightly taken aback. Why are you suddenly using an obscure name at this time? Lord of Shaoshan City. The elder looked somewhat embarrassed. If it weren't for the immense pressure from Huijin, he wouldn't have made such a mistake. He then quickly recounted Su Mubai's attack on the small mountain town. Useless. A city lord of such high rank, forced to call for help by the invaders. He's utterly useless. Yoji Yamamoto's face was ashen, but he still spoke in a low voice. You go there yourself and capture Bai Yi. At the same time, Huijin suddenly turned his head to look in a certain direction, a slight smile playing on his lips, and murmured, "This kid has made quite a commotion. He hasn't disappointed me." His gaze then swept over everyone present, finally settling on Yoji Yamamoto, and he spoke calmly. Nobody's allowed to leave. Stay here and play with me for a while. Made a sword finger gesture with 2 fingers and gently pointed upwards. Without a sound, a dazzling sword light shot into the sky, tearing the sky apart and neatly breaking the clouds. Everyone present narrowed their eyes and unconsciously swallowed. The sharpness of this sword strike was far beyond their ability to withstand. Anyone who dares to leave, think about whether they can withstand one of my swords. Chapter 118 The City Falls, The Massacre. Click. The defensive array of the small mountain town finally succumbed to the attack of the undead army and shattered. At the same time, a system announcement sounded. Announcement from the Sakura Kingdom. The small mountain town has been breached by the invaders, White Knight. Effective immediately, teleportation costs are reduced to 0. Surviving players are advised to seek refuge in other cities. Good luck. ×5. Announcement from the Sakura Kingdom. The bounty for the intruder, White Knight, has been increased by 100%. ×5. This announcement is slightly different from the previous ones. The dark feathered vulture destroyed Sichuan City, but Su Mubai only breached it. Nevertheless, his bounty was increased by 100% again. But no player had any interest in this reward. The moment the city's protective formation shattered, more than 2,000 city guards led tens of thousands of reinforcements to confront the undead legion head-on. The players on the city wall had long since fled and disappeared, but Okamoto Hyde was still broadcasting live from afar. But at this moment, there was no more discussion in the live stream. Faced with the undead army summoned by Su Mubai, all the players from the Sakura Kingdom fell silent. The name Scourge was deeply etched in their minds. Bye-bye, I'm not playing with you anymore. Frost grinned, summoning the spatial dimension to recall a large number of undead. Then, with a flap of his wings, he flew straight into the city. Don't even think about it. Matsumoto Jun was shocked and tried to block the attack with his sword, but he was completely helpless against the Frost who had no will to fight. At this moment, Matsumoto Jun wished he were a magic-based class so he could control the other party's actions. But he was a swordsman and had no control skills whatsoever, so he could only watch helplessly as Frost rushed into the small mountain town. The next moment, the summoning space reappeared, and the undead army rushed out, hunting down enemies in the city. The previous battle had almost exhausted his soul points. If he didn't replenish them soon, Su Mubai would be unable to control his summoned creatures through Frost. Boom. The dragon's breath, a mixture of ice and fire, struck the entrance to the teleportation hall, while frost-covered wings descended, cutting off everyone's escape route. Apart from the players who were stationed there at the first moment and escaped via teleportation, everyone else died from the dragon's breath. Shadow Knights and skeleton warriors rampaged through the city, each shot and each sword strike leaving a player to fall to the ground. The skeleton archers' arrows flew everywhere, indiscriminately attacking everyone. The skeleton mage legion scattered, unleashing waves of fire with each swing of their staffs, igniting the level 3 city. Matsumoto Jun followed closely behind, unleashing sword strikes that couldn't even kill a single skeleton. This advancement brought about a qualitative change in Su Mubai's strength. Unless you are a truly top-tier expert or have an army that outnumbers the Scourge, there is absolutely no way to deal with the Scourge. If it were a level 2 main city, Su Mubai would definitely not have acted this way. However, Shaoshan Town was only a third-tier city, with a total of only 2,000 city guards. Lord Matsumoto Jun was far less capable than Watanabe Toru before him and could not change the course of the battle on his own. Feeling powerless to reverse the situation, Matsumoto Jun couldn't wait for reinforcements from the capital and could only try to seek help from surrounding cities. However, it will take time for support to arrive. In just a few minutes, tens of thousands of Scourge troops were already having a killing spree in the small mountain town. Frost stood alone in front of the teleportation hall, exuding an aura of invincibility. Faced with Matsumoto Jun's attack, it neither dodged nor evaded, but directly confronted it head-on. Although various ice spells could not cause any real damage to Matsumoto Jun, with the Death Pact, Frost finally regained some of its confidence as a mythical creature. What made Matsumoto Jun despair was that not only was this frost dragon unkillable, its power was also constantly increasing. This is because the frost is continuously digesting the materials in its body, and its experience points are constantly increasing. The city guards outside the North Gate were also unable to stop the remaining Scourge army's charge, and their defenses were quickly breached. As all the undead stormed into the city, screams echoed throughout the small mountain town. The Sakura players, unable to escape, faced the Scourge with utter despair, dying almost instantly upon meeting them. Their only option was not to be resurrected immediately after death. Only if reinforcements arrive within half an hour will there be a glimmer of hope, because you can only lie in a corpse for a maximum of half an hour, after which you will automatically resurrect in the Resurrection Hall. At this moment, the Hall of Resurrection was surrounded. Desperate cries could be heard everywhere, but the Scourge's undead were nothing more than emotionless killing machines. A hail of arrows rained down, instantly turning any Sakura player within sight into a corpse. Hideo Okamoto's livestream also came to an abrupt end because he had died. Although Su Mubai only attacked a small level 3 city, his terror was deeply imprinted in the hearts of all Sakura players. Even Tsukuyami trembled all over and silently made a decision to try not to go too far from the second-tier main city in the future. Surely you wouldn't dare attack a level 2 main city, right? Soul absorption activated. Soul points increased by 0.1. Soul absorption activated. Soul points increased by 0.1. Soul absorption activated. Soul points increased by 1. With the city's protective formation breached, Su Mubai finally reaped the rewards. The system notifications are flashing rapidly, and your soul points are constantly increasing. Don't linger in battle. Retreat as soon as reinforcements arrive. Su Mubai gave Bing Shuang an instruction, and the latter quickly responded. Master, with the death contract in place, I think we can kill a little longer. The death pact is not invincible. Once the reinforcements from other cities arrive, you will likely encounter danger. I understand. Thank you for your concern, Master. Frost was deeply moved upon hearing this, feeling that her master was the best being in the world. For Su Mubai, the Scourge Legion was dead, so what? He could just summon them again. But Frost absolutely cannot be harmed. Switching back to the present, the Shadow Knights had lured all the monsters in the entire Serpent Cave to Su Mubai's front. This is an empty plaza, which was originally the lair of the second boss. But it's obvious that this place has now become the graveyard that Su Mubai chose for them. Hiss hiss hiss. The sheer number of snakes gathered there was enough to make one's scalp tingle. There were nearly 1,000 of them. Among them were 3 enormous snakes, clearly boss-level creatures. The 120 Shadow Knights held aggro firmly, and with the Death Pact active, their health barely dropped. Su Mubai's cold gaze swept over each of the monsters. Catastrophe. Chapter 119. Players who look forward to cherry blossoms will feel ashamed, and then strive to be better. As Su Mubai's gaze swept over them, bronze light immediately emanated from these monsters. All monsters and bosses have been upgraded by 2 levels. Since this is only a normal difficulty dungeon, the bosses are only 2 iron level and 1 bronze level. The cost of their sublimation is negligible for Su Mubai at this point. Soon, a gold level golden scaled serpent king, 2 silver level silver scaled serpent queens, and nearly 1,000 bronze level green scaled serpent leaders were born one after another. After sublimation, their sizes all increased to varying degrees. As a result, the originally spacious hall became somewhat crowded. It was clearly just a normal level dungeon, but Su Mubai enhanced it to an insane level. With so many bosses combined, the difficulty definitely surpasses hell difficulty. Hiss hiss hiss. The hissing of snakes echoed throughout the cave. Facing more than 100 Shadow Knights blocking their way, the swarm of snakes launched a fierce attack. Green venom splattered everywhere, attempting to break through the blockade. But their attacks could not shake the Night Legion at all. Su Mubai, riding on his skeletal warhorse, gently raised his hand. Kill. The next moment, the Skeleton King, who was already prepared, led his army of warriors to charge forward. Wild charge. Heavy strike. At the same time, a hail of arrows rained down, with each skeleton archer locking onto several targets and drawing their bowstrings in succession. Double shot. The Skeleton King archer drew his bow to its fullest extent and fired a massive arrow. Deadly sniper strike. A critical hit of over 4 million damage appeared above the golden scale Serpent King's head, instantly piercing through its vital spot. Its health bar dropped by nearly half in an instant, and its massive body was slammed into the cave wall by the Skeleton King archer's arrow. Bang. Hiss. The golden scale Serpent King's eyes showed terror, and its long body struggled constantly, but it could not break free from the arrows. Boom. Immediately afterwards, the Skeleton Mage's spell was ready, and a raging sea of fire descended upon the cave hall, causing the temperature in the entire hall to rise sharply. With hundreds of fire spells overlapping, a series of damage numbers instantly appeared above the heads of each boss. Minus 410,100, minus 820,200, minus 820,200. Such high damage was unbearable even for the Golden Scale Serpent King. Nearly 1,000 serpent bosses twisted their bodies in the sea of fire, and before they could even struggle, they turned into a pile of corpses. Buzz. A continuous stream of golden light rose from Su Mubai's body, and system notifications kept ringing out. Defeat the level 60 bronze boss, Azure Scale Serpent Leader, to receive an additional 150% experience bonus, totaling 1.2 million experience points. Congratulations to player, White Knight, for reaching level 32. All 4 stats increased by 1, skill point increased by 1, and free attribute points increased by 25. Congratulations to player, White Knight, for reaching level 42. All 4 stats increased by 1, skill point increased by 1, and free attribute points increased by 25. Your backpack is full. Congratulations on achieving the first clear of the 10,000 Poisonous Serpent Cave dungeon in the Sakura Kingdom. Rewards include 10 random level 3 attribute gems and 1,000 gold coins. Announcement. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom will be making an announcement soon. The golden light of the upgrade lasted for more than 10 seconds before dissipating. Mubai looked at his leapfrog level increase, and a smile appeared on his lips. As expected, there are more monsters in the dungeon. Since the last experiment, upgrading has no longer been a problem for him. The only thing that could stop his progress was the breakthrough advancement that occurred every 30 levels. As for the issue of the announcement revealing his location, he had inquired about it as soon as he discovered the 10,000 poisonous serpent cave instance. Situji's exact words were, "Don't worry, just keep swiping." In his words, each instance portal is randomized, and the entrance is not unique. Even the Divine Dragon Palace couldn't control the dungeon entrances within the Divine Dragon Empire, let alone a small Sakura kingdom. This is also why Mubai is so confident. The 10,000 poisonous snake cave is not the only place one can enter. With his backpack filled with all sorts of materials, Mubai had no choice but to make a deal with the wealthiest man in the world. Of course, getting a free promotion before making a trade is essential. The equipment dropped here is all level 60. How you deal with it is up to you to become incredibly wealthy. Boss, the speed at which you're reaping the harvest is astonishing. I couldn't keep up even if I wounded up like a clockwork. Fu Jiaxiangxia's lips twitched as he recalled being buried under equipment. Then why don't we hurry up and establish a chamber of commerce? Mubai smiled slightly. This was his intention in bringing the wealthiest man in the world under his control. If we let him handle these things on his own, that would be a real nightmare. We're hiring. The current player levels are too low, their work efficiency is too slow, and they can't keep up with your pace, boss. Fu Jiatianxiao felt very wronged. How could he have imagined that Bai Yi would have so much equipment and materials all by himself? Didn't you say last time you wanted to dig up money to get promoted? Why don't you give it a try? Yes, once I've completed the formalities and established the Chamber of Commerce, I'll take action immediately. After a brief chat about the Chamber of Commerce, Mubai hung up the call, waved to recall his undead legion, and rode his skeletal warhorse away from the instance. Next up is the hard level. Mubai continued leveling up according to the original plan, but at this moment the entire Forbidden Land of Gods was in an uproar. First came the announcement about the fall of the Sakura Kingdom's small mountain town, followed immediately by the announcement of Mubai's first clear of the dungeon. However, this first clear announcement was completely different from the previous ones, and it was a resounding slap in the face to all Sakura players. Sakura Kingdom announcement. Warning. The invader, White Knight, has successfully achieved the first clear of the 10,000 poisonous serpent cave dungeon. Sakura players are urged to learn from this and strive for even greater achievements. ×3. Although there was no punishment, this announcement made all Sakura players look even uglier than if they had been cheated on. Meanwhile, their eyes were filled with deep confusion, and the chat channels in various cities instantly became lively. Didn't Bai Yi just conquer the small mountain town? How come he's already cleared the dungeon? Could he be able to split himself into two? Is there a bug in the multiverse game? Yeah, you want us to feel ashamed and then be brave? A monster who can single-handedly conquer a level 3 city. What do we have to compete with him for the first pass? Compared to Japan, players from other countries were utterly shocked by the changes in the rankings. Blue Star Region ranking. First place, Bai Yi, level 42, Divine Dragon Empire. Second place, 3-Foot Greenblade, level 14, Divine Dragon Empire. Third place, Felix, level 14, Holy Empire. 10th place, Venus, level 12, Illuminati. Oh god, White Knight level 42. Are you kidding me? Fuck, there's definitely something wrong with the multiverse game. I'm pretty sure of it. Just 30 seconds ago, Bai Yi was only level 31. What on earth did he do? He leveled up 11 levels in an instant. Compared to Bai Yi, everyone else on the leaderboard is a joke. Chapter 120. I'll be leaving now. I'll come back again next time. In the small mountain town, the slaughter by the Frost and Scourge forces continues. Under the onslaught of the massive undead, even the city guards began to suffer casualties. Although they were of high level, Mubai's catastrophic characteristics were abnormally powerful. Faced with two ranged skeletons that can ignore both physical and magical defense, all they can rely on is the high health gained from their high level. Some people may think that Mubai's indiscriminate killing of innocent people is too cruel. But for Mubai, who had just escaped death, he didn't care at all about what others thought. To quickly accumulate soul points, killing is the only way. Is it better to wreak havoc in the land of cherry blossoms than to kill people in the Divine Dragon Empire? Moreover, once the borders of the Forbidden Lands are opened, the few remaining empires on the continent will inevitably embark on the path to unification. These are the rules set by the multiverse game. Only a unified world is qualified to truly set foot in the multiverse. Otherwise, We can only wait for others to invade. Therefore, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom is destined to be an enemy. Weakening them now is also a way of being responsible to the players of the Divine Dragon Empire. Therefore, Su Mubai had no psychological burden at all. What was more important than Xiaoying's life than improving his own strength? In this perilous multiverse game, everyone is looking out for themselves. Otherwise, they will be doomed. As for Frost, needless to say, it's not human at all. It just gets more excited the more it kills. You beast, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom will not let you get away with this. Matsumoto Jun watched helplessly as the Scourge slaughtered indiscriminately within the city, unable to defeat Frost for a long time, his eyes filled with frustration and anger. You guys? Frost glanced at Matsumoto Jun with disdain, then unleashed a breath of dragon's breath. The latter reacted swiftly, immediately dodging to the side. Buzz. At the same time, dense white light began to flash on the teleportation plaza, indicating that reinforcements from nearby cities had arrived. So fast, the soul fire of Frost flickered, and then it flapped its wings and flew into the sky. The summoning space was then activated, recalling all the Scourge forces in the vicinity. As for those that are farther away, we can ignore them. It's best to slip away first. I'll be going now, I'll come back next time. This remark infuriated Matsumoto Jun to the point of rage. Do you think this is a brothel? They come and go as they please. You beasts stay here. Matsumoto Jun roared, and his entire body transformed into a streak of sword light, soaring into the sky and chasing after Frost. The reinforcements have arrived. If he can't stop the enemy, who will be responsible for the losses? However, Frost ignored Matsumoto Jun's attacks. The Dragon King level aura was fully revealed, intimidating the opponent. With a flap of its wings, the surrounding Frost energy instantly condensed. 3 consecutive rings of Frost suddenly swept across the surroundings. A series of Frosts. Click, click, click. Matsumoto Jun was the first to be hit and was immediately frozen in midair. However, there was a difference in strength between the two sides, and the Frost ring could only freeze him for less than a second. But that's enough. After Frost broke through level 30, she gained control over many more ice spells. Ice-type characters have always been known for their control abilities. Matsumoto Jun had just shattered the solid ice on his body when he was frozen again by the next spell. Click, click. Once he was completely free, Frost's speed had already reached its limit, and it flew away from the small mountain town at lightning speed. Once the Scourge forces within the city lost control, they all ceased their actions. This is the biggest difference between summoned creatures and contracted creatures. No matter how high their 4 dimensions are or how strong their stats are, they are nothing more than puppets. There are also differences among the contracted creatures. The creatures created by the multiverse game have far less autonomy than those of the Frost, because Frost is a real phenomenon in all realms. In other words, it can be seen as the undead player after the data of the undead realm has been digitized. When Frost was first summoned, if it weren't for the rules of the multiverse game suppressing it, it even considered killing the summoner. Ultimately, it was because Su Mubai's profession was Death Ruler that Frost was able to maintain 100% loyalty. For other players, even with SSS level talent, summoning such a being in the early stages of the game might not necessarily be a good thing. Baka. Matsumoto Jun was furious, but he knew he couldn't catch up. In his rage, he could only vent his anger on the remaining skeletons in the city. Matsumoto Jun, where's Byakuya? A chilling voice rang out, but no one could be seen around. Matsumoto Jun couldn't help but shudder and quickly said, I don't know what methods Baiyi used, but he didn't come at all. It was his mount that led the troops to attack Shaoshan City. You mean, Baiyi only sent 1 mount and managed to breach the small mountain town? The cold voice rang out again, clearly tinged with anger. My lord, you really can't blame me. You'll know once you try attacking these skeletons. Matsumoto Jun looked aggrieved. He wanted to stop him, but he simply couldn't. Humph, trash. A flash of cold light accompanied by a cold snort, and a kunai instantly pierced the pupil of a skeleton warrior in front. Minus 78,364. What? Amid exclamations, a figure dressed in tight-fitting clothes appeared beside Matsumoto Jun, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Although it was just a casual strike, the damage number still surprised him. When Matsumoto Jun saw the other party appear, his pupils visibly contracted. IGA broken. In the Een Ninja Society, second only to the elders in strength. There are even rumors that his strength is no less than that of the elders ranked lower. So to SINEI. IGA Dan's sinister gaze swept over the surrounding skeletons, and he immediately understood the reason. This is a death pact. A mere descendant possesses such powerful skills. The reason he was able to deal such high damage was because Frost took away most of the scourge before leaving. Now, only about 20,000 remain in the small mountain town. The maximum range of the death contract is the range within which Su Mubai controls the summoned creatures. In other words, the damage caused by IGA Dan's Kanai was evenly distributed among the approximately 20,000 undead. Even so, it's clear just how strong IGA Dan is. In that case, it's really not your fault. IGA Dan glanced at Matsumoto Jun, then turned and disappeared. I will report this to the Secret Council. You need to get rid of these skeletons as soon as possible. Matsumoto Jun nodded and summoned the remaining city guards to begin clearing out the motionless Scourge army. Guards from nearby cities quickly joined the effort to clean up the battlefield. For them, not having to fight is a good thing. Besides IGA Dan, there were several other reinforcements who were even more powerful than Matsumoto Jun. If the frost is blocked, something really bad might happen. After all, there are countless methods in the game of Myriad Worlds. Who knows if the powerful Sakura has any means to prevent Su Mubai from taking back his mount. Countless players in their spirit form were also resurrected, and looking at the devastated mountain town with burn marks everywhere, they were unable to recover for a long time. Why is the White Knight so terrifying? Chapter 121 Legendary Mission begins, leading by a cliff. Frost's figure swept across the sky, rapidly moving away from the small mountain town. The reason it left so decisively was not only because of Su Mubai's previous reminder, also because of the voice that echoed in my mind at that time. All right, come back now, your soul points are full. Su Mubai did not immediately recall Frost to his mount space, but instead let it fly a little further. Only after confirming that no one was chasing him did Su Mubai have a thought and remotely activate his mount space. After all, being in a foreign country, it is essential to be cautious. What if someone could trace their coordinates in reverse by using spatial fluctuations? Although Su Mubai considered himself invincible among the players on Earth, he wasn't arrogant enough to actually contend with a kingdom. Even before sending Frost to attack the small mountain town, he had already consulted with Huijin beforehand. Master, you're leveling up way too fast. Upon returning, Frost made a helpless complaint. I originally thought that with a lot of materials, my level would finally surpass my master's. But only a short time later, they were overtaken. You've seen my methods before. Su Mubai smiled slightly and used a death zone leap to sit back on the throne. The headless warrior, who had lost his mount, finally regained his identity as a knight. Currently inside the instance, Frost kept her size to 3 meters to facilitate movement. The back of the throne was just big enough to accommodate Su Mubai. The Shadow Knight Legion resumed their mob-pulling operations, while Frost slowly made its way towards the hall of the second boss. Before long, Su Mubai received a series of notifications that his summoned creatures had died. With a thought, he directly disabled their full health resurrection function and chose to resurrect in the summoning space. This siege battle brought his soul points, which he had just exhausted, back to full value, a full 10,000 points. As for the price to pay? There was absolutely no cost involved. The Shadow Knight Legion pulled the monsters. Su Mubai sat on his throne, about to summon the Death Codex, when his gaze suddenly fell upon the spinning crystal ball on his left wrist. I've been so focused on my strength after advancing all day that I almost forgot about this mission. Su Mubai rubbed his forehead. The main reason was that his strength had increased so much after advancing in rank, and with the subsequent dual-track operation, he had completely forgotten about this thing for a while. Only then did he examine the changes in Dylan's crystal ball. The remaining entries and skills are still sealed, but the special section has been revealed. Special, Epic Boss Corpse, 0/5. Looking at this description, Su Mubai opened his task list. In the disaster level, Misty Forest has finally entered its first phase. The Tragedy of Dylan. Legendary Quest. Phase 1. Defeat 5 epic level bosses and use Dylan's crystal ball to devour their corpses immediately. Bosses must be at least level 100. Task duration, 6 months. Quest reward. Unlock all the seals on Dylan's crystal ball. Dylan's crystal ball lost. As expected of a legendary mission, Su Mubai raised an eyebrow. In 6 months, you need to kill 5 epic bosses of level 100 or higher, and this is only the first stage. Aside from him, this player with a bug-like advantage, even those players with SSS level talents have very little hope of completing it. But that's normal. This thing shouldn't be at this stage in the first place. At the time, Reggie only dropped an epic quest item. Dylan's crystal ball was obtained for free. The ultimate reward for such a task will certainly not be just unlocking the seal on this piece of equipment. Su Mubai closed the task list, lost in thought. The inscription on the back of his left hand shimmered with a faint light, and the Death Codex materialized. Sumubai thought about it for a moment, but still decided not to open it now. Anyway, we already have enough soul points, so there's no rush. Because he was unsure whether he would be teleported out of the instance when the power of death descended. It's not too late to open it after you've completely cleared out the 10,000 poisonous snake cave. Immediately then, Dadada. The sound of galloping hooves filled the air as the Shadow Knight Legion had gathered all the monsters. This time it's a difficult dungeon. The number of mobs hasn't changed, but the 3 bosses are now 2 bronze level and 1 silver level. However, for Sumubai, it was all the same. The rewards from the 3 bosses were far less than those from these small monsters. Frost obediently took flight, and Sumubai surveyed all the monsters from his high vantage point. Using Cataclysm was much easier than before. As a rich bronze light emerged, Sumubai once again artificially created nearly 1,000 level 60 bronze level bosses. During this time, in order to upgrade the final boss to the dark gold level, he also obtained some soul coins from the richest man in the world. Prompt: do you wish to consume 120 soul coins to upgrade the silver tier boss, Silver Scale Serpent Queen, to the dark gold tier boss, Dark Scale Serpent Emperor? Confirm. After waiting quietly for all the bosses to finish evolving, Sumubai waved his hand. Clear the area. With the addition of Frost this time, the clearing speed is faster than before. Then another series of golden lights rose up. Dark gold level boss. The experience gained from the 2 dungeons is not significantly different. In the end, Sumubai's experience bar stopped at level 48 with 15.8% remaining. He specifically checked and found that after level 30, the required experience points would increase by 5 million for each level up. It takes a full 100 million experience points to go from level 39 to level 40. After level 40, the experience points gained per level increase is increased to 10 million. His 15.8% experience points are enough to level up a level 0 player to level 17, instantly landing him at 2nd place on the level leaderboard. His current level is so high that it's a precipitous lead, enough to make any player despair. Your backpack is full. The system notification sounded again. However, this time, having acquired dark gold grade equipment, Sumubai specifically checked it after his free advancement and found none that he could use. That's why he initiated a trade with the wealthy world. No, boss, you didn't actually take over Sakura's main city, did you? A shocked voice came through the communicator, as if the man was incredibly wealthy. Just as Sumubai was about to speak, his gaze fell upon an item in his backpack. He was startled, and after quickly ending the transaction, he flipped his wrist, revealing a parchment scroll in his palm. Chapter 122 Mysterious Scroll, You Beast. This is a light gray scroll. It is not accurate to say it is a parchment scroll, because it is not made of parchment. Sumubai couldn't discern its material, but judging from its feel, it must be very precious. This scroll comes from Situji. Signing the contract with the Divine Dragon Palace, Sumubai put it into his backpack along with the letter he had sent to Huaijian. This contains a clue to a death overlord set. However, Sumubai hadn't broken through before, so he couldn't see the information above. Now we can finally see it. The mysterious scroll. Special items. It seems to contain some information, but it requires a special kind of energy to activate. Special energy? Sumubai looked at the description on the scroll and murmured, death energy? Or soul points? The only 2 answers he could think of regarding the special energy related to the dominion of death were these 2. He tried to draw upon the death energy stored in the death absorption feedback, but the scroll in his hand did not react at all. It seems that soul points are needed. Sumubai frowned slightly. The Death Master class really does require soul points for everything. Learning skills requires it, advancing in rank requires it, and now, obtaining clues to professional outfits also requires it. Fortunately, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom has plenty of cherry blossoms, though not much else. Thinking of this, Sumubai's brows immediately relaxed, and with a thought, the Death Codex reappeared. The moment the deathly scripture appeared, the pale gray scroll suddenly floated up and then stuck tightly to the book. Buzz. Before Sumubai could even react, the scroll vanished instantly, turning into specks of gray starlight that slowly merged into the Death Codex. He could clearly feel that the Grimoire of Death had become heavier. What's going on? Could it be that this scroll and the Death Scripture were originally one and the same? Sumubai looked puzzled. This shouldn't be happening. The Death Lord's original class-specific item was just the Book of Death, a scroll that recorded the class set. How could it be integrated with the Grimoire of Death? As the starlight merged into the Grimoire of Death, A system notification sounded in Su Mubai's ear. Your class-specific item, Deathly Codex, has been enhanced. Click to view details. Never mind, it's not a bad thing anyway. Su Mubai simply shook his head, no longer dwelling on the question, and looked at the slightly heavier book in his hand. Death Scripture. Class-specific, White Knight, special items. It cannot be dropped, cannot be damaged, cannot be traded, and can be summoned or put away at will. Level, 45, following character. Levels up every 5 levels. Basic attributes. Spell power plus 2025. All attributes plus 675. Increases damage against undead creatures by 150%. Your summoned creatures also benefit from this buff. Dominance plus 30%. Special effects. 1. Soul absorption. You, your summoned creatures, and contracted creatures will absorb a portion of the soul power of any target they kill. A monster, it will be downgraded when it respawns. If you kill a player, you will suffer triple the penalty, including reduced lifespan. Current soul points, 10,000. Consuming 10,000 soul points will grant you a 4th chance to open the Deathly Tome. 2. Soul amplification. Increases the base control range of summoned creatures to 900 meters. Tier 2, level X20. Consuming soul points amplifies the soul of a contracted creature, allowing it to become a conduit for controlling your summoned creatures. The control range is the same as your own. It consumes 5 soul points per minute. For each additional enhanced creature, the additional consumption doubles. The 3rd special effect will be unlocked after reaching level 90. Such a big improvement. Su Mubai's eyes widened. He hadn't expected that a single scroll could increase the Death Codex's overall power by almost 50%. If I'm not mistaken, the Divine Dragon Palace probably doesn't know the true purpose of this scroll. Otherwise, they would never have entrusted it to me so easily. It seems that the next time we open it, we'll get a clue to the professional suit. Su Mubai retrieved the Grimoire of Death, a look of joy in his eyes. After absorbing the scroll, the Grimoire of Death, which was already stronger than a legendary item, should now be comparable to a Saint Destroyer item. This is such a pleasant surprise. I wonder how powerful the Death Lord's class set will be. In Su Mubai's eyes, he suppressed the urge to open the Death Codex. Right now, waved his hand to recall the Scourge Legion, and rode his frost to turn and leave the instance. After leaving the starting village, you will only receive an announcement when you clear a dungeon for the first time. You will still receive the rewards when you clear other difficulties for the first time, but the announcement will not be triggered again. On the hard difficulty for the first time, Su Mubai was rewarded with 20 low-level life soul stones. However, he no longer lacked this kind of thing, and after getting it all for free, he directly gave it to the richest man in the world to deal with. The moment he left the instance, Su Mubai re-entered it. Next up is the Nightmare level. Above the capital of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Yoji Yamamoto and a group of elders from the Ninja Society still surrounded him. To be honest, they didn't want to do this either, but they dared not leave. The power of that previous sword strike still left everyone feeling lingering fear. They had received news of the fall of Shaoshan City, and upon learning that Bai Yi had retreated, they felt a sudden sense of relief for some reason. Yoji Yamamoto stared at the figure in his arms with a gloomy expression, lost in thought. Time passed slowly in this eerie atmosphere. Buzz. As darkness fell, the ancient gold coins surrounding him suddenly vanished, and an invisible wave swept across the surroundings. The barriers surrounding the capital city below immediately rippled. Yoji Yamamoto's expression changed drastically, and he mustered his courage to ask, "What exactly did you do?" He seemed not to hear, looking down at the royal city below, and murmured, "Found it." The next moment, he vanished from his spot. Clang. With a sword's cry, the sound of the barrier shattering followed immediately. Click. The strongest defensive barrier in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom vanished in an instant before this mysterious powerhouse in his arms. Beep, 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 beep. A sudden, urgent alarm sounded within the royal city, and the city guards, who were not very familiar with matters at high altitudes, were instantly mobilized. As the capital city, this place is naturally a gathering place for experts. The moment the barrier shattered, countless experts appeared, trying to figure out what was going on. Yoji Yamamoto rushed down immediately, shouting, "Oh no, his target is the treasure vault." All the elders' expressions changed drastically, and they rushed to the treasure vault immediately. But when they arrived, Huaijian was nowhere to be found in the treasure vault. No, to be precise, everything is gone. Only a barren piece of land remained. The entire treasure trove vanished into thin air. Yoji Yamamoto plopped down on the ground, his eyes filled with fear and dread. He wanted to say something harsh, but he was afraid that the mysterious expert might not have gone far. In an instant, the faces of all the high-ranking members of the Inran secret society turned a deep shade of liver. Not even a single needle or thread was left behind. They're absolutely beasts. At the same time, the system announcement that rang out again in the Sakura Kingdom made all Sakura players feel dizzy and as if the sky had fallen. Chapter 123: The Sakura Player Who Got Caught in the Crossfire. Someone is openly cheating. Announcement from the Sakura Kingdom. The capital has been breached by mysterious invaders. All Sakura players' levels have been reduced by 1 times 5. Announcement from the Sakura Kingdom. The royal treasury has been stolen. Until it is recovered, all Sakura players will receive 50% less experience points for monster kills. Times 5. In that instant, Sakura players were filled with question marks and exclamation marks, and the chat channels in various cities instantly exploded. What? Has Bai become so powerful that he can breach the capital? Didn't you hear the announcement say it was a mysterious intruder? It definitely isn't Bai. So, someone else has infiltrated our system? Baka, are our borders fake? How can there be so many invaders? All I want to say is, what does the theft of the royal capital's treasury have to do with us players of different levels? Why should we lose 50% of our experience points? I don't accept this. Leveling up was already difficult enough, and now it's even worse. Let's all just lie down and give up. Experience is halved. How are we supposed to play like this? I haven't slept for 2 days and 2 nights, and I finally managed to level up to level 10, but now I've dropped back to level 9. I'm tired, let's destroy it. We can only pray that the higher-ups find the treasure vault or capture Bai as soon as possible. Ugh, why am I a cherry blossom person? It's so hard. Outside Fallen Moon City, level 20 map. Tsukuyami, seeing herself suddenly drop back to level 14, felt utterly hopeless. He originally thought that as long as he tried to avoid that pervert Bai, he wouldn't be affected. But things have not gone as planned. Why are there other intruders? Moreover, they are a terrifying force capable of breaching the capital. He worked tirelessly to break into the top 5 of the rankings. However, because the capital has been captured, it has dropped to 8th place. What upset him even more was that his experience points would be halved, and he might not even be able to keep his place in the top 10. Thinking of this, Tsukuyami looked up at the sky in despair. What did I do wrong? If this continues, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom will be completely ruined. If you can't protect yourself, then you'll have to find a way to kill Bai and get the experience-boosting buff. With that thought in mind, Tsukuyami picked up the communicator and dialed the number. With his own talent combined with this person's talent, they might actually have a chance to assassinate Bai. Hello. A hoarse voice came from the communicator, but Tsukuyami stood there stunned and did not reply. His pupils were wide open at that moment, and he didn't even react when the communicator fell from his hand. It was all because he accidentally saw the number after Bai's name on the ranking list. Is this right? While the Sakura players were complaining, the other players in the Forbidden Land were completely bewildered. This time it's still because of the Blue Star region ranking list. It's not surprising that San Chi Ching Feng and others reached level 15, but what left everyone speechless was the name hanging at the top. Blue Star region ranking. First place, Bai, level 59, Divine Dragon Empire. He took his medicine. He definitely took his medicine. I'm speechless. Can't the Myriad Realms game just kick Bai off the rankings? Yeah, I just reached level 6. And he's already level 59? Hello, is this 110? I'm reporting someone here cheating. Compared to ordinary players, those on the ranking leaderboard are the ones who feel extremely uncomfortable. To put it nicely, they are among the top 10 in the entire Blue Star region. But compared to the person ranked first, he is no different from an ordinary player, whose ranking system has such a huge gap. The first place's level is more than 3 times that of the second place. This is just the level number. If you calculate the experience difference, it would be many times greater. San Chi Ching Feng and the others stared blankly at their talents, momentarily doubting whether they were real. Isn't SSS level the highest level of talent? Compared to that freak Bai, what is this? With Bai being such a bug-like existence, climbing the rankings in the Blue Star region no longer brings any honor, only endless frustration. What can they do if someone is openly cheating? Black Mist Valley, entrance to the 10,000 poisonous Serpent Cave dungeon. Buzz. The portal rippled, and Su Mubai's figure appeared. He had heard the previous announcement in the instance. Without a doubt, it must be Huijin's masterpiece. A kingdom's treasure trove. How many wonderful things must it hold? That guy in my arms really did it. Why didn't you include me in such a great opportunity? Master, where are we going now? When the icy voice rang out, Su Mubai snapped out of his thoughts and said, Wait a minute. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Mubai's figure disappeared from the throne. Dead Zone Leap. The next moment, his palm landed on the dungeon portal again. Note: you have used up your dungeon attempts for today. Caused a ruckus in the capital. Sumubai had already completed all the difficulty levels of the 10,000 Poisonous Serpent Cave. Normal difficulty can be attempted 5 times a day, hard difficulty 3 times a day, nightmare difficulty once a day, and hell difficulty once a week. Before he had even finished grinding, Sumubai received a system notification that his experience points had reached the limit. However, he simply allocated the remaining experience to Frost and continued grinding. With the energy gained from digesting materials, Frost's level has now exceeded 50. Before long, it will be able to officially enter its growth period. Sumubai touched the portal again simply to confirm his thoughts. Sumubai had this idea after successfully using Catastrophe to upgrade the boss. Now we finally have a chance to try. Catastrophe. Objective: portal to the 10,000 Poisonous Serpent Cave dungeon. Hint: please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click to view details. It really works. Sumubai's eyes lit up, and he immediately checked. Option 1. Upgrade to the Cataclysmic Serpent Cave dungeon portal, no cost. Option 2. Upgrade to the Abyss level 10,000 Poisonous Serpent Cave dungeon portal, consuming 100,000 soul crystals. Option 3. Use the portal to the Forbidden Zone level 10,000 Poisonous Serpent Cave dungeon during the Cataclysm, consuming 1,000,000 years of lifespan. 1,000,000-year lifespan. Looking at the last option, Sumubai couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The question mark level lifespan he experienced during his continuous talent advancements. This was the most terrifying consumption he had ever seen. However, upon further reflection, increasing the difficulty of a dungeon is equivalent to upgrading an entire map, so it's only natural that it would be more costly. Advance to the next rank. Sumubai had a sudden thought and decisively chose to get it for free. The next moment, the dungeon portal flashed with light, slowly turning into a bloody red. Seeing this, Frost's eyes widened in shock, and she exclaimed, "Master, isn't this ability of yours a bit too unreasonable? If we're being reasonable, could you have directly advanced to the Frost Dragon King? What you said makes so much sense, I can't refute it." Frost was stunned for a moment, then followed Sumubai into the dungeon. This time, there was no selection process at all. In other words, this portal only allows access to dungeons of cataclysmic difficulty. Chapter 124: A Gift of Unparalleled Wealth. Warning: you have entered the Cataclysmic Serpent's lair. A flash of white light, and Sumubai and Bing Shuang entered the dungeon. The terrain here has changed dramatically, and the entire cave is much wider than before. However, with Sumubai's current strength, there is no difference between the disaster level and the ordinary level. With a wave of his hand, Sumubai summoned 5 squads of 100-strong Shadow Knights. He sat before the throne and said in a deep voice, "Pull the monster." After absorbing the scroll, the Death Codex's control range for summoned creatures will increase to 1180 meters at its current level. In addition to the catastrophic nature of the world of natural disasters, Sumubai's current actual control range has reached a terrifying radius of 5.9 kilometers. This area is enough to cover almost an entire small map. Sumubai didn't care about the experience here. What he cared about was the final boss at the Dark Gold level. With the remaining monsters cleared out, only the final boss, who had been promoted to a higher level and was now free, remained in the entire dungeon. The 3-headed serpent of 10,000 poisons. Level 60. Epic boss. HP: 600 million/600 million. Attack power: 625,000. Spell power: 576,000. Physical defense: 100,000. Magic defense: 86,000. Elemental resistance: poison 40%. Skills: poisonous spells, 3 snakes kill, shadow stealth, lightning strike. A lucky creature that inexplicably evolved. After its power increased dramatically, it's now a bit arrogant. Hiss hiss hiss. The swollen, 3-headed serpent was clearly overwhelmed by the sudden surge of power, and for a moment it couldn't distinguish between the king and queen, daring to flick its tongue at the Frost. "Hey, I have such a bad temper." Frost, of course, wouldn't tolerate it. A Dragon King level aura swept across, instantly suppressing all of the boss's attributes by 25%. Minus 150 million. The 3-headed serpent's imposing aura instantly diminished significantly, and its forked tongue abruptly retracted. At the same time, Sumubai's gaze also turned to the boss. The Death Stare. Note: you used Death Gaze on the 3-headed serpent, and your health level is determined to be higher than its. The moment the system notification sounded, another number appeared above the boss's head. minus 240 million. In an instant, the maximum lifespan of the three-headed serpent of 10,000 poisons decreased from 600 million to 210 million. With this double weakening, all his attributes were reduced by 65%. For a moment, the three heads of the three-headed serpent were filled with bewilderment. Didn't I just evolve? Where's my power? Why does it feel even weaker than before it evolved? It's no wonder it felt that way. Su Mubai's death gaze not only reduced all attributes, but also came with 2 curse effects from the curse crown. Notification: you have applied the poisonous blood curse to the three-headed serpent, which disables the target's life regeneration effects for 5 seconds. Note: you have cast the curse of calamity on the three-headed serpent of 10,000 poisons, increasing its critical hit chance by 30% for 5 seconds. The confusion lasted only a moment. As endless fear descended, the three-headed serpent of 10,000 poisons instantly lost its mind. Its 3 heads became tangled together, and its long body convulsed continuously. One by one, damage numbers of 5 million appeared above its head. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of arrows, a barrage of fireballs the size of human heads, and a sweeping frost dragon breath. This epic boss couldn't even withstand the fear effect of death gaze before collapsing to the ground and turning into a corpse. Your backpack is full. Congratulations on achieving the first clear of the 10,000 Poisonous Serpent Cave dungeon on disaster difficulty. Rewards: 100 beginner soul stones and 50,000 gold. The loot from the monsters hadn't been dealt with yet, so Su Mubai's backpack was still full. He calmly and leisurely used everything in his backpack to advance his level before initiating a transaction with the wealthy under heaven, Fujian Sha. Boss, sometimes I really want to call the police. The voice of the man who was incredibly wealthy sounded very tired. Since signing the contract with Su Mubai, he has been working nonstop. Even though the Chamber of Commerce team has been initially established, it still cannot keep up with the speed at which its boss is making money. Who can I complain to about this? This is nothing. Su Mubai smiled slightly, and the remaining items on the ground automatically flew into his backpack. Together with the reward he had just obtained, he traded them again after getting them for free. Fu Jiaxiangxia's lips twitched, and after coughing twice, he continued, I triggered the Prosperous Fortune event today, and I think you'll like this gift. As he spoke, he placed an item in the trade window. Su Mubai took a closer look and immediately laughed. If you come across anything like this again, save it for me. Clear. Fu Jiaxiangxia grinned, confirmed the transaction, and hung up the call. A system notification sounded in Su Mubai's ear. You have obtained 1 epic space lockdown scroll. Catastrophe. Advance to the next rank. You have obtained 1 legendary space lockdown scroll. Legendary space lockdown scroll locks down the space within a 1,000-meter radius after use. Blocking effect. Teleportation arrays are disabled, teleportation scrolls are disabled, and blink and teleportation skills cannot be used. The induction lasts for 10 seconds and continues for 120 minutes. The next city looks promising. Su Mubai flipped his hand and put away the scroll, a cold smile appearing on his lips. With this scroll, any city that is unable to break through the legendary blockade is essentially without support. In 2 hours, the Scourge is fully capable of destroying a small town. With the existence of the Death Pact, a city lord like Matsumoto Jun has no ability to stop the Scourge's attack. After dealing with the trash, Su Mubai's gaze finally fell on the fallen three-headed serpent. This epic-level boss only dropped 1 item. This is a perfectly round pearl, about the size of a fist, filled with green mist. Su Mubai examined it 3 times before finally identifying it. Highly poisonous pearl. Epic consumables. Absorption, poison resistance is permanently increased by 20%, effective only for the first pill. Collecting all 12 poisonous orbs will allow you to synthesize the source of poison. That's it. Su Mubai frowned. Although the poison pearl was quite effective, it was somewhat disappointing that the three-headed serpent of 10,000 poisons only dropped this 1 item. Its only value lies in the final description. The source of deadly poison? Su Mubai's mind raced. Catastrophe. Advance to the next rank. The next moment, the poisonous orb in his hand began to shrink, and the green poison inside slowly turned purplish-black. You have obtained the legendary special item Source of Deadly Poison. Is there a free way to get Catastrophe and collect 12 to synthesize it? No way. Special items? Su Mubai keenly noticed the change in the prefix and was about to check the attributes of Source of Deadly Poison when the system notification sounded immediately afterward. His expression immediately turned strange. Chapter 125. If you're so capable, then go after them. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom, the Immortal Mountain. As the highest mountain in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, it is shrouded in clouds from the mountainside, and the world has never seen its full appearance. This is definitely the highest level map in the Sakura Kingdom, and for a long time, players were unable to set foot here. Just as Sumubai was advancing to the source of deadly poison level for free. Inside the mountain, a pair of deep, dark eyes suddenly opened. Hiss, I smell the source of the deadly poison. Hiss, it's time to reclaim our power. Not far away, another pair of pupils appeared, their eerie light flashing within the dark mountainside. Their voices clearly carried a hint of joy, and as they conversed, pairs of pupils lit up one after another inside the mountain. 3, 4, 5. Pupils appeared in the pitch-black space. But the next moment, the pupils of the first pair of speakers widened suddenly, and they said in disbelief, "Why did this happen?" Meanwhile, Sumubai, still in the catastrophic venomous snake pit, looked at this source of venom in his hand, his expression turning strange. Hint: the aura of the source of deadly poison has awakened the Yamada no Orochi, which slumbers in the Immortal Mountain. It will pursue the aura and reclaim the source of deadly poison from you. The source of deadly poison. Legendary special items. Poison resistance, plus 40%. It will take effect once placed in your backpack. The Yamada no Orochi was severely injured. Its source of deadly poison was shattered into 12 pieces, scattered throughout the Sakura Kingdom, where each piece was devoured by one of 12 lucky magical beasts. Yama no Orochi? Sumubai was stunned. This name indicates that it is at least a legendary boss, and possibly even a mythical one, and its level must be very high. Being targeted by someone like this at this stage is not a good thing. Should we bring it to the city? Sumubai thought about it for a moment, then shook his head and gave up the idea. It's not that he's changed his ways, but rather that his current strength is insufficient. Even if he manages to lure Orochi there, he won't be able to maximize his benefits. Simply destroying the cities of the Sakura Kingdom would mean nothing to him. Following the scent of the source of the deadly poison? Looking at the description in the system prompt, Sumubai narrowed his eyes slightly and directly dialed the number for wealthy under heaven. Boss, no way. You've got another shipment so soon. The voice of the man who was richer than anyone else clearly carried a hint of surprise. No, please keep this for me. I'll ask you for it when I need it. Sumubai initiated the transaction directly and placed the source of the deadly poison on it. Following the scent, then let's chase after them slowly. If you're so capable, break through national borders and chase them all the way to the Divine Dragon Empire. I'm sure the elders of the Divine Dragon Palace would be very happy. Yamada no Orochi? Inside Donghai City, the wealthiest man in the world felt a jolt of fear upon receiving the source of deadly poison. However, after thinking about the existence of national borders, he immediately felt relieved. He solemnly placed the source of deadly poison in the first slot of his backpack, and after thinking for a moment, the wealthy man said, "Boss, the Chamber of Commerce will be established soon. What's a good name for it?" I'll let you know when I've thought it through." Sumubai, who was terrible at coming up with names, couldn't think of a good one for the time being, so he decisively hung up the call. Looking at Frost's stats, it had consumed all the experience from the subsequent dungeons, and its level had now reached 54. Moreover, there was a lot of material from last time, and this guy hasn't finished digesting it yet, so his experience points are still slowly increasing. Let's go. Let's get out of here first. Sumubai waved his hand, recalling the Scourge Legion to his summoning space, and signaled Frost to leave the instance. 2 beams of white light flashed, and the two appeared simultaneously in the Black Mist Valley. The crimson portal slowly rotated, but this time, Sumubai truly couldn't enter. All the dungeon opportunities have been exhausted, leaving not a single drop. "Master, where are we going now?" Frost's eyes lit up. It just wanted to level up quickly so as not to fall too far behind its master. It is also an undead creature, and does not need to eat or rest. Its daily activities only require energy to sustain it. The death and ice types are its best energy source. Don't be impatient. Sumubai leaned back on the throne, and with a thought, the Death Codex appeared. Before leaving, I must first turn the pages of the book, leaving behind the aura of the descending power of death before moving on. As Sumubai slowly opened the Death Codex, his 10,000 soul points rapidly decreased and merged into the Death Codex. The ancient inscriptions on the pages slowly rose up, but this time they did not flood into Sumubai's mind. Instead, they hovered in midair. That chilling force of death descended once more, like an invisible hand arranging and combining these inscriptions. The next moment, a pale gray portal materialized. Buzz. In an instant, Su Mubai and Bing Shuang were sucked into it. Immediately afterwards, the portal vanished as if it had never existed, and Black Mist Valley fell silent once more, with only the scarlet entrance to the 10,000 poisonous serpent cave slowly rotating in place. More than 10 minutes later, a figure suddenly appeared here. The visitor was none other than IGA Dan. He looked around, his brow furrowed. That aura just now was definitely related to Bai Yi, but unfortunately, I arrived too late. He must have already left. Being able to discern the death contract, IGA Dan naturally possesses some understanding of the Death Master profession. After confirming that Bai Yi was indeed not there, he took one last deep look at the unique dungeon portal, then turned and disappeared into Black Mist Valley. Hint: you have entered the Seamless Void. A system notification sounded, and Su Mubai found himself in a void world. There was nothing there, and no direction. He clearly didn't feel any ground beneath his feet, yet he didn't feel like he was falling. It can't even sense gravity. Just as he was wondering, he suddenly heard Frost's exclamation. This place is seamless. Su Mubai turned his head and saw a chibi version of Frost. This form is completely different from its usual shrunk form. It's more like a cartoon version. However, now was clearly not the time to focus on appearances, so Su Mubai asked directly. What else do you know? This is information from my inherited memories after my advancement. After the arrival of the multiverse game, countless worlds were merged together, and the void seamless gap is formed by the fusion of the void spaces between various worlds. Frost fluttered its wings, looking quite adorable, but no matter how it moved, it couldn't get any closer to Su Mubai. What is this place for? Su Mubai frowned and summoned the Grimoire of Death with a flick of his hand. Shouldn't this time, when I open it, be a clue to obtaining the class set? How could I have been sucked into such a place? In the terms of the multiverse game, the Void Seamless Gap is the database of the entire game. Upon hearing Bing Shuang's explanation, Su Mubai raised an eyebrow. Database? The next moment, the death scripture in his hand suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light. Immediately afterwards, Su Mubai witnessed a shocking scene. Chapter 126, The Grand Multiverse Game, Su Mubai's Changing Mindset. Notification: you have used your domination privileges to search for clues about pieces of the Death Domination class set. Please note, this search will only yield one clue, and that clue is related to your current world. Buzz. The light of the death scripture was like a key, completely unlocking the void. In an instant, countless visible data streams emerged from the seamless void, transforming the entire seamless void into an ocean of data. The data string was composed of symbols that Su Mubai had never heard of before, but he could vaguely see worlds in the vast data stream. Su Mubai stared wide-eyed, immersed in this dreamlike ocean of data. Within those surging data streams, he glimpsed a world dominated by myriad races. A vast land enveloped in holy light, where angels with pure white wings flit among the floating islands atop towering clouds. The city-states were all constructed of crystal and shimmering gold trim, with a magnificent central temple radiating a pure light that could dispel all gloom. In stark contrast to this sacred place is a world dominated by demons. It was like an abyss of eternal night, with thick, inky fog permeating every inch of space. The scorched earth was cracked and crisscrossed, with molten lava flowing freely. Enormous demons, their bodies ablaze with hellfire, roared and fought for souls and territory under a blood-red sky. My gaze wandered, and a world overrun by monsters came into view. Ancient, dense jungles blocked out the sun, and strangely shaped, scaly beasts lurked in the shadows. Some of them spew icicles that can instantly freeze an entire swamp. Some of them have long, electrified tails. Wherever they sweep, rocks crumble, and trees instantly turn to ash. These powerful worlds, though only glimpsed briefly, left a deep impression on Su Mubai's heart. Although he didn't actually enter, he could clearly sense just how terrifying those powerful races were. No wonder humans from Earth can only stay in the Forbidden Land after entering the game. If humanity were to directly compete with all other races, it would have almost no chance of growing stronger. As the data flowed, Su Mubai saw more of the world and encountered a large number of alien races. Titans standing tens of thousands of meters tall, handsome elves with long ears, burly and ferocious beastmen, bloodthirsty vampires with sharp teeth. The emergence of each race represents many worlds. Su Mubai even saw human figures several times, but they were not in the Forbidden Area. To be precise, there is more than one Forbidden Land. This is the information that automatically surfaced in Su Mubai's mind after he saw those worlds. For the first time, Su Mubai gained a clear and profound understanding of the multiverse game. What kind of being could merge so many worlds together, digitize them all, and create the multiverse game? Such power is beyond Su Mubai's current understanding and capabilities. At the same time, he also put away his contemptuous attitude. Since acquiring the Cataclysm talent, Su Mubai has always been cautious, but in reality, he has never taken anyone else seriously. In his view, even strong figures like Situ Ji and Huai Jian would one day be surpassed by him. And it definitely won't take too long. After all, the effects of Cataclysm are simply too overpowered. But at this moment, Su Mubai realized how arrogant he had become. This game is far more vast than he imagined. Even if he becomes invincible in the human world, it will only be the beginning. The real competitors are those races in the myriad worlds that are born powerful. Su Mubai's mindset also underwent a tremendous change without anyone noticing. Previously, the focus was on improving strength to ensure self-protection. But his current goal is to reach the pinnacle of all worlds, experience the wonders of different worlds, and compete with all races. Thinking of this, Su Mubai's eyes gradually became sharp and determined. So what if the human race is weak? So what if you only have one drop of blood forever? I can still be invincible in the world. Buzz. As the data flow surged, the light emanating from the grimoire of death suddenly grew even stronger. A string of robust data emerged from the depths of the seamless void. Su Mubai's gaze sharpened, and a feeling of closeness suddenly rose in his heart. This is a gloomy and desolate world, with a gray sky hanging low and leaden clouds pressing heavily on the earth. The desolate land was filled with the smell of decay, and various forms of the dead wandered among the ruins. The scene shifted rapidly, and Su Mubai saw an army of skeletons as vast as the ocean, their numbers completely uncountable. Compared to them, his proud Scourge army was utterly insignificant. Headless Horseman, Death Knight, Elemental Lich, Frost Dragon. Countless races flashed by, some of whom possessed an aura no weaker than the angels and demons from before, and some were even more powerful. This is a vast dead zone formed by the fusion of many undead worlds. The soul fire within the frost-covered pupils beside him pulsed violently, as if recalling some memory. The next moment, a thin line, as thin as a hair, suddenly separated from the data stream representing the dead zone and merged into the Death Codex. The system notification sounded again. Hint: search complete. Clues stored in the Death Codex. You will soon exit the seamless void. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Su Mubai felt a sudden darkness before his eyes. When he reappeared, he was back in Black Mist Valley. Huh? Where's the dungeon portal? Su Mubai looked around and suddenly froze. The place where the portal to the 10,000 poisonous serpent cave used to be is now empty. Could it have been randomly refreshed? Thinking of Situ Ji's words, Su Mubai immediately had some guesses in his mind, but the continuous system notifications in his ears made his expression change. Note: you have successfully stayed in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom for 24 hours. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom Invader buff effect has been enhanced. ×3. Su Mubai was dumbfounded when he saw the 6% increase in experience points on the buff. He clearly only felt that he had been in the seamless void for a few minutes, but he didn't expect that more than 2 days had passed after he came out. Frost, now restored to its original form, seemed to sense Su Mubai's confusion and explained. Master, the flow of time in the seamless void is 1,000 times slower than in the normal world. 1,000 times. Su Mubai's heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, the search for clues took less than 4 minutes. If it had taken longer, the loss would have been much greater. Su Mubai could accept the loss of just over 2 days. He glanced at the rankings and saw that the second-ranked player, 3 Feet Greenblade, was only level 18. Let's go. Let's get out of here first. Even though so much time has passed, Su Mubai still decided to move to a different location first. Using a warp jump to the throne, Frost immediately rose into the air. Master, where are we going? Su Mubai opened the map of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom and pointed in a direction at random. Let's fly this way first. In the direction he pointed, there was a level 2 main city called Falling Moon City. Chapter 127 Set Clues, Powerful Max Level SSS Skill. High in the sky, the Frost flew by at high speed. Having learned from its previous experience of being chased by the Dark Feather Vulture, it did not unleash its dragon might over a wide area. Su Mubai rested his chin on one hand, leaned back on the throne, and summoned the death scripture with a flick of his wrist. Upon entering the seamless void, all 10,000 soul points had been consumed. The cost for the next opening will double again, requiring a full 20,000 points. However, this was not his focus. After wasting more than 2 days, he found that the description of the grimoire of death had been expanded by one sentence. Profession set clue, the Holy Empire, the headquarters of Holy Light Paradise, and the Death Codex will guide you. For a moment, Sumubai was speechless. Good heavens, he got the treasure map for free back then and built himself a cherry blossom kingdom. Ruthless, going straight for the Holy Temple Empire. That's the only kingdom in the Forbidden Lands that can rival the Divine Dragon Empire. Even the Northern Radiance Empire and the Radiant Federation are somewhat inferior to these two. Moreover, the location indicated by the clues is the headquarters of Holy Light Paradise. Upon seeing the name, Sumubai knew that this must be a force of the same level as the Divine Dragon Palace. Although I'm a bit of a weirdo, I don't have the ability to go into that kind of place and steal things right now. Sumubai sighed, and he suddenly thought of Huijin. If only I had his strength, I could rob the treasure trove of the Sakura Kingdom without hesitation, and causing a ruckus in the Holy Empire wouldn't be a big deal. As the saying goes, speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao arrives. Just as Sumubai retrieved the death scripture, his communicator rang, and the call came from his pocket. Why haven't I been able to get in touch with you these past couple of days? Lazy voice came from her arms. Sumubai thought for a moment and said, I don't know either. I just entered a special map, and the signal was probably blocked. Did you need something, senior? He didn't bring up the matter of the seamless connection, but what Huijin said next left him dumbfounded. Nothing much, just letting you know I'm heading back to the Divine Dragon Empire. Huh? They've already left. Yeah, I came back because I had something to do, and I couldn't get in touch with you, so I had to leave on my own first. Upon hearing this, Sumubai was at a loss for words. No, everything was fine when I came, but now I can't go back. Without Huijin, I wouldn't be able to cross national borders. He quickly asked, Senior, what will I do if you leave? Keep playing. Sakura Kingdom may not be big, but it'll keep you entertained for a while. Wasn't the siege fun before? In his arms was clearly tinged with schadenfreude, but he added at the end, All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. I'll pick you up when I go to another country in a while. Before Sumubai could speak, the call was disconnected from his pocket. However, Sumubai also breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he could be picked up. He almost thought he would have to stay in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom until the borders opened. Unable to obtain the class set for the time being, Sumubai checked his quest list and said to Frost, Fly lower and look for a level 100 or higher Dark Gold boss. Okay. Frost suddenly took on multiple roles, serving as both a mount and a radar search engine. For other players, finding 5 epic bosses of level 100 or higher is not easy. But since Sumubai can get it for free, the difficulty is immediately reduced by a lot. Epic grade items are hard to find, but Dark Gold grade items are easy to come by, right? While Frost was searching for the boss, Sumubai was not idle either. He opened his skill list, his gaze landing on Dead Zone Leap and Death Gaze. Of these two SSS skills, the former has been upgraded to level 4, while the latter has not been upgraded to level 1 yet. After obtaining the perfect skill book for free, he was busy controlling the siege on 2 fronts and hadn't had a chance to use it. Now is the perfect time to use 2 books to improve my skills. Sumubai flipped his hand and took out 2 perfect skill books, his mind racing. Hint, you have used the perfect skill book to upgrade Death Gaze to the maximum level. Hint, you have used a perfect skill book to upgrade Dead Zone Leap to the maximum level. Something worth 1,000 years of lifespan is simply crude and straightforward. Sumubai smiled slightly and opened his skill list to check the effects of 2 skills at max level. Death Gaze, SSS, max active skill. Stare at the target, burn your soul. Skill effect. 1. Deals true damage equal to 1000% of spell power per second for 20 seconds. 2. The creature being stared at will be continuously affected by the fear effect. 3. All creatures with a lower life level than you will have all their attributes reduced by 30% for the instant they are stared at. This effect is determined solely by life level and cannot be reduced by any resistance. 4. Creatures killed by Death Gaze will suffer extreme pain and will be in a weakened state upon resurrection, with all attributes reduced by 80% for 12 hours. Instant cast, 60-second cooldown, consumes 5% of maximum mana. No continuous channeling is required after release. The attack range is equal to the field of vision. Death follows you wherever your gaze falls. After being killed and resurrected, all attributes are reduced by 80%. Looking at the 4th effect, a hint of curiosity flashed in Sumubai's eyes. What would be the effect of having the job-related catastrophic traits? Reduced directly to 0? Surely it won't drop to a negative number, right? The effect of the max-level Death Gaze completely stunned Sumubai. Not only has the overall damage quadrupled, But the most significant change is in the attack range. As long as it's within sight, it can take effect instantly. This is too exaggerated. Could Dead Space jumps be similar? Thinking of this, Su Mubai looked at the second skill with anticipation. The improvement from Dead Zone Leap is not significant. The immunity effect after the leap remains at 3.5 seconds, and the cooldown time is reduced to 10 seconds. However, with the support of the professional catastrophe characteristic, Su Mubai can become immune to damage and negative status for 7 seconds every 10 seconds by jumping once. That's already abnormal enough. The duration of Death Curtain has been increased to 45 seconds, while the cooldown remains at 120 seconds. However, when Su Mubai uses it, it can last for 90 seconds. During this period, his Scourge army is immortal. The number of Death Curtains that can exist simultaneously has increased to 10, doubling to 20, greatly enhancing the Scourge's mobility. What surprised Su Mubai the most was that the skill range had indeed become equivalent to the field of vision, just as he had imagined. Satisfied, Su Mubai closed the skill list and vanished from the throne in an instant. Frost was taken aback. Where did my great master go? Chapter 128, Dual Cultivation of Material and Magical Elements. Another experiment. Don't be nervous, I'll test out the skill. Su Mubai's voice appeared in Frost's mind, and it quickly sensed the location through the connection of the contract. This sensation left them stunned. The owner suddenly appeared several kilometers away. Hint. You have discovered the Spirit Rhinoceros Wilderness. Thanks to being high in the air, Su Mubai had an excellent view. With a mere thought, he used Dead Zone Leap to travel from the back of the Frost to the ground. Moo! Su Mubai's sudden appearance startled a rhinoceros beside him, which exhaled a breath and launched an attack instantly. Although the Death Zone jump provides a 7-second immunity effect, Su Mubai still reflexively raised his staff. The next moment, the charging rhinoceros was sent flying backward. Minus 289,200. Bang! With a critical hit dealing nearly 300,000 damage, the rhinoceros collapsed and died instantly. You have received 36 silver coins. You have obtained the black iron grade equipment, cowhide belt. You have obtained the common material, rhino horn. Although it was just a level 40 ordinary monster, with Su Mubai's luck bonus of 32 points, it still dropped a piece of black iron grade equipment. However, these drops and the experience points allocated to Frost are negligible. Su Mubai was more concerned about the effect of his casual wave of the staff. Although he ran many dungeons after breaking through, he always just watched with his hands in his pockets and never actually came into contact with the monsters. This was the first time Su Mubai had personally experienced the power of dominance. After reaching level 59, the base stats of his epic and legendary equipment were significantly improved. With the addition of the free attribute points gained from leveling up, his domination power has now reached a terrifying 16,241 points. After breaking through to the second tier, the job bonus coefficient also increased to 5. With the added spell power from his equipment, his base attack power and spell power on his attribute panel now reach a staggering 105,600. Not only that, but the power effect is also 5 times greater. In other words, that seemingly casual staff strike had already exerted a power effect exceeding 80,000 points. Such terrifying power effects are far beyond what a mere level 40 ordinary monster could withstand. This is why the one-horned rhinoceros could fly backwards. The difference in strength between the two sides is simply too great. Cultivating both physical and magical techniques is even more enjoyable than I imagined. Su Mubai clenched his fist, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Although you already know this information when you break through, the feeling is completely different when you actually experience it firsthand. Before this, he had always considered himself a legal professional. Too lazy to wait for the Frost to fly over, Su Mubai bent his knees slightly and jumped up on the spot. The next moment, a pale gray light screen appeared instantly, and Bing Shuang directly crossed the light screen, catching Su Mubai steadily. Su Mubai sat back on his throne and said calmly, "Continue searching for the boss." Upon hearing this, Frost flapped its wings and flew high, continuing its journey towards a higher-level map. Half an hour later, the first target finally came into view. Below lies a vast grassland, and from high above, a massive male lion stands out prominently. His bushy mane resembled a blazing flame. Blazing Lion King. Level 110. Dark Gold level boss. HP. 528 million/528 million. The moment Su Mubai saw the boss, he immediately activated the Death Curtain. The next moment, the boss, who had been dozing off, suddenly sprang up from the ground, and a ring of mane instantly stood up. Its pupils widened, and it let out a low growl as it warily watched the suddenly appearing behemoth. Holy crap, how did such a huge dragon suddenly appear? Now, Frost, which is over 30 meters long, can be called a behemoth in front of the Flame Lion King. Sumubai did not immediately advance to boss level. Instead, he moved away from the Frost's back and spoke. Don't kill him. Receive. Frost grinned, and its Dragon King level pressure instantly swept over the boss. It opened its mouth and spewed out Frost Dragon breath, bringing the opponent a baptism of both ice and fire. Almost instantly, the Flame Lion King was frozen into a huge ice sculpture. Its life level is far inferior to that of Frost. Even though its level is almost twice that of Frost, it still has no power to fight back. Minus 53.568 million, minus 53.54 million, minus 107 million. Before the dragon's breath had finished its duration, Frost had to terminate it voluntarily. It pouted, seemingly still wanting more. It's too fragile. At this moment, the Flame Lion King, frozen in the ice, had less than 10% of its health remaining. If the dragon's breath lasts even a second longer, the enemy will be finished off. Moreover, this was only because Frost deliberately restrained its dragon might. Otherwise, the boss would already be dead. Dark Gold level boss is so fragile in the face of a true mythical level creature. Master, can it be lowered even further? Frost tilted her head to look at Sumubai and raised her dragon claw. As long as its owner gives the order, it's ready to carefully comb the guy in front of it into a middle part. To dare to play with fire in front of the Frost Dragon King is simply audacious. Alright, that's fine then. Sumubai waved his hand, and Bing Shuang immediately put down the dragon claw in disappointment. Oh dear, I guess I won't be able to be a barber today. You can play however you want later. Sumubai smiled and patted the Frost, then looked at the Flaming Lion King, who had turned into an ice sculpture, and a thought crossed his mind. Catastrophe. Target, Flame Lion King. The reason he had Frost reduce the boss to low health was to test whether it would maintain its current state after evolving. If the theory holds true, then Sumubai will dare to advance even when the high-level boss is low on health. Hint, please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Advance to the epic level boss, Raging Lion, no cost. Option 2. Upgrade to the legendary boss, Infernal Lion, consuming 100 million soul coins. Option 3. The cataclysmic event will trigger the mythical level boss, Red Lotus Emperor, consuming 100,000 years of lifespan. Please note, if you choose Cataclysmic Tier 3, the target will most likely be annihilated due to the immense energy, and you will gain nothing, and the lifespan lost will be irreversible. Sumubai didn't take the first notification seriously. He must be insane to turn the enemy into a third-tier cataclysm. Advance to the next rank. As Sumubai made his choice, a burst of tricolored light surged from the surface of the Flaming Lion King. The once indestructible ice sculpture gradually melted in the light. Bang! Roar! As the Flame Lion King sensed the rapidly increasing power within its body, scorching flames erupted from its entire body, shattering the ice as it opened its mouth and let out an angry roar. However, the next moment, Frost stomped him to the ground and snorted coldly. What are you barking like a dog? You'd better evolve properly, and after you're done, I'll play with you properly. Chapter 129, The Cataclysmic Nature of the Soul Crystal, Part 1. 5 full minutes passed before the tricolored light on the surface of the Flaming Lion King completely dissipated. Its size has also increased significantly, and overall it looks only slightly smaller than Frost. At this point, it has evolved into an epic-level boss, the Raging Lion. Sumubai immediately checked the panel of the Raging Lion. He could see part of the character's stats even if the opponent was a level 110 epic boss. Raging Lion. Level 110. Epic boss. HP. 2.64 billion/2.64 billion. It's completely recovered. Seeing the furious lion's health restored to full, Sumubai shook his head in disappointment. In that case, his plan to reduce the high-level boss to low health before helping it evolve would have to be abandoned. Human desires are indeed limitless. Sumubai sighed. I've already cheated so much. How could I be disappointed by such a small thing? Concealing his disappointment, Sumubai glanced indifferently at the boss, who was still pinned down by Frost, and said, I leave it to you. The next moment, a terrifying force of death descended, and fear immediately appeared in the eyes of the Raging Lion. At the same time, the dragon's might, which had been restrained by Frost, was completely unleashed. 2 terrifying damage numbers suddenly appeared above the Raging Lion's head. Minus 1.584 billion. minus 396 million. The former comes from Su Mubai's Death Gaze. When this SSS level skill is upgraded to the maximum level, the attribute reduction effect is increased to 30%. When combined with the occupational catastrophic characteristics, it becomes a terrifying 60%. The Frost Dragon's might, due to the significant level difference, also reduces the attributes of the Furious Lion by 15%. However, the combined effect of both caused the boss's attributes to almost return to their pre-evolution state. Feeling the power he had just gained vanish in an instant, the bewildered and furious lion hadn't even had time to react before it was struck by a dragon claw from Frost. This claw was aimed at its head, and the enraged lion immediately felt its head buzzing. Next up is Frost's performance time. If I said I'd comb this guy's hair in the middle, I would never comb it in a 3/7 split. The Frost extinguished all the flames on the boss's body, leaving only the mane on its neck frozen and separated by ice. The raging lion didn't last long before collapsing to the ground in humiliation, completely silent. In the last second before its death, Su Mubai had a thought, and the ring on his hand instantly shone with a rich, luminous white light. A blessing from Lady Luck. You have used Blessing of Lady Luck. Your luck stat will increase to 64 points for the next 30 seconds. The next moment, a series of system notifications rang in Su Mubai's ears. You have obtained 30 Crystal of Fury, an epic level material. You have received 26,400 gold coins. You have obtained 2112 beginner soul stones. With a luck value of 64, the raging lion dropped a large number of items. Auto pickup is enabled. All items will automatically fly into your inventory. At the same time, Su Mubai's figure disappeared from the spot and instantly appeared next to the corpse of the raging lion. The next moment, the swirling orb on his left wrist floated above the corpse, returned to its original size, and suddenly burst forth with a dense gray light, enveloping the boss's corpse. During this time, the phantom of the Frost Dragon inside the crystal ball also became clearer. A moment later, the raging lion vanished completely, as if it had never existed in this world. Frost watched curiously as the crystal ball returned to Su Mubai's wrist, sensing the aura of its own kind within it. But this aura gave it an inexplicable, strange feeling. However, this feeling was so faint that Frost didn't take it to heart. Hint: Dylan's crystal ball has consumed a corpse. Current quest progress, 20%. After completing the task, Su Mubai checked the items dropped by the raging lion. Unfortunately, apart from the soul stone, there is nothing else he can use right now. The furious lion dropped 3 epic level equipment items. After identification, their attributes were only level 90 to 180. In other words, you need to be at least level 90 to equip it. The 2 A-grade skill books are just ordinary physical single-target skills and fire elemental mage AoE skills. This was the 4th epic level boss that Su Mubai had killed, and he had roughly figured out the number of soul stones that dropped. In the game Myriad Realms, every 30 levels is a significant milestone for players, and the same applies to bosses. Besides the fact that higher levels yield a higher base drop rate, the number of soul stones dropped will double. In addition, Su Mubai's luck attribute of 64 points enabled the raging lion to directly drop more than 2,000 primary life soul stones. That's a lifespan of over 100 years. For Su Mubai, the lifespan represented by these life stones is far more than that. The company, with its vast wealth, already had more than enough startup capital to establish a chamber of commerce. Therefore, he did not intend to sell these soul stones, but wanted to test what kind of cataclysmic characteristics would occur after the cataclysm. Thinking of this, Su Mubai had a sudden thought. Catastrophe. Target: Basic Soul Stone. Advance to the next rank. You have obtained 2112 Intermediate Soul Stones. However, before that, he needs to extend his lifespan. After all, it takes 100 years of lifespan to upgrade a primary life soul stone to the 3rd tier, and his current lifespan is not enough. Initial stage of the Soul Stone Cataclysm Level 3 is the Soul Crystal. If it weren't for the catastrophic nature of his abilities, Su Mubai would have lost even his original 30 days of lifespan. Therefore, if you want to make money with your talent, promotion is still the most cost-effective way. However, compared to the catastrophic nature of the event, the loss of a mere 30 days of lifespan is insignificant. Su Mubai did some quick calculations, then flipped his hand and took out a small pile of intermediate-level life soul stones, absorbing them directly. In an instant, a rich life energy flowed into Su Mubai's body, causing him to unconsciously let out a soft groan. You have absorbed 177 intermediate-grade life stones, increasing your lifespan by 21,240 days. Current lifespan, over 110 years. To be on the safe side, Su Mubai deliberately absorbed an extra 10 years of lifespan. After having lived a long enough life, he took out another intermediate-level life soul stone. Catastrophe. Target, intermediate soul stone. Cataclysmic stage 3. Prompt. Confirm whether to consume 100 years of lifespan to overwrite the previous promotion effect and upgrade the primary life soul stone to a higher grade. Confirmed. Consumes 100 years of lifespan. Cancel. Hopefully there will be a surprise. Su Mubai took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. Confirmed. Buzz. Chapter 130 The Cataclysmic Nature of the Soul Crystal, Part 2. As Su Mubai finished speaking, the intermediate-grade life soul stone in his palm suddenly shone brightly, and the surface of the stone gradually faded, slowly turning into a purplish-black crystal. This purplish-black crystal is noticeably different from the previous soul crystal. However, that was not important. Su Mubai immediately checked the effects of this special life crystal. Life crystal. Rare and special treasures. Absorbing it will increase lifespan by 100 years. Note, whether you put the soul crystal in your backpack or warehouse, you will lose 1/10 of it when you die, with a minimum loss of 10 years. Cataclysmic trait. Slightly increases soul strength after absorption. Soul strength, what kind of attribute is that? Su Mubai looked at the description of the cataclysmic characteristics of the soul crystal, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. However, considering that the multiverse game is a real world, he immediately realized that this characteristic was not simple. Suddenly, Frost leaned its enormous head over, revealing the same expression it had when it saw the large quantity of materials. Master, that soul crystal in your hand looks delicious. Su Mubai raised an eyebrow. I almost forgot. Although Frost's level was forcibly lowered by the multiverse game, it still inherited memories after evolving into a mythical creature. Thinking of this, Su Mubai asked directly, do you know what soul strength is? Soul strength. Upon hearing this, Frost thought for a moment and said, I know a little, but not much. It is said that the strength of the soul is related to its upper limit. Upper limit. The higher the strength of one's soul, the easier it will be to take that step in the future. That step. Su Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Siduji also said these 3 words. Frost extended a dragon claw, scratched its head, and said uncertainly, that step seems to be related to the Saint Annihilation level, but I don't have much information about it in my inherited memories. Hearing this, Su Mubai nodded slightly. It seemed that the strength of the soul was more important than he had imagined. Glancing at the gleaming eyes of the Frost, Su Mubai waved his hand and said, I'll give you food later, but don't think about it now. Master, please don't forget me. Bing Shuang swallowed hard, forcibly turning her head away, no longer looking at the life crystal in Su Mubai's hand. It naturally understood that such a good thing should definitely be enjoyed by the owner first. Su Mubai withdrew his gaze and began absorbing the life soul crystal. You have absorbed a life crystal, increasing your lifespan by 100 years. Current lifespan, over 110 years. The cataclysmic effect has taken effect. Your soul strength has been slightly increased. Hearing the system notification in his ear, Su Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Aside from feeling his life energy replenish itself again, he didn't have any other special sensations. Isn't this slightly a bit too slight? Muttering something to himself, Su Mubai leaped on a Frost's back and said, continue searching for bosses above level 100. Upon hearing this, Frost took to the air and continued with her mission. While Dark Gold tier bosses are not as rare as Epic tier bosses, they are not common either. Finding it also requires a bit of luck. Although Su Mubai could also use money to upgrade a gold level boss, he needed some time to take care of other things, so he simply didn't ask the richest man in the world for money. Moreover, upgrading a gold level boss to epic level is not cheap. We are currently in the initial stage, and if we spend too much money, development will be much slower. Su Mubai was able to figure out how to maximize his benefits. Leaving the task of finding the boss to Frost, Su Mubai leaned back on the throne and took out a soul stone. Catastrophe. Cataclysmic Stage 3. Prompt. Confirm whether to consume 100 years of lifespan to overwrite the previous promotion effect and upgrade a primary life soul stone to a higher grade. Confirm. The next moment, another special life crystal appeared in his palm. Without saying a word, Su Mubai immediately began absorbing the nutrients. 1-2. Thus, Su Mubai continued to undergo catastrophes and absorb them. Although his lifespan did not increase, his soul strength began to rise steadily. However, he had never clearly felt this improvement. If it weren't for the system notification sound, Su Mubai would have even doubted whether his soul strength had actually improved. Despite this, Su Mubai continued to repeat the process, intending to absorb all the remaining soul stones in his backpack after the cataclysm. Whether you feel it or not, this kind of improvement is always a good thing. After all, this is something related to the Saint Annihilation level, so naturally we should upgrade it as much as possible. Only when Frost finds its target will Su Mubai stop what he's doing and turn to look at the boss. With just those two simple glances, the boss experienced what it meant to go from heaven 1 second to hell the next. The sudden evolution and the forced weakening of the death gaze made the boss that became the target suffer terribly. Furthermore, the oppressive power and violent ravages of the frost made them utterly despondent. Each boss not only increases the quest progress by 20%, but also provides Su Mubai with more than 2,000 low-level soul stones. Not long after defeating the third boss, Su Mubai's communicator rang, and Fu Jiaxiangxia's slightly excited voice came through. "Boss, the Chamber of Commerce can be established now. Have you thought of a name yet?" Su Mubai thought for a moment and said, "Let's call it Myriad Realms." Myriad Realms? What a great name. The richest man in the world laughed and said, "One day, our business will spread throughout all worlds." A moment later, a system notification sounded in Su Mubai's ear. Hint, player, wealthy beyond compare, invites you to join the Myriad Realms Merchant Guild. Do you agree? Agree. Notification, you have joined the Myriad Realms Merchant Guild. Note, the former president of the Myriad Realms Commerce Guild has chosen to step down, and you have become the new president. The richest man in the world was efficient and clean in his work, leaving no room for criticism. Su Mubai opened the Chamber of Commerce interface, promoted Fu Jiaxiangxia to vice president, and directly granted him a series of permissions to facilitate his daily operations. Fu Jiaxiangxia was clearly very busy. After dealing with the Chamber of Commerce matters, he hurriedly hung up the phone. With his business empire officially launched, Su Mubai smiled and continued absorbing the life crystals in the cataclysmic process. In any case, strong strength is the only guarantee of everything. Su Mubai only stopped what he was doing when the fifth boss fell to the Frost Dragon's claws. To his regret, despite having absorbed several thousand life crystals, he still didn't feel anything special. "Phew, is it because my strength is too low that I can't sense it?" Exhaling a breath of stale air, Su Mubai shook his head, no longer dwelling on the matter, and flashed to the boss's corpse. Dylan's crystal ball appeared and began to devour the corpses. As the corpse of the last boss was devoured, the frost dragon phantom inside the crystal ball suddenly opened its eyes. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Su Mubai's ear. Chapter 131 Rest Assured, by Yi is Doomed. Congratulations on completing the first stage of the legendary quest, Dylan's Lament. The seal on the Dylan's crystal ball, affix, has been broken, and the second stage of the quest is now open. The Tragedy of Dylan. Legendary Quest. Phase 2. Defeat a legendary boss and immediately use Dylan's crystal ball to devour its corpse. The boss must be at least level 180. Mission duration, 2.5 years. Quest reward. Unseal all seals on Dylan's crystal ball. Dylan's crystal ball lost. The system notification ended. The frost dragon inside the crystal ball closed its eyes again and then gradually disappeared. Dylan's crystal ball also transformed back into a small jewel, slowly rotating around Su Mubai's left wrist. The difficulty increase in the second stage is a bit exaggerated. Su Mubai stroked his chin, pondering the difficulties of the mission. Legendary bosses are on a completely different level in terms of strength compared to epic bosses. This can be seen from the difference between the two levels of equipment. Epic level equipment doesn't offer any stat bonuses, and its affix effects are significantly weaker than legendary level equipment. Moreover, the second phase of the mission requires a boss of level 180 or above, which corresponds to the player's 7th rank, and the boss's strength will definitely increase. However, all of this was just Su Mubai's guess. He thought for a moment, then turned to look at Bing Shuang and asked, "Can you beat a level 180 legendary boss now?" Level 180? Frost shook her head directly. "We're not a match for them yet." Su Mubai nodded slightly, glanced at the level of the frost, and continued to ask, "What happens after entering the growth stage?" The materials provided by the previous, wealthy world and the experience gained during this period have already raised Frost's level to 58. The quantity of those materials is enormous, including nearly 100 legendary materials and 8 mythical materials. Once Frost has fully digested them, it will surely be able to break through to level 60 or higher. "We still can't beat them." Frost shook her head. Level 180 is a watershed moment. For powerful creatures, it means entering adulthood and experiencing a significant increase in strength. At this point, it suddenly seemed to remember something and change the subject. If the master's death gaze can suppress the attributes of a legendary creature, there might be a chance. Is that so? Sumubai fell into deep thought upon hearing this. He didn't know if the death gaze could work on legendary creatures. He had thought about trying it on Frost, but ultimately decided against it. Because the suppression of the death gaze doesn't specify how long it lasts. Although he could easily use the death gaze, he had no way to retract the suppression. If this continues indefinitely, we'll suffer a huge loss. As a real, data-driven world, Sumubai guessed that he might only be able to truly master these SSS-level skills after breaking through to a higher level. Even if the death gaze fails, Sumubai felt he still had a fighting chance. With the Death Pact and multiple SSS-level skills, the Scourge Legion can wear down its opponent. However, just to be on the safe side, Sumubai decided to break through first before completing the second stage of the mission. With a full 2.5 years to complete the task, there's absolutely no need to rush. Thinking of this, Sumubai flashed to the throne on the back of the ice and said softly, "Continue flying in the previous direction and find a small city along the way." Upon hearing this, Frost shot into the sky and disappeared into the horizon as a streak of light. The next time I open the Grimoire of Death, I don't know if it will be to learn a skill or complete an advanced quest. If it's the former, then conservatively speaking, it would require 60,000 soul points to unlock the advancement quest. Besides sieges, where else can you get so many soul points? The previous 5 epic bosses only contributed a little over 100 soul points in total. Compared to the 1,000 points Franklin contributed back then, it's a world of difference. Sumubai also asked Bing Shuang about this. The final answer was that Franklin, like itself, was a real living being, not something created by the multiverse game. Only a real living being could possess so many soul points. No wonder Situji and the Divine Dragon Palace tried every means to get Sumubai to go abroad. This is only the breakthrough to level 3. In the later stages, how many people would you need to kill to meet the requirements to open the Grimoire of Death? The Death Master class is destined to bring massive deaths to the Forbidden Lands. In search of high-level bosses, Sumubai had already ventured deep into advanced maps, far from the city. Even though Frost moves extremely fast, it will still take some time for it to reach the nearest level 3 city. Sumubai sat on the throne, examining the crystal ball whose seal had been partially broken. Dylan's crystal ball. The true name of this item will be revealed after the seal is broken. Jules Deputy. Level 0-200. Legendary item. Durability 937/1000. Equipment requirement. Dylan's Lament must be present in the quest log. Basic attributes. Level 55. Spell power plus 825. All attributes plus 275. Health plus 11,000. Mana plus 22,000. Entry. 1. Spell critical strike chance plus 30%. Critical strike damage plus 50%. 2. Spirit plus 10%. 3. When a skill is released, there is a certain chance to refresh the skill's cooldown time. Skill. Sealed State. Special. Legendary Boss Corpse. 0/1. This is a quest item. It will disappear automatically if the quest fails. The effects of the unsealed entry did not disappoint Sumubai. Each legendary piece of equipment can greatly enhance a player's abilities. The Spirit plus 10% attribute directly affects dominance, increasing Sumubai's dominance to 17,144 points. At the same time, his attack power and spell strength have also been improved to some extent. As for the third term, if triggered at the right time, it might bring unexpected benefits. In the past, Sumubai estimated that he would have had a hard time triggering it. But with the blessing of Lady Luck, he was very confident in his luck. "Master, shall I go by myself again this time?" Frost, who had been flying all the way, suddenly thought of this question, and a puzzled voice appeared in Sumubai's mind. "No, this time we'll do it together." Thinking of the legendary space lockdown scroll in his backpack, Sumubai smiled slightly. During the last siege, he gained nothing except soul points. This time, we can't go home empty-handed again. Huaijin came to the Sakura Kingdom and directly robbed its treasury. He also took over a level 3 city. Is that too much to ask? Thinking of this, Sumubai opened the map and his gaze fell on the nearest level 3 city. Kongu City, I've decided on you. At the same time, Tsukuyami walked out of the teleportation hall of the empty valley city. He pinned his hopes on assassinating the player who would kill Bai Yi, and that player was in this very city. Thinking of Byakuya, a cold glint flashed in Tsukuyami's eyes as she took out her communicator and dialed a number. "I've brought what you need. As long as you can kill Bai Yi once, the higher-ups of the Sakura Kingdom will be able to track him down. After a moment of silence, a hoarse voice came from the communicator. Don't worry, Bai Yi is definitely going to die. I'm taking the reward for the kingdom's wanted poster. Chapter 132 Is Bai Yi's talent omnipotent? Su Mubai's premature crossing of the border caused great losses to the Sakura Kingdom. The loss of the 2 level 3 cities is a minor matter. The most important thing is that the kingdom's treasury was robbed, all players' levels were reduced by 1, and the experience points gained from killing monsters were halved. Sakura players are still hoping that the kingdom's experts can retrieve the treasure vault and restore the experience points to normal. Little did they know that even if Huaijin didn't leave the Sakura Kingdom, no one here could take what was in his hands back. How could a peerless powerhouse, whom even the Divine Dragon Palace can only talk to as an equal, be provoked by the small Sakura Kingdom? The Inran Secret Society, including Yoji Yamamoto, showed absolutely no intention of searching for Kaima. They're no match for us at all, so what good would finding them do? Do you want to be robbed of something else? And this is just the beginning. Su Mubai has been in the Sakura Kingdom for 4 days, and the experience points for killing monsters in the Sakura Kingdom have been reduced by 8%. As time goes on, the gap between them and players from other countries will only widen. That's why Tsukuyami managed to unite several experts, all in order to kill Byakuya once. If this succeeds, the Inran Secret Society will have a way to locate their target and eliminate them completely. With the Guardian buff, even if the treasure vault can't be found, the Sakura Kingdom's disadvantage won't be so great. With that thought in mind, Tsukuyami took a deep breath and stepped into the tavern in front of her. Upon entering the private room, he was slightly taken aback. Where are they? Didn't you say we'd already arrived? Just as Tsukuyami was wondering about this, 2 wine glasses on the table suddenly floated up into the air. One of them floated right in front of him. Come on, let's raise a toast to our victory in advance. A hoarse voice rang out, and a thin figure suddenly appeared. Tsukuyami's pupils suddenly contracted. Is this the stealth effect of an SS-level talent? They were so close, yet I didn't even notice. However, only with such stealth capabilities can one get perfectly close to Bai Yi. No matter how powerful the undead army and Necromancer summons, his true form is his biggest weakness. When combined with his own talent effect, he can maximize the opponent's damage and deliver a fatal blow to Bai Yi. Thinking of this, Tsukuyami's lips curled up slightly, and she reached out to take the wine glass. Cheers. Ghost Hand revealed a chilling smile, as if he could already see himself standing at the pinnacle of the Sakura Kingdom because of his assassination of White Knight. To ensure the assassination's absolute success, he was even willing to sacrifice decades of his lifespan, seeking only a fatal blow. Once the reward for the kingdom's wanted poster is received, a few decades of lifespan can be easily replenished. Now all we have to do is wait for Bai Yi to reappear. The 2 exchanged a glance and, without uttering a word, downed their drinks in one gulp. The next time Bai Yi takes action against the city, it will be the day the 2 of them achieve fame and success. Unlike the dire situation in the Sakura Kingdom, the Divine Dragon Empire, without Su Mubai, was thriving. Now that all players have entered various cities, and as they become more familiar with the Forbidden Land, many players who have only awakened low-level talents have decided to become full-time life players. Although this place is digitized, it is still a real world where survival is not solely dependent on combat. Compared to players who venture out of the city to fight, they level up slowly through secondary profession skills, but their advantage lies in safety. After the initial period of adjustment, the Blue Star players have gradually gotten used to life in the Forbidden Land of Gods, and everything is starting to get back on track. Apart from the name at the top of the rankings that filled everyone with despair, everything else was progressing in a positive direction. Oh, wait, there's another leaderboard that equally leaves all players in despair. It's not a ranking of equipment or mounts, it's a ranking of wealth. It is not the only person in the world who possesses a special talent for wealth. Although the other players' talents are not as strong as the SSS-level God of Wealth, their speed of making money far exceeds that of ordinary people. As names appeared on the list one by one, everyone figured out the minimum requirement to be on the list, having 10,000 gold coins. But the wealth of the top 2 on the list left everyone stunned. Blue Star District Wealth Ranking. First place, Bai Yi, 36.5 million soul coins. Second place, richest in the world, 1.921 million soul coins. Third place, Hermes, 2,186,500 gold coins. 46th place, poor, but has money left, 11,000 gold coins. The wealth rankings have generated even more buzz than the class rankings. Can anyone tell me what soul coins are? Same question. Aren't the only currencies in the multiverse game copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins? In any case, soul coins are definitely more valuable than gold coins. Otherwise, the richest man in the world would not be ranked ahead of Hermes. Bai Yi levels up quickly and has good equipment, which is understandable. But why does he have almost 20 times more money than the second place? Comparison is the thief of joy. If I could have even 1% of Bai Yi's money, wouldn't that be amazing? The Illuminated Federation. This is how many times Hermes has checked the wealth rankings. Every time he opened the app, he saw the wealth of the top 2 individuals growing exponentially. As the owner of the SS level talent, Free Trade, he already knew the value of soul coins. One soul coin can easily be exchanged for 10,000 gold coins. However, buying a soul coin with 10,000 gold coins depends on luck. In other words, all his wealth was only worth a little over 200 soul coins. The person who is the richest in the world and ranks ahead of me must possess an SSS level wealth-related talent. Is the difference between a double S and a triple S a bit too big? Thinking of this, Hermes couldn't help but examine his talent once more. Upon seeing the words "can be improved" in the description, he couldn't help but clench his fist. You must raise your talent to SSS level as soon as possible. But when his gaze fell on Bai Yi's name at the top of the list, his eyes were filled with doubt. Why is Bai Yi's wealth greater than that of the richest man in the world? Is his talent all-encompassing? As the second most discussed character among players, Wealthy Under Heaven is currently traveling between various cities in the Divine Dragon Empire. With the establishment of the Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce, his business empire officially set sail. To be precise, it should be Su Mubai's business empire. After signing the soul contract, no matter what the wealthy man does, 95% of his wealth will belong to Su Mubai. This is why Su Mubai, despite having only tens of thousands of gold coins left in his backpack, was able to top the list with a fortune of 36.5 million soul coins. The 1.92 million soul coins that made them incredibly wealthy represented 5% of their total wealth. But these two exaggerated figures are less than a third of their actual wealth. The Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce was established, Fujia Tianxia poached Qian Shangqian, with a high salary and immediately began operations. He kept traveling to various cities, not only to recruit business talents, but also, most importantly, to buy land and establish an auction house belonging to the Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce. The money that disappeared was used in these areas. Chapter 133 The Myriad Realms Auction House and the Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce officially set sail. Brotherly, Xiaowang, look. A new auction house has opened here. It really is. It wasn't here yesterday. The Myriad Realms Auction House, they really dare to name it that. Let's go in and see what makes them so arrogant. Holy crap, so many level 10 bronze and silver equipment. Bronze and silver are nothing. There's even gold level equipment here. Wow, look at this equipment. It's an epic level item for levels 0 to 60. That's amazing. A flat price of 99.99 million gold coins? Who can afford that? You don't understand. This is definitely something the auction house deliberately displayed to prove its strength. They never intended to sell it at all. Similar dialogues were taking place simultaneously in the 10 first-tier main cities of the Divine Dragon Empire. It must be said that the company is extremely efficient. With the startup capital earned from Su Mubai's free promotion, he decisively acquired a large plot of land in the most prosperous area of the 10 first-level main cities. After spending a lot of money to select the decoration style and speed up construction, 10 auction houses were erected in just one day. Because they have no shortage of money, each of the multiverse auction houses is even bigger than the main city auction house. Normally, even if a player has the money to open an auction house, it will be difficult to steal business from local auction houses in the early stages. But with Su Mubai around, none of this is a problem. Compared to other auction houses, the Myriad Realms auction house has a huge advantage. Due to the protection mechanism of the game, locals and players have two separate auction systems, so the probability of players buying good equipment is extremely low nowadays. After all, everyone is just starting out. Even if expert players get top-tier equipment, they'll either use it themselves or exchange it for equipment of the same level. Only a very small number of items will be consigned to auction houses. This has resulted in many players being unable to buy the equipment they want, even if they have the money. But the Myriad Realms auction house is different. The wealthy world sent people to buy a lot of level 10 equipment, although most of them were ordinary and black iron grade. But after passing through Su Mubai's hands, these equipment items can at least be upgraded to bronze level. After all, the cost of upgrading such low-level equipment is nothing to Su Mubai. Multiverse Auction House immediately attracted the attention of many players. Although these players cannot bring much benefit to Su Mubai at this stage, the auction house's profits will definitely increase over time. Soon, News that the Myriad Realms auction house had a large number of top-quality equipment spread throughout the 10 major first-level cities. Many top-tier mercenary groups even returned to the city because of this, wanting to properly arm their teams. In no time, the popularity of the Myriad Realms auction house soared to the top of all major cities. The Myriad Realms auction house, players were bidding at hundreds of windows. Some people are generous enough to buy the items they want at a fixed price. For skilled teams, time is money. Spending a little more money allows them to acquire equipment that enhances their strength sooner, which is very worthwhile. Despite having just opened recently, the lobby was already packed with people. Besides those auctioned, a large number of players specializing in crafting also consigned their crafted items to the Multiverse auction house for sale. Anyway, the consignment commission of all major auction houses is the same at 5%. For sellers, auction houses with high foot traffic are naturally a better choice. With so many players gathering, heated discussions are inevitable. While waiting for the auction results, the players chatted in small groups. At least Wanje Games did something decent. They even opened an auction house so we can buy good stuff. Yeah, look at the auction house before. What kind of rubbish were they selling? They even had the nerve to list ordinary equipment. If you have money, you can go to auctions. There are definitely lots of good stuff there. Give me a break. Can you even afford a ticket that costs at least 1,000 gold coins? Even if you could, what would you do inside? Just pay to watch other people bid. The Multiverse auction house is still the best. Even ordinary players like us can afford it. Holy crap, what's wrong? Look at the announcement over there. As someone exclaimed in surprise, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to that direction. A large notice was posted in the most conspicuous place in the lobby. Recruiting full-time casual gamers. Full-time players are given priority. After signing the contract, the guild will provide you with all the materials and pay you a basic salary of 20 gold coins and a 5% commission every month. Outstanding performers will enjoy benefits such as free meals and accommodation, access to a premium studio, and access to a full set of side career tools, with commissions potentially increasing to as high as 20. What are you all waiting for? Register now to participate in the selection process without any registration fee. The World Commerce Association welcomes you to join us. The Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce? That name sounds incredibly impressive. I'm going to give it a try. Let's go together. We don't have to buy the materials ourselves, and we also get a basic salary and commission. This is awesome. 20 gold coins a month is enough to live comfortably even without commission. Do you think the Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce is a charity? This basic salary is definitely not easy to get. Whatever, it doesn't matter where we are, we're just like beasts of burden. It's our own fault for not having advanced talents. Yeah, that's right. As soon as the announcement was released, long queues formed at the recruitment offices of the 10 auction houses, with a large number of casual players wanting to participate in the assessment. The game, Multiverse. The success rate of crafting items using life skills is not fixed. Even if the success rate is the same at 20% on the panel, there will be differences between different people. The Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce to recruit people is that the success rate cannot be lower than the system's value. And this is also part of the assessment. Although the auction house has now opened, it is only on the first floor. The upper floors were used as temporary assessment points. These people, who were recruited by the Heavenly Court, are now acting as examiners, selecting suitable players to join the Chamber of Commerce. Among them are some who can join without taking the test. Without exception, they all possess talent in life and career fields. It wasn't until someone joined the guild that the players learned a shocking piece of news. They originally thought that a merchant guild that had the money to build such a luxurious auction house must have been established by locals from the Forbidden Land of Gods, even if it wasn't a system guild from the Myriad Realms game. However, according to the players who passed the test, this was actually a faction created entirely by players from Earth. When this news came, all the players were stunned. We came from Earth together, and while we're still struggling to make ends meet, you've become a capitalist? The difference between people can sometimes be greater than the difference between a person and a dog. These players' perspectives are still limited to their respective main cities. If they knew that the Myriad Realms auction house had opened simultaneously in 10 major first-level cities, who knows how shocked they would be. Less than half an hour after the auction house opened, news that Baiyi had joined forces with Fu Jiaxiangxia to establish the Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce spread throughout the major cities. At the same time, Fortune is constantly recruiting business talent in preparation for entering the second-tier main city. Although the second-tier main cities are smaller, there are far more of them than the first-tier main cities. The Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce has officially begun to make its mark in the Forbidden Land of Gods. Chapter 134 Frost in the Growth Stage, a terrifying mythical creature. Don't worry, boss. Everything in the Chamber of Commerce is progressing smoothly. Once we have enough talent, we will move into 81 second-tier main cities, followed by 1,080 third-tier cities. Give me a month, and the Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce will be spread throughout the entire Divine Dragon Empire. Su Mubai sat upright on the throne, listening to the confident and smug voice of the man who was richer than anyone else in the world, and a smile appeared on his face. Well done. I didn't actually do anything. It's mainly because you, boss, have a lot of influence. Thinking back on his past experiences, Fu Jiaxiangxia couldn't help but admire Su Mubai even more. When he initially wanted to buy land in Donghai City, he was directly rejected by the authorities on the grounds that he lacked sufficient status or strength. After informing Su Mubai, they were able to buy it immediately. Being strong is one thing, but to have such power right after entering the forbidden land of gods is the most impressive thing in the eyes of the world's richest man. He paused, then added, "It's a pity I haven't been able to get anything good these past few days, so I can't be of any help to you. You've already done me a huge favor by handling the affairs of the Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce." Su Mubai smiled slightly. He had asked Sidu Ji on a whim. Unexpectedly, without saying a word, the other party directly gave the Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce the green light in the entire Divine Dragon Empire in the name of the Divine Dragon Palace. Su Mubai guessed that Huaijian must have said something after returning, otherwise the Divine Dragon Palace would have no reason to help him so much. Then you can continue with your work, boss. I'll get back to handling the Chamber of Commerce matters. After hanging up the call, Su Mubai glanced at the legendary space lockdown scroll in his backpack, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Who says being the richest person in the world can't help? Won't this scroll come in handy soon? Opening the map and looking at the approaching Konggu City, Su Mubai slowly stood up and stretched. This battle has 3 objectives. First, collect enough soul points to unlock the advanced quest. Secondly, let's see how strong I can be when I'm at full power. Thirdly, learn to carry something in your pocket. Frost continued flying for a while, and finally, Konggu City came into Su Mubai's view. He made a fist with his right hand, and the sorrow of the forgotten appeared in his palm. He said coldly, "Conceal your aura and rush to the teleportation hall as fast as you can." He wanted to seal off the space immediately, giving the other side no chance to react. Even if the city's protective formation is activated, the high-end combat forces of the Sakura Kingdom will be unable to come to their aid during the time they are pushed out. But Frost suddenly spoke up. "I'm sorry, Master. I'm afraid I can't conceal my aura right now." Su Mubai was slightly taken aback. Immediately afterwards, a deafening roar was heard from the frost. Roar! At the same time, a dazzling light suddenly burst forth from the surface of the ice frost, and its size rapidly increased within the light. Notification: your Mount Frost has reached level 60 and officially entered its growth stage. Su Mubai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why did this guy have to break through now of all times? After its breakthrough, Frost's size increased dramatically, its length approaching 100 meters, and its wingspan was so large that they blotted out the sky. And this is only the beginning of the growth period. As its level increases, its size will continue to grow until it breaks through level 180 and enters adulthood. Dragon King level pressure instantly swept across the surroundings, and coupled with the awe-inspiring roar just now, it immediately alerted the entire Konggu City. Lord City Lord, a frost dragon has been spotted not far outside the city. Judging from its size, it should be an adult. City guard soldier who reported this clearly couldn't distinguish between the Frost Dragon King and the Frost Dragon. What? Lord Sato Kenshin of Konggu City stood up abruptly and immediately ordered, "Sound the alarm immediately. Activate the city's protective formation, and have the city guards assemble at once." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out of the city lord's mansion and stood upright in midair. Upon witnessing the rapidly approaching frost, Takaru Sato's pupils constricted sharply, and he immediately grabbed his communicator. A fully grown frost dragon? Bullshit. This guy is clearly Bai Yi, that jinx. He had heard about the fates of Zichuan City and Shaoshan City. Konggu City must not be lost. We must seek support immediately. However, the next moment, Frost suddenly disappeared from Takaru Sato's sight. His expression changed drastically, and he abruptly turned to look at the teleportation hall. A pale gray light screen flashed by, and a massive frost instantly appeared above the teleportation hall. Immediately afterwards, he saw a scroll appear in Bai Ye's hand on Frost's back, which he tore open. What is that? Sato Takaru's pupils suddenly contracted, and he transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards Su Mubai. From that energy fluctuation, He could tell that what the other party had torn open was a spatial sealing scroll. Bai Yi, stop. Sato Takaru's furious roar echoed throughout the entire Kongu city. He suddenly drew his katana from his waist and slashed straight at Su Mubai, who was guiding the scroll. For the scroll to take effect, it needs to be guided for 10 seconds, which Su Mubai naturally cannot handle. Sato can. But he remained completely calm, because he hadn't come on his own. After Frost breaks through to level 60 and enters the growth stage, its panel attributes directly double. Frost. Double the buff from the advanced dead aura, all attributes increased by 60%. Mythical mount. Frost Dragon King. High-ranking undead creature. Level. 60. The player's level cannot exceed 10 levels. Loyalty. 100. Due to the influence of the Death Overlord class, loyalty will never decrease. Movement speed bonus. Land, sea, and air plus 800%. Health points. 70.272 billion/70.272 billion. Mana points. 58.56 billion/58.56 billion. Attack power. 35.136 million. Spell power. 29.28 million. Physical defense. 29.28 million. Magic defense. 23.424 million. Elemental resistance. Ice 80%, Death 70%, Shadow 60%, other elements 40%. Skills. Frost Dragon Breath, Dragon's Might, Size Shrink, Frost Spells, Frost Freeze, Death Spells, and a small amount of Dragon Language magic. As its level increases, the Frost, a mythical creature, becomes increasingly monstrous. With the double boost from the advanced undead aura, his health alone has surpassed that of Watanabe Toru. Facing Sato Takaru, who was wielding a sword, Frost snorted coldly and then unleashed a burst of dragon breath, a mixture of ice and fire. Are you treating me like I don't exist? Chapter 135. The Confident Duo. One you perishes. Get out of my way. Sato Takaru let out a sharp shout, and a blood-red light burst forth from his body, clearly indicating that he had activated some kind of enhanced combat power state. His strength was indeed far inferior to Watanabe Toru's, but as the lord of a city, he was certainly not someone to be trifled with. Although it stops at the 7th tier, it can still reach the 8th tier of combat power with a burst of power. In addition, due to the significant level difference, the Frost Dragon's might had no effect on him. Just as the blood-red katana was about to collide with the Frost Dragon's breath, Su Mubai glanced at Sato Takaru casually. The death stare. That one glance caused his momentum to falter, and even the blood-red aura around his body almost dissipated. In an instant, he felt an immense and boundless power descend upon him, and he was instantly plunged into boundless fear. Minus 9.9 billion. Well, a terrifying double-digit damage number appeared, and Takaru Sato let out a horrified moan, falling into a state of fear. Boom. The Frost Dragon breath struck Sato Takaru head-on, instantly blasting him into the air after his attributes plummeted. Overwhelmed by fear, he completely lost the ability to stop Su Mubai from opening the scroll. As for the other city guards, everything happened too fast, and they have not yet fully assembled. Even the city's protective formation is still in the process of being activated. At the same time, Su Mubai also saw some information about the city lord of a level 3 main city for the first time. Sato Takaru, suppressed by Death Gaze, all attributes reduced by 60%. Lord of Kongu City. 7th rank peak swordsman. Level 209. Health points 6.6 billion/6.6 billion. Tier 7 peak. Does that correspond to an epic level boss? Su Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly. In terms of health alone, the gap between human powerhouses and powerful creatures like Frost is simply too great. Frost is only level 60 now, but even without considering the bonus from the advanced dead aura, its health exceeds 40 billion. Despite such a large level difference, his health points are more than twice that of his opponent. Once it reaches adulthood, its attributes will receive another huge boost. How long will its health bar be then? Thinking of this, Su Mubai became even more determined to improve his strength as soon as possible. Humanity is at an absolute disadvantage in the myriad worlds. If we want to compete with all other races, we must do everything we can to become stronger. This is the first step. As the guidance time was about to end, Su Mubai took a deep breath and suddenly tore the scroll in his hand open completely. Buzz. The next moment, spatial energy surged, instantly sweeping across an area of 1 kilometer. No. As the first human expert to experience the full-level Death Gaze, Takaru Sato was terrified for a full 10 seconds. As soon as he recovered, he let out a desperate scream. Ripples appeared in the space surrounding the entire teleportation hall, as some kind of energy sealed off the area. The multiple teleportation arrays that had just lit up in the hall fell silent instantly, showing no further response. You have used a legendary spatial sealing scroll. For the next 120 minutes, the space in the target area will be sealed off. Teleportation arrays and scrolls will be disabled, and blink and teleportation skills will be unusable. The system notification sounded in Su Mubai's ear. His goal had been achieved. For the next 2 hours, the Sakura Kingdom will be unable to support Kongu City via the teleportation array. Even with Takeru Sato's strength, he was unable to break through the legendary spatial sealing effect. Bai Yi, you won't succeed. Reinforcements from nearby cities will arrive soon. Sato Takeru did not attack Su Mubai again, but instead looked at Frost with a wary expression. His strength had been reduced by more than half for some reason, and if he tried to fight head-on, he would likely die at the hands of this Frost Dragon King. Moreover, Bai Ye's undead army has not yet been summoned. Now that no one's bothering us, let's have some fun. Su Mubai looked at the now extinguished teleportation array, a slight smile playing on his lips. Just as he raised his hand to summon the Scourge Legion, the magic tower in the center of Empty Valley City suddenly surged with energy, and a pale blue light shield appeared, expanding at an extremely fast speed. In just a few breaths, it enveloped the entire city of Kongu. Su Mubai and Bing Shuang were instantly pushed out of Kongu City by the barrier. After Su Mubai successfully blocked the teleportation array, the city's protective array finally arrived belatedly. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Sakura Kingdom, at the headquarters of the E-Ninja Secret Society, receiving Sato Takeru's distress signal, Yoji Yamamoto immediately dispatched 2 elders to provide assistance. Although 1 elder would have been more than enough, he still sent 2 to be on the safe side. It was one thing to be humiliated by that mysterious powerhouse a few days ago, but now a mere descendant like Bai Yi dares to provoke us again and again. Does he really think our Sakura Kingdom has no one to rely on? Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in Yoji Yamamoto's eyes. That mysterious expert has already left the Sakura Kingdom. Let's see who can protect you this time. However, the next moment, his face froze. The 2 elders who went to provide support brought back news that the teleportation array in Kongu City had been blocked. Baka! Bang! Yoji Yamamoto slammed his hand on the table beside him and roared into the communicator. Have nearby cities send troops to support us immediately, especially Falling Moon City. Only when they arrive will we have a chance to capture White Knight. Su Mubai's high-profile appearance in Kongu City naturally attracted everyone's attention. The moment the alarm sounded, Tsukuyumi and Onihand rushed out of the tavern's private room. When the 2 saw that the intruder was Bai Yi, they couldn't help but smile at each other. Just as I was wondering when Bai Yi would appear, he arrived. When luck comes, there's no stopping it. Come on, use your talent to enhance my next attack. The reward for the wanted poster will be yours soon. Ghost Hand drew the dagger from his waist, licked it with his tongue in a perverted manner, and his eyes were full of excitement. Tsukuyumi nodded, a thought forming in her mind. A miniature moon suddenly floated between the 2, radiating a cool, clear moonlight. Buzz! The next moment, a silver light descended and shot into the space between the Ghost Hand's eyebrows. A moment later, a crescent moon mark appeared between his eyebrows. At the same time, Ghost Hand's status bar also gained a new buff. The waning moon perished. You can consume your lifespan to enhance your next attack. For every second of lifespan consumed, you will deal an additional 1 point of true damage. You can consume up to 100 years of lifespan. This is one of the major effects of Tsukuyumi's SSS level talent. He has been searching for a powerful enough boss, hoping to use this talent to secure the first kill. But to his despair, Bai Yi was always far ahead. Moreover, so far, he has not been able to find a boss of gold rank or higher. Wait for my good news. Ghost Hand licked his lips, revealing a cruel smile. Without making any move, his figure vanished. Knowing that the other party had entered stealth mode, Tsukuyumi locked her gaze on the Frost Dragon King, who had been pushed out of the city by the protective barrier, and warned. Don't be impatient, you only have 1 chance. A hoarse voice rang out not far from Tsukuyumi, and Oni, Hand was clearly full of confidence. Don't worry, no one knows assassination better than me. Chapter 136. The enemy is at the gates. Kongu City, keep fighting. Disappearance. SS, level exclusive talent skill. Skill effect. 1. The duration of all your stealth skills is increased by 200%, the cooldown time is reduced by 80%, and the stealth effect cannot be detected by non-SSS level detection skills. 2. When invisible, ignore unit collision and increase movement speed by 100%. After breaking invisibility, The first attack ignores all the target's defense and deals 300% damage. Looking at his own talent, a fierce glint flashed in Ghost Hand's eyes. The first skill he maxed out was the Thief class's stealth. With the help of the Concealment talent, he has long been able to remain invisible. The breaking invisibility strike enhanced by the Crescent Moon's death. Thinking of the wanted poster reward that was about to be in his hands, Ghost Hand suppressed his excitement and headed straight for the direction in which Su Mubai had been pushed. Outside the tavern, Tsukiyami's gaze was also fixed on Su Mubai. However, he did not act rashly, but instead turned and walked towards the teleportation hall. I have no secrets, and there is absolutely no way I could get close to Bai Yi, who can summon tens of thousands of undead. To be on the safe side, it's best to wait in the teleportation hall. If the Ghost Hand succeeds, then everyone will be happy. In case of failure, I can teleport away immediately to avoid dying at Bai Yi's hands and suffering unnecessary losses. It must be said that Tsukiyami's plan was very thorough, but unfortunately, the teleportation array in the empty Valley City had already been sealed off, though he was unaware of it yet. By the protective barrier, Frost looked at the barrier, which had become noticeably thicker, and said, "Master, the barrier here looks much stronger than that in the small mountain town." Once it entered its growth stage, Frost moved the throne from its back to its head, placing it directly between its two ferocious dragon horns. At this moment, Su Mubai sat upright on the throne, exuding an air of domineering power. That's normal. I imagine all the cities in the Sakura Kingdom have strengthened their defenses by now. Su Mubai smiled indifferently, slowly stood up, and gently tapped his staff on the top of Frost's head. The next moment, the summoning space opened, and the Scourge army, poised for battle, charged out with an aura of endless death. Buzz. A pale gray light curtain appeared at the exit of the summoning space. At the same time, 19 death curtains appeared beneath the city. The massive Scourge army descended upon the outskirts of empty Valley City in a short period of time. With the help of Dead Zone Leap, Su Mubai's Cataclysm Legion was instantly in formation. This massive army of undead brought a heavy sense of oppression to Kongu City. Sato Takashi arrived late, followed by the assembled city guards. However, their numbers numbered only 2,000 or 3,000, which was far from enough compared to the overwhelming Scourge army. At this moment, Su Mubai also saw the stats of these city guards. The ordinary guards were all level 119, while the captains were level 149. Among them are several legion commanders at level 179 and the strongest general, Akira Kuroda, commander of the Kongu City Guard. 7th rank Peak Archmage. Health, 6.2 billion/6.2 billion. Both being peak 7th tier powerhouses, Kuroda Akira, being a fragile class, has even lower health than Sato Takaru, who was suppressed by Death Gaze. However, combat power cannot be measured by the amount of health points. As a Grand Magus, Kuroda Akira's destructive power is even stronger than Sato Takaru's. The two stood side by side on the city wall, looking at the Calamity Legion summoned by Su Mubai, and both gasped in shock. Lord, if these undead are as strong as the intelligence suggests, our reinforced barrier won't last long. Kuroda Akira's hand holding the staff trembled slightly. He had a premonition that he might die here today. We have to hold on, even if we can't. Takaru Sato gritted his teeth. The teleportation array is blocked. We must hold out until we reach a nearby city to get reinforcements. Hopefully, it can hold on. Kuroda Akira sighed, then teleported to the front of the city guards and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, no matter what, we must maintain the barrier." As soon as he finished speaking, elemental power rose from his body, and together with the city guards, they began to do their utmost to reinforce the city's protective barrier. At this time, the players in Kongu City also discovered that the teleportation array had been blocked. In despair, some simply stayed on the city wall. Among them, there are naturally those with the same innate live-streaming physique as Okamoto Hyde. However, this player with A-level talent in advertising was smart enough that he set up a pay-to-watch option as soon as he started the live stream. Breaking news. White Knight reappears. Can Empty Valley City withstand the Scourge's attack? Watch for free for 30 seconds. Subsequent content requires a payment of 10 silver coins. At 10 silver coins, it's a bargain, you won't lose out, and you won't be cheated. Almost all players can afford to spend this amount of spare money. In just a few minutes, tens of millions of Sakura players flooded into the live stream. Seeing the person who started the live stream quickly rise to the top 5 of the wealth rankings, Okamoto Hyde, who was having a meal in the small mountain town, was so angry that he almost fainted. Damn it! How could I be so stupid? Such a great opportunity to make money back then, and they just let it go to waste. Inside the live stream, the endless army of undead on the screen still shocked all the Sakura players, even though they had seen it once before. With the help of this nationwide live streaming platform, players from different cities have also begun to communicate across cities. Baiyi is terrifying. It seems like he summoned even more undead this time. How can he summon so many undead? That doesn't make sense. Yeah, I have SS level talent, but I can only summon a few dozen creatures right now. Isn't Baiyi cheating? That's incredible. No wonder he was able to reach level 59 so quickly. These undead look really strong. I feel like even the weakest skeleton in there could slaughter our entire team. Can Kongu City hold out? Our city has already dispatched a legion to provide support. We went here too. Even the city lord went. Our army from Falling Moon City has set off. Go, Empty Valley City. You must hold on. I still want to see Baiyi get arrested. Sakura players watch the live stream nervously, silently praying for Kongu City. White Knight has become the biggest enemy of Sakura players. Outside Kongu City, Su Mubai raised his staff and shouted, "Break this tortoise shell for me." Dadada. The next moment, the Headless Knight led the charge, followed closely by tens of thousands of Shadow Knights, who transformed into streaks of light and crashed violently into the barrier. Death Charge. Shadow Charge. Not to be outdone, the Skeleton Warrior Legion, led by the Skeleton King, charged toward the barrier wielding greatswords. Wild Charge. At the same time, a barrage of fireballs and arrows streaked across the sky, causing ripples to spread across the city's protective barrier. Fireball. Deadly Sniper Strike. Chapter 137. The Barrier Shatters. The End of Empty Valley City. Roar. Not to be outdone, the Frost roared and chanted in a special language. Su Mubai raised an eyebrow, watching Frost cast a spell with great interest. This is dragon language magic. At present, using Frost magic is still a bit difficult, and it takes a certain amount of time to prepare the skill. As energy gathered around, a tens of meters long ice spear slowly condensed above Frost's head. Buzz. The ice spear was entirely azure blue, surrounded by a dense aura of death. Boom. The next moment, the giant ice spear struck the city's protective barrier at lightning speed, instantly causing the entire barrier to tremble violently. Dragon language magic, the Spear of Annihilation. Puff. Kuroda Akira coughed up a mouthful of blood, but still forced himself to continue replenishing the barrier with energy. The rest of the city guards were in no better condition. Faced with the Scourge's fierce attack, they were all pale-faced. If it weren't for the support of the city guards, this barrier obviously wouldn't have been able to hold for so long. Keep in mind that Su Mubai's current level is a whopping 59. The bonus from the Cataclysmic World event has now been increased to a terrifying 590 and 11. In addition, there's the added benefit of the Death Decree and the class's Cataclysmic trait. The number of legions that Su Mubai can now summon far exceeds the number when Frost attacked the small mountain city. Normal summoning space, 73800/73800. Commander's summoning space, 440/440. 96800/96800. On the way here, he had already replenished all his summoned creatures to their maximum capacity. Now, the number of Shadow Knights has officially surpassed that of the Skeleton Army. How could a small city like Kongu City possibly withstand such a massive army of over 100,000 Scourge soldiers? Sato Takaru watched this scene with trembling hands, but dared not leave the city to meet the enemy. All he can do now is mobilize all the resources within the city to make the barrier last as long as possible. Having learned from the experience of the small mountain town, Kongu City's defenses are significantly stronger. As the siege began, more and more local residents joined the defense forces to help the city guards reinforce the protective barrier. Eventually, even the castle lord Takaru Sato and all the players in the castle joined in. Although the players' levels and strengths are low, their sheer numbers make up for it. Even after their mana is drained, they can still significantly replenish the city's defensive barrier. Tsukuyami, standing in the crowd, lowered her head and gritted her teeth. That damned Baiyi actually sealed off the teleportation hall. Hopefully, the ghost hand technique will succeed, otherwise, the losses will be enormous. In a corner of the city wall, the hidden ghost hand stared intently at Su Mubai, unable to find an opportunity to strike. He could become invisible and remain undetected, but Baiyi was standing on top of the Frost Dragon's head the whole time, and since he couldn't fly, he could only wait for an opportunity in the shadows. Rumble. Despite the fierce attacks from the Frost and Scourge legions, the city's protective barrier, though seemingly on the verge of collapse, held firm thanks to the combined strength of the entire city. Su Mubai looked at the Skeleton King at the front, and a thought crossed his mind. Feedback on death. Notification. You have consumed 500 points of death energy to enhance the main attribute of the target Skeleton King, Warrior, by 1000%. Notification. You have been corrupted by the deathly aura emanating from the cursed crown. Death energy value plus 10. Death energy value plus 10. The next moment, the Skeleton King instantly grew to 10 meters tall, becoming a giant skeleton. Skeleton King, Warrior, Death Aura Enhanced 10x, Advanced Death Aura Enhanced 60%. Level, 59. 4D, 888-7450. HP, 890 million/890 million. Attack power, 44,437,200. Physical defense, 14,812,400. Skills, Heavy Strike LV9, Wild Charge LV9. Aside from health and skills, the Skeleton King, after the Death Aura enhancement, has an attack stat that surpasses that of the mythical level Frost. This is the terrifying effect of Su Mubai's multiple SSS level skills combined with his class's cataclysmic characteristics. Amidst everyone's horrified gazes, the enhanced Skeleton King raised the giant sword and slammed it down on the barrier. Heavy strike. Boom. Protective barrier began to shake even more violently. However, the barrier remained unbroken. Everyone in the city breathed a sigh of relief, and cheers erupted from many houses. Yes, it blocked it. Hold on, everyone. We will definitely hold out until reinforcements arrive. The players watching the live stream also breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the giant Skeleton King on the screen with lingering fear. However, 30 seconds later, they held their breath again. Then, a giant skeleton nearly 10 meters tall appeared on the screen again. This time, it was a skeleton archer. Su Mubai used Death Absorption Feedback, again to strengthen a second Skeleton King. The next moment, a huge arrow pierced the air and struck the city's protective barrier in an instant. Deadly Sniper Strike. At the same time, the original enhanced Skeleton King, the Warrior, raised his greatsword once again. Heavy Strike. Frost's attack strike first despite being delayed. As a mythical creature, it possesses an immense multitude of skills. Boom, boom, boom. 3 powerful attacks landed on the barrier simultaneously, while the rest of the Scourge army continued their offensive without pause. What? My mana has been drained instantly. Me too. Take your medicine quickly. You have to hold on. I can't hold on any longer. Puff. Sato Takaru and Kuroda Akira both coughed up blood, their faces turning ashen. The next moment, a crisp sound resounded throughout the entire Kongu city. Click. The barrier, reinforced by the entire city's strength, began to show numerous cracks under the Scourge's all-out attack. Amidst the despairing gazes of everyone, the city's protective barrier shattered, and the Scourge army, like a tidal wave, charged towards the city walls, brandishing their weapons. Click, click, click. Da-da-da. The sounds of bones clashing and horses' hooves echoed each other. Facing the massive and terrifying Scourge army, Empty Valley City was doomed. Bai Yiyu. Sato Takaru wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then charged towards Su Mubai with his katana. Before he could finish speaking, he was forced back by a sword strike from the enhanced Skeleton King, Warrior, who had leaped high into the air. At the same time, Kuroda Akira, who had just raised his staff, suddenly narrowed his eyes and flashed away from his spot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows flew through the air and instantly struck the spot where he had been standing. Boom. At the same time, Frost descended like a demon lord from the heavens, flapping its wings and flying into the city. A scorching yet chilling frost dragon breath poured down, instantly clearing a large section of the city wall. Soul Absorption activated. Soul points increased by 0.1. Soul Absorption activated. Soul points increased by 0.1. A series of system notifications sounded, and Su Mubai's heart trembled violently as he instantly disappeared from the throne. Dead Zone Leap. In the blink of an eye, a kunai pierced the throne and disappeared into the sky as a streak of light. Bai Yi, I finally caught you. Chapter 138. Surely there can't be no losses at all. Bai Yi, I finally caught you. Not far away, Iga Dan's figure appeared. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to Su Mubai after his leap. Ever since the incident at the small mountain town, Iga Dan has been searching for Su Mubai's whereabouts, and now he has finally found him. At the same time, Ghost Hand saw Bai Yi suddenly appear on the ground, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. The opportunity has come. He immediately took up his dagger and approached stealthily. With the advantage of ignoring collisions between units of volume, he pushed his speed to the limit. However, The next moment, Ghost Hand paused in his tracks. Because someone is faster than him. In an instant, IGA Dan appeared behind Su Mubai, gripping the kunai in his hand and thrusting it towards Su Mubai's back. Owner. Only then did Frost realize what was happening and anxiously reminded her. Don't worry about me. Just keep doing your thing. Su Mubai waved his hand dismissively, as if nothing had happened. Bite. The next moment, the kunai in IGA's hand pierced an invisible energy barrier. Immunity. Two characters jumped out from above Su Mubai's head. IGA Dan's pupils shrank sharply. He formed a hand seal and summoned 3 physical clones, which attacked Su Mubai at the same time. The kunai in the hands of the 4 almost became afterimages, but apart from casting a series of immunity spells, they had no effect on Su Mubai at all. Humph, do you think your immune status can last forever? IGA Dan snorted coldly, his hands continuing their movements without pause. This was Su Mubai's first time facing a top expert from the Sakura Kingdom head-on. The opponent's attack speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. However, he remained completely calm. Within 7 seconds, unless the immunity effect of the Dead Zone Leap could be broken, it would be absolutely impossible to cause him any harm. To break the immunity effect of Dead Zone Leap, the skill rank must exceed SSS level. However, SSS level is already the highest skill grade in the Forbidden Land. A ninja-type profession? Su Mubai raised an eyebrow and looked at the 4 IGA Dan who were surrounding him, his gaze hardening. The death stare. -2.016 million, -5.544 million, -5.544 million. In 4 seconds, Su Mubai's gaze swept over each of the 4 IGA Dan. 3 of the physical clones displayed millions of real damage numbers above their heads, instantly plunging them into a state of fear that lasted for 20 seconds. When his gaze fell upon IGA Dan's true form, the latter immediately felt a vast power of death descend upon him. An overwhelming sense of fear filled IGA Dan's heart, and he immediately stopped his attack, letting out a muffled groan. Note: you used Death Gaze on Shadow Ninja, IGA Dan, and your health level is determined to be higher than the opponent's. -25.2 billion. An exaggerated 11-digit damage number popped up, allowing the Sakura players in the live stream to witness Su Mubai's monstrous abilities once again. The Ghost Hand, not far away, stared wide-eyed at the number in disbelief, feeling as if the sky had fallen. Is this really the kind of damage a player could deal? His gaze swept over the Crescent Moon's demise buff in his status bar, and he began to wonder what price Su Mubai had paid for it. In any case, it's impossible that such exaggerated damage could have occurred without any loss, right? After seeing that Su Mubai was out of danger, Bing Shuang turned around and led the Cataclysmic Legion into Konggu City. Faced with the overwhelming Scourge army, the city guards, numbering only 2,000 or 3,000, couldn't make a ripple and were quickly overwhelmed. Even with the addition of local professionals in Empty Valley City, the Scourge's advance could not be stopped. Soul Absorption activated. Soul points increased by 0.5. Soul Absorption activated. Soul points increased by 0.4. The soul points gained from killing these locals were several times higher than those gained by the player. Su Mubai quickly calculated and understood that the number of soul points was related to the target's rank. For each level increase in strength, the number of soul points gained upon death also increases by 0.1. And these locals, just like the players, can be resurrected. Apart from IGA Dan, who happened to be there, the highest combat power of Konga Castle was already being held back by 2 enhanced Skeleton Kings. At this moment, Takeru Sato and Akira Kuroda's pupils were bloodshot, and they could only watch helplessly as the Scourge army stormed into the city, powerless to stop them. As for the hundreds of thousands of players in Empty Valley City, they don't even have the qualifications to cause damage to the Scourge. Faced with the overwhelming army of the undead, they had no choice but to die. They didn't even have a chance to escape. The only thing these people can do is not choose to be resurrected immediately after death. This will buy them another half hour, since they'll be dead anyway after reviving. The only survivor on the city wall was the player who was streaming the video. Last time, Okamoto was killed by the undead without Frost noticing, but this time he immediately recognized that the guy was live streaming. That's why I kept it. How can the power of the Scourge be felt by a small city like Empty Valley? We must make the entire Cherry Blossom Kingdom experience this fear. As for concealing one's strength? No, that's impossible. Anyway, it's impossible to wipe out everyone in Empty Valley City. The Scourge's strength will definitely be known to everyone. It's only a matter of time. Before coming, Su Mubai had told it that although the legendary space sealing scroll could last for 2 hours, but in reality, They can only stay here for an hour at most. After all, other cities also have teleportation arrays, and the experts and army of the Sakura Kingdom can use them to come and provide support. It just takes a little more time to get there. While the Scourge is powerful, the effectiveness of Death Pact will be greatly reduced if it encounters a larger and more powerful enemy. After all, no matter how much the damage is spread out, we still have to bear it, right? If all skeletons are attacked by different people at the same time, the damage will be roughly the same after being spread out. Besides that, Sumubai was even more worried about the true top experts of the Sakura Kingdom. Who can say for sure what method such a person might use? Take, for example, this IGA Dan. Even with Death Gaze, suppressing 60% of all attributes, Sumubai still couldn't see the opponent's stats. However, Sumubai was certain that this guy was even stronger than Watanabe Toru before, definitely an 8th tier combatant. This also confirmed that the Death Gaze skill is effective against legendary bosses. But the next moment, Sumubai's gaze sharpened. In just 2 seconds, IGA Dan completely recovered from his state of fear. You truly are the Lord of Death. IGA Dan looked at Sumubai with a solemn expression, and suddenly a green scroll appeared in his hand, which he tore open abruptly. Immediately afterwards, emerald green light filled his entire body, and wisps of pale gray death energy dissipated from him. Chapter 139 The Weakness of Summoning Classes, Lightning Blade. The moment IGA Dan tore open the scroll, a rich emerald green light enveloped his entire body. The next moment, his momentum suddenly returned to a great extent. Plus 12.6 billion. When the green number appeared, Sumubai and Iha-dan were both stunned for a moment. The former was startled, not expecting that the other party would have a way to counteract the suppression of the Death Gaze attribute. The latter's brows were furrowed at this moment. That shouldn't be the case. According to the historical records of the Ninja Society, the Hymn of Life can completely erase all negative statuses, including SSS skills. Why is the effect now halved? After recognizing the Death Pact in the small mountain town, he had become wary of Baye's methods. Therefore, a scroll titled Ode to Life was specially prepared. But how could he have imagined that Sumubai's Death Gaze was enhanced with double the effect by his class's special abilities? That's why we have the current situation. Feeling that he was still being suppressed by 30% of his power, IGA Dan looked at Sumubai with a cold gaze and said in a deep voice, "Don't think you're saved just like that. Even if you're suppressed, you still can't escape." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a blur, his kunai gleaming with endless sharpness, stabbing towards Sumubai. It's unclear what skill he used, but the space around the kunai was slightly distorted. The 7-second immunity period had passed, and Sumubai reflexively stretched his staff forward. Bang! The moment the kunai collided with the staff, Sumubai was instantly blasted away by a tremendous force. Although his strength and mental attributes have now merged into dominance and have a 5-fold effect, the gap between him and IGA Dan is still too great. Minus 32,268. At the same time, both the Scourge and the Frost Legion lost more than 30,000 health points. Keep in mind that the Scourge currently numbers a staggering 170,000. In other words, IGA Dan's single attack caused more than 5 billion damage. And this is the result after all attributes have been reduced by 30%. It's easy to imagine just how strong IGA Dan is. However, this damage poses little threat to the Scourge at present. Even the Skeleton Mage, who has the lowest health, now has nearly 3 million health points. Sumubai was more worried that IGA Dan might have other tricks up his sleeve. After all, the opponent could even negate the effect of the Death Gaze, so it was entirely possible for him to break the death contract. This is why he doesn't want to face the top experts of the Sakura Kingdom. In the game of countless worlds, nothing is surprising. No sooner said than done. As IGA Dan attacked Sumubai, his left hand suddenly flashed with lightning, and he instantly attacked Sumubai. Bai, don't think that the Death Pact is. Before he could finish speaking, IGA Dan's voice abruptly stopped, and he lurched forward a short distance before regaining his balance. The moment Sumubai was knocked away by the kunai, a pale gray light screen flashed, and his figure disappeared from the spot, causing IGA Dan's follow-up attack to miss. Baka, let's see how long you can hide. IGA Dan gritted his teeth and turned to look at Sumubai, who had reappeared on the back of the ice frost, before disappearing from the spot in a flash. The ghost hand, watching this scene from not far away, was completely stunned. Is Bai really that hard to kill? In those last few seconds, this ninja launched such a fierce attack on him, yet he didn't even manage to draw a single drop of blood? Is he invincible? No, absolutely not. If he were truly invincible, why would he need to run away? This invincibility state must last very short. Thinking of this, Ghost Hand's gaze gradually hardened. He needed to continue observing, waiting for the moment when Bai Yi would reveal a weakness. As an assassin, you either don't make a move at all, or once you do, you must ensure success. Bang! In midair, Su Mubai crashed heavily onto the throne, shook his numb arm, and looked somewhat gloomy. The appearance of Iga Dan was completely outside his plan. Master, are you alright? Sensing Su Mubai's presence, Bing Shuang stopped her killing spree and asked him with concern. It's alright, just speed things up. Su Mubai shook his head and instructed the Calamity Legion to speed up their attack. I glanced at my soul points. In just a short while, they had already increased by more than 10,000. The opening of the Grimoire of Death is just around the corner. He didn't want to abandon this attack because of Iga Dan. Space sealing scrolls aren't easy to get. Who knows when the richest man in the world will be able to obtain a second one. Upon receiving the command, Frost immediately flapped its wings and flew into the city center. Dense frost energy condensed, and countless ice spikes fell rapidly, accompanied by howling blizzards. In just a few seconds, an area was transformed into a frozen wasteland. At this moment, Iga Dan appeared silently, and his left hand, crackling with lightning, instantly struck Su Mubai. Sizzle sizzle. This sudden attack caught Su Mubai completely off guard, and in an instant, he felt his entire body go numb. He didn't realize what was happening until he was hit. Fortunately, Dead Zone Leap had already cooled down, and with a thought, he disappeared. At the same time, the paralysis status was also cleared by Dead Zone Jump. Roar! Frost roared. Its massive body suddenly shrank, and its dragon claws reached out to grab Iga Dan, who had suddenly appeared. I'll deal with you after I've dealt with Bai Yi. Iga Dan snorted coldly, dodged the frost attack with a flash, and chased after Su Mubai again. Inside Konggu City, Su Mubai's expression turned extremely ugly. This guy really does have a way to deal with death contracts. Iga Dan's attack did not cause any damage. It brought a major crisis to Su Mubai. Note: Shadow Ninja, Iga Dan, used Lightning Severing Blade to sever the connection between you and some of your summoned creatures. Normal summoning space, 59040/73800. Commander's summoning space, 352/440/77440/96800. This is clearly a skill designed for summoner classes. With just one hit, it caused Su Mubai's Scourge Legion to lose 20% of its strength. These 20% of the summoned creatures disappeared directly within the empty Valley City. This wasn't a kill. It was a direct severing of Su Mubai's connection with his summoned creature. Therefore, neither the resurrection effect of Death Decree, fully restored to health, nor the catastrophic characteristic of Cataclysmic World was triggered. Upon witnessing this scene, Takeru Sato's face immediately lit up with ecstatic joy. Konggu City is saved. It seems I can't rely too much on summoned creatures in the future. Su Mubai frowned. Relying entirely on summoned creatures would make them too easy targets. Especially when facing these old monsters in the Forbidden Land of Gods, his weaknesses were too obvious. However, Su Mubai has no way to solve this problem immediately. The only thing we can do is replenish the Scourge army as quickly as possible. As long as the summon skill has a faster cooldown than Iga Dan's, he can remain invincible. With a thought, a series of whispers suddenly rang out around Su Mubai. Whispers of the Dead. Summon Skeleton Army X2. With the activation of the dual spell, 2 teleportation portals instantly opened on either side of him. Click, click, click. As Su Mubai continued to use his skills, 120 elite skeletons emerged from the portal in each wave and quickly joined the battlefield. Upon seeing this scene, Iga Dan, who was in hot pursuit, immediately turned pale. Damn it, this guy is only at tier 2. How can his summoning speed be so fast? Chapter 140 Walking the Dog. Iga Dan's defenses are broken. No, we have to stop him. Iga Dan's gaze darkened, and a kunai shot out from his hand in an instant. He had previously calculated that the opponent would only be immune to damage for 7 seconds after teleporting. Although the kunai cannot effectively damage Bai Yi, who has the Death Pact, it can at least interrupt the opponent's spellcasting. The moment he threw out the kunai, Iga Dan also rapidly approached Su Mubai. In his view, as long as Bai Yi is prevented from replenishing the undead, and he uses Lightning Blade a few more times, this battle will be over. But the imagination was beautiful. Just as Iga Dan launched his attack, Su Mubai's figure disappeared again. Only 1,000 elite skeletons remained, brandishing their weapons and attacking Iga Dan. Boom. The kunai that IGA broke through instantly pierced through a building, then flew back to his hand at lightning speed. Baka, how can this guy keep teleporting? Seeing the elite skeletons closing in, IGA Dan's face turned extremely ugly. With the death pact in place, attacking these skeletons is pointless for him. The only way to end the battle is to sever the connection between Bai Yi and all her summons. Bang! With a grim expression, he threw down a smoke bomb and disappeared into the smoke, continuing his pursuit of Sumu Bai. For a time, Sumu Bai was walking his dog in Kongu City. Most of the time, by the time IGA Dan catches up with Sumu Bai, the latter's dead zone leap has already cooled down. All that was left for him was a pile of elite skeletons. Only after activating certain speed-enhancing skills can IGA Dan catch up with Sumu Bai before the cooldown of dead zone leap ends. However, Sumu Bai had already taken precautions against his thunder-severing blade. Often, just as IGA Dan caught up, a pale gray light screen would flash and disappear. The only gap is the 30-second cooldown of the death curtain. But IGA Dan was unaware of this. Grass. Enraged by being repeatedly tricked, IGA Dan cursed and, in a moment of weakness, even uttered the official language of the Divine Dragon Empire. Although different language systems can be directly translated in the multiverse game, many people in the Sakura Kingdom still learn the language of the Divine Dragon Empire. IGA Dan, who was originally full of confidence in capturing Byakuya, was now mentally shattered. He, a peak level 8 expert, was being toyed with by a mere level 3 descendant. If this gets out, it will be incredibly embarrassing. With that thought in mind, IGA made a firm decision, and another scroll appeared in his hand. This is a legendary spatial disruption scroll that can disrupt the space around a target, making them unstable and preventing them from using teleportation-type movement skills. It's more like a standalone version of the space lockdown scroll, but it's more effective and rarer. The thought that such a rare scroll would be used on Byakuya made IGA Dan even angrier. Once we catch this guy, we'll make him wish he were dead. When he caught up with Sumu Bai again, IGA Dan tore open the scroll immediately. Unlike the space lockdown scroll, which requires a channeling process, this thing is instantaneous. The next moment, Sumu Bai felt a sudden chaotic fluctuation around him, and his summoning of the skeleton paused for a moment. Notification: Shadow Ninja, IGA Dan, has used a legendary spatial disruption scroll on you. For the next 60 minutes, you will be unable to use teleportation-type movement skills. Bai Yi, now let's see where you run. Damn it, why is this happening? IGA Dan's cold laughter stopped abruptly, because Byakuya had disappeared from his sight again. Bang! In a fit of rage, he slammed his fist into the wall beside him, and a building collapsed with a crash. After his initial rage, IGA Dan realized that Byakuya's movement skill was definitely not a simple flash. Amidst the swirling dust, IGA Dan's figure vanished, and he resumed his pursuit of Sumu Bai. He refused to believe that Bai Yi could teleport infinitely. Even if he could, his mana would definitely not keep up with the consumption. Sumu Bai, who reflexively used Dead Zone Leap to leave, was now filled with surprise and delight. As expected of an SSS skill, even a legendary scroll couldn't block it. Seeing that he had consumed nearly half of his mana, a thought struck him. Feedback on death. Notification: You have consumed 2,250 points of death energy, and your mana has been restored to 900,000 points. Your mana is now full. Notification: You have been corrupted by the deathly aura emanating from the cursed crown. Death energy value plus 10. Death energy value plus 10. IGA Dan never expected that Sumu Bai's mana was truly inexhaustible. However, his current death energy storage limit has reached 2,360 points, so the effect of the Cursed Crown power bank is no longer so obvious. However, Sumu Bai can also absorb death energy from the corpses in the city, so he doesn't need to worry about mana in the short term. He even had excess death energy points to use to further strengthen the Skeleton King and restrain Sato Takaru and Kuroda Akira. Although the latter two have low health, they have many methods, and, unlike the boss, they can't rely solely on themselves. These two guys can take medicine. Therefore, while the enhanced Skeleton King can barely suppress both of them, it is unlikely that he can kill them. However, Sumu Bai did not intend to kill them. All he wanted was soul points. Note: Your soul points have reached the maximum. The system notification sounded, and Sumu Bai was overjoyed. He immediately prepared to summon the Death Codex and open it. At the same time, an invisible figure had already approached Sumu Bai from behind. While remaining hidden, Ghost Hand looked at Bai Yi, who was close at hand, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He then stabbed Sumu Bai in the waist with the dagger in his hand. He had waited far too long for this moment. During IGA Dan's pursuit of Su Mubai, Ghost Hand deliberately chose a high vantage point. After a long period of observation, he finally figured out Bei's displacement and immune mechanisms. Displacement cooldown for 10 seconds, immunity for 7 seconds. Ghost Hand was utterly shocked upon obtaining this data. How can such a freakish skill exist? But he also found Su Mubai's weakness, which led to this attack. Thanks to his SS level, concealment, talent, Ghost Hand did not reveal any aura even when attacking. This attack, which combined the effects of Crescent Moon's demise and the breaking stealth strike, landed squarely on Su Mubai. Ghost Hand seemed to already see Su Mubai lying dead on the ground, his eyes filled with excitement. Can you withstand a single, devastating blow that represents 50 years of my lifespan? Chapter 141, I Don't Like Your Gaze. In a distant corner, Tsukuyami somehow managed to save her life from the scourge. At that moment, he watched as the Ghost Hand suddenly appeared behind Bai Yi and successfully hit him, and his eyes lit up. It's done. When he first heard the name Bai Yi in the Blue Star District announcement, he didn't take it seriously at all. At first, I just thought Bai Yi was lucky, that he triggered the disaster-level dungeon before me, and was lucky enough to find the epic-level boss. But ever since Byakuya crossed the border to the Sakura Kingdom, a series of messages and videos made Tsukuyami realize the gap between herself and the other party. Especially after witnessing Su Mubai summon a massive army of undead and single-handedly breach Kongu City. He then realized that his proud SSS-level talent was not much stronger than that of an ordinary player in Bai Ye's eyes. Without expending his lifespan, he is now no match for even a skeleton summoned by Bai Yi. It is already quite an achievement that he can barely keep his life. The thought that this pervert would finally pay the price for invading the Cherry Blossom Kingdom filled Tsukuyami with excitement. At this moment, all the Sakura players in the live stream were instantly in a frenzy. That's Ghost Hand, the strongest being in our newbie village, said to be an SS-level talent holder. I saw Tsukuyami's destiny. Ha 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 ha, Bai Yi this time. What? No, that's impossible. The comments in the live stream were like someone about to climax, only to have the other person suddenly stop moving. The Sakura players watching the live stream looked extremely ugly. The Ghost Hand's dagger landed on Bai Yi, but it didn't cause any damage. Nanny. Ghost Hand couldn't help but gasp in surprise, but the next moment he felt a suffocating sensation. The moment Su Mubai was attacked, he turned around abruptly, initially thinking it was IGA Dan who had used some skill, but he discovered it was actually a Sakura player. He instinctively reached out and grabbed the other person's neck, lifting the skinny Ghost Hand up completely. I never expected that the Cherry Blossom Kingdom would have such a master as you. Su Mubai held the Ghost Hand in one hand and rubbed his kidneys with the other, his face as cold as frost. At the same time, he was also somewhat shocked. A mere level 12 thief was able to approach me silently, and I only sensed it after the attack hit. Such talent is perfect for assassination. What surprised him even more was the damage caused by the Ghost Hand. That last attack caused the remaining nearly 140,000 Scourge soldiers to suffer more than 30,000 damage simultaneously. This number is actually comparable to that of IGA Dan, whose attributes were suppressed by 30%. It's simply unbelievable. Hearing these words, the Ghost Hand, which Su Mubai was holding, was so angry that it almost spewed smoke from its 7 orifices. I used Crescent Moon's demise, which consumed 50 years of my lifespan, and also stacked the triple damage of the breaking stealth strike. Yet I couldn't even scratch you, and now you still want to humiliate me? If someone like me is an expert, then what are you? God. He couldn't understand how a Necromancer could withstand such high damage. That attack just now could have caused over 4.7 billion real damage. How exactly did Bai Yi survive? Uninformed players are naturally unaware of the power of the Death Pact. Despite his many doubts, Ghost Hand remained silent, clearly prepared for death. Now he is only grateful that he preserved his life by 21 years just in case, so that at least he will have a chance to be resurrected after this death. Next time, we must find Bai Ye's true weakness before making a move. Thinking of this, Ghost Hand gave Su Mubai a sinister look. I don't like the way you look at me. Su Mubai snorted coldly and casually tossed the Ghost Hand away. The death stare. Ah! The next moment, Ghost Hand let out a pig-like scream, and he was no longer the cold-blooded killer he once was. Minus 5.544 million. However, the screams abruptly stopped, and as the damage numbers of over 5 million appeared, he didn't even leave behind a corpse. His entire body disintegrated in midair. Ghost Hand never understood why. Despite having deliberately preserved 21 years of his lifespan, he had no chance of resurrection. Su Mubai was also slightly taken aback. Another one who died young? Since the death scripture absorbed that mysterious scroll, targets killed by it have been punished 3 times over. But that's only a lifespan of 30 years. That little cherry blossom just now looked to be only in her early 20s. She won't even live to be 60. With Ghost Hand's death, all his equipment dropped, but the items in his backpack disappeared, presumably recycled by the multiverse game. Even such a master only has gold-level equipment. Su Mubai glanced at the things that the Ghost Hand had dropped and pouted in disappointment. The players in the live stream who witnessed this scene were completely bewildered. Ghost Hand is dead just like that. What skill did Bai Yi use? I just saw him throw the Ghost Hand out. We can't just judge someone's fate at first glance, can we? That's quite possible. Have you all forgotten that he saw the damage worth tens of billions at a glance before? Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? Kongu City is on the verge of collapse. When the announcement of the fall of Kongu City was made earlier, it had already been ignored by everyone. Even the players in Kongu City didn't care, because although the teleportation array was free, it was blocked and unusable. Therefore, all they can do now is lie there and wait for reinforcements. In a distant corner, Tsukuyami witnessed Onihan die at Byakuya's hands, and her body trembled slightly. Dead? Didn't he say he would retain his lifespan for 21 years? Before he could figure it out, his expression suddenly froze, and fear flashed deep in his pupils. Before he died, Tsukuyami saw Byakuya give him a casual glance. That one glance filled him with boundless fear, as if he were being stared at by some kind of prehistoric beast. Well, he collapsed and died shortly after uttering his terrified scream. Minus 5.544 million. Tsukuyami? That name seems familiar. Su Mubai was slightly puzzled after seeing Tsukuyami die at a glance, but he quickly stopped paying attention and instead summoned the Death Codex, with a thought. Soul points are full. They must be used up first before the limit can be increased and absorption can continue. Buzz. However, Su Mubai did not notice that after Tsukuyami's corpse fell to the ground, it quickly turned into a ray of moonlight and disappeared from the spot. Dozens of kilometers away from the city of Kagoku, Tsukuyami reappeared after being resurrected. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He was panting heavily, barely managing to calm his earlier fear. Damn it, this White Knight is completely out of the players' league. Tsukuyami, still shaken, glanced in the direction of Empty Valley City and opened her panel. Immediately afterwards, a scream rang out. Ah, why? Chapter 142 New Skills. After seeing his disastrous stats, Tsukuyami finally understood why Onihand would completely shut down his account after dying once. He was horrified to discover that not only had his level dropped by 3 levels, but he had also lost a full 30 years of his lifespan. Moreover, he was also subjected to an extreme state of weakness that lasted for 12 hours. Within 12 hours, all attributes were reduced to only 1 point. Why are those killed by Bei subjected to such severe punishment? Before I could even think, an ordinary wild monster, drawn by Tsukuyami's screams, suddenly pounced on me. Normally, Tsukuyami could easily kill this level 10+ ordinary monster. But in his extreme weakness, he felt no strength left in his body, and before he could even react, he was pinned to the ground by the demonized steel-toothed rabbit. Minus 208. Bang. Well, Tsukuyami, the only SSS-level talent powerhouse in the Sakura Kingdom, had just been resurrected when she curled up and collapsed to the ground, dying once again. This time, he dared not use his talent to directly relocate and revive. With all attributes reduced to 1, you could die unexpectedly even in the city. Wouldn't reviving be suicide? Inside Empty Valley City, the Scourge's attack continued, and Frost was wreaking havoc throughout the city, having a great time. With their attributes suppressed by the Death Gaze, Takeru Sato and Akira Kuroda worked together to struggle against the 2 enhanced Skeleton Kings. The 2 can only hope that IGA Dan will deal with Byakuya soon. What is this power? Suddenly, both of them turned to look into the city, their pupils widening sharply. They clearly felt a vast power of death. At the same time, IGA Dan's expression changed, and he transformed into a bolt of lightning, his speed increasing dramatically. This power of death naturally arose because Su Mubai opened the Grimoire of Death. As IGA Dan approached, the Death Codex had already transformed back into a mark and returned to the back of Su Mubai's left hand. Seeing IGA Dan rapidly approaching, Su Mubai had no time to check his newly learned skills. Sizzle sizzle. IGA's severed hand, a sign that he was about to use the lightning severing blade. At this moment, Su Mubai's immunity effect from the leap had just worn off, and the death curtain was also cooling down. In a moment of desperation, Su Mubai had a sudden thought, and a massive amount of frost elements suddenly gathered around him. Immediately afterwards, he was encased in a giant, solid, azure blue ice mass. Frost Protection. This is a legendary skill that comes with the pants, granting it a near-invincible effect. This is the first time Su Mubai has used the equipment since it was first equipped. Bang! The next moment, IGA's broken lightning blade slammed into Frost Protection. Click! The azure ice immediately developed some cracks, but it did not break. Su Mubai, trapped in the ice, breathed a sigh of relief and smiled as he watched IGA Dan continue his attacks. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. This relatively invincible skill, while unable to withstand IGA Dan's attacks for more than 10 seconds, could still last for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, Su Mubai made a thought and disappeared into the solid ice. Boom. At the same time, IGA Dan also blasted the Frost Protection, but still failed to touch Su Mubai. Baka. IGA Dan had never felt so frustrated in his life. What exactly is Bai Yi, this monster? He really have an inexhaustible supply of mana. On the other side, Su Mubai immediately checked the skills he had just learned after he appeared. Skeleton Cage, SS, Level 1, 0/10. Upon seeing the SS level skill, Su Mubai immediately stopped looking at it and started using it for free. Now that he has the perfect skill book, he doesn't need to worry about skill points. Catastrophe. Target, the Cage of Bones. Advance to the first level. Your SS skill Bone Cage has been successfully upgraded to the SSS level skill Phantom Imprisonment. Immediately afterwards, Su Mubai decisively took out Perfect Skill Book and chose to use it. Hint: you have used a Perfect Skill Book to upgrade Phantom Imprisonment to the maximum level. Imprisonment of the Undead, SSS, Max, Active Skill. Use the Spectral Imprisonment to imprison the target. Skill Effect. 1. The ghostly remains transform into a cage, imprisoning the target. The shield value is equal to 10 times your mana. The cage can only be broken from the inside, and you cannot use movement skills to escape. 2. When activating the skill, summoned creatures can be sacrificed to increase the cage's shield value. The increase is equal to the sacrificed creature's health, with a maximum of 590 creatures that can be sacrificed. Level times 10. 3. During imprisonment, the target's soul will be corrupted, randomly falling into negative states such as fear and confusion. 4. While the cage exists, it will continuously drain the target's health and mana to replenish you, with the amount drained per second equal to your spell power. Instant cast, single target effect, 120-second cooldown, consumes 5% of maximum mana. No channeling is required after release, and the casting range is the same as the field of vision. Using the remains of the dead as a prison to confine all things in the world. This is a single target restriction skill, which perfectly compensates for Su Mubai's lack of control. Having just finished reviewing the skills, IGA Dan, whose speed had increased dramatically, caught up again. Bai Yi, no matter where you run, I will catch you. Oh, really? Su Mubai raised an eyebrow and looked at IGA Dan with a playful gaze. Upon seeing this, the latter was immediately enraged. He quickly formed hand seals, and a slender lightning spear appeared in his hands. Although he knew that Bai Yi was still immune, he couldn't help but want to attack. Click, click, click. However, the next moment, IGA Dan felt his body suddenly filled with the fluctuations of death skills. Immediately afterwards, he was imprisoned in a cage that exuded a chilling aura of death. Bang! The lightning spear slammed into the cage, and lightning exploded, with countless arcs of electricity flowing within the cage. Minus 4.36 billion, minus 436 million, minus 436 million. A massive critical hit occurred, followed by a series of subsequent damage, but the cage's shield value was reduced by less than 1/10. Su Mubai looked at the imprisoned IGA Dan and was very satisfied with the effect of this skill. With the added benefit of his professional cataclysmic ability, he just sacrificed 1,180 skeleton warriors, increasing the cage's shield value to a terrifying 70.013 billion. This is 4 times the value of the original skill. Even without the boost from the class's cataclysmic ability, Phantom Imprisonment can still limit IGA's lifespan by 2 or 3 seconds. Keep in mind, the opponent is an 8th tier being. Even with its attributes suppressed by 30% by the Death Gaze, it should not be underestimated. And Su Mubai is not even at the 3rd level yet, so this effect is already amazing. The only regret is that the latter 2 effects didn't work on IGA Dan. With his magical defense, Su Mubai's spell power was simply insufficient to drain his health and mana. But that was enough. Su Mubai glanced at IGA Dan, who was frantically attacking the cage, and grinned. Take your time playing. After saying that, he turned and walked into a shop next door. Chapter 143 Attack on the City Lord's Mansion. This was a gem shop, but Sumubai walked out disappointed less than 2 seconds after entering. The shop was completely empty except for the bear counter. Had obviously packed all the good stuff into his backpack the moment Kongu City was attacked. At this point, he was either already dead at the hands of the Scourge, or he was nowhere to be found. I wonder if there's a treasure vault here. Despite returning empty-handed, Sumubai did not give up on learning from Huijin's heart. He waved his hand to summon Frost back, and then released it from his mount space again. Bai Yi, don't run. Iga Dan's eyes flashed with a fierce light, wishing he could devour Sumubai alive, but trapped in the netherworld imprisonment. He could only watch helplessly as Sumubai left. The 4 billion plus damage he dealt was from a critical hit after using a skill. His normal attacks wouldn't reach that number. Therefore, the phantom imprisonment, with a shield value of up to 70 billion, could theoretically trap him for quite some time. At Sumubai's signal, Frost flew straight towards the City Lord's mansion. Sumubai stood with his hands behind his back before the throne, overlooking the dilapidated state of Kongu City. By this time, the Scourge had completely stormed into the city, and the entire city was filled with a thick aura of death. The city was littered with corpses. Many people had tried to escape through the other gate, but how could they outrun Frost? With Frost present, Sumubai could use it to control the Cataclysmic Legion and surround an entire level 3 city single-handedly. Of course, based on the soul points he had earned, Sumubai also knew that there were definitely many people in the city who were hiding somewhere. But none of that mattered. As the Scourge advanced, the skeleton mage's sea of fire spells gradually spread from the city walls into the city, igniting building after building. The skeleton warriors also destroyed gates one by one, searching for the hidden Sakura players and locals. The city guards and local professionals who initially resisted, they had long since turned into corpses lying on the ground. They dare not resurrect now, since resurrection would be meaningless. Before reinforcements arrived, Kongu City had absolutely no way to deal with Sumubai. The Sakura players in the live stream fell silent as they watched Bai Yi, who was suppressing Kongu City all by himself. A moment later, comments began to appear. I'm not watching anymore. The more I watch, the more hopeless I feel. What exactly is the Cherry Blossom Kingdom doing? If Bai Yi continues like this, won't all the level 3 cities be in danger? Where's the reinforcement? Why hasn't it arrived yet? The distance between each city is not short. Even the closest third-tier city requires nearly an hour to get there. But they also had their own selfish motives and didn't want to come too quickly. After all, their own level is about the same as that of Kongu City, so even if they came, they wouldn't be able to solve the problem. Fallen Moon City, the strongest level 2 main city in this region, it dispatched an army of over 100,000, but they needed to teleport to the nearest level 3 city before regrouping and setting off. It will naturally take longer. The Inran Secret Society are still on their way. Even if they leave the main group and arrive ahead of time, it will not be possible for them to arrive in a short period of time. Therefore, in the entire Kongu City, only the unexpected appearance of Iga Dan could pose some threat to Sumubai. But there were only a few. Aside from his ability to sever connections with the lightning blade, his profession doesn't offer much of a solution against the massive Scourge army empowered by the Death Pact. On the other side, the Skeleton King, whose buff duration had ended, was no longer able to stop Takeru Sato and Akira Kuroda. The two broke through the blockade and rushed to the City Lord's mansion as soon as possible, because they had both received a notification that the City Lord's mansion was under attack. If that place is destroyed, Kongu City will end up like Sichuan City. Master, this turtle shell is a bit hard. At the City Lord's mansion, Frost complained in Sumubai's mind. Boom. The dragon's breath, a mixture of ice and fire, struck the barrier without causing even a ripple. How long can it last, no matter how tough it is? Sumubai glanced at the time, then raised his staff, opening a pale gray portal from which 60 elite skeleton archers emerged. Deadly sniper strike. At the same time, 10 pale gray light curtains swept rapidly through Kongu City. The other 10 were laid out in a line outside the City Lord's mansion. Click, click, click. The next moment, most of the Scourge forces were transferred here and immediately unleashed their full firepower. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. Arrows and fireballs rained down on the barrier, causing the entire City Lord's mansion to tremble. Soul absorption activated. Soul points plus 0.1. Soul absorption activated. Soul points plus 0.1. The remaining Scourge legions continued to clear out the hiding survivors, providing Sumubai with a steady stream of soul points. After reaching level 59, Sumubai's control range reached 5.9 kilometers, enough to cover a small part of Kongu City with himself as the center. Stop! Takaru Sato and Akira Kuroda rushed over, but they were powerless to stop them. With a thought, Sumubai consumed 500 points of death energy to strengthen another Skeleton King warrior, which directly blocked Sato Takaru. Kuroda Akira was met with Sumubai's icy gaze. The death stare. Oh. The next moment, Kuroda Akira was consumed by fear and fell directly from the sky, while a damage figure of 3.72 billion appeared above his head. Had already suffered a backlash from maintaining the city's protective barrier, and was now severely injured. Minus 5.544 million. Minus 2.016 million. In addition to the damage from Death Gaze, a barrage of arrows and fireballs hurtled towards Kuroda Akira. Minus 592,000. Minus 1,184,000. Minus 592,000. Minus 740,000. Minus 740,000. Minus 1,480,000. A series of damage numbers popped up, and Kuroda Akira's health bar, which was in a state of fear, immediately began to plummet. Sumubai pointed his staff, directly activating the energy within it. Buzz. Centered on Akira Kuroda, within a radius of 150 meters, 3 types of energy, blue, gray, and black, suddenly converged. The 3 represent the elements of frost, death, and shadow respectively. The moment Kuroda Akira recovered from his state of fear, he was shocked to see his miserable state. Just as he was about to wave his staff to unleash a skill, Sumubai finished casting his spell. At the same time, Iga Dan, who had finally broken free of the phantom imprisonment, rushed into this area. Boom. The 3 elements exploded with a bang. The Tragedy of the Forgotten. Chapter 144, Killing Kuroda Akira. Boom. Although the scene of the 3 elements exploding was terrifying, it did not cause any harm to Takaru Sato, Akira Kuroda, or Dan Iga, who had just arrived. However, what Sumubai wanted was not harm. A skill inherent to his legendary staff, the Forgotten One's Lament, which can deal 1000% spell power mixed magic damage from the 3 elements of frost, death, and shadow. This skill originally had a range of 100 meters, but after he broke through to the 2nd tier, all his equipment also broke through, and the skill range increased by 50%. However, with his current magical strength, he is still unable to break through the defenses of the 3. The only skill Sumubai can use to damage 3 people is the true damage from Death Gaze. All he wanted was the skill effect of the Forgotten's Lament. Make all enemies within range forget their skills for the next 5 seconds. With the 3 elements erupting, Sato Takaru and Iga Dan were alright, but Kuroda Akira, the Great Mage, was completely panicked. Without his skills, he was nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter in front of the Scourge. Furthermore, all 3 were simultaneously affected by the random curse effect of the Cursed Crown. Perhaps it was because Kuroda Akira was unlucky that the curse he suffered was the most effective. Note: you have cast a Curse of Calamity on Kuroda Akira, increasing the target's chance of being critically hit by 30% for 5 seconds. Note: you have applied the Amplified Damage Curse to Kuroda Akira, increasing the damage he takes by 50% for 5 seconds. Lord Iga Dan, save me. Having forgotten his skills and been cursed, Kuroda Akira's expression changed drastically, and he immediately cried for help. However, the other 2 were unable to attend to this matter at the time. Without his skills, Takaru Sato was directly suppressed by the enhanced Skeleton King warrior. Even Iga Dan was surrounded by layers of elite skeleton warriors. With the effect of the Death Pact, he had forgotten his skills and couldn't break through the encirclement at all. At the same time, Sumubai also activated the Curse Aura, and in an instant, a light blue aura swept around. Centered on him, within a 150-meter radius, the speed of all enemies was reduced. After breaking through to the 2nd tier, the effect this time was significantly stronger than when it was applied to Watanabe Toru. At this moment, Kuroda Akira was truly in a desperate situation, with no one to turn to for help. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the elite skeleton archers who could attack him unleashed a barrage of arrows. Deadly Sniper Strike. Minus 7.992 million. Minus 3.896 million. Minus 23.376 million. A series of damage numbers popped up, and under the curse effect, almost half of them were critical hit damage. Those damage numbers exceeding 20 million were naturally dealt by the Skeleton King. With the cataclysmic effect, all the skeleton archers ignore Kuroda Akira's physical defense and deal true damage directly. At the same time, Frost chanted a special language again, and once again condensed the ice spear used during the siege. This ice gun is clearly a concentrated version, but its energy content is no less. Dragon language magic, the Spear of Annihilation. Boom. 878 million. With a terrifying damage number, the several-meter-long Annihilation Spear pierced through Kuroda Akira's chest, impaling him on the ground. Kuroda Akira's pupils widened, his face filled with resentment, and then he was lifeless. Soul absorption activated. Soul points plus 100. You have received 8,000 soul coins. You have obtained the epic item, Chanting Gauntlets. As the 3 system notification sounds rang out, the results did not satisfy Sumubai. Aside from the 100 soul points, this gain is no different from killing a player. Sumubai was also puzzled as to why the increase in soul points became so significant once he reached the 7th rank. Just like Franklin back then. Aside from that, Kuroda Akira only randomly drops some currency and a piece of equipment. This also means that he still has a lifespan and can be resurrected. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Although Kuroda Akira is the weakest among the 3, he is still a peaked 7th level expert. How could his lifespan be as short as that of Ghost Hand? But dying at Sumubai's hands would definitely make Kuroda Akira's heart bleed. 30% of lifespan. Who knows how many years that will be? Boom. Just then, the effect of the Forgotten's Lament ended, and a burst of energy erupted around Takeru Sato. His katana flashed with dazzling light, and he forcefully forced the enhanced Skeleton King warrior back. Kuroda Akira, revive him quickly and come back to provide support. He roared and tried to rush towards Sumubai to stop him from continuing to control the Scourge Legion to attack the City Lord's mansion. Like players, locals in the Forbidden Land can lie in their corpses for half an hour after death. For the next half hour, the colors they saw were gray. Although they could not affect the outside world or speak, they could hear sounds. Kuroda Akira, in his soul form, looked at his empty hands and stared at Sumubai with a gloomy gaze. He was careless. He didn't expect Bai Yi to have such methods. Otherwise, he would never have died at the hands of the other party. The next moment, he chose to resurrect in the Resurrection Hall and flew back to the City Lord's mansion. However, when Kuroda Akira saw the lifespan and level he had lost, he immediately froze. What? Losing 3 levels is bad enough, but to lose 600 years of lifespan? Is the Lord of Death as described in historical records really that terrifying? This discovery made him hesitate for a moment. But after hesitating for a few seconds, Kuroda Akira decided to go anyway. If you desert now, the Inran Secret Society will not let you off the hook. Kuroda Akira should be thankful that he didn't die from the death gaze. Otherwise, no matter how strong he was, all his attributes would be reduced to 1 point after resurrection. At the same time, IGA Dan's skills were restored. Surrounded in the center, he instantly turned into a piece of wood and then appeared directly in front of Sumubai. Sizzle sizzle. The opening move of Broken Lightning Blade was unleashed, and a piercing electric shock resounded all around, but Sumubai, who was already prepared, instantly disappeared from the spot. Dead Zone Leap. Baka, that trick again. IGA Dan and Sato Takeru, who had missed their target, exchanged a glance and then chased after Sumubai's new location. At this moment, Kuroda Akira, in his prime, arrived at the scene, but because he hesitated for a few seconds, he lost the opportunity to use his skills to restrict Sumubai. The reason why the 3 parties did not attack the Scourge was because they understood the effect of the Death Pact. If we can't deal with Bai Yi, then attacking these undead will be futile. But how could they have imagined that Sumubai's leap was actually not just such a short distance? The reason he kept appearing around the city was not only to conceal his abilities, but also to make it easier to automatically pick up and collect items that had fallen in the city. This time, Sumubai received a system notification as soon as he appeared. Notification: your backpack is full. Seeing that there were still 7 seconds left of immunity time, Sumubai calmly gave Frost an instruction. I'll keep them at bay while you hurry up and smash the City Lord's mansion's shell. Only then did he begin the transaction with Fu Jiatianxia. Chapter 145. Why are we always the ones who get hurt? Boss, how many people have you killed? The voice of the man who was the richest in the world sounded in surprise. He knew very well that Bai Yi wouldn't bother with level 10 monsters while leveling up, and these low-level equipment must have come from player drops. Sumubai smiled slightly. Not many, just the breach of a level 3 city in the Sakura Kingdom. This is only a small part. There's much more to come. Oh, I see. No, you just said, breach the city? Upon hearing this, Fu Jiaxiangxia first echoed the words, then suddenly realized what was happening, and his heart was filled with turmoil. My boss, I know you're a weirdo, But not to this extent, right? How long has it been? You think you can conquer a level 3 city? How are other players supposed to play then? Alright, I'm still being chased, so I'm not going to chat with you anymore. Just be ready to receive the goods anytime. Upon seeing the ever-present IGA Dan reappear, accompanied by Sato Takaru and Kuroda Akira, Su-Mubai immediately hung up the communication, a thought flashing through his mind. A pale gray light curtain flashed by and then disappeared from the spot again. Curtain of Death. During the 90 seconds that the Curtain of Death lasted, he had no need to worry about being caught. Fu Jiaxiangxia, far away in Donghai City, put down his communicator with a blank expression. Is being hunted down really something to be described so casually? As expected of you, my boss. On the other side of Konggu City, Su-Mubai appeared with the Curtain of Death. His intention was to keep IGA Dan and the other two hanging in the air, so as to prevent them from disturbing the scourge. The three persisted because they wanted to seize the gap when Su-Mubai's death curtain cooled down, or they wanted to exhaust his mana. Before the three could catch up, Su-Mubai took out the equipment that Kuroda Akira had dropped and immediately showed his delight. Chanting Hand Protection. Hand Armor. Level 60 to 240. Epic Items. The minimum level requirement is only 60. As long as you complete the advancement quest, you can equip it. If I get another freebie, I can get another legendary item. Thinking of this, Su-Mubai had a sudden thought. Catastrophe. Target, Cast Gauntlet. Advance to the first level. You have obtained the legendary item Singer's Hand. The Singer's Hand. Hand Armor. Level 60 to 240. Legendary item. Basic attributes, level 60. Physical defense plus 600. Magic defense plus 600. Health plus 3,600. Mana plus 9,000. All attributes plus 300. Entry. 1. Spirit plus 10%. 2. Casting speed increased by 20%. 3. Critical hit rate reduced by 20%. Skill. 1. Psionic Reversal. Passive skill. There is a certain chance that the skill you are casting will immediately reach its cooldown. This skill is ineffective against skills with a cooldown of more than 30 seconds. Su-Mubai's eyes lit up when he saw the Psionic Reversal skill. Although it is ineffective against skills with a cooldown of more than 30 seconds, his Dead Zone Leap only has a 10-second cooldown. If Psionic Rewind is triggered, wouldn't it allow for multiple consecutive jumps? In that case, who could possibly catch up with me? Bai Yi, our reinforcements are arriving soon. Surrender immediately. Not far away, Sato Takaru's words of persuasion to surrender rang out. Su-Mubai curled his lip. You're kidding me. Once the three were almost upon him, he used Warp to leave. Thus, the four of them began a battle royale within the city of Konggu. Wherever Su-Mubai went, all the props that fell to the ground flew into his backpack. Each time he completes a transaction, he makes a deal with the wealthiest man in the world. At the same time, Su-Mubai's soul points were also constantly increasing. Whenever the death curtain went into cooldown, he would deliberately jump further away, making it take IGA Dan and the other two more than 10 seconds to catch up. Gradually, the three of them became completely numb. Their only motivation was to see how long Bai Yi's mana could last. The protective barrier around the City Lord's mansion is far stronger than the previous city protecting barrier. Frost led most of the Scourge army in a bombardment that lasted for more than 10 minutes before finally shattering the tortoise shell. Sato Takaru and Kuroda Akira, who were in pursuit, froze, and even IGA Dan cursed angrily. At the same time, the system announcement once again resounded throughout the entire Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Announcement from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Empty Valley Castle has been destroyed by the invaders, White Knight. ×5. This announcement did not surprise the players, as many had already witnessed everything in the live stream. What upset them was the second announcement. Announcement from the Sakura Kingdom. Due to the unsuccessful defense against the invaders, all Sakura players will have their experience gained from monster hunting reduced by 2%. At this moment, all the Sakura players were completely stunned. Is the multiverse game out of its mind? How are we supposed to stop that freak Bai Yi? He's level 59, I'm level 6, a 10-fold level difference. Do you expect me to use my head to block him? Even the city lord of a third-tier city can't do anything about Bai Yi. So what can we do? Baka, why are you deducting our experience points again? That's right. It was one thing for the royal capital's treasury to be robbed, but now Konggu City is destroyed and they're still taking a loss. Why is it always us who get hurt? It's ruined, completely ruined. Bai Yi has only been here for 4 days, and our experience points have already dropped by 60%. What's the point of playing anymore? I'm tired. Let's destroy it. Can I change my nationality? I want to go to the Holy Empire. Even dogs wouldn't stay in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Unlike the hysteria of the Sakura players, Sumubai was delighted when he heard the announcement. Hint: you have successfully destroyed a level 3 city in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom Invader buff effect has been enhanced ×3. Unexpectedly, destroying a level 3 city brought a pleasant surprise. The experience boost from the Invader buff had now reached 10%. Although not many, destroying several cities can still be quite significant. Moreover, this is only a third-tier city. What if it were a second-tier main city? How much will it improve? However, what truly delighted Sumubai was the second tip. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to destroy a city. You have earned the title Junior City Destroyer. Junior City Destroyer. When wearing this title, the effect of destroying barriers and buildings is increased by 20%. Announcement: a notice for the Blue Star region will be released soon. With this title, Sumubai's efficiency will be greatly improved during the next siege. To his disappointment, after Ice Frost broke through the barrier and entered the city lord's mansion, he did not find anything resembling a treasure vault. All the valuables in the lord's mansion belonged to Sato Ken. It seems that learning Huaijin is really not easy. There is no treasure vault in the third-level city. I wonder if there is one in the second-level main city. Sumubai smiled and shook his head, looking at his temporary skill, Shadow Chasing Sword Chi, wondering whether he should take a trip to the level 2 main city next time. Suppressing this crazy idea, Sumubai turned his back on the 3 people who had just caught up with him and disappeared from the spot. At the same time, the system notification sounded in his ear again. Chapter 146: Why aren't we allowed to study this time? Blue Star Region announcement. The player White Knight from the Divine Dragon Empire has become the first player in the Blue Star region to independently destroy a level 3 city. This is hereby announced ×10. When this announcement resounded throughout the Forbidden Land, players from all countries except for those from Sakura were stunned. No? Did I hear that right? The announcement just said that White Knight Independent destroyed a level 3 city. My god, has he become this twisted? Holy crap, I can't even see the stats of a regular city guard. Yet Bai Yi has the ability to destroy a city? Why aren't we allowed to learn this time in the multiverse game? Do you think we could have learned it before? I wonder which kingdom it is. It's so pitiful. Our Holy Empire is much better. If that Bai Yi dares to come, he will be dealt with immediately. Hey, bro, don't be too optimistic. If Bai Yi really comes, you'll be in for a world of trouble. If he dares to come, Felix will naturally end his myth. Felix, I never said that. If you're so capable, then you do it. In front of a portal in a certain instance of the Holy Empire. Felix listened to the system announcement in his ear, his face extremely grim. He had just cleared a level 20 dungeon for the first time, successfully triggering the Holy Empire's announcement. Just as they were preparing to move on to a higher difficulty level, they heard a sudden announcement from the entire region. Compared to this announcement, the Imperial announcement that was just triggered is simply a joke. Others can destroy cities, while you're still proud of being the first to clear a level 20 dungeon. What's the difference between you and a clown? Bai Yi, just how strong are you? Felix reluctantly loosened his clenched fist and stepped into the instance. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he knew very well that the gap in strength between himself and Bai Yi was too great. Now I only hope that the other party crossing the border is accidental, and that they will never come to the Holy Temple Empire. This way, I'll have more time to develop and make my growth-type SSS level talent even stronger. Only in this way can we hope to compete with Bai Yi in the future. The Divine Dragon Empire, a level 30 wilderness map. He stood with his 3-foot-long sword sheathed, surrounded by the corpses of monsters lying all around him. Among the many corpses, 3 stood out, as they were significantly larger than the others. These were 3 dark gold-level bosses, and now they had all fallen at the feet of the 3-foot green blade, just like ordinary monsters. Just as I was picking up the items that had fallen to the ground, a notice from the Blue Star District suddenly sounded. The 3-foot-long swordsman froze, his eyes filled with deep shock, and he murmured, Bai Yi, who exactly are you? After a moment of contemplation, the 3-foot-long sword regained its luster and strode towards a treasure chest not far ahead. The monsters around it, as well as the 3 dark gold-level bosses, are all guarding this treasure chest. Strangely, this treasure chest is quite different from a regular treasure chest. Normally, treasure chests in the game will have different colors or features depending on their tier. Examples include bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, and more advanced tricolor inscribed epic chests and 5-colored legendary chests. But this treasure chest is pure white. The way Sanchi Qingfeng opened the treasure chest was also peculiar. He raised the Qingming sword in his hand and inserted it straight into the top of the treasure chest. Buzz. As the sword energy filled the sky and merged into the azure sword, the pure white treasure chest slowly disappeared, and a system notification sound came from the 3-foot-long azure sword. Congratulations on completing the job change quest and officially becoming the unique hidden class, Sword Immortal. Clang. A clear sword cry rang out, and the azure nether sword floated in midair, then transformed into a beam of sword light that rapidly swirled around the 3-foot-long blade. At the same time, its name disappeared from the Blue Star Zone equipment rankings. Qingming, come back. With a flick of his wrist, the 3-foot-long Qingfeng sword transformed into a stream of light and merged into his brow. After examining the changes he had made after changing jobs, a glint of light flashed in San Qi Qingfeng's eyes. Is this the strength of the only hidden class? The next task is to break through to the second tier as soon as possible and unleash the greater power of the Sword Immortal class. Thinking of this, San Qi Qingfeng looked up at the sky and said, Bai Yi, you should have completed your job change a long time ago, right? No wonder you've been able to stay far ahead all the way. It's good to have a top expert like you ahead, otherwise this forbidden land would be too boring. Shenlong Empire, Western Desert City. This is the westernmost first-tier main city of the Divine Dragon Empire, named for being surrounded by desert. After Hongtu Bei and his elite team earned enough for the journey, they immediately chose this city, the furthest from Donghai City. Even though he knew Bai Yi had already left the country, he was unwilling to stay in Donghai City. With their S-rank, born leader, talent, the Hegemony Guild has now become the most powerful player force in Western Desert City, bar none. Several powerful individuals with SS-level talents have even joined the guild. After hearing the announcement across the entire region, Hongtu Bei silently gave himself a thumbs up for his wise decision. He had hesitated when he first saw the Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce jointly established by Fu Jiatianxia and Bai Yi. Admittedly, if they chose to align themselves with Bai Yi, just like the wealthy Under Heaven Guild did, the Hegemony Guild would definitely be able to develop much faster. But Hongtu Bei was unwilling to be subordinate to others. In his view, as long as he didn't provoke Bai Yi, everything would be fine. Cooperation is only possible when one possesses sufficient strength. Otherwise, one can only become a vassal of Bei. His thoughts and mindset are completely different from when he first entered the game. Although this period was short, the growth of his grand ambitions far exceeded that of his previous 2 or 3 decades of life. The Forbidden Land of Gods is large enough to accommodate many more powerful individuals besides Bai Yi. Moreover, the Forbidden Land of Gods is only a small part of the Myriad Realms game. The world of the future will be far more vast than we can imagine. After reviewing the progress of his talent development, Hongtu Bei took a deep breath and waved his hand, saying, Brothers, do you want more experience boosts? Think. Let's set off then and try to conquer the scorching Gobi Desert within 2 days. Chapter 147, A Thousand Manslayer. Accept the advanced quest. The Myriad Realms Auction House in Donghai City, Shenlong Empire. Fu Jia Tianxiao wasn't too surprised when he heard the system announcement. After all, he already knew what the boss was doing. Moreover, judging from the continuous flow of equipment being traded, it was only a matter of time before the city that had been breached was destroyed. In just a few dozen minutes, Su Mubai had already traded with him dozens of times through the God of Wealth contract. Apart from some materials and a small number of high-level equipment, the number of low-level equipment dropped by players is terrifying, exceeding 200,000 pieces. Moreover, all of these equipment were obtained by Su Mubai for free, and the lowest level was black iron equipment, with some even being gold and dark gold level. After all, when it comes to selling, getting something for free is still the most cost-effective option, because the resources required for sublimation are almost the same as the final selling price. Second boss, are you saying that all these things were brought by the big boss? Qian Shengqian looked at the equipment and materials scattered on the ground and unconsciously swallowed. Although these things are all very basic, the quantity is enormous, and the quality is not low at all. Even the auction house in Donghai City, where he used to work, couldn't produce so many low-level, high-quality equipment in such a short time. The big boss's strength is far greater than you imagine. The wealthy man nodded slightly, then continued, All right, hurry up and have people arrange all these things. No problem. Qian Shengqian nodded, a happy look on his face, and began to arrange the work. With these additions, the expansion of the Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce into a second-tier main city can be accelerated considerably. He was recruited by the world's richest man with a huge sum of money, and is now the third in command of the Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce. To boost his own performance, he would also do his best to help the World Commerce Association develop rapidly. Data. Watching Qian Shengqian's departing figure, the wealthy man tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his eyes thoughtful. The boss's skills have improved too quickly. We need to speed things up on our side as well. In any case, you can't let your boss think you're not worth 5% of the wealth. Ensure that the Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce takes deep root in the Divine Dragon Empire before the boss returns home. This announcement sparked heated discussions among players in the Forbidden Land, but the person involved didn't take it seriously at all. After using Dead Zone Leap to create distance, Su Mubai smiled slightly as he listened to the system notifications that kept ringing in his ears. Your kill count has exceeded 1,000. Your original title, 100-Man Killer, has been upgraded to 1,000-Man Killer. 1,000-Man Slayer. When wearing this title, attack power/spell power is increased by 30%. Although hundreds of thousands of players and locals died in the Scourge's massacre during the destruction of Empty Valley City, the destruction of Empty Valley City resulted in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of players and locals. However, almost all of them were killed by Su Mubai for the first time, so not many of them actually died completely. 1,000-Man Slayer also has some effect after Su Mubai's experience points reach the limit. However, in Su Mubai's opinion, a 30% bonus was still too low. After all, he deals damage almost entirely not from spell power, but from a massive Scourge army. The Scourge's stats are only related to its domination. When he reaches the point of killing 10,000 or 100,000 people, Su Mubai might be able to use it occasionally. Compared to the 50% movement speed boost from Unrivaled, it's simply not worth switching now. Su Mubai's smile was not due to the enhanced effect of the title. It's because of the second tip. Note, your soul points have reached the maximum. Current soul points, 40,000. Consuming 40,000 soul points will grant you your 6th chance to open the Deathly Tome. Although somewhat disappointed at not being able to seize the treasure vault, Su Mubai's objective in attacking Kongu City could be considered achieved. With a thought, he summoned the Grimoire of Death again and opened it directly. The gray-white pages were covered with complex and ancient mysterious inscriptions. As Su Mubai focused his gaze on the Death Codex, the inscriptions immediately began to circulate. A moment later, the inscription detached from the page and transformed into a stream of information that flowed into Su Mubai's brow. In an instant, that vast and boundless power of death descended once more. Just as he expected, this time it wasn't about learning skills, but an advanced mission. You have accepted the advanced quest, Experience Death. This time, they were unable to complete the mission directly. Su Mubai frowned. The mission requirements have changed. He didn't have time to check the mission requirements because the 3-man pursuit team was already closing in. Bai Yi, you executioner. How dare you absorb the souls of so many people from my Sakura kingdom to advance your own power? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Divine retribution? Su Mubai chuckled. I really want to give it a try. Entering the multiverse game, he had already experienced death and could be considered someone who had died once. Why would he be afraid of divine retribution? As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared again, leaving only the 3 furious people behind. To be honest, after the 3 of them had been entangled with Bai Yi for so long, what impressed them most was not the massive army of undead, but this skill with an extremely short cooldown and a very long displacement distance. In particular, IGA Dan went so far as to use a legendary scroll in order to stop the White Knight from shifting. But to my utter surprise, that thing was completely useless. Lord IGA Dan, the distance that Byakuya has shifted seems to have increased again. Takaru Sato frowned. Do you think I'm blind? IGA Dan snorted coldly, turned around and disappeared from the spot, continuing to chase after Su Mubai, his hoarse voice continuing to ring out. His mana is definitely running low. Keep chasing. Takaru Sato and Akira Kuroda exchanged a glance and then leaped after him. The former sighed and said, You have no way to limit Baiye's movement skills either? I've already tried it, but it doesn't work on him. Kuroda Akira shook his head. I have no way to limit the Death Lord's movement skills. Sai, let's keep chasing. Reinforcements will be here soon. Baiyu won't be able to keep up this for much longer. On the other side, Su Mubai's figure instantly appeared on the frosty head. Looking down at the ruins of the city lord's mansion, Su Mubai curled his lip and plopped down on the throne. So poor. Master, are we leaving? Ice Frosty's voice rang out. Su Mubai glanced at the time and shook his head, saying, No rush, we can play a little longer. Leaning back on the throne, Su Mubai opened his task list. According to his estimate, it would take some time for reinforcements from nearby cities to arrive. This is a good opportunity to see if I can complete the advanced quest at the same time. Reviewing the task, Su Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Go to the Hall of Resurrection. At this moment, he finally understood why Setu-ji, representing the Divine Dragon Palace, had strongly urged him not to advance in the Divine Dragon Empire. Chapter 148 Experiencing Death, a Myriad of Ugly Behaviors. Experiencing Death. Advanced Quest. To become the true master of death, you need to experience a great deal of death firsthand. Within 3 days, completely kill 10,000 creatures to experience the power of death. Task restrictions. 1. The target needs to be a real living being. 2. Targets killed by summoned creatures and contracted creatures are not included in the calculation. 3. If the task is not completed within 3 days, the task data will be cleared and the process will start over. Task duration. 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 57 seconds. Task objective. 0/10,000. Please do everything possible to complete the challenge as soon as possible. Break through your current limits. Make yourself more compatible with the Deathmaster class and unlock more class powers. Looking at the task requirements, Su-Mubai couldn't help but recall what Setu-ji had said. However, what the other party said back then was that it had to be a person, and it could only be a human. The current task, however, only requires real living beings. But Su-Mubai changed his mind and realized he needed to kill 10,000 real creatures within 3 days. Murder seems to be the only option. Aside from humans, he has only seen 2 other real living beings so far. The first is naturally Frost, and the second is Franklin. Apart from that, all the other bosses seem to have been created by the multiverse game. As for the natives of the Forbidden Land, they are also human, just from a different planet than the one where the Blue Star players were born. This task was still no challenge for Su-Mubai. On the way to the Hall of Resurrection, Su-Mubai frowned. He was surprised to see that there was another living Sakura player not far away, and he was openly standing on a high point. Frost, what's wrong with him? Master, that guy's talent allows him to project the live broadcast from here to the entire Sakura Kingdom. Frost quickly explained. I took the liberty of keeping him here, so that all the Sakura people could see my master's heroic figure. You can also see his talent? Su-Mubai raised an eyebrow. He didn't care about letting someone go. He was more curious about how Bing Shuang had figured it out. This kind of talent is common in every world. It's obvious at a glance. What about other talents? Those below S rank should be able to see something. Is that so? Su-Mubai nodded slightly. In that case, let's bring him along. As soon as she finished speaking, Frost turned around and flew towards the player who was streaming the video. Seeing this, the latter smiled bitterly and left his last words in the live broadcast room. See you next time, everyone. I'm supposed to die? Wait. Bai Yi didn't kill me? Where is he taking me? The Frost Dragon Claw conjured an ice crystal rope, which bound the player and propelled him into the air. It was his first time flying high in the sky, and he was even excited to share his feelings in the live broadcast room. This live stream earned him several million gold coins, directly surpassing Hermes and becoming the 3rd richest person in the world, second only to Bai Yi and Fu Jiatianxia. Even if he were to be killed immediately, he would be content. Perhaps it was fate, but exactly 30 minutes have passed since the first batch of players died. As flashes of white light appeared, the once empty resurrection hall was instantly filled with resurrected players. There were also some locals and city guards, but their numbers were very small. They could at least put up a fight against Su-Mubai's Cataclysmic Legion, but the Sakura players were simply killed or shattered upon contact. When the Hall of Resurrection was established in Kongu City, no one probably imagined that so many people would be resurrected at the same time. In an instant, many people were forced out of the hall. The players streaming the video were suspended at the feet of the Frost, projecting the scene onto the screen. Everyone in the live stream fell silent. They wanted to know what Bai Yi was up to. Looking at the menacing scourge forces around them, the newly resurrected Sakura players were filled with despair. Many people were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, screaming in a frenzy. It's over. I'm really going to die now. I only have 28 years left to live. Why would being killed by Bai Yi once result in such a significant loss of lifespan? Please don't kill me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have gone to the Yasukuni shrine. Bai Yi, doesn't your China pride itself on being a land of etiquette? Why would you want to be an executioner? If you really kill us, how will that be any different from what happened to the Cherry Blossom country back then? Seeing the skeletons around them raising their weapons, the newly resurrected Sakura players went completely berserk. When faced with death, some wept bitterly, some screamed in despair, and some, no longer cowardly, loudly questioned Su-Mubai. At this moment, Su-Mubai directly witnessed the myriad ugly aspects of a person facing death. He vaguely understood the significance of this mission. Death is a constant, and no one can escape this fate. When death truly arrives, Will those so-called gods also look like this? Sumubai really wanted to see it for himself. However, the prerequisite for witnessing all of this is to have enough strength to leave the forbidden land of gods. These cherry blossom players in front of him are the stepping stones for him to improve his strength. The victor is king, the loser is villain. That's all there is to it. Sumubai's cold gaze swept over the crowd before him. He slowly rose from his throne and then gently raised his right hand. The next moment, all the undead laid down their weapons. Upon seeing this, many players immediately showed expressions of ecstatic joy. In their view, Bai Ye's actions meant that he was letting them go. Many people lowered their heads, their eyes flashing with endless hatred. Bai Ye is such an idiot. If I ever get the chance, I must find a way to kill him. But then, these people were dumbfounded. Click, click, click. A series of clanging sounds rang out, and 3 skeleton kings, each carrying a corpse, stepped out of the army. Then, all 3 men simultaneously swung their arms, precisely throwing the body into 3 different locations. The Sakura players were all puzzled, unable to understand what Bai Ye was trying to do. But they weren't too worried. If Bai Ye really wanted to take action, there was absolutely no need for him to go through all this trouble. The scourge has stopped attacking, so what can 3 corpses do? Could it be that Bai Ye can kill someone using 3 corpses? At this moment, the unfortunate trio of pursuers also arrived near the resurrection hall. The moment the skeleton king threw out the corpse, the 3 well-informed individuals' pupils widened suddenly, and their expressions changed drastically. Bai Ye, how dare you? Sumubai glanced at the 3 of them and sneered. What's there to be afraid of? At the same time, 2 other unfamiliar voices rang out. Bai Ye, stop right now and surrender. Your backer is gone. If you continue to be stubborn, you will soon understand what it means to wish you were dead. The E-Ninja Society, the top combat force of the Sakura Kingdom, have finally arrived on the battlefield ahead of schedule at this crucial moment. Chapter 149 Instant Explosion. They arrived so quickly? Sumubai frowned. The reinforcements arrived more than 10 minutes earlier than he had expected. Upon hearing these 2 voices, the 3 pursuers' faces lit up with joy, as if they could already see Bai Ye being captured. Players in the resurrection lobby area also showed secret joy, but dared not show it too obviously. Master, run. Those 2 old dangs are too strong. Frost's anxious voice echoed in Sumubai's mind. I know. With a thought, Sumubai unleashed the death curtain, instantly sweeping across the surroundings and drawing back a large number of the cataclysmic legion. At the same time, the 3 corpses that the Skeleton King had just thrown out suddenly began to swell violently. Chain corpse explosion technique. If you want to personally kill 10,000 people, this skill is naturally the fastest way. Bai Ye. The 2 elders who were rushing over changed their expressions. Before they could utter their threats, a violent explosion rang out. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 corpses instantly unleashed terrifying energy, almost completely engulfing the entire hall of resurrection. Explosion instantly. Even the streamer who was hanging under the frost dragon's claw died instantly in the explosion. After breaking through to the 2nd tier, the explosion range of chain corpse explosion also increased to 30 meters. With the added benefit of the occupational disaster characteristics, it is a circular area with a radius of 60 meters. The explosion of 3 bodies simultaneously covered an area of over 30,000 square meters. Given the current density of people in the Resurrection Hall, completing the mission couldn't be easier. 40% health of these 3 corpses may not seem like much, but Sumubai's 400% spell power plus 275% critical hit damage is something that players cannot withstand. The moment the chain corpse explosion skill is activated, all players within its range die instantly. This death is different for them from the previous ones. Those who died at Sumubai's hands a second time were few and far between. More than 95% of the players did not leave behind any corpses. They were directly decomposed by the multiverse game and completely erased. Players across the Sakura Kingdom were immediately dissatisfied when they saw the live stream suddenly shut down. Baka, Bai Ye is about to be arrested, and they actually shut down the live stream? What does that mean? Is it possible that the streamer is dead? I don't care if he's dead or alive. At a time like this, what are we waiting for if we don't hurry up and revive him to start streaming again? That's right, refund my money. The 2 elders were furious when they saw that Bai Ye actually dared to make a move in front of them. Presumptuous. Matsumoto Maya shouted sharply. His folding fan snapped open, and a shadow swept towards Sumubai in an instant. Shikigami Curse Seal. Before he arrived, he had some understanding of the Death Lord's skills. Now, his first move was to disable Sumubai's movement ability. Abe Kensai also suddenly threw out the ring-shaped weapon in his hand, and at the same time, a sinister and terrifying energy surged from his 7 orifices, attaching itself to the weapon and shooting towards Sumubai. Sealing Spirit Technique. This skill can directly sever the connection between the summoner and most summoned creatures, and can also seal a certain summoning skill of the target. The effect of the Sealing Spirit Technique is several times stronger than that of IGA's Lightning Blade. The two of them were the most suitable members of the Yin Ninja Society to deal with Sumubai, which is why Yoji Yamamoto specially sent them to provide support. At the same time, the 3 pursuers also used their respective skills, trying to take advantage of the situation to attack Sumubai. However, their actions were ultimately a step too slow. As the shockwave from the explosion rippled outwards, the 5 people's attack suddenly crashed into midair. But Bing Shuang and Sumubai disappeared from the spot, accompanied by a fleeting pale gray light screen. As a result, the Scourge Legion within Kongu City was reduced by more than half. All the attacks missed. Damn it. Chase. Matsumoto Maya and Abe Kensai had grim expressions and immediately transformed into 2 streaks of light, heading towards the north gate. Because Sumubai and Bing Shuang had already appeared there. What? Bai can teleport that far in one go. Takaru Sato stared wide-eyed at the distant Frost in disbelief. IGA Dan's face was ashen, his fists clenched so tightly they seemed to be squeezing water out of them. Only at this moment did he realize that Bai had been toying with him all along. Bai, I will tear you to pieces. Gritting his teeth, IGA Dan uttered harsh words, his body crackling with lightning as his speed suddenly increased, closely following the 2 elders. North gate of Kongu City. As soon as Frost appeared, it flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The purpose of doing this was, of course, to broaden Sumubai's field of vision. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the farther you can see. Master, those 2 old dangs are too fast. Sensing the 2 powerful auras rapidly approaching from behind, Frost was clearly getting anxious. Compared to Sumubai, he was more aware of how terrifying the methods of top-tier beings could be. If they really catch up, then we're finished. Sumubai smiled slightly upon hearing this. Don't worry, they won't be able to catch up. The moment he used Chain Corpse Explosion, a series of system notification sounds rang in his ears. You have received 1,280,000 gold coins. Your backpack is full. Soul Absorption activated. Soul points increased by 1. Upon hearing the price of 1.28 million gold coins, Sumubai was somewhat surprised. Was Xiaoying were really that rich? What he didn't know was that the vast majority of these gold coins came from the player who was streaming the video. If you have the ability to revive, you would normally only lose 10% of the currency in your inventory upon death. But Sumubai's luck was so high that he managed to outlose his opponent by 20%. However, gold coins were just a string of numbers to Sumubai now. He was more concerned about the next hint. Your kill count has exceeded 10,000. Your original title, 1,000-Man Killer, has been upgraded to 10,000-Man Killer. Your kill count has exceeded 100,000. Your original title, 10,000 Killers, has been upgraded to Murderous Maniac. Your soul points have reached their maximum. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to earn the title of Serial Killer. You are rewarded with the legendary item Serial Killer Badge. Announcement: a notice for the Blue Star region will be released soon. Chapter 150. Alright, stop seeing me off. System notification sound didn't end. A golden light rose from Sumubai's body. Congratulations on completing the advanced quest. Your experience cap has been increased. Congratulations to player White Knight for reaching level 60. All 4 stats increased by 1, skill point increased by 1, and free attribute points increased by 25. Congratulations to player White Knight for breaking through to tier 3. Based on your class, you have gained plus 750 free attribute points. Congratulations to player White Knight on breaking through to tier 3. The synergy with the Death Overlord class has increased, unlocking a portion of the class's power. Power fusion is in progress. Please wait patiently. Only then did the continuous system notification sound stop. Notification: your backpack is full. Since the backpack was already full, the legendary item, Murderer Badge, a system reward, appeared directly in midair. Sumubai reacted quickly, grabbing the item without even checking its stats. He discarded the junk equipment and put the Murderer Badge into his inventory. Having the experience of breaking through to the 2nd tier, Sumubai understood that he had not yet officially broken through to the 3rd tier. Only after the powers have fully merged can the strength be improved. But if you want to distance yourself from the new trio chasing you, leveling up to 60 is enough. Su Mubai decisively equipped the singer's hand, waved his hand to put away the frost, and with a thought. A blessing from Lady Luck. You have used Blessing of Lady Luck. Your luck stat will increase to 64 points for the next 30 seconds. Luck value naturally increases the chance of skill effects being triggered. Su Mubai even had time to turn around and look at the trio who were chasing after him at top speed, and laughed loudly. Why are you being so polite? You even insisted on seeing me out of the city. With all this free time, remember to prepare more good stuff next time. I'm telling you, Kongu City is too poor. Bai Yi, you've gone too far. Abe Kinsai glared at Su Mubai and immediately threw his weapon the moment he entered attack range. Buzz. In an instant, a hideous ghostly figure materialized from the ring-shaped weapon, reaching out a large hand to grab at Su Mubai. You little beast, I have come in person. You don't really think you can escape, do you? That's wishful thinking. Matsumoto Maya snorted coldly, and his folding fan suddenly grew larger, unleashing a pale white tornado towards Su Mubai. Only IGA Dan was still some distance behind and unable to attack, so he could only provide support from behind with his eyes. Faced with the powerful attacks from the two elders, Su Mubai waved his hand without changing his expression and said, All right, stop seeing me off. I've already felt your hospitality. I'll repay you double next time we meet. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared from the spot. Dead zone leap. Su Mubai's field of vision was no longer as far as the two elders. Although he had created a great distance, he still couldn't escape. You won't escape. Matsumoto Maya and Abe Kinsai shouted sharply, and their speed suddenly increased. They were waiting for Bai Yi to use this movement skill so they could burst into the fastest speed to close in. If we can get close within 10 seconds, we can completely eliminate this damned invader. At that time, I will definitely let Bai Yi experience what it means to be unable to live or die. But the next second, the ferocious smiles on their faces suddenly froze, and they both stopped in midair. Bai Yi has vanished. With Huaijian's methods, once Su Mubai was out of their sight, no matter how strong the two were, they couldn't sense Su Mubai's presence at all. At this moment, IGA, who was unaware of what was going on, asked, My lords, why have you stopped chasing? Matsumoto Maya and Abe Kinsai exchanged a glance and then fell silent. Chase? Where should we chase them? Of the Inran's secret society personally took action, yet a mere second-tier descendant still managed to escape. Who would believe that? The two of them were also somewhat at a loss. If Bai Yi escapes, how am I going to explain this to the guild leader? Notification, Psionic Rewind, has been triggered. The warp jump has completed its cooldown. With a luck value of 64, Su Mubai triggered the effect of spiritual energy reversal on his first leap. Not only that, after the second jump, he triggered another effect. Note, the third attribute of Dylan's crystal ball has taken effect. The warp cooldown has been refreshed. This thing won't trigger unless it's absolutely necessary, right? Su Mubai raised an eyebrow. He had used teleportation so many times in Kongu City before, but he hadn't been able to trigger this effect. At the time, he thought this term was useless for very advanced skills. Looking back now, I realize I was just incredibly unlucky. Finally, the blessing of the goddess of fortune was activated. With a pursed lip, Su Mubai's thoughts shifted again, and he vanished instantly. This time, the effect was not triggered again, because both keywords and skills have trigger intervals. However, 3 consecutive jumps over the longest distances were enough for him to escape completely. At this moment, Su Mubai was still high in the sky. As soon as he appeared, he plummeted towards the ground. Buzz. The mount space opened below, and Frost flapped its wings and flew out, catching Su Mubai steadily. Master, where have you been? Frost looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings and asked curiously, Where are those 2 old men? There was no interval between the 3 jumps. Frost felt as if she had just returned to the mount space, and when she came out again, the world around her had changed. Su Mubai sat back on the throne and laughed. Of course I got rid of it. As expected of my master, my respect for you is like. Stop. Su Mubai rolled his eyes, interrupting Bing Shuang's next words. I don't know where this guy learned it, but he's becoming more and more like a sycophant. Signaling Frost to continue flying away from the city, Su Mubai then checked his spoils. Before the siege, he never expected that the biggest gain from this operation would come from a small A-level skill. The gains from the final, chain corpse explosion, far exceeded Su Mubai's expectations. The advanced quest completed instantly, but I also gathered all the resources needed to open the Grimoire of Death for the 7th time. That's a whopping 80,000 soul points. It's easy to imagine how many Sakura players were completely killed in that instant. This can be seen from the elevation of the title. From killing 1,000 people to killing 10,000 people. and finally to murderous maniac. Su Mubai estimated that he had killed no less than 100,000 people in one move. Logically speaking, such a large-scale massacre should have caused some discomfort. But Su Mubai felt nothing at all. Is it because the data-driven world is less bloody? Su Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Is it still because of the influence of the death overlord profession? Su Mubai couldn't tell the difference between the two answers. Perhaps both were true. But since he had already done it, he naturally wouldn't regret it. Moreover, it was Sakura who died, so it wouldn't leave him with any psychological burden. Shaking his head slightly, Su Mubai stopped thinking about the question, leaned back on the throne, propped his chin up with one hand, and opened the title panel. Chapter 151 The Killer Maniac, The Mark of the Butcher. Murderous Maniac. When wearing this title, attack power/spell power plus 100%, critical strike chance plus 30%, critical strike damage plus 50%. Good. Su Mubai nodded in satisfaction. The effect of this title had surpassed that of Unrivaled. From now on, aside from leveling up, Su Mubai plans to wear the title of Murderous Maniac. In this way, his critical hit rate can be increased to 80%, plus a permanent luck value of 32 points. So what's the difference between that and every hit being a critical hit? Oh right, there's one more piece of equipment. After closing the title panel, Su Mubai couldn't help but smile. With a flick of his wrist, a blood-red badge appeared in his palm. The inscription on it condensed into a single character. Although Su Mubai didn't recognize it, he could sense that the character was Kill. I never expected that my first mythical level equipment would come from a title reward. Su Mubai took a deep breath, and a thought crossed his mind. Catastrophe. Target, the serial killer badge. Advance to the first level. At the same time, the system announcement once again resounded throughout the Forbidden Land. Blue Star Region announcement. The player White Knight from the Divine Dragon Empire has become the first player in the Blue Star region to receive the title of Murderous Maniac. This is hereby announced. Times 10. Even though players have become numb to the frequency of White Knight's announcements, the words Murderous Maniac still sparked discussion among them. Oh my god, I want to know just how many people Bai Yi has killed. Are you preventing us from learning again because you know we can't do it? Fortunately, Bai Yi, that scourge, has left the Divine Dragon Empire. Now that you mention it, the players in the Sakura Kingdom must be really happy. Su Mubai naturally didn't care about other people's opinions. His attention was entirely focused on the badge in his hand. You have obtained the mythical item, Mark of the Butcher. After the promotion, the badge did not become more refined. Instead, it looked somewhat antique. The character for Kill formed from the inscription has also been transformed into the character for Butcher. The murderous aura that had been so strong vanished completely, disappearing entirely. Having obtained his first mythical item, Su Mubai couldn't wait to check its attributes. The next moment, his eyes widened. The Mark of the Butcher. Badges and ornaments. Level 0, 300. Mythical items. Never wears out, will fall off upon death. Equipment requirement. Possess the 100-man kill series title. Basic attributes. Level 60. Attack power plus 12,000. Spell power plus 12,000. All attributes plus 720. Entry. 1. Strength plus 30%. Spirit plus 30%. 2. Critical hit rate plus 50%. Critical hit damage plus 100%. 3. Physical attack plus 50%. Spell power plus 50%. 4. For each target you kill that is at least as high level as yourself, your physical attack and spell power increase by 1%, up to a maximum of 200%. These increases are restored 120 seconds after you leave combat. Skill. 1. Human Butcher's Mark. Passive skill. Your attacks have a 50% chance to trigger 2x damage, a 30% chance to trigger 3x damage, a 15% chance to trigger 4x damage, a 5% chance to trigger 5x damage, and a 1% chance to trigger 10x damage. 2. Butcher's Domain. Active skill. Releases the killing intent from the Butcher's Mark, forming a domain. When within the domain, all attributes of the Human Butcher Mark have doubled effect. You can consume soul power to control materialized killing intent to attack any target. The attack strength varies with your main attribute. The area of effect follows the player's movement. Its coverage range increases with level. It is released instantly. Its duration increases with level, and it has a 24-hour cooldown. Please note that releasing and maintaining the Human Butcher domain requires soul power. If you feel any discomfort, please close the domain immediately. Collect all 9 marks of the Butcher, and you will gain even greater power. Is this a mythical item? Seeing the exaggerated attributes of the Human Butcher's Mark, Su Mubai couldn't help but be shocked. Although they are only one tier apart, the strength of mythical items is incomparable to that of legendary items. You surpass the dark gold tier, the attributes of the item change dramatically with each subsequent tier advancement. With the human butcher mark, Su Mubai's critical hit rate officially exceeded 100%. From now on, whenever he faces a target without critical strike resistance, all his attacks will be critical strikes. Most powerful piece of equipment Su Mubai has ever seen, with each attribute significantly increasing damage. Su Mubai looked at the entry for human butcher's mark, and his eyes suddenly lit up. If both strength and spirit are increased, wouldn't that mean a double boost to the power of Dominion? With that thought in mind, he immediately put the badge on. The next moment, Su Mubai's Dominator power indeed increased by 60%. An unexpected surprise? Su Mubai's face lit up with joy, and he added all 775 free attribute points he had just obtained to the Dominator's power. However, he didn't rush to check his panel attributes. Since the power of the Death Ruler has not yet been fully integrated, it's not too late to see after the true breakthrough. What he wants to figure out now are the two skills of the human butcher's mark. The first skill with the same name is passive, and according to Su Mubai's understanding, it should be able to stack with critical hit damage. Otherwise, triggering damage less than 5 times would actually weaken him. Thanks to the title of Murderous Maniac and the human butcher's mark, his critical hit damage is now as high as 425%. If it can't be stacked, how can it live up to the mythic rank? Finally, Su Mubai's gaze fell on the second skill. This was the first time he had ever seen a domain-based skill, and also the first time he had ever seen a skill with such a vague description. Everything is based on level, so you can't tell how strong a skill is at all. And what exactly is this soul power? Looking at the skill description of Human Butcher Domain, Su Mubai murmured to himself, having some guesses in his mind. Could this thing be related to soul strength? He had absorbed so many life soul crystals, with catastrophic properties before, and it was unknown how much of an improvement he had actually received. With this thought in mind, he activated the Human Butcher's Mark skill. Since we don't know the answer, let's give it a try. Buzz. As the skill was activated, a terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted from Su Mubai's Human Butcher Mark. Boom. The intense killing intent materialized, and a crimson light shot into the sky. The next moment, crimson light rippled out, encompassing a large area around it. Master, this killing intent is terrifying. Frost gave its immediate feedback, and Su Mubai's face turned pale. Having been in the game for so long, this was the first time he truly felt what exhaustion meant. This thing consumes far too much soul power. This kind of consumption is something a low-level player cannot afford. Su Mubai deactivated the Human Butcher Domain after only 1 second of activation. He forced himself to overcome his exhaustion and wanted to collapse into bed, using Death Curtain and Warp to leave the spot. That aura was too conspicuous. If it had attracted those 2 old men, we would have been finished. He randomly picked a map with a complex terrain, then waved his hand to take out the space tent that he thought he would never need, and jumped inside. As for Frost, it was left outside because the space tent was set up on its back so that it could escape at any time in case of an emergency. After entering the tent, Su Mubai finally relaxed and laid down on the bed, falling into a deep sleep. At this moment, the fusion process of the Death Dominator power is also gradually coming to an end. Chapter 152 officially breaks through to the 3rd tier, betting odds. Inside the luxuriously furnished top-tier space tent, Su Mubai lay quietly on the large bed, his chest rising and falling slightly, his breathing steady. Since entering the multiverse game, the consumption of soul power by the Human Butcher Domain far exceeded Su Mubai's expectations. Even though he absorbed a large amount of the Life Soul Crystal after the Cataclysm to enhance his soul strength, he still couldn't withstand it. He activated it for only a second, not even having time to test the effects of the Human Butcher Domain, before exhausting his soul power. Even if the cataclysmic effect of the soul crystal can increase soul strength, the effect will not be very noticeable if the base value is too low. What Su Mubai didn't know was that if it weren't for the effects of those life soul crystals, he wouldn't have been able to activate the Human Butcher Domain at all. This is a mythical ability. He hadn't even been able to fuse with the power of the Death Ruler to officially break through to the 3rd tier yet, and it was already a miracle that he could release the domain. Although Su Mubai fell into a deep sleep, the power unlocked by the Death Overlord did not stop fusing. His body was gradually enveloped by a faint layer of deathly aura, which slowly merged into Su Mubai's body over time. After a long while, the system notification sounded, but Su Mubai still did not wake up. Power fusion complete. Congratulations to player White Knight for officially breaking through to a Tier 3 professional. Partial unlocking of the Death Lord's power has changed your class bonuses. Click to view details. You have learned the new skill, Death Pact, and your original skill, Life Sharing, has been overwritten. You have gained a one-time skill conversion privilege, which allows you to convert a specified skill into a Death Overlord class skill. The original skill will be overwritten. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to break through to Tier 3. Rewards: plus 200 to main attribute, plus 100 skill points, and plus 100 intermediate grade life soul stones. Announcement: a notice for the Blue Star region will be released soon. Even after the system notification ended, Su Mubai was still fast asleep, as if he was making up for all the sleep he had missed earlier. However, his sleeping doesn't delay the system announcements. Blue Star region announcement. Congratulations to player White Knight from the Divine Dragon Empire for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to break through to Tier 3. This is to inform all players that we encourage you to learn from him and obtain generous rewards. Times 10. The space tint remained unchanged despite the system announcement, but the players in the Forbidden Land were speechless with frustration. So this time we're learning again? Does Multiverse Game think a level 10 player like me can break through to the 3rd tier? Come on, anyone want to place a bet? Let's bet on how long it will take Bai Yi to reach level 89. Is there even a need to gamble? Bai Yi is so monstrous, it probably won't even take a week. A week? Dude, you're underestimating Bai Yi. I bet you 5 days. 5 days? You're not giving him enough credit. 3 days is the most you can give him. What do you think the other people on the ranking list are thinking right now? I don't know what they're thinking, but apart from Bai Yi, the others are just there to make up the numbers. That's not necessarily true. Didn't you see that the 3-foot-long sword has already begun to exert its power? Oh my god, 3-foot Greenblade is already level 21? He's 2 levels higher than Felix. I remember they were the same level before. Fuck, why do people from the Divine Dragon Empire level up so quickly? The Holy Empire, within the instance. Felix waved his staff, summoning a sea of fire that incinerated the monsters in front of him. Upon hearing the system notification, he immediately opened the ranking leaderboard. He was mentally prepared for Bai Yi to reach level 60. But seeing that 3-feet Greenblade had leveled up twice in a short time, Felix looked at his own level 19 with 72% experience and suddenly couldn't hold back anymore. How come this guy's leveling speed suddenly increased so much? Looking at the last talent in his chart, Felix narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that the only hidden class is not unique to one's own talent, but rather it is very likely that every SSS talent has it. Does that mean 3-foot Greenblade has completed the job advancement quest? Felix frowned. This was the only explanation he could think of. Otherwise, how could the other party have suddenly become stronger? Thinking of this, Felix couldn't help but sigh. He also wanted to complete the job change task as soon as possible, but it wasn't something he could do immediately just because he wanted to. However, after seeing the improvement of 3-foot Greenblade, he became even more excited about his only hidden profession. After changing jobs, you should be able to significantly close the gap between yourself and Bai Yi, right? The reason that guy is so strong must be because he completed his job advancement a long time ago. Unlike the various discussions among other players, the entire Sakura Kingdom was filled with lamentations. Weren't 2 top experts just gone? How could Bai Yi still break through? Was he arrested or not? If this continues, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom will be finished. I really want to escape. 40% experience from killing monsters is too low. Can anyone point me out a way to get out of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom? First, you have to break down national borders, just like the White Knight. If I had that kind of power, would Bai Yi be able to act so arrogantly? Sigh, if we can't catch Bai Yi this time, he'll definitely be level 89 next time he appears. Won't he be even harder to deal with then? Are the higher-ups in the Sakura Kingdom all useless? It's been so long, and they still can't catch a single player. Since Su Mubai broke through to the 2nd tier last time, he quickly leveled up to level 59. Therefore, many people speculated that he would quickly level up to level 89. After these days of exploration, the news that the game, Myriad Realms, has a bottleneck every 30 levels has spread far and wide. In many cities, players have set up small-scale private gambling dens, betting on how long it will take for Bai Yi to reach level 89. With a system contract in place, players participating in the betting market are not afraid of the bookmaker running away. These bookmakers are almost all players with business acumen. Wasn't Bai Yi this fierce before Chapter 153? This type of betting quickly became popular throughout the Forbidden Land, with many players even participating in the Sakura Kingdom. Life is already so hard. Can't people have some entertainment? In most gambling establishments, you can participate in betting with just one silver coin. The betting platform offers 4 options: less than 3 days, 3 to 5 days, 5 to 7 days, and more than 7 days. The first 2 options have the lowest odds and the most players betting on them. A small number of people also place bets within 5 to 7 days, choosing to gamble on higher odds. As for periods of 7 days or more, only a few gambling addicts have the option. Their motto is, take a gamble, and you might just turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. What if something unexpected happens to Bei? As the players of Sakura Kingdom who knew Bei's strength best, not only did they not place large bets for less than 3 days, but many of them placed bets for more than 7 days. They were all gambling, betting that the 2 top experts who appeared at the end of the live stream would be able to capture Bai. Even if Bai hadn't been caught, he would have only lost a little money. Is money more important than the experience points continuing to decrease? Anyway, the Sakura Kingdom is almost ruined. Once the experience from killing monsters drops to 0, it won't make any difference if we have more money. As a result, the business players in the Sakura Kingdom who ran betting operations actually began to pray for Su Bai, which was unprecedented. They just wanted Bai to be captured after he reached level 89, so that they could not only resume gaining experience, but also make a fortune. When it comes to business players, the richest person in the entire Forbidden Land right now is undoubtedly Fu Jiaxiangxia. When the system announcement sounded, he had also considered opening the largest gambling platform in the Divine Dragon Empire. But after discovering that he couldn't contact Bai, Fu Jiaxiangxia immediately abandoned the idea. There are plenty of opportunities to make money. Instead of wasting time and energy on this uncertain gamble, it's better to focus on developing the auction market. The main reason is that he wouldn't choose to manipulate the market without inside information. What exactly happened to the boss? The wealthy man put down his communicator, his brow furrowed. 3 days, a full 3 days. The last time I couldn't contact Bai, the system message said that he was out of communication range. But this time, no one answered. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Fu Jiaxiangxia rubbed his face and said in a deep voice, "Come in." Qian Shengxian pushed open the door and walked in, asking, "Second boss, the personnel are almost ready. Shall we begin the expansion plan now?" "Then let's get started." The wealthy man nodded slightly, suppressing his worries. He knew very well that there was no use in worrying anymore. The only thing he could do now was to continue developing the business. He believed that with Bai's strength, he would be able to handle anything that came his way. Soon, 81 auction houses opened simultaneously, and the Myriad Realms auction house officially entered all the second-level main cities of the Divine Dragon Empire. Next, Rich Man of the World will establish branches in every third-tier city, so that the sales network of the Myriad Realms auction will cover the entire Divine Dragon Empire. However, this news did not excite players in the second-tier main city much. Many people bet on White Knight to reach level 89 in 3 days, and now that the 3 days have passed, they have lost everything. Most of the players who placed bets for 3 to 5 days are now also looking worried. 3 days have passed, and Bai's level is still stuck at level 60. Wasn't Bai this fierce before? Become so weak these past few days? Isn't this a complete disaster? Although they were out of money, it didn't affect the business of the Myriad Realms auction house at all. Because those business players who make a fortune will ultimately spend their money at the multiverse auction house. Whether they want to equip their own teams or cultivate professional players for their private lives, they cannot do without the resources of the multiverse auction house. After making a fortune, these people increased their spending, which made the Wanjiao auction house even more popular. The silence of the day caused many players in the Forbidden Land to suffer huge losses, while only a few gamblers turned their fortunes around and became millionaires. However, most players had no choice but to go out and grind monsters day and night to make up for their losses. Time waits for no one, and as the days passed, almost everyone accepted the loss, except for the players of the Sakura Kingdom, who were conflicted. Has Bai been arrested or not? Even though I won the bet, I just can't be happy. What's the use of money now? It's reduced monster killing experience by another 14%, so now it's only 26%. Don't the higher-ups of the Sakura Kingdom care about us invaders? Even if we kill Bai now, our experience from killing monsters will only recover to 52%, which means we're basically useless. Ha 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 ha, it's all over, all over. Not only the experience points, I've lost all my money too. Dude, you're not some stubborn bookmaker, are you? Phew. Inside the space tent, Su Bai slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. He felt like he had slept for a very, very long time. After glancing at the system time, Sumubai suddenly jumped out of bed. I can't believe I slept for so long. Sumubai's pupils contracted. He never expected that the domain attached to a mythical level equipment would be so terrifying. Turn on for 1 second, sleep for a week. Who would dare use this thing in the future? With lingering fear, Sumubai glanced at the human butcher's mark and resolved that he must absorb a large amount of the life soul crystal produced after the cataclysm to quickly increase his soul strength. But before that, he needs to determine how much of a lead he still has. Although he didn't think that players with SSS level talents could improve much in a week, Sumubai still opened the level leaderboard. Blue Star Region Ranking. First place, Bai Yi, level 60, Divine Dragon Empire. Second place, 3-Foot Greenblade, level 29, Divine Dragon Empire. Third place, Felix, level 29, Holy Empire. Fourth place, Perrin, level 29, Northern Glory Empire. Fifth place, Indra, level 29, White Elephant Kingdom. Sixth place, Ares, level 29, Illuminati. Seventh place, Descendant of the Sun, level 29, Kingdom of Korea. Eighth place, Qinxiao, level 23, Divine Dragon Empire. Ninth place, Calm and Composed, level 23, Divine Dragon Empire. 10th place, Venus, level 23, Illuminati. Are you all stuck on the advanced quests? Looking at the rankings from 2nd to 7th, Sumubai narrowed his eyes slightly. As can be seen from the rank differences on the leaderboard, there are no SSS level talents starting from 8th place. Otherwise, the gap wouldn't be so large. From the initial level 1 to the current level 5, as time goes on, the lead of SSS players will become increasingly larger. So that guy was SSS rank. Sumubai suddenly remembered Tsukuyami, whom he had glared at to death in Kongu City. He felt like he'd seen the name somewhere before, and only now, seeing the rankings, did he suddenly remember. There should have been 7 people in the first tier besides myself, but now there are only 6. That Tsukuyami is missing, having died under the death gaze, and with the experience points from grinding monsters in the Sakura Kingdom plummeting, I can no longer even climb the level leaderboard. With SSS level talent, how could she end up in such a miserable state? Tsukuyami is truly one of a kind. Sumubai smiled slightly, closed the leaderboard, and looked at the system notifications from his slumber, as well as the enhancements brought about by merging with the power of the Death Sovereign. Chapter 154 Eternal Death Pact. Hint: you have successfully stayed in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom for 24 hours. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom Invader buff effect has been enhanced, times 7. First, there's the increased Invader buff. Now Sumubai can gain an extra 24% experience bonus in the Sakura Kingdom. However, for players who use cheats, the effect of experience bonuses is actually not that significant. If there were no advanced quests, it wouldn't take him too long to reach the maximum level. Next came a series of missed calls, almost all from the wealthy, but one came from Huaijian. Sumubai's gaze sharpened, and he immediately slapped the object back into his arms. Kid, are you planning to stay in Sakura until the border opens? As soon as the call connected, a voice came from his arms. Sumubai said with an embarrassed smile, I'm sorry, senior, something unexpected happened these past few days. What accident? With me helping you conceal your presence, do you think you'd be stupid enough to get caught? That's not the case. Sumubai rolled his eyes and continued to explain, I just got a piece of equipment, and out of curiosity, I tried out the skill. As a result, I slept until now. He said this because he wanted to learn about the power of the soul through Huaijian. As for whether he might covet a mythical item, Bai Yi wasn't worried. After the upgrade, the shadow-chasing sword chi can condense a mythical-level sword chi clone, and this was merely a wisp of power within his embrace. Such a being shouldn't be so likely to attack me for a mythical item. Moreover, the two were old acquaintances. Besides, Huaijian directly robbed the treasure trove of the Sakura Kingdom, so why would he be short of a mythical item? Skill. In his arms suddenly became a little strange. You tried out the domain, kid? How did you know, senior? Hee hee, the only thing you can access right now is domain skills, which consume a lot of soul power. Upon hearing this, Sumubai's eyes lit up. Could you please explain the power of the soul, senior? Cannot. Huaijian refused decisively, but after a pause, he added, logically speaking, your soul strength doesn't even meet the minimum requirements for opening a domain. Is the Death Lord really that strong in this aspect? Sumubai remained silent, listening quietly to the mutterings in his arms. This guy said he couldn't, but he deliberately revealed a lot of information to himself. Alright, all you need to know now is that the higher your soul strength, the better. As for that domain skill, it's best not to use it again for a while, otherwise it may damage your soul. Thank you for the reminder, senior. Su Mubai nodded, his fondness for Huaijin increasing even more. I won't hold a grudge against him for stealing 100 gold coins from me on our first meeting. By the way, senior, what brings you here? Just letting you know, I will be leaving the Divine Dragon Empire again in half a month. Oh no, a week, and then you can come back. Huaijin paused for a moment, then continued. If you want to play a little longer, that's fine too. I'll come pick you up next time I return to the Divine Dragon Empire. A week? That should be enough. Su Mubai thought for a moment and said, What's so fun about such a small country, senior? See you in a week. Okay. Cleanly and decisively hung up the call. He glanced at the dozens of missed calls from Rich and Powerful on his phone, but didn't rush to call back. He simply replied with a message saying it's okay. If nothing unexpected happens, there will definitely be a ton of stuff waiting for me to get for free from the richest man in the world. Of course, after so many days, there must be a lot of things that I need. However, Su Mubai still wanted to see the changes after reaching the 3rd tier before making any decisions. He first clicked to view the details of the career bonus. 1. You have taken a small step on the path to becoming the Master of Death. Your all-attribute bonus coefficient has been increased to 6, and you will gain 30 attribute points with each level up. This time, the boost wasn't as significant as when breaking through to the 2nd tier. However, Su Mubai didn't care and continued to check the second item. 2. You have taken a small step on the path to becoming the Master of Death. Your skill bar has been increased by 20 slots. Upon seeing this, Su Mubai's eyes lit up. Even though they were all high-level skills, he had already used up most of his original 20 skill slots. Now it has doubled, so there's no need to worry about skill slots for a long time. With enough skill slots, he could try out some of his previous ideas. Thinking of this, Su Mubai's face lit up with joy, and he continued to examine other changes. This time, only the skill Death Pact was replaced. Su Mubai guessed that most of the skills of the Death Overlord class were probably only SS level at the lower levels. The reason why all the skills I learned from the Death Scripture are SSS level is simply because the Death Scripture has been upgraded. However, SS rank is fine with him, since he can get SSS rank for free anyway. Su Mubai's gaze fell on the skill that had been covered, and a thought crossed his mind. Catastrophe. Target, Death Pact. Advance to the 1st level. Your SS rank skill, Death Pact, has been successfully upgraded to an SSS rank skill, Eternal Death Pact. Eternal. Upon hearing those two words, Su Mubai immediately perked up. Eternal Death Pact. SSS. Passive skill, no level required. All your summoned creatures and contracted beings will enter into an Eternal Death Pact with you. Skill effect. 1. All injuries are forcibly transferred and borne equally by the creatures bound by the Eternal Death Pact. As long as there are any Eternal Death Pact creatures alive, no attack method can harm your main body. 2. You can extract the life points of any number of Death Pact creatures at any time to restore the remaining targets. 3. Your consumption will be shared equally among all creatures bound by the Eternal Death Pact. 4. The connection between you and the creature bound by the Eternal Death Pact cannot be severed except by the power of the rules. The Eternal Pact, which controls life and death. Isn't this truly invincible? A look of wild joy flashed in Su Mubai's eyes. He was deeply impressed by IGA Dan's Lightning Blade back in Konga Castle. Moreover, the other side is not even the true top tier of the Sakura Kingdom. The two old men who arrived last clearly also had ways to deal with the Death Pact. Su Mubai was prepared for this. No profession is absolutely invincible. Since there are skills that can sever connections, there must also be skills that prevent severance. Otherwise, the summoner class will be at a significant disadvantage in the late game. But he didn't expect that his breakthrough would directly resolve this hidden danger. What is the concept of the power of rules? Even the Book of Death before its advancement was nothing more than a book of laws. Although he didn't know if there was anyone in the Forbidden Land who controlled the power of rules, Su Mubai was certain that Sakura definitely didn't have such a powerful figure. If such a thing existed, would they just stand by and watch someone steal the treasure from their bosom? Although the strength of Eternal Death Pact did not change after being promoted to SSS rank, the last effect alone was enough. As for the issue of spreading out the consumption, Su Mubai completely ignored it, since he didn't lack mana. Looking at the extra skill conversion privilege on the panel, a crazy idea suddenly popped into Su Mubai's mind. Can temporary skills be converted? Chapter 155 Advanced Spatial Ring. Can temporary skills be converted? When this crazy idea came to mind, even Su Mubai himself was startled. If the temporary skill, Shadow Chasing Sword Chi, were transformed into the professional skill, Death Domination, that would truly be overpowered. Without hesitation, Su Mubai acted on his thoughts. Convert. Target, shadow chasing sword chi. However, the system notification sound poured cold water on his hopes. Note, this skill is temporary and can only be converted into a temporary job skill. Confirm conversion? Confirmed. Cancelled. Good news, it can be transformed. Bad news. Even after the conversion, it's still a temporary skill. Cancel. Su Mubai pouted in disappointment and immediately canceled the request. He's not stupid. If the effect is similar to the last transformation, it means it's an SS level skill, and after advancement, it will be SSS level. Using such privilege to convert a temporary skill would be a huge waste. In that case, which skill should we use it to convert? Su Mubai was somewhat conflicted when his idea of converting the shadow chasing sword chi failed. He currently has 4 skills that are not part of the Deathlord's class. 1. Grade E Burning. 2. Grade A Advanced Undead Aura. 3. Rank A Chain Corpse Explosion. 4. S rank Summon Skeleton Army. Looking at these 4 skills, Su Mubai rested his chin on his hand and fell into deep thought. From the perspective of improving combat power, he prefers to switch to the Summon Skeleton Army skill. But after looking at the somewhat incongruous rank of Burning, he thought about it and decided to take a look at the cataclysmic characteristics of the Burning skill first. He hadn't used it before and had almost forgotten about the existence of this skill. Catastrophe. Target, Burning. Hint, please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Cataclysmic Stage 3. Prompt. Confirm consuming 5 years of your lifespan to overwrite previous promotion effects and upgrade the Burning Catastrophe skill to a higher tier. Confirmed. Cancelled. Confirm. 5 years of lifespan is nothing to Su Mubai now. Warning, you have lost 5 years of your life. Current lifespan, over 105 years. Your F-rank skill Burning has successfully been transformed into the C-rank skill Intense Burning. Su Mubai skipped over the skill description of Intense Burn and focused his attention on its cataclysmic characteristic. Cataclysmic trait, damage increased by 100%, duration increased by 100%. This cataclysmic characteristic is only average. It's not as powerful as Su Mubai had imagined. His gaze then fell on the skills, Advanced Undead Aura, and Chain Corpse Explosion. After so many days, surely the wealthy one should have enough high-grade soul stones left over? Su Mubai decided to catastrophize both skills and then decide which skill to switch to based on their catastrophic characteristics. After all, the transformed skill, barring any unforeseen circumstances, will at least be SS level. Su Mubai is not capable of adding the cataclysmic trait to skills of that rank in a short period of time. Thinking about this, Su Mubai also realized the shortcomings of the cataclysm talent. The more powerful a skill is, the more difficult it is to add the cataclysmic trait. Having made his decision, Su Mubai directly transferred the funds to the wealthiest person in the world. The latter immediately connected the call, and his smiling face was projected in front of Su Mubai. Boss, if you don't show up soon, I'm going to call the police. After receiving Su Mubai's message, Fu Jiaxiangxia's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, was finally put at ease. The Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce can still crack a few jokes at this point means that it has been doing quite well these past few days. I think you're in a hurry to get something from me for a promotion. Su Mubai smiled and waved his hand, saying, all right, give it to me. I happen to have some free time right now. As he spoke, he initiated a trade and put up a backpack full of equipment and materials that he had upgraded for free. Then you'd better be mentally prepared. There's quite a lot of stuff this time. The wealthy man first placed 2 rings in the trading window, then said, Boss, this is a treasure I obtained by shaking the screen. With it, trading won't be so troublesome in the future. Su Mubai's expression changed slightly. These 2 rings look like a pair. That guy who's richest in the world, does he have some kind of weird fetish? Boss, what's wrong with your eyes? Fu Jia Tianxiao was slightly taken aback, then quickly waved his hand and said, don't get the wrong idea. I'm a straight man, and I even went to Qiming Pavilion last week. Qiming Pavilion? Su Mubai raised an eyebrow. The name itself suggested a story. The wealthy man blushed slightly. Boss, you're interested too? I'll wait until you return to China. Hold on. If I wanted to go, would I need you to take me? Su Mubai rolled his eyes and confirmed the transaction. You have obtained 2 epic special items, space rings. That Fu Jia Tianxia traded both of them meant he wanted Su Mubai to improve his skills. Catastrophe. Advance to the 1st level. You have obtained 2 legendary special items, advanced space rings. High-end space ring. The ring is special. It does not occupy an equipment slot. Legendary item. Effect. 1. Backpack space times 10. 2. Contains 10,000 cubic meters of space. The shape of the space can be changed at will. 3. Each person may only equip one. Standard equipment for upper-class figures. Chapter 156 The Development Speed of the Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce. Life Soul Essence. The attributes of the spatial ring are very simple. As for the 10,000 cubic meter space, it is separate from the backpack space. Both have their advantages and disadvantages. The backpack space allows you to stack the same items in each compartment, but large items such as siege vehicles, warships, and magic crystal cannons cannot be stored in the backpack. This is the information that appeared in the players' minds when the multiverse game was launched. Sumubai thought that such a rare piece of equipment as the spatial ring would only be obtainable in the mid to late game, but unexpectedly, he got it by lottery. And he got two in one shake, making him wonder just how lucky this guy really was. Thinking of luck points, Sumubai's eyes suddenly lit up. As he returned the other spatial ring to the wealthy and powerful, he said, "Did you ride the rocking chair today? A money tree?" The richest man in the world was slightly taken aback. It was shaken. So what happened? Sumubai shook his head. "It's nothing. Just remember to contact me before you shake tomorrow." "Good." Although somewhat confused, Fu Jiayan nodded. The two then began trading continuously. Sumubai then understood what the richest man in the world had meant by saying so much. He spent several hours non-stop freeloading before finally completing the upgrades of everything. For a moment, Sumubai was somewhat dazed. Who exactly are the wage earners? Fu Jiaxiangxia, far away in Donghai City, looked at the contents of his spatial ring, his small eyes curving into crescent shapes. "Thank you for your hard work, boss. But after this, I won't bother you to upgrade these low-level items anymore. The real moneymakers are high-level items." As he spoke, he began to report to Sumubai on the development of the Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce during this period. Sumubai became more and more surprised as he listened. In such a short time, the Myriad Realms Merchant Guild has recruited hundreds of thousands of casual players. This is the result after careful selection. Even the Myriad Realms auction house has spread throughout the entire Divine Dragon Empire. Now exists in all of them, including 10 first-level main cities, 81 second-level main cities, and 1,080 third-level cities. Such results far exceeded Sumubai's expectations. "You've really given me a pleasant surprise. It's all thanks to the boss. If it weren't for the startup funds that Donghai Auction House received and the green light given by Shenlong Palace, the progress wouldn't have been so fast. No need to be modest. The credit that is rightfully yours is yours." His ability to amass wealth was even greater than he had imagined. Sumubai knew very well that if it were him, he definitely wouldn't have been able to do it so quickly under the same conditions. Moreover, it will waste a lot of time, slowing down the speed at which one's strength is improved. Sumubai increasingly felt that his initial decision was correct. Giving such talent a 5% bonus is definitely not a bad deal. It is precisely because of this 5% profit that he works wholeheartedly for himself. If you want a horse to run, you can't expect it to run fast without feeding it properly. The Wanjiao auction house is now on the right track and has secured prime locations in every city. The next step is to continuously increase its market share and expand its customer base. The goal of Fu Jiatianxia is to poach some of the clients from local auction houses. The spending power of those locals was much higher than that of today's gamers. This is clearly not something that can be easily accomplished in a short period of time. As for the millions of casual players, they can't play a significant role right now. To generate much profit for the Myriad Realms Merchant Guild until their secondary profession skills are improved. However, cultivating this type of player is very necessary. During this period, many players with talents that enhanced their secondary professions also stood out, and Wealthy World signed more comprehensive contracts with them individually. The two discussed the affairs of the Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce for a long time before Sumubai waved his hand and said, "That's enough for today." Upon hearing this, Fu Jiaxiangxia nodded and resumed the transaction. "Boss, here are the materials and life soul stones you requested." "So much?" Sumubai was startled. "You have obtained 6,750 dark gold grade materials. You have obtained 480 epic materials. You have obtained 47 legendary materials. You have obtained 15,396 beginner soul stones. You have obtained 1087 intermediate soul stones. You have obtained 173 high-grade soul stones. You have obtained 3 soul crystals. So many life soul stones. And these are the leftovers from the development of the Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce. It's clear how many times Sumubai's wealth has multiplied under the operation of Richest Under Heaven these past few days. "Boss, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to work now." Although Fu Jiaxiangxia enjoyed the feeling of shocking his boss, He was simply too busy. Su Mubai nodded, and before hanging up, added, "Help me collect aura type skills for necromancers. Any level is fine." After ending the call, Su Mubai could no longer contain his excitement, and his face lit up with ecstasy. From this moment on, he no longer had to worry about his lifespan. At the same time, Frost's voice suddenly rang in Su Mubai's mind. "Master, I smell energy." The space tint was right on Frost's back, and the presence of so many materials naturally caught its attention. To its delight, its owner finally woke up. It's been so cooped up for 7 days, it's almost gotten sick. "You have such a keen sense of smell, I'll give you some to eat when it comes out." Su Mubai grinned. The Frost had already digested all the materials from before, and its level had been raised to 63. Now that he has so many materials, he will soon be able to improve again. Su Mubai first used all the materials to upgrade his character for free, and then looked at the pile of life soul stones with burning eyes. Catastrophe. Advance to the first level. You have obtained 1087 high-grade soul stones. You have obtained 173 soul crystals. You have obtained 3 soul essences. Su Mubai deliberately left behind all the primary soul stones, because he intended to use them to enhance his soul strength. After the promotion, Su Mubai immediately examined the 3 unique life soul essences. Its appearance is completely different from the soul crystal. It is about the size of a baby's palm. Although it is still purplish-black, a blurry human shape can be vaguely seen. Life, soul, and essence. Rare and special treasures. Absorbing it will increase your lifespan by 1,000 years. Note, whether you store your life essence in your backpack or warehouse, you will lose 1/10 of it when you die, with a minimum loss of 100 years. A lifespan of 1,000 years. Although the 173 life soul crystals would increase lifespan more, getting such a treasure for free still made Su Mubai's breathing become somewhat rapid. However, he also understood that if it came down to cost-effectiveness, getting a free upgrade to a high-level soul stone was still the most valuable option. Because when that thing advances to the next level, its lifespan increases 100-fold. Unless the life essence has a special purpose like the life crystal, it is not cost-effective. Taking a deep breath, Su Mubai began to absorb the nutrients. The next moment, he felt an unprecedented surge of rich energy flowing into his limbs and bones. This feeling of surging vitality is even more captivating than certain moments. It took Su Mubai a good half-hour to finish absorbing it. The next moment, a system notification sounded in his ear. Chapter 157, the second professional catastrophe trait, is activated. You have absorbed 1087 high-grade life stones, increasing your lifespan by 1087 years. You have absorbed 173 life crystals, increasing your lifespan by 17,300 years. You have absorbed 3 life soul essences, increasing your lifespan by 3,000 years. Current lifespan, over 21,492 years. Even though he had calculated it, Su Mubai was still shocked by this lifespan of over 20,000 years. As humans on Earth, who has ever seen such a long lifespan? He had achieved such results in less than a month since entering the multiverse game. Now that the Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce is on the right track, Su Mubai estimates that he is not far from having a lifespan of 100,000 years. At that time, it will be possible to generate SSS skills with cataclysmic characteristics or items of the Holy Annihilation level. Su Mubai became more and more excited as he thought about it, but he quickly calmed himself down. With a bug-level talent like Cataclysm, it was only a matter of time. From the moment he unlocked this unique, forbidden talent, he became the biggest bug in the game of Myriad Realms. After calming himself down, Su Mubai opened his skill list and a thought crossed his mind. Catastrophe. Target, Chain Corpse Explosion Technique. Cataclysmic Stage 3. Prompt. Confirm consuming 1,000 years of lifespan to overwrite previous promotion effects and upgrade the skill Corpse Explosion to a higher tier. Confirm. You have lost 1,000 years of your life. Your C-rank skill Corpse Explosion has successfully been upgraded to the S-rank skill Destroy Evidence. Current lifespan, over 20,492 years. Destroy the Evidence. S. Level 11, Max, Active Skill. This ability can detonate up to 10 corpses or remains in a chain reaction, dealing magic damage to all enemies within a radius of 10 times the size of each corpse or remains. Can be used on boss corpses of levels below Legendary, excluding Legendary bosses. Damage, 20% of the target's original health plus 200% of their spell power. Casting range 500 meters, instant cast, 30-second cooldown, consumes 30,000 mana. The damage of Destroy the Corpse is no different from that of Chain Corpse Explosion. However, the number of explosions has increased significantly, and the description of the skill range has changed from being fixed to following the target's size. In reality, detonating the corpse of a single small monster actually reduces the area of effect considerably. But now it can be used on the corpses of bosses below the legendary level. If used to detonate the corpse of a massive boss, the range and damage would be far beyond what Chain Corpse Explosion can match. That wasn't all. What Sumubai was more concerned about was the catastrophic nature of this skill. Catastrophe feature can be used on corpses of any level. Simple and brutal, but powerful enough. The cataclysmic effect directly removed the restrictions on the use of Destroy the Corpse and Obliterate the Evidence, giving this skill infinite possibilities. Sumubai nodded in satisfaction and began the next skill of the Cataclysm. Target, Advanced Undead Aura. Cataclysmic Stage 3. Prompt. Confirm consuming 10,000 years of lifespan to overwrite previous promotion effects and upgrade the skill, Aura of the Dead, to a higher tier. Confirm. You have lost 10,000 years of your lifespan. Your B-rank skill, Aura of the Dead, has been successfully upgraded to an SS rank skill, Supreme Aura of the Dead. Current lifespan, over 10,492 years. Supreme Dead Aura, SS, passive skill. All friendly undead creatures gain a 100% increase in all attributes. Area of influence, equivalent to the range of control over summoned creatures. Cataclysmic trait. When a friendly undead creature's health drops below 30%, it recovers 5% of its maximum health per second for 10 seconds. This trait can only be triggered once per hour for a single friendly undead creature. The effect of this Supreme Dead Aura is still very simple, but for Sumubai, the improvement is enormous. With the added bonus of the Cataclysm class, the Scourge's attributes can be directly increased by 200%. With the added cataclysmic properties of this halo and the effect of the Eternal Death Pact, Sumubai no longer needed to run away when facing the two old men from before. Skeleton archers and skeleton mages can ignore both physical and magical defenses. You can grind them down to death. Phew. Looking at the two new skills after the Cataclysm, Sumubai became increasingly conflicted. Ultimately, he decided to keep this skill conversion privilege and wait until the Aura-type skill books he had collected from the wealthy Under Heaven collection arrived before considering them. The skills Summon Skeleton Army and Intense Burn are both the Necromancer's initial skills. Sumubai felt that they would eventually be overwritten by the skills unlocked by the Death Codex, so he didn't want to waste his conversion privileges here. Thinking of the Grimoire of Death, Sumubai suddenly realized something. The Chain Corpse Explosion technique he used before leaving seemed to have absorbed enough soul points. With a thought, he summoned the Grimoire of Death. As expected, the soul points reached the limit again. Current soul points, 80,000. Consuming 80,000 soul points will grant you your 7th chance to open the Deathly Tome. Without saying a word, Sumubai opened it directly. Buzz. The next moment, the inscription on the pale gray pages flowed into Sumubai's brow like a stream of light. Immediately afterwards, a system notification sounded in his ear. But this time, it wasn't the skill he had anticipated. It's a coordinate. Hint. Through the Grimoire of Death, you sense the coordinates of a location that seems to have some connection to the Netherworld. Please travel to the vicinity of the Forest of Death within the Holy Empire to investigate. The Holy Empire again. Sumubai couldn't help but recall the clues about the professional suit he had obtained earlier. It seems the next stop has to be the Holy Empire. Sumubai narrowed his eyes slightly and reached out to touch his chin. With only 1 week left, how can we maximize the benefits of this cherry blossom trip? While pondering, Sumubai opened his attribute panel. But before he could even check his attributes after reaching the 3rd tier, he suddenly froze. Then, Sumubai's face lit up with ecstasy. Since entering the game, it has been showing that the level is insufficient and the 2nd class's Cataclysm trait has not been unlocked, but now it has been unlocked. Class, Death Overlord. Exclusive hidden class. Catastrophe characteristics. 1. All of your own skill effects are doubled. 2. You can create real undead creatures from corpses. Click to view details. 3. Insufficient level, not yet unlocked. Create undead creatures. Sumubai's pupils widened as he prepared to check the details, but Bing Shuang's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Master, guess who I saw? Who? Sumubai was taken aback. Remember that bald bird that chased us when we first arrived in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom? Shall we take it down? Chapter 158. What to do? Just kill them both. A bald bird. Sumubai was stunned for a moment after hearing this, before he realized what was going on. You mean that dark feathered vulture? Yes, that's the bald bird. With its master's death gaze, taking him down shouldn't be a problem. Ice Frost's voice carried a hint of gritted teeth. The thought of being chased by that guy back then filled it with rage. The mighty Frost Dragon King was forced to flee by a bald bird. It's an utter disgrace. This grudge must be avenged, or else I will not be the Dragon King. It had originally planned to wait until its master's strength improved further before seeking revenge on the bald bird. I never expected to run into you here. Okay, let's get him. Su Mubai's lips curled up slightly, and he appeared at the entrance of the space tent in a flash, stepping out directly. Since we're so destined to meet, let's use this guy to complete the second phase of the Dylan's Tragedy quest. As soon as Su Mubai stepped out of the spatial tent, he heard the mournful cry of the dark feathered demon vulture echoing through the sky. Hey, times 5. Its 5 heads roared simultaneously, and although they were still some distance apart, the power of a legendary boss was already evident. The dark feathered vulture's pupils visibly contracted the moment it saw the frost. But strangely, it didn't react with the same excitement it had shown before, heading straight for the frost. Master, something's wrong. Frost also noticed something was wrong at this moment. This guy seems to be being chased. It should be Watanabe Toru. Su Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Besides Watanabe Toru, who else has the patience to chase the dark feather vulture from Sichuan City all the way here? Watanabe Toru must have already resolved the suppression effect of Death Gaze, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to hunt down the dark feather vulture. 2 legendary combatants. Upon hearing this, Frost hesitated for a moment. Should we temporarily avoid their attack? It's too late. Su Mubai shook his head slightly, waved his hand to put away the spatial tent, and then teleported directly to the frost head. At the same time, Watanabe Toru's figure also came into their view. White Knight. Watanabe Toru saw Su Mubai. His eyes blazed with boundless fury, and then he threw his head back and laughed loudly. I never expected that chasing after that beast would bring such an unexpected surprise. As he spoke, he abruptly abandoned the pursuit of the dark feathered vulture, gripped his swords with both hands, and unleashed a terrifying blade of light towards the direction of Frost. Although it was the dark feathered vulture that destroyed Sichuan City, Bai Yi was the real culprit. If he hadn't been chasing Bai Yi, he wouldn't have faced the evolving dark feathered vulture. If Bai Yi hadn't suppressed his attributes, the dark feather demon vulture wouldn't have been able to destroy Sichuan City right before his eyes. It's all Bai Yi's fault. All the frustration and anger he had accumulated over the past few days were contained in this single blade of light, which slashed towards Su Mubai with boundless power. Watanabe Tetsuya went all out from the start. Master, what should we do? Frost flapped its wings and soared into the sky, attempting to evade the blade's edge. But the speed of this blade of light was much faster than Watanabe Toru's flying speed, and it arrived in front of him in an instant. What should we do? Just kill them both. Su Mubai's eyes as he sat directly on the throne, a thought forming in his mind. The pale gray light screen flashed by, and the figure carrying Frost disappeared from the spot. Boom. The next moment, Watanabe Tetsuhiro's sword strike landed in the valley. Rumble. The mountain was instantly cleaved open, with countless rocks tumbling down and dust billowing all around. Nearby monsters were startled by the commotion and scattered in all directions. Bah! Get out of my way. Little dragon, I don't want to eat you right now, so get out of the way. The dark feathered vulture high in the sky stared blankly at the frost that had suddenly appeared before it, and let out a fierce shout. After evolving to the legendary level, it also gained the ability to speak. However, his IQ doesn't seem to be up to par. Bai Yi, you're not getting away this time. Watanabe Toru roared. His speed increased dramatically, and taking advantage of the time when Su Mubai blocked the dark feather demon vulture, he transformed into a streak of light and approached. During this time, he has been hunting down the dark feather demon vulture and seems unaware that Su Mubai calmly left right under the noses of the 2 elders of the Een Ninja Secret Society. Otherwise, he would never have said that with such confidence. Escape? With your abilities? Su Mubai snorted coldly, his eyes instantly turning icy. His strength has undergone a dramatic change since he first arrived in the Sakura Kingdom. Back then, this man and bird could hunt him down, but things are different now. Soon they will know what it means for offense and defense to switch places. The death stare. As Su Mubai's gaze swept over dark feather demon vulture and Watanabe Toru, boundless fears suddenly descended. Minus 108 billion. Minus 21.6 billion. A huge number popped up, and the attributes of both were instantly suppressed by 60%. This shows how much of a disadvantage humans are compared to naturally stronger creatures in terms of health bars. who is capable of hunting down the dark feathered vulture, has only 1/5 of the opponent's health. Times 5. Well, 5 terrified shouts and a muffled roar rang out, both of them simultaneously falling into a state of fear. Get to work. Sumubai leaned back on the throne and spoke softly. Frost immediately understood, its body suddenly rising higher, its 2 dragon claws grabbing both of them at the same time, and it swooped downwards at top speed. Dark Feathered Vulture and Watanabe Toru are both high-level legendary beings, and Sumubai's death gaze cannot frighten them for too long. His Scourge army can't fly, so he must take this opportunity to confine both of them to the ground. Meanwhile, real damage numbers kept popping up above their heads. -8.422 million, -31.5825 million, -63.165 million. Double damage. -8.422 million, -31.5825 million, -94.7475 million. Triple damage. Having officially broken through to the 3rd tier, and with the added boost from the mythical item, Human Butcher's Mark, Sumubai's current stats have reached a terrifying level. Attribute Panel, Simplified Version. Player, by Yi. Level, 60, 0%. Class, Death Overlord, Tier 3. Power of Domination, 26,718. Health points, 1/1. Physical attack, 421,100. Spell power, 421,100. Critical hit rate, 100%. Critical hit damage, 375%. Elemental resistance, Curse 40%, Ice 40%, Others 10%. Exclusive talent, Cataclysm, Unique Forbidden Level. Skills, omitted. Normal summoning space, 59653/75,000. Commander's summoning space, 369/480, 88560/115,200. Equipment, omitted. Class specific, Death's Codex, LV60. Lifespan, over 10,492 years. Chapter 159, the enhancement brought by the Supreme Undead Aura. Sumubai's ability to possess such terrifying attributes at level 60 is entirely due to the power of the Overlord. His high-grade equipment all have the effect of boosting all attributes, and when applied to the power of dominance, the effect is doubled. Because both physical strength and spiritual enhancement can increase the power of domination. Similarly, the 50% increase in physical attack and spell power brought by the Human Butcher Mark is equivalent to a 100% increase in both for Sumubai. Although he didn't switch to the title of Murderous Maniac, Sumubai's critical hit rate still reached 100%, and his critical hit damage was a terrifying 375%. However, both Dark Feather Vulture and Watanabe Toru clearly possess critical hit resistance, so they cannot all land critical hits. Even so, the damage caused by the Death Gaze is still terrifying. That's the power of true damage. After breaking through to the 3rd tier, the Death Gaze skill is significantly more effective this time. A week ago, Iga Dan was only feared for less than 2 seconds in Konga Castle, but now it has been more than 4 seconds, and Dark Feather Demon Eagle and Watanabe Toru are still unable to wake up. Of course, this is also because both of them are simply not as strong as Iga Dan. Boom, boom. 2 loud bangs rang out simultaneously, and the frost slammed both of them to the ground. The terrifying force blasted a huge crater into the earth, sending debris flying and smoke billowing everywhere. Although Frost's level has only increased by 3, the aura it now enjoys is completely different. With the added bonus of the class's cataclysmic trait, the Supreme Undead Aura can increase all attributes of friendly undead creatures by 200%. This is more than twice as powerful as the previous 60%. Frost. Double Supreme Undead Aura buff, all attributes increased by 200%. Mythical Mount. Frost Dragon King. High-ranking undead creature. Level, 63. Cannot exceed the player's level by more than 10. Loyalty, 100. Due to the influence of the Death Overlord class, loyalty will never decrease. Movement speed bonus, land, sea, and air plus 800%. Health points, 138.24 billion/138.24 billion. Mana points, 115.2 billion/115.2 billion. Attack power, 69.12 million. Spell power, 57.6 million. Physical defense, 57.6 million. Magic defense, 46.08 million. Minus 13.86 million. Minus 12.97 million. It wasn't until the 2 damage numbers from the frost appeared that Dark Feather Vulture and Watanabe Toru recovered from their state of fear. The former was completely dumbfounded. Is this the same little dragon from a few days ago? How come I'm still no match for someone who has evolved to the legendary level? And what exactly is this force that's suppressing me? The dark-feathered vulture who knew nothing. Watanabe Toru was clearly prepared for the death gaze. Although he was puzzled as to why Baiye's suppressive power had suddenly become stronger, he still immediately took out a bright green scroll and tore it open. This thing again? Sumubai raised an eyebrow. IGA Dan had used this before. Is this kind of scroll very common? Plus 10.8 billion. As expected, Watanabe Toru's aura suddenly recovered significantly as a bright green light emerged. But he exclaimed in disbelief. Why was only half the effect eliminated? Bah! At the same time, the bewildered dark feather vulture regained its senses, and its 5 heads opened simultaneously, instantly condensing into intense white light. They simultaneously included Watanabe Toru, Bing Shuang, and Su Mubai as their targets. If we join forces to deal with Baiye, your destruction of Sichuan City will be wiped clean. Watanabe Toru immediately spoke in a deep voice, and the samurai sword in his hand burst into flames. Good. You said it. Humans, don't lie to me. Dark Feather Vulture readily agreed, and immediately turned the 3 heads aimed at Watanabe Toru towards Frost. Parts of both panels are also displayed at this moment. Dark Feathered Demonic Eagle. Suppressed by the Death Gaze. All attributes reduced by 60%. Level 200. Legendary Boss. Health points. 43.059 billion/72 billion. Toru Watanabe. Suppressed by Death Gaze. All attributes reduced by 30%. Sichuan City, under reconstruction. 8th tier Martial Saint. Level 215. Health. 19.935 billion/25.2 billion. The two had been chasing each other all the way, and their health was already low. Now, facing Baiye, they decisively chose to join forces. But how could Su Mubai let them unleash their skills and join forces against him? Despite this situation, he remained firmly seated on his throne, simply pointing his staff forward slightly. The skills that had been prepared beforehand were immediately unleashed. The tragedy of the forgotten. Boom. The next moment, the 3 elements exploded between the two. The damage was negligible, but both of their skills were terminated, and neither could use them for the next 5 seconds. Boom. The dragon breath that had gathered in Frost's mouth poured down, attacking both of them simultaneously. Not only that, with the fluttering of its wings, it sprayed out a sky full of icy stimuli. Let's finish this quickly. Su Mubai then slowly stood up, and with a thought, used teleportation to land on the ground, allowing Frost to fight freely. A gentle tap of his staff, 2 summoning spaces opened, and 20 death light curtains immediately surrounded them. Death Sniper. Fireball. On the outer ring, countless skeleton archers and mages appeared, immediately unleashing their skills. Without exception, they were all towering skeleton kings. Immediately afterwards, dozens of robust skeleton king warriors simultaneously unleashed Wild Charge. Their primary targets are the massive Darkwing Vultures. When facing a single-digit number of enemies, the Scourge only needs to release a portion of the Skeleton Kings. Even if the rest are released, there's no room for them to deal damage. At the same time, Su Mubai pointed his staff. Feedback on death. The next moment, a Skeleton King, the Archer, instantly grew to 10 meters tall. Notification: you have consumed 500 points of death energy to enhance the main attribute of the target Skeleton King, Archer, by 1000%. Callout. The enhanced Skeleton King Archer suddenly released the bowstring, and a huge arrow with endless sharpness shot out, instantly hitting Watanabe Toru. Deadly Sniper Strike. Minus 128 million. The enhanced Skeleton King, Archer, due to its cataclysmic ability to ignore physical defense, deals far more damage with its fatal shot than Frost. Skeleton King, Archer. Double Supreme Aura plus Death Aura Enhanced Version. Level 60. Strength 2,595,200. Physical Fitness 2,595,200. Agility 25.952 million. HP 38.928 million/38.928 million. Attack Power 28,544,000. Physical Defense 2,073,600. Skills: Double Shot LV9, Fatal Sniper LV9. Of course, it only deals damage. In other aspects, it's not even in the same league as Frost. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Enhanced Skeleton King. The Archer continuously draws his bow, firing a series of arrows, each one accurately hitting Watanabe Toru. Having forgotten his skills, Watanabe Toru had nowhere to dodge when faced with the interception of several Skeleton King warriors. Whenever he tries to leap, a pale gray light curtain suddenly flashes in midair. At the same time, several headless knights outside the encirclement transformed into black streaks of light, rushed through the curtain of death in front of them, and swooped down from midair, crashing violently into Watanabe Toru. Death Charge. The power effect is increased by 900%, which is enough to have a certain impact on Watanabe Toru, whose attributes are suppressed. Several headless riders charged together, and just as they leaped into the air, Watanabe Toru, having nowhere to grab hold of, was slammed back to the ground. Following closely behind were a barrage of arrows from the Skeleton Kings, the archers. Chapter 160. The use of the death curtain, a cheap tactic. Damn it. Only 10 days have passed. How could Bai Yi have improved so much? Watanabe Toru wielded his katana, cutting through countless arrows, but he was still constantly injured. Without any skills, he simply couldn't withstand the attacks of so many Skeleton Kings. Moreover, the arrows fired by these Skeleton Kings, archers, all dealt true damage, which gave Watanabe Toru a chill down his spine. How exactly did Bai Yi manage to do that? He's just a level 60, third-tier descendant. So how does he have so many abilities? On the other hand, the Dark Feathered Vulture is also having a tough time. Its attributes were suppressed by 60%, and it also forgot its skills. Faced with the siege of dozens of Skeleton Kings, warriors, even with their wings, claws, and 5 heads used to their fullest extent, they still couldn't withstand the onslaught. What's more, there's an even stronger frost attacking relentlessly. Various frost and death spells were constantly being cast upon it. The relentless attacks left the Dark Feathered Vulture dizzy and disoriented. Moreover, because of its enormous size, it suffered far more damage than Watanabe Toru. In addition to the rain of arrows and fireballs shooting from the ground, several pale gray light curtains remained in midair. Within these light screens, countless arrows and fireballs rained down. Sumubai has already used the death curtain to its fullest extent. With this technique, the Scourge forces that were previously unable to attack the boss from afar only needed to keep attacking the death curtain in front of them. The Dark Feathered Vulture tried to take off several times, but was stopped by frost. The former had its attributes suppressed by 60%, while the latter had its attributes increased by 200%. With one subtraction and one addition, Frost's strength was already above that of Dark Feather Vulture. Now, even a one-on-one fight is possible, not to mention the Scourge's assistance. Minus 316 million. 10 times the damage. With the added bonus of the class's Cataclysm trait, the damage from Death Gaze can last for a full 40 seconds. The sudden triggering of the Human Butcher's Mark's tenfold damage, combined with the critical hit effect, caused Watanabe Toru's health bar to drop a small chunk. But instead of being frightened, he showed joy on his face. It's all because the duration of the Forgotten's Lament has ended. Bai Yi die. Boom. A violent burst of energy erupted, and flames surged from Watanabe Toru's body, clearly indicating that he had activated some kind of explosive skill. But he was dumbfounded before he could even lock on a Sumubai. Click, click, click. Just as Watanabe Toru was about to break through the encirclement and attack Byakuya, he suddenly felt a pang of fear. The next moment, Watanabe Toru felt a surge of death skill energy around him. Cage filled with a dense aura of death suddenly appeared, imprisoning Watanabe Toru inside. And the shield value of this cage is as high as 260 billion. Imprisonment of the ghostly corpse. This time, Sumubai directly sacrificed 150 Skeleton King warriors and 1050 elite skeleton warriors. Apart from the dozens of Skeleton Kings, warriors, that were besieging the two, all the rest were sacrificed by Sumubai. The shield value of the skill, Phantom Imprisonment, is increased to 4 times. Boom. Watanabe Toru unleashed his full power with a single strike against the ghostly cage, but it only inflicted less than 2 billion damage. Breaking free from his confinement is not something he can do in a short time. Moreover, the ghostly cage will only imprison him, but will not have any effect on Sumubai's Calamity Legion at all. Not only were the attacks of the skeleton mages and archers unimpeded, but the skeleton warriors also moved through the area without any hindrance. Their great swords ignored the ghostly cage and relentlessly attacked Watanabe Toru. However, Watanabe Toru's katana was unable to penetrate the ghost cage after it touched it. Sumubai stared at Watanabe Toru with a cold smile. So what if the skills are restored? The moment you appeared before me alone, the ending was already sealed. Previously, Su-Mubai dared not linger in battle, not only because he was afraid of having his connection with his summoned creatures severed, but also because he was worried that the In Ninja Secret Society elders, who were prepared, might have other methods. But Watanabe Toru only met him by chance, so he obviously wasn't very prepared. The scroll he carried earlier was probably something he brought with him because of his previous experience. Furthermore, with the Eternal Death contract, Su-Mubai no longer worried about being cut off, which is why he dared to fight Watanabe Toru without restraint. As long as the battle ends quickly and we move to a new location, there shouldn't be any major problems. Imprisoned in the ghostly cage, Watanabe Toru tried every means possible, but could not break through. With the scourge interfering, it will be impossible for him to break free of the cage in a short time. Many times, when he unleashed a slash, the Skeleton King, the warrior, simply blocked it with his body, preventing him from depleting the cage's shield value. His attacks, however, were spread out among the hundreds of thousands of scourge soldiers and couldn't even make a ripple. After Su-Mubai broke through to the third tier, his attributes improved significantly. With the added benefit of the supreme undead aura, even the elite skeleton mage with the lowest health now has over 8.65 million health points. No matter how hard Watanabe Toru unleashes his power, using all his skills, he can only deal 10,000 to 20,000 damage to each skeleton when spread out. With just a thought, Su-Mubai could draw hundreds of millions of frost blood to restore a large number of scourge legions to full health under double the effect. As for frost, life regeneration alone is sufficient. Its health regeneration rate is the same as the boss's, 1% every 5 seconds. But even that 1% is an insurmountable chasm for Watanabe Toru now. With a base of 138.24 billion, Frost can restore more than 1.3 billion health points every 5 seconds. As the battle continued, Watanabe Toru felt increasingly helpless. After finally breaking free of the ghostly prison, Watanabe Toru was utterly desperate. Because that damned Bai only glanced at him indifferently, the broken Yuhai cage reappeared and imprisoned him in it again. Because the Skeleton King, the warrior, constantly used his body to block the attacks, Watanabe Toru took more than 120 seconds to break through the ghostly prison. This also means that Su-Mubai's phantom imprisonment has cooled down. Although there was no Skeleton King sacrificing himself this time, the shield value provided by 1,200 elite skeleton warriors was not much lower. As long as there is someone to take the hit, Watanabe Toru still cannot break the 120-second barrier. This style of play seems a bit underhanded. Su-Mubai held the staff in one hand and touched his nose with the other. After breaking through to the third tier was much greater than he had imagined. Now, facing one or two masters like Watanabe Toru, he seems to feel no pressure at all. Unless he faces the army of the Sakura Kingdom, with his current strength, it seems he can already roam freely here. Bai, you are more terrifying than anyone imagined. But don't be too happy yet. The In Ninja Secret Society will never let you continue to improve like this. Leaving behind his final words, Watanabe Toru's remaining health bar was taken away by the fatal sniper, shots fired simultaneously by two enhanced Skeleton Kings, archers. Ignoring the system notification in his ear, Su-Mubai's gaze was fixed on Watanabe Toru's corpse that hadn't yet disappeared, and a thought flashed through his mind. Destroy the evidence. Chapter 161: The Terrifying Effect of Destroying Evidence, the True Value of a Legendary Boss. Soul Absorption activated. Soul points increased by 1,000. You have received 230,000 soul coins. You have obtained the legendary item, Gauntlet of Kagutsuchi. The soul strength of a legendary expert is indeed remarkable. Just one kill is enough to absorb a full 1,000 soul points. Before Watanabe Toru died, Su-Mubai activated the Blessing of the Goddess of Luck, raising his luck value to 64 points. Unexpectedly, a legendary item dropped directly. However, he had no time to pay attention to the system notification sound in his ear at the moment. Instead, his eyes were fixed on Watanabe Toru's corpse, which had not yet disappeared, and a thought flashed through his mind. Destroy the evidence. If you are even a step too slow, and the other party chooses to return to the resurrection hall in the nearest city, the corpse will disappear. Su-Mubai decisively activated his skill, squeezing out the last bit of value from the corpse. The next moment, Watanabe Toru's corpse instantly transformed into an incredibly dense mass of death energy, which then expanded violently. Human, what have you done? What kind of power is this? Get out of my way. This terrifying energy startled the dark feather vulture, which immediately unleashed all its power, risking severe injury to break through the frost and escape the area. But would Frost tolerate it? Its power is now subtly superior to that of the dark-feathered demon vulture. Go back. Frost snorted coldly and breathed a dragon's breath onto the head of the dark-feathered demon vulture. Its dragon claws instantly grabbed its body and flung it directly toward the death aura that Watanabe Toru's corpse had turned into. At the same time, the mass of death energy suddenly burst forth with a blinding white light and exploded. Boom. The energy from the explosion shot into the sky, and the terrifying shockwave instantly swept around, but it was tightly confined to a radius of more than 30 meters. Once the catastrophe reaches level S, the explosion radius of destroy evidence is determined by the size of the corpse. With the added advantage of his professional catastrophic abilities, Watanabe Toru's height, which is 20 times his size, is within this range. But the power of the explosion left Su Mubai and Bing Shuang stunned in place. Minus 72.38 billion. Critical hit plus double damage. Amidst the smoke and dust of the explosion, a terrifying 11-digit damage figure appeared, leaving both of them speechless. The dark-feathered vulture's health was completely wiped out the moment the shockwave hit its head. Faced with the terrifying attack, destroy the corpse and eliminate evidence, which simultaneously triggers a critical hit and double damage effect. Even if it were at full health, let alone already injured, it would have absolutely no chance of surviving. After all, even after being suppressed by Death Gaze, the Dark Feather Vulture only has a maximum of 72 billion HP. At the same time, a series of notification sounds rang in Su Mubai's ears. Defeating the level 200 legendary boss, Dark Feathered Vulture, grants an additional 174% experience bonus, totaling 82.2 billion experience points. Soul absorption activated. Soul points increased by 1,000. Immediately afterwards, a continuous stream of golden light rose from Su Mubai's body, and the system notification sound for the upgrade went crazy. Congratulations to player, White Knight, for reaching level 61. All 4 stats increased by 1, skill point increased by 1, and free attribute points increased by 30. Congratulations to player, White Knight, for reaching level 89. All 4 stats increased by 1, skill point increased by 1, and free attribute points increased by 30. Note: your experience points have reached level 89, 100%. You can continue to absorb experience points to level up after breaking through to the 4th tier. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to solo a legendary boss. Rewards: plus 1,000 main attribute, plus 200 skill points, and 200 high-grade life stones. Announcement: a notice for the Blue Star region will be released soon. You have gained 200,000 soul coins. You have obtained 30 level 1 brilliant gems. You have obtained 30 legendary materials, Dark Feather. You have obtained 1,800 intermediate soul stones. You have obtained the legendary item Shadowwing Wind. Gulp. Was considered a cheat code user, couldn't help but swallow hard. Is this the true value of a level 200 legendary boss? Su Mubai stared in shock at his rapidly rising level, completely ignoring the dark-feathered vulture's drop. For the previous week, he had been in a coma due to excessive depletion of his soul power. Therefore, in Su Mubai's memory, he had only just broken through to the 3rd rank. Now, after waking up and only killing 1 boss, my level has reached the cap again. It has to be said, the Dark Feather Vulture is truly a formidable boss. Previously, he helped Su Mubai escape from Zichuan City, and later he even destroyed Zichuan City to avenge Su Mubai. Now, at the cost of his life, he has sent Su Mubai, who had just reached level 60, directly to level 89. If possible, Su Mubai even wanted to award the Dark Feather Demon Vulture a Best Achievement Award. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, Frost stood to the side, staring blankly at the scene before her, her gaze somewhat vacant. Master, isn't this skill of yours a little too overpowered? All 5 heads of the dark-feathered vulture vanished, leaving its headless corpse lying at the entrance of a cave. And this hole was created by the destroying evidence. A perfectly circular hole with a radius of over 30 meters, its depth unfathomable. Chapter 162: The Conditions for Creating the Undead, a Sensation. It seems a bit perverted. Su Mubai touched his nose. He hadn't expected that the explosion of a legendary expert's corpse would have such a terrifying effect. Keep in mind, destroy the corpse and cover up the evidence is only an S-rank skill. Of course, if it weren't for the catastrophic nature of the ability, this skill wouldn't be effective against the corpses of legendary beings. Therefore, what's truly abnormal isn't the skill itself, but the catastrophic characteristic that Su Mubai's talent bestows upon it. In addition, the passive effect of the mythic item, Mark of the Butcher, and its stacking critical strike chance of up to 375% resulted in such terrifying damage. Moreover, this was because Watanabe Toru's attributes were suppressed by 30% during his lifetime by the death gaze. Otherwise, the damage figures would have exceeded 100 billion. If we find the corpse of a massive boss, wouldn't that be? As Sumubai thought of this, his eyes brightened even more. How many of the top experts in the Sakura Kingdom could withstand such terrifying damage? The terrifying nature of the talent cataclysm once again shocked Sumubai. Owner. Seeing that Sumubai was somewhat dazed, Bingshuang quickly reminded him. The commotion just now is too loud. Should we leave here first? Wait me a moment. Sumubai flashed to the side of the dark feather demon vulture's corpse and murmured, I wonder if it can still function without its head. Looking at the headless corpse of the dark feather vulture, Sumubai silently clicked to view the details of the second class's cataclysmic trait. Occupational disaster characteristics. 1. All of your own skill effects are doubled. 2. You can create real undead creatures from corpses. Cataclysmic features details. As the master of death, you possess the power to create high-ranking undead creatures. When you completely kill a real creature, you can choose to consume death energy to preserve its corpse. Based on the corpse's talents and strength in life, and after consuming a certain amount of soul points and materials, you can create different undead creatures. The specific materials and soul points required for creation will depend on the corpse. Current number of high-tier undead creatures that can be created, 0/3. 3. Insufficient level, not yet activated. Does it have to be the corpse of a real living being? After reading the description, Sumubai frowned. In the Forbidden Lands, real creatures are hard to find. Except people. Thinking of this, Sumubai's gaze involuntarily fell on the word talent in the detailed description. A crazy idea suddenly popped into his head. However, this idea is obviously impossible to realize now, so Sumubai can only bury it deep in his heart for the time being. Looking up at the headless corpse of the dark-feathered vulture, Sumubai reluctantly activated his death energy, but the system notification made him shake his head helplessly. Note, this corpse is not a real biological corpse and cannot be preserved. It didn't work as expected. Whether it's the corpse of a boss or the corpse of a player or a local who dies, it will respawn and disappear. To put it bluntly, the corpse in front of you is not a real corpse at all. Sumubai sighed, turned around, and disappeared from the spot, directly sitting on the throne. Let's go. Pick any direction, and get out of here first. Upon hearing this, Frost shot into the sky, transforming into a streak of icy blue light and disappearing into the horizon. Sumubai leaned against the throne between the giant dragon heads, one hand supporting his chin, his brows slightly furrowed. Before leaving, he tried to put the dark-feathered vulture's corpse into his spatial ring, but there was no response. In other words, to detonate the corpse of a large legendary boss in the city, you must first lure the boss into the city. Thinking of this, Sumubai narrowed his eyes slightly, remembering something. If this idea can be perfectly realized, then my trip to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom will have been worthwhile. Since we're going to play, let's go big. In Sumubai's eyes as he refined the ideas in his mind while examining his gains. In addition to the system rewards, Watanabe Toru and Dark Feather Vulture each contributed a legendary piece of equipment. Watanabe Toru is a human, so it's understandable that he only loses one piece of equipment upon death. However, the Dark Feather Vulture, as a boss, only dropped one piece of equipment besides currency, materials, and soul stones. Moreover, this was with Sumubai's luck value of 64 points. It seems that legendary bosses won't drop a lot of loot. Sumubai was not surprised by this. After all, it's a legendary item. If every boss could drop several of them, it wouldn't be so precious. No one else can get a promotion for free like him. As Sumubai inspected his harvest, the entire forbidden land of gods suddenly erupted in chaos. This time, naturally, it was caused by him again. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to player White Knight from the Divine Dragon Empire for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to solo a legendary boss. This is to inform all players that we encourage you to learn from him and obtain generous rewards. Times 10. With the announcement ringing out 10 times in a row, White Knight, which had been silent for a whole week, once again caused a sensation in the forbidden land of gods. It's been several days since I've heard any news from Boss Bai Yi. I'm really not used to it. Now I can finally relax. As expected of Boss Bai Yi, he was able to solo a legendary boss so quickly. Awesome. Hee. Back when we played games on Earth, players who cheated would try to hide it and even swear oaths. But now that we're in the forbidden land of gods, Bai Yi doesn't even try to hide it from anyone. Oh my god, the White Knight has come again. A legendary boss? The strongest boss in the multiverse game is the mythical level, right? It's only been half a month, and Bai Yi is simply inhuman. Holy crap. Look at the rankings. I'm going to call the police. What? Am I seeing things? How did Bai Yi suddenly reach level 89? This is outrageous. Just 10 minutes ago, I saw that his level was 60. Can Bai Yi manually adjust his level? There's only one truth. Bai Yesha's legendary boss was a very high level, which directly leveled him up by 29 levels. Thank you for explaining, otherwise I would still be in the dark. The Divine Dragon Empire, a level 40 wilderness map. Looking at the rankings, the corner of San Chi Ching Fang's, I twitched slightly. After switching to the only hidden class, Sword Immortal, he had the illusion that he could catch up with Bai Yi. He has barely had any rest this week in order to level up as quickly as possible. Seeing that Bai Yi's level had remained at level 60 for a week, he also leveled up to level 29, finally narrowing the level gap to double again. Although these are just numbers, and the actual empirical values are still far from being realized, isn't this a kind of progress? However, just as he was full of fighting spirit and preparing to seize the time to complete the advanced task, Bai Yi is back in action. Moreover, this incident directly caused San Chi Ching Feng to feel an unprecedented sense of despair. It was one thing before, but now I have an SSS-level talent and a unique hidden class, and I am a sword immortal with extremely strong killing power. Why has the gap not only failed to narrow, but instead widened? Chapter 163, You actually dare to show up again? The Holy Empire, the Sighing Volcano. This is a hidden map. Normally, no one should be able to find it at this stage. But at this moment, a great battle is taking place in the crater. Roar! A fire elemental creature over 30 meters tall roared, conjuring two torrents of elemental energy in its hands, which continuously rammed into the tiny creature in front of it. The little guy is Felix, and this fire elemental creature is his advancement quest. Epic level boss with a level of 50. Normally speaking, with his current strength, he is no match for this kind of boss. But who can blame him when his talent is effective against fire-type creatures? Once I complete my advancement, my next step will be to surpass Bai Yi. Felix's eyes gleamed with excitement, his body enveloped in the phantom of a phoenix, his movements agile as he constantly dodged the boss's attacks. At the same time, Felix waved his staff, unleashing a series of skills to continuously whittle down the boss's health. But the next moment, he suddenly froze. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to Shenlong Empire player, White Knight, ×10. The sudden announcement momentarily distracted Felix. Bai Yi is already able to solo a legendary level boss. The boss showed no mercy to the stunned Felix, and instead seized the opportunity to unleash its full power. Boom! Felix was jolted awake as a blazing pillar of fire shot into the sky. His expression changed drastically, but it was too late to dodge, and he was hit by the boss's full attack. How could a level 29 player withstand the ultimate attack of a level 50 epic boss? Even though Felix's SSS level talent made him immune to fire elemental damage, the impact alone was something his small frame couldn't withstand. The boss snorted disdainfully and sank into the lava. Only when the pillar of fire died down did Felix's body fall from midair, completely dead. He had only one thought before he died. Damn White Knight. Strangely, Felix's ranking on the leaderboard did not drop due to his death, and his level remained at 29. Buzz. Moments later, Felix's body suddenly burst into flames. At the same time, the magma in the crater began to boil again. Players in the Sakura Kingdom have gone mad. Even fewer people are venturing out of the city to grind monsters. If it weren't for the cost of living, most people probably wouldn't even want to grind monsters. Seeing Bai Yi's level skyrocketing, they were filled with despair. Baka. All the local experts in the Sakura Kingdom are useless. After so many days, they can't even handle a White Knight. I only have 26% experience left from grinding monsters. What's the point of playing? I'm tired. Let it end. I haven't leveled up in 3 days. Even Tsukuyami can't make it onto the rankings anymore. What future do we Sakura players have? The multiverse game's mechanism is disgusting. If the experience points drop to 0%, what's the point of having Sakura players? Mom, I don't want to play games anymore. I want to go home. 3 figures suddenly appeared beside the corpse of the dark feathered vulture. Upon seeing the circular, bottomless pit beside them, the 3 of them simultaneously narrowed their eyes. This aura of death. How could Bai Yi's strength have increased so rapidly? The person who spoke held a folding fan in his hand. He was none other than Matsumoto Maya, the elder of the Inrin Secret Society. This child must not be allowed to live. Abe Saiken frowned. Everyone knew this, but they couldn't detect Bai Ye's presence at all. IGA Dan, whose status and strength were slightly lower, stared silently at the corpse of the dark-feathered vulture, his eyes narrowing slightly. A week ago, Bai Ye could only run away from him. Now you can kill legendary bosses? This child's rate of progress is simply astonishing. Just then, the three of them suddenly changed their expressions. Who is it? The next moment, a pale gray light screen flashed by, and Su Mubai's figure instantly appeared not far away. Bai Ye, how dare you show your face again? Ha ha, I was just wondering how to find you, but I didn't expect you, you fool, to deliver yourself to my doorstep. Matsumoto Maya and Abe Saiken saw Su Mubai. Their faces lit up with joy, and they immediately launched their attack. IGA Dan's gaze turned cold, and lightning crackled in his palm. Shikigami Curse Seal. Sealing Spirit Technique. Broken Lightning Blade. All three knew that to deal with Bai Ye, they had to sever his connection with his summoned creatures first. But since Su Mubai dared to appear openly, he must have made all the necessary preparations. As he appeared, he pointed his staff directly in the direction of the three of them. The prepared spell was released instantly in the next moment. The tragedy of the forgotten. Boom. The three elements exploded violently, and although it failed to damage them, it successfully made them forget their skills. Although the effect of the Forgotten's Lament only lasts for 5 seconds on these three people, it is enough. Su Mubai's eyes narrowed. The death stare. In an instant, the attributes of the three were suppressed by 60%. At the same time, a bright white light flashed. You have used Blessing of Lady Luck. Your luck stat will increase to 64 points for the next 30 seconds. Su Mubai returned because he suddenly remembered something. A rapid rise in rank and a series of rewards. In addition, the cautious mindset of having to relocate as soon as possible whenever there was any disturbance, which was common when their strength was insufficient in the past, has not been changed in a short time. Only after he left did he suddenly remember that his original intention in killing the dark feather vulture was to complete his mission. Maya and his two companions in the distance high in the sky, he suddenly changed his mind. We can wait on the quest. At worst, we can find another epic boss that's level 180 or higher. But opportunities for such experiments are rare these days. Moreover, the rewards for a legendary mission are nowhere near as good as the rewards for killing 3 legendary masters. Therefore, after activating Goddess of Luck's Blessing, Su Mubai's gaze instantly locked onto the corpse of the dark feathered vulture. Destroy the evidence. This energy is bad. That's impossible. Sensing the movement emanating from the corpse of the dark feathered vulture, Matsumoto Maya and Abe Saiken's expressions changed drastically. They had a premonition that if this energy were to erupt, they would definitely be in mortal danger. Escape. The same thought flashed through the minds of all three of them at the same time. But the next moment, 20 death curtains instantly appeared all around, and a continuous stream of skeleton warriors charged towards the three of them. Even the sky was blocked. Having temporarily forgotten their skills, they are currently unable to escape instantly. Damn it, Bai Ye, don't let me catch you, or I'll make you wish you were dead. Matsumoto Maya roared furiously, a hint of pain flashing in his eyes. A small, earthen yellow shield appeared in his hand, which he then crushed. Come in quickly. Immediately afterwards, a small, earth-yellow energy shield formed. Abe Saiken immediately rushed in. IGA Dan suddenly shoved aside the skeleton warrior blocking his way, also wanting to enter. But it was too late for him. Click, click, click. Imprisonment of the ghostly corpse. A cage of ghostly remains instantly materialized, imprisoning IGA Dan within it. The next moment, the corpse of the dark feathered vulture, which had transformed into death energy, suddenly swelled up. This mass of death energy was more than 100 times larger than the mass formed from Watanabe Toru's corpse. No. In IGA Dan's despairing gaze, the death energy expanded to its limit and exploded with a roar. Boom. Chapter 164 Star Abyss Dark Wings. The dark feathered vulture suddenly burst forth with a blinding white light and exploded. Boom. The energy from the explosion shot straight up thousands of meters into the sky, instantly shattering the low-lying clouds. A terrifying shockwave violently swept across the surroundings, this time covering not just 30 meters, but more than a kilometer. The moment they destroy the corpse and eradicate the trace was unleashed. IGA Dan quickly tore open several scrolls, stacking layers of shields on himself. However, all of this was destined to be in vain. The energy shockwave swept past these shields without even pausing the instant it made contact. Minus 198.6 billion. Critical hit plus double damage. As the incredible 12-digit damage was unleashed, IGA Dan's figure vanished instantly in the explosion. The dropped items were protected by the rules of the game world and were not damaged. They were automatically picked up and put into Su Mubai's backpack the moment they appeared. Click. Surrounding Matsumoto Maya and Abe Saiken instantly became cracked. The next moment, the shield that even Matsumoto Maya found painful shattered. However, it also successfully blocked the horrific damage caused by the Destroy the Corpse and Obliterate the Evidence attack, allowing both of them to survive. Even so, Matsumoto Maya and Abe Saiken were both pale-faced and coughed up a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering serious injuries. At this moment, the two elders dared not linger any longer. Each of them took out a special teleportation scroll, tore it open, and disappeared from the spot. Only 2 seconds had passed since Su Mubai appeared. Of the trio, one was dead and the other two escaped. With the readily available corpse of a legendary boss, Su Mubai's combat power was instantly boosted to an unlimited level. As the incredibly violent energy swept outwards, everything within that range was instantly destroyed. Monsters, flowers, trees, boulders, even mountain walls. Apart from the fallen items, everything else was instantly vaporized by this energy, leaving not even a trace. Even after witnessing it once, Su Mubai was still utterly shocked by the terrifying effects of the Destroy the Corpse and Cover Up the Evidence technique. Dark Feather Vulture was not as strong as Watanabe Tetsu. His corpse was much larger. The terrain in the vicinity was directly altered after the explosion. The original circular crater has vanished, because an area of over 1 kilometer in radius has been completely flattened. The surroundings became incredibly smooth, and the entire ground sank more than 1,000 meters. From high above, a huge basin suddenly appeared here. Su Mubai, who was originally standing on the ground, now had a pair of shadow wings on his back and was steadily hovering in midair. The reason he doesn't summon Frost is because he already has the ability to fly. This ability comes from the legendary equipment dropped by the Dark Feathered Vulture. Mythical item by the Cataclysm, for free, Su Mubai was finally able to fly in his physical body. Star Abyss Darkwing. Cape Accessories. Level, 60 to 300. Mythical items. Never wears out. Equipment requirements. Main attribute over 20,000 or agility over 5,000. Basic attributes, level 85. Physical defense plus 8,500. Magic defense plus 8,500. All attributes plus 1,020. Entry. 1. Main attribute plus 30%. Agility plus 30%. 2. Critical hit resistance plus 30%. Critical hit damage taken minus 30%. 3. Movement speed plus 50%. 4. Shadow element resistance plus 60%. Skill. 1. Star Abyss Dark Wings. Active skill. You can condense Star Abyss Dark Wings at any time to fly in the air. Agility plus 50%. Flight speed plus 100%. Consumes 1,000 mana per second. No cooldown. 2. Star Abyss Dark Feather. A passive skill. Whenever you deal a critical hit, you can store 1 Star Abyss Dark Feather, up to a maximum of 20. You can unleash all Star Abyss Dark Feathers at any time to attack the target, each dealing 200% shadow magic damage. After a long while, Su Mubai finally came to his senses, waved his hand to summon Frost, and turned to sit back on the throne. Although I can fly now, after the initial excitement, riding a mount is still more comfortable. After Frost flew out of the mount space, it was immediately shocked by the situation on the battlefield. In its memory, apart from the pinnacle of mythical beings, it would be difficult for anyone to destroy the map of the Myriad Realms game to such an extent. Because the map is protected by the rules of the multiverse game, ordinary attacks cannot change the terrain. Master, you are terrifying. The icy voice echoed in Su Mubai's mind. He smiled slightly and said softly, "This is just the beginning. Let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, Frost flapped its wings and flew away from the area once again. Su Mubai sat upright on the throne, his face showing little joy. Through this experiment, his understanding of top-tier experts deepened even further. Unless such powerful individuals are completely contained, no matter how high the damage from Destroy the Corpse and Eliminate the Trace is, it cannot pose a significant threat to them. To maximize the effect of this skill, it must be used in conjunction with a space lockdown scroll. Only in this way can beings like Matsumoto Maya and Abe Saiken be forced to confront the damage caused by the destruction of evidence. Master, where to next? After flying high into the sky, the first thing Bing Shuang asked for directions. Su Mubai raised an eyebrow and said, "Get away from the city and find an epic level boss of level 180 or higher." Chapter 165 The Thunderous Roar of Wind and the Blazing Sky Armguard. Soul absorption activated. Soul points increased by 1,000. You have received 520,000 soul coins. You have obtained the legendary item Susanu's Boots. Because she was looking for the boss, Frost didn't fly too high. Sumubai happily tallied up his gains this time. Watanabe Toru, Dark Feather Demon Eagle, and IGA Dan contributed nearly 1,000,000 soul coins in addition to the 3,000 soul points they earned. However, the Myriad Realms Merchant Guild has already set sail, and 1,000,000 soul coins are nothing to Sumubai. The key point is that after gaining the strength to defeat legendary bosses, he finally started buying mythical equipment in bulk. Sumubai flipped his wrist and took out the Su Jian Wuzun's boots, with a thought. Catastrophe. Advance to the first level. You have obtained the mythic item, Thunderous Fury Stomp. Just like the previous equipment, Sakura's god's name is not qualified to appear on mythical level equipment. The Stomp of Wind and Thunder. Shoes and leather nails. Level, 60 to 300. Mythical items. Never wears out. Equipment requirements. High-level stealth assassin class with agility exceeding 5,000. Basic attributes, level 85. Physical defense, plus 10,200. Magic defense, plus 10,200. All attributes, plus 1,020. Entry. 1. Main attribute, plus 30%. Agility, plus 30%. 2. Wind element resistance, plus 60%. Lightning element resistance, plus 60%. 3. Movement speed, plus 50%. 4. Can walk on water and on the wind. Skill. 1. Shadow of Wind Fury. Active skill, draws on the power of wind element, instantly boosting the user's movement speed and attack speed to the maximum. Movement speed plus 500%, attack speed plus 500%, lasts 30 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. 2. Thunderous Step. Active skill, draws upon the power of lightning element, dealing 1,000% physical attack as lightning elemental magic damage to all targets within a 500-meter radius. The attack target will be paralyzed for 5 seconds, with a 10-minute cooldown. After the Death Overlord class breaks through to the second tier, the types of armor that can be equipped are no longer limited to cloth armor. Because the Death Master is a hidden class exclusive to all types, Sumubai immediately replaced his long-equipped double-layered cloth shoes with the Wind Fury Thunderstep. Looking at the level 5 black iron equipment in his hand, Sumubai had a thought. Catastrophe. Target, double-layered cloth shoes. Hint, please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. In the past, due to insufficient lifespan and the rapid increase in his own strength, he never had access to low-level equipment like the Cataclysm. Now that he has a long enough lifespan, Sumubai wants to see what kind of cataclysmic effects low-level equipment can have after being transformed. Cataclysmic Stage 3. Prompt. Confirm consuming 30 days of lifespan, overriding previous enhancement effects, and upgrading the item Cloth Shoes to a higher tier. Confirm. Cancel. Is the minimum time required for a catastrophe 30 days? Sumubai raised an eyebrow. This piece of equipment was originally just a level 5 ordinary equipment. Even if it were a level 3 cataclysm, it would only be a gold level equipment. Trading 30 days of life for a piece of gold equipment is clearly not worth it, but Sumubai is now rich and powerful, so he naturally doesn't care about this loss. He wanted to see if the cataclysmic feature could completely transform this equipment. Confirm. Warning, you have lost 30 days of your life. Current lifespan, over 10,492 years. You have obtained the gold tier equipment, multi-layer exquisite cloth shoes. With a flash of golden light, the double-layered cloth shoes in Sumubai's hand instantly changed appearance. However, that was not important. Sumubai ignored the equipment attributes and focused his attention on the newly added cataclysmic trait. Cataclysmic feature. Triple jump, you can jump 3 times in a row in the air. To be honest, this cataclysmic feature is quite strong in the early stages of the game. However, it has no effect on Sumubai now. It seems that the strength of the catastrophic feature is also closely related to the quality of the equipment itself. Sumubai gained a deeper understanding of the talent, Cataclysm. As for this pair of exquisite multi-layered cloth shoes, they can only be kept as a memento. The cataclysmic nature of the item is not suitable for exposure, and he doesn't lack the money to sell this piece of junk equipment. In addition to the Star Abyss Dark Wings and Wind Fury Thunderstep, Sumubai also obtained a mythical level equipment. This equipment was upgraded from the Kagoto Life Bracer, dropped by Watanabe Toru. Infernal Blazing Sky Armguard. Wristplate Armor. Level, 60 to 300. Mythical items. Never wears out. Equipment requirements. High-level Hidden Warrior class with over 10,000 strength. Basic attributes, level 85. Physical attack, plus 12,750. Physical defense, plus 8,500. Magic defense, plus 6,800. All attributes, plus 1,020. Entry. 1. Strength plus 60%. 2. Strength effect doubled. 3. The attack inflicts a burning effect, dealing an additional 50% fire elemental magic damage to the target. 4. Fire resistance plus 60%. Skill. 1. Infernal Blaze, passive skill. Your attacks have a splitting effect, dealing 80% fire elemental magic damage to all enemies within a 10-meter radius of the target. Although this equipment only has one passive skill, its effect is very powerful, directly turning melee players' normal attacks into AoE skills. It is clearly equipment for physical attack classes, but Su Mubai's Death Dominator is a dual physical and magical attack class, so it can also meet the equipment requirements. Su Mubai immediately equipped the Infernal Blazing Sky Arm Guard, and looking at his top-tier gear, the corners of his mouth slightly turned up. It's time to replace the Necklace of the Will of the Dead. This equipment is only level 10 to 60, which is no longer up to Su Mubai's level. As soon as he closed the equipment panel, a system notification sounded in Su Mubai's ear. Note: you have dominated the Blue Star region equipment rankings, and all your equipment exceeds the ranking requirements by 1 tier or more. Your title, Unrivaled, has been upgraded. Announcement: a notice for the Blue Star region will be released soon. Su Mubai was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and opened the equipment ranking list that he hadn't looked at in a long time. Blue Star region equipment ranking, minimum requirement, epic item. First place, Mark of the Butcher, mythical item, White Knight. Second place, Star Abyss Dark Wing, mythical item, Bai Yi. Third place, Wind Fury Thunder Step, mythical item, White Knight. Fourth place, Infernal Blazing Sky Arm Guard, mythical item, Bai Yi. Fifth place, Blessing of the Goddess of Fortune, legendary item, White Knight. Sixth place, Singer's Hand, legendary item, White Knight. Seventh place, Dylan's Crystal Ball, legendary item, White Knight. Eighth place, Curse Crown, legendary item, White Knight. Ninth place, The Forgotten's Lament, legendary item, White Knight. 10th place, Frost Protection, legendary item, White Knight. 4 new mythic tier items have been added, even pushing the legendary item, the Robe of the Death Speaker, out of the equipment rankings. As for the epic level, Will of the Undead Necklace, it doesn't even deserve to be on the list. Su Mubai single-handedly raised the requirements for ranking on the Blue Star region's equipment leaderboard by a whole new level. Chapter 166, The Upper Limit of Elemental Resistance. Blue Star region announcement. Congratulations to player White Knight from the Divine Dragon Empire for successfully topping the Blue Star region equipment ranking. All of their equipment is of a higher tier than the minimum requirement for the ranking. This is to inform all players that they should learn from this achievement and obtain generous rewards. Times 10. Since the equipment ranking list appeared, almost no one has opened it to check it, because everyone knows that it is just by Ye's personal show. However, the appearance of this announcement prompted many players to involuntarily open the leaderboard. They were immediately stunned. God level, mythical equipment? And there are 4 of them. Is Bai Yi doing wholesale in the Forbidden Land of Gods? Before it was legendary equipment. Now he's even coming in several pieces of mythical equipment. Boss Bay, please stop showing off and give me a break. My best equipment is only gold grade. You're lucky. I'm only silver ranked. Who am I supposed to complain to? Myriad Realms game. If it really comes down to it, can we just shut down this ranking list? With Bai Yi around, how can any other player possibly get a chance to make it onto the list? Exactly. The minimum requirement for the list was clearly epic level, but now Bai Yi has raised it to legendary level. If I remember correctly, Bai Yi also had a legendary piece of equipment that was pushed off the list before, which means that even legendary equipment is not guaranteed to make the list. All 4 rankings are by Ye's personal show. He's 60 levels ahead of the second place, and his wealth surpasses the sum of everyone else. The Mount rankings still only have his name on them. Does he even want us to live? If this stupid game didn't actually kill me, I really wouldn't want to play it anymore. Who says otherwise? Forget it. Don't compare yourself to Bai Yi. He's not even human. Think positively. Other players with SSS level talents are having an even harder time now. Haha, that makes sense. We're not going to make the list anyway. Just thinking about the expressions on those top experts' faces makes me feel great. No one knows how difficult it is for other SSS level talent players, but Felix's expression is extremely unpleasant. Just 3 seconds ago, he finally managed to whittle down the epic boss with his 100% fire resistance. Upon receiving the spoils, the system notification sound in his ear brought a smile to Felix's face. Notification: your equipment, Lava Scepter, has appeared on the Blue Star Region Equipment Leaderboard. Would you like to hide your name? No hiding. Felix made his choice with great confidence, having completed most of the advancement quest and even obtained a piece of equipment that could be upgraded to a legendary item. All he wants to know now is who else is left. This is just the beginning. I'm sure I'll get even more top-tier equipment in the future. Looking at the Lava Scepter in his hand with obvious delight, Felix's eyes flashed with a glint of light as he softly summoned the equipment ranking list. But the next moment, his smile froze on his face. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations, ×10. Note: your equipment, Lava Scepter, has dropped off the rankings. Please keep working hard to obtain better equipment and try to get back onto the rankings. Felix's face turned a deep purplish red, and for a moment, apart from the sound of boiling lava bubbling in the crater, there was no further movement. The Lava Scepter didn't even stay in the top 10 for a second before being pushed off the list. After a long silence, Felix suddenly gripped the scepter in his hand and gritted his teeth, saying, "Fuck, fuck, fuck. Bai Yi, you deserve to die." Sumu Bai, far away in the Sakura Kingdom, was naturally unaware that he had unintentionally caused Felix to break through his defenses. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care at all. He has long since transcended the level of players. His current opponents are no longer those players with SSS-level talent, but rather local powerhouses from other countries. Listening to the scrolling announcements across the entire region, Sumu Bai smiled slightly and checked the changes in his title. Unrivaled. When wearing this title, experience gained from all sources is increased by 120%, and movement speed is increased by 50%. The improvement is not significant. It only increases experience gain by 20%. Moreover, Sumu Bai has now reached the level cap, so increasing his experience points is not very meaningful for the time being. Therefore, on a whim, he directly changed his title to Murderous Maniac. With the speed bonuses from Star Abyss Dark Wings and Wind Fury Thunderstep, Sumu Bai no longer needs the 50% movement speed bonus from Unrivaled. From now on, except when he's grinding for experience, he will always wear the title of Murderous Maniac. Note: your title has been changed to Murderous Maniac, effective in 30 minutes. Murderous Maniac. When wearing this title, attack power/spell power plus 100%, critical strike chance plus 30%, critical strike damage plus 50%. Due to the class bonus of Death Dominator, once the title of Murderous Maniac takes effect, Sumu Bai's attack power and spell power will both increase by 200%. The critical hit rate has officially surpassed 100%, reaching 130%. Sumu Bai can deliver critical hits with every strike against any creature whose critical hit resistance is below 30%. The critical hit damage is a terrifying 425%. When Sumu Bai checked his own attributes, he noticed something was amiss. Logically, with the resistance boost from the 3 mythic tier equipment pieces, plus the plus 10% all-elemental resistance stat from the Death Speaker's robe, one should be able to. His current wind, lightning, and fire resistances should be around 70%. However, on the current panel, the resistance to these 3 elements is only 50%. After checking the annotations in the resistance column, Sumu Bai finally understood. Unless one possesses special talents and bonuses, before breaking through to Tier 7, everyone's elemental resistance can only be increased to a maximum of 50%. Tier 7, or Epic level, can possess 60% elemental resistance. 8th tier legendary beings is 70%. Level 9 mythical being can only increase their power by a maximum of 80%. As for the Saint Annihilation level, it was not mentioned in the annotation. However, Sumu Bai also noticed a special aspect of the Death Ruler. He can directly and effortlessly increase his resistance to the 3 elements of death, curse, and shadow to 100%. Although he didn't understand why the Death Ruler didn't have any inherent resistance, Sumu Bai didn't take it too seriously. Maybe it will be available when you advance to a higher level? Master, I've already digested all the materials for a long time. As if sensing that Sumu Bai had become free, Bing Shuang's somewhat aggrieved voice rang in his mind. He's been longing for this feast of ingredients, but he still hasn't gotten to eat it, and he's clearly getting a little anxious. Take it. Sumu Bai smiled, and with a thought, took out all the materials and threw them forward. Can you digest all of this at once? This time, the amount of materials provided by Fortune World far exceeds that of before. After getting it for free, I have 47 mythic level materials. Master, I am the Frost Dragon King. These materials are no problem for me. Upon seeing the food, Even Bing Shuang's voice carried a hint of joy as she opened her mouth and sucked all the ingredients into her stomach. Its current size is approaching 100 meters, and it will continue to grow larger with each level up after level 60. With so many materials, given time, Frost is destined to grow into a towering behemoth. Chapter 167: The Remarkable Effects of the Soul Source Crystal. Epic bosses of level 180 and above are obviously not easy to find. However, Su Mubai didn't sit idly by. He simply pitched the spatial tent onto Frost's back, and Frost immediately condensed a layer of ice to secure the tent. Take your time looking, let me know when you find it. Su Mubai left a message and stepped into the spatial tent. He comfortably leaned back on the living room sofa and waved his hand to release all the life soul stones. The vast majority of them are from the top-tier soul stones, totaling 15,396. This was something Su Mubai deliberately left behind to enhance his soul strength. In addition, there are 1,800 intermediate-level soul stones dropped by the Dark Feather Vulture, and 200 advanced-level soul stones as a reward for the first person to solo kill a legendary-level boss. It has to be said that the rewards in the game are quite stingy. The first person to solo kill a legendary boss only gets 200 years of lifespan, which is outrageously cheap. However, for Su Mubai, these high-level life soul stones, once obtained for free, would grant him 20,000 years of lifespan. However, Su Mubai is not short of lifespan for the time being, and most of the things he wants to improve require a lifespan of 100,000 years. Therefore, he wants to use these high-level life soul stones to improve other things. Su Mubai picked up a high-grade life soul stone and had a thought. Catastrophe. Target, high-grade soul stone. Hint, please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Advance to Soul Crystal, no cost. Option 2. Upgrade to Life Soul Essence, consuming 100 soul crystals. Option 3. The Cataclysm leads to the Life Soul Source Crystal, consuming 10,000 years of lifespan. After glancing at his current lifespan, Su Mubai's gaze sharpened, and he spoke softly. Cataclysmic Stage 3. The next moment, he suddenly felt as if he had been drained dry, as if he had been fighting a non-stop battle for several days. Warning, you have lost 10,000 years of your lifespan. Current lifespan, over 492 years. You have obtained a Life Essence Crystal. Buzz. As soon as the system notification sounded, the Advanced Soul Stone in Su Mubai's hand instantly changed. The Life Soul Source Crystal looks exactly like an infant, with a translucent purplish-black color and a faint glow. It is obviously not an ordinary item. Just holding it in his hand gave Su Mubai a sense of comfort. The system notification sound in his ear made him realize that this feeling was not an illusion. Notification: you have absorbed the energy emitted by the Life Essence Crystal, increasing your lifespan by 1 day. Su Mubai couldn't help but sigh. This thing is practically a ginseng fruit from a multiverse game. Just smelling it can extend your lifespan. Life Soul Source Crystal. Exceptionally rare special treasure. Absorbing the emitted energy will increase your lifespan by 1 day, and after digesting it for a month, you can absorb it again. Absorbing it will increase your lifespan by 10,000 years. A treasure that almost never appears in the Forbidden Lands. Just as Su Mubai had imagined, the catastrophe was still as honest as ever, exchanging 10,000 years of life for 10,000 years of life. The only difference is that the Life Soul Source Crystal can add an extra day to one's lifespan each month, and there is no loss upon death. However, this lifespan is nothing to Su Mubai now. What he cares more about are the additional catastrophe features. Cataclysmic trait significantly increases soul strength after absorption. It really is related to the original grade of the item. Su Mubai's eyes lit up when he saw the word significant in the description of the catastrophic characteristics. The Cataclysm, primary soul stone, adds a slight increase to soul strength among the Cataclysm traits. Now it has directly resulted in a significant improvement. Of course, the losses were also greater. Previously, the loss was only 30 days of lifespan, but the Cataclysm, Advanced Life Stone, would result in a loss of a whole year. Compared to the strength of one's soul, what is a year's lifespan? Su Mubai murmured something and immediately began absorbing the energy from the Life Soul Source Crystal. Buzz. A rich life force immediately and continuously flowed into his body, beginning to replenish the previous deficiency. The feeling of surging vitality was still so captivating that Su Mubai couldn't help but let out a soft hum. A lifespan of 10,000 years naturally requires a period of absorption. It took Su Mubai a full 15 minutes to suddenly open his eyes. A glint of light flashing deep within them. This time, he finally felt the increase in the strength of his soul. I don't know how to describe this feeling. It's as if the brain was originally covered by a thin veil, but now that veil has been torn open. Sumubai felt his thoughts becoming clearer. Even the ordinary system notification sounds now have a pleasant quality. You have absorbed a life essence crystal, increasing your lifespan by 10,000 years. Current lifespan, over 10,492 years. With this level of improvement, once I've absorbed all these soul stones and activated the human butcher domain, I definitely won't be dormant like before. Sumubai stared intently at the remaining high-grade life soul stones, automatically ignoring the low-grade and mid-grade ones. We'll deal with those low-grade items after we've absorbed the life soul source crystal. Picking up another high-grade life soul stone, Sumubai began to repeat the previous operation. With each absorption, he could feel a significant increase in the strength of his soul. The enhancement effect of the life soul source crystal is much stronger than that of 10,000 advanced life soul stones. Sumubai stopped absorbing the frost's voice only when it rang in his mind, and then flashed away from the spatial tent. Master, we haven't found the boss, but there's a dark gold-grade treasure chest here. Chapter 168 Cataclysm. Mythical Treasure Chest. Upon hearing about the treasure chest, Sumubai was overjoyed and immediately used Dead Zone Leap to arrive on the throne. The dark gold-level treasure chest represents a legendary reward, so it's naturally worth pausing his absorption of the Life Soul Source Crystal. Although the 200 Life Soul Source Crystals have not been fully absorbed yet, a long time has already passed. As night falls, countless stars twinkle in the sky, and a massive waterfall hangs in the distance, its surging waters crashing wildly against the lake below. The treasure chest that Frost mentioned was located on a stone platform in the middle of the waterfall. If it weren't for its powerful senses, it would have been difficult to find. Treasure chests in these locations usually don't have guardian beasts. Of course, even if there were, it wouldn't stop Sumubai. Go and take a look. Sumubai spoke softly, and Bing Shuang immediately moved closer. At the same time, Sumubai also made a call to the wealthy and powerful. Boss, what are your orders? The voice of the man who was richest in the world sounded very pleasant, obviously because the Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce was on the right track, and he no longer needed to work nonstop. Buy me some space crystals. Sumubai got straight to the point. Based on his previous experience, he naturally had to prepare the materials for opening the treasure chest first. It's already prepared for you. The wealthy man chuckled and immediately initiated the transaction. You have obtained 5,000 space crystals. Boss, is this enough? If not, I'll send someone to other major cities to buy more for you. That's enough. Sumubai's lips twitched slightly. 5,000 space crystals. How many epic treasure chests would that take to open? This also shows just how wealthy and powerful the Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce has become. Of life crystals in each city, and the fact that one couldn't buy as many as they wanted with money, Sumubai would have already accumulated 100,000 years of lifespan. To obtain soul crystals in large quantities, you'll have to go to the capital. The truly good things and precious resources can only be obtained there. After hanging up the communication, Frost also arrived in front of the waterfall. It opened its mouth slightly and spat out a stream of frost energy. The next moment, the entire waterfall was frozen in time. Click! With a flick of its frost wings, the glacier waterfall broke cleanly off the treasure chest platform. It then shrunk slightly and moved closer. Sumubai leaped onto the stone platform and patted Frost's head. Well done. Frost raised its head slightly, seemingly enjoying its master's praise. Immediately afterwards, it shrank into a mini dragon, perched on Sumubai's shoulder, and began to digest the materials with its eyes closed. Although digestion can occur during flight, it is obviously faster when you are focused. During the time Sumubai absorbed the Life Soul Source Crystal, Frost's level quietly increased to level 68. A small portion of those materials have been processed. Although it requires 100 times more experience points to level up than a player, with the God of Wealth, Fu Jia Tianxia, acting as a support, Frost's level can quickly catch up with Sumubai's. A locked legendary chest has been discovered. You do not have the key or lock-picking skill to open it. It's locked. Sumubai pursed his lips. However, whether it's locked or not makes no difference to him. Catastrophe. Target, Dark Gold Treasure Chest. Hint, please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click to view details. I wonder how much it would cost to sublimate it. Sumubai had a thought and immediately checked the details. Option 1. Upgrade to Epic Chest, no cost. Option 2. Upgrade to a Legendary Treasure Chest, costing 10 million soul coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to mythic level treasure chest, consuming 10,000 years of lifespan. 10 million soul coins. Richest man in the world could definitely afford that. But Su Mubai would rather trade 10,000 years of his lifespan for a mythical treasure chest, because that represents a saint-level reward. Normally, if Su Mubai wanted to create a saint-level item through a cataclysm, he would need to consume a full 100,000 years of his lifespan. What could be more exciting than nesting treasure chests? Thinking of this, Su Mubai's breathing became rapid. He immediately opened his backpack, and the advanced soul stone reward for the first solo kill of a legendary boss had already been partially absorbed. But that's enough. Su Mubai first used all the primary and intermediate life soul stones to upgrade his character for free, and then began to absorb them directly. After acquiring the life soul source crystal, he no longer valued the post-cataclysmic enhancement effect of the primary life soul stone. Ideally, it would be best to save some high-grade soul stones. You have absorbed 15,396 intermediate-grade life stones, increasing your lifespan by over 5,061 years. You have absorbed 1,800 high-grade life stones, increasing your lifespan by 1,800 years. Current lifespan, over 17,354 years. There are 120 left. Su Mubai silently calculated for a moment. Then with a thought, he used the 27 high-level life soul stones in his backpack to advance his level for free. After opening the treasure chest, he still needs to continue absorbing the life soul source crystal during the cataclysm. Therefore, in addition to the needs of the cataclysm treasure chest, he also needs to retain a lifespan of more than 10,000 years. You have obtained 27 soul crystals. You have absorbed 27 life crystals, increasing your lifespan by 2,700 years. Current lifespan, over 20,054 years. After working for more than 10 minutes, Su Mubai's lifespan was finally increased to over 20,000 years. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and used Cataclysm on the dark gold-grade treasure chest on the stone platform. Cataclysmic Stage 3. You have lost 10,000 years of your lifespan. Buzz. The space around the treasure chest suddenly trembled, and a seven-colored light shot into the sky. Enveloped in a rainbow of light, the entire box began to slowly shrink, and layers of complex magic circles appeared on its surface. A full minute passed before the treasure chest's upgrade finally ended. A square treasure chest, about 30 centimeters in diameter, appeared before Su Mubai's eyes. The magic circle on the chest had long since disappeared, replaced by countless dazzling gems. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Su Mubai's ear. A locked mythic-level treasure chest has been discovered. Faced with the imminent arrival of the saint-level treasure, Su Mubai suppressed his excitement and waved his hand to put the myth-level treasure chest into his backpack. A treasure chest is upgraded to epic level or higher. It can be stored away and will disappear naturally after being opened. The commotion just now was quite significant. Although this place is far from the city, no one can say for sure if it will attract any attention. Su Mubai was in a hurry to open the treasure chest and had no time to play with the people from the Sakura Kingdom. Get up and get to work. He raised his hand and threw out the frost, which immediately returned to its original shape. Su Mubai stepped into the air and sat directly on the throne. Frost suddenly shot into the sky, preparing to move to a different location. Mythical treasure chest. The device is currently locked and can be unlocked by consuming 1,800 advanced space crystals or 180 space magic crystals. The unlocking materials have indeed changed. Su Mubai smiled slightly, showing no surprise whatsoever. With the cataclysmic talent, there are absolutely no problems. Su Mubai's gaze locked onto the spatial crystal in his backpack, and a thought struck him. Catastrophe. Advance to the next rank. You have obtained 1,800 advanced space crystals. Chapter 169 Double Happiness. Although Su Mubai has 5,000 space crystals, he only used the ones he needed for his advancement. He can use the rest for advancement when he needs them. However, before opening the treasure chest, Su Mubai did not forget to check its catastrophic characteristics. Cataclysmic feature. Items obtained from this chest will have the following affixes: cannot be dropped, cannot be stolen, and cannot be copied. That's it. Su Mubai was slightly disappointed. He had originally thought that there would be some catastrophic characteristics, such as improving the quality of items. But it's better than nothing. Although he has yet to encounter anyone who can steal equipment from him. You have used Blessing of Lady Luck. Your luck stat will increase to 64 points for the next 30 seconds. With a flash of shimmering white light, Su Mubai took out 1,800 high-grade space crystals. Confirm whether to consume 1800 advanced space crystals to open the locked mythical treasure chest. Confirm. The next moment, all the high-level spatial crystals gradually transformed into a faint but dense mass of spatial energy, slowly merging into the treasure chest. A moment later, a crisp unlocking sound rang out, and Sumubai quickly reached out and opened his first mythical treasure chest. Wow! A beam of 7-colored light shot into the sky once again, this time appearing even more prominent because of the frost high in the air. The light lasted for more than 10 seconds before dissipating, and the mythical treasure chest adorned with dazzling gems also disappeared in the light. Instead, there was a simple-looking, palm-sized, disc-shaped object. The disc was pure white, with faint spatial fluctuations around it. You have obtained the mythical grade special item, Spatial Spirit Disc. Spatial Spirit Compass. Special items. Mythical items. It will not fall, cannot be stolen, and cannot be copied. Effect. 1. Once activated, it seals off a space within an 890-meter radius, level X10. Unless you allow it or the other party has the power to break the seal, you cannot leave in any way, and the outside world cannot enter through teleportation. It can last up to 44.5 minutes, level /2, with a 24-hour cooldown. 2. Open a portal to the coordinates. You and your chosen person can instantly reach the coordinates through the portal. Maximum teleportation distance, 178 kilometers, level X2, cooldown time, 2 hours. 3. Unknown. The path of the law is incompatible and cannot be used. 4. Unknown. The path of the law is incompatible and cannot be used. The attributes of this spatial spirit disc gave Sumubai a pleasant surprise. Although he couldn't see the other two effects because the laws and paths didn't match, the first two effects were already enough to amaze him. Trading 10,000 years of lifespan for a space sealing and teleportation item with growth potential may seem like a bad deal, but I would never lose out. Sumubai examined the spatial spirit disc, a thought flashing through his mind. Catastrophe. Target, spatial spirit disc. This time there were no options at all, because the sane annihilation level was the limit of the forbidden land of gods. As the cataclysmic talent took effect, this spatial spirit disc in Sumubai's hand slowly began to change. As the 9-colored light emerged, the originally pure white disc gradually turned black. The newly added black is incredibly deep, like a black hole, absorbing all the light. Saint-level items obviously can't be upgraded quickly. While Sumubai was waiting, Frost suddenly spoke up. Master, I sense a powerful aura over there. It must be a boss attracted by the commotion of the treasure chest. The fact that I could sense it from this far away must meet your criteria. Then let's go take a look. Sumubai raised an eyebrow. Epic level boss of level 180 or above, then it's truly a double celebration. It seems the second phase of the Dylan's Tragedy quest has been finalized. Keep your breathing down, don't scare the boss away. Don't worry, it can't escape. Frost grinned, and its speed increased dramatically. He deliberately didn't fly very fast in order to find the boss. Now that we've found our goal, we naturally have to move forward at full speed. Soon, a giant silver wolf, about the same size as Frost, appeared in Sumubai's field of vision. Silver Moon Demon Wolf. Level 190. Epic Boss. HP. 38 billion/38 billion. The Silver Moon Demon Wolf, its feet imbued with cyan energy, was running wildly through the air. But the moment it saw the Frost, it stopped in its tracks. Even from a great distance, the Silver Moon Wolf sensed a strong sense of danger. A Dragon King in its growth stage is no match for me. Damn it. How could I have been so bewitched and attracted by the light of the treasure? Without saying a word, the Silver Moon Wolf turned around and tried to escape. But the next moment, he stopped in his tracks, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Just as it turned around, it suddenly felt a powerful energy surge within its body. And this energy is propelling it to an even higher level. Once I evolve to the legendary level, that Dragon King that has just reached its growth stage will never be my match. Then everything will be mine, and maybe I can even evolve again after devouring the other party. Silver Moon Wolf grew more and more excited as it thought about it, so it simply turned around and howled at the Frost. Whoa! However, its howling stopped abruptly the next moment. Because the Dragon King, who was just a moment ago extremely far away, suddenly appeared directly in front of it as a pale gray light screen flashed by. Moonwolf saw a hint of mockery in the eyes of this Dragon King. This kind of look usually appears when it's toying with its prey. Whoa! The rapid increase in power within its body gave the Silver Moon Wolf courage, and it actually confronted the Frost in midair without flinching. Silver Moon Demon Wolf since naturally came from Su Mubai's Cataclysm. As the saying goes, it comes without any effort. The boss you've been searching for ages suddenly appears on its own when you open a treasure chest. Naturally, he would immediately upgrade the other party to the rank required for the mission. Master, should we kill him here or go somewhere else first? Frost glared at the Silver Moon Demon Wolf, then flashed forward and used its wings to deliver a powerful blow to the wolf. Look at your dad. If we hadn't been waiting for the opponent to finish evolving before killing them, that attack just now definitely wouldn't have been as simple as a big fight. Frost didn't want to waste its energy, because after evolving, this guy would be fully restored to his original state. Let's go somewhere else. Su Mubai glanced up at the Silver Moon Demon Wolf, then returned his gaze to the spatial spirit disc, which was undergoing advancement. Completely dumbfounded the Silver Moon Wolf, who was about to fight the Frost. The death stare. Minus 22.8 billion. Immediately afterwards, tens of millions of real damage numbers popped up. At the same time, the Frost Dragon claws suddenly grabbed its back and dragged it away into the distance. The Silver Moon Wolf, with 60% of its attributes suppressed, was completely powerless against the Frost. Chapter 170, it was just a one-on-one fight. How did it suddenly turn into a group brawl? Under the night sky, moonlight and starlight intertwine, bringing glimmers of light to the darkness. Frost exudes endless coldness as it flaps its wings and soars into the sky, clutching the Silver Moon Demon Wolf frozen by icy energy beneath it. Before completing its evolution, the boss, whose attributes were suppressed by 60% by Death Gaze, was unable to easily break free from the control of Frost. Its body surface is surging with energy, and it is evolving into a legendary boss. At the same time, the spatial spirit disc in Su Mubai's hand was also in the process of being upgraded to a saint-level item. A few minutes later, a woo, with a loud wolf howl, terrifying energy burst forth instantly. Click. Immediately afterwards, the solid ice on the surface of the Silver Moon Demon Wolf shattered into dust, turning into countless ice crystals that scattered across the sky. After evolving into a legendary boss, the Silver Moon Wolf immediately broke free from the Frost's restraints. At the same time, its size swelled up again, and it opened its blood-red maw to bite at the frost-covered dragon claw. After enduring several minutes of humiliation, it was finally time to get revenge. What puzzled the Silver Moon Demon Wolf was why the power suppressing it hadn't weakened at all. You really are a dog. Frost snorted coldly, its dragon claws filled with icy energy, clashing head-on with the Silver Moon Demon Wolf's fangs. Just as Su Mubai was about to summon the Cataclysm Legion to suppress the Silver Moon Demon Wolf to the ground with a high-altitude charge, he suddenly had another idea. With a thought, a pale gray curtain of death appeared and instantly expanded to a size large enough for the Frost to pass through. The next moment, Su Mubai locked his gaze on the Silver Moon Demon Wolf and mentally designated it as an ally. Swish. As the curtain of death flashed, the Silver Moon Wolf remained in the same spot. Alas, it's a pity it doesn't work. Su Mubai sighed. If his idea could be realized, then no one would be able to attack him during the duration of the death curtain. But obviously that won't work. Boom. High in the sky, Frost and Silver Moon Wolf clashed several more times. Su Mubai's experiment failed, and with a wave of his hand, he released a death curtain above the Silver Moon Demon Wolf. Immediately afterwards, a series of skeleton kings, warriors, charged straight out. Wild charge. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous force of the charge, combined with the effect of gravity, actually slammed the Silver Moon Wolf down from the sky. Notification: you have consumed 500 points of death energy to enhance the main attribute of the target skeleton king, warrior, by 1000%. Boom. With the appearance of the enhanced skeleton king, terrifying power slammed the Silver Moon Wolf into the ground. With so many enhancements, the skeleton king's strength attribute is even stronger than that of the suppressed Silver Moon Wolf. Silver Moon Demon Wolf. Suppressed by Death Gaze. All attributes reduced by 60%. Level 190. Legendary Boss. HP. 75.4 billion/76 billion. Although the Silver Moon Wolf is 10 levels lower than the Dark Feather Vulture, it actually has more health points. For a legendary boss of such a high level, the Frost Dragon's might had no effect. This is the biggest difference between Dragon's Gaze and Death Gaze. The latter only determines the life level, and no other data will affect the result. Anyone whose life level is lower than Su Mubai's is 3 points weaker upon meeting him. When combined with the Disaster Profession trait, the Death Gaze effect becomes even more terrifying. to the effect of suppressing all attributes. True damage and fear status are almost negligible. Sumubai was able to deal with high-level legendary bosses precisely because he possessed this skill. Click, click, click. Silver Moon Demon Wolf got up from the ground. It immediately felt the death energy around it begin to boil. The next moment, a massive cage of ghostly remains materialized and imprisoned him. Imprisonment of the ghostly corpse. At the same time, the curtain of death was drawn, and the vast Scourge army spread out instantly. They can play a much greater role against massive bosses than they can against humans. The Silver Moon Wolf, which is over 100 meters long, was confined in the Netherworld imprisonment, making it a sitting duck. The enhanced Skeleton King immediately rushed into the cage, using his body as a human shield to block the Silver Moon Wolf's attacks and prevent it from breaking the ghostly cage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. Arrows and fireballs rained down from all directions, not only from the ground, but also from all sides. Under the effect of the death curtain, even skeletons outside the attack range can inflict damage on the Silver Moon Wolf wave after wave. Even more terrifying is that skeleton mages ignore magic defense and skeleton archers ignore physical defense, both of which are equivalent to dealing true damage. In an instant, the Silver Moon Wolf was stunned. It couldn't understand how a one-on-one fight had suddenly turned into a group brawl, and it was a group of hundreds of thousands beating up one of them. To maximize damage, Sumubai controlled archers and mages in units of 1,000 men, unleashing their skills on the curtain of death before switching to another legion. The ghostly cage, Frost, and the enhanced Skeleton King exchanged blows, one with a claw and the other with a sword, making the Silver Moon Demon Wolf bare its teeth. Surrounded by nearly 100 Skeleton Kings, warriors restricted its movements, rendering the Silver Moon Wolf completely powerless to destroy the ghostly prison. And this skill can continue indefinitely as long as it is not broken. Sumubai found a suitable spot to leisurely watch the battle, and every 60 seconds, he would use Death Gaze to deal additional damage. Now that the title of Murderous Maniac has taken effect, his attack power and spell power have exceeded 2 million. Death Gaze, with each jump, it can deal tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of damage to the Silver Moon Wolf. But soon, Sumubai stopped paying attention to the battle on the field because the spatial spirit disc in his hand had finally completed its upgrade. In the Divine Dragon Empire, in the capital city, at the headquarters of the Divine Dragon Palace, in a special training room. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his pupils seemingly containing a myriad of sword energies. Shock, confusion, bewilderment, a complex mix of emotions surfaced on his face. This power, there's no mistake, this is definitely his power. Chapter 171. The person Huaijian is looking for, the perverted wheel of time. Of his wrist, a small, black and white token appeared in his palm. Buzz. The token seemed to sense something and trembled slightly. Suddenly gripped the token in his arms and flung out thousands of purplish-black coins. Ancient soul coins, which are even rarer than ancient gold coins. Buzz. A mysterious power emanated from the black and white token, drawing the ancient soul coins to slowly swirl around his body. This scene was exactly the same as the one that had happened over the capital of the Sakura Kingdom. With each rotation, the ancient soul coin slowly dissipates. It seems that Huaijian is using ancient soul coins to search for something, or perhaps someone. After a long while, he suddenly stood up and said in disbelief, "How did it get there? Did I miss some hidden place during my previous exploration?" After consuming thousands of ancient soul coins, the result of his investigation was that it was the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. He had just visited that place recently, but hadn't gained much from it. The treasures in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom were nothing to him. All he found there were a dozen or so grains of sand. How could his power suddenly appear in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom? He frowned deeply, utterly perplexed. Just then, a burly middle-aged man pushed open the door and walked into the cultivation room. As the headquarters of the Divine Dragon Palace, it's natural that people have been keeping a close eye on what's happening here. The middle-aged man was dressed in ancient armor, with a giant sword on his back, and he looked very composed. To him, Huaijian, who also wields a sword, has a completely different style. The middle-aged man is none other than Xingjun, the current master of the Divine Dragon Palace, and a true figure standing at the pinnacle of the Divine Dragon Empire. Upon seeing the scene inside the cultivation room, Xingjun breathed a slight sigh of relief and looked at his robes, saying, "Senior, what's wrong?" If Sumubai were here, he would definitely be shocked. Although he knew Huaijian was very strong, he never expected that even the palace master of the Divine Dragon Palace would have to call Huaijian senior. "I think I found a lead on the person I'm looking for," He flipped his hand to put away the black and white token, but his voice also carried a hint of uncertainty. How could that be? That person could never possibly appear in the forbidden land of gods. Xing shook his head, seemingly knowing something. I know, but there are some things you don't understand. He sighed. No matter what, I have to go and see again. Again? Xing was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. What did the word again mean? The kingdom of cherry blossoms. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure in his arms disappeared from the cultivation room. Xing looked at the remaining powder of ancient soul coins on the ground and suddenly sighed. Senior Huaijin is becoming more and more obsessed. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. An aged voice suddenly rang out in the cultivation room. His decision is beyond our control. We should just do what we're supposed to do. I see. Xing nodded, turned around, and walked out of the cultivation room. You have obtained the Saint-level special treasure, Wheel of Time. As the system notification sounded, this spatial spirit disc in Su Mubai's hand was completely upgraded to a Saint-destroying level item. It did not shimmer with dazzling light. It simply changed from a pure white disc to a black and white disc. Since these are special items and not wearable equipment, neither the spatial spirit disc nor the upgraded Wheel of Time will appear on the equipment ranking list. Isn't this pattern a Tai Chi symbol? Su Mubai curiously examined the Wheel of Time, a special item that looked remarkably similar to the yin-yang symbol of Earth. It's just missing the two fish eyes in the middle. This is my first Saint-level treasure. I hope it won't disappoint me. Su Mubai rubbed his hands together and checked the attributes directly. The Wheel of Time. Saint Annihilation level special treasure. It will not fall, cannot be stolen, and cannot be copied. Effect. 1. You can leave space-time markers at any location and on any target, with a maximum of 267. Level times rank. Within the same world, once the mark is activated, you will instantly teleport to the location of the mark, ignoring distance and barriers no higher than the Saint Annihilation level. Cooldown time is 1 hour. 2. You can block space-time within a range of 1 kilometer to 26.7 kilometers. Level times rank times 0.1. Radius, minimum 1 kilometer, current maximum 26.7 kilometers. Unless you allow it or the other party has the power to break the blockade, you cannot leave in any way, and the outside world cannot enter through teleportation. It can last up to 267 minutes, level times tier, with a 24-hour cooldown. 3. You can open a portal to a coordinate location. You and your chosen person can instantly reach that coordinate through the portal and can cross barriers no higher than the Saint Annihilation level. Maximum teleportation distance, 2,670 kilometers, level times tier times 10, cooldown time, 2 hours. 4. Unknown. The path of the law is incompatible and cannot be used. 5. Unknown. The path of the law is incompatible and cannot be used. 6. Unknown. The path of the law is incompatible and cannot be used. After seeing the 3 available effects of the Wheel of Time, Su Mubai's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Is the gap between mythical level and Saint Annihilation level really that big? Compared to before the promotion, the range of the blockade and the portal has increased dozens of times. Furthermore, there's an additional description that it can cross barriers no higher than the Saint Annihilation level. Has the national border exceeded the level of Saint Annihilation? Su Mubai's mind immediately. 2,670 kilometers. It was entirely possible to teleport from the border of the Sakura Kingdom to the border of the Divine Dragon Empire. If possible, he will no longer need to trouble Huaijin when crossing national borders. The Silver Moon Demon Wolf that was still alive, Su Mubai suppressed the urge to try it immediately. It's not too late to try again after completing the mission, since the time wheel won't run away anyway. As for the added effects, they are even more exaggerated. With 267 space-time imprints, it can instantly teleport once per hour regardless of distance. There's no other word to describe Su Mubai except perverted. At the same time, he gained a new understanding of the extraordinary nature of the Cataclysm talent. From mythical level to Saint Annihilation level, such an exaggerated improvement, and his talent was able to advance without any cost. Is there anything more incredible than this? After reading the effects of the Wheel of Time, Su Mubai's gaze fell on the small print at the bottom of the item description, and his eyes narrowed. This special treasure created by the Master of Time and Space seems to be incomplete now, and ordinary people cannot use it at all. Master of Time and Space. This was the first time Su Mubai had seen another title for a ruler, and it was clear from this description that the Wheel of Time was incomplete. It should be missing 2 fish eyes. Su Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly, a sense of doubt rising in his heart. Ordinary people can't use it at all. So why can I use 3 effects? Is it because we're both rulers? Chapter 172 The Essence of the Silver Moon. With a question in mind, Su Mubai released a skeleton warrior and casually left a space-time mark on it. The next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. Dead zone leap. The skeleton warrior, carrying a giant sword, stared blankly at the spot where Su Mubai had disappeared. The next moment, Su Mubai's figure appeared beside it instantly. Instant teleportation. Who cares why? As long as it works, it's a good thing. Looking at the Wheel of Time in his hand, the first effect had already entered its 1-hour cooldown period. Su Mubai flipped his hand and put it into his spatial ring. The only downside to this special treasure was that it had to be held in his hand when he used it. However, compared to its bizarre effects, this flaw is completely negligible. Master, this guy is dying. The voice of Frost suddenly rang in his mind, and Su Mubai's mind immediately stirred, then his expression froze. Note, this skill is not yet off cooldown. He instinctively prepared to use Blessing of the Goddess of Fortune, but it hadn't even been an hour since he last used it. This is a little awkward. However, it doesn't really matter. Even without using it, Su Mubai's luck stat is still as high as 32 points. A woo. With a mournful howl, the evolved Silver Moon Demon Wolf finally ended its tragic life and collapsed to the ground, dead. Cage that imprisoned it lost its target. It also humanely and automatically dissipated. Even before the battle began, Su Mubai had deliberately allocated all his experience points to Frost. After all, his level has already reached the limit, so there's no need to waste the extra level. Even though leveling up a mythical creature requires 100 times the experience, the Silver Moon Demon Wolf's abundant experience points allowed Frost to level up twice. The level 70 Frost has already exceeded 100 meters in size, and the massive amount of materials inside it is still being digested, so its experience points have not stopped increasing for a moment. Soul Absorption activated. Soul points increased by 1,000. You have gained 130,000 soul coins. You have obtained 20 level 1 brilliant gems. You have obtained 1 legendary material, Silver Moon Wolf Hide. You have obtained 20 legendary materials, Silver Moon Wolf Hair. You have obtained 1,200 intermediate soul stones. You have obtained the legendary consumable item, Silver Moon Essence, X1. A series of system notification sounds rang out, and Su Mubai couldn't help but frown. Other things are fine because the number of blessings from the Goddess of Fortune is less since it's not active. A legendary boss like this didn't drop a single piece of equipment. Is this reasonable? I'd like to see what this Silver Moon Essence is all about. Automatic pickup is now active, and all items dropped by the Silver Moon Wolf have been added to my inventory. Su Mubai flipped his hand and took out the essence of the Silver Moon. It was a fist-sized mass of hazy energy, shimmering with faint silver specks. Silver Moon Essence. Legendary consumable. After absorption, you will gain 2,000 free attribute points and increase your lifespan by 200 years. This effect is only effective for the first absorption. Note, if the main attribute is below 5,000, the user will explode and die after absorbing the energy. If the main attribute is below 10,000, only 50% can be digested. Only if the main attribute is above 10,000 can the energy be fully digested. This is a rare treasure formed by the legendary Silver Moon Demon Wolf absorbing the essence of the moon over many years. So it turns out that besides the Soul Stone, there are other treasures that can increase lifespan. Su Mubai raised an eyebrow. It was hard to say whether the Silver Moon Essence or a legendary piece of equipment was better. After all, a legendary piece of equipment that has been upgraded to level 85 can increase all attributes by 425 points, which adds up to more than 2,000 points in all 4 stats. Moreover, the increase in stats will continue to grow as the level increases. Furthermore, Su Mubai had a guess that when players break through to the corresponding rank, the basic attributes of high-level equipment, such as legendary and mythical equipment, can be improved once again. He deduced this from the description of elemental resistance. The 6th and 7th tiers, that is, between the Dark Gold and Epic tiers. Further on, each breakthrough will bring a significant improvement. However, after absorbing the Silver Moon Essence, the player can grow stronger, which is obviously better than external items like equipment. Moreover, it can increase lifespan by 200 years, which is an undeniable advantage for any player except Su Mubai. With my current main attribute, there shouldn't be any problem. Su Mubai thought for a moment, then fixed his gaze on the Silver Moon Essence. Catastrophe. Advance to the first level. You have obtained the mythic grade consumable item, Essence of the Sun. Essence of the Blazing Sun. Mythical consumables. After absorption, You will gain 6,000 free attribute points and increase your lifespan by 600 years. This effect is only effective for the first absorption. Note, if the main attribute is below 15,000, the user will explode and die after absorbing the energy. If the main attribute is below 30,000, only 50% can be digested. Only if the main attribute is above 30,000 can the energy be fully digested. This is a rare treasure formed by a mythical level fiery sun wolf absorbing the essence of the sun over many years. The effect was tripled, and the requirements were the same. However, after Su Mubai reached level 89, his dominator power had already exceeded 30,000 points, so he was naturally able to fully digest it. However, he was unsure how long it would take to absorb this thing, so he put it back into his spatial ring first. He hadn't forgotten this time that hunting the Silver Moon Wolf was to complete his mission. A dead zone jump brought Su Mubai to the corpse of the Silver Moon Demon Wolf, and he slowly extended his left hand. Buzz! Dylan's crystal ball appeared, and as energy enveloped the corpse of the Silver Moon Wolf, the illusory image of the frost dragon inside the crystal ball opened its eyes once more. Roar! This time, both Su Mubai and Bing Shuang clearly heard the dragon's roar. Shut up for me. You have no right to act tough here. With a cold snort, Frost unleashed its Dragon King level might, pressing down on the illusory frost dragon within the crystal ball. The latter immediately shrank its neck and stopped making a sound, obediently beginning to devour the corpse of the Silver Moon Demon Wolf. If this equipment were in the possession of other players, it would naturally be an invaluable artifact. But in Su Mubai's eyes, he doesn't even rank in the top 5. Su Mubai was so interested in this mission simply because he wanted to see what rewards a legendary mission would offer. If I can get it for free again, it might just be another mythical item. As the Silver Moon Wolf's corpse was completely devoured, Dylan's crystal ball began to shimmer, and the phantom of the frost dragon inside solidified. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Su Mubai's ear. If you can cheat your way through Chapter 173, who would still obediently follow the procedures. Congratulations on completing the second stage of the legendary quest, Dylan's Lament. All seals on your legendary quest item, Dylan's Crystal Ball, have been removed. Buzz! As the system notification sounded, Dylan's crystal ball suddenly burst forth with dazzling light and slowly rose into the air. Click! Immediately afterwards, the entire crystal ball shattered inch by inch, and the mini ice dragon inside broke free of its seal. Perhaps because of the previous threatening effect of the frost, its roar was noticeably lower this time. Roar! You're a smart kid. Frost nodded slightly, quite satisfied with the mini frost dragon's actions. The mini frost dragon looked at the frost with a wronged expression, then suddenly curled up. The next moment, its already small body shrank rapidly again, eventually transforming into a deep blue ring. The ring's body is formed by the body of a frost dragon, with its head slightly open, serving as the ring face, while wings adorn both sides of the ring face. After all the changes were over, the ring slowly fell into Su Mubai's palm. You have obtained the legendary item Dylan's Frost Ring. The final stage of the legendary quest, Dylan's Tragedy, has begun. The Tragedy of Dylan. Legendary quest. Final stage. After obtaining Dylan's Frost Ring, you discover that it is an incomplete piece of equipment. Find the missing gem on the ring and successfully repair it. When there are clues on the map you are on, Dylan's Frost Ring will guide you. Mission duration, 2.5 years. Quest reward, complete mythic item, Dylan's Frost Ring. Mission failed, lost Dylan's Frost Ring. Note, please be prepared before completing this task, as it is merely a prerequisite for a mythic level quest. The complete version is actually a mythical item. Su Mubai looked at the ring in his hand and narrowed his eyes slightly. A legendary quest, the final reward is actually mythical equipment? In other words, the final stage will definitely be extremely difficult, regardless of the level of strength required to obtain the gem. Finding clues is not an easy task. After all, the Forbidden Land of Gods is too vast. The ring will only provide guidance once you step into a map with clues. However, this is the level of difficulty for ordinary players. For Su Mubai, this task may be completed very soon. Because once Dylan's crystal ball shatters, it becomes a completely new piece of equipment. This means that he can happily get things for free again. Of course, Su Mubai was only guessing and not entirely certain. But now that he has the Myriad Realms Merchant Guild, even if he can't get it for free, he can quickly come up with 100 million soul coins to upgrade this equipment. Looking for clues? It doesn't exist. Su Mubai's gaze locked onto Dylan's Frost Ring, and a thought flashed through his mind. Catastrophe. Advance to the first level. Whether it works or not, We should at least give it a try. The next moment, a smile appeared on Su Mubai's lips. You have obtained the mythic item Dylan's Frost Ring. A flash of multicolored light appeared, and Dylan's Frost Ring instantly became even more exquisite, with a magnificent ice crystal gem condensing in the mouth of the miniature frost dragon. Before Su Mubai could even check his attributes, a series of system notifications rang in his ears again. At the same time, a pale blue light emerged from the ring and slowly merged into Su Mubai's body. Congratulations on completing the legendary quest, Dylan's Lament. You have received the following rewards: the complete mythic item, Dylan's Frost Ring, and the Frost Song, Dylan's Gift. You have received the gift of Frost Song, Dylan, granting you plus 1,000 years of lifespan, plus 100 billion experience points, and plus 2,000 free attribute points. Note: due to experience distribution settings, your Mount Frost has gained 100 billion experience points. Swish, swish. 2 golden lights suddenly rose from the frost beside him, and he leveled up 2 levels in a daze. Su Mubai had no time to pay attention to this at the moment. A humanoid phantom appeared before his eyes. This person looked to be no more than 30 years old, but his eyes were filled with desolation. Dylan. Su Mubai tried to speak, but Dylan's phantom seemed not to hear him, and continued to speak to itself. The Descendant, we meet again. The first sentence stunned Su Mubai. No bro, who are you? We meet again right away. Even the most outgoing people aren't this familiar with each other, are they? Dylan's illusory form couldn't see Su Mubai's reaction at all. A hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes, and he nodded slightly, saying, Your strength is quite impressive to have obtained the frozen crystal. He paused, then continued, By now, you should know some things. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai finally couldn't help but roll his eyes. I know nothing. Frozen crystal. Without a doubt, this must be part of the final stage of the mission. But if you can cheat, who would bother to follow the proper procedures? However, Dylan was unaware of this. He left behind a total of 3 afterimages during his lifetime. Normally, you can only have the opportunity to trigger the second phantom after you have met the first one. But then he ran into Su Mubai, a player with an overpowered personality. These phantoms are, to put it simply, just 3D images. Although they can leave some information, they have no ability to communicate with players. Therefore, seeing Su Mubai's puzzled expression, Dylan continued to speak earnestly, saying something even more perplexing to him. Take my frost ring and head to that place. There, you will understand just how difficult the human race's situation is, and you will also know the whole story. The future descendant, though I do not know your name, I still hope that you can grow up quickly and contribute to the future of humanity. At this point, Dylan looked up at the sky, unsure if he could actually see it. After a long silence, he finally let out a long sigh and murmured, I wonder how the master is doing. Dylan's last words grew fainter and fainter until they were barely audible, and he and his ghostly figure vanished into the wind. No, please tell me clearly where that place is. Su Mubai instinctively reached out to try and hold onto Dylan's illusory image, but only managed to grab a few wisps of breeze. Now it was his turn to be dumbfounded. After using cheats for so long, this is the first time I've been backfired by them. Without completing the prerequisite tasks, he had no idea what Dylan was talking about in a cryptic way. All the information was fragmented, and he could only rely on his own guesswork. The frost crystal likely refers to the gemstone on the ring. The human race is in a situation where its strength is far too weak compared to the powerful races of the myriad races. But what was the beginning and the end of it all? What exactly is it? Where's that place? Chapter 174 Mythical Quest and Dylan's Frost Ring. Su Mubai frowned, trying to piece the fragments together, but lacking crucial information, he was ultimately powerless. Even the system notifications and mission descriptions in his ears couldn't dispel the doubts in his mind. Hint: you have accepted the mythical level quest, Dylan's Tragedy, the End. Dylan's Tragedy, the End. Mythical quest. Based on the clues obtained earlier, please use the hidden interdimensional teleportation array left by Dylan to smuggle yourself into the netherworld. Upon arriving in the netherworld, Dylan's Frost Ring will guide you and officially begin the quest. Task duration: 2.5 months. Task reward: unknown. Task penalty: unknown. Looking at the new mythical level mission description, Su Mubai couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows. There are even unknown penalties if this mission fails. This means we have no choice but to complete it. But where did I get these clues? The realm of the dead. Silently reciting these 3 words, Su Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling the scene he had seen in the Seamless Void. Is it a cross-disciplinary task? I wonder if anything unexpected will happen to me, the Lord of Death, once I arrive in the Netherworld? The hidden interdimensional teleportation array left by Dylan without any clues. In any other world, Su-Mubai would indeed be helpless. However, in the realm of the dead, it's not impossible for him to complete the mission. He still has a coordinate in his mind, located in the Death Forest of the Holy Empire. Su-Mubai clearly remembered that when he opened the Death Codex before, the system notification said that there was some kind of connection between it and the Netherworld. Could it be a hidden interdimensional teleportation array left behind by Dylan? Su-Mubai closed the task list and muttered to himself. Whether it is or not, he will go there after the Cherry Blossom trip is over. Even if that's not the place, he can still seek help from the Divine Dragon Palace or Huijin. Can a person really die from holding their pee? With such a powerful cheat code, it would be too embarrassing to fail to complete this task. Let's go, fly northwest. With a thought, Su-Mubai leaped onto the throne and pointed out the direction to proceed. Upon hearing this, frost shot into the sky, scattering ice crystals high above before disappearing rapidly into the night. Call me when we reach the border. Su-Mubai went directly into the spatial tent, intending to test whether the portal of the Wheel of Time could cross national borders. Time on the road shouldn't be wasted, so Su-Mubai lay down on the leather sofa and first checked the attributes of the fifth mythical item, Dylan's Frost Ring. Rings and jewelry. Level 120 to 300. Mythical items. Never wears out. Equipment requirement. Spirit over 40,000 points. Basic attributes. Level 120. Spell power plus 24,000. Health plus 120,000. Mana plus 240,000. All attributes plus 1,440. Entry. 1. Spell critical strike chance plus 50%. Critical strike damage plus 80%. 2. Spirit plus 60%. 3. When a skill is released, there is a certain chance to refresh the skill's cooldown time. 4. Frost spell damage increased by 100%. Skill. 1. Frozen Crystal, passive skill. You can gain the ability to control the frost element through the frozen crystal and unleash most ice spells below the forbidden level. 2. Dragon Soul Possession, active skill. This ring contains the soul of a peak-era frost dragon, and you can draw upon its power to empower yourself. Spell power plus 100%, skill range increased by 100%, ice resistance increased to 80%, lasts 120 seconds, cooldown 1 hour. Dylan S. Relic, a treasure coveted by ice elemental mages. Mythical level equipment Su-Mubai has ever seen, but unfortunately, the minimum level requirement is 120. However, it won't take Su-Mubai too long to reach level 120. With the Cataclysm cheat, the massive amount of experience points needed to level up is not a problem for him at all. The only thing blocking him is the level limit before breaking through the rank. The breakthrough issue will be resolved soon after this experiment concludes. Su-Mubai's purpose in coming to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom was not merely to destroy a small level 3 city. Before obtaining the Wheel of Time, his goal was to build a level 2 main city. Now that his strength has greatly increased, coupled with a series of gains, he has a crazy plan in mind. If the plan succeeds, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom will be in for a rough time. This time, it's not just players who are affected. Even locals aren't immune. A fierce glint flashed in Su-Mubai's eyes as he refined his plan while taking out the essence of Blazing Sun and beginning to absorb it. Buzz. As Su-Mubai mobilized the energy within the essence of Blazing Sun, the entire space tent became scorching hot. He felt streams of pure energy continuously flowing into his body. This feeling is similar to absorbing the essence of life, but there are some differences. The enhancement brought by the essence of the Blazing Sun gives people a warm feeling, like basking in the sunlight. After a long while, Su-Mubai slowly opened his eyes, and the essence of Blazing Sun in his hand had been completely refined. A crisp system notification sounded in his ear. You have absorbed the mythical consumable essence of the Blazing Sun, increasing your lifespan by 600 years and granting you 6,000 free attribute points. Current lifespan, over 11,654 years. Phew. Su-Mubai exhaled a breath of stale air, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. The essence of the sun, combined with Dylan's gift, granted him a lifespan of 1,600 years and 8,000 free attribute points. Moreover, it possesses an incredibly powerful mythical level equipment. Quest, The Tragedy of Dylan, far exceeded Su-Mubai's expectations. Adding all his free attribute points to the Dominator's power, Su-Mubai continued to absorb the Life Soul Source Crystal during the Cataclysm. At the same time, He continuously summoned skeletons and headless knights to replenish his summoning space. After filling the summoning space, Su-Mubai opened his newly revamped Attribute Panel. Attribute Panel, Simplified Version. Player, by Yi. Level, 89, 100%. Class, Death Overlord, Tier 3. Title, Serial Killer. Dominator Power, 134,042. Health Points, 1/1. Physical Attack, 3,297,400. Spell Power, 3,297,400. Critical Hit Rate, 100%. Critical Hit Damage, 375%. Elemental Resistance, Shadow 50%, Wind 50%, Lightning 50%, Fire 50%, Curse 40%, Ice 40%, Others 10%. Exclusive Talent, Cataclysm, Unique Forbidden Level. Skills, Omitted. Normal Summoning Space, 111250/111250. Commander's Summoning Space, 680/680, 231200/231200. Equipment, Omitted. Class Specific, Death Codex LV-89. Lifespan, over 1,654 years, absorbing Life Essence Crystal. Although he lost the bonus from a legendary item, the addition of several mythical items and 8,000 free attribute points made his dominance reach a terrifying level. Compared to when he broke through to the 3rd tier, Su-Mubai is now several times stronger. After absorbing more than 10 Life Soul Source crystals, Frost's voice rang in Su-Mubai's mind. Master, we have arrived at the border of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Chapter 175 Crossing Borders. Cherry Blossoms celebrated nationwide. Have we arrived? Su-Mubai's eyes lit up. He closed the attribute panel and flashed to the space exit. The frost had returned to the ground, and ahead lay a continuous range of mountain peaks, their summits soaring into the clouds. You have discovered the Broken Mountains. This is the natural border between the Divine Dragon Empire and the Sakura Kingdom. Of course, simply cutting off mountain ranges cannot truly separate the two countries. What truly matters are the invisible borders. With a thought, Su-Mubai activated Dead Zone Leap. The destination is the mountains at the edge of the field of vision. Hint, there is a national border ahead. You cannot cross it. A system notification sounded in his ear, and Su-Mubai's figure appeared more than 10 meters away from Bing Xuan. So it really won't work. Su-Mubai frowned and reached out to touch the ground ahead. Unlike when the border was visible when the spaceship tore apart the border, this time the border is an invisible and colorless transparent barrier, blocking the leap forward. Logically speaking, Dead Zone Leap is an SSS level skill, which should be on the same level as the Saint Annihilation level Wheel of Time. If even the Dead Zone Leap can't get through, then will the time will really work? Su-Mubai only realized this at this moment. But since we're already here, we might as well give it a try. Frost, come here. Su-Mubai did not try it immediately, but instead waved to Frost. The latter immediately shrank its body and flew happily to Su-Mubai's side. Master, what's wrong? Su-Mubai took out the Wheel of Time and Space, and with a thought, left a time and space mark on Bing Xuan. He then waved his hand and said, "It's all right. You're free to do as you please." Huh? Master, where are you going? Frost was clearly taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized, her pupils shining as she said, "I understand. Master, which city will we attack this time?" No rush. Su-Mubai shook his head with a smile. This Frost was simply a terrorist. If I successfully cross the border later, you can level up on your own, but be careful. Oh, okay. Frost nodded dejectedly, seemingly disappointed that they couldn't attack the city immediately. You bastard. Su-Mubai chuckled and patted Bing Xuan's head, saying, "Don't worry, I'll let you have a big one soon." As he spoke, he left another space-time marker on the spot before activating the Wheel of Time to open the portal. Since there were no specific coordinates, he directly set the coordinates to Bai Yetting. The system will automatically select the closest coordinates from the maximum distance of the portal. Buzz. The ring of space-time emitted black and white light, and energy surged forth. Just 3 seconds later, a normal-sized portal materialized and stood in front of Su-Mubai. Su-Mubai also understood the mechanism of this portal. The larger the portal and the farther the teleportation distance, the longer it would take to open. I don't know if it will work. Su-Mubai took a deep breath and stepped into the portal. The next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. As expected of the master, he can even cross national borders at will. Frost took a deep look at the still open portal, then turned and flew into the sky. The moment Su-Mubai entered the portal, the Sakura Kingdom issued another system announcement. Announcement from the Sakura Kingdom. The invaders, White Knight from the Divine Dragon Empire, have voluntarily left the Sakura Kingdom. The Sakura Kingdom Guardian buff is temporarily in effect. ×5. The nationwide announcement, broadcast on a rolling basis, brought a sigh of relief to all Sakura players. Ha ha ha. That pervert actually left on his own. This is absolutely fantastic news. Bai must have been chased and fled back to the Divine Dragon Empire in a sorry state. 12 days. A full 12 days. I didn't even dare to leave the city. That's great. I can finally stop living in fear. Yeah, so what if Bai is gone? We only have 24% experience left from grinding monsters. What can we do outside the city? Slow upgrades are fine. It's better than dying. That makes sense. I was too greedy. Just being alive is enough. Entering the multiverse game. Only this announcement has brought tears of excitement to the eyes of Sakura players. Finally, that killer is finally gone. After the announcement, many players who had been resting got up, excitedly preparing to leave the city to vent their frustrations. During this period, everyone was on edge, and they hadn't been able to farm gold properly for a long time, let alone level up. If Byakuya doesn't leave soon, many timid Sakura players will find it difficult to make a living. However, just as Sakura players were celebrating nationwide, the capital of the Sakura Kingdom received an uninvited guest. A beam of sword light descended from the sky and landed steadily above the capital. The next moment, a sharp alarm sounded, and more than a dozen figures soared into the sky. Yoji Yamamoto stared at the figure surrounded in the center, his face ashen, and his heart trembled. Here we go again. Isn't this robber satisfied with just stealing the treasure vault? What does he really want? The newcomer was naturally Huijin. Although he was surrounded by more than a dozen elders of the Inran secret society, he remained calm and composed, seemingly not taking these people seriously at all. In contrast, the people surrounding him were trembling slightly. I don't know if it was from the cold or from fear. Yoji Yamamoto, suppressing his anger, said in a deep voice with a grim expression, "What are you planning to do this time, sir? This is none of your business. Get lost while I'm in a good mood." Glance at the crowd, just waved his hand impatiently, casually scattering a bunch of ancient gold coins, and then held the small black and white token in his hand to sense it. Generally speaking, he wouldn't kill a human. Moreover, he didn't want to use too much of his strength for the time being, lest he attract those guys. Although it will come sooner or later, it would be a good thing if it could be delayed. Of course, he wouldn't tolerate these people who were courting death. After all, his only principle in life was that he had no principles. Fortunately, Yoji Yamamoto and the others knew their own limitations. Although they had a bad feeling after seeing the familiar movements in the man's arms, they still did not dare to make a move. They are quite self-aware. Inaction would likely result in the loss of a large amount of resources. But if I were to take action, I might not even be able to save my life. They are able to weigh the pros and cons clearly. A moment later, the ancient gold coins surrounding him completely disappeared, but he frowned. That shouldn't be the case. How could I not sense it? Could it be that I sensed the wrong direction? As he muttered to himself, he waved his hand and scattered thousands of ancient soul coins from his pocket, sensing them once again. Through the ancient soul coin, he was able to sense that power across national borders. The Inran secret society elders who were standing around were caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to stay or leave. They stood anxiously in midair, looking at the person in front of them with confusion. Only after all the ancient soul coins dissipated did Huijin open his eyes with a strange expression. Damn it! Why did they run off to the Divine Dragon Empire again? Chapter 176. Stop. You really think I'm a 3-year-old? Upon sensing that power reappear within the Divine Dragon Empire's territory, Huijin couldn't help but frown. Who in a mere cherry blossom kingdom could wield his power? A simple frown made Yoji Yamamoto and the others around him tense up. Oh no, is this guy going to cause trouble again because he's in a bad mood? Last time they robbed a treasure vault. What will they steal this time? Surely we can't just move the royal palace and the headquarters of the Inran secret society? As everyone waited anxiously, the figure in their arms suddenly vanished from the spot. Yoji Yamamoto's pupils contracted sharply, and he reflexively said, "Quickly go check if the headquarters and the palace are still there." A moment later, the elders of the Inran secret society gathered together, their faces showing a sense of relief. Ha ha ha, that guy didn't do anything this time. His aura is absolutely terrifying. Yes, I don't even have the courage to fight him. Yoji Yamamoto listened to the elders' conversation, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. What exactly is this guy looking for? Departure from his embrace brought a sigh of relief to the higher-ups of the Inran secret society. He originally planned to return directly to the Divine Dragon Empire, But then he suddenly remembered that he had left someone here last time. Since we're already here, let's pick that kid up while we're at it. He muttered something to himself and immediately began to sense the sword energy remaining in Su Mubai's body. Sensed it. How come sword energy is also within the territory of the Divine Dragon Empire? That kid by Yi crossed the border silently? Thinking of this, Huaijian suddenly widened her eyes, and an idea popped into her mind. So it was this kid. No wonder he had the ability to use his power. Involuntarily appeared on his chest as he pulled out a communicator he didn't particularly like using. Hint. You have returned to the Divine Dragon Empire. Hint. You have discovered Gale Canyon. Note. Since you have left the territory of the Sakura Kingdom, the Sakura Kingdom Invader buff has been temporarily applied. Woof. Woof woof woof. As soon as Su Mubai appeared, several brown hunting dogs rushed up from the vicinity. He reflexively swung his staff, hitting the unlucky guy leading the charge. Minus 12.36 million. Minus 6.18 million. Two damage numbers popped up. The former was Su Mubai's normal attack critical hit damage, and the latter came from the 50% fire element damage attached to the infernal sky-burning arm guard. Bang! With a loud bang, the fastest dog was struck by the staff and sent flying backward, instantly turning into a corpse. Boom! At the same time, Su Mubai's wrist emitted scorching energy, which directly burned the remaining hunting dogs. Minus 9.888 million. Minus 9.888 million. A series of damage numbers and a system notification sounding indicating the collection of junk items rang out. Upon seeing this, the hunting dogs in the distance immediately tucked their tails between their legs and scrambled away. The effect of Infernal Blaze turned Su Mubai's basic attack into AoE damage. The feeling of impact is somewhat different. Su Mubai glanced at his right hand, which was holding the staff, and felt a pang of emotion. Just a moment ago, he felt his strength suddenly double. The dog that was hit has now turned into a black dot and disappeared into the horizon. Items falling from midair are automatically picked up and added to your backpack. How can a level 20+ monster withstand the nearly 270,000 strength effect after Su Mubai's power is doubled? If it weren't for the protection of the rules of the multiverse game, Su Mubai's staff would have pulverized it into a bloody pulp the moment it touched its body. Su Mubai quickly put this minor incident behind him. He looked at the Wheel of Time in his left palm, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. I didn't expect him to actually come back. Even the SSS level Dead Zone Leap is blocked by national borders, but the Wheel of Time is completely unaffected. To be fair, when it comes to traversing space, the Master of Spacetime still has a stronger ability. Moreover, this time the border crossing was completely silent, without any notice. Su Mubai thoughtfully withdrew the Wheel of Time in space, glanced at the unfamiliar surroundings, and, too lazy to open the map, directly dialed the communication of the richest man in the world. Boss, I was just about to contact you, came the voice of the incredibly wealthy. Su Mubai was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. What happened? Money Tree, didn't you tell me to contact you before I started shaking it? Oh, about that. Su Mubai patted his forehead. He had mentioned it briefly last time, but he hadn't remembered it for a moment. But now that we're back, there's no need to rush. We'll talk about that later. First, get me a return scroll. No problem. Although Fu Jia Tianxia had some doubts, he didn't ask any questions, directly initiated the trade, placed 100 return scrolls, and quickly completed the transaction. The game, Multiverse, the function of a return scroll is to return to the nearest city. However, once back in the city, Su Mubai can directly return to Donghai City via the teleportation array. Just as Su Mubai took out the return scroll and was about to tear it open, his communicator suddenly rang. Upon picking it up, I discovered it was in my pocket. Wasn't it supposed to be a week? Why are you contacting me suddenly? Su Mubai answered the call with a puzzled look and immediately heard the cursing voice from his arms. You brat, you've made me come all this way for nothing. So, tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Is this person addicted to robbery? Before Su Mubai could speak, the man in his arms continued. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Tell me, why did you suddenly return to the Divine Dragon Empire? Su Mubai wasn't too surprised to hear this. He hadn't expected to keep his return a secret from Huaijian. After all, the methods he used to isolate his aura, as well as the sword energy within his body, were left behind by his opponent. So he began to deliver the speech he had prepared beforehand. I accidentally obtained a special teleportation scroll. Before he could finish speaking, Huaijian interrupted him directly. Stop. You really think I'm a 3-year-old? Su Mubai paused for a moment, then heard a sentence from his bosom that startled him. Where did you find the Wheel of Time? Chapter 177. Back to Donghai City, Dusk and Dawn. Where did you find the Wheel of Time? Upon hearing this, Su Mubai's expression immediately changed. Did Kaima find out about the Wheel of Time? This thing was clearly obtained through free upgrades, and the spatial spirit disc even came from a mythical treasure chest after a cataclysmic event. What's more, I was in the Sakura Kingdom at the time. Su Mubai became increasingly suspicious, so he simply asked, "How did you know, senior?" He knew very well that since the other party had been so direct, if he continued to play dumb, he would truly be considered a fool. Hee, you're not bad at all, kid. Huaijin chuckled and continued. In the entire forbidden land of gods, the only treasures that can cross national borders, besides the time-space token in my possession, are the time-space wheel. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai was startled. He originally thought that there should be some means, even if not many, to cross national borders. Obtain the Wheel of Time, by chance, then only Huaijin would have this ability. So that black and white token was called the time-space token? Thinking of this, Su Mubai's pupils contracted slightly. Exactly is Huaijin's identity? What is his relationship with the ruler of time and space? Tell me, where are you? Suddenly changed the subject halfway through his sentence, saying, "Never mind, let's talk about it when I get back." Return. Su Mubai was somewhat puzzled. Wasn't the Dragon Empire right in his arms? Or else I should say I made a wasted trip? Upon hearing this, Su Mubai immediately understood that the other party must have gone to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. His eyes darted around before he said, "Senior, I'll wait for you in Donghai City. Anywhere is fine." While far away in the embrace of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and suddenly laughed and scolded. This brat deliberately chose Donghai City. Is he afraid I'll steal his things? Am I that kind of person? Given Huaijin's strength and status, he naturally knew that Su Mubai and Sidu Ji had some connection. But in his eyes, even the palace master of the Divine Dragon Palace was just a junior, so what was an elder? A slight smile played on his lips as he looked down at the time-space token in his hand, a hint of reminiscence in his eyes, and murmured softly, "It's been so many years since I've met such a fun little guy like you. Welcome home, Your Excellency Lord of the White Knight Court. Notification, your respawn point has been changed to White Knight Court in EC City. As one of the most luxurious private courtyards in Donghai City, Beijing has its own teleportation point and resurrection point. Mercenary group, which originally used this place as a temporary base, moved out long ago after the rapid development of the Myriad Realms Merchant Guild. Therefore, the entire courtyard looked very deserted. The words in his arms made Su Mubai give up the idea of finding the richest man in the world. Upon returning to Beijing, he immediately contacted Situ Ji, City Lord. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Situ Ji said directly, "He has arrived. Come directly to the City Lord's mansion." Good. After hanging up the call, Su Mubai felt a jolt in his heart. Goodness, that fast? He returned to the city by himself, and after a short time, he was back in Donghai City from the Sakura Kingdom. With a thought, Su Mubai conjured a pair of shadow wings on his back, adorned with starlight. Even without the frost, Su Mubai now has the ability to fly. He located the direction of the City Lord's mansion and flew straight there. Although it is slower than frost, that is only relative. To the players in Donghai City, all they saw was a flash of black light. Even those who actually saw it thought they were seeing things. With the EC token, Su Mubai entered the City Lord's mansion without any hindrance. As soon as I stepped into the reception room, I saw the man sitting in the lap of the head of the table. Situ Ji smiled and nodded at Su Mubai, then opened a portal and left without saying a word. Huaijin glanced at the teacup on the table, pursed his lips, took out a small gourd from his pocket, and took a sip. It's still more comfortable to drink alcohol. After putting away the wine gourd, he looked at Su Mubai with a half-smile and pointed to a spot to the side. "Sit down." Finally, he added, "Don't worry, I don't rob people I know." Upon hearing this, Su Mubai grinned and plopped down in a chair. How could a senior be that kind of person? He smiled and reached out his hand. "Give it to me." Su Mubai's expression froze instantly. Didn't he just say he wouldn't steal from acquaintances? What? We're not acquaintances. What's with that expression? Huaijin glared at Su Mubai and said, "I'm just looking." Su Mubai thought for a moment, then took out the Wheel of Time and handed it over. Anyway, with the cataclysmic effect attached to the treasure chest, this thing won't drop, can't be copied, and can't be stolen. Passing through the Wheel of Time, the expression on his face immediately changed. Crash. Faintly, Su Mubai seemed to hear the sound of flowing river water. But the next moment, he had already thrown the Wheel of Time back into his arms. That's it. Su Mubai caught it reflexively, somewhat puzzled. You rushed back from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom just to catch a glimpse of it? The whole process probably didn't even last a second, right? How much longer do I need to observe? I just want to confirm. Suddenly, he pulled out the gourd from his pocket, flipped it over to take out a cup, and after looking Su Mubai over several times, poured a drop into the cup. He waved his hand, and the wine glass slowly floated to Su Mubai's front. This is good stuff. Drink it while you listen to me. Su Mubai reached out and took it, raising an eyebrow. A mere drop of wine. Who do you think you are? And you're listening to me talk while you're drinking? But when he glanced at the properties of the wine in the glass, his pupils suddenly contracted. Dusk and dawn. Unknown level fine wine. The wine, meticulously crafted by the god of wine, Yumu, contains terrifying energy in every drop. Permanent effect, 1 drop. 1. Maximum health plus 100,000. 2. Maximum mana increased by 100,000. 3. Lifespan plus 1,000 years. 4. All attributes plus 1,000 can be stacked up to 10 times. 5. Permanently increase all elemental resistances by 10%. This bonus is not stackable and can exceed the elemental resistance cap. Temporary effect. 1. Instantly restores 20% of health and mana. 2. Increases all attributes by 20% for 60 seconds. 3. Remove all negative status effects, including those caused by the power of loss. A peerless wine that shouldn't be in the Forbidden Land. Don't be greedy. This liquor is very strong. Even I can't drink too much. With your Dominator power, which only reached 100,000 points through external force, you can barely withstand this 1 drop. You need to slow down. Thank you, Senior. The words in his arms could even finish. Su Mubai had already eagerly downed the wine in his glass. The next moment, he felt as if the arms in front of him had multiplied into several, and for a moment he felt dizzy. The strong effects of the alcohol instantly made Su Mubai drunk. Good wine. Old Deng, another one, fill it up. My hand is a bit sore today, so I'll only be posting 2 updates for now. Chapter 178, is he interested in his capital? Old Deng, another one, fill it up. Looking at Su Mubai, who had instantly become drunk, his eyebrows twitched. What did that brat just call me? Old Deng instinctively raised his hand in front of him, but after glancing at the wheel of time, still in Su Mubai's hand, he put it down. It was one thing for that kid to call me old man before, but this Bai Yi is even more unruly now. They actually dared to call him Old Deng directly. Damn it, do I really look that old? He rubbed his temples and murmured something. However, his focus was not on the title Old Deng, but simply on the word old. Su Mubai's drunken outburst seemed to remind him of some memories. If I buy you a drink again next time, I'll be a dog. Looking at Su Mubai, who was drunk and about to slump onto the table, he pouted and made a sword gesture with 2 fingers. Clang! A clear sword rang out, and Su Mubai's eyes immediately regained their clarity. Su Mubai was startled and stood up abruptly. He vaguely remembered that he seemed to have said something terrible. Thinking of this, he scratched the back of his head, glanced guiltily at his chest, and chuckled awkwardly. Senior, just now Alright, I'm not that petty. He waved his hand, and the teacup on the table flew to Su Mubai's front. But you shouldn't drink anymore, kid. I'm afraid you'll get beaten to death. After all, not everyone is as kind and approachable as me. You? Kind and approachable? Su Mubai's lips twitched, and for a moment he didn't know how to reply. He could only sit down again with his teacup in hand, waiting for what the person in his arms would say next. But Huaijian just stared at his hand without saying a word. Su Mubai asked with some confusion, Senior, didn't you tell me to listen to you? Are you done talking? Raising an eyebrow, Su Mubai was taken aback upon hearing this. Although he was drunk, he didn't black out. He clearly didn't say anything in his arms. You'll understand later. Mysteriously from his chest, then suddenly changed the subject. Why do I feel like there's a familiar aura about you? Su Mubai was completely confused, realizing that he was losing track of Huaijian's rhythm. This guy is even more of a riddle maker than the Riddler himself. But the next moment, his eyes widened. Because he simply reached out and grabbed at the air, a ring radiating cold energy suddenly appeared in his hand. Su Mubai was quite certain that it was the Dylan's frost ring that he had just put into his backpack. Sure enough, the system notification sounded in his ear at that moment. Hint, your mythical item, Dylan's frost ring, has been stolen from your possession. Su Mubai was dumbfounded. Not long ago, he was disappointed by the catastrophic nature of the treasure chest because he had never encountered anyone who could steal his equipment. I never expected to run into this as soon as I returned to China. And the other party was in his arms. Isn't this old man a swordsman? How come he's also a thief? Of course, Su Mubai thought this in his heart, but he certainly wouldn't say it out loud. Senior, you also have this skill? I know a lot more. He grinned, picked up the ring, examined it for a couple of seconds, and then returned it to Sumubai. So it was Dylan's stuff. I was wondering why it looked so familiar. Hint: you have obtained the mythic item Dylan's Frost Ring. Upon hearing this, Sumubai was overjoyed and quickly asked, Senior, do you know that Dylan left behind a hidden interdimensional teleportation array in the Forbidden Land of Gods? An interdimensional teleportation array? To the Netherworld? Right. Sumubai's eyes lit up. This makes perfect sense. That guy really did have a backup plan. He picked up the gourd of wine from his robes, took a sip, and looked at Sumubai, saying, You should have accepted his mission, right? Yes, but we have to sneak into the Netherworld before we can officially start the mission. Smuggling. He suddenly laughed. That guy probably never imagined that the person who accepted his mission would be the Lord of Death. Going to the land of the dead isn't called smuggling. It should be called going home. The teleportation array you mentioned is in the Holy Empire. I can sense that it is the only teleportation array there that can traverse worlds. As for the exact location, you'll have to find it yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly stood up, took a step, and his figure appeared at the entrance of the reception room. Before leaving, he turned and glared at Sumubai, then took a step and disappeared from the spot, leaving only one sentence in Sumubai's ear. I'm not old. Sumubai's lips curled up slightly. This old man. The Holy Empire. It seems my guess was right. The coordinates given by the Grimoire of Death should be related to the interdimensional teleportation array left by Dylan. Sumubai was still a little confused as to why Huaijin had specifically wanted to meet with him this time. Just to confirm the chrono wheel? But he spent less time watching the Wheel of Time than he did watching Dylan's Frost Ring. And even though he didn't say anything, he claimed he had already said everything. What exactly is this old man up to? Surely you wouldn't go out of your way to treat yourself to a drink, would you? Thinking of this, Sumubai checked the previous system notifications. Hint: you have consumed the unknown grade wine Twilight Dawn, increasing your maximum health by 100,000, maximum mana by 100,000, lifespan by 1,000 years, all attributes by 1,000, and all elemental resistances by a permanent 10%. Hint: you have consumed the unknown grade wine Twilight Dawn, which increases all attributes by 20% for 60 seconds. Looking at his status bar, which still showed a buff that boosted all attributes, Sumubai was certain that he hadn't lost his memory. Less than 60 seconds had passed, and Huaijin hadn't said a word. Shaking his head, Sumubai stopped guessing, glanced at his attribute panel, and narrowed his eyes slightly. The health points section still features that same conspicuous number, standing out from the other attributes. Health, 1/1. For unknown reasons, the upper limit cannot be increased permanently. Even wine, which can remove the negative effects of the power of laws, is useless? Sumubai frowned. What exactly was the unknown reason? Can the vegetative state you were in before entering the game really have such a big impact on your character panel? Buzz. As Sumubai was pondering, a teleportation portal suddenly appeared beside him, and Siduji, who had left earlier, walked out of it. City Lord. Sumubai stood up and greeted them, but he still couldn't see Huaijin and Siduji's panels. The former goes without saying, and the latter is by no means comparable to the Lord or Elder of the Sakura Kingdom. After all, the Divine Dragon Empire is one of the two most powerful empires in the Forbidden Land of Gods. Situji nodded. Please sit down. Bai Yi, the speed at which your strength has improved is simply beyond my imagination. I heard you single-handedly destroyed a level 3 city in the Sakura Kingdom. As he spoke, he had already sat down in the spot where he had been sitting, smiling as he looked at Sumubai, and continued. Are you interested in his capital? Chapter 179, A New Mythical Level Quest. Enlightenment Potion. More than 10 minutes later, Sumubai walked out of the City Lord's mansion, looked at the brand new mythical level mission on the mission list, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Conquer ahead of schedule. Mythical Quest. If the Divine Dragon Palace wants to conquer the Sakura Kingdom ahead of schedule, what you need to do is find a way to enter the capital and destroy the Sakura Kingdom's protective boundary monument. Task duration, 1 year. Mythical treasure from the Dragon Palace treasury. Failure penalty, none. After talking with Siduji, Sumubai became even more curious about Huaijin's identity. According to them, even if Sumubai opens a portal, they will not be able to enter other countries before the borders are opened. This is a limitation of the multiverse game. However, he can travel freely to other countries without any restrictions. However, Situji remained tight-lipped about the specific identity of the person in his arms. Sumubai could only guess that the person in his arms was probably not a local from the Forbidden Land of Gods. As for where he came from, that remains unknown. This old dang is quite mysterious. Su Mubai couldn't help but laugh when he thought back to when Huijin was working as a part-time appraiser in the beginner village. If someone is this strong, how can they do something so pointless? In the entire forbidden land of gods, only Huijin could do that, right? Smiling and shaking his head, Su Mubai conjured shadow wings behind him and soared into the sky. Welcome home, Your Excellency Lord of the White Knight Court. A moment later, Su Mubai returned home. Soon, there was a knock on the courtyard gate, and the voice of someone incredibly wealthy rang out from outside. Boss, I'm here. Su Mubai sat in the pavilion, raised his hand, and the gate opened automatically. As a pale gray light screen flashed by, Fu Jiaqian, who had just stepped into the White Knight courtyard, took a step forward and arrived directly in the pavilion. He turned his head in shock to look at the gate in the distance before sitting down opposite Su Mubai. Boss, your skill is too amazing. It can even make me teleport. Having not seen him for some time, Fu Jiaqian had no idea just how monstrous Su Mubai's strength had become. You've traded with me so many times. How come your level is still so low? Su Mubai glanced at the wealthiest in the world, level, and frowned slightly. If he remembered correctly, the God of Wealth contract would grant the richest person in the world a certain amount of experience points. But the other party's level is only 22, which is very strange, considering that the two of them always trade in very large quantities. Upon hearing this, Fu Jiaqian explained, our transactions have all been deemed invalid by the multiverse game. What is the basis for this determination? I'm not sure either. Could it be related to the soul contract we signed? The wealthy man smiled and said, it's normal that our transaction method is deemed invalid. Otherwise, wouldn't I be able to max out my experience points directly? That's true. Su Mubai nodded, no longer dwelling on the issue. As the Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce developed, the level of the Wealth God contract, which grants him unparalleled wealth, increased, naturally leading to a faster leveling speed for him. Boss, here's what you wanted. The wealthy man took out a pile of skill books and placed them on the table, which Su Mubai simply waved away. These are the aura-type skill books that he specifically asked the world's richest man to collect. However, Su Mubai did not rush to learn. Instead, he took off a ring from his finger and tossed it to the wealthy and powerful. The latter's expression changed rapidly, and he didn't even dare to reach out to take it. Boss, I'm really not that kind of person. Get lost. Su Mubai chuckled and scolded. That's equipment to increase luck. You can borrow it for a bit, but give it back when you're done. Lucky. Upon hearing this, Fu Jiaxiangxia's eyes lit up, and he quickly picked up the ring that had fallen on the table. After reading the attributes of Blessing of the Goddess of Fortune, his face immediately lit up with joy. Without saying a word, he equipped it and conjured a money tree with a thought. As a burst of shimmering white light emanated from his body, the money tree swayed gently. Crash! A string of soul coins fell down, quickly piling up into a small heap. With a luck value of 64, the wealthy world character directly drew 999 soul coins. However, this is nothing to the two of them now. What they care more about is whether they can draw a special treasure. Under the expectant gazes of the two, the money tree suddenly burst forth with dazzling golden light. Immediately afterwards, a bottle of pale purple potion appeared in the golden light and then slowly fell into the hands of the wealthy and powerful. Huh? Multiverse games have this kind of attribute. The voice of the wealthy and powerful rang out in confusion, immediately piquing Su Mubai's interest. What attribute? Comprehension. The wealthy man handed the potion to Su Mubai. Boss, do you know the effect of this attribute? Comprehension. Su Mubai's eyes as he reached out and took the item, saying, it should be related to comprehending skills. Hint. You have obtained a master-level Enlightenment Potion. Enlightenment Potion. Master-level consumables. After taking it, your comprehension will be permanently increased by 1. This effect is only effective on the first use. A bottle of master-level potion can only increase 1 point of comprehension, which shows how difficult it is to improve this hidden attribute. The wealthy man standing to the side still looked puzzled. Aren't the skills in the multiverse game all learned directly through skill books? I don't know the specifics right now, but it will definitely be an important attribute later on. Su Mubai shook his head, remembering the mysterious heaven treasure mirror in his backpack. He learned about the hidden attribute of comprehension from the description of this item. Thinking of this, Su Mubai suddenly asked, by the way, have you found the Grandmaster level appraisal technique yet? No, the highest level of appraisal skill ever seen at an auction is the advanced appraisal skill. The wealthy man shook his head regretfully, but Su Mubai waved his hand and said, high-end is fine too. If you see any next time, just bid on them. Previously, his lifespan was insufficient, and he only thought about buying the Grandmaster appraisal technique to advance his career for free. But now there are more options. Advanced appraisal. After the Cataclysm, you can still obtain Grandmaster appraisal, and you can also gain the Cataclysm trait. The wealthy and powerful man reluctantly returned the blessing of the goddess of fortune to Su Mubai, then reported on the current situation of the Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce before leaving. Su Mubai's gaze fell on the Enlightenment Potion, and a thought crossed his mind. Catastrophe. Chapter 180 Divine Revelation Potion for Great Auras. Hint. Please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Advance to the Grandmaster level using the consumable Enlightenment Potion, no consumable cost. Option 2. Upgrade to the Grandmaster level consumable Enlightenment Potion, consuming 1 million soul coins. Option 3. The Cataclysmic God level consumable Divine Revelation Potion consumes 1,000 years of lifespan. The God level should correspond to the Myth level, but since it is a one-time consumable, the lifespan required for the Cataclysm is only 1/10 of that of a normal Myth level item. In the past, Su Mubai, whose lifespan was insufficient, could only watch as the Divine Revelation Potion was used for free. But now he no longer needs another 1,000 years of life. Su Mubai raised an eyebrow and said softly, Cataclysmic Tier 3. Note, you have lost 1,000 years of your lifespan. Current lifespan, over 11,654 years. You have obtained the Divine Consumable Item, Divine Revelation Potion. Divine Revelation Potion. God Tier Consumables. After taking it, your comprehension will be permanently increased by 20. This effect is only effective on the first use. Cataclysmic Trait. Increases drug efficacy by 100% and temporarily increases comprehension by 100% for half an hour after consumption. The effect was 20 times better, but not as much as Su Mubai had imagined. This further illustrates the rarity of the hidden attribute, comprehension, which is even harder to improve than luck. The effects of the cataclysmic property did not disappoint Su Mubai. In addition to doubling the efficacy of the medicine, it also added an extra temporary effect. However, this effect also made Su Mubai decide against taking it now. The 100% increase in comprehension buff shouldn't be wasted. It should obviously be saved for when using the mysterious Heaven Treasure Mirror to maximize the value of the Divine Revelation Potion. With a flick of his wrist, Su Mubai put the Divine Revelation Potion into his backpack and took out a bunch of skill books that he had just brought from the World of Wealth. These books are all about Necromancer aura type skills. After breaking through to the third tier, Su Mubai's skill slots increased to 40, and he then planned to add some aura type skills. After all, the Scourge was his main source of power. As the skill book was taken out, the system notification sound that had been playing earlier appeared again. Hint: you possess skill books for Fire Resistance Aura, Ice Resistance Aura, and Lightning Resistance Aura. Do you wish to fuse them into an All-Element Resistance Aura? Merge. The moment Su Mubai made his choice, most of the skill books on the table turned into light and merged into one. The next moment, a brand new skill book appeared in Su Mubai's hand. You have obtained the A-grade skill book, All-Element Resistance Aura. These skill books did not come from players, but were collected by the wealthy through many auctions. After all, the player's strength was far behind Su Mubai's, and the aura-type skill books they obtained were too low-level, basically adding specific values rather than percentages. With a thought, Su Mubai directly upgraded the level for free before learning it. Hint: you have learned a new skill, All-Element Resistance Aura. All-Elemental Resistance Aura. S. Passive skill, no level required. All friendly undead creatures gain plus 20% resistance to all elemental resistances. Area of influence, equivalent to the range of control over summoned creatures. Don't underestimate this 20% all-elemental resistance. Even the legendary Deathspeaker robe only adds 10%. After learning the skill, Su Mubai waved his hand and summoned an elite skeleton warrior. The latter, blessed by the halo, suddenly shimmered with a faint light on its body. The next moment, a new attribute appeared on his panel. All-type resistance, 40%. With the added bonus of the professional catastrophe characteristic, all of Su Mubai's skills will be doubled. In this way, the effect of this S-class halo is no less than that of the SS-class halo. With it, the Scourge's strength immediately rose to a new level. Su Mubai smiled slightly, his gaze falling on the remaining skill books. After incorporating all resistances, the original pile of skill books was reduced to only 3. These percentage-based halos were specially selected after Fu Jia Tianxia consulted with Su Mubai. 2 of them are Grade B, and one is grade C. Su Mubai upgraded the 2B level free books and chose to study them directly. Although he could potentially increase his wealth, it's not worthwhile for now, as it's not worthwhile. Upgrading a B rank skill to S rank requires a full 10 million soul coins. It's better to wait until you have enough lifespan and then use a single cataclysm. With the added benefit of the Class A aura, it can be used for a period of time. As the two skill books transformed into streams of light and merged into Su Mubai's brow, a system notification sounded in his ear. Hint: you have learned the new skill, Advanced Rage Aura. Hint: you have learned a new skill, Advanced Defense Aura. At the same time, the soul fire in the pupils of the elite skeleton warrior beside Su Mubai turned red, and the bones in his body instantly solidified. Advanced Fury Aura. A. Passive skill, no level required. All friendly undead creatures gain plus 50% physical attack / spell power. Impact range, 1000 meters. Advanced Defense Aura. A. Passive skill, no level required. All friendly undead creatures gain plus 50% physical / magical defense. Impact range, 1000 meters. The only drawback is that the influence of the A-level halo is not wide enough. Even though Su Mubai is now at the 3rd level, he has only increased his distance from 500 meters to 1000 meters. Even with the added benefit of the professional disaster characteristic, it's only 2000 meters. This is not enough for the more than 300,000 Cataclysmic Legion that Su Mubai can currently summon. After all, once the army of natural disasters is deployed, its range of activity is very wide. However, Su Mubai would eventually learn these two skills, Cataclysm, but for now he was just learning them and leaving them aside, so he didn't pay too much attention to them. What he really wanted was this last skill book, which was only C level. Basic Vampiric Aura, C, passive skill, no level required. All melee-friendly summon creatures gain 1% lifesteal. Impact range, 50 meters. This is a skill book common to summoner classes, but the 1% lifesteal is practically negligible for other summoner players. But in Su Mubai's hands, this skill has a different value. Catastrophe. Target, Basic Vampiric Aura. Cataclysmic Stage 3. Warning: you have lost 1,000 years of your lifespan. Current lifespan, over 10,654 years. Hint: you have learned a new skill, Top-Tier Vampiric Aura. As the halo unfolded, a thin line of blood appeared on the hand of the elite skeleton warrior beside Su Mubai. Top-Tier Vampiric Aura. S. Passive skill, no level required. All melee-friendly summoned creatures gain 10% lifesteal. Area of influence, equivalent to the range of control over summoned creatures. With the added bonus of the class's cataclysmic trait, along with the 20% lifesteal effect and the Eternal Death Pact, Su Mubai's Cataclysmic Legion has already taken on the rudiments of a perpetual motion machine. That's not all. The skill Top-Tier Vampiric Aura also has a cataclysmic effect. Chapter 181. He's treating our Cherry Blossom Kingdom like a brothel. Top-Tier Vampiric Aura. S. Passive skill, no level required. All melee-friendly summoned creatures gain 10% lifesteal. Area of influence, equivalent to the range of control over summoned creatures. Cataclysmic characteristics. 1. When a melee-friendly summon has full health, the excess lifesteal effect will be used to heal other friendly summons. 2. When the health of a melee-friendly summon is below 50%, the lifesteal effect is doubled. The two cataclysmic traits directly maximize the cost-effectiveness of the top-tier lifesteal aura. Su Mubai was very satisfied with this. He still has the privilege of switching skills once, but he is still in no hurry to use it. Su Mubai decided to wait a little longer and see what he would find when he opened the Grimoire of Death again. If the skills learned by Deathly Scripture cover Summon Skeleton Army, he will not hesitate to use them to convert top-tier Vampiric Aura. If there's no overlay, it's better to use it to convert the Summon Skeleton Army skill. After all, improving the effect of a single aura is not as worthwhile as directly improving the entire skeleton army. Su Mubai's original purpose in returning this time was simply to test the effects of the Wheel of Time. Unexpectedly, this caught the attention of Huaijian, who then tasted a drop of an unknown grade wine. Later, he received a brand new mythical level mission from Situji. Looking at his task list, Su Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly. What impact will the Shunlong Empire's early conquest of the Sakura Kingdom have on players in both countries? However, this task did not conflict with his plans, and it was something he could do on the side anyway. Saint-level equipment for free after completing the task, so Su Mubai naturally wouldn't refuse. After closing the task list, Su Mubai left a space-time mark in the pavilion and then used Dead Zone Leap to arrive at the master bedroom door. Pushing open the door, you are greeted by a sense of ancient charm. The room was spacious and luxurious, with vermilion beams supporting a high ceiling and a carved bed in the center, adorned with exquisite brocade quilts. The desk by the window is simple and elegant, and the bookshelves next to it are full of ancient books, exuding luxury. Sumubai picked up a few ancient books and examined them, only to find that they were all ordinary books without any special attributes. The records above are all about the culture, geography, history, or some literary works of the Forbidden Land. For the vast majority of players, these books are meaningless. Sumubai tried using a book to create a catastrophe, which resulted in the loss of 30 days of his lifespan, but only added the characteristic of the ink remaining forever. Disappointed, Sumubai put the books back in their place, and his gaze fell on the 5-meter-long bed in the center of the room. Compared to this room, Sumubai felt that his top-tier space tent was like a slum. Having possessed the White Knight Pavilion for so long, this was the first time he had entered this room, since he had never needed to sleep before. However, with the ability to teleport, he will be able to return here at any time. After leaving a time-space imprint on the bed, Sumubai had a sudden thought. Instant teleportation. The next moment, he vanished from the master bedroom and appeared on the throne above Frost's head. "Master, you're back so soon?" Sensing Sumubai's arrival, Frost immediately greeted him. The two hadn't been separated for long. It simply found a place to properly digest the materials inside its body. Compared to these materials, the experience points gained from killing monsters are still too little, unless it's a high-level monster like a legendary boss. Sumubai nodded slightly. Just as he opened the map and prepared to begin the next step, a series of system notifications sounded in his ears. Hint: you have entered the Sakura Kingdom. Note: since the national war has not yet begun, you have been regarded as an invader by the Sakura Kingdom. All factions and players in the country will hunt you down. Please do everything you can to survive. Hint: your two-way buff, Invaders of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, is activated. Current effect: monster kill experience increased by 24%. At the same time, the system announcement once again resounded throughout the entire Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Announcement from the Sakura Kingdom: the invaders, White Knight from the Divine Dragon Empire, have once again entered the Sakura Kingdom. The Sakura Kingdom Guardian buff has expired. ×5. The sudden announcement left the Sakura players, who had just begun their celebration, completely dumbfounded. Moments later, chat channels in major cities suddenly started flooded with messages. "Baka, what's the point of this damn border? Why can Bai Yi come and go as he pleases? How long has he been gone? Half an hour? And he's back again. Bai Yi, I came in, I left, I came in again. Hey, just playing around. Hehe, what's the point of playing games? I feel like Bai Yi has already turned our Sakura Kingdom into a brothel, coming and going as he pleases. What are the higher-ups of the Sakura Kingdom doing? So many days have passed, and they still can't do anything about Bai Yi? Alright, it's been more than 10 days. Don't you still not understand that they're all useless? If there really were a way, could we really reduce our experience points by this much?" Besides complaining in the chat channel, players who had just left the city were rushing back to the city. These days, gaining experience is already difficult enough. If you're unlucky enough to get killed by Bai Yi, the loss would be huge. According to players who survived in the small mountain town, being killed by the White Knight's undead army once will not only cause you to lose 3 levels, but also directly lose a full 30 years of your lifespan. How many 30-year periods does a person have? Nowadays, players who can obtain soul stones are extremely rare. Moreover, even these people can only obtain a single-digit number of primary soul stones. Compared to the loss caused by Bai Yi's attack, these primary life soul stones are insignificant. Therefore, when the system announcement indicated that Bai Yi had re-entered the Sakura Kingdom, almost all players who were still in the wild chose to return to the city. They would only dare to leave the city to hunt monsters after receiving news of Bai Yi appearing in other cities. Sumubai naturally didn't care about the thoughts of the Sakura players. He was currently sitting on his throne, examining the map of the Sakura Kingdom. A moment later, Sumubai closed the map and pointed out the direction to Bingshuang. His original plan was to destroy a level 2 main city. However, after breaking through to the 3rd tier and acquiring several mythical level equipment, Sumubai's strength improved by leaps and bounds. He is completely different now compared to when he destroyed the small mountain town. In addition, the existence of the new mythical level mission and the Wheel of Time has changed Sumubai's goals. If we're going to go for the big shots, let's go for the biggest ones. Frost is heading straight for the capital of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Chapter 182 Retrieving the Source of the Deadly Poison. The Sakura Kingdom, the royal capital. Although this place cannot compare to the prosperity of the capital of the Divine Dragon Empire, it is still a capital city, and it is not accessible to players at this stage. However, a player has now arrived here. Not only that, he was also taken to the headquarters of the Ninja Secret Society. Tsukuyami was kneeling before Matsumoto Maya, listening to his teachings. After dying repeatedly in the small mountain town, his level dropped by 10 levels. Because of his weakened state, he dared not revive after being killed by a monster. Only when he was in his soul form, watching Baiyi being chased away from the small mountain town by the 3 powerful figures, did he dare to resurrect again in the Wailing Resurrection Hall. After being resurrected, Tsukuyami learned from the surviving players that before leaving, Byakuya used 3 corpses to instantly kill more than 100,000 people. Was already terrified of Baiyi and was completely scared out of his wits. And so, Tsukuyami remained in a daze in the ruins of a small mountain town. Even after his weakened state disappeared, he did not choose to leave, because Baiyi had completely shattered his beliefs. A week later, Matsumoto Maya and Abe Saiken suddenly appeared. Although the two looked rather miserable at the time, with blood on their lips and appearing seriously injured. However, Tsukuyami immediately recognized him as the top-tier expert who had chased down Byakuya. He grasped at this as if it were a lifeline, approached the two of them directly, and revealed his SSS-level talent. From then on, Tsukuyami was taken back to the capital by Matsumoto Maya. Of course, he didn't know that Matsumoto Maya and the other person were seriously injured because of Sumubai. Announcement from the Sakura Kingdom. The invaders from the Divine Dragon Empire, White Knight, have entered again, times 10. As the announcement rang out, Tsukuyami's expression changed, her fists clenched involuntarily, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "Teacher, we absolutely cannot let him escape this time." Matsumoto Maya's lips twitched slightly. Let him escape? Last time we met, if I hadn't been so resourceful, I probably wouldn't have even had a chance to escape. Horrified by Byakuya's ability to detonate the corpse of a legendary boss, Matsumoto Maya did not show it. Cough cough. He coughed lightly twice, feigning composure, and said, "Don't worry, Baiyi won't be able to cause trouble for long." As he spoke, Matsumoto Maya slowly stood up, turned around, and walked towards the door. "Once we deal with Baiyi, I will report to the council and have a trial held just for you. Use this time to prepare." Watching Matsumoto Maya's departing figure, Tsukuyami's face immediately lit up with ecstasy. He knew he had made the right bet. After revealing their SSS-level talent, the Shadow Ninja Society finally decided to focus all their efforts on cultivating them. Thinking of this, a fierce glint flashed in Tsukuyami's eyes. "Baiyi, let's see who has the last laugh." Whether Byakuya will have the last laugh remains to be seen, but Tsukuyami's laughter will soon be cut short, because Frost is flying rapidly toward the capital of Cherry Blossoms. With a massive supply of materials, Frost's experience points are constantly increasing. Its level is now as high as 78, and it won't be long before it catches up with Sumubai's progress. After entering the growth stage, Frost's size also increased with its level. At this moment, its body length has reached 150 meters, almost half the previous size. Mythical creatures is gradually beginning to be revealed. As they flew, the might of a dragon king swept across the sky, and the monsters in the high sky dared not approach. Being chased by the dark feather vulture will never happen again. Sumubai sat on the throne, checking the distance while initiating a transaction with the wealthiest man in the world. He was in a hurry to go back this time, and for a moment he forgot 2 things. One option is to leave a time-space marker on the character Fujatiansha, Fujatianxia, but this isn't a big problem. You can leave it next time. Now that he has the Wheel of Time, he can cross national borders at will. The second thing was that I forgot to ask the richest man in the world for something. After the transaction was completed, Sumubai heard a series of system notification sounds. Hint: you have obtained the legendary special item Source of Deadly Poison. Note: the awakened Yamada no Orochi has once again sensed the aura of the Source of Deadly Poison. It will pursue this aura and reclaim the source of poison from you. Shouldn't Yamada no Orochi be a mythical level boss? Sumubai looked at the purplish-black pearl in his hand and narrowed his eyes slightly. Sakura Royal Capital is, after all, the place with the most experts in the Sakura Kingdom, so he naturally wouldn't be arrogant. Since we can't find any help in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, we'll just create one ourselves. The only thing that makes him uncertain now is whether the Yamada no Orochi will dare to come after sensing that the source of the deadly poison is in the capital. After all, His original plan was to lure the Yamada no Orochi to a level 2 main city. Thinking of this, Sumubai's eyes darted around, and he said, "Slow down, so as not to scare the snake." The Cherry Blossom Kingdom, the Immortal Mountain. 16 vertical pupils opened simultaneously, gleaming with an eerie light within the pitch-black mountain interior. Hiss, I smell it again. The scent of the source of deadly poison has suddenly returned from the divine dragon empire. Why is this happening? The 8 heads of the Yamada no Orochi exchange with each other, as if they possessed 8 different thoughts. Could this be a trap? We must regain our power no matter what, or we will all perish in the end. Yes, let's retrieve the source of the deadly poison first. As they spoke, a cold light flashed in the eyes of one of the heads, and it opened its mouth to stick out a long snake tongue. The entire head slowly shone with a purplish-black light, as if it were activating some kind of skill. A moment later, it suddenly opened its eyes and exclaimed, "Oh no, the source of the deadly poison is moving towards the capital." How much further? The person who obtained the source of the deadly poison must not be very strong. At this speed, it should still take half a day to reach the capital. Then what are we waiting for? We must seize the source of the deadly poison before it enters the capital. As soon as he finished speaking, all 8 heads lit up simultaneously, and various powers surged forth. Cyan Wind Element, Red Fire Element, Blue Water Element. As the strongest boss in the Sakura Kingdom, Yamada no Orochi possesses 8 different powers. As the 8 powers converged, the head controlling the poison began chanting incantations, and light gradually illuminated the interior of the mountain, revealing a massive magic circle. This is the preparation that Orochi has been making for many years, and now it has finally come in handy. Chapter 183. The main quest also involves telecom fraud? Master, who is the snake you just mentioned? After holding it in for a long time, Bing Shuang finally asked the question that had been bothering her. Sumubai smiled slightly. A big guy? If I'm not mistaken, he used to be a mythical level boss. I just don't know what rank he is now. Before the Wheel of Time, Sumubai wouldn't have dared to so recklessly lure the Yamada no Orochi. Although he now has the strength to deal with legendary beings, there would be danger if Yamada no Orochi were still at the mythical level. Frost is only level 70-something, and it's already this terrifying. You can only imagine how strong the high-level mythical bosses are. However, with the Wheel of Time, Sumubai gained confidence. Even if he is no match for the enemy, he can always teleport back to the Divine Dragon Empire. At that time, no matter what level you are, you can only sigh when faced with national borders. Mythical level. Frost's eyes lit up upon hearing this. What a tribute. It should be a poison type. Sumubai glanced at the source of deadly poison in his hand and said uncertainly, "It could also be multi-elemental. After all, that guy has 8 heads. Shouldn't mythical snakes be the Hydra? I've never heard of 8 heads before." Frost's voice carried a hint of doubt. As the two were talking, the source of deadly poison suddenly began to flash, and Sumubai smiled slightly upon seeing this. Because Frost was deliberately controlling its speed, it was still quite a distance from the capital. Sumubai wanted to first see what rank the Yamada no Orochi was now. The source of deadly poison. After flashing at a specific frequency for half an hour, it suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. Sumubai's eyes narrowed. "Are you here?" The next moment, a magic circle suddenly appeared and then rapidly expanded. Immediately afterwards, a huge figure appeared in the magic circle. Contrary to Sumubai's expectations, the Yamada no Orochi did not come after him, but appeared directly through the teleportation array. "Hiss, brat, hand over the source of the deadly poison, and I will spare your life." "Shut up. The Frost Dragon King. Baka, I've been tricked. Damn it, let's get back right now." The Yamada no Orochi appeared. It seemed to have developed a split personality and started talking to itself. Immediately afterwards, the teleportation array flashed again, indicating that it was preparing to retreat. Upon seeing this, Sumubai vanished from the throne and instantly appeared above the head of the Yamada no Orochi, standing in midair. He flipped his hand and took out the Wheel of Time and Space, leaving a time and space mark directly on its body. The next moment, the figure of Orochi disappeared from the teleportation array, as if it had never appeared at all. "Master, how come this guy is only epic level?" Frost flapped its wings and flew in. Sumubai took a step forward and sat back on the throne. Perhaps the injury was too severe. Sumubai had just seen the panel of the Orochi. Yamada no Orochi. Level 209. Severely injured, level reduced. Epic boss, power depleted, rank reduced. HP 300 billion/300 billion. To be honest, Sumubai was somewhat disappointed with the current strength of Orochi. But the system notification he just heard surprised him. Hint: you have triggered the Sakura Kingdom main quest. Please choose from the following options. Click to view details. How could I, an intruder, trigger the main quest of the Sakura Kingdom? What kind of twisted sense of humor is this multiverse game? A hint of doubt flashed in Sumubai's eyes as he checked the mission details. Mission 1. Seal the Yamada no Orochi. Seal the Yamada no Orochi. Mythical quest. The ancient ferocious beast, Yamada no Orochi, has awakened, and it will do everything in its power to quickly regain its strength. No Orochi, now restored to its power, will unleash a bloodbath upon the Sakura Kingdom. You must seal it before it fully recovers. Quest prompt. Please go to the headquarters of the Ninja Society, where you will obtain the method to seal the Yamada no Orochi and some assistance. Mission duration: 2.5 years. Quest reward: enter the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's treasure vault and select a mythical item. Penalty for failure: the fully recovered Yamada no Orochi will hunt you down and kill you. Looking at this task, Sumubai's expression was somewhat strange. Wasn't the treasure trove of the Sakura Kingdom already robbed by that old man in the arms? Doesn't this mean there's no reward for completing the task? Even the main quest involves telecom fraud. Sumubai pursed his lips. There was no way he would accept this mission anyway. Help Sakura seal away the Yamada no Orochi? Are you kidding me? Besides, if he went to the headquarters of the Ninja Society, he would be hunted down immediately. How could he possibly want to help with the method to seal Orochi? I don't know what the second task is. Sumubai murmured something and clicked on the details of the second task. Task 2. Aid the snake in its mischief. Mythical quest. The ancient ferocious beast, Yamada no Orochi, has awakened, but it is now severely injured and no longer possesses the strength it once had at the peak of mythical power. Help Orochi regain its former glory, and it will lead its army of ferocious beasts to attack the capital of the Sakura Kingdom and overthrow the rule of the Ninja Society. Mission prompt. Please take the source of deadly poison to the Immortal Mountain, where you will learn how to help Orochi recover to its peak condition. Please note, accepting this mission will make you a wanted person by the Ninja Society. Do not accept this mission unless you are desperate. Mission duration: 2.5 years. Quest reward. After Orochi destroys the capital of the Sakura Kingdom, you will be able to enter the treasury and choose a mythical item. Penalty for failure: none. Trust me, you don't want to be caught by the Shadow Ninja Society. Another telecom fraud. Sumubai was speechless at the rewards for these two tasks. The treasure vault was already gone, so what was the point of choosing? The second task, in particular, can only be completed after Orochi destroys the capital. What if this guy isn't a match for the Ninja Guild? That mean the players doing the quest are doomed? Normally, no player in the Sakura Kingdom would choose the second quest. But Sumubai is not a Sakura player. He is a true invader. Helping Orochi regain his peak condition would only benefit him. As for the mission rewards, those are completely unimportant. He believed that what he would ultimately gain would be far beyond what a mythical item could compare to. Peak of mythical level. Looking at the description of the mission, Sumubai raised an eyebrow and looked at this source of deadly poison in his hand. It seems that for the Yamada no Orochi to fully recover, it needs more than just the source of its deadly poison. Sumubai stroked his chin, examining the second task. Only then did he notice a system notification following it. Note: since you are an intruder, you can only choose Mission 2. Sumubai smiled slightly and made his choice, accepting this main quest that shouldn't have appeared at the beginning of the game. Hint: you have accepted the mythical level main quest, Aiding the Serpent. Chapter 184. Now can you speak properly? The Cherry Blossom Kingdom, the Immortal Mountain. Buzz. Inside the mountain, the light of the enormous magic circle had not completely dissipated before it shone brightly once more. As space slightly distorted, a massive figure gradually solidified. The light from the magic circle illuminated the dark interior of the mountain, revealing the appearance of the Yamada no Orochi. Its body was as majestic as a mountain, its thick body covered with dark and hard scales that shimmered with a cold luster under the light of the magic circle. The 8 heads are all ferocious and different, each corresponding to one of the 8 elemental powers. With each flick of their tongues, the elemental energy surges wildly. Behind it, 8 thick tails meandered and stretched out, like 8 dancing giant pythons, their scales rubbing against the ground with a rustling sound. Each tail tip is sharp as a hook, as if it could easily tear apart anything in its path. His fierce appearance made him seem like a demon god who had descended from the heavens in ancient times, causing the surrounding air to become extremely heavy and oppressive. However, this imposing aura was instantly destroyed after the Yamada no Orochi opened its mouth. Highly poisonous, how did you sense it? Hiss, a nascent frost dragon king, and you're saying it shouldn't be that strong? They gave false intelligence. They deserve to be attacked. The seven heads gleamed with ferocity, staring intently at the head representing the power of deadly poison, their tongues flicking out as if they were about to gang up on it. Such a bizarre sight could only occur in an oddity like the Yamada no Orochi. The venomous head shrank its neck, its eyes full of grievance. How can you blame me? That thing wasn't even that fast before. Who knew it would do this on purpose? As they talked, the magic circle gradually disappeared, and the interior of the mountain became pitch black again, with only 16 green vertical pupils flashing with an eerie light. Now that you mention it, it's really not your fault. Hiss, luckily we ran fast. Otherwise we would have become that guy's food. Damn that treacherous secret society. If we hadn't been tricked by them in ancient times, how could we have ended up in this state? Humph, if it weren't for the lack of a source of power, what would I have to fear from a mere nascent frost dragon king? Alright, there are no outsiders here, so stop pretending. The problem now is, how do we get back the source of power? We can't get the source of the deadly poison for the time being, so we can only start with other sources of power. At this point, all 8 heads fell silent. With its strength not yet fully recovered, Orochi dared not stay outside for too long. If the Een Ninja Society discovers that it has awakened, there will definitely be an endless pursuit. A moment later, the venomous head suddenly spoke. Did you notice that just now? What should we pay attention to? Stop keeping me in suspense, just tell me. There seems to be a human on the body of that Frost Dragon King. Hiss, now that you mention it. I just remembered that the scent on that person doesn't seem to belong to the Forbidden Land. Are those beings who have descended from all realms? Hiss, do you think he'll accept the mission to help us? How could a human possibly help us? He's probably afraid of being hunted down by the Een Ninja Society. Sigh, if it were him. At this point, all 8 heads fell silent, because a voice that did not belong to them suddenly appeared inside the mountain. Are you looking for me? The person who arrived was Sumubai. He only slightly sensed the location of the space-time imprint before using instant teleportation to get here. His kid, get off my head right now. After a moment of silence, the venomous head suddenly roared. This was because Sumubai's instantaneous teleportation landed right above its head. I advise you to speak properly. Instead of getting off its head, Sumubai stomped his foot and snorted coldly. Impossible. How did you get in here? Even the Een Ninja Secret Society couldn't get in. Damn it. Without that Frost Dragon King, would a human like you dare to walk right into their trap? Now, not only the poisonous head, but the other 7 heads also became enraged. They are not mounts. This human's behavior is an insult. With your current epic-level strength? Sumubai curled his lip in disdain, waved his hand to summon a skeleton king, warrior, and then had a thought. Feedback on death. Notification. You have consumed 500 points of death energy to enhance the main attribute of the target skeleton king, warrior, by 1000%. The next moment, the enhanced skeleton king, whose body was over 10 meters tall, landed directly on the other head. Without any foreplay, the enhanced skeleton king slung the greatsword behind his back and slammed it directly into the head. Bang, bang, bang. The loud noise echoed inside the mountain, and the 2 vertical pupils suddenly contracted, causing the altitude to drop instantly. Boom. Another loud bang was heard, followed by the hissing of snakes from the dark belly of the mountain. The enhanced skeleton king's punch blasted the head off. Not only that, it jumped off the snake's head and punched the snake's snout again. The snake, in pain, suddenly spat out its tongue. Hiss. Halfway through its hiss, the giant snake tongue was grabbed directly by the enhanced skeleton king. With its terrifyingly abnormal strength, it actually managed to press the head to the ground, making it unable to lift it at all. All of this happened in an instant, and the other 7 heads only reacted at that moment. Including the poisonous head where Sumubai was located, all 7 heads simultaneously gasped in shock. The 12 vertical pupils stared in shock at Sumubai, who stood with his hands behind his back on the snake's head, and involuntarily swallowed. As for the venomous head, it wanted to see it, but its eyes were rolled back, so it couldn't see where its own head was. Even worse off was the head on the ground, which was still being pulled by the snake's tongue by the enhanced skeleton king, grimacing in pain. It should be noted that Sumubai's power of domination has been greatly enhanced. The enhanced skeleton king, affected by this attribute, becomes terrifyingly powerful. Skeleton King, Warrior. Double Supreme Aura plus Death Aura Enhancement plus 4 Major Auras version. Level 89. Power, 139 million. Physical fitness, 13,884,200. Agility, 13.8842 million. HP, 1.388 billion/1.388 billion. Attack power, 695 million. Physical defense, 41,652,600. Resistance, 40% across all types. Life steal, 20%. Skills, Heavy Strike LV9, Wild Charge LV9. Looking at the enhanced Skeleton King's stats, even Su Mubai, a player known for using cheats, felt it was somewhat abnormal. It's just a summoned creature, but not only does it have over 1 billion health points, its strength and attack power are the most terrifying. The combination of the 5 halos is simply terrifying. It can be said that during the 120 seconds of enhanced death energy, the terrifying power of this Skeleton King warrior can completely overwhelm a legendary boss. However, due to his lack of power and severe injuries, Orochi is now merely an epic-level boss. In the hands of the enhanced Skeleton King, whose power has exploded, it was utterly powerless to fight back. Facing the shocked gazes of the several snake heads, Su Mubai stepped on one of the venomous snake heads, supported himself with one hand on his knee, leaned forward, and spoke slowly and deliberately. Can you speak properly now? Chapter 185 The Way of Pua. Thump. Times 7. Times 1. The 7 snake heads nodded reflexively. Even the one lying on the ground blinked and let out a muffled groan. That's more like it. Su Mubai grinned, his shadow wings unfurled behind him, and he flew to the side of the enhanced Skeleton King, casually snapping his fingers. The next moment, the enhanced Skeleton King disappeared, and the snake head that had been pressed to the ground immediately rose up. Everyone, lower your heads. Seeing this, Su Mubai snorted coldly. The head that had just been beaten up reacted the fastest and immediately laid down on the ground again. Its appearance surprised Su Mubai slightly. Pulling a snake's tongue really that strong? Could this guy be suffering from Stockholm Syndrome? The other 7 heads showed a hint of resentment in their eyes, but they had no choice but to obediently lower their heads. Yamada no Orochi was naturally resentful. Even if I were to recover only a fraction of my full strength, why would I have to suffer such humiliation? But the current situation forces it to compromise. Su Mubai nodded in satisfaction. The reason he first gave the Orochi a hard time was to gain the upper hand. The main quest of the Divine Dragon Empire is one thing, but the main quest of the Sakura Kingdom, do I really have to cooperate with the snake? You must decide how to do the task. Although the level and rank of Yamada no Orochi have been reduced, its size remains enormous. Even the frost now is only about the size of one of its heads. 8 heads stood before Su Mubai, resembling 8 small mountains. However, the contrast between the 2 sides' strengths and weaknesses is striking. Yamada no Orochi looked at the tiny human before it and felt extremely anxious. Because it doesn't know what this person wants to do. On the surface, it has submitted, but in secret it is thinking of a way to escape. Secret society, it now harbors hatred for another being called Bei, the one who descends upon it. But Su Mubai didn't care about that. In his eyes, the Orochi was nothing more than an object to be used. Before coming, he had already asked Frost, and it turned out that this guy was not a real living being, but just a boss created by the multiverse game. Will it shrink? Looking at the 8 small hills in front of him, Su Mubai frowned. Yamada no Orochi blinked, its body radiating light, and its massive form rapidly shrank, quickly transforming into an ugly snake with 8 heads and 8 tails, standing upright and slightly shorter than Su Mubai. Good, sensible. Su Mubai nodded slightly and took out the source of deadly poison. The next moment, all of Orochi's eyes lit up, with its venomous head being the most prominent. It even extended its forked tongue, trying to pull this source of venom into its belly. Don't be nervous, I'm here to help you. Su Mubai tossed the source of deadly poison in his hand and spoke casually. Most basic aspect of PUA is to first hit someone and then offer them a sweet treat. As the former CEO, Su Mubai is exceptionally proficient in this area. The eyes of the venomous head followed this source of venom up and down. If Su Mubai hadn't displayed terrifying strength, it would have already tried to snatch it by force. The other heads, however, lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Help us. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the E-Ninja Society? Yamada no Orochi is somewhat schizophrenic. He is not stupid, having survived from ancient times to the present. It simply couldn't understand why this human would choose to help it. Humph, the Shadow Ninja Society is after us. Su Mubai scoffed dismissively. They'd have to have the ability to do that. As he spoke, He threw out the source of deadly poison in his hand. The venomous head, which had been eagerly waiting for it, immediately opened its blood-red maw, stretched its neck, and swallowed it whole. It looked just like a dog. Buzz. The next moment, the venomous head suddenly emitted a purplish-black light, and the Yamada no Orochi's size involuntarily returned to its original state, growing larger as the light continued to emanate. The gap between mythical and legendary levels seems to be bigger than I imagined. No Orochi, whose body was growing larger and larger, Sumubai narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a sense of emotion. After a long while, the light faded, and the Yamada no Orochi shrank back to its original size, looking as if it hadn't had enough. Its panel has also changed. Yamada no Orochi. Level 219. Severely injured, level reduced. Legendary boss. Power depleted, rank reduced. Health points. After absorbing the source of the deadly poison, Orochi's level increased by 10 levels, and its rank was directly restored to legendary. The health bar section has been changed to a question mark. Sumubai was shocked to realize that when the Orochi was still an epic level monster, its life points were as high as 300 billion. This number naturally surpasses that of the Dark Feather Vulture and Silver Moon Wolf, which were not suppressed by the Death Gaze. The latter two are legendary bosses. The Yamada no Orochi's health bar was the highest Sumubai had ever seen. Even a mythical level frost monster, once it reaches the same level, cannot compare to this guy. Sumubai guessed that this was probably related to the fact that Orochi was the main boss. Its health points were mostly increased by the multiverse game. After all, once he recovers, this guy will be the strongest boss in the Sakura Kingdom. At the same time, a series of system notifications sounded in Sumubai's ears. Hint: having absorbed the source of the deadly poison you provided, Orochi has recovered a small portion of its power. The main quest, aiding the Serpent in Wrath, is now officially open. Hint: please speak with Orochi to obtain information and help it further restore its strength. Note: Yamada no Orochi has a very strange and volatile temper. Do not provoke it. Hearing this, Sumubai raised an eyebrow and patted the poisonous head. I heard you have a bad temper? 8. The venomous, headed idiot was only halfway through his sentence when he suddenly remembered his previous encounter and quickly changed his words. Out of the 8 heads, I have the best temper. Chapter 186. There is an old saying in the Divine Dragon Empire. The other heads shook their heads repeatedly, forcing a smile, and said, that's a slander against us by the Inrin Secret Society. That's right, we have very good tempers. As a once mythical being at its peak, Yamada no Orochi has a keen sense of power. He knew very well that although he had recovered somewhat, the skeleton he had just fought was definitely stronger than he was now. Moreover, after recovering to the legendary level, Orochi sensed the power of death emanating from Sumubai. Having seen and experienced much, it immediately realized that the human before it was the master of death. The opponent could summon countless more skeletons like those they just summoned. As the saying goes in the Divine Dragon Empire, Wei Junjia is the one who deals with Shi. Now that we can't beat them, we also have to rely on them to help us recover. So what if we suffer a little grievance? As long as I can fully recover, I'd even be willing to be a dog for the time being. Well, that's not impossible. After I resolve the secret meeting of the E-Ninja, I will make this human understand what a bad temper really means. I like people with good tempers. Sumubai waved his hand and took out a spatial tent. With a thought, he released a sofa from it and sat down. He crossed his legs and waved to the Yamada no Orochi. Come here, tell me how we can help you recover further. The Sakura Kingdom, the capital, the headquarters of the E-Ninja Secret Society. Yoji Yamamoto and a group of elders gathered in the conference hall. They were discussing how to capture Baiyi. It was one thing that the mysterious powerhouse was untouchable, but Baiyi was merely a descendant, yet he dared to invade the Sakura Kingdom again and again. They really think the Inrin Secret Society is deserted? Bang! Having suffered a setback at Sumubai's hands, Abe Saiken slammed his fist on the table and stood up agitatedly. President, we absolutely cannot let Baiyi grow any stronger. This time, we must go all out. I know. Yoji Yamamoto nodded. They had learned that Baiyi was able to cause a terrifying explosion by detonating the corpse of a legendary boss. Such people absolutely cannot be left unchecked. If I'm not mistaken, he will target other cities next. Matsumoto Maya's face was ashen. Given his personality, it will most likely be a second-tier main city. Then proceed according to plan. This time, let's make sure he doesn't leave alive. A fierce glint flashed in Yoji Yamamoto's eyes, and the spatial ring on his finger shone as he took out more than 10 scrolls and distributed them to everyone. Everyone, form groups of 3 and set up an ambush in a level 2 main city. Once Bai Yi appears, we must seal him off immediately. The rest of us will arrive soon. Ha ha ha. With the president's scroll, even if he seals off the space, it won't work this time. Bai Yi is doomed. I will torture him to death with my own hands. How dare a mere descendant trample on the dignity of my Sakura kingdom? It is simply unforgivable. Oomph. So what if you're the ruler of death? If you can't grow stronger, you'll just be an ant in the end. Just then, Yoji Yamamoto, who was sitting in the first seat, suddenly stood up, a look of shock on his face. Immediately afterwards, his expression turned extremely ugly. President, what's wrong? What happened? Could it be that guy again? When will he ever stop? The elders also stood up, their faces slightly pale. They acted superior to Bai Yi. Even knowing that Bai Yi had the ability to harm them, these people still didn't take Bai Yi seriously. But once the object of their affections changed to their arms, they couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resistance. Their bullying of the weak and fear of the strong is fully embodied in them. It wasn't him. Yoji Yamamoto shook his head, his face ashen. That's good, that's good. Phew, that scared me to death. As long as it's not that guy, it's fine. President, besides that guy, what else could possibly make you look like that? Yes, President, what exactly happened? The elders breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, even though Huai had never attacked them. But that brilliant sword strike, that easily shattered royal capital barrier, and that treasure vault reduced to mere earth. They all left a deep impression on them. Now that they heard it wasn't that guy, they suddenly felt that nothing else mattered. But what Yoji Yamamoto said next caused the elders' expressions to change drastically. Orochi's strength has begun to recover, and it was Bai Yi who helped him recover it. After the mission, aiding the serpent's wrongdoing, was officially launched, Yoji Yamamoto, as the president of the Ninja Secret Society, naturally learned about it from the multiverse game. This mission required him to issue an arrest warrant for Bai Yi. However, Bai Yi was already wanted by the authorities, so this step was completely unnecessary. At most, it will only increase the bounty reward for Bai Yi. But now, in the entire Sakura Kingdom, besides the Ninja Secret Society taking action themselves, who else can capture Bai Yi? Therefore, no matter how generous the reward for the arrest warrant is, it's the same as having nothing. How could Yamada no Orochi have awakened so early? Each of its power sources was shattered into 12 parts and distributed within different bosses. How could Bai Yi collect a power source so quickly? What do we do now? Compared to Bai Yi, Yamada no Orochi is the real disaster. Once it fully recovers, it will surely lead an army of ferocious beasts to attack the capital. Upon hearing this news, the elders immediately began a heated discussion. But they soon discovered that the Ninja Society seemed completely unable to stop Byakuya from helping Orochi recover. First, Mount Undying is the stronghold of Orochi, and it set up many schemes there when it was at its peak. The current Ninja Society has no ability to enter its interior. This makes it impossible to kill the Yamada no Orochi in advance. Secondly, they were unable to sense Bai Yi's presence, no matter what methods they used. Therefore, there was no way to stop Bai Yi from collecting the source of power. As for the fragments of the source of power of Orochi, they will not drop from killing bosses. This is a rule set by the multiverse game, because the main quest is prepared for the arrival of the beings. Damn it, Bai Yi's strength has increased too fast. Now we can't find any other descendants to rush to collect the fragments of the source of power. Yoji Yamamoto frowned, unable to think of a way to break the deadlock. Matsumoto Maya and Abe Kensai exchanged a glance, and the former suddenly spoke. President, there is a being who might be able to help us. The latter chimed in. Yes, his talent allows him to inflict true damage on a target by consuming his lifespan. With our help, we can try to collect fragments of the source of power. Oh, Yoji Yamamoto's eyes lit up. Hurry up and bring him over. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the other elders, and he sighed, saying, the previous plan has been cancelled. Orochi may attack the capital at any time, so please do not leave during this period. Chapter 187, you can start gathering the army of ferocious beasts now. Immortal Mountain, inside the mountain. Sumubai leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and looked thoughtful. So, you need to absorb 7 more sources of power to regain your peak strength. Yes. Orochi nodded repeatedly. As long as I regain my strength, I will gather an army of ferocious beasts to attack the capital and destroy the Ninja Society. After a pause, it added, that way you won't have to worry about the Inran Secret Society's wanted notice. Sumubai narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze fixed on the Yamada no Orochi, but he did not speak. He He didn't have the time or inclination to help Orochi collect the remaining 7 sources of power. Although he has the talent, Cataclysm, he only needs to collect 1 fragment for each source of power. But that's also troublesome, because even Orochi himself doesn't know which bosses have the fragments of the source of power inside them. Only after the fragments are merged can he sense their exact location. Sumubai is now considering whether to directly use Cataclysm to upgrade Orochi to the mythical level, because he was unsure whether Orochi's strength would return to its peak after he advanced for free. After all, there are differences between mythical level beings. Thinking of this, Sumubai had a sudden thought. Catastrophe. Target, Yamada no Orochi. Hint. Please select the promotion rank, Tier 1/Tier 2. Click to view details. Option 1. Advance to the mythical level boss, Orochi, no cost. Option 2. Ascend to the saint level boss, Serpent of the End, consuming 10,000 soul crystals. Without making a choice, Sumubai's gaze was fixed on option 1. The next moment, the specific information about his promotion appeared in his field of vision. Upon advancement, Orochi's severe injuries will be healed, and he will regain his lost power, reaching the peak of the mythical level. This panel is visible only to him. From Orochi's perspective, seeing Byakuya staring straight at him, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine for some reason. Just as it was somewhat at a loss, Sumubai suddenly spoke up. Do you have a deep grudge against the Inrin secret society? We are mortal enemies. As soon as I recover, the first thing I will do is destroy the Ninja secret society. If it weren't for the secret meeting of the Ninja, we wouldn't have been sleeping here for so long. Yamada no Orochi mentioned the Ninja secret meeting. It immediately became agitated. Its 16 vertical pupils flashed with ferocious light, and its 8 heads gritted their teeth. Is there such a deep grudge? That makes things easier. Sumubai nodded slightly and asked again, how long will it take you to gather the army of ferocious beasts? One day. The Yamada no Orochi's eyes lit up. In just one day, I can summon countless ferocious beasts and launch a direct attack on the entire Sakura Kingdom. The entire Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Sumubai was slightly taken aback. He had thought that Orochi would only attack the capital after it recovered, but now it seems that this main quest will bring about a monster siege that will cover the entire Sakura Kingdom. However, this had no impact on him. No matter how heavy the losses are in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, it has nothing to do with him. You can start gathering your army of ferocious beasts now. I'll be waiting for you in the capital. Sumubai slowly stood up, waved his hand to put away the sofa, and summoned a portal by holding the Wheel of Time. Now, Orochi looked puzzled. I haven't recovered yet, so even if I wanted to summon them, I couldn't. It did want to summon it, but its strength hadn't recovered, and the ferocious beast wouldn't listen to it. Seeing that Sumubai was about to leave, Orochi became somewhat anxious. No, you should give me a straight answer on whether you'll help me find the source of power or not. Just as it opened its mouth to confirm, the Yamada no Orochi suddenly froze, because Sumubai glanced at it casually before stepping into the portal. Catastrophe. Advance to the first level. Buzz. As the portal closed, only the bewildered Yamada no Orochi remained inside the immortal mountain. At that moment, it felt a powerful energy suddenly emerge within its body. This energy is rapidly increasing its power. Severely injured body began to recover. Orochi also sensed the presence of 95 power fragments. Just who is this Bai? How could he possess such unpredictable and mysterious abilities? Wait, how can there be 95 fragments? The source of poison has returned. There should only be 84 fragments of the source of power in the outside world, right? Yamada no Orochi, but it quickly forgot about it. Because the strength recovered too quickly. As 8 lights flashed, the body of the Yamada no Orochi involuntarily reverted to its original form and began to rapidly grow larger and larger. The once spacious interior of the mountain quickly became somewhat cramped. Rumble. The entire immortal mountain shook violently, as if a major earthquake had occurred. The wild monsters on the mountain began to flee frantically. Although they did not know what was happening, they sensed a terrifying power resurfacing. Boom! A deafening roar resounded as the nearly 10,000-meter-tall immortal mountain began to collapse, with 8 enormous, ferocious snake heads bursting forth from within the mountain. On the other side, 8 enormous snake tails burst through the mountain wall, sweeping across it casually and cutting the entire immortal mountain in half. Rumble. No Orochi, measuring 10,000 meters in length, was fully exposed between heaven and earth. In an instant, mountains collapsed and floods broke through the dikes. 8 kinds of light shone brightly around him, like neon lights in the end times. making the sky look strange and colorful. Although it has not yet reached its peak, Orochi has already entered the mythical level. This also means that he has the ability to directly recall the fragments of the source of power. My power, heed the call, return. The Yamada no Orochi sensed the locations of the 95 fragments of the source of power and emitted a thunderous sound. The next moment, within the Sakura Kingdom, all 94 epic-level bosses froze in shock. Immediately afterwards, different colored lights emerged from the surface of each boss. There is blue light representing the water element, red light representing the fire element, yellow light representing the earth element, cyan light representing the wind element, purple light representing the lightning element, black light representing the shadow element, and pink light representing the power of illusion. A moment later, the light condensed into pearls of various colors, which then sped away through the air. After having their source of power fragments extracted, these bosses immediately became listless and dispirited. They were originally just dark gold level bosses, but they were able to evolve because they devoured the power source fragments of Yamada no Orochi. Now that the source of power has been extracted, these bosses will soon drop in rank and return to dark gold level. The reason there are only 94 bosses is because one of them has already been killed. Chapter 188 What's the point of killing? 10 minutes ago, in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, at the Azure Pool. Go. According to the secret meeting's intelligence, that guy in the pool has a fragment of the source of the azure water within him. Matsumoto Maya nodded to Tsukuyami, gently waving his folding fan, and a ghostly phantom instantly attached itself to the latter's body. Don't worry, with the Shikigami protecting you, that beast can't hurt you. Thank you, teacher. With an excited expression, Tsukuyami plunged headfirst into the azure pool. He never expected that Baye's appearance would bring him such great benefits. Orochi's power source ahead of time. The Ninja Secret Society decided to provide him with a sufficient number of soul stones to use his talent. The boss in the azure pool is just the beginning. Further on, there are dozens more high-level bosses waiting for him to kill. Having drunk the underwater breathing potion, Tsukuyami dived with all his might, the icy pool water unable to cool his burning heart. Epic bosses to level up like I do? Even Baye doesn't have that ability, does he? Tsukuyami had already foreseen her future, climbing to the top of the rankings and pushing Byakuya off the leaderboard. Just a few minutes later, Tsukuyami burst out of the azure pool, holding a bright blue pearl in her hand, and excitedly shouted towards Matsumoto Maya. Teacher, I've got the azure pearl. This thing is just like the poisonous pearl that Su-Mubai obtained back then. Collecting 12 of them will allow you to synthesize the source of azure water. At this point, Tsukuyami's level had increased from level 9 before she went underwater to level 22. This is because, as a player from Japan, he can only gain 24% of the experience points. Otherwise, the experience provided by the level 100 epic boss in the azure pool would definitely have allowed him to reach the level 29 experience cap in one go. However, Tsukuyami is already quite satisfied, because this is just the beginning. Furthermore, for every epic level boss killed, the Ninja Guild would provide him with enough high-level life stones to replenish his lifespan. He can instantly kill any boss whose HP is no higher than 3.1536 billion. Of course, his talent effect can only be applied once to the same target. With Matsumoto Maya leading the way and finding the boss, Tsukuyami could imagine how fast he would level up. Well done. With a flick of his folding fan, Matsumoto Maya's azure pearl flew into Tsukuyami's hand. Confirming that it was indeed a fragment of the power source of Yamada no Orochi, Matsumoto Maya nodded in satisfaction. Let's go to the next place. Matsumoto Maya was confident in stopping Orochi from regaining its strength because they had two major advantages. First, after years of exploration, the Ninja Secret Society has located the locations of more than 20 bosses that have devoured fragments. Baye, on the other hand, needs to search far and wide, which gives him an advantage in terms of intelligence. Secondly, they don't need to find all the fragments. Obtaining just one fragment from each source of power is enough to prevent Orochi from returning to its peak. After all 12 fragments are indispensable in order to fuse the source of power. This is an advantage in terms of difficulty. With such a huge advantage, Matsumoto Maya had no idea how he could possibly lose. Tsukuyami, once this matter is over, I will personally request a reward for you. In a great mood, Matsumoto Maya immediately made a big promise to Tsukuyami. A glint of light flashed in the latter's eyes, and he quickly said, "It is my honor to contribute to the Ninja Secret Society. You have a good character, but what is rightfully yours will be fought for." Matsumoto Maya nodded in satisfaction and was about to summon his mount to take Tsukuyami to the next location when his expression suddenly changed. Hey, teacher, what's wrong with this azure pearl? Tsukuyami could finish speaking. The person went dumbfounded. Buzz. Suddenly, the azure pearl burst forth with a water blue light, then broke free from Matsumoto Maya's grasp and soared into the sky. The speed was so fast that even Matsumoto Maya, an 8th-tier being, couldn't react in time. Almost instantly, the azure pearl disappeared from their sight. Teacher, what's going on? Tsukuyami asked, looking completely bewildered, while Matsumoto Maya, standing to the side, retorted with a livid expression. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Beep, 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 beep. The communicator rang urgently, and Matsumoto Maya quickly answered it, his expression changing drastically. A moment later, he hung up the call and said, his face pale, return to the capital. Oh. Tsukuyami was stunned and asked, puzzled, aren't we going to kill the remaining bosses? What's the point of killing anymore? Orochi has already recovered. Meanwhile, at the Immortal Mountain. Rumble. The entire mountain is still collapsing, and the enormous body of the Yamada no Orochi has completely altered the surrounding terrain. Its head soared into the clouds, and its dark green vertical pupils resembled 16 green stars, appearing and disappearing in the mist. Hiss exate. 8 long forked tongues stirred up the wind and clouds, and the ever-increasing power within its body caused the Yamada no Orochi to hiss continuously. It had forgotten how many years it had been since it had felt this power. This feeling is absolutely wonderful. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before long, a series of whooshing sounds rang out, and dozens of pearls of different colors shot over, each being swallowed by the head of the Yamada no Orochi. They're back. They're all back. My power feels amazing. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to set the capital of Sakura City on fire. I'm going to flood the capital. Amidst the excited chatter of the assembled leaders, a question that seemed out of place suddenly arose. Huh? There's a highly poisonous pearl here too. The bewildered head of the poisonous creature stared blankly at the 11 poisonous orbs shooting towards it, and reflexively opened its mouth. It didn't come to its senses until it had swallowed the prey. Buzz. As all the precious orbs entered his body, the Yamada no Orochi's body was immediately enveloped in a dazzling light, with 8 colors intermingling and changing the color of the entire sky. The commotion was so great that it sparked heated discussions in surrounding cities. What? Look what's that? Could it be the emergence of a treasure? This light is too dazzling. Do you want to go and have a look? Come on, if we run into Baiyi outside, we'll be in big trouble. That's true. Sigh, why hasn't Baiyi shown up yet? If he doesn't go out and grind monsters soon, I'll be starving. Just as these players were discussing, a series of server-wide announcements rang out, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. This time, the sky has truly fallen. Chapter 189, is this the expansion pack that should be released at this stage? Announcement from the Sakura Kingdom. The invader, White Knight, has successfully helped Orochi regain its peak strength. Led by this mythical level peak boss, the new expansion pack for the Sakura Kingdom, Beast Tide Invasion, has officially begun. ×5. Announcement from the Sakura Kingdom. In 24 hours, the ferocious beast army will attack every city. All players are requested to prepare and contribute to the defense of their respective cities. ×5. Note, the lowest level of the ferocious beasts is 120, and the highest is 180. Defeating ferocious beasts will earn you points. If you successfully repel the beast tide, you can use the points to redeem rewards. Announcement from the Sakura Kingdom. In 24 hours, Orochi will personally lead an army of ferocious beasts to attack the royal capital. Players with sufficient strength are requested to proceed to the capital as soon as possible to join the defense. ×5. Note, players will receive double points during the royal capital defense battle. If the royal capital falls, all players will be reduced by 100 levels, and all attributes will be permanently reduced by 50%. Listening to the nationwide announcement of the event broadcast, all the Sakura players were stunned. After a long silence, the chat channels in various cities exploded with activity. No, I'm only level 12. You want me to fight a ferocious beast that's at least level 120. Multiverse game, don't you want to take a look at what you're doing? Is this expansion really something that should be released at this stage? How can we, players around level 10, possibly stop the mythical level peak Orochi? Capable players should hurry to the capital. If anyone is qualified to teleport to the capital now, I'll immediately eat shit live on stream. You beast. Baiyi is an absolute beast. I've only just gotten the hang of this game, and you're telling me a late game expansion is already out? Losing the capital reduces my level by 100? Heh, whatever. I'm only level 20 anyway. All attributes will be permanently reduced by 50%. Is that even fair? Let it drop, it doesn't matter. Do you think we'll still get experience from grinding monsters if Bai keeps doing this? I surrender, okay? Can't you let me leave the Cherry Blossom Kingdom? I never want to be a Cherry Blossom person again. Don't be discouraged, everyone. This expansion isn't just about us. The Sakura Kingdom's official army is quite strong. We have hope. Come on, what's the use of the authorities? They haven't even caught Bai after all this time. I think we should just surrender as soon as possible. I've already foreseen the future. The Sakura Kingdom is doomed. Unfortunately, there is no option to surrender. Good luck to you all. I'm going to find a secluded place to hide first. Normally, even a top-tier player with SSS-level talent would need a very long time to help Orochi regain its strength. Furthermore, they also need to outwit and outmaneuver the Inran secret society and evade being wanted by the authorities. Therefore, the Beast Tide Invasion expansion is clearly only likely to be available in the mid to late game. By then, the overall strength of Sakura players will have improved, and they will at least not be completely helpless against the Beast Tide. It's even possible that the expansion will become a frenzy, attracting a large number of skilled players. Wanjia Games can further enhance the skills of these experts. However, the appearance of Su Mubai, this overpowered character, caused the Beast Tide Invasion expansion to be released several years ahead of schedule. The entire main quest line was simplified to an infinite degree by Su Mubai's skipping class for free. Others don't know how many epic-level bosses who only use poison they have to kill to collect 12 poisonous orbs and fuse them to create this source of poison. He got promoted without even trying, and that was it. While others carrying the source of deadly poison would be hunted down by Orochi, he turned the tables and chased Orochi to its lair, giving it a sound beating and quickly unlocking the next quest. Su Mubai completed the mission in an instant, taking a full 2.5 years, thanks to his Cataclysm ability. This is why the Cherry Blossom Kingdom is in its current predicament. Most of the players are below level 20, and in 24 hours they will face a Beast Tide of at least level 120. Once the capital falls, all Sakura players will drop back to level 0. Faced with such news, no one in the entire Cherry Blossom Kingdom could laugh anymore. At this moment, all they could see was despair. At the same time, alarms sounded in all cities of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. The city guards assembled immediately, all the magic towers in the city were activated, and the cannons and arrow towers on the city walls went into standby mode. Not only that, batches of craftsmen climbed the city walls and began racing against time to build more defensive structures. By this time, cities no longer cared about the cost or the rationality of their defenses. Build anything that can be built within 24 hours. The city lords at this moment wish they could fill all the city walls with arrow towers and cannons. If they wait a few more years, they won't be so panicked, because the descendants will grow into a powerful force. But now, what can those level 10 plus descendants do? Will it overfeed a ferocious beast? The Cherry Blossom Kingdom can only rely on its own local strength now. This Beast Tide encompasses the entire country, and the more advanced the city, the more intense the attack will inevitably be. Therefore, there was no large-scale exodus of people. The main problem is that they have nowhere to escape to. There are national borders blocking their way. Where can they go? The Sakura Kingdom, the royal capital. The atmosphere here grew increasingly tense, with countless magic towers rising from the ground within the city, shimmering with elemental light. Sparkling starlight coalesced, magical lines connecting the magic towers, resembling a spider web when viewed from above. Buzz. As energy gathered, a curtain of light appeared, enveloping the entire city. This is the strongest protective barrier in the capital. Because it takes some time to activate and consumes a huge amount of energy, it is not usually used. Casually shattered by Huijian's sword last time is nothing compared to this protective barrier. Even so, Yoji Yamamoto's expression remained grim. Only he knew best how strong Orochi was at its peak. Because he is the only person in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom who has lived from ancient times to the present. Back then, he was an elder of the Yin Ninja Society. In order to deal with Orochi, the entire Yin Ninja Society was almost wiped out. And that was after he had tricked the other party. Now that their opponent has recovered to his peak, the Inran Secret Society is once again at a critical juncture of life and death. President, can we win? Inside the meeting room, the elders looked at Yoji Yamamoto, hoping to hear a positive answer from him. Yoji Yamamoto's gaze swept over the crowd, and he nodded firmly. Although it will come at a price, we will definitely win. For so many years, I have been making various preparations for this crisis. This time, we'll strive to completely kill that beast, Yamada no Orochi. At this point, Yoji Yamamoto stood up, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, victory is assured. We will win." Before the slogan was even finished, everyone's expression changed again. Before the beast tide even began, news of an impending crisis arrived in Fallen Moon City. Bai has appeared. Chapter 190, This is Impossible. How did he get in? Cherry Blossom Kingdom, a certain outdoor map. A portal appeared out of thin air, and Su Mubai stepped out. He left because he didn't want to put himself in danger. Although they accepted the mission, they are temporarily allies with Orochi. But who knows what Orochi might do after regaining his strength, considering he didn't give him any face before. Although Su Mubai was confident in his own strength, he was not so arrogant as to underestimate a mythical level peak boss. Anyway, Orochi will definitely attack the capital, so it's not too late to meet again then. Only when Orochi and the Yin Ninja Society clash can one's own interests be maximized. Thinking of this, Su Mubai smiled slightly, waved his hand to summon Frost, and flashed to the throne. As soon as he opened the map, a series of system announcements rang in Su Mubai's ears. Now that he is in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, he can naturally hear the announcements from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. A ferocious beast with a minimum level of 120? The multiverse game is giving Sakura players far too much credit. Su Mubai grinned. He hadn't expected that after Orochi recovered, it would directly launch a brand new expansion pack. It seems like this expansion pack doesn't even include Sakura players. In addition to the nationwide announcement, Su Mubai also received a notification sound indicating a change in the mission. Hint: you have successfully helped the Yamada no Orochi regain its full power. The main quest, Aiding the Serpent, has entered its final stage, the Beast Tide. Aiding the snakes in their cruelty, a ferocious beast horde. Mythical quest. The Yamada no Orochi has regained its peak mythical strength and will lead an army of ferocious beasts in a full-scale attack on the entire Sakura Kingdom. Mission hint: the Yin Ninja Society seems to have been prepared for this. If Orochi fails, you will be relentlessly hunted down by the Yin Ninja Society. Orochi, when you attack the capital tomorrow. Countdown to the start of the ferocious beast tide. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 55 seconds. Quest reward. After Orochi destroys the capital of the Sakura Kingdom, you will be able to enter the treasury and choose a mythical item. Will the Inrin Secret Society let anyone who aids and abets the evildoers go unpunished? It looks like tomorrow's battle will be quite intense. A hint of amusement flashed in Su Mubai's eyes as he looked at the mission prompt. As for helping, that depends on the situation. He will help the side with the greater disadvantage. Only when both sides use all their hidden methods can Su Mubai maximize his benefits. Moreover, it's very simple for him to help. He just needs to use Death Gaze on the player with the advantage. By suppressing several high-end combatants by 60% of all attributes, the scales of victory will naturally tip. What Su Mubai wanted was for the two sides to fight as fiercely as possible. "Master, where are we going now?" A frosty voice rang out, and Su Mubai opened the map, looked at it, and said, "Falling Moon City." It would take a day for the Yamada no Orochi to gather its army of ferocious beasts, so he took this opportunity to complete his advancement quest. Tomorrow's battle in the capital will be a valuable opportunity to gain valuable experience. If you don't gain experience because you don't make a breakthrough, you'll be at a huge loss. Although Orochi believed that Su Mubai was on his side, Su Mubai never had that idea. In any case, the punishment and reward of this mythical mission were meaningless to him. Fallen Moon City. This is one of the few secondary main cities in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Although it cannot compare with Donghai City in terms of area and other aspects, its status in the Sakura Kingdom is almost the same as that of Donghai City in the Divine Dragon Empire. As the system announcement sounded, the entire Fallen Moon City sprang into action. Beep, beep, beep. The piercing alarm had been sounding for a long time, and both locals and players were preparing for the upcoming Beast Tide. The former group includes many strong individuals who are currently racing against time to strengthen the city's defenses. This time, everyone knew that the kingdom couldn't spare any resources to provide support, and they could only rely on themselves. As for the players, they are now more interested in finding places to hide. Although they knew that hiding wouldn't be of much use, what else could they do? After all, these players couldn't even break through the defenses of ferocious beasts, whose lowest level was 120. Qiushan stood atop the city wall, gazing into the distance with a furrowed brow. "Lord, are you worried about tomorrow's Beast Tide?" City Guard Commander Hasegawa Ryo came to Akiyama Ryo's side, his expression equally complicated. He knew that his 100,000-strong city defense force was destined to suffer heavy casualties tomorrow. No, we can definitely stop the beast tide. Akiyama Ryo slowly shook his head. What I'm really worried about is the Yamada no Orochi. You mean the capital city has fallen? Hasegawa Ryo's expression changed. Akiyama Ryo sighed. Hopefully the secret meeting is prepared. If the capital falls, even if we defend it, it will be meaningless. Yes. Hasegawa Ryo nodded, turned to look outside the city, his gaze seemingly already seeing the ferocious beast army surging in like a tide tomorrow. But a few seconds later, he realized that it was not his hallucination. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. In the distance, a colossal frost dragon was flying rapidly towards them from the horizon. What? The beast tide has come early. Hasegawa Ryo exclaimed in surprise, while Akiyama Ryo's gaze turned cold. It's that guy Baiyi. Is he here to provoke us at this time? Neither of them believed that Baiyi would attack Falling Moon City at this time. It's important to know that Falling Moon City is a level 2 main city. The quality and quantity of its city guards are far superior to those of a level 3 city like a small mountain town. Moreover, in order to withstand tomorrow's beast tide, all the defensive buildings in the city have been fully charged, and even the protective barrier is at full power. Putting everything else aside, just breaking through the protective barrier would be enough to cause heavy losses to Baiyi's undead army. Akiyama Ryo knew about Baiyi's situation and was aware that he possessed a top-tier skill like the death contract. But so what? Besides several legendary experts, Falling Moon City also has a full 100,000 city guards. With an even larger number of powerful civilians involved, Baiyi would never dare to attack rashly. With the undead army losing its numerical advantage, the Death Pact became useless. As the two frowned in thought, Frost had already arrived in front of Falling Moon City. Su Mubai sat upright on the throne, his gaze fixed on Shoshan Ling and Hasegawa Liang on the city wall, a slight smile playing on his lips. Baiyi, I never imagined that you, as a human, would willingly act as a lackey of that beast, Yamada no Orochi. Akiyama Ryo glared angrily at Su Mubai. Hasegawa Ryo was about to speak up when he realized that Su Mubai had suddenly disappeared from sight. Both of them were taken aback. Where are they? But the next moment, Qiu Shanling's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, This is impossible. The barrier is still there. How did Baiyi get in? But now was clearly not the time for doubt. Qiu Ling soared into the sky and flew into the city. Immediately, order the city guards to prepare to meet the enemy. Baiyi has entered. Chapter 191. Forgive my bluntness, but everyone here is trash. Swish. Su Mubai's figure suddenly appeared in midair within Falling Moon City, immediately attracting attention. The next moment, the Sakura players who were searching for a hiding place all stared wide-eyed at the figure in midair with disbelief. The person was dressed in a black robe adorned with pale gray inscriptions and held a staff in his hand. What's most eye-catching is the pair of swaying shadow wings behind him. With a slight flap of its wings, tiny black vortexes gathered and dissipated around it, making it appear mysterious and powerful. Most importantly, this person has a blood-red name above their head. What? Baiyi. How is this possible? The city's protective barrier is still intact. How did he get in? City guard. City guard. Where is the city lord? He just let Baiyi swagger in like that. Baiyi can actually fly? What time is it? You're still focusing on the White Knight can fly issue. Aren't you going to run or wait to die? Look, what are you still looking at? Being killed by Baiyi once will cost you 30 years of your lifespan. Yeah, everyone run. 30 years of lifespan is enough to die 3 times in the beast tide tomorrow. Su Mubai's gaze swept over the Sakura players who were fleeing in panic below, his eyes devoid of any emotion. The reason he was able to bypass the city's protective barrier and appear here was naturally because of the Wheel of Time. Su Mubai only discovered after trying it that leaving a space-time marker at a certain coordinate does not require standing on the coordinate, but only needing to be seen by eye. Therefore, he ignored Akiyama Ryo and Hasegawa Ryo and used teleportation to arrive in Falling Moon City. Baiyi, do you really think my Fallen Moon City is as weak as a small mountain town? Baiyi, surrender now. Akiyama Ryo and Hasegawa Ryo flew over at lightning speed, their sharp shouts echoing throughout Falling Moon City. At the same time, the city guards quickly assembled and prepared to meet the undead legion. The skilled martial artists in the city also took out their weapons, ready to capture Baiyi. In their eyes, the White Knight represents a great deal of wealth. The Inran Secret Society's wanted poster has been increased to an extremely generous level. Forgive my bluntness, but everyone here is trash. Su Mubai turned to look at Qiu Shanling, and gently raised his hands. Buzz. The next moment, 19 death curtains swept around, and countless scourge legions descended instantly. Roar. At the same time, Frostwing, whose body length had exceeded 160 meters, flew out of the mount space. With its head held high and roaring, the terrifying might of a dragon king descended, directly suppressing all creatures within a 10-kilometer radius. Once it enters its growth phase, Frost not only increases its size, but also the range of all its skills. Boom! The scorching heat and extreme cold of the frost dragon's breath poured down, setting the stage for this war. Sumubai's gaze sharpened as he swept his eyes over Akiyama Ryo and Hasegawa Ryo, who were flying towards him at breakneck speed. The death stare. As the suffocating power of death descended, the fear in the hearts of the two legendary masters was instantly awakened, and as their bodies swayed, they fell directly from the sky. Well. Minus 24 billion. Minus 22.8 billion. Two damage numbers, each reaching 11 digits, appeared one after the other, instantly suppressing all attributes of both characters by 60%. Minus 140 million. Minus 70.172 million. Minus 420 million. 3x damage. The two, gripped by fear, had a terrifying damage number pop up above their heads every second. With the added bonuses of the Human Butcher Mark and the Murderous Maniac title, Sumubai's spell power has exceeded 3.5 million. The skill, Death Gaze, can no longer only deal damage by forcibly reducing attributes. Bai Yi, today is your death day. Not far away, another figure soared into the sky. This is the deputy commander of the Fallen Moon City Guard. Although he is not as powerful as Hasegawa Ryo, he has still reached the legendary level. However, after rushing out, this guy discovered that the city lord and the commander were both acting like madmen. Baka, I was careless. The moment the thought crossed his mind, Sumubai's icy gaze fell upon him. The death stare hasn't ended yet, and the outcome is predictable. Minus 16.2 billion. Minus 70.172 million. Minus 140 million. Minus 280 million. Double damage. With a terrified scream, the three legendary experts of Falling Moon City were all gripped by fear. At the same time, after the frost struck its first blow, the 110,000-strong skeleton army began to bare its fangs. Frozen World. The dragon language magic was released, and the street below was instantly frozen in ice. Wild Charge. Tens of thousands of elite skeleton warriors, led by the Skeleton King, charged directly into the city guard's lines. Although their appearance has not changed, they are much stronger than when they last appeared in the small mountain town. In addition to the boost brought by Sumubai's Dominator power, the Supreme Undead Aura, and the other 4 auras further enhanced the skeleton warrior's combat power. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Deadly Sniper Strike. A rain of arrows poured down, and for every arrow fired by the Skeleton King Archer, dozens more followed. They directly targeted those at the rank of company commander or higher in the guard force. Boom, boom, boom. Firestorm Technique. In terms of single-target damage, elite skeleton mages are no match for archers, but when they wave their staffs, they unleash waves of fire. In an instant, the nearby streets were engulfed in flames, and countless buildings were set ablaze. The players who were frantically fleeing didn't even have time to scream before they turned into corpses. Even many of the higher-ranking locals began to die in the sea of fire unleashed by the Skeleton King. And this is just the beginning. 680 headless knights transformed into black streaks of light, rampaging through Fallen Moon City. Death Charge. Following closely behind was a mighty legion of 230,000 Shadow Knights. Shadow Charge. Bang, bang, bang. Ignoring all obstacles, the Knightly Legion rode their skeletal warhorses as if they were on steroids, smashing through buildings and instantly spreading the flames of war far and wide. Chapter 192, It's No Use Being a Transvestite. After reaching level 89, Sumubai's current summon control range has reached 8.9 kilometers. With the addition of the frost amplified by the soul, the two, once separated, could cover almost half of Fallen Moon City. The only drawback is that the range of influence of the Advanced Fury Aura and Advanced Defense Aura is insufficient. Even with the added benefit of the profession's catastrophic characteristics, these two halos only have a coverage range of 2,000 meters. However, this flaw had no bearing on the overall situation of the war. The two sides clashed, and the city guards quickly launched a counterattack. They are, after all, professional soldiers, and their reactions and responses on the battlefield are faster than those of ordinary people. But when the attack landed on the Scourge, all the city guards were dumbfounded. What? How come these skeletons have such high defense? Impossible. The undead summoned by Bai actually possess all elemental resistances. Damn it, they can even suck blood. I finally managed to reduce their health a little, and this skeleton healed up completely with just one sword strike. Watch out for those skeleton archers. Their arrows completely ignore defenses. And those skeleton mages too. My magic defense was completely useless against them. How exactly did Bai do that? Is he really just a descendant? Priest, heal me quickly. I can't hold on much longer. Wasn't it said that Bai's Scourge army numbered over 100,000? I feel like it's much more than that. You're not mistaken. Their numbers definitely exceed 300,000. As the battle began, the city guards quickly discovered the terrifying nature of the Scourge. They were already mentally prepared for the effects of the Death Pact. If there is no difference in numbers, as long as damage can be dealt to most of the undead at the same time, the effect of Death Pact can be weakened. But the current situation is completely different from what they imagined. These skeletons not only have high defense, but they also have elemental resistance. As a result, the damage output of magic-based units was instantly reduced, and the effectiveness of various AoE skills was almost halved. What they found even more unacceptable was that these melee undead could not only drain life with their attacks, but also heal other targets. It's important to know that melee fighters make up the vast majority of Su Mubai's more than 300,000 strong Cataclysmic Legion. With the healing of tens of thousands of elite skeleton warriors and more than 200,000 Shadow Knights, the relatively fragile elite skeleton mages and archers can maintain full health. The city guards discovered to their despair that they were no match for these undead. Even with the help of many civilian professionals in Fallen Moon City, they were completely unable to stop the Scourge's advance. Soon, the city guards began to suffer casualties. As for Sakura players, that's just something they do casually. Whether it's a skeleton archer's stray arrow, a shadow knight's horse's hooves, or a skeleton mage's fire grazing the edge, they can all take away a large number of players. The Scourge's direct appearance within the city was tantamount to death for Fallen Moon City, a level 2 main city. At this moment, the three legendary masters had not yet recovered from their state of fear. As Su Mubai's power of domination increased, the fear effect of Death Gaze also became stronger. When he first arrived in the Sakura Kingdom, his Death Gaze could only affect Watanabe Toru for a moment. But now, things are completely different. Soul Absorption activated. Soul points increased by 0.1. Soul Absorption activated. Soul points increased by 0.5. Soul Absorption activated. Soul points increased by 0.4. The system notifications flooded the screen, and Su Mubai's soul points increased rapidly. He looked at the soul points that had increased by more than 2,000 points in an instant, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. The next time you open the Deathly Scripture, you will need 160,000 soul points. If things continue like this, it won't be long before it's over. I wonder how many times we can turn the tide after slaughtering Fallen Moon City. Su Mubai stroked his chin, his gaze icy cold. Although everyone is preparing to deal with tomorrow's ferocious beast tide, and it is unlikely that anyone will disturb us, it is still better to be cautious. With a flick of his wrist, Su Mubai retrieved the wheel of time and space, directly activating the power of time and space. Buzz. Black and white energy rippled and instantly swept outwards, covering an incredibly vast area. Su Mubai felt as if time and space around him had frozen. The feeling was very clear, but nothing around me had changed. It was as if only this space-time had become more stable. Prompt. You have sealed off space-time within a 26.7 kilometer radius. Unless you allow it or the other party possesses the power to break the seal, no one can leave in any way, and the outside world cannot enter through teleportation. Duration of lockdown: 4 hours, 26 minutes, and 59 seconds. This effect has a 24-hour cooldown, which will be ready when Orochi attacks the capital tomorrow. At that time, Su Mubai only needs to seize the opportunity to seal all the top experts of the Sakura Kingdom and high-level bosses, such as Orochi, together, and then all he needs to do is watch the show. These people and ferocious beasts won't leave the blockade area unless their brains are knocked out. At this moment, countless players are scrambling to teleport away from the teleportation hall. The reason we didn't run away before was because we would encounter a ferocious beast tied no matter where we fled. But the situation is different now. This is Bei. That guy is a complete monster. Given the remaining lifespan of most players, once they are killed by him twice, they will never have another chance to revive. Even worse, anyone who dies at Bai's hands will have their account permanently deleted. Compared to Bai, tomorrow's beast tide is nothing. At least they can die a few more times, and maybe they can survive until the beast tide ends? After all, dying once means lying on the floor for half an hour. Don't push, let me go first. Why should I let you go first? Get out of my way. I'm level 18, and my contribution to defending the city tomorrow will definitely be greater than yours. I should be the one to go first. You son of a bitch, go to hell. Facing a level 120 ferocious beast, what's the difference between you at level 18 and me at level 8? Brothers, please let me go first, I'm a girl. It doesn't matter if you're a transvestite. Why isn't the teleportation array responding yet? Soon, these Sakura players discovered something despairing. The teleportation array is no longer working. Under such circumstances, this unfortunate news was enough to suffocate everyone. Soon, the fire spread to the teleportation hall, burning all the players there to ashes. 267 minutes. I hope the results will satisfy me. Retracting the wheel of time, Su-Mubai raised his staff and pointed. Destroy the evidence. Boom. Times 20. The next moment, 20 corpses on the battlefield exploded in a series of explosions. Although these corpses couldn't compare to legendary bosses in terms of life value, Su-Mubai's high spell power still inflicted considerable damage on the city guards in that area. Minus 36 million, minus 72 million. Double damage. Minus 180 million. 5 times damage. Just then, the strongest Akiyama Ryo had already broken free from his state of fear. He used some unknown means to conceal himself and quietly approached Su-Mubai from behind. The next moment, he suddenly tore open the scroll in his hand, a ferocious smile on his face. Haha, Bai Yi, you're finished. Chapter 193 Qiu Shanling's Methods, a mythical scroll. In Qiu Shanling's hand transformed into a beam of 7-colored light, suddenly wrapping around Su-Mubai. Seeing that the scroll had taken effect, Qiu Shanling immediately revealed a playful smile and slowly walked up to Su-Mubai. This is a mythical scroll that I exchanged in the treasure vault back then. You should feel proud to use it on you now. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Su-Mubai's ear. Warning, Fallen Moon City Lord Qiu Shanling has used a mythical grade spirit binding and skill severing scroll on you. For 30 seconds, you will be bound in place and unable to move, and your connection with skills will be severed. Literally speaking, this scroll is not simply targeted at summoner classes, nor is it a skill ban in the usual sense. Instead, even previously cast continuous skills will be directly disconnected. In addition, some skills on Su-Mubai's skill list have turned gray, indicating that they are unavailable. However, in the game of multiverse, nothing is absolute. Whether it's a scroll or a skill, the final effect will be determined based on its grade. Mythical level scrolls are undoubtedly powerful for ordinary people, but when used on Su-Mubai, they are somewhat insufficient. For example, the space-time lock that was just released cannot be severed by the effect of this scroll. After all, the Wheel of Time is a true saint-destroying level item. How could a mere mythical level scroll possibly shake it? However, Akiyama Ryo's biggest goal was not to sever the space-time blockade, but to cut off the connection between White Knight and the Scourge Legion, and ban Bai Ye's movement skills. As far as he knew, even for dominant classes, it was impossible to learn SSS-level skills in the early stages. The mythical level, spirit binding, and skill severing scroll can sever SS-level skills in a short time. Therefore, Qiu Shanling appeared confident of victory, his gaze sweeping over Su-Mubai as he sneered. Don't worry, I'll kill you a few times first, and then I'll capture you. Then you'll know what cruelty really means. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom is not a place where a mere intruder like you can act recklessly. Idiot, who gave you that confidence? Su-Mubai looked at Qiu Shanling as if he were an idiot. The latter, instead of being angry, laughed loudly. You're quite stubborn, aren't you? I'll see how you fare today. Before he could finish speaking, Akiyama Ryo's hand, which had been holding a sword, suddenly froze. Because Su-Mubai had already disappeared from sight, leaving only an empty beam of 7-colored light in the place. What? This is impossible. Akiyama Ryo's pupils widened, his face filled with disbelief. The mythical level, spirit binding technique, severing scroll, had clearly taken effect, so how did Bai Yi manage to teleport? Unless he has an SSS level movement skill. But how is that possible? According to the records of the Enin Society, even for the Dominator class, to learn an SSS level skill, one needs to break through to at least the 7th rank. Could it be that his talent is an SSS level spatial talent? Staring blankly at the 7-colored beam of light in front of him, Akiyama Ryo was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why his carefully prepared methods had no effect on Bai Yi. Even the undead legions that were wreaking havoc in Fallen Moon City were not affected in the slightest. The situation deviated completely from Akiyama Ryo's plan, leaving him somewhat at a loss for what to do. But given the current situation, there is clearly no time for him to think. Buzz. As a pale gray light flashed in midair, a gigantic skeleton came charging out, wielding a giant sword. It was moving so fast that it crashed into Akiyama Ryo, who was still in shock. Wild charge. Boom. Minus 1.226 billion. With a loud bang, Akiyama Ryo was slammed from midair to the ground by the enhanced Skeleton King, Warrior. A 3-story building collapsed with a loud crash. With the blessing of 5 major halos and the enhancement of death energy, this Skeleton King's power reaches a terrifying 139 million points. However, Akiyama Ryo's attributes were suppressed by a full 60% by the death gaze. As one side gained and the other lost, Qiushan Ling, this legendary expert, was actually stunned for 2 seconds. The enhanced Skeleton King pressed his advantage, his massive body landing on the ground as his enormous sword, as big as a door panel, crashed down. Heavy strike. Boom. Minus 1.584 billion. Another loud bang, and the building ruins shot out in all directions in an instant. It wasn't until Akiyama Ryo recovered from his dizziness that he gradually managed to stop the enhanced Skeleton King's attacks. However, he no longer had the ability to harass Sumubai. Hasegawa Ryo and the vice commander, who had both awakened from their state of fear, were also stopped by another enhanced Skeleton King. After being suppressed by the death gaze, the two were only able to barely hold out against the enhanced Skeleton King when they joined forces. Sumubai's figure appeared out of thin air above the city lord's mansion. Looking down at the protective barrier below, Sumubai pointed his staff. The next moment, the curtain of death was drawn, and tens of thousands of scourge soldiers were instantly transferred from the battlefield. Break this tortoise shell for me. At Sumubai's command, the Calamity Legion below launched a frenzied attack on the barrier surrounding the city lord's mansion. Heavy strike. Deadly sniper strike. Fireball. A series of skills and attacks landed on the barrier. Although they did not break it directly, they created noticeable ripples. The cooldown time for teleportation is 1 hour, and Sumubai couldn't wait that long, so he decided to just go for it head-on. Qiushan and the others in the distance became as anxious as ants on a hot pan, but there was nothing they could do but watch helplessly as the barrier was continuously depleted. With Frost joining the battle, the group no longer cared about whether the city lord's mansion was damaged, because their own safety could no longer be guaranteed. Shadow Wing swayed behind Sumubai as he stood in midair, his gaze coldly fixed on the scene in Falling Moon City. More than 300,000 Scourge troops descended, turning the city into a living hell. People die every moment. Desperate and helpless screams echoed throughout Fallen Moon City. Even the powerful city guards were forced into retreat, no match for the Scourge. Soul absorption activated. Soul points increased by 0.3. Soul absorption activated. Soul points increased by 0.1. Soul absorption activated. Soul points increased by 0.5. System notifications kept popping up, and the soul points absorbed by the Death Codex were increasing, quickly breaking through 50,000 and approaching the 100,000 mark. But Sumubai's attention was not on that at the moment. Instead, he was looking at his skill list with a hint of shock in his eyes. He gained a new understanding of the power of the Cataclysm talent. By the mythical level, Spirit Binding and Skill Severing Scroll, he heard more than just the system notification that the scroll had taken effect. Chapter 194 Priority of Cataclysmic Characteristics, New Skills. Note: your skill, Advanced Rage Aura, is temporarily unavailable. Note: your skill, Advanced Defense Aura, is temporarily disabled. Note: your skill, All Element Resistance Aura, is temporarily disabled. Note: your skill, Death Drain Feedback, is temporarily unavailable. This was the system notification that had just rang in Sumubai's ears. That the first 3 halos, 2A level and 1S level, were banned by the mythical scroll. Death Absorption Feedback is an SS level skill, so it's understandable that it's banned. After all, it's a mythic level scroll, and it's considered to be of the same level. It's also acceptable that the consumable's judgment is a bit higher. Needless to say, the major SSS level skills are not affected by the mere mythical level scroll. What truly surprised Sumubai were some of the other skills that remained unaffected. For example, his lowest level C-rank skill in his skill list is Intense Burning. Even the SS rank skill Death Drain Feedback was disabled, but some skills such as Intense Burn and Summon Skeleton Army remained unaffected. The only thing these unaffected skills have in common is that they all possess catastrophic characteristics. Does the existence of the cataclysmic characteristic make these skills even higher in priority than mythical scrolls? Su-Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly. This was indeed something he hadn't expected. But at the same time, he also had some questions. Now that the priority has been raised, why was IGA's Lightning Blade able to sever his connection with the Scourge back in Empty Valley? It's important to know that the Summon Skeleton Army skill already had the cataclysmic effect back then. The judgment of the multiverse game is really hard to figure out. Su-Mubai shook his head helplessly, his gaze locking onto a skeleton king, an archer, and a thought struck him. Feedback on death. Notification. You have consumed 500 points of death energy to enhance the main attribute of the target skeleton king, archer, by 1000%. Notification. You have been corrupted by the deathly aura emanating from the cursed crown. Death energy value plus 10. Death energy value plus 10. The moment Su-Mubai broke free from his restraints using Dead Zone Leap, all negative status effects on him were cleared. The banned skills have all been reinstated. Xiao Shanling's meticulous planning had absolutely no effect on Su-Mubai. Looking at his nearly half-depleted death energy, Su-Mubai frowned and muttered to himself. It seems that once we have enough money, the first thing we need to upgrade is the Cursed Crown. As the power consumption increases, this power bank is starting to become insufficient. Su-Mubai had wanted to upgrade for a long time, but he never had enough money. After all, the Cursed Crown is an epic-level equipment, and it takes 100,000 years to go from Cataclysm to Holy Annihilation level, so it's not worth considering in the short term. Even just to ascend to the mythical level, it would require a full 100 million soul coins. A while ago, if you squeezed all the richest people in the world dry, you could definitely have collected 100 million soul coins, but doing so would obviously do more harm than good. Whether it's the development of the Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce or the extraordinary wealth of the God of Wealth, the more money the better. Su-Mubai would never do something that would deplete resources. Su-Mubai made a note of this matter and planned to seek out the richest man in the world after his trip to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. At that time, withdrawing 100 million soul coins will not have a significant impact. There needs to be a certain balance between making money and improving one's skills. While the former is important, it ultimately serves the latter. As Su-Mubai pondered, cracks gradually appeared in the barriers surrounding the city lord's mansion. With tens of thousands of Scourge troops attacking, it's only a matter of time before this barrier is broken. But before that, Su-Mubai heard a system notification. Note, your soul points have reached the maximum. 160,000 soul points? Did you reach the limit so quickly? Su-Mubai raised an eyebrow, and with a thought, summoned the Grimoire of Death. Since he stormed into Fallen Moon City, and countless players and city guards had already died at the hands of the Scourge. The city guards provided slightly more soul points. The number of them who died in battle was not high at this time. In other words, most of these 160,000 soul points were provided by players of Little Sakura. This means that in just 10 minutes, more than 1 million Sakura players died. Of course, the vast majority of them died at Su-Mubai's hands for the first time, which is why they were able to be resurrected. However, Moonfall City has now been occupied by the Scourge, so who would dare to resurrect it? All they can do is lie quietly on the ground for half an hour before facing their true death. This feeling of despair while waiting for death is enough to drive anyone mad. However, this was clearly not within Su-Mubai's considerations. In the Sakura Kingdom, he only needed to consider his own interests. Slowly opening the Grimoire of Death, 160,000 soul points were rapidly consumed. Buzz. The pale gray pages unfolded, revealing a string of inscriptions that then transformed into a stream of light and merged into Su-Mubai's brow. Immediately afterwards, Su-Mubai's lips curled up slightly. Just as I thought, the skill, Summon Skeleton Army, has finally been converted into a class skill. You have learned the new skill, Summon the Scourge Legion, and the original skill, Summon High-Level Skeletons, has been overwritten. Note, after the skill is overwritten, you will receive 9 skill points back. An unknown term exceeding the limit was detected for this skill. Complete overwrite failed. The unknown term is retained. Su-Mubai first glanced at the skill level, and unsurprisingly, it was another SSS level skill. After being promoted for free, the Death Codex is actually 1 tier higher than his profession. Therefore, the skills learned from this are more powerful than those learned during career advancement. The catastrophic feature has been perfectly preserved, and the overall effect is the same as before, without any changes. However, the 3 effects have been merged into one. The reason for this is that the skill, Summon Scourge Legion, is not just about summoning a skeleton army. I wonder if we'll be able to add full catastrophic traits to SSS level skills in the future. Looking at the skill description, Su Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly. SSS-level skills represent the pinnacle of the Forbidden Land. In other words, once he reaches the Netherworld, he will be able to continue improving. However, to add the cataclysmic trait, it is necessary to upgrade to the 3rd tier. But is there still room for an SSS-level skill to be upgraded to the 3rd tier? Thinking of this, Su Mubai frowned slightly. If the cataclysm trait cannot be added to SSS-level skills, then is the strength of the cataclysm talent worthy of the unique forbidden rank? Or will there be other changes in the future? Only the future will tell us the answer to this question. Shaking his head, Su Mubai flipped his hand and took out a perfect skill book. With a thought, he used it directly. Hint: you have used a perfect skill book to upgrade Summon Scourge Legion to the maximum level. Just finished eating. Here comes the fresh 2nd chapter. This is to make up for taking the day off yesterday. There are still 2 or 3 chapters left until midnight. I'll write them down as soon as I'm done and post them all at once. Chapter 195: The Terrifying Scourge Legion, the strongest SSS level skill. Summon the Scourge Legion, SSS, max, active skill. Skill effect. 1. Simultaneously open multiple summoning portals to continuously summon various undead creatures until your summoning space is full. Instant cast, no cooldown. Each summoning portal consumes 1% of maximum mana per second. 2. For every 100 low-level undead creatures of the same kind, a king of the same kind will be born. The king has 3 times the attributes. 3. Targets killed by the scourge will have their corpses corroded by death energy, and after 5 seconds, a scourge skeleton will be born from the corpse. Targets killed by scourge skeletons will also be corrupted by death energy, giving rise to new scourge skeletons until they die again. Based on the corpse's profession and strength in life, the spawned cataclysmic skeletons range from a lowly skeleton to a skeleton king. The scourge skeletons do not benefit from any of your skill bonuses, do not occupy summoning space, and cannot be reclaimed from summoning space. Once out of your control range, the scourge skeleton will wander aimlessly and attack all targets within range unless you give it a command, until it returns to your control range or dies again. Catastrophe characteristics. 1. Warrior-type skeletons have their maximum health increased to 500% and their attack power increased by 100%. The archer-type skeleton archer's attack speed is increased by 100%, and its attacks ignore the target's physical defense. The spell power of skeletons in the mage class is increased by 100%, and their spells ignore the target's magic defense. Only when things are endless can they become natural disasters. After seeing the specific attributes of summoning the Scourge Legion, even Su Mubai was utterly shocked. Without exaggeration, this was the most terrifying SSS-level skill he had ever seen. Although the Cataclysm skeletons born from corrupted corpses cannot enjoy any skill bonuses, they are still incredibly powerful. After all, this thing is created based on the strength of the person in front of them, and it doesn't take up summoning space or have a time limit. In other words, if Su Mubai wanted to, he could possess countless calamity skeletons. Others might not be able to carry the cataclysmic skeletons very far, but Su Mubai is different. He has Dead Zone Leap for short distances and Will of Time for long distances. Even without skill enhancements, they cannot benefit from the aura and the effects of Eternal Death Pact. However, if there are enough skeleton kings, they can become a nightmare for any faction. At this moment, Su Mubai had no time to worry about the planned conversion of the top-tier vampiric aura. He couldn't wait to wave his staff. Summon the Scourge Legion. The moment he activated the skill, a prompt came to his mind. With a thought, Su Mubai chose to open 5 summoning gates at the same time. That is, it consumes 5% of the maximum mana per second. Buzz. The next moment, 10 enormous teleportation portals, each 44.5 meters wide and 89 meters high, descended upon Fallen Moon City. This is the effect of the class's Cataclysm trait. For the same cost, the number of summoning portals doubles. Click, click, click. Da-da-da. Roar. The next moment, the sounds of bones colliding, horses' hooves trampling, and terrifying roars rang out simultaneously. Immediately afterward, to Su Mubai's astonishment, a massive army of natural disasters rushed out of the summoning gate. More robust skeleton berserkers and shield warriors, increasingly agile skeleton crossbowmen and magic archers, and various skeleton elemental mages. The latter category has the most categories. Su Mubai glanced through them and found that, apart from the light and life elements, there were all the other elements such as fire, wind, water, and ice. Although they only have 2 or 3 basic skills, with enough numbers and the support of Su Mubai's various skills, they can form a powerful mage legion. And the skeleton army is just the beginning. A hideous and terrifying abomination, its body shrouded in poisonous mist, a swift-moving ghoul with sharp claws. A powerful shadow knight, a banshee with curse abilities, a flying gargoyle. Various undead creatures continuously poured out of the summoning gate, replacing the original elite skeleton army. The survivors near the 10 summoning gates seemed to have forgotten that they were in mortal danger. Most of them stood there, stunned, staring blankly at the shocking scene. Such a terrifying being. And you're telling me he's a newcomer who's only been in the forbidden land of gods for less than a month? Thud. It's over. Fallen Moon City is finished. Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? We can't hold on any longer. Various voices arose, and with the help of the Death Curtain, the newly emerged Scourge quickly moved to various parts of Fallen Moon City. The army of skeletons in front of them vanished inexplicably. The city guards had just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the city lord had successfully killed Bai Yi. But the smiles that had just appeared on their faces vanished the next moment. The skeletons are gone, but an even more terrifying enemy has arrived. Even Su Mubai was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses above the city lord's mansion. The skill summoned the Scourge Legion was even more powerful than he had imagined once it was actually used. Of course, its power is also largely due to the bonuses from Cataclysmic World, Death Decree, and the class's Cataclysmic trait. Without these three, Su Mubai would not have been able to possess a vast summoning space to summon so many different kinds of undead creatures. The attributes of different undead creatures vary, and the summoning space they occupy also differs. Like ghouls have only about 1/3 the 4 stats of skeleton berserkers, and their stat bonuses are also lower, but 5 of them only take up 1 summoning slot. Special units like abominations and banshees may have average stats, but they each have their own advantages. The former are tanks with high health, while the latter are skilled at cursing and can weaken enemies. Each abomination and banshee will occupy 3 summoning spaces. The Shadow Knight and Gargoyle each occupy 5 summoning spaces. The Scourge was not summoned randomly, but rather selected by Su Mubai himself. Therefore, after reviewing the attributes of various troop types, he decisively changed the type of troop he summoned. The next moment, ghouls, abominations, Shadow Knights, and other units stopped appearing, and a massive army of skeletons poured out from the 10 summoning gates. In terms of cost-effectiveness, the skeleton army, with its cataclysmic ability, is undoubtedly the strongest. However, Su Mubai still retained 100 female demons to form a 100-person group, increasing the overall combat strength of the Calamity Legion. Chapter 196. The Scourge Legion grows larger with each battle. Apart from the Banshee, the other unit types are too inefficient. The Abomination is a tank unit, but its health is only the same as that of the Skeleton Shield Warrior, because the latter has a 500% bonus from the Cataclysm trait. In this way, Su Mubai would naturally not waste 3 summoning spaces to summon the Abomination. Ghouls are too weak. Although you can summon 5 ghouls with 1 summoning space, 5 ghouls are no match for a single skeleton berserker. Aside from being able to fly and transform into a stone statue to block damage and restore health, gargoyles have no other special abilities and are not worth wasting 5 summoning slots on. Unless flying units are needed, Su Mubai has no intention of summoning this thing. The Shadow Knight, the Headless Knight alone comes with over 200,000, which is already completely excessive. Therefore, Su Mubai's Cataclysmic Legion still consists of all kinds of skeletons. However, the skeleton is now much stronger than before, with the enhancement coefficient from Su Mubai's domineering power increasing from 0.6 to 1. The biggest improvement to this skill comes from the number of summons and the effect of creating Scourge skeletons. In just 1 minute, the Scourge army of over 110,000 replaced all the previous skeletons. Su Mubai was slightly taken aback, because he suddenly realized that his mana had not been depleted at all. Logically, a 5% consumption per second should only last for 20 seconds. Only then did Su Mubai remember an effect of the Eternal Death Contract that he had previously overlooked. 3. Your consumption will be shared equally among all creatures bound by the Eternal Death Pact. This consumption is determined based on his maximum mana value. In addition to the massive mana reserves of Frost, the current Elemental Skeleton Mage Legion also possesses a considerable amount of mana. When spread out, the consumption is negligible, even slower than their automatic recovery. Wouldn't it be a bit too over the top if these 2 skills were combined? Su Mubai couldn't help but sigh. Summon Scourge Legion has no cooldown, which means that as long as the Scourge Legion and Frost Legion's mana is not used up, he can keep summoning them. In the current Forbidden Land, is there really anyone who can kill their way through? I'm afraid even that old man in my arms. Thinking of this, Su Mubai shook his head violently. We can't get too cocky. Huaijian is definitely a saint-level being, and his methods should not be underestimated. I've ever faced was only a legendary level 1. Let's wait until tomorrow to see how powerful a peak mythical level fighter is. Thinking of this, Su Mubai glanced at the barrier of the city lord's mansion that was about to break. The skeleton berserker, wielding 2 great swords, slashed at the barrier like a whirlwind. Its 4-dimensional attributes are 66.67% higher than the previous elite skeleton warriors, and its attacks are even more ferocious. As soon as Su Mubai had a thought. Feedback on death. Notification. You have consumed 500 points of death energy to enhance the main attribute of the target skeleton king, berserker, by 1000%. The frenzied attack of the berserker legion, the leader, the skeleton king, shuddered, and with the influx of death energy, his size suddenly increased to over 10 meters. Berserk slash. With a whooshing sound, 2 giant swords, each the size of a door, crashed down onto the barrier. Boom! The entire barrier began to shake violently, and it looked like it was not far from breaking. Behind them, the skeleton crossbowmen wielded short crossbows, capable of firing 5 arrows instantly with each reload, greatly increasing their attack frequency. The skeleton archer drew his longbow to its fullest extent and fired a magical arrow, dealing even greater damage than before. The elemental skeleton mage waved his staff, unleashing a barrage of basic elemental skills, lightning strikes, wind blades, ground spikes, fireballs, onto the barrier. Different elements deal varying degrees of damage and also come with some basic effects. The barrier will be broken soon. Su Mubai looked towards the distance, where the teleportation plaza of Falling Moon City was located, which was also the most open space in the city. A large number of city guards engaged in fierce fighting with the scourge here. Already outmatched city guards suffered even greater defeats against the revitalized scourge army. As the corpses on the ground began to exude an aura of death, the eyes of the city guards still engaged in battle widened suddenly. What is this? How did 2 skeletons crawl out of Yamamoto's corpse? No, this is terrifying. Not only are these skeletons unkillable, but they can also infect new skeletons. I can't take it anymore. The skeletons keep multiplying. I can't kill them all. I just can't stop them. Hold on, brothers. These skeletons crawling up from the corpses can be killed. So what if they can kill us? Will they die as quickly as we do? What? Captain Kishida's corpse has turned into 2 skeleton kings. It's over. Fallen Moon City is completely finished. As the scourge forces grew in number, the people of Fallen Moon City became increasingly desperate. Moment they were comrades fighting side by side, the next they suddenly turned into skeletons and attacked him. This feeling can only be truly understood by experiencing it firsthand. An overwhelming sense of fear began to spread throughout Fallen Moon City. Many people were so frightened that they trembled all over, and some had even given up resisting. The number of scourge troops rose sharply, quickly increasing by tens of thousands. Although not every one of them is that strong, over time, there will be more and more of these scourge skeletons. Because of the death aura, those killed by the scourge cannot choose to resurrect within 5 seconds of death. These people can only choose to be resurrected once the scourge skeletons are born from their corpses. However, the vast majority of people chose to stall for time. Even the city guards were no exception. The terror of the scourge has completely shattered their belief in protecting the city. Is the catastrophic nature of this thing really that unreasonable? Su Mubai murmured something. It was clearly a corpse, but due to its own class-specific catastrophic characteristics, it somehow managed to create 2 skeletons. Is this reasonable? Even more illogical is that although the Cataclysm skeletons are not affected by any skills, their attribute panels clearly show the Cataclysm characteristics of different skeletons. This alone has increased the combat power of the Cataclysmic skeletons several times over. Soul Absorption activated. Soul points increased by 0.4. Soul Absorption activated. Soul points increased by 0.3. Soul Absorption activated. Soul points increased by 0.5. As the Scourge army advanced, Su Mubai's soul points, which had just been depleted, rapidly increased. Looking at the description of the Grimoire of Death, Su Mubai frowned. The next time you open it, it will require 320,000 soul points. Each time it doubles, and after 2 more times, the demand will exceed 1 million. And I haven't even broken through to level 4 yet. If this continues, how many people will I have to kill to advance to the next level? Just as Su Mubai was in a daze, the voice of Frost suddenly came to his mind. Master, there are 2 old ghosts here who are about to die. Chapter 197 Death is only the beginning. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai's mind immediately stirred. Buzz. A pale gray light screen appeared, and Su Mubai and Bing Shuang's figures switched instantly. This is to maximize control over the scourge, therefore the two must maintain a distance. While killing people, the destruction of the city lord's mansion cannot be stopped. Bai Yi, are you really not afraid of being hunted down by the Enin society? If you destroy Fallen Moon City, then there will truly be no room for reconciliation. As soon as Su Mubai appeared, Qiu Shanling's stern shout rang out. Chase. Su Mubai sneered. You should think about how to deal with Orochi. After saying that, he casually waved his hand, and a pale gray light screen appeared between the two of them. A massive figure burst through the curtain of death in an instant, and two giant swords the size of doors slammed down on Qiu Shanling, as if swatting a mosquito. Akiyama Ryo's pupils contracted sharply, and he abruptly changed his position in midair, but he still couldn't avoid the attack and was slammed hard by a giant sword. This is the Skeleton King, berserker that Su Mubai just enhanced at the City Lord's mansion. You should know that this thing is even more powerful than the previous enhanced Skeleton King. Warrior. Akiyama Ryo, who was suppressed by the death gaze, was immediately sent flying. Boom. With a loud bang, he crashed into a building again. At the same time, Su Mubai's gaze swept over Hasegawa Ryo, who was preparing to launch a sneak attack on him. Imprisonment of the ghostly corpse. The next moment, the ghostly cage materialized out of thin air, directly imprisoning Hasegawa Ryo, who had low health. Meanwhile, several skeleton kings, shield warriors wielding giant bone shields, constantly parried Hasegawa Ryo's attacks, hindering his ability to break free of the ghostly prison. The skeleton shield warriors have twice the health of the previous elite skeleton warriors, but their attack power has been reduced by half. They are now the undisputed tanks of the scourge. Without breaking through their defenses, Hasegawa Ryo will never be able to break free of the ghostly corpse cage in his lifetime. On the other side, Akiyama Ryo was also caught in a tough battle, facing an even more terrifying enhanced skeleton king, which increased the pressure on him. If the two were to actually fight one-on-one, even if the skeleton king's current enhanced power is higher than Akiyama Ryo's, he would still be no match for him. Because Akiyama Ryo has many methods and skills. But with the Eternal Death Pact in place, the enhanced skeleton king is practically unkillable. Seeing that his attacks barely affected the opponent's health bar, Akiyama Ryo was speechless. Why is Bai Yi, an incarnation, so abnormal? Is this really the strength one can achieve in less than a month after entering the Forbidden Land of Gods? I was able to break through to the 8th level after cultivating for so many years. Is this fair? No matter how much he screamed in his heart, he couldn't change the fact that the enhanced skeleton king was chasing after him and trying to kill him. When the mythical spirit binding technique, Severing Scroll, proved ineffective against Bai Yi, Qiu Shanling foresaw this outcome. After restraining the two, Su Mubai's gaze finally fell on the last person. This is the third legendary level expert in Fallen Moon City, and he seems to be the deputy commander of the city guard. But it didn't matter. Su Mubai was too lazy to even remember his name. This guy is even weaker than Hasegawa Ryo. He is currently struggling to hold on under the siege of the scourge, and his health is down to the last bit. With a thought, Su Mubai's fingertip lit up with the blessing of the goddess of fortune. The next moment, his luck stat increased to 64 points. The death stare. Although the attribute suppression effect will not take effect repeatedly, the fear effect and base damage will not be reduced. When Su Mubai's gaze swept over the deputy commander and Hasegawa Ryo, both of them fell into a state of fear. Times 2. As screams rang out, damage numbers kept appearing above the heads of both of them. Minus 280 million. Double damage. Minus 420 million. Triple damage. Minus 280 million. Minus 280 million. Minus 1.4 billion. 10 times the damage. After activating the Blessing of Lady Luck, Su Mubai was able to trigger double damage almost every time. Even the tenfold damage, which has only a 1% chance of triggering, occurred once. This tenfold damage resulted in the simultaneous deaths of Hasegawa Ryo and the vice commander. Soul absorption activated. Soul points increased by 1,000. You have received 280,000 soul coins. You have obtained the epic item Wind Soul Boots. Soul absorption activated. Soul points increased by 1,000. You have received 190,000 soul coins. You have obtained the epic item Cloak of the Night. You two poor bastards. Su Mubai spat in disgust at the two corpses. He only managed to get 2 epic level equipment drops. They were incredibly poor. Su Mubai originally intended to use the 2 corpses to kill Qiu Shanling, but that guy was a scoundrel. As soon as he saw the 2 dead, he immediately distanced himself. Judging from this reaction, it's clear that he learned that Su Mubai was able to detonate the corpse of a legendary expert. Hasegawa Ryo and the deputy commander did not give Su Mubai a chance to use their corpses, choosing to revive the moment they died. They are no ordinary city guards. If they are cowardly in battle, even if they survive this time, they will be purged by the Inran secret society. However, they will soon discover that this death is only the beginning, and only after they are resurrected will they feel what true despair is. Sure enough, 2 piercing screams came from the Hall of Resurrection. No, my lifespan. This is impossible. Why are all my attributes down to just 1 point? What kind of heaven-defying state is this? 2 more system notification sounds followed immediately. Soul absorption activated. Soul points increased by 1,000. Soul absorption activated. Soul points increased by 1,000. Clearly, the 2 had just been resurrected when they died at the hands of the Scourge. When Su Mubai stepped through the curtain of death, he only saw 4 skeleton kings rise from the corpses of the 2. He waved and collected the equipment the 2 had dropped. Unsurprisingly, it was epic-level gear again. This time, however, the 2 were prepared to be dragged along as corpses for half an hour, even if it meant being purged by the Ninja Secret Society. If all attributes are reduced to 1, it will last for 24 hours. Now that you've been resurrected, what can you do besides die? The 2, Hasegawa Ryo and his companion, were filled with fear in their soul form. This was the first time they had felt death approaching since breaking through to the 8th rank. And this time, there's a real chance he might actually die? The 2 screams. Akiyama Ryo began to have second thoughts. If I were to accidentally die at Baiye's hands, then I would be truly finished. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. Now that Fallen Moon City is finished, even if I escape, the elders probably won't say much. Moreover, with my addition, the royal city's combat strength will be enhanced, making it easier to deal with the Yamada no Orochi. Just as Akiyama Ryo was trying to convince himself, the barrier around the city lord's mansion suddenly shattered. This news seemed to be the last straw, prompting Akiyama Ryo to make a decision. Get out of my way. He immediately roared and suddenly unleashed his power, which more than doubled in an instant, forcing the Skeleton King to retreat. The next moment, he soared into the sky and fled from Falling Moon City without looking back. At the same time, the system announcement once again resounded throughout the entire Forbidden Land. Chapter 198, A Sudden Idea. Blue Star Region Announcement. The player White Knight from the Divine Dragon Empire has become the first player in the Blue Star region to independently destroy a Level 2 main city. This is hereby announced. Times 10. This announcement is more shocking than any of the announcements triggered by White Knight in the past. Countless players stopped what they were doing, their eyes filled with disbelief, and chat channels in various cities were flooded with messages. Did I hear that right? A Level 2 main city. Our country only has 3 Level 2 main cities in total. Baiyi already has the power to destroy cities of this level. Could the multiverse game have made a mistake? A Level 2 main city has at least 100,000 city guards. How could Baiyi destroy such a city? Even though everyone knows Baiyi is cheating, could you please not be so obvious about it? Fuck, this White Knight is too terrifying. I hope he doesn't come to the Holy Temple Empire. I actually hope he comes. Our Holy Temple Empire is one of the 2 most powerful empires in the Forbidden Land of Gods. If he dares to come, we'll make sure he suffers a terrible fate. Is the multiverse game looking down on us? They won't let us learn. Compared to players from other countries, the players of the Sakura Kingdom are truly in despair at this moment. Announcement from the Sakura Kingdom. The Level 2 main city, Fallen Moon City, has been destroyed by the invaders, White Knight. Times 5. Announcement from the Sakura Kingdom. Due to the unsuccessful defense against the invaders, all Sakura players will have their experience gained from monster hunting reduced by 10%. Times 5. When these 2 announcements suddenly rang out, the hearts of the Sakura players, who were anxiously awaiting the ferocious beast tide, finally died of their anxiety. Even Fallen Moon City couldn't stop his Scourge army. Has Baiyi become this powerful? Another 10%. Now I only get 14% experience from killing monsters. Damn it. Brother, wake up. Today is almost over, and then we'll only have 12% left. Thank you for reminding me. No need to thank me, and there's no need to be so desperate. Even more desperate things are yet to come. Yes, even if the capital is defended after the ferocious beast tide, all of us Sakura players will be useless. It's all Baiye's fault. Why does he have to pick on us, Sakura? I really want to kill Byakuya, you bastard. Stop dreaming. Have you seen the previous livestream? Baiyi can summon a skeleton at will and slaughter countless players. No one can break through his defenses. Please stop talking. Please stop talking. I want to escape, but I can't. Inside the royal capital, Tsukuyami clenched her fists and gritted her teeth upon hearing the system announcement. Bai Yi, I hope you dare to come to the capital tomorrow. That will be your death day. He thought so because he had just learned from Matsumoto Maya that the In Ninja Society had been preparing for the Orochi incident for some time. Inside Fallen Moon City, Su Mubai's shadow wings swayed behind him, and he hovered in midair above the Resurrection Hall. Qiu Shanling was, after all, a peak 8th tier expert. With his full power unleashed, his escape speed surprised even Su Mubai. When defending the city, they hide themselves well, but when they escape, they run faster than dogs. Is this guy Korean? Su Mubai didn't take his escape to heart. Although Akiyama Ryo is not weak, he does not yet have the ability to change the course of tomorrow's battle. If he had fled to another city, that would have been one thing, but the direction he was heading seemed to be the capital. They really know how to pick a location. Su Mubai looked into the distance, a smile playing on his lips. Akiyama Ryo was able to leave the sealed area of the time-space ring with his tacit approval. This is to give the In Ninja Secret Society a surprise tomorrow. While a 26.4-kilometer area is not small, it is far from enough to cover the entire capital city. Although the space-time blockade could prevent Akiyama Ryo from leaving, he could still send messages out. If the members of the In Ninja Secret Society knew in advance that the space would be sealed off and they wouldn't be able to escape, they would definitely be on guard tomorrow and wouldn't easily gather in one area. Killing one Qiu Shanling is not as rewarding as wiping out the entire Inran Secret Society. He only looked away when he heard the system notification. Hint: you have successfully destroyed a level 2 main city in the Sakura Kingdom. The Sakura Kingdom Invader buff effect has been enhanced. Current experience bonus, 36%. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to destroy a level 2 main city. Your title, Junior City Destroyer, has been upgraded to Intermediate City Destroyer. Intermediate City Destroyer. When wearing this title, the effect of destroying barriers and buildings is increased by 40%. Su Mubai glanced at the effect of the new title and then closed the panel. The barrier doesn't have much of an impact when he attacks a city. However, the effect of the barrier will definitely come in handy in the future. With several more upgrades, the title's effect will undoubtedly become even stronger. Just like the previous 100-man killer and 1,000-man killer, the title of Murderous Maniac has now become his strongest title. The Skeleton King, born from the corpses of Hasegawa Ryo and the Vice Commander, has joined the battlefield, and their corpses have become tattered and unrecognizable. Su Mubai tried it, and sure enough, the destroy the corpse and eliminate the evidence technique could no longer be effective on the two corpses. It seems we'll have to be careful about the corpses we want to use in the future, lest they get killed by the scourge. Su Mubai frowned, sensing that the two skills were conflicting. It's unclear whether it's because human corpses are too small, but after the cataclysmic skeleton is born, all its bones are gone, leaving only a pile of rotten flesh. After this trip, he plans to try again to see if he can still use Destroy the Corpse to detonate the boss's enormous corpse after it spawns the Skeleton King. If that's possible, then there's no problem. After all, the explosion of a human corpse wouldn't have a large blast radius. The flames of war continued to spread throughout Fallen Moon City. Su Mubai moved out a sofa and sat directly at the entrance of the Resurrection Hall. Using Frost as a transit point, he controlled the Scourge Army to cut from the south of the city to the north. Throughout the entire series, the most destructive force was undoubtedly the Elemental Skeleton Mage. Inferno, Blizzard, Earthquake, Tornado. Although each of them only has one AoE skill, with their high attribute bonuses, they still turned this bustling city into ruins. While sharing Frost Vision, Su Mubai looked at the equipment scattered on the ground and suddenly had an idea. Since the casting range of Dead Zone Leap is equivalent to the line of sight, does sharing vision count? Without hesitation, Su Mubai immediately activated the Curtain of Death. Chapter 199, the Second Domain, Soul Stealing. Buzz. As soon as Su Mubai had a thought, a pale gray light appeared not far in front of the Frost. Master, you were looking for me. The unaware Frost immediately asked a question, thinking that Su Mubai wanted it to enter the Curtain of Death. It's okay, you can continue with your work. Su Mubai's voice was filled with undisguised joy. It actually works. You should know that he was sitting on the sofa on the ground, and his view was blocked by the surrounding ruins of buildings, so he couldn't see the Frost in front of him at all. In other words, this Curtain of Death was released through the Frost's vision. Watching the Curtain of Death appear and disappear, Frost looked puzzled as she continued to lead the Scourge Army in their siege of the survivors in Fallen Moon City. At this point, the Scourge army had doubled in number. Although the extra Scourge skeletons could not benefit from skill enhancements, they were still a force to be reckoned with. Not to mention, there are quite a few skeleton kings among them. Before long, the entire Fallen Moon City will be slaughtered. Soul absorption activated. Soul points increased by 0.3. Soul absorption activated. Soul points increased by 0.4. Soul absorption activated. Soul points increased by 0.5. His soul points were increasing rapidly, but Su Mubai didn't pay attention to it. Instead, he began to control some weaker natural disaster skeletons to clean up the battlefield. These spawn from the player's corpses. They are almost all small skeletons, and they are of little use except for cleaning up the battlefield. After the skeletons gathered up the coins and equipment on the ground, Su Mubai made a thought. The curtain of death appeared, bringing the spoils directly to his side. The next moment, automatic pickup took effect, and all items were instantly put into the backpack. Even with the advanced space ring, which increased Su Mubai's backpack space to 100,000 slots, he still quickly heard the system notification. Notification: your backpack is full. The space inside the spatial ring exists independently, and automatic pickup will not put items into it. Next up is the round where working-class people become incredibly wealthy. Having learned from his previous experience, he is much calmer now. Moreover, the announcement had already been made throughout the district, so Fu Jiatianxia was naturally prepared. After the transaction was completed, Fu Jiatianxia didn't forget to remind him, "Boss, when I shake the money tree tomorrow, remember to lend me the lucky ring. Come find me when the time comes." Su Mubai smiled, hung up the call, and his face was full of joy. From now on, I will not only be able to control the Scourge through frost, but also unleash some skills. Thinking of this, Su Mubai became playful and tried out several skills in a row. Dead Zone Leap. The Death Stare. Imprisonment of the Ghostly Corpse. Any skill whose casting range is equal to the field of vision can be used by sharing the field of vision. This discovery delighted Su Mubai. It was only after noticing the Scourge's interface that Su Mubai belatedly realized something. The three auras, Supreme Dead Aura, All-Element Resistance Aura, and Top-Tier Lifesteal Aura, can actually take effect through the Frostbite Transit Point. Because their range of influence is equivalent to the range of Su Mubai's summoned creatures. Frost was merely a transit point. The Scourge legions remained under Su Mubai's control. His gaze fell on the top-tier vampiric aura, and Su Mubai suddenly remembered that he still had one skill conversion privilege left unused. Thinking of this, Su Mubai's gaze locked onto the top-tier vampire aura, and a thought flashed through his mind. Convert. He also considered switching to the Summon Headless Horseman skill, but due to the cataclysmic nature of the ability, he ultimately chose the vampiric aura. Note: you have used your skill conversion privilege. You have 0 privileges remaining. Note: you have learned the new skill Ghostly Bloodlust Aura. The original basic vampiric aura skill in your skill bar will be overwritten. Note: an unknown abbreviation exceeding the limit was detected for this skill. Complete overwrite failed, and the unknown abbreviation is retained. That's not all. You can also get the overwritten skills for free. Su Mubai's eyes narrowed. Catastrophe. Target: Ghostly Bloodlust Aura. Advance to the first level. Note: your SS level skill Ghostly Bloodlust Aura has been successfully upgraded to the SSS level skill Soul Stealing Domain. Field. Upon hearing those two words, Su Mubai sat up reflexively. He didn't even check the skill details. The first thing he did was to turn off the skill effects. I still vividly remember what happened after I used the Human Butcher domain last time. He hadn't slept since entering the game in just 1 second, and he was in a deep sleep for a week. From Huijin's later tone, it can be inferred that the domain is definitely not something that can be used at a low level. Even though he had increased his soul strength through the Life Soul Source Crystal after the Cataclysm, he still dared not try it lightly now. Fallen Moon City is negligible. Even without the vampire aura, it won't have much of an impact. Therefore, after turning off the skill effect, Su Mubai slowly began to check. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the original aura had transformed into an active skill, and even had a skill level. SSS level skills require 50 skill points to level up, and for other players, it's unclear how long it will take to level up. Reaching the maximum level is even more of a pipe dream. But Su Mubai didn't have such worries. He hadn't even used up the 8 perfect skill books he got for free last time. Moreover, for him, as long as he has advanced skill books, he can have as many of these things as he wants. He flipped his hand and took out a perfect skill book, a thought forming in his mind. Hint: you have used a perfect skill book to upgrade Soul Stealing Domain to the maximum level. Soul Stealing Domain. SSS, Max, Active Skill. It can captivate and weaken enemies while strengthening oneself. Skill Effect 1. All friendly undead creatures gain 50% lifesteal. Friendly undead creatures with mana can also convert healing received into mana in equal amounts. Passive Aura, no cost, currently disabled. 2. Overflowing healing effects will automatically generate a shield on the surface of friendly undead mobs, with a maximum shield value of 50% of the mob's maximum health. Passive Aura, no cost, currently disabled. Aura Range, equivalent to the range of summoned creatures. 3. Control the power of death, forming a soul, stealing domain around your body. While within the area, the passive effect of this skill is doubled. You can consume soul power to freely extract soul points from any target within the area. The extraction effect depends on the difference in soul strength. The target whose soul points are drained will fall into a weakened state. Once the soul points are drained, the target will die completely, and a cataclysmic skeleton will instantly be born from the corpse. The area of effect follows the player's movement. Its coverage range increases with level. It is released instantly. Its duration increases with level, and it has no cooldown. Please note that releasing and maintaining the soul, stealing domain consumes soul power. If you feel any discomfort, please close the domain immediately. Catastrophe Characteristics 1. The overflowing lifesteal effect will be used to heal other friendly units. When the health is below 50%, the lifesteal effect is doubled. Death reigns supreme, stealing souls and spirits. Chapter 200 A Sweeping Advance, digging 3 feet into the ground and massacring the city. Sumubai was stunned when he saw the skill description of Soul-Stealing Domain. The Cataclysm trait, like Summon the Scourge Legion, has been directly merged into one, meaning that this skill will have an even stronger Cataclysm trait after a true Cataclysm. But what truly shocked Sumubai was the effect of the domain. The previous description of the Human Butcher domain was very unclear. It only said that it could control materialized killing intent to attack any target, and the attack strength also changed with the main attribute. However, the Soul-Stealing domain clearly describes that it can extract soul points from a target at will. This was the first time Sumubai had ever seen such a skill. Compared to this, nothing else, like ignoring defense or dealing true damage, is worth mentioning. Can you believe they directly extract soul points? How to defend against this? Even Sumubai, the user of this skill, doesn't know. Moreover, once the soul points are drained, the target will die completely without any chance of resurrection, and will eventually become a cataclysmic skeleton. No, with the added bonus of the profession's cataclysm trait, the death of one person will spawn 2 cataclysm skeletons. No cooldown period? Sumubai almost thought he was seeing things. He clearly remembered that the Human Butcher domain attached to the Human Butcher mark had a cooldown time of 24 hours. After rubbing his eyes and checking several times, Sumubai finally confirmed it. The Soul-Stealing domain truly has no cooldown time, which means that as long as his soul power is strong enough, he can activate it at any time. This should be the difference between the equipment's attached domain and its own domain. Soul strength will inevitably be the most important thing in the later stages. Sumubai murmured something, his emphasis on soul strength increasing once again. Having learned from his previous experience of being unconscious for a week, he wouldn't easily attempt to activate the soul-stealing domain anytime soon. Huaijian also said that if the soul strength is insufficient, forcibly opening a domain can easily damage the soul. Although he still doesn't understand what the soul is, that doesn't stop him from listening to advice. As the saying goes, those who do not heed the advice of their elders will suffer the consequences. Such well-intentioned reminders should be heeded. After closing the skill panel, Sumubai activated the passive aura effect of the soul-stealing domain. Since this thing doesn't consume any resources, there's no harm in using it. He also wanted to confirm one thing. Controlling 2 skeleton kings, the berserker walked in front of him. One was summoned by himself, and the other was the scourge skeleton king born from the corpse. As the aura took effect, a blood-red line quickly appeared on the body of the summoned skeleton king, extending to every bone. The same change occurred to all official members of the scourge. Even the frost had the same bloodlines appear on its skin. This change added a touch of bloodshed to the scourge, making the entire legion appear even more terrifying. Only the calamity skeletons remained unchanged, because they could not benefit from Sumubai's skill bonuses. With a thought, Sumubai deactivated the friendly immunity of the 2 fully healed skeleton kings. Bang! The next moment, the summoned skeleton king struck the scourge skeleton king with a single sword strike. Normal attack. -89 million. At the same time the red damage number appeared, Two numbers of different colors also appeared. Plus 89 million. Plus 89 million. The first number, displayed in white, represents the shield value generated after the Skeleton King's 100% lifesteal effect overflows, enhanced by the cataclysmic effect of the class. The second number is green, which immediately restores the health that the cataclysmic Skeleton King just lost. The catastrophic features never disappoint. Sumubai waved his hand, dismissing the two Skeleton Kings, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. The passive aura effect of soul-stealing domain cannot affect scourge skeletons. However, due to the existence of the cataclysmic nature, the overflowing lifesteal effect can heal them. In addition to the shield that is already generated, the overflow effect is effectively doubled. The law of conservation of energy is once again utterly trampled upon in the face of catastrophic events. As he used it more and more, and the skills with catastrophic characteristics became more and more powerful, Sumubai felt more and more the terror of this unique forbidden talent. At the same time, he also had a question. Is there really a manipulator behind the multiverse game? If not, then where did the multiverse game come from? But if such a talent as Cataclysm exists, why would it be allowed to exist? Back in the Starry Sky Palace, since the Myriad Realms game was able to fix bugs, why didn't they just fix the Cataclysm directly? Lying on the luxurious sofa, Sumubai was unable to ride his sister. However, he has a good habit of not getting stuck on trivial details. If you really can't figure something out, just put it aside and think about it again when you have more experience. Shaking his head, Sumubai glanced at his still low soul points and took out a high-grade soul stone. These are the ones left over from before. There are still 103 left, all of which are tools used to enhance the strength of the soul. Especially after witnessing the terror of this soul-stealing domain, Sumubai became even more eager to improve his soul strength as soon as possible. He could imagine what it would be like when his soul strength was sufficient to open this domain. Wherever it went, countless weak people were killed by having their souls extracted. Their corpses will instantly transform into cataclysmic skeletons, which will surge forth and slaughter the remaining enemies. Only by doing this can one truly be called the Master of Death. Filled with anticipation for the future, Sumubai looked at the Advanced Life Soul Stone in his hand. Catastrophe. Cataclysmic Stage 3. Warning. You have lost 10,000 years of your lifespan. Current lifespan, over 654 years. You have obtained a Life Essence Crystal. Within Fallen Moon City, as the number of Scourge skeletons increased, the entire Scourge army continued to expand. Because of Sumubai's profession's catastrophic nature, for every person who dies, 2 cataclysmic skeletons will be spawned. Soon, the Scourge's numbers exceeded 1 million. Although the vast majority were small skeletons and ordinary skeletons, the more they were killed, the more there seemed to be. The massive Scourge army ravaged the city, and the resistance forces composed of the city guards and civilian professionals were quickly and completely defeated. The remaining survivors were powerless to resist and could only flee in panic, trying to hide in all directions. Frost spread its wings and glided through the city, leading the Scourge army in search of survivors. Whether you're a player or a local, it's wishful thinking to try and hide from the Scourge. If a building is blocking the way, then demolish it all. Hiding in the basement, they dug 3 feet into the ground. As for escaping, could it be faster than the curtain of death? Boom, boom, boom. Don't come any closer. Mom, I want to go home. Amidst raging flames and swirling snow, this once bustling secondary city has been reduced to ruins. The sounds of buildings collapsing, screams, and cries filled the air. Sumubai remained unmoved, simply absorbing the Life Soul Source crystal, while manipulating the death curtain to collect loot, which he then handed over to the wealthy and powerful for free. Only when the Hall of Resurrection lit up with bursts of white light did he put away the sofa and slowly get up.